This young man had once been a prince. He was the king's eldest son from a wealthy kingdom in the east of the Tuan continent. Yet Davy's fate was terribly unlucky as his mother was poisoned by someone else. As for he himself, he was secretly shot with an arrow by his half-brother and fell into a coma. If he had been an ordinary person, he would likely have died long ago, but he was the protagonist, so naturally there had to be something different about him. After sinking into a coma, Davy's soul was taken to a strange temple. It was a place where the souls of great heroes gathered, known as the Hall of Fame of Heroes. There, a child of only 10 like him had to endure all manner of horrors, and whenever he failed to satisfy them, he was beaten. If he survived and completed a task, the boy would be thrown into fire, then told it was the next trial. All of it was said to be for his own good. In the end, after 1,000 years of training, Davy finally left that damned place. That very moment, the prince's body awakened after 6 years in a coma, carrying the knowledge and strength accumulated through thousands of years of tempering by the heroes. The first words Davy spoke were, "I will take everything back for you, owner of this body." Turning to the present, Davy had been awake for several days, but the only person who cared for him and entered his room was the maid. Because he was still hiding the fact that he had awakened, no one knew. Though his body was extremely weak, Davy still forced himself to move and slowly sat up. First thing he did was check how long it had been since the day he was shot and lost consciousness. Holding the calendar in his hand, Davy could not help but freeze. 6 years had passed, and it was truly hard to believe. He silently vowed not to let that tragedy repeat itself, and to do that, he first had to recover his body as quickly as possible. Davy immediately used all the knowledge he had learned to cast magic, but nothing happened. No matter how many times he tried, the result remained zero. It was the authority of God, the ruler of the world, a terrifying power reserved only for those loved by God, something he had learned from Daphne. By observing how Daphne used her ability, along with hundreds of years of painstaking training, Davy finally touched that power. Davy worried that after 6 years of paralysis, his body had lost all the experience he had gained. In truth, however, everything remained intact. He tried to control his currently frail body, solely to activate the most basic healing spell. Yet no matter how hard he tried, his body could not move even the slightest bit. Normally he would have given up, but if he kept lying still, sooner or later he would die. After relentless effort, Davy finally succeeded and began to recover through holy power. He stepped outside in excitement, letting the cool wind he had longed for brush gently across his face. The sensation was truly refreshing, making Davy spread his arms and shout with reverence. Just then, the maid came in from outside, and upon seeing the scene before her, she stood frozen for a few seconds, trembling as she stammered out the word prince. At this time, Davy should still have been lying motionless on the bed. Yet now he was standing right before her, so how could anyone not panic? After that, several others also came to visit. The family doctor examined Davy and felt puzzled, because his body had recovered with surprising speed. Standing beside him was the elegant woman who had poisoned his mother to seize her position, the current Queen Linus, along with her children. They were the second Prince Carlos and the third Prince Benedict. That woman pretended to be concerned, asking whether Davy had seen the one who shot the arrow. Though he knew perfectly well who the culprit was, Davy still could not reveal the truth. He merely delivered a few skillful barbs, just enough to make the second prince turn pale with fear. After a few perfunctory words of concern, the entire group left, leaving Davy alone with the feeling that everything was utterly meaningless. Even so, he would certainly take revenge, but the most important thing now was to stay calm and recover first. Time passed, and 2 weeks had gone by since Davy's holy power awakened, his body recovering very quickly thanks to healing magic. This was also thanks to the knowledge of the human body taught to him by a prophet named Hea. Contrary to that pace of recovery, the meal Davy looked forward to each day was nothing but porridge, again and again. Moreover, the recovery magic made Davy digest food 3 times faster than normal, flustering the maid because she could not prepare enough in time. His body grew healthier little by little, but the consequence of digesting too quickly was that the number of trips to the bathroom also tripled. After waking up, Davy could not simply lie still forever, so he dragged out documents about the castle he was living in and looked through them. From that, he discovered a rather terrible truth, exactly the sort of thing wicked stepmothers often did. This place was not the king's main castle, but it had been used by many generations of kings. Yet at present, only one maid managed it. In the past, even though life had been lacking, Davy had never had to worry about food. According to the calculations, they should have received a full 500 gold each month, but the amount that actually reached the two of them was not even 100 gold. On top of that, the maid received only about 1/3 of the salary that should have belonged to her. She was so kind that she was almost foolish. Ami had originally been the daughter of a painter, but because of poverty, she had to become a servant. The past 6 years, she had stayed to care for Davy and look after the castle, even having to pay expenses out of her own wages. To be fair, Davy let Ami receive her full salary from his own income, even though the two of them now had nothing left to eat. He also forbade Amy from calling him by that troublesome title of prince, because in his view, a prince had to know how to manage his own assets. After that, Davy and Amy went to the royal castle to meet the father he had once respected. But that man had done nothing when his mother was poisoned, so Davy no longer regarded him as his father either. The royal castle was majestic and splendid. At first Emmy was rather frightened, but in the end, she still led the way for Davy. The first place Davy visited was the finance department, where he wanted to clarify the matter of the budget. However, the people there made their contempt for him quite obvious. Davy calmly sat down in a chair and questioned them. The amount of gold to be received is clearly 500, so why has the amount reaching me not even reached 100? The other party replied that it was the cost used to maintain the castle, and that all the other castles were the same. Then why does the castle you claim is being maintained have floors covered in water stains, gardens full of weeds, and hills that are gradually collapsing? No matter how one looks at it, it is no different from an abandoned house. How do you intend to explain this? The old man in charge of the finance department began speaking in circles, glossing things for a while, roughly shifting responsibility elsewhere and washing his hands of any connection. Davy understood that here or anywhere else made no difference. They would find someone to blame and try to drag things out. So he stopped wasting effort, stood up, and left. He threw a few threats back at that man, telling him to use the money meant for deceased to buy something. After leaving that wretched place, Davy immediately asked Amy to find him a sword. That frightened her, making her think he was about to attack someone because he had failed to achieve his goal. But Davy was not stupid enough to act while unstable, because if a prince dealt with servants and nobles without cause, what would happen? The answer was all too obvious. The prince had gone mad, the prince had to be eliminated, and they certainly would not hesitate to do it. Of course, Davy had no intention of turning himself into prey for those short-sighted nobles. What he wanted to cut down was not a person, but a wild beast for food. To deceive the maid, Davy pretended to say that he had happened to find the adorable wild boar named Cheese Stick dead in front of the castle, so the two of them would bring it back as a trophy. In truth, he had personally sent it to the next life, but that was too difficult to explain. So the young man simply acted as if he knew nothing. Seeing the prince about to handle the boar himself, Emmy panicked and immediately knelt down. Lord Davy, please let me do it. I cannot allow your hands to be stained with animal blood. If you butcher it yourself, the slightest mistake could injure you again. Poor girl. Why would she think someone who had once been an assassin like he was prey? Someone trained by the survival master Black Fist, gradually becoming an expert. How could he possibly fear matters like this? Davy also implicitly understood that even if he wanted to meet the king, that request would still be rejected because of political issues, and the other departments would be of no help either. It seemed the queen was using every means within her power to block his path, so from now on, he would have to take care of food himself. And that was exactly the case. Even though the first prince abandoned by the king had awakened after 6 years, she still wanted to hold his life in her hands, so she had people watch his every move. According to the reports, in his current condition, he could barely walk around and do nothing else, and would need at least a year to recover completely. After some time, the relationship between Davy and Amy gradually improved. In the past, she always panicked at everything he did, but now she had grown more used to it, though she still refused to sit and eat with him. Every day, Davy trained, finding a secluded and peaceful place in the forest. When air flowed into his body, he absorbed natural energy and then exhaled steadily, which was called breathing with mana. It was the breathing technique of the mage, the god Odin. Once one understood that body could contain energy, the practitioner had to refine it and use it often. Even so, with this method, energy usually needed several months before it could accumulate. That was precisely what made the breathing technique miraculous. If this country learned that technique, it could spark a major revolution, but Davy had no intention of revealing it to anyone, and moreover, it was not something easily achieved. Davy also clearly sensed that many people were watching him. If he paid too much attention to it, he would only invite more trouble, so remaining silent was still best. On the contrary, that was even beneficial to Davy, as long as they still believed he was only a foolish and weak prince. By spreading out a field of distorted energy, Davy could train in peace and had accumulated a considerable amount of energy. However, there was still another problem: the magical energy circle. Priests could not use magic, mages could not use holy power, and prophets possessed power that neither side could touch. Yet Davy could use all three. To cast magic, a mage had to carve a circle into the heart, but this method could not prevent conflict between the sources of power, especially prophetic power. If he tried to do it that way, his heart would be destroyed. Therefore, the circle suited to Davy had to be an arterial circle. By connecting all the arteries in his body, he created a circulation loop to guide energy everywhere, including the heart. Not only did this prevent holy power and prophetic power from colliding, the method also brought an astonishing result. Doing so was no different from reconstructing the body, and even the smallest mistake could cost him his life. That was also why Davy did not want to carry it out. The closest he had come before was thanks to the support of 4 respected masters. But at this moment he had no way back. This was not as terrible as the thousands of years in that temple, so now he had to begin at once. It was unclear how much time had passed, but dinner had already gone by and Davy still had not returned, making Amy anxiously pace back and forth with a worried face. She thought to herself, he had instructed her not to disturb him unless something major happened, but if something truly did happen, he would not be able to call for help either. Fortunately, at that moment, the young man staggered out of the forest, but his body seemed unwell, and after grabbing the maid, he fainted. When he woke the next morning, he found himself lying on the bed, while Ami had fallen asleep beside him at some point. The circle he had created had been completed perfectly, and the 3 sources of power now blended into his blood vessels. The strange point of this circle was that its special effect was nearly limitless. With just the movement of a finger, he could use simple incantations, including healing. Months passed, to be precise 3 months before the arterial circle was completed, and the young man's life also gradually became more stable. Someone had brought food to the castle. At first, Davy thought it was the queen's plan, but she would never be kind without reason. In truth, if he spread energy around the castle to find that person, it would be very easy. But they kept their distance from Amy so as not to affect her daily life, so he did not want to interfere too deeply either. Today, while the maid was happy after receiving a great deal of food, Davy urged her to return quickly and prepare to welcome a few guests. They were the queen's lackeys, coming under the pretense of checking Davy's health and treating him. But instead of healing him, that man said the prince had been bedridden too long, making it difficult to use holy power on him. Therefore, you should be grateful for what you have. That man never expected that Davy had fully recovered long ago, and was only deliberately acting for them to see. He truly was someone who did not know how to use healing magic properly, bearing the title of representative of God and the nation, yet abandoning his duty and obeying someone else's orders. How disappointing. It was not that he could not heal him, but that he did not want to. Seeing that arrogant attitude, Davy asked in return whether, with the power bestowed by Freya, he should be able to heal him quickly. That quack actually had the nerve to argue brazenly, "Prince, you say that only because you do not understand how to use it. Knowledge and holy power are things reserved for priests alone. Even if you are a prince, you should not make such demands. That is the truth." Seeing her master insulted, the maid Ami rushed in front of him and shouted, "Priest Boraz, you are speaking to the prince. Watch your words." Immediately after those words, the arrogant priest turned and slapped her hard across the face in front of Davy, as if he did not take him seriously at all. He even openly threatened Ami, forcing her to see him out. Davy was so furious he could barely breathe, but he could not do anything yet. If he revealed his strength, the queen would act, so he could only grit his teeth and watch his person be tormented. After that, the old priest threatened Ami, forcing her to obey him and assassinate the prince, but of course she refused. He continued to tempt her. "Do you think anyone in this royal capital stands on the side of that piece of trash? Who would dare punish me, the queen's confidant and Bria's successor?" Just as he finished speaking, Davy was already sitting behind them and had long since heard everything. When endurance reached its limit, people often did things no one could predict, and Davy was the same. Anger surged through his body, like the fuse for the next act of the play. Boraz panicked and collapsed to the ground when he saw the prince appear. Moreover, he was pointing a sword at him like someone in perfect health, while before this, he had still been pretending to be bedridden. Davy asked Ami what the punishment was for someone who committed blasphemy against the royal family, but she was still in a panic and only stammered out an answer when he asked a second time. That very moment, the priest's head fell to the ground. The price for blasphemy was execution on the spot. Before losing his life, Boraz still managed to warn him that the Empress would not let this matter go. Davy coldly replied that he thanked him for the reminder, but he also assured him that those who followed that man would disappear, not a single one left. Not long after news that her lackey had been dealt with reached the queen. She flew into a rage, slapped Davy, and threatened him, asking whether he had gone mad. "How dare you kill a disciple of the sacred temple? Where did you get the courage to do such a thing? Unless you have lost your mind." Before she could scold him further, her stepson cut in. Davy said that disciple had threatened his life, so he had merely punished him according to the law, and there was nothing wrong with that. How laughable. Did the laws of this country become this cruel while I was in a coma? All of this happened, yet the king remained silent and did not intervene. As for me, I merely punished someone who dared insult the royal family. How absurd, since when did the status of royalty become so low that we must yield before a mere disciple like that? The queen trembled with fury, no longer able to control her emotions, and even dragged Davy's late mother into it to insult her. Immediately afterward, Davy's words struck her squarely in the face. He subtly showed that he knew the one behind the incident years ago was the second prince, Carlos, and had simply not said it aloud yet. If you do not want strange rumors to spread, you had best repair this rotten castle soon, and do not let anything similar happen again. Few days later, after the priest was dealt with and the empress was warned, a rumor spread through the palace that the prince who had just awakened had a problem. First, Prince Davy Roan had gone mad. Because half the people in the palace stood on Empress Linus's side, Davy's reputation plummeted without stopping. Ami alone did not care in the slightest. She was cheerful and full of life because today, the food sent by the mysterious person was unbelievably abundant. More notably, the chief steward from a branch of the Bedford royal family had brought the guilty ones in under the Empress's orders. They were the people who had embezzled the budget of Davy's palace and fled. Among them were a few familiar faces, though they had once said this matter was outside their authority. The punishment was up to Davy's command, but normally both they and their clans would be beheaded. The moment they heard they were about to lose their lives, the whole group immediately wailed miserably and begged for mercy, completely forgetting the things they had done. But since he had gained the name of a bloodthirsty prince, Davy naturally would not easily spare anyone. He ordered them all locked in prison without a single drop of water, then beheaded after 9 days. Though he was not very pleased that this was the Empress' order, Davy still went along with it, because the situation had become far more interesting now. After that, the vacant positions in the palace were also fully filled. Ami was promoted to the prince's personal senior maid, and her bonus also increased. The only thing was that Davy still was not allowed to meet his father. It was unclear whether this was due to the queen's obstruction, or the king's own decision. Before letting Steward Bedford leave, Davy did not forget to thank him for regularly sending food to him. However, the old man denied it, acting as though he did not understand what he was talking about. He only reminded Davy that a special guest would soon come to visit. Sure enough, immediately afterward, Ami rushed in a fluster, and before she could say anything, William Roan kicked her flying outside. The second princess of the Roan kingdom, Barris Anne Roan, the fourth prince of the Roan kingdom, was William's twin sibling. The current king of the Roan kingdom was Jenish, who had 3 wives including Empress Linus Buriat and 2 other concubines, Alice and Anissa. While the second concubine, Alice, stood on the Empress's side, the first concubine, Anissa, chose no faction. She decided to remain neutral, becoming an outsider among the wives. Paris and William were Anissa's children. In other words, Davy and these 2 children were half-siblings. As soon as they saw Davy, the 2 became noisy at once. They bickered so fiercely that they nearly rushed into a fight. Davy stood beside them and quietly watched. He was not surprised at all, because they had not changed in the slightest, still the close siblings who always listened to everything he wanted to say. 6 years ago, when Davy fell into a coma and the twins were only 8 years old, the 2 had been sent to a very distant remote region. Back then, the 2 children were powerless and could do nothing. On top of that, because of Empress Linus's scheme, Anissa had even had to send Tana, her eldest daughter, to another country. At the very least, she still had to protect the 2 remaining children, even if that was hard to accept. The siblings chatted happily for a while. Before coming here, they had met their father, and his condition did not seem good. When she learned that the palace had fallen into disrepair because someone had embezzled the budget, Paris was extremely angry. She wanted to report this to the king, but Davy stopped her. He said everything would soon return to how it had been, because those people had all been arrested. Moreover, there was no need to waste effort on this matter. He could handle it himself. Davy was very glad that aside from Ami, there were still many people on his side. To him, that feeling was no different from a dream. The 2 children also brought Davy another surprise, which was that Paris would participate in the Continental Swordsmanship Tournament. This was a swordsmanship tournament held once every 5 years, and this time the location was the Palestine Kingdom. This tournament was meant to promote friendship between the continents, similar to Oli Ibis. Mercenaries, royalty, and many people from different classes all participated in this event. The twins wanted Davy to take the opportunity to go out with them, because he seemed to have never left the kingdom. Paris had also asked their father for permission, so this trip was approved. Moreover, it was said that Palestine was a water city with very beautiful scenery. William was even worried that his frail elder brother would not be able to walk, so he offered to carry him around everywhere. Davy thought for a moment. As Paris had said, he rarely left the palace. Enjoying an event of this world at least once would not be bad, and he could have a little fun as well. He looked at the 2 children, who were full of expectation, then replied that fine, he had nothing to do anyway. Davy could not refuse the twins' invitation. That made William and Paris as happy as if a festival had begun, and they immediately discussed which famous places they should visit. A few days later, under the Queen's orders, workers were quickly sent over. Davy's palace finally resembled a place fit to live in, no longer looking like a haunted house. Ami looked around every corner in delight, then exclaimed that she could not believe this day had truly come. She was very happy that everything was gradually getting better. Perhaps the girl had endured that gloomy life for far too long. Just then, the Williams siblings also arrived. The princess asked gently, "Hang Nim, are you finished preparing?" "This time, Ami, have you finished arranging all the luggage?" "Everything is ready." "Then let us set out to the swordsmanship tournament." The swordsmanship tournament was an event that drew the attention of the entire world and had an enormous influence. Aside from Paris participating, Davy was also allowed to go along, and this trip did not seem simple at all. If Paris achieved results, Prince Carlos' position would be shaken. For some unknown reason, the Empress agreed to let Paris compete, perhaps because she believed the boy would accomplish nothing, or perhaps because that had been her plan from the start. The opening of the tournament began with the presence of the king, the ruler of the entire country, King Jinzanzan, the one who held the highest authority. This was the first time Davy had seen him since waking from his coma. The king had avoided him for half a year, yet now he had summoned him over, which was truly difficult to understand. Before they set out, he blessed his son, then looked at Davy and said he was glad to see him healthy. Those words left Davy stunned. He did not want to reveal his emotions in front of him, even though that person was the current king. The king no longer had the confidence or heroic bearing he once possessed. He had truly changed, like an old lion exhausted because everything had grown far too dull. After that, the order was passed down. Listen carefully, Prince Paris's presence is extremely important, so for this objective, we will lift the curfew and open the festival. To ensure their safety, Davy and his two siblings were escorted by elite royal soldiers on their way to the Kingdom of Palestine. The atmosphere inside the carriage remained as lively as ever, mostly thanks to the endless bickering between William and Paris. In particular, Davy had thoughtfully brought fine wine for everyone to enjoy. It had once been so precious that he would not have taken it out even in exchange for his life, because he had always regarded his mother's relic as his very life. After tasting the precious drink, the little princess was so delighted that she cried out that he had changed so much, elder brother. But the children soon set aside the sad story, continued enjoying themselves, and raised their glasses together to wish for a successful journey. Since it was already late, their group would spend the night in the forest and set out again the next morning. They expected to arrive after only about one more day. Worried about him, Paris looked around and asked if this was perhaps his first time sleeping outdoors and whether he was all right. Davy smiled confidently and replied that he was fine, thinking inwardly that his younger brother had no idea what he had been through, and that this was no worse than a mosquito bite. The two brothers chatted a little longer before each returned to his own place to rest. As for William, she had already nodded off at some point everyone. Davy said something meaningful to Amy, that the moon was truly beautiful tonight. It was indeed a wonderful moment to mark a return, was it not? And indeed, this had to be called an extremely spectacular return. The twin children had hired 5 guards, 4 of whom were properly trained swordsmen. Everything should have gone smoothly if no incident had occurred, but with a pattern that reeked this strongly of trouble, assassins sneaking in while everyone was asleep was almost unavoidable. About 20 men were quietly lying in wait. They had even concealed their assassin's killing intent quite skillfully, so it seemed they were no ordinary rabble. Clearly, this was that woman's move, a rare opportunity to eliminate all 3 royal family members at once. Davy could almost see through her thoughts. He observed silently, then walked straight toward the assassins alone. Though he was displeased at having to reveal his strength and make himself easy to suspect, those who saw him now would hardly survive to leave anyway. If you have no teeth, use your gums, Gozun, the teacher who taught Davy swordsmanship, had once said. Anything in one's hand could become a weapon, because fighting had no fixed rules. A weapon was an extension of the body, and with the right mindset, even a piece of cloth could become an excellent sword. Davy charged forward with a branch in his hand. With only a few basic moves, he left more than half the assassins lying motionless on the ground, no longer able to resist. The remaining men stood frozen, waiting for a chance to strike but finding no opening at all. This was nothing less than a cold and overwhelming hunt. One might have thought it would be a grand return filled with tense exchanges of blows, but in the end, the entire stage belonged to Davy. Not a single one of them managed to counterattack. Davy moved so lightly and gracefully that even when they tried to flee, they still could not escape his sharp gaze. A few tried to seize the chance to ambush him from behind, but all of it was useless. They were nothing more than prey already caught in the tiger's jaws. To welcome these special guests, Davy had even prepared a magic skill capable of instantly erasing invisible, colorless, odorless souls. Although the method was somewhat cold, those who had taught Davy had all reminded him to finish things properly. Do not show mercy to those who had tried to strike at you. After cleanly dealing with all the assassins, Davy quietly left. As long as no one discovered it, this was the proper ending, a perfect assassination in the opposite sense. At the same time, in the imperial palace, the third queen had also received word that every person she had sent out had died. She angrily gnashed her teeth and poured all her fury onto the maid accompanying her. The woman belonged to the Black Moon Society, an organization renowned for its formidable skills, yet she still had to take a slap and harsh insults. There were only 3 children and 5 guards, yet you are telling me all 20 people died. The maid hurriedly reported that they were investigating, and it seemed someone had secretly helped the prince. Hearing this, the queen grew even more furious and immediately used her authority to threaten her. Do not forget, I cooperate with and support you people not so I can receive failure, do you understand? If you still fail this time, the contract between us will end, and I will use royal authority, even the authority of this entire country, to bury the Black Moon Society. Next day, after a long journey, the three royal siblings finally set foot in the Water Kingdom, Palestine. This was a small kingdom, but it was far more developed than its appearance suggested. The competition venue was the stadium in the center of the city. This place had once been used as a battlefield, famous for gladiators and even monsters having to fight to survive. The siblings strolled around the city. William said that 8 nations were participating this time, starting with the host nation and then proceeding in order. The competition was held with representatives from each nation, and only those under 20 years old had the right to participate. Essentially, this was a stage for the younger generation, as well as an opportunity for the countries to display their strength. For his age, Paris's skills were already outstanding and highly promising. William also mentioned the representative of the Kingdom of Poland, who was known as the Princess of Swords, but Davy looked blank because he had no idea who that was. Perhaps she was a new figure who had appeared while the young man was still sunk in a coma. Lena, the first princess among the 9 royal children, was the person the crown prince loved most. Not only that, she was also famous as the owner of the Holy Sword. That sword was known as a priceless treasure, a masterpiece forged over 1,000 days and nights. Davy suddenly remembered his first teacher, the blacksmith Harris. He was a lazy man, but there was nothing to criticize about his skill, and perhaps that sword was the legacy he had left behind. It was said that the Holy Sword had never been damaged, and even possessed a will that absorbed magic on its own. That will came from the soul and love its creator had poured into it. And at present, the one chosen by the sword was Princess Elena. Paris put on a mysterious air and said there was one more reason Princess Elena was famous. Indeed, she was one of the most beautiful women on the continent. That was the true appeal, since hardly anyone actually cared that she was the owner of the Holy Sword. When night fell, a social banquet was held and everyone dressed in their most splendid attire. Davy had also been carefully prepared by Amy from head to toe to suit the dignity of a kingdom's representative. With his hair neatly styled and his clothes immaculate, he looked both handsome and full of presence. Davy kept praising his younger sister, saying she looked no different from a fairy, making the little girl smile as brightly as a flower, unable to close her mouth for a long time. After that, the little girl cheerfully asked him to be her escort. As for Paris, he was bitter at being pushed aside and could only run after them from behind, shouting for the two of them to wait for him. At the festival venue, the space was decorated with extreme luxury and brilliance. All the competition participants had already arrived, each looking promising and full of enthusiasm. Among them, the most outstanding was probably Paris, and this was easy to understand considering the boy's talent. In any case, this banquet was also a good opportunity to expand connections and quietly sound out one's opponents. Not only Paris, William also drew quite a bit of attention, making the young girl seem rather busy. His younger brother was surrounded by girls to the point that he nearly suffocated and could only desperately ask for help. But the elder brother pretended not to see, calmly ignored him, and pulled his younger sister away to enjoy a few dances. William said she felt sorry for Davy, because if not for his health problems, he might have been capable enough to participate in this competition. But Davy only smiled and denied it, because when he was 14, he truly had not reached that level. Moreover, the young man had trained for more than 1,000 years, so matters like this were no longer all that important now. The two siblings were joyfully dancing when a slick-haired man suddenly cut in and ruined the mood. The scrawny man stepped forward, pushed Davy aside, then took the princess by the hand and quietly asked if she might give him a chance to talk. His sister looked troubled, then flatly refused. Yet he still arrogantly glanced at Davy and introduced himself, apologizing for what he had just done, saying he was Valetian, the 7th prince of the kingdom of Bontis. Davy paid it little mind and calmly replied that his name was Davy Aaron. At the name Davy, that man briefly showed surprise. He shamelessly curled his lips and asked what this young man had come here to do. Though he knew that man was no decent sort, Davy patiently answered that he had come to watch his younger brother's opponent, unless he was supposed to have come to meet him instead. After that, he immediately knelt to express his sincerity to William, declaring that he would win this competition, and hoped she would watch him. Disgusted by the prince's arrogant attitude, contempt for others, and rotten character, Davy pulled his sister away. But after only a few steps, that man reached out to stop them. Yet before he could even touch the girl, Davy twisted his arm back, making him cry out in pain along with a few chilling warnings. Furious, Valetian took off his glove and threw it straight at Davy's face, openly challenging him to a duel to reclaim his honor. Just then, the princess famous for the divine sword appeared, stepped in to stop the argument, and demanded that the prince apologize for bullying women. The moment Davy saw her, the name Master Harris suddenly surfaced in his mind, the ancient hero who had founded the Palan Empire. It was said that he was the first owner of the holy sword Kendaras, as well as the creator of claymore swordsmanship. A single swing of his sword was like forming a tidal wave, and that was how he displayed his power. For some reason, Davy thought Harris was inside the princess's body, then smiled to himself. Helena continued pressing Valetian, coldly questioning him and forcing him to apologize for the rude actions he had just committed. But for someone as prideful as him, lowering his head and admitting fault was anything but easy. Seeing that the situation was about to reach a stalemate, Davy suddenly declared that he accepted the duel, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. Harris felt something was wrong and advised him to give up, since Davy had only recently recovered. Yet Davy reassured his younger brother with unprecedented confidence. Valetian arrogantly stepped forward and insulted Davy, mocking him as no different from an amateur and saying he had best kneel and surrender if he did not want trouble. Davy did not even bother paying attention, letting him brag as he calmly stepped into the match. The situation was rather awkward because everyone thought Davy was merely a frail man who had left his sickbed less than a year ago. If he won too overwhelmingly, it would be even stranger. In that case, borrowing him to show a little strength probably would not hurt. He could treat this round as far too easy. And so, despite Valetian's prattling, Davy gripped the wooden sword and charged straight at him. With only a basic movement, he pretended his hand slipped, then struck his opponent as if by accident and sent him tumbling to the ground. The crowd around them began whispering, saying how shameful it was, and that his appearance right now was truly disgraceful. A naive man with no worldly experience had challenged someone who had trained for thousands of years, and this result was still considered light. Valetian kept forcing himself back up, but each time he was struck again and sent sprawling to the ground. He was furious and could not understand what was happening, because his opponent used a bizarre stance, even looking as though he could not control his strength. So why was he losing? The murmurs of the surrounding crowd made Valetian's anger flare even more violently. This was also exactly why Davy had learned this type of swordsmanship, a style known as drunken swordsmanship. As its name suggested, the sword strokes looked as though they were being swung by a drunkard. It had been conceived by Gozan, the greatest drunkard in the Hall of Heroes, and Harris had taken a special interest in it. From there, he developed it into one of the most irregular and vicious swordsmanship styles in the world. When teaching it to Davy, Harris had once warned him that if his opponent was not the sort who deserved to be buried at the very bottom of society, he should not use it, or the kid would become inhuman. That was right, even the two people who created it regarded this as forbidden swordsmanship, not because its blows were too heavy or too sharp, nor because it was too powerful. The terrifying part was that this fighting style was not meant to protect or defeat anyone, but mainly to make the opponent lose face before everyone. Exploited openings by evading attacks, then delivered precise and extremely effective counterattacks. This swordsmanship style was especially good at provoking opponents, and the more people witnessed it, the more dreadful its effect became. Just like now, Davy deliberately pretended he knew nothing about swordsmanship, as though everything was nothing but luck. Humiliated to the extreme, Valetian flew into a rage and rushed forward as if he wanted to swallow his opponent alive, no longer thinking of the consequences at all. The sword tipped thrust straight from the front, but before it could touch him, Davy ducked down and slipped beneath it, then instantly reversed the situation. Valetian was spun around and flattened on the ground, while Davy continued acting as though it had all been accidental, and he himself did not understand why he had won. After that performance, a torrent of criticism poured toward Valetian, while Davy received countless praises. Princess Alela had been watching coldly all along, and after seeing everything end, she merely said the match was rather good. Then she indifferently said how foolish she was going back, and turned to leave despite the maid's attempts to stop her. No one realized Davy's true strength, and everyone believed he had only won through luck. Even the twin siblings, after returning to the carriage, scolded him for being too reckless and told him never to do something like that again. Before this, they had seen Valetian display his skills at the gathering. Ever since then, he had kept clinging to William in an irritating and arrogant manner. Not wanting the children to keep worrying, Davy decided not to hide it anymore, since they would find out sooner or later. He revealed a portion of his strength and told the two of them not to treat him like a patient. Paris clutched his arm in so much pain that he obediently kept saying yes, while William laughed happily upon knowing that her older brother was still as amazing as before. As for Valetian, after that humiliating defeat, he seemed to go mad and smashed things without the slightest control. A man regarded as the hair prince of the Bontis era, possessing a radiant appearance and outstanding talent, had almost never lacked anything in the world. Even toward the Princess of Rhone, his feelings were only half-hearted. He chose her as his future fiancée because he knew that through her, he could gain Paris, an intermediate swordsman, as a subordinate. With the backing of the Queen of Rhone, the marriage negotiations proceeded extremely smoothly. Yet now, he had suffered a crushing defeat and endured a humiliation he had never tasted before. It felt no different from being dragged from the highest floor and dropped straight beneath a bridge. Valitin had just been dealt an unbearably painful blow. No longer calm enough to think, he angrily roared that he would kill him. He would definitely kill him. Just then, a gloomy voice, as if echoing from the realm of death, rang beside his ear, asking whether he wanted to act. I can help you deal with him, young man. I will help you crush his will and break everything he has so you can do what you want. Along with those words, a seductive woman named Surio appeared. The atmosphere turned hazy and ambiguous, while Valichin was almost completely enchanted. The next day, the competition officially opened at the stadium. Spectators filled the stands, and the air seethed with endless cheers. Since Paris' match was in the afternoon, Davy used illness as an excuse that morning to avoid wasting time watching amateurs compete. Honestly, the boy was utterly exhausted, so exhausted that even after using the restroom, he did not feel any better. The reason was that he had possessed an energy circle since childhood. It gave Dave enough strength to kill assassins or members of the royal family, but because he still could not fully control it, he often fell ill. Setting aside the matter of Davy and the toilet for now, let us return to today's main character, Paris. It seemed the boy was loved by many, so the audience kept cheering for him without pause. His opponent in this match was no stranger, but Prince Valitin himself, the seventh son of the Kingdom of Bontis. Without keeping the audience waiting, the host quickly explained the rules. Although blunted swords were used, every life-threatening strike was forbidden, including coating the sword with energy while attacking, and the match officially began. From the stands, everyone watched the slightest movements of the two swordsmen. After yesterday's battle, Davy realized that Valitin had several sword movements that were very hard to predict. By contrast, Paris leaned toward a fighting style that used strength to put heavy pressure on his opponent. From their fighting styles alone, Paris clearly had the advantage. Moreover, Valitin could hardly withstand such heavy blows, so that man would certainly avoid a direct clash. Even so, it was still too early to draw a conclusion. Everything depended on how the course of the match would shift. The match unfolded with extreme tension. Paris attacked continuously, while Valitin only dodged and tried to widen the distance from his opponent. Yet Davy felt that something was wrong. Was a man truly this strong? No, that was almost impossible. Even geniuses needed time and effort to train their bodies, just as Davy's younger brother had once trained bitterly before he could use a longsword. No matter how well Valitin held out, sooner or later that man would reach his limit. But then a strange sensation suddenly ran down his spine. Valitin abruptly moved with abnormal speed, as if he had become someone else, using a new and dangerous sword technique. Paris decided to unleash his final blow to end the match. But at that very moment, his opponent curved his lips into a sinister smile. At some point, that man's blade had drawn close to the boy's heart, with a thin layer of energy wrapped around it. Paris felt death standing right before his eyes. Fortunately, thanks to his elder brother's intervention, he kept his life. To understand what had just happened, let us return to the night before the match took place. When everyone had long since fallen asleep, Paris was still training diligently with the determination to win. His elder brother secretly observed him and saw that the boy was fairly decent. His movements were smooth, without waste, and his mana flow was clear and stable. But that was still not enough, so he decided to help a fan. If this method were exposed, it would certainly cause a sensation. But this was his younger brother, so there was no need to hesitate. Davy lured the boy into letting him give a massage, saying it would help loosen his tendons and bones, and make him feel more comfortable. Davy used his own mana to stimulate the mana inside his younger brother's body, then blended them together, forcing that stream of energy to operate more intensely. At a glance, it seemed simple, but this was a technique from another world, one that completely broke the principles of this world. And suddenly, Davy shouted in a bizarre language, along with an extremely forceful impact that startled Paris and sent him sprawling flat onto the floor. Davy confidently wiped his sweat, acting as though he had worked terribly hard, but thanks to that, his younger brother would become a little stronger. After saying that, he pulled Paris up and threatened that if he did not go to bed early, he would give him a full body massage, making the boy turn pale with fear and run straight back to his room. That was why, when Valitin's sword stabbed into Paris's chest, it was immediately repelled. Covering the boy at that moment was a mana shield only high-ranking swordsmen could use. The audience instantly erupted in cheers and endless praise. At that very moment, the match time ended. Paris knelt on the floor, blood still flowing from his mouth. Valitin was immediately declared the loser for breaking the rules by trying to kill his opponent. It did not stop there. The host nation would also send an official complaint to Voltis over this act that could ignite a war. A servant approached Valitin, hoping that man would speak and explain, but the only response was a sharp sound, causing the servant to collapse on the spot. As for the prince, that man burst into laughter with a madness chilling enough to make one's skin crawl. After that, Valitin nearly lost his mind, attacking everyone who appeared within his sight. Judging by that state, it seemed this man had been driven mad by something. The situation quickly fell into chaos. Some mages took charge of evacuating the spectators, while the rest were forced to face that esteemed prince. At some point Davy had stepped down below. Though he was stopped, he still calmly walked in, as if preparing to put on a truly impressive display. Volition grew more and more ferocious, his power erupting violently as he charged straight toward Davy. Just as that man's fingers were about to touch him, and Davy was also preparing to deal with him, little William came running from somewhere, crying and shouting in panic. If things were left as they were, his younger sister would be injured. Just as Davy was still hesitating, a strong arm hoisted him up and hurled him away. The one who appeared was Princess Elena, looking like a female warrior. She did not say much and wasted no time, immediately rushing into attack. Volition no longer looked human at this point. Blood-red eyes, fangs, claws, and the horns on his back made anyone who saw him feel terrified. Elena charged forward like a descending deity, every movement clean and without the slightest waste. She unleashed a full barrage of punches and kicks against her opponent, then kicked him hard into the wall. It seemed he had been completely subdued, but right then, Elena suddenly cried out in shock. A monstrous hand emerged from within Volition's body, piercing straight toward her heart like a dragon's claw. Immediately afterward came a massive explosion. The number of injured and dead kept rising, throwing everything into even greater chaos. Davy held his younger sister in his arms, cast magic on the child, and gently reassured her. "It is all right, William. Everything will be fine. There is nothing to be afraid of, just rest. When you wake from this dream, everything will return to where it belongs." Once William had fallen asleep, it was also the moment Davy officially stepped into the battle. The mana inside his body was roaring, yearning to be used and unleashed. It had grown far too tired of being suppressed like this. When a person reached the point where they could connect with their own mana, that energy gradually formed an identity of its own. Davy alone possessed 3 different kinds of energy, so their personalities were also more troublesome than usual. Spirit summoning mana was basically like a madman, yet it was also the type of energy with the highest efficiency. By contrast, ordinary mana was like a Sunder. It was very difficult to handle at first, but once it trusted him, it would work with extreme seriousness. Finally, holy energy was the most stubborn of the 3. It did not want to listen to anyone, and was also the laziest of the group. Davy had to work very hard before he could make it move, creating an energy circle to protect William. Protecting the child had been entrusted to holy energy. As for now, he needed to observe everything happening around him very carefully. A chilling sight unfolded, just as the name Blood City suggested, a city soaked in blood, draining the life of every living creature to nourish the land around it. Davy's current holy energy was only at tier 4, not enough to save everyone in the arena, but in truth, he had no reason to save anyone. He approached Volition, looked at the long tail that had just grown from that man's back, and planned to leisurely deal with the monster before him. But things could not go that smoothly, because behind him, the blonde princess still retained a trace of consciousness. She dragged herself across the ground with heavy steps, beautiful yet so frail that she looked as if she might collapse at any moment. Davy had thought she had grasped the whole situation, but it turned out this princess still understood nothing at all. Elena grabbed Davy's hand, her eyes full of confusion over how someone who had just awakened after months in a coma could be so calm. Even if he explained, she would not understand, so it was best for her to sit there quietly and watch carefully. Yet Atta was certain that she was the strongest, and there was no way anyone could surpass her. The princess struggled to stand in front of Davy as if to protect him, then solemnly advised that this matter could not be resolved by luck like at yesterday's banquet. Nobles of darkness were rumored to be descendants of blood demons, creatures once mentioned in ancient legends. I think you have heard of vampires too, and simple luck cannot do anything against them. Someone like you who does not emit even a trace of mana will be defeated instantly, so leave this place. I will try to hold him back. Davy sensed the sincerity in those words. Unlike yesterday, this time she was far more earnest, as if carrying a generation's old grudge. That was indeed the case. When Elena was young, her mother had died at the hands of vampires, and from that moment on she had never forgotten that pain. She hated them to the marrow of her bones, determined to eradicate vampires to the very end until the day she left this world. Davy did not know the true reason, but he could not let her block his way any longer, so he knocked the princess unconscious and faced the monster himself. When it came to vampires, no one still alive in this world understood them better than Davy. One infected and strengthened by Blood City was not a major problem. Davy calmly unleashed a flurry of attacks on Volition, his movements nimble yet terrifyingly heavy, leaving the monster no time to defend. The final finishing blow was launched, piercing straight through his body and burning away his bloodline. His heart shattered, and his body could no longer maintain its intact form. He had brought this end upon himself, sent flying violently into the distant sky. Elena sat there witnessing everything, yet she still could not believe what had just unfolded before her eyes. Infected one whom knights, mages, and even the inheritor of the divine sword had all failed to stop. Yet he had been defeated by an ordinary person who did not emit even a trace of mana, and that person was the prince who had still been in a coma just months ago. Davy walked over to Elena and extended his hand before her. He did not intend to pull her up, he merely wanted to borrow the princess's holy sword. Lena replied in frustration that you saw it too. My sword broke in the battle just now. But Davy did not need that thing. He snatched the small sword from her necklace, looking pleased as if he had just picked up loot after defeating a boss. What Davy truly needed was this divine sword, not that other sword which had broken after barely being used in battle. It was the work the valiant blacksmith had devoted his entire life to creating, a sword capable of saving the world along with many other legendary weapons. He was known as the blacksmith from 1,000 years ago. In his hands, ordinary iron became precious weapons and scrap became treasures, thanks to the blessing of spirits and swordsmithing skill steeped in mana. Most special of all were 12 renowned swords, scattered across the continent and revered by nations as national treasures. Among the masterpieces Surt created throughout his life, there was one he named Candiras, which meant white guardian in the language of souls. Every sword of Surt's was outstanding, but Candira surpassed them all, because he had burned away his life to forge it before giving it to his friend, the sword god Harris. That sword had formed its own consciousness, possessed an independent ego, and could wield its own power. It sounded very majestic, but as someone who knew the truth well, Davy had long understood its temperament. It was a rather rude fellow. Davy used the fact that its master Elena was about to face danger to awaken Candiras, forcing it to cooperate and lend him its power in battle. Swung hard through the air, making the sky seem to tear apart. From that fissure, a rift opened, and the vampire temptress appeared. Atta looked at Davy with contempt, saying that when her subordinate was destroyed, she had thought someone was secretly helping humanity, only to find it was him. Davy coldly provoked her, saying that it seemed he was a great surprise, but she had best come down because looking up was making his neck sore. Also, I can see your underwear under that dress. Black really does suit your personality. He swung his sword and continued, saying that if she had caused such a great tragedy, then even if she defeated them, Queen Linis would not have to bear the consequences. Relations with Baltic might worsen, but that country's situation was already far from good, therefore they could not casually declare war on the kingdom. You dare appear before me, which means you are confident you can kill me. Quite clever, but unfortunately it is closing time, dear customer. Enraged, Italian immediately attacked, swinging her hand to create huge cuts and a barrage of sharp stone spikes that shot straight toward Davy. Too ordinary. Davy had experienced attacks like these thousands of times, so he dodged them easily, even moving with masterful grace. The sword god Harris had once said that vampire lords were immensely powerful beings, powerful to an absurd degree. Their subordinates already belonged to the strongest of species, and they also possessed a special ability to inherit legacies and become lords. They were not easy to destroy, unless they faced their hereditary natural enemies, the High Elves. Therefore, according to Harris, if one wanted to defeat them, one only needed to drive them mad and then beat them to pieces. No matter what kind of creature it was, once it lost its composure, its movements would become easy to predict. This method was especially effective against vampires because they were extremely proud. The higher their rank, the more easily they were provoked. Davy thoroughly applied the cunning lesson of his respected master, continuously infuriating his opponent. Every sword strike he unleashed was blocked by blood shields, but to Davy that was no great problem. Atta still thought Davy was merely a small prince who had just returned from the brink of death. Even the girl who had received the divine sword and Harris's techniques had failed, so that young man had best stand still and accept his punishment. But the one who truly possessed the sword god's techniques was standing right before her eyes, with thousands of sword swings forged into a terrifying habit. Davy sprang high, spun in midair, then brought a slash straight down through the center of Atta's body. A terrifying surge of force erupted as if heaven and earth were shaking, leaving only desolate ruins around them, while the vampire woman vanished from the world. After this, the divine sword was utterly shocked, never expecting to be wielded by a complete stranger, while he behaved as though he had known it for a long time. But even if Davy told the truth, that he was a disciple of its first master, there was no guarantee it would believe him. It might even grow angry, thinking he was insulting the dead. So the best choice was still to stay silent. There was no need to dig into each other's pasts. The young man looked around for a while and quietly felt relieved, because after the series of explosions earlier, the core had been destroyed, so the disaster would spread no further. Even so, the remaining bloodstones would not stop until every human here had lost their life. Given the current situation, they could be dealt with after a few months using a wide area level 6 purification spell. Most of those whose life force had been drained would have difficulty surviving. Worse still, anyone exposed for too long would gradually turn into one of the infected. After chatting idly for a while, the two young men returned to their main goal, cleaning up the chaos laid out before them. Davy had no intention of sacrificing himself to save strangers, but if doing so helped him recover, he was naturally willing to treat them as stepping stones to move forward. To awaken the power that had long been frozen, Davy clasped his hands in prayer, looking no different from a truly devout believer. Surely the gods would answer a believer as reverent as he was. Davy's holy energy was rather stubborn due to Lady Daphne's influence. He had not obtained it by worshipping the gods, but through understanding and faith. If it had to be defined, that source of power came more from the gods' curiosity than from the love they held for him. It was unclear whether the church knew that believers who only prayed with their mouths were not necessarily those loved by the gods. In truth, those who stirred the gods' curiosity were the ones who received that love. The gods liked unusual people, especially madmen. It was wrong to say there was no way to save those who had lost their life force. One only needed to replace what had been lost with a greater source of power. It was an incantation created by Daphne, the greatest user of holy energy in history, a highest-tier holy art, used only with a god's permission. In the end, before the earnest prayer of an arrogant believer, the supreme level 9 holy power erupted. A light as brilliant as the sun swept away the gloomy darkness covering the entire city. At that moment, Davy looked like a supreme being with wings on his back. When the final feather fell, the remaining bloodstones also dissolved. Davy fainted, completely unaware of anything around him. In a lodging room on Duke Paris's territory, Davy woke after 2 days in a coma. William threw herself into his arms, choking out that she had been afraid he would never wake again. That day I had a dream. I saw you save me when the red mist covered us. Tell me the truth, was it you who drove away that red mist? When I examined your body, I found something. The mark carved on your back. Is it a holy mark? It is almost as large as 3 hands. The one who discovered it was a high-ranking priest who once cared for you, and because of that, the ducal territory is in an uproar. All the red mist was purified, while you were lying in the middle of a region of holy energy with a holy mark on your back. So I want to know whether you have any clue about the truth. Davy was dazed by his younger sister's barrage of questions. It took a few seconds before his still muddled mind caught up with everything. So the feeling that his back had been torn apart came from the holy mark being carved into it. This had never happened in the temple, so it was understandable that everyone panicked. If his power was exposed, who knew what frightening things would come for him? Moreover, acting rashly could make the situation more serious and cause trouble for others. Therefore, Davy explained to his younger sister that since he had been unconscious, he did not know what had happened. His body was fine now as well, so there was no need to worry. Honestly, he was not just fine, he was excessively fine. The battle just now had brought him quite a few benefits. Aside from using level 9 holy magic to eliminate the bloodstones, the young man could also increase his holy energy by stimulating it. It was only a simple experiment, but the results far exceeded expectations. His amount of mana surged from ordinary mana to mana influenced by holy power to spirit summoning mana. Seeing her older brother remain silent, William continued complaining. While he was unconscious, the maid had been so worried she caused a commotion, and Princess Elena had also unexpectedly come looking for him. To keep his younger sister from saying more, Davy tactfully told the little girl to go elsewhere and rest, giving him some quiet space to contemplate life. Davy suddenly saw a system panel appear before his eyes, able to observe another person's status, just like those transmigrated martial arts characters. He was also quite curious about it. Was it because he had sent a request to the god Dionysus, or because he had used a kind of magic that originally belonged to the heavens? Just then, a voice rang out from nowhere, sounding as if it was amused that it could see other people's conditions and mental states. Davy jolted in shock. He looked in every direction, but still could not determine where the sound came from. After rummaging around and searching for a while, he finally discovered it. It turned out to be a pretty little female demon, not even the size of a finger. She was the demon lord of the Abyss Purser, who had accidentally been freed from her seal thanks to Davy. When she still had a human form, the holy sword Harris had taken her in and personally taught her swordsmanship. Just as the legends recorded to end the Great War, he had personally cut her down and sealed her within his own sword. Wanting to know the full story, Davy used holy power to bind the female demon and interrogate her. But afterwards, seeing that the posture was both rough and somewhat improper, he had no choice but to release her. Purser was quite talkative, and did not seem anything like a fearsome demon king. She began introducing herself, saying she was one who observed all things from the void, like the saying that when humans look into the abyss also looks back. Davy understood that the main cause of the Great War between humans and demons in ancient history was standing right before him. It was Harris who had used the divine sword Kandiros to end the battle. The demon king's soul should have been sealed inside the sword, yet now she had appeared here. This was so unbelievable that it was bizarre. After grumbling for a while, Purser explained that thanks to the Lord's will, she had been transferred from Kandiros to him, and the holy mark on his back was the vessel holding her soul. Things had turned out this way because Davy had used holy magic, so he had to take responsibility. Moreover, she also knew clearly about his previous life in the Hall of Heroes. Purser added that she was not someone peeping from the abyss, but had merely borrowed the will of a higher existence. That status window was not her thought either. After that, the Demon King proposed that the two of them become partners. After living for too long, the only thing that still interested her was watching the world. In exchange, Davy would receive power from her. With no other choice, he agreed and shook her hand, and moreover found someone who could share secrets no one else understood. A few days later, the major event in Phyllis, originally the Continental Swordsmanship Tournament, had turned into a celebration of the Holy Mark's appearance after the sudden attack. Countless people poured into this place simply to see with their own eyes the proof that a human had received the Lord's love. Over the past 300 or 400 years, only 3 gods had ever appeared. Therefore, someone who received a holy mark was far rarer. Not wanting matters to become even more troublesome, Davy decided to pack his luggage and quietly flee in the night with his 2 siblings. He left all the trouble for Princess Elena to handle. Before leaving, Davy even spread word that he had defeated the enemy after being awakened by her sword god. When she heard that absurd rumor, the usually icy princess immediately flew into a rage, wanting only to rush over and claw Davy into 100 pieces. After successfully escaping the country of Palestine, the 3 siblings went together to have an audience with the king and queen. The sickly king sat upon the throne. He did not blame Paris, and even praised the boy a few times and congratulated Davy for receiving the holy mark. The queen stood beside them, grinding her teeth in fury, yet she could do nothing but force herself to offer praise. She pretended to be delighted, saying that her son's blessing was also his mother's blessing. After that, the king ordered Duke Barita to draft a petition, along with a stern complaint to the alliance about what the prince of the Bontus kingdom had done. He dismissed everyone to rest, keeping only his son behind so father and son could talk a little longer. Since Davy had awakened after half a year in a coma, this was the first time father and son had a chance to sit down and speak privately. The king did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point, asking Davy whether he resented him. As a father, even though he felt unworthy, he still realized that Davy had changed greatly after his time in coma. Davy was rather surprised by the king's words. He only wanted to ask one thing after his mother's death: how had he truly felt when he abandoned the woman he had once loved? 4 years later, when Davy turned 9, he had discovered the one who harmed his mother. Yet the king had always avoided it, even when he begged, then used her illness as an excuse. In the end, His Majesty had chosen the kingdom over his late wife, and even remarried her very enemy. The king was about to explain, but Davy gave him no chance. At that moment, he had not the slightest interest in hearing about someone else's love affair. Without making excuses or adding any needless words, the king simply looked at him and answered that he should become king. "I am not a good king, nor am I a good father. I lack both knowledge and power. A king cannot do everything, but must make choices that others can hardly understand. Therefore, temper yourself and become so strong that no one can stop you anymore." After hearing that answer, Davy realized that this irresponsible man had still not completely forgotten his mother. He angrily argued back, then immediately turned and left. People often say children resemble their parents, but I do not. If my birth father can throw away his family for the ideals of the kingdom, and that is what it means to be king, then I will choose another path. That splendid throne so many people covet, give it to someone else. Even if you offer it to me with your own hands, I will not accept it. That night, at the Black Moon Squad's mansion in the Long Kingdom, the entire guild was arguing noisily because Surio had gone missing. She was an A-rank messenger, highly skilled and extremely dangerous. Surio and a group of assassins had been sent to kill the 3 Davy siblings, yet all of them had mysteriously vanished without a trace, while the 3 targets remained alive and unharmed. The branch chief sent another man to investigate. He arrogantly declared that since the targets had been assigned, he would bring back Surio's head along with their corpses. I will show you what truly befits the title of the kingdom's finest assassin, and what the real power of an A-rank is. Thinking of Surio's failure and disappearance, the branch chief could not help trembling in fear. This was far too abnormal, so he planned to pack everything up and leave that place as soon as possible. Yet when he rang the alarm bell, no one appeared. Instead, he was restrained from behind by a mysterious figure. That person was none other than Davy. He threatened him in a cold voice, asking whether he wanted to live, then said he might spare his life if he provided some information. Afraid of death, that man immediately nodded in agreement. What Davy needed was a list of the nobles loyal to Duke Varietta, along with records of their embezzlement. In addition, he wanted all the information the Duke had gathered to use as leverage for drawing in others. The branch chief thought he was about to lose his life, so he could only obey meekly. He did not understand why a master assassin had appeared in this small kingdom and wiped out Black Moon in the blink of an eye. After obtaining the information, Davy quickly left, but it was all garbage. A few false names and useless data had been used to stall him, while the real documents had surely been hidden elsewhere. His true goal was to gather enough evidence to eliminate the noble faction. Naturally, a purge would take place, because even if they bore the name of nobles, they could not stand above the law. He had sent a letter to the queen's personal knight from when she was still alive. That person was Marcus Belchus, one of the 3 swordmasters of the Long Kingdom. The contents contents of the letter left him utterly shaken after he finished reading it, and that was also the method Davy used to remove Duke Varys's pawns. Perserk asked Davy what he truly wanted in the end. After thinking for a while, he said he wanted to mend his family, have a warm place to rely on, eat his fill, live long and healthy, and have no worries. He would go to a small royal territory to live peacefully and do what he liked. At the very least, he wanted to use the knowledge from his previous life for something, such as building a high-tech city. Of course, he would still take revenge, but that was only a process, not the final destination. After taking revenge, he still had to keep living and build a place to return to. A few days later, the current queen reported to the king that the bearer of the holy mark should be rewarded, because he was the kingdom's blessing and pride. She cheerfully said that the prince had previously been granted a territory. Now that his body had recovered, the best reward would be to let him go there, thereby contributing more to the country. Of course, there was no way she had suddenly become so kind. Behind that proposal was a scheme arranged in advance. At first, Lenis had planned to stage a play in which Davy lost his mind, then throw him into prison. But that plan was no longer feasible, so she came up with this method. Moreover, Sario, who had been sent to assassinate him, had also failed. As for Davy, he had returned with the holy mark appearing on his back. Not only that, the Duke's information storage guilds had also been attacked. In a single night, 7 guilds in the kingdom had been wiped out by someone. The valuable documents had disappeared, and if they fell into Marcus Belch's hands, they could very well become incriminating evidence against the king. She suspected that the person who caused this was also the one protecting the prince, so as long as he was eliminated, everything would end. When assassination and imprisonment both failed, the only remaining option was to send him away from the palace with a legitimate reason. She smiled cunningly, thinking that the king would certainly not approve. But before she could feel pleased with herself, he immediately ordered someone to summon Davy to discuss the matter. Before that, Davy had already guessed this would happen. The king regarded him as a ticking time bomb, so he must have decided not to keep him in the palace any longer. Even if he had not, Davy had already intended to leave. Davy was not surprised at all, and instead agreed happily, because he had finished what needed to be done in this place. The reconstruction of the kingdom needed to be completed before the new king ascended the throne. He did not want to leave this mess to Paris, and moreover, this was also a good chance to strike at his enemies. Before long, news that Davy was about to leave reached the ears of the twins. They could not believe it was true, so they intended to find the king and plead with him. However, Davy appeared calm and reassured the 2 children that he had wanted to leave the palace in the first place. "Do not worry too much. I am the bearer of the holy mark, so trust me." William held his hand and worriedly told him that he had to promise to tell them if he ran into trouble. No matter how dangerous it was, they would help him. Davy felt truly fortunate that the 2 of them always cared about him. He promised to turn the heist region into a wonderful place and invite them to visit, so they should wait for news from their older brother. After that, Davy ordered a servant to go to the Treasury and Land Management Office and retrieve all documents related to the heist region for study. But Ami returned not long after she left, and the documents she brought back amounted to only a few sheets of paper. Heist was indeed a remote and desolate territory. Even so, Davy still kept his faith. Having something was better than nothing, and that very emptiness might make development easier. But it seemed the heavens were toying with Davy. According to the little information that remained, Heist was not only poor and harsh, but also a cursed land. Next morning, Davy packed his luggage and set out. The people accompanying him could be counted on one hand, truly an exceedingly modest retinue. In any case, there were not many knights or nobles who had sworn loyalty to him. Davy at that moment looked no different from a poor mendicant monk. Before Davy left, Marcus Beatrice came to see him off for a short distance. He told him that if he ran into trouble, he should contact him, and he would do his utmost to help. Previously, when he had sneaked into his house, Davy discovered that Petrus was gathering evidence about the one behind his mother's assassination, completely unlike someone who had abandoned everything after she died. Davy promised him that he would turn that place into land fit for people to live on, while hoping Petrus would fulfill his duty there. That duty was to throw the blood-sucking nobles of this kingdom into chaos, while Davy would be the one to end the game in the end. After a day of traveling by Manigate, Davy's party finally set foot in his territory. The heist region lay fairly close to the capital, so they could reach it relatively quickly without spending too much time. The day spent beside Purser passed in a peaceful atmosphere. Davy realized she loved sleeping, able to fall asleep at any moment because her body had shrunk and her mana had clearly weakened. As usual, she was now fast asleep on the young man's comfortable thigh. In Davy's eyes, the heist region in the kingdom's east was a place poor in resources, with no mines at all and only monsters living there. Its only advantage was that the route to the capital passed through most of this area. If the roads were improved, it would become an important transport hub, but that was only if this land were still normal. At present, it was cursed, the soil barren, the drought prolonged, no different from a dead land. A territory that had been governed 10 years ago had fallen into ruin after only 5 years of drought, and even now no one knew the true cause. At that moment, Purser woke up, looked at the system panel, and said it was a kind of curse with the ability to spread. It was a vicious curse, very faint at first, but afterward it would continue to spread without end. Davy intended to use holy magic to purify this curse, yet it seemed that would not be simple at all, because a curse that had existed for too long was extremely difficult to destroy. At the same time, the carriage had entered heist territory, where governance was rather lax despite monsters appearing frequently. If the people let down their guard, disaster could descend at any moment. Even so, at least this place still had proper guards. Rather than being completely abandoned, Davy's party was stopped right before the city gate, because he had not officially received the order to govern. So many people still did not know the prince was about to arrive. After waiting for a while, someone finally came out to receive them. Davy observed him, then spoke and asked, "When was the news of my arrival transmitted here?" Thinking he had failed to prepare properly, the man answered in fear that the news had arrived 2 days ago, then asked to accept punishment. Seeing the manager's wounded hands wrapped densely in bandages, Davy calmly made a certain judgment. Monsters attacked right at that time. It seemed they had to set the matter of the curse aside for now, and deal with the goblins first. The man was utterly astonished by the words spoken by the prince who had just arrived, unable to understand how he could know that. After that, he introduced himself as Medr, the person currently entrusted with responsibility here. He was both the captain of the militia and also in charge of managing the area. Davy looked at Medr's stats and saw that he was a capable man, only burdened with far too many worries. Then the young man issued his first order. From today onward, the militia would be elevated to official guards, while Bowman would assist with training since he had once instructed soldiers. After hearing that, the man was even more stunned. At first, he intended to refuse, but after hearing Davy's encouragement, Medr changed his mind and agreed to devote all his strength. Once the exchange ended, Davy immediately began handling the work. First was the matter of the goblins that had infiltrated the castle. Davy was rather puzzled. Even though it had fallen into disrepair, the fortress still had defensive earthen walls, so how had they crossed them? Bowman explained that their relentless attacks had left the soldiers increasingly wounded and exhausted. A series of houses had been burned down, and many residents had been taken away. Next came the issue of the situation inside the territory. According to the manager, the food supply could last until winter, but because they had just gone through an awful year, in reality that amount was still not enough. Davy thought of using the gifts from the royal family, but Purser said that amount would only help him hold out for 2 years, not to mention the cost of repairing the castle and maintaining the territory. Finding her words very reasonable, Davy immediately suggested that Purser become his personal assistant. Of course, Purser did not agree because she still had to keep sleeping and sleep some more. Therefore, to temporarily resolve the difficulty, Davy had no choice but to take out a pouch of platinum coins. After that, he ordered Paris and Hoenn to escort Lord Medr to the Merchants Guild, using this money in his name to buy the necessary food and supplies. Seeing such a large sum of money, Ami could not help being shocked, secretly wondering why the prince possessed it. To reassure the girl, Davy said this was clean money that he had earned legally. It was just that this kind of legality was the act of a righteous thief who had once swept clean the secret intelligence suppliers guild. At that moment, Baronin, the first prince's palace chief steward and a relative of head butler Bedford, proposed going along to ensure they found enough necessary items within 3 days. Once the food issue was temporarily settled, Davy began reorganizing everything, ordering the soldiers to leave one group behind to guard the territory while gathering all the remaining knights and guards. Standing before the square, Davy began to deliver a speech. "I am Davian Zahn, the one appointed to become your lord. As you all know, last night many residents were taken by the goblins. I believe some want to chase after them at once, but some are also afraid and want to avoid it. But if we do not act, those short green-skinned creatures will return to this place. I do not intend to let those who violate my territory go unpunished, so..." Before the young man could finish speaking, several people voiced objections. Going outside with the remaining numbers was no different from suicide, and moreover they were already the final line of defense. Davy still persisted in persuading them that all they had to do was not fail, and he himself would go with them, so they'd not need to worry too much. Even though they did not say it aloud, Davy still heard it through the system stats and understood why they thought that way. In their eyes, he was merely a young prince relying on his bloodline, someone who had never accomplished anything significant. To reassure everyone, the young man continued guiding their hearts. "I am not only a prince, but the Lord of Heist. Whether you are noble or lowly, all of you are my people and my family. I am not someone who will stand by and watch my family die. If you still cannot believe in me, then believe in the holy seal God has granted me. If even that is difficult, then follow me while thinking that you are merely being forced. That is fine as well. I value lives and will protect you, so do not let anyone think they can die before I permit it." And so, with that ornate speech, Davy moved the people and led them into the demon forest to rescue those who had been abducted. Bringing along exhausted guards who had not been trained to face goblins was no different from rushing toward death. In total, there were only exactly 150 people, and it was clear that such a force was not enough to guarantee success. But Davy had prepared everything in advance, a nearly flawless plan, so there was no reason to fear anyone. Before long, the group arrived at the place where the goblins had gathered. It was an abandoned village. Stranger still, orcs and goblins, who should have been sworn enemies, were now gathered there feasting, dancing, and singing in wild excitement. The moment they saw the enemies who had once forced their loved ones to sacrifice themselves, the soldiers' thirst for revenge flared fiercely. At the signal, Davy loosed the first arrow with overwhelming force. They immediately charged forward, pouring out the anger they had suppressed for so long, as if they had waited ages for this moment to wipe out the goblins. In an instant, the battle tilted completely to one side, like the uncontrolled fury of those driven to the brink. As for why a group of exhausted soldiers without proper training dared to rush in and wipe out an entire monster village, one would have to ask our Davy. To understand the whole story, one had to go back to a few minutes before that disaster began. Davy made full use of all the knowledge and skills he had learned from Apollo, the master archer who happened to be very fond of flirting with women. He shot an arrow so accurately that it struck the bullseye dead on, throwing the goblins into extreme panic. Usually, this method was used in guerrilla warfare, when setting traps, or when it was necessary to unleash full force. However, Davy had no intention of laboring to wipe them out in such an exhausting way. If something was convenient, he would use it. Davy immediately played the role of a genius general and cast a 6th-tier amplification spell. He enhanced all the soldiers' attributes, along with all kinds of support magic such as high-grade defensive shields and recovery abilities. Their morale was also strengthened, followed by a series of other auxiliary effects. Thanks to that, they seemed to gain a strange power, almost transforming into holy warriors. Even those wounded in the middle of battle were healed almost instantly. So, before long, not a single goblin remained, while all the captives were rescued. At first, Davy had intended to plant both fear and reverence in the soldiers, but the result veered in a completely different direction. Things did not go much according to plan. In their eyes, he was now no different from a Korean idol, sparkling like a star in the sky. In the following days, many more battles continued to break out. This time, Davy led only 10 people in the raid. That made those who stayed behind think he had truly gone mad, believing the first victory had blinded him. The prince was only 16, far too young to understand reality, so they had all but steeled themselves to welcome his corpse home. Yet before they could even finish lamenting, reality struck them squarely in the face. Davy brought everyone back safely, without a single person suffering so much as a scratch. As for the people, they now seemed hypnotized, or as if they had bitten into something strange, endlessly cheering him without pause. At this rate, they really could establish an entire cult, and the saint they worshipped would be none other than their venerable lord. Davy thought everyone would return to normal in a few days. He assumed they were only a little unusual, but the truth was not that simple. Look here, then look there. Not a single one of them seemed like a normal person. Some time later, Davy had won the people's trust as their lord. Even so, perhaps some people would still wonder what use those commoners were to a noble. Akia, who conquered the Palladian Empire on the Bow Continent, once told him that no matter how small the territory was, what you led were still people, not livestock. Tyranny could not last, make them follow willingly. Davy had not exactly received formal instruction in politics from him, but the things he occasionally mentioned were more or less related. Davy continued his work of reforming the kingdom, while asking Purser to examine the remaining figures and give him her assessment. She felt the situation was rather suspicious. If the curse was removed and handled properly, the land could return to normal after 5 years, and in 20 years it might almost resemble the vision Davy imagined. Porcel controlled the book while continuing her analysis. This region had no groundwater system. Its water supply was terrible. Prolonged crop failures had caused food shortages, and agriculture suffered severe unemployment. A large number of platinum coins obtained from the Informants Guild could only provide a temporary solution, while the core problem remained a lack of funds. Everything Purser said was very reasonable. The region's profits were almost non-existent, but if the problem was money, Davy still had a way. After all, there were still a few healthy young men in the territory, and if things became too desperate, they could hunt monsters or small beasts to sustain their lives. The second method was to cultivate local specialties, but that would be very difficult without first resolving the problem of the land. As for the third method, which was also the final option, it was trade, exchanging grain for diamonds. Regarding the third method, Purser seemed troubled. No city would want to trade with a place like this that had no special products. But Davy said that trade partners did not necessarily have to be human. What mattered was knowing how to make use of what was available. Therefore, just in case it became necessary, Davy immediately dragged Purser outside to survey the area first. Before their eyes lay a vast stretch of land that had once been used for agriculture. Because the former owners had lost their rights and left, the entire place now belonged to him. Somewhere on this land was the medium used to establish the curse. If it had been in ancient times, Davy could have used a holy incantation to erase it, but in his current state, that was impossible. The thought of sending a request to Princess Elena briefly crossed Davy's mind. He wanted to quickly borrow Kandira's, pretend to examine it for a while, then restore the holy power he had lost. But that was only a passing thought, because everyone knew the princess currently hated him so much that she wanted to flay him and carve him apart. He might as well manage it on his own. Besides, Davy's 3 sources of energy had recently been complaining about not being used for so long, so this was truly an opportunity. And so Davy knelt down and began chanting a spell, a kind of incantation created by IUC. Originated from another continent and was also known as the language of the turtle origin incantation. According to IUC, a prayer was a specially programmed form of incantation that also incorporated mana. Clearly, the Dark Mage had used many creations, or else must have spent a considerable amount of time. All of it was to create a curse, while this was support magic for arranging that flow of mana. Looking at what appeared before him, Davy could not help wondering whether this was truly a curse or more like an electrical repair room. After a period of tinkering and adjusting, he finally determined the location of the hidden medium. There were 7 objects in total, located near the 2nd and 3rd border zones surrounding the territory. The debugging process had revealed only one effect so far, but the curse had destroyed the land in the worst possible way. Davy began thinking of a bright future, that if he could control, reprogram, and adjust this curse, then perhaps this place would become a tourist attraction, making him so delighted he could hardly hide it. Yet strangely enough, at that very moment, a ruin with a structure built before the Great War appeared before them. If the alchemists and scholars saw this sight, they would surely go mad. What was even stranger was that this place was not a base for dark mages, and even they might not know it existed. Davy grumbled to Purser in frustration that normally there should at least be guards or something watching over it. Just as he finished speaking, a golem with a mana stone as its core appeared. Looking at the giant creature before him, Davy froze without realizing it for 5 full seconds. He immediately charged onto its body, then burst into delighted laughter. Davy snatched the mana stone from the golem's head, then cried out excitedly that he smelled money, a truly splendid fragrance. While the prince struggled outside to survey the situation, the people were leisurely enjoying a rare sense of peace. Many still could not believe that miracle, and found it even harder to believe that the first prince, only 16 years old, could do so well. For a kingdom was currently suffering severe manipulation of power by the nobility. Even so, no noble was idle enough to come to this remote region, find a place to stay, and exploit the people themselves. The only thing the kingdom had ever done for this territory was reduce taxes, while relief aid had not been seen for a long time. In the midst of that, they suddenly sent a boy to take over as lord. The adults in the village passed word around that he had been dispatched because of a power struggle, which only made them even more furious. To say no one felt uneasy would certainly be a lie, but the truth was that no one could do anything else. On top of that, the goblins' repeated attacks left everyone with no mind to worry about anything else. In the end, the goblins crossed the walls and kidnapped the villagers. Then, in that wretched territory, that person appeared, the new Lord of Haze and also the first prince of the kingdom. He was a young man who always wore a gentle smile on his face, yet made it hard for others to see through him. When he heard about the territory's plight, he was angry, yet still quietly observed everything. The moment he grasped the information about the goblin attack, Davy gave them the chance to reclaim justice with their own hands. He called the people his family, then found those who had been kidnapped. All of them were saved by the words and strength of that lord. He once complained that he was not that kind, but in the hearts of the people, he had become an existence even more special than a god. Even if that thought could be considered disrespectful to the gods, no one wanted to change it. Compared to a god who only watched in silence, the one who created a miracle before their eyes was far more trustworthy. Moonstone was formed naturally, so it was a stone filled with mana. If they were the same size, it contained 100 times more energy than a mana stone. Most moonstones on the continent were found in ancient relics, and each one was worth hundreds of silver coins. Now Davy was witnessing a gigantic stone before his own eyes, the very core of the wish. If this thing got out, the nations might very well start a war to seize it. After that, Davy immediately cast magic. After tinkering for a while, he found the flaw and successfully filled the vessel with water. A hazy shower poured down over the parched land, as if to wash away every lingering impurity. At the same time, in the capital of the Ra Kingdom, the nobles had gathered to discuss matters, their hearts filled with fear for their own futures. The reason was that many lower nobles had been purged by Marcus Palladus. They believed the Empress had paid far too much attention to Davy, whom they regarded as a half-baked and useless prince. Marcus Zukvariata insisted that even if blood had to be spilled, they had to fight back and find a way to recover the secret information. Based on the intuition he had accumulated over decades, that man believed Davy was absolutely not simple, Once he obtained power or any political foothold, he would not hesitate to bare his fangs and seize the opportunity. Even so, that man still believed Davy would have difficulty doing anything in Heis, a hopeless dead land that countless mages on the continent had once been powerless to save. But they had no idea that the barren land was now joyfully soaking in an unprecedented torrential shower. As for Davy, he was lying leisurely on a chair, checking the territory's environment through his link with the spirit stones scattered throughout the area. Although the system was still somewhat unstable, he could still control the flow of mana remotely and alter the weather in the region. Since humans had evolved through laziness, Davy could not run to the ruins every single time before starting to cast magic. Therefore, Davy temporarily decided to use the remaining precious spirit stones to expand the storage, a choice that was truly a waste of resources. A week later, Davy had the soldiers mark the boundaries around the areas, then gathered everyone together, about 60 people all, old and young, men and women alike. After that, he ordered them to plow all that land within 4 days and said their wages would be calculated clearly. If they could not do it, they could give up. Davy assured them that they would still have time to rest, though it would depend on the results. At the very least, he would not cheat them out of their wages. The administrator stepped forward anxiously to speak on behalf of the villagers, because everyone thought plowing all that land in 4 days was far too difficult. Below, everyone began whispering noisily. Some believed the prince would create another miracle, but others did not believe it. However, Davy did not let them be disappointed and immediately showed everyone what the halo of a protagonist looked like. Immediately afterward, everyone was strengthened, to the point that even a cripple could probably stand up and walk. To help this impoverished land develop, Davy came up with the fastest way to make money, which was to make use of a large supply and the rarity of the product. The thing that met one of those two conditions was moon grass, because nothing was easier to profit from than rare goods. Because it required very specific weather, soil, and temperature, moon grass was not a plant that could be grown on the eastern continent. Yet it was used by the alchemists in the magic tower for research, and was also a medicinal ingredient in the temples. This plant was exported from the western continent at a very high price, sold in small quantities but extremely expensive, truly a blue ocean of agriculture. And of course, Davy had already prepared a plan. He only needed to adjust the simulated environment settings here, and it would be done. Thus, an ideal area for the plants to grow had been created. Now all that remained was to find a supply of seeds. In the forest belonging to the Heis region, where the elves were living, the leader Yahello was currently. He spoke up to welcome Meredith, her master. Meredith said he had dreamed of spirits placing a curse upon this forest. Since this place was gradually drying up, he advised her that it would be best to return to her homeland beside the sacred tree, and take the people here away as well. Only then could they avoid the influence of the spirit's curse, because if they continued to stay, they might well lose their lives. Faced with that warning, Iria showed no fear at all, believing it was merely part of the natural order. She believed someone would eventually save this place. After saying that, she even excitedly showed off the tea she had brewed from a special recipe using locust wings. That nearly made Meredith choke. It was no wonder some in the clan called her a heretic, even a lunatic. Iria quietly enjoyed the cool breeze drifting past, patiently waiting for the special guest to appear. And that guest was no stranger. It was Davy, who was quietly entering the outskirts of the forest with Purser. This young man had once noticed traces of several spirits when he suddenly attacked the goblins. Wherever there were spirits, there were usually elves as well, because they were symbiotic species. Elves were also a rare race, extremely difficult to encounter on the continents. According to the records, after the Great Calamity around 300 years ago, they began hiding, and by now hardly anyone knew they truly existed. Davy was heading straight into the forest of the elf clan, truly the halo of a male lead, gathering all the luck in the world. He even attracted the creatures here, was liked by the forest's guardians, and was guided by them, something that sounded unbelievable just to hear. That attraction did not come naturally. The boy had once crossed mountains of blades and seas of fire, training bitterly day and night to increase his fiery charm. That was training far beyond the standards of the elf clan, personally forged by Master Ganser, Queen Uriana, the one who had formed contracts with 13 spirit kings. Davy had come here to find moon grass seeds, and this was something he could not manage on his own. Thanks to the abilities he had accumulated over 1,000 years, he was led by the spirits to the garden of the moon goddess, where there was enough grass to make the entire continent lose itself in intoxication. The foundation of a spirit's power lay in mana, divine power, and even dark mana, so as long as one had enough power, spirits could still be summoned. The only difference lay in how appealing one was to them. Therefore, it could be said that there was no spirit Davy could not summon. only that calling a spirit king would be a little more difficult. However, this place was the garden of the moon goddess, and just as its name suggested, it also belonged to the spirits. Therefore, if anyone picked flowers without their permission, an illness would immediately descend. At this moment, Davy allowed Purser to broaden her horizons, letting her see with her own eyes the special ability that helped him converse with her kind. Then, thanks to Polobala, they agreed to let the young man take the flowers without any obstacle. Davy cheerfully looked at the delighted Purser, then urged her that they had agreed, and they had to hurry before the elf clan discovered them. This young man was reluctant to meet the elves because the garden was their sacred ground, and if they were caught and got tangled in trouble, the complications would only pile up. But he had no idea that everything he thought had easily slipped past the elf clan had already been seen clearly by Yuria, a human, and a boy at that, receiving a blessing to enter the forest, conversing with nature spirits, and being allowed to take flowers without suffering any consequences. That matter was so abnormal that even she did not know how to react, and could only silently observe from afar. After some hesitation, Yuria asked Meredith which was more likely, a human deceiving the elf clan, entering the garden of the moon goddess and communicating with nature spirits, or a great being awakening. Meredith confidently replied that the second possibility was higher. Although dragons had long since disappeared, and now existed only as legends, they had certainly once existed. As for humans, that was impossible because no one had ever seen nature spirits. It was very difficult for a being close to chaos to possess a natural appeal surpassing even the elf clan. Hearing her master's answer, Yuria did not refute it, nor did she offer any further opinion. She merely said she would leave the village for a while, because she had found someone who could save this place. After successfully planting and obtaining the moon flowers, Davy cheerfully returned to check the progress of the digging at home. The work had originally been expected to take up to 4 days, yet it was completed in only half a day. That made him a little surprised, but it was also exactly what the young man wanted. The preparations were complete, and now all that remained was sowing the seeds. The high spacer territory began producing moon grass. When hiring people in town to sow the seeds, Davy heard quite a few whispers asking what exactly they were planting, whether this thing could even grow, along with all sorts of similar questions, kept appearing one after another. The grass needed quite a long time to fully develop, around 4 to 5 months. It needed spirit power to bloom, but the part that could be sold was the leaves. As long as the conditions were met, everything would go according to plan. The area manager was always worrying about everything, from the smallest matters to the leaves gradually withering or disaster arriving, because of rising temperatures. That old man made Davy step forward to reassure him again and again. And then, while everyone still did not know how the situation would turn out, 4 months in Heist passed in the blink of an eye. Rumors that the eastern territory of the Rod Kingdom was growing moon grass soon spread far and wide. No one believed they would succeed. Instead, there was only mockery and contempt. Everyone regarded Davy as a fool clinging to the impossible. Yet all of it had been deliberately spread by this young man, and thanks to that, trade proceeded smoothly without outside attention or interference. In the blink of an eye, the barren land had transformed into a vast flower garden. Although in terms of seed stock, there were only a few healthy seeds reserved for the next generation, that still meant the number of leaves entering the market had increased. Ami was now no different from the secretary of a chief executive, reporting the situation while nursing a headache. At present, there were about 20,000 moon grass leaves in storage, and around 10,000 leaves were expected to be taken out. According to the current market standard, 4 leaves cost 100 gold coins, so 10,000 leaves would 250,000 gold coins, equivalent to 5,000 platinum coins. To put it more simply, an ordinary family only needed 1 gold coin to live for 2 weeks, and if managed skillfully, 4 to 5 gold coins were enough to live comfortably for an entire month. Davy sank into thought about the prospect of wealth after selling all the leaves in storage. Truly a perfect scene. All preparations were complete. Now it was time to stir up the entire continent. That was right, he had to make the entire continent surge. After that, moon grass was released onto the market about 2 times each month. The quantity was by no means small, but it was still not enough for both the eastern and western continents. This was the main ingredient in catalysts used for magic and alchemy, and it was also essential for compounding medicines in the church. To them, it was good news, but it was also a way to manipulate the market price. When they held the position, an exclusive supplier with massive output, Davy spread a rumor that Lord Davian John, who was pushing to expand the moon grass business, had fallen ill and was bedridden. Taking an occasional break was necessary too. With goods made expensive by limited supply, it was perfectly normal for the price to drop when production suddenly increased. So if they distributed it recklessly, even moon grass would become cheap, and this land would be left with nothing but scraping by on dirt. A few days after the news spread, the entire region began to fall into chaos. Merchant caravans, alchemy organizations, and even several priests from nearby areas came rushing in, more than 200 people making the tiny territory seem on the verge of a population explosion. Though he was supposed to be confined to bed, the young man was still forced to go out and handle business, because far too many matters were piling onto him all at once. First was the issue of the militia under Mater's charge. The soldiers were working very hard, but manpower was severely lacking. Next came the pile of paperwork from the butler's side. Everything was a mess, because there had never been any guidelines or precedent to rely on. Last was food and lodging. Although the abandoned houses had been repaired and put to use, those lodgings were still nowhere near enough. Faced with that tangle of problems, Davy gave orders to each person in turn. As for security, they were to politely ask suspicious people to leave, since they held the initiative and had no need to investigate everyone. As for lodging, they would use the tents bought in advance, turn them into small farmsteads, then sell them at whatever price they could get. Once everything had been properly discussed, Davy dismissed everyone to rest and called Metter to stay behind alone so he could give him a few more instructions. Afterward, the old man dragged his exhausted body back home, his face plainly showing fatigue. Lion collapsed in the middle of the forest, inwardly lamenting that he had to train with bowmen in the morning, manage the unit in the afternoon, and then learn etiquette from the head maid, leaving him so busy he could hardly breathe. Just then, someone came looking for him and asked for a private meeting. That person introduced himself as Hellas, a fourth-rank specialist of the Green Tower. Hellas flattered Hoffmann Mater for a while, then took out a pouch of money. After that, he asked the old man to arrange a private meeting with the Lord. Mater was not surprised at all, because this had been within Davy's calculations and had just been mentioned by him not long before. The young man had told him to record those who tried to force their way in and report them back, and if there were bribes, he should simply accept them. They were all no small sums, because those people came from magic towers or alchemy associations. In return, the old man only needed to pretend he was yielding and let them glimpse the newly launched product. It was the type processed with magic, priced at 100 gold coins per bottle. But it was not to be put up for sale. He only needed to let them glimpse it and then spread the rumors on their own. The ultimate goal was to raise the product's value as high as possible while keeping them in this territory for as long as possible. Following the plan, Meter took out the goods and introduced them as the finished product, from harvesting to packaging, soon to be released onto the market. Looking at the gleaming thing before him, Halas could not help being astonished. This was first-rank goods, the highest quality, a type he had never seen on the Western continent. Halas thought to himself that no matter what, even if he had to offer bribes, he had to secure priority rights to buy this product. Metter continued praising the product, saying that their lord had personally participated in producing most of the goods of this quality. The inferior goods had all been discarded as fertilizer, while 10,000 bottles were already available. From what I heard, the Lord intends to put the goods up for auction. I do not know the details, but it seems he still wants to continue producing them. Having obtained such valuable information, Halas was overjoyed and immediately began calculating how to secure a priority slot in the first auction. The next day, Meter cheerfully brought the money to Davy, recounted what just happened, and endlessly praised the young man as truly extraordinary. Looking at the money before him, Davy happily instructed him to treat it as an extra reward for the guards, since the old man had worked very hard. Just divide it among yourselves, use it however you like. No need to be moved, you are only being rewarded because you worked diligently. In any case, most of the profits from moongrass flow into my pocket, so building a good relationship like this has nothing bad about it. Once the rumor spreads widely, many people will definitely come to discuss long-term transactions. Branches of many towers, alchemy groups, and regional powers will come one after another. The vacant plots of land will also be filled and developed quickly. Davy naturally benefited as well, because profits increased with the population, and moongrass was the thing that made that plan feasible. That nearly made the young man feel grateful for the curse the great land had placed upon this territory. At the same time elsewhere, the head of the Ruby Tower, the sage Harrison, and Elder Iulis, a fifth-rank specialist, were analyzing the recent events in the Heist region. According to the information they had obtained, other magic towers were discussing investing in the area. Iulis also wanted to establish a branch, but because he remained wary, he could not yet decide. He was still puzzled as to why that young lord insisted on an auction, when direct sales could earn more money. It felt as if he wanted to get rid of them. Harrison saw that his student was too slow to understand, so he began to explain. They might sell a lot at first, but while there was no fixed price, the price could easily fall below the goods from the Western continent, so the moongrass there would be sold directly. But Heist was different. Trading would only take place within the region, and the Lord was optimizing local development while reducing investment costs to the lowest level. There were few places that could gather so many groups, from magic towers and alchemists to countless merchant caravans. With Heist's transportation advantage, this place would become a major trade hub. They would not rush to increase production, but in the short term, they would accumulate as much money as possible while already planning for the future. More notably, the prince was acting as though he had nothing left to lose, even if everything went off course. That meant to him, moon grass was only the beginning. After hearing this, Iulus was stunned, so he had been that shallow after all. Now he only wanted to meet that brilliant prince at once and build the best possible relationship. And just as predicted, a flood of long-term residence requests came pouring in, bringing with them an ever-growing number of land transactions. Any conflicts that arose were handled by the young man by putting them up for auction at the highest price. For now, Davy was temporarily a worshipper of money, and real estate was the most profitable line of business. Thanks to many successful brokerage deals laying the foundation, competition in the auction for the new moon grass product became extremely fierce. Someone bid 100 gold coins, and another person immediately raised it to 130. In the end, they fought so fiercely over it that they nearly broke their heads, yet still gained nothing. Everything fell into the hands of the Aliwi Merchant Guild at a sky-high price, a full 150 gold coins. The remainder was released onto the market in packages of 500 and 1,000 bottles at 130 gold coins, divided evenly among the organizations so as not to offend any side. On the very first day, Davy achieved great success and earned an enormous profit. The vacant houses were also bought up at prices comparable to a developed district in the capital. If this momentum continued, the territory's annual revenue would reach roughly 1.95 million gold coins, turning it into the wealthiest region in the kingdom. Davy ordered them to continue planting moon grass, but not to increase production. Too much of anything was never good. Supply and demand still had to be kept in balance. He also assigned Meder and the butler to discuss repairing the unusable areas and prepare for large-scale reconstruction as soon as he returned. As for where the young man went, let us go back a few days before the auction when he was lounging comfortably on the sofa with his familiar wicked smile. Just then, Ami rushed in from outside in a panic, reporting that the royal family had just sent a letter. The contents of the letter were quite simple. First, they praised Davy's achievements, admitted they had failed to notice them before, then allowed him to visit the kingdom for a while as a form of commendation. After reading it, the young man casually tossed the letter straight into the blazing fireplace. He guessed the nobles were fighting the Marquis of Belches and wanted to find a little chance to catch their breath. In any case, Davy was already considering putting the next step of his plan into motion. Moreover, his destination happened to lie along the route back to the kingdom, so it counted as a trip that served two purposes at once. And so Davy set off alone, not forgetting before he left to tell the butler to take very careful care of the maid Ami. If she collapsed from overwork, then truly no one would be able to handle it. On the way, the young man stopped by the homeland of the craftsmen Zensurut, Valasadrezen, one of the rare scenic sites of the Rut Kingdom, and also a region preserved and studied by the Continental Alliance. Back in the Hall of Fame, that man had once asked Davy to complete the unfinished part of his legacy, something Surut had created from a material similar to the Holy Sword Kendara's. But from what he sensed, that place was nothing auspicious, because its mountains and rivers had kept changing for decades. More than 1,000 years ago, this had been that man's homeland, but now it belonged to Queen Linis, the territory of House Furieta, Davy's enemy. This area was guarded extremely strictly, and anyone who wanted to enter had to prove their identity. Knowing that in advance, Davy had prepared a new identity as an F-rank free soldier. If someone recognized his face, it would be useless, but here that was not much of a concern. After checking for a while, the soldiers finally nodded and let the young man pass. However, the situation seemed wrong. The moment he reached the gate, the group of soldiers stopped Davy again and bluntly drove him out. Davy sat blankly to one side, able only to let out a weary sigh. Seeing that he did not understand what was going on, the old man beside him pointed out where the problem lay. After that, the old man gave him 2 gold coins to hand over to the guards as an entry fee. Davy looked at those people with a gaze so cold it rarely appeared. He returned the 2 gold coins to the old man, then calmly said that he had no need to use them. Enduring once meant suffering 9 more humiliations, so Davy walked straight up to the soldier and forced him to hand over all the money they had collected from the people, then gave them a long lecture on the law. But it seemed these people would not shed tears until they saw the coffin. They patted Davy on the head like a child, then laughed in his face as if they had run into a madman. The leader pointed the tip of his sword close to Davy's neck and spoke threateningly. "What do you think you are? Do you think anyone will care if you disappear?" Davy politely asked again, "So you truly do not intend to obey the law?" Emboldened, they laughed even louder. "Haha, we are the law here by order of Duke Varietta." As he spoke, that man swung his sword intending to strike Davy, but the old man from earlier rushed over to stop him. However, this savage man did not distinguish between old and young, immediately changing targets and swinging his sword at the old man. Before he could touch the old man, Davy carried out justice on him. He did not hesitate, dealing with him at once according to the law. The extremely cool young man ordered the remaining people to call out their superior so everything could be discussed peacefully. Yet these people remained stubborn, not only unafraid but continuing to charge forward and attack. People said one had to be decisive to get things done. Without another word, Davy enacted justice on behalf of heaven and sent a few more men back to Mother Earth. The situation grew more and more chaotic, and the surrounding crowd began whispering among themselves. Only then did Viscount Garitha drag his bloated body to the scene. He looked at the necklace Davy had thrown out as it slowly fell. Recognizing it as a Badron identity pendant, that man immediately panicked, dropped to his knees, and paid respects to the prince. Even so, that man still looked down on Davy, thinking this could not be possible, because there was no kingdom or royal family nearby, and no one would prosecute without prior notice. Coming here on his own without orders was an abuse of authority, and Duke Varietta would definitely not let this matter pass, because this place was a state that controlled most of the region. Even investigators did not dare to do their duty properly for fear of punishment. Davy looked at him as if asking, "What the hell is this? Does this pig really want to play that game with me?" The young man looked coldly at the old man and asked, "Viscount, have you not heard the rumor that I am a very bloodthirsty person?" Garitha just raised his face to ask what he meant, when everything ended in the blink of an eye. It was indeed a short and concise last word. After everything was handled neatly, Davy was guided by the old man to Van Harassa. Along the way, the two talked a great deal, and it was a story steeped in sorrow. This land had once been very peaceful, until Baron Alisad of the royal family passed away. When refugees from Heist flooded in, the exploitation grew increasingly severe, and anyone who stood on their side was purged. The old man had also lost his son because of that. Seeing Davy so young yet so full of spirit, he was reminded of his late son from years ago. Before the two parted at the historical ruins of the Thousand Day and Night Market, he offered Davy his sincere thanks for saving his life, avenging his son, and promised that he would never forget this debt. Looking down over the entire area from above, the young man began busily jotting something down. In Purser's eyes, this place had only ruins and rubbish left. If they kept searching, they would probably gain nothing. But who exactly am I? I am Davy, the one carrying the halo of the male lead, young lady. I am so favored that ordinary people can hardly imagine it. Although he was not dazzlingly handsome, his brain still worked very well to make up for it. Before long, the young man had found the password. This entire area had been encrypted with a cipher independently created by ancient Cert himself. In the past, there might still have been a few people who knew it, but now probably only Davy understood it. And since the cipher had been hidden like this, aside from him, likely no one could find it. The cipher was actually quite simple, pointing to only one thing. There was an entrance beside the anvil at the center, and opening it required a special password. Of course, for a young man like Davy, who was no different from a game hacker, this password was already firmly in his grasp. It was said that Cert had once left his will to his companions, saying that he would give all his wealth to the person who found his legacy, something like the Pirate King or whatever. He had poured a great deal of effort into building this underground dungeon, along with pressure-resisting spells, and a design that allowed the air to circulate. The young man had not met Cert. This place might have remained buried in oblivion forever. After following the downward passage for a while, he finally reached his destination. Before Davy, this place looked more like a dwelling than a dungeon. Cert came here after his friend passed away, then devoted the rest of his life to a single plan until his final breath. Though the body no longer held life, everything around it was preserved exactly as it had been in the beginning. Suddenly, the bed in the distance began to glow, releasing an alluring force, as if the blacksmith's will still lingered there. The Thousand-Day Blacksmith was the nickname people gave him after he swung his hammer for 1,000 straight days without rest. Yet his dwarf race called him by another name, the Devil's Blacksmith, the Blacksmith of Demons. He was unlike ordinary blacksmiths, those who regarded forging iron as the pride of their lives. Cert manipulated mana to break through his limits, but then he went too deep into the realm of decay, and this was the final work he entrusted to Davy, hoping Davy would complete in his stead. It was a pair of unnamed twin swords. The Crimson Sword cut the living, the Azure Sword cut the dead. Pandara's was a sword with an ego and also the strongest masterpiece Cert had ever created, but it was truly suited only to the swordsmanship and owner Harris. This pair of twin swords was the one-of-a-kind masterpiece of a genius blacksmith, forged not to rely on its wielder, but to choose its own master. It was truly an extraordinary harvest. Davy would perfect them with fire, not ordinary fire, but the dwarves' flame that radiated heat many times stronger. The treasure had been found as well, so now it was time to set off back to the Imperial Palace. The one who came to greet the prince was head butler Bedford. Following proper etiquette, he offered a few words of praise for the achievement the young man had just gained. After that, he informed him of the situation in the palace. The secret ledgers had been leaked, the king was enraged, and the nobles involved had all been stripped of their titles and given dates for their trials. Davy pretended to be innocent, as if unaware that a major incident had occurred, though he knew full well that most of the information had been gathered around Marcus Belchis. But matters could hardly have gone far without the king's cooperation. Perhaps he had endured for too long, until he finally had to erupt. He was about to return to his room to rest and wait until tomorrow to have an audience with the king when he ran into his half-brother, Carlos. The brat walked over and spoke to his elder brother with a provocative attitude, saying that Davy had only had a little success in business and was already acting arrogant. He even said that if a commoner like him could succeed, then anyone could become rich, so he should stop being smug, because he was still nothing but a beggar. Davy looked at his younger brother as if to say, "You think those few words are enough to make me angry, brat?" On the contrary, he even threw out a taunt that drove Carlos mad, making him raise his fist and charge straight at him. Strangely enough, the one who attacked was Carlos, yet the one who ended up in pain was Carlos himself. He was beaten until he sprawled on the ground. After taking a few more takedowns, his face twisted completely out of shape. In the end, he even received a simple flick of the finger to his already rather unpleasant face. Carlos was taught an unforgettable lesson, turned pale with fear and hurriedly sprang up to flee, yet still tried to save face, leaving behind a few threats that Davy should just wait, because he would take every Davy was proud of. Watching Carlos flee with his head down, Davy was so delighted he could not hide it. Once again wore that familiar frightening smile, sending a chill down Purser's spine. The next day, the royal meeting was held with Davy in attendance. Yet from earlier until now, the nobles had only been busy talking and boasting about using the profits from Moongrass to invest in national defense and public welfare, without once mentioning the true owner of the business. Davy could not be bothered to care much about that. He simply sat and chatted with Purser, discussing how they should carry out the next business plan. After listening to those people drone on until his head ached, the king finally had to speak up and order them to shut their mouths. First, he praised his son's contributions, then asked what reward Davy wished to receive. Davy felt that no matter what he asked for, they could find an excuse to refuse it, so he chose to answer that he needed more time to think, a rather wise decision. The moment the prince finished speaking, the nobles began rambling again about investing in the Moongrass business, truly a group with no sense of propriety. At that very moment, Duke Varietta, the leader of the noble faction, spoke up. "You are all focused only on the Moongrass business, but should we not first discuss the most fundamental issue? We need to discuss how to use Moongrass in a way that brings the greatest benefit to the kingdom. Then why do you want to bind this business to the country, instead of asking the opinion of Lord Davy, the one who created it? Do you think yourselves more noble than the royal family? All decisions must be left for the Lord, Prince Davy, to make himself, and are not matters you have the right to meddle in." Only then did the situation gradually calm down. On the surface, he seemed to be helping Davy, but inside he was full of filthy schemes. Before everyone could remain at peace for long, Varietta began scheming again, taking out a letter and saying it was from the supervising high priest of the Holy Kingdom. Its contents were roughly that they requested the prince come to the Holy Kingdom to confirm the holy mark on his back, while also granting him the title of saint. As soon as they heard the Duke speak, several people immediately rose to object fiercely, saying that doing so was no different from slighting the kingdom, as if sending the prince off as tribute. After being talked about too much, Davy had no choice but to stand and ask directly, "Do they mean that since my holy mark has been proven, I must go to the Holy Kingdom? If I receive the title of saint, will the Holy Kingdom then protect this country?" Faced with the first prince's questioning, Duke Varietta still put on a superior air and replied in a lecturing tone that, "My lord, you must look at the whole forest, not just one tree. That is the responsibility you must bear as royalty. Please do not forget that angering the Holy Kingdom will bring no benefit either." After hearing that, the nobles no longer cared about Davy and only hurried to ask what would happen to the Heist region and the Moongrass business. Only now did Varietta reveal his intent. He said that once the prince became a saint, by law he would no longer be able to govern his territory himself, and would have to immediately appoint a new lord. The Heist region had now become one of the most important places in the country, so that position could not be casually handed to just anyone. The only person proposed to take over that role was Carlos, the second prince of the kingdom, so that was why he had opposed nationalizing the Moongrass business. That man wanted to keep it private, then hand it to Carlos, son of Queen Linus, and also his own nephew, to profit from it. After all that circling around, he was no different from the other nobles. Everything was only to put Davy in his place, and make him understand that it would not belong to him. Just as he had planned, the second prince was already waiting. Carlos walked in cheerfully from outside and knelt to receive the order. He had no idea he was about to become a laughingstock before everyone, because Davy had secretly attached a curse to him. Then the comedy began. The moment he opened his mouth, a series of uncontrolled sounds burst out. Woof woof, quack quack, meow meow rang out, leaving everyone present stunned. The king was utterly furious and immediately ordered Carlos imprisoned for an act seen as mocking the royal family. Only then did Davy speak up to turn the situation around. First, he asked the old duke whether his status was higher than the king's, or whether this country belonged to him. If not, then why had he brought along a letter from the Holy Kingdom, something even the king had never seen? And more importantly, after today's debate, what exactly had he achieved? He wanted to sell the country cheap at the Holy Kingdom's demand, then seize the opportunity to take over the business in the Heist region. Having been struck where it hurt, Verieta could not refute a single word for the moment. He then asked Davy in return how he intended to resolve this issue. Davy naturally already had a way, asking that was no different from exposing his own stupidity. After all, even if the Holy Kingdom had been built on the domain of the divine, it was still a place where people lived, so they also needed to do business and trade. The young man used a magic orb to contact Bishop William directly in the Holy Kingdom's budget management office, and thanks to that, the matter was settled cleanly in the blink of an eye. The entire affair had merely been the personal action of the high priest that day, and they guaranteed that nothing similar would ever happen again. The reason Davy was so confident was that he had already accounted for every possibility, while also contacting the highest authority in the Holy Kingdom. That was the Pope, and Davy made it clear that without either Heist territory or he himself, moon grass could not be cultivated. Davy did not stop there, he also sent them special portions of the product, while promising to set aside a plot of land to grow more moon grass for sale to the Holy Kingdom. At a glance, this deal seemed to reek of material gain and hide some sort of calculation, but that was not all that important. If one wanted special treatment, one had to offer something worthy from the very beginning, and this transaction had been built on exactly that idea. Once everyone had stepped into the mire, no one could turn around and blame the other side. Everyone was stuck in the same mud, and Davy truly calculated with extraordinary skill. Although Davy had saved the land that was nearly dying and freed it from outside control, everything had in truth only just begun, because the territory had rotted for far too long. Technically speaking, improving the underdeveloped areas was an extremely difficult matter. The estimated time needed to complete the renovation could stretch to 10 years, even 20 years, and this was not a problem that money alone could solve. Davy therefore came up with a second startup direction, an opportunity no different from trading corn for diamonds. Nothing was more attractive than goods with little risk yet enormous profit, and that thing was stone. Earlier, Davy had asked the king for the right to trade with the dwarves as his reward. Though the king objected at first, in the end, he still agreed. Of course, he could not avoid the suspicious gazes of the nobles either, so they even sent a group of soldiers along to monitor him. Before long, the whole party arrived at the Golden Stone clan, the dwarven tribe located in the northern region of the kingdom. Luin were often called short engineers, averaging around 100 to 130 cm in height, and were famous for strength far beyond humans and extremely high heat resistance. In other words, they were born to be engineers. Unlike the elves who remained only in legend, the Luin still maintained contact with humankind. They lived in a tribe near a volcano in a quarry region. Even so, they were not particularly friendly toward other races, so they only allowed people of status equal to a kingdom's king, or their representatives, to enter the tribe. Davy had asked the king to make an exception to this rule as a reward for the successful moongrass deal. Thanks to his status as the first prince, Davy was allowed inside by the dwarves quite easily. Even so, the gatekeeper still warned him that the clan was currently facing trouble, so at present they had no time to discuss trade. One who came to receive him was Goza, the 8th elder of the Golden Stone clan. Keeping to the minimum proper courtesy, Davy respectfully greeted the elder and introduced himself. The man seemed rather satisfied with his polite attitude, as well as the small gift the young man had brought. However, when Davy proposed cooperation, Goza flatly refused, citing the tribe's difficulties, and only allowed him to stay and rest for a few days after his long journey. In addition, the man sternly reminded him not to cause any trouble, otherwise he'd be kicked out at any time, and after saying that, the elder turned and left. Davy silently watched the elder's back fade from. In the end, he had no choice but to open the system panel and check the information. There was nothing too special, except that he longed to take part in creating the Primordial Flame, the famed sword of the dwarves. The Primordial Flame was called the Slashless Sword by Surt, meaning a sword that did not cut. It was born from cooperation between a human blacksmith and the dwarves, and it was also the first time the two sides had worked together. From what Davy had heard, they had imbued the sword with many meanings, such as unity, development, blessing, and many other symbols. Besides that, it was also an item that preserved Surt's memories. The pair of twin swords Davy currently held were even closer to the prototype, and could be considered the first product. Though the way they were created was slightly different, the overall crafting method was quite similar. It was a special crafting technique that used mana, combining the material and immaterial worlds. Because it was so unique, it required the blacksmith to go far beyond the limits of his own understanding. But with their rather one-track way of thinking, dwarves usually did not actively create something like that. Perhaps that's why they were now racking their brains to discover that method. Davy decided to carry out the next step in his plan. On the surface, he had come here to borrow the Luin's techniques to develop his territory. But in truth, the young man had another purpose as well, which was to aim for the great alchemical furnace created by the dwarves with their powerful techniques. According to the plan, he first had to build a good relationship. Thus Davy went to the tavern, where dwarves usually gathered to drink a few cups and relax their minds. Fortunately, Elder Goza was there as well, and so to begin getting closer to him, Davy took the initiative and invited him to drink together. As soon as they heard his invitation, everyone around was shocked because dwarven liquor was famous for being extremely strong, and few humans dared to try it. Davy needed no further words. He immediately raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, then kept a perfectly calm expression as if nothing had happened. After drinking, he even calmly praised the liquor for tasting good. The reason he deliberately acted like someone with a strong alcohol tolerance was that betting and liquor were the two things dwarves especially loved. After that, Davy proposed a drinking contest with the elder, setting the condition that if he won, Goza had to grant one wish, while if he lost, he would leave at once. And so the fish had taken the bait exactly as the young man planned. Drank cup after cup, continuing from late at night until the following morning. In the end, Goza had to raise the white flag, admitting defeat before Davy's terrifying alcohol tolerance. Not only that, after the contest ended, the young man continued drinking with the other dwarves. The reason Davy had such monstrous alcohol tolerance was thanks to one of his swordsmanship teachers, the hero who had once unified the Central Plains martial world, the true demon Dugu Mitre, a figure who seemed to have made that entire world tremble in fear. Even Daphne, the immortal saint who had always loved liquor, did not want to get involved with that man. The problem was that while studying swordsmanship under the true demon Dugu Mitre, drinking had become a daily habit for Davy. If he did not drink, he would not be taught anything, and if he got drunk to the point of passing out, the punishment would be running 100 laps for 100 consecutive days. That had been a truly terrible period. He treated liquor like a god, so compared to someone like that, dwarves amounted to little. Having lost the wager, Goza kept his promise and agreed to fulfill Davy's request. He explained that the reason the tribe was in chaos was that the ancient sword protecting the dwarves had been broken. It was a sword passed down for the tribes to guard in rotation, with the promise that each tribe would be responsible for protecting it for a certain period of time. In this generation, Goza's father was the one in charge of the sword, but he passed away earlier than expected, so the duty was transferred to Goza and his elder brother Golgota. After grasping the situation, Davy said he also knew a little about forging, so he volunteered to help with the project to restore that sword. Not long after, Goza led the young man on a tour of the Yellow Rock Clan's central workshop. His appearance made many people uncomfortable, and some even spoke out in fierce opposition. Even Elder Golgota demanded that his younger brother explain the matter clearly. After everything was clarified, Goza used his authority as an elder to ask that Davy be allowed to stay and observe, while guaranteeing that he would not interfere with them. Before returning to work, Golgota still did not forget to warn Davy that if he crossed the line, that man would immediately crush his head. They were trying to repair the no-slash sword, or more accurately, a sword that could not cut. It was 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide, looking more like an ornament than a weapon. Davy knew well that the thing could not be repaired, because it was not a complete item like a holy sword. Its lifespan was not long, and though regrettable, that was the truth. Just then, the craftsman from the Blackrock clan, Chibi of the Blackstone clan beyond the Shock River, walked in with an extremely unpleasant expression. The moment he opened his mouth, he mocked them, saying they had truly ruined the sword. For people who had broken a sacred item, that was already rather impressive. He said he had disliked leaving it in their hands from the beginning. It was still not too late to hand it over to the Blackstone clan now, since at least their blacksmiths were better. Insulted, the blacksmiths immediately flared up and retorted. But what he said did not seem wrong, because they had been repairing it for a long time without making any progress. Golgota helplessly hurled the hammer to the ground. He only watched in silence as those people prepared to carry the sword away. At that moment, Davy stepped forward, picked up the hammer, then asked him whether he was truly a seasoned blacksmith. Seeing a human speak up, Thor became even more emboldened and threw out more taunts. Goza also advised Davy to step back, saying it would be best not to get involved in this matter. Yet Davy ignored it and continued, saying that a true blacksmith had to sense the soul within every work and know how to respect it. From the very beginning, you cast that way of thinking aside with your own hands. After saying that, he threw the broken blade fragment to the furnace and began hammering, leaving everyone who witnessed it bewildered and stunned. What followed was Davy's sharp explanation, as if he were the true master. He asked the elder whether he sincerely wanted to solve the problem. Why do you keep acting like this? Do you really think your ego can solve everything? Did you not already realize that around 3,000 years ago, this sword has always protected the village? Instead of honoring an item that completed its mission, you imposed needless thoughts on it and tried to force it to be repaired. You dare treat the item that was once the pillar of the village this way, and still call yourselves seasoned blacksmiths. Since when did dwarves become this unreasonable, bearing the name of the finest craftsman on the continent, and yet you cannot even recognize the state of this irreparable item? It was utterly absurd to see the sword thrown straight into the flames like that. All of them were so agitated that they looked ready to risk their lives against the young man. But this item had been created by Davy's own master craftsman, and was connected to him to some degree, so Davy could not stand by and watch. Gungoda was helpless, not knowing what to do except scream in despair. Perhaps they had realized that the lifespan of the flame of origin had ended, and that every attempt at repair was meaningless. Even so, they lacked the ability to recreate it with their own skills. Unwilling to admit the truth, they justified themselves by saying the item would lose its meaning if it was not passed down through generations. That was the worst mistake a craftsman could make. Or angrily questioned Davy, claiming that he looked down on the sacred item because it had nothing to do with humans. Even the dwarven master smiths cannot recreate it. Do not get arrogant when you cannot even make this damned sacred item yourself. Yet Davy kept forcing them from one shock into another. He directly broadened their horizons so they could see who was truly powerless in the end. Because Sir was a teacher with exceptional talent, Davy's forging skills improved at tremendous speed, and were even the ability he had mastered most among the countless things he had learned. Even so, he still lacked many things before he could catch up to that man's monstrous level of precision. But Davy had created countless items, including something similar to the Flame of Origin, though at first it had only been a prototype. In the end, after breaking through the rigid standards the dwarves had established, he changed how the fire was handled, combining various methods to create something new, though in their eyes it was an act of blasphemy against a sacred object. Davy succeeded in creating a brilliant finished product, one even stronger than their Flame of Origin. Looking at the sword before them, everyone was astonished and could not help but marvel at his talent. Afterward, Davy handed the sword back to them and said that this was as far as he could go, because even the blacksmith of the past had only completed it to this point, then left the rest for the dwarves to handle. Wangoda was quite surprised, and hurriedly replied that they did not have enough skill to complete it. The young man only said coldly that if they did not know, they had to learn. He could teach them, but he would charge a fee and would not teach for free. And he took out his twin swords as an item of exchange. The moment they saw the sword Davy brought out, the dwarves immediately crowded around to examine it. They surrounded it with curious, delighted eyes, then cried out in astonishment together, saying this truly was an extraordinary sword. Their exclamations made the atmosphere lively. Purser, the demon king sitting on Davy's shoulder, gently flew into the air and mischievously asked why everything he brought out made them react that way. She even joked that if this continued, he would be accused of blasphemy. Davy calmly replied that he had received the Holy Seal, so why would he fear God's punishment? From within the crowd, Elder Gongoda, the red-haired leader of the dwarves, stepped forward curiously and asked Davy what this sword was. Hearing that, Davy merely shrugged and calmly asked in return what it looked like. The blacksmith looked briefly awkward, then stammered as he asked whether he was being serious. Sweat began to bead on the dwarf's forehead as if he could not hide his unease. He continued hesitantly, saying this sword, could it be? As if understanding the meaning behind his unfinished words, Davy immediately cut him off decisively. He said that the man had not created it, but now he would complete the final step. Those words changed the atmosphere. The surrounding dwarves could not ignore it and stepped forward to ask carefully who the blacksmith that created this sword was. Before Elder Gongoda could finish speaking, Davy answered that the person had passed away very long ago, leaving them all stunned. Elder Gongoda sighed softly and bowed his head, saying he was very sorry. Davy did not respond, as if sinking into distant memories, then murmured that it had been a very long time, perhaps several thousand years. Hearing this, everyone was bewildered. That information struck like a sudden explosion, shaking all the dwarves present. They buzzed with discussion over the number of several thousand years, while Davy only smiled faintly and firmly confirmed that it had indeed been that long. Davy looked at the sword and thought that the work, after being completed and stored away for so long, had gradually aged. Because of that, its power had increased more than tenfold compared to when it was first created. Sitting on Davy's shoulder, the demon King Purser widened her eyes and asked in surprise what he meant when he said the sword had aged. Davy nodded slightly, smiled, then slowly explained that with this type of mana processing, the sword needed to be treated for a certain period of time. He went on to say that you could only perfect the new primordial flame after several months. The difficulty of preserving each type of item truly differed. Once he finished speaking, countless overlapping thoughts surfaced in Davy's mind. He told himself that was why he felt uneasy. Just how was he supposed to complete the final step for this item? While Davy was still lost in thought, nearly forgetting his surroundings, Elder Golgoda, who had been standing nearby for quite some time, suddenly spoke. "Hey, do you have enough materials for the final step yet?" That question immediately pulled Davy back to reality. He raised a hand and rubbed his chin, his gaze filled with contemplation. then replied, "Of course not. I am planning to borrow mithril alloy as the material." At that point, another thought flashed through his mind. It would still be best to use orichalcum or adamantine, but right now I do not have those rare things. Even so, this is a dwarven workshop. Perhaps I can find some high-quality mithril. Standing behind him, Golgotha silently pondered, as though weighing a solution. A moment later he raised his head, his expression becoming more resolute, then spoke sincerely, "Right, if it is you, perhaps it can be done." Without the slightest hesitation, he proposed, "You may use this forge to work. My skill is still inferior to yours, but I guarantee I will prepare the best conditions in the workshop. I believe this place is enough for you to use." Hearing that, Davy was briefly surprised, astonishment showing in his eyes, while he began calculating silently in his heart. To a blacksmith, the workshop was forbidden ground where they rarely allowed outsiders to step inside. I thought they would not lend it out, even in return for teaching them a new technique. While Davy was still absorbed in thought, the surrounding dwarves began making a commotion, each of them looking indignant. They cried out one after another, "Elder Golgotha, what is the meaning of this? Are you serious? Even when we begged, you never let us see it." Hearing this, the dwarf elder remained calm, paying no mind to the protests around him. He walked to a corner of the workshop and took out an old yet extremely sturdy wooden box. Davy and Purser stood still where they were, neither able to hide their curiosity mixed with confusion, quietly watching his every movement. When the box was opened, a strange object that looked like a large bone appeared before Davy's eyes. The light radiating from it showed that this object carried mystical power. The elder pushed the box toward Davy and said in a steady voice, "Take it." The demoness Purser floated over Davy's shoulder, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. She asked in puzzlement, "A bone." Davy, however, was entirely different. As though stunned by what he was seeing, he opened his eyes wide, clear interest showing on his face. Unable to restrain himself, he blurted out, "Heavens, this is the bone of an unnamed ancient dragon." Blacksmith Golgotha calmly continued explaining, "You will not find anything more perfect and pure than this. This is our clan's heirloom, passed down from our first ancestor. We kept it because no one had the ability to use it. But if it is you, perhaps..." Ignoring the old man's words, the protagonist's mind was now filled with indescribable emotion, his eyes seeming to shine. He thought to himself, "This is insane. I never expected to see dragon bone in a place like this. Incredible." While Davy was still marveling without end, a dwarf suddenly called loudly from behind, "Master, look this way." The call startled Davy into turning his head, and he asked in surprise, "Master?" The little demon Purser on his shoulder also exclaimed, their attitude changed so quickly. The dwarf walked over as he called, then said softly, "If you take everything from Elder Golgotha, from the ancient dragon bone to the forge itself, would that not cause trouble for him?" Then he added with a determined look, "Therefore, I offer my forge for you to use. If you need anything, just say the word, I will find whatever you want." Dwarf elder shouted angrily, "Hey, who do you think you are interrupting?" As soon as his words fell, the crowd immediately descended into chaos. The sound of argument rang out noisily, everyone wanting to voice their opinion. They shouted in frustration, "It is unfair for you to take all the honor for yourself. He is right. That is tyranny. What did you just say?" Standing to one side and watching the quarrel, Davy thought helplessly, what is going on? A moment later, the dwarves suddenly surged over and surrounded Davy. They enthusiastically brought out all kinds of rare items, every face shining brightly. One said, "Though it is not much, I have a few pieces of orichalcum." Another continued, "Then I will also offer my family heirloom. This is medicine preserved for over a century. And here is 100 grams of adamantine, the inherited treasure of my clan." Pressed in by the unexpectedly enthusiastic crowd, Davy could not react in time, a trace of bewilderment flashing through his eyes. He could only speak up, "Honestly, you people, how can you so easily offer up your family heirlooms like this?" Hearing those words, the dwarf men burst into cheerful laughter again, waving their hands together as they replied, "It is fine. I would never be able to use it anyway. At least in the future I can boast that it once helped complete the final masterpiece of the thousand-day blacksmith." Seeing them speak like that, Davy could only sigh inwardly. "My apologies, dwarf ancestors." The scene shifted, after everything had been arranged properly. Both their gazes turned toward the pile of rare materials stacked high before them. Purser turned to Davy, her voice slightly teasing, "What did you just say earlier? Not enough materials." Hearing that, he answered with a helpless smile, "Yes, I think that is no longer a problem now." Truly impressive. This was the willpower of blacksmiths. After that, several dwarf blacksmiths approached, their faces full of hope, asking repeatedly, "Well, are they to your liking?" Davy turned his head slightly, smiled faintly, and replied, "Excellent." Hearing that, the elder looked satisfied, but still faintly apologetic. He added, "I very much wish to help, but between blacksmiths, principles must still be upheld, so..." A dwarf behind him immediately muttered, "Stingy old man." Understanding Elder Golgotha's meaning, Davy thought to himself, I would not mind if he stood by and watched either. At that moment, the elder continued, "Please work as you please. During that time we will study the process of forging sacred relics that you taught us." He calmly replied. Before long, the dwarves dispersed, each returning to their own work amid the sweltering heat of the forge. Davy slowly took off his coat, hung it on a rack, then lightly patted the mountain-high pile of materials before him. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. In that case. After that, Davy rolled up his sleeves, his eyes filled with determination, then said, "Looks like it is time to begin." The scene shifted to the past, on a stone-paved road lined on both sides with green trees rustling in the wind. A blue-haired guard hurried after her and blocked the blonde young lady's path, his expression full of pleading. He spoke, "Hey, Pia young lady, hand it over." Hearing that, the Pia young lady glared angrily and immediately scolded him. "Who are you calling a flat-chested Pia, you bastard?" After being scolded, the servant frantically waved his hands and explained, "What are you saying? I never said you were flat-chested." The blonde young lady suppressed her anger, her face flushed red, and said through gritted teeth, "Shut up, I will burn Davy right now." Hearing this, he froze, his voice full of confusion. "Why would you burn an innocent kid?" Just then Davy approached from afar, walking slowly while thinking helplessly to himself. "So it was the one who teased her. How did it end up with me being burned?" Looking at the surrounding scenery, Davy could not help sighing in admiration. The Hall of Heroes was almost like paradise, created from the subconscious of the heroes. Perhaps this place gave them a chance to rest after a lifetime of hardship. Thanks to Odin, who could create dragons, I finally had a chance to touch the bone of an unnamed ancient dragon. Meanwhile, the Pia young lady was sobbing, making Davy think to himself, so it really did torment this Lord of Mages for quite some time. Davy stepped closer and held the dragon bone out before her. Seeing that she was crying too noisily, the guard lightly knocked the young lady on the head. Looking at the ancient dragon bone in his hand, Davy said pensively, "Red dragon bone is one of the materials used to create the sword." The guard laughed and joked, "I do not think you can do it, kid." The Pia young lady was still muttering angrily, "I will burn you." Then the guard continued, "But if you truly found an ancient relic, you at least need to know how to use it." While forging, Davy recalled the old matter and thought to himself, "Back then, I was very annoyed about having to use an ancient relic I thought would not exist in the real world. It turned out I was wrong." Just as he was still immersed in his memories, the flames in the forge suddenly flared up fiercely. The soaring temperature made sweat stream down Davy's face. He looked at the blazing red forge for a moment, then thought to himself, "It really is hot." He tightened his grip on the hammer handle and thought to himself, "I really want to use fire resistance magic, but if the temperature control deviates even a little, it will be ruined. I can still endure it." Immediately after, the sound of hammer blows once again resounded throughout the forge. The little demon purser stood in a corner, watching the sword forging process intently with eyes full of admiration. The sword before her flashed with brilliant rays of light from time to time, leaving her unable to hide her amazement. Purser cried out in astonishment, "So beautiful." Previously it had carried a deep red color like blood, but now it had turned into a clear ruby hue. The blue sword looked like a streaking meteor across the sky, as though it were merging into Davy. Meanwhile, the sword forging process continued. The sound of the hammer rang out steadily with each firm rhythm, making the little demon think inwardly with admiration. This level of concentration is truly astonishing. A long time passed, and after all the hardship, Davy finally broke into a smile. Before him, a dazzling burst of light suddenly erupted, making both of them unable to look away. As the light gradually softened, everything slowly became clear. Davy and Purser both looked astonished, the two of them staring straight ahead with eyes full of anticipation. At last, two perfect swords appeared right before their eyes. One blade was a soft rosy pink, the other blue as the sky, both so striking they drew the eye. Davy smiled in satisfaction and cried out with delight, "They are done." Looking at the two freshly forged swords lying neatly on the table, Davy let out a long, quiet breath. Satisfaction was plain on Davy's face. Sweat still clung to his brow after long hours of tension, but his eyes shone with excitement and pride. Then he spoke of the next step. "Now I should name them." Purser was still hovering nearby, and the moment she heard that, curiosity stirred. Her small wings trembled softly as she leaned closer and asked, "Have you already thought of names?" Davy gave a slight nod, a faint smile touching his lips, and answered that in truth he had decided long ago. Davy's words left Purser unable to hide her surprise, her eyes widening with curiosity. In Davy's heart, he was thinking that it was the name that had come to him the very first time he saw the pair of daggers. After that, Davy stepped closer, his bearing calm yet still radiating a majestic presence. The two swords before him seemed to sense that aura as well. The blades reflected the furnace fire, scattering dazzling rays of light. Davy reached out and lightly touched the two swords, feeling power flood into his palm. In the stillness, his voice rang low and steady, "From now on, your names are." The scene shifted, and the system's voice rang out. The first sword was named Hong-Ki, status incompletion, form double-edged dagger, length 88 cm, width 6 cm. The contractor was Davy Enzone, completion rate 99.9%. Other details: the final work of a great blacksmith, melted down with mana. He had poured the last of his breath and strength into creating this work. The great blacksmith's only disciple inherited and completed the first sword to an extraordinary standard. The second sword was named Lan Ki, status incompletion, form double-edged dagger, length 88 cm, width 6 cm. The contractor was Davy Anson, completion rate 99.9%. Other details: the second sword met an extraordinary standard and belonged to a pair of twin swords. Han Ki, status incompletion, contractor Davy Anson. Other details: elemental mana and spirit mana flowed together within the blade. It had the authority to cut the living, pierce through all physical damage resistance properties, and when used with the other blade, its effect increased greatly. Next was Lan Ki, status incompletion, contractor Davy Anson. Other details: a large amount of spirit power and holy power flowed through the sword. It had the authority to cut the dead, sever everything that did not belong to the material world, was especially effective against evil creatures, and when used with the other blade, its power rose noticeably. Hearing the two names that had just been given, Purser frowned in dissatisfaction. How strange, your naming sense is terrible. Even after being criticized like that. Davy paid little attention to her words. He simply picked up Han Ki in silence, feeling the power emanating from it. A moment later, once he felt the energy in his hand stabilize, Davy suddenly tightened his grip on the hilt. He swung hard at the large whetstone before him. That sudden action made Purser flinch slightly, the small wings on her back trembling. "What are you doing?" Purser asked in confusion, but Davy did not answer. His gaze sharpened as he looked straight at the stone. That very instant, the sight before Purser left her stunned. It had been cut apart. The slash from Han Ki had left a deep cut in the whetstone. It looked as if some power beyond common sense had sliced clean through it. Unable to contain her shock, she blurted out, "What is going on?" Demetron was cut apart without using strength or mana. Davy remained silent, his expression calm but carrying a trace of pride. He gently set Han Ki down. Then he picked up Lan Ki lying beside it and studied the sharp blade closely. The corner of his mouth lifted into a confident smile. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung once more. This time the motion was lighter, but the sword path he released held astonishing power, making the surrounding air tremble. The moment Davy stopped, Lan Ki suddenly emitted a brilliant jade blue light. From the blade, a dazzling stream of mana burst forth and quickly spread throughout the forge. That sudden eruption made even Davy flinch for a moment. "Ah, so it can even cut mana," he murmured, his eyes glittering with surprise. Purser stood beside him, completely overwhelmed, and hurriedly exclaimed, "Did you not only swing it?" Hearing that, Davy gave a slightly awkward laugh and answered briefly yes. He turned the blade, carefully observing its surface. The light from Lan Ki gradually softened, revealing a flawless sword body without the slightest blemish. Davy added, "The sword is not even scratched. I understand now, it can sever anything that does not belong to the material world." After that, Davy only smiled faintly and said, "Phew, perhaps I have just completed something truly extraordinary." The scene shifted. Davy and Purser opened the door and stepped out of the forge. The air outside was far fresher than the stifling heat within. Before them, a group of dwarf blacksmiths had gathered and were waiting, each one dozing from exhaustion. The creak of the opening door startled one dwarf awake. Seeing the male lead step out, he immediately rose, his face lighting up as he greeted him. "Oh, you have come out, master." Davy gave a slight nod and asked as he replied, "What are you doing here?" Hearing the question, the dwarf smiled brightly like morning sunlight, his voice full of pride as he answered, "I was only keeping watch so no one would disturb you, master." Seeing that, Davy burst into laughter, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction, and said, "Haha, you have worked hard." Then he tilted his head slightly in puzzlement. "How long have I been in there?" The dwarf muttered and counted for a while before answering, "About 4 days." Hearing that, Davy was almost stunned and cried out, "4 days." The dwarf at Davy's shocked expression and continued, "You have no idea how worried we were when you neither ate nor drank, and did not answer when we knocked." Davy remained dazed and repeated, 4 days, as if he still could not process it. Beside him, the demon woman Persekler Fuffer hovering in the air also nodded, saying that his concentration was no different from a madman's. After that, she flew closer to Davy's hand and whispered very softly, but it was quite interesting to watch. Hearing those words, Davy's face immediately flushed red. He stammered back, "Watch what?" At that moment, the dwarf beside him continued speaking, "I will go call the elders." Davy only nodded perfunctorily, but his hand had already swiftly caught the little demon woman flying nearby, pressing her. "What exactly was it? Tell me now." Purser only shrugged mysteriously. What could it have been? Before long, the dwarf elders quickly arrived at the forge. The moment they saw the two newly created swords, all of them gaped, their eyes shining with astonishment. "Wow!" The group of dwarves murmured among themselves, their eyes never leaving Han Ki and Lan Ki. The air was filled with admiration and excitement. The male lead stood nearby with his arms folded proudly. One dwarf cried out in amazement, "Incredible! The sword is glowing." Another was moved to tears and choked out, "I never thought the material I gave back then would create something like this." Davy quietly watched them, and in his heart at that moment, a quiet sense of satisfaction rose within him, but he also could not help laughing inwardly. The dwarves looked at Han Ki and Lan Ki no differently from believers meeting the god they worshipped. Suddenly, one dwarf sprang up, his voice trembling with emotion. "Now I can die happy." "Me too." Hearing that, Davy flinched and frowned slightly, thinking speechlessly that it seemed they had gone a little too far. Beside him, Purser happily covered her mouth and laughed high, unable to hide her amusement. After this incident, the passion for forging in their hearts was rekindled, becoming the drive to perfect the flame of origin. A few weeks later, inside the forge, the flames still blazed brilliantly. Yet the atmosphere there was no longer stifling, but full of life and energy. Davy stood in a corner, watching the group of blacksmiths work with enthusiasm. One dwarf was focused on hammering, and when he saw Davy approach, he looked up and asked, "Master, the fire around here seems a little weak, does it not?" Davy bent down to look for a moment, then shook his head. "It is fine, this part needs the temperature lowered." After that, he continued explaining clearly. In short, iron and steel were harder and absorbed mana better than midrin, and they could also become stronger if the heat of the fire was properly controlled. Suddenly, Davy turned in another direction, his voice ringing out clearly. "Elder Rondi, do not try to force that shape. You must follow nature like letting water flow on its own." Elder Rondi, who had been absorbed in hammering, stopped when he heard that. He slowly followed Davy's guidance, striking more lightly and slowly. A moment later, he looked up, his eyes bright with understanding. "Do you mean like this?" Davy nodded and replied curtly, "A little lighter." Rondi immediately adjusted his strength, then looked at Davy with gratitude and said loudly, "Oh, I understand now. Thank you, Master." Davy only smiled and said nothing. A feeling of satisfaction rose in his heart, and he thought to himself that now they had their pride under control and were still passionate master craftsmen. Davy looked around. The sound of hammers rang out steadily, mingling with the crackle of flames in the furnace. He smiled, his eyes shining with joy. Their passion now was no different from people who had just taken up a forging hammer for the first time. Leaving the forge, Davy stepped out beneath a beautiful sunny day. Davy took a deep breath, letting the fresh air fill his chest, then stretched to loosen his limbs. His body seemed to gain new vitality. Looking up at the high, vast blue sky, Davy murmured, "This is not bad either. At least it feels like I have accomplished something." Just then, Elder Golgotha suddenly appeared from behind. He turned his head and saw him walking over with a bottle of liquor in hand, his eyes bright and his expression solemn. He handed the bottle to Davy and said, "Have a little. This is what my younger brother liked most, and I heard you like it as well." Davy accepted the bottle, nodded in thanks, and opened the cap. He brought it to his nose to smell it, then took a small sip and smiled in satisfaction. He said, "Thank you very much, the scent is not too strong. I like it a great deal." Hearing that, Golgotha narrowed his eyes and smiled, "I am very glad you think so, because not every dwarf likes a heavy taste." He paused for a moment, his expression becoming more serious. "Actually, I came here because of other matter." Davy was slightly surprised and raised his head to ask another matter. Golgotha nodded and was just about to continue, actually. But Davy was gently swirling the glass of liquor in his hand, and guilt suddenly stirred in his heart. I am sorry about the whetstone." He silently recalled the scene of the sharp blade damaging the stone, his expression turning slightly embarrassed as he said softly, "What do you mean by that?" Hearing this, Golgotha blinked in confusion. "Oh, was it not about that?" Man's bewildered answer made Davy let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed there really was nothing serious going on. He tried to hide his confusion, taking another sip of wine to appear calm. Golgotha did not notice his awkwardness and merely went on, saying he had heard Davy also wanted to repair their private facility in order to complete the legacy of the former blacksmith. Relieved that the elder had not come to demand compensation for the other day's incident, Davy smiled and answered, "That was right." Elder Golgotha looked satisfied, but his voice suddenly sank as he said solemnly that dwarves like them would never forget a debt of gratitude. He said, "Though we fall far short compared to you, no matter what you ask of us, we will do everything in our power to help." Hearing that, Davy could not help widening his eyes in surprise. Then he asked doubtfully, "Are you certain this may take a very long time?" The dwarf Elder Golgotha answered firmly, "We owe you far too much, Master. The entire dwarf race will follow you." He spoke in a voice filled with resolve. "We swear before the Iron God that we will follow you forever, Master." In that peaceful scene beneath the blue sky, beside the roots of the ancient tree, Davy officially gained a group of dwarf disciples. Just then, a light breeze rustled past, and from afar came the panicked shout of another dwarf elder. The one running over was Rondi, looking utterly alarmed, his mouth calling Elder Golgotha again and again. As soon as he arrived, Elder Golgotha immediately asked, "What happened?" Rondi answered breathlessly that the situation was extremely urgent. A stranger had sneaked into their village. At the news, Golgotha widened his eyes and asked anxiously, "An intruder?" Rondi immediately nodded in confirmation, yes. Golgotha was about to say something more, but at that very moment, a sharp sound split the wind and suddenly shot in from afar. Davy instantly grew alert and swiftly pushed the two dwarf elders aside to avoid the sudden attack. Immediately after, Davy stared in shock at the sharp dagger that had just grazed past his arm, inwardly realizing that something was wrong. He stared at that cold weapon, unable to hide his astonishment as he blurted out, "A red assassination dagger?" The scene shifted to a gloomy gray castle, where someone's piercing scream rang out. The maids trembled at the violent scream. The furniture around them shattered and collapsed, and they huddled together, clinging to one another, while that voice screamed Davy's name again. It turned out to be Carlos, and his scream continued to echo, "Davy, Davy." He stood amid the wreckage, objects scattered all over the floor, then screamed strange, unintelligible sounds again. Carlos looked as if he had gone mad, a patch of his head was bald, and his eyes blazed with a dazzling red light. Carlos staggered forward, one hand clutching his disheveled hair, muttering in fury. The servants behind him could only watch him in fear. Carlos covered his face, his glaring eyes sunk deep in thought. He told himself that everything had to be Davy's doing. Then Carlos recalled what had happened and continued reasoning. The strange sounds he made and the hair he had lost had both appeared after he met that lowly crown prince. Carlos turned to look at the maids and asked, "Right, you must all be enjoying this very much, aren't you?" Hearing that, the maids trembled in terror and one hurriedly answered, "Of course not, your highness." Suddenly Carlos grabbed a maid by the hair, yanked hard, and shouted, "Filthy lowborn trash." The girl cried out in pain and fear. Carlos dragged her across the floor by her hair, while the poor maid could only keep pleading, "Your highness, please, your highness." Then Carlos gave a cruel smile, the corner of his mouth curling up as he said, "Even you dare look down on me." Carlos continued exerting force, gripping the maid's throat tightly as he asked coldly, "Isn't that right? You think so too, don't you?" Carlos still did not stop. He pinned the maid to the floor, dragging her so violently that even her shoe slipped off her foot. The image of Carlos strangling the maid appeared amid a terrifying red that enveloped them both. Suddenly a voice rang out, What an interesting sight." A streak of blood had appeared on the floor, perhaps the blood of that poor maid. Suddenly a hand bent down and picked something up from the ground. At the same time, Carlos also raised his head and saw the person who had appeared. A man with a noble bearing and a smile on his lips gradually appeared before his eyes. Carlos asked, "Who is there?" That man lightly licked the corner of his lips, his handsome face striking with ruby-red eyes and shimmering silver hair. He tossed what he had just picked up behind his back, still wearing a radiant smile as he said, "Oh dear, it seems I have yet to introduce myself." Then that man walked closer to Carlos. The maids behind him grew even more terrified when they saw his aura. Seeing him approach step by step, the two remaining maids turned pale with fear, one even gaping in utter horror. After coming before Carlos, that man behaved with extraordinary courtesy. He smiled, bowed, and said, "My name is Faye, please remember it." Then he continued speaking. "From what I know, we have recently disappointed you." Hearing that, Carlos asked in astonishment, "You people?" Taking that chance, the maids hurriedly fled. Hearing Carlos say that, Faye snapped his fingers, still smiling as he answered, "Precisely." The scene at that moment became extremely horrifying, while Carlos was sitting on the body of the maid who had already stopped breathing. Faye alone still stood beside him, his expression completely calm, without the slightest trace of fear. The image of Sario with one eye covered appeared, countless thorny vines wrapped tightly around her body. Carlos's voice rang out again, "You are one of Mother's people." Immediately after, Sario's eyes suddenly lit up, and the thorny vines around her reacted at once. Back in the present, the man's earlier elegant bearing had vanished. Only a grotesque smile remained on his face, making Carlos cry out in fear, What exactly are you?" Faye laughed again, raised a hand to his face, and said, "It seems someone has played a trick on you." Then Faye said, "I will erase it right away." He immediately snapped his fingers, then said calmly, "Well, leave this part to me." Seeing that, Carlos flinched and unconsciously raised a hand to touch his face. It seemed he had regained his senses now. Carlos stood up and asked, "Who are you?" Hearing that, Faye answered, "Does that matter so much? What is more worth noting is..." Faye patted his chest and said confidently that as long as Carlos signed a pact with him, they would take care of the human he hated. Hearing this, Carlos froze as if in that instant he had realized something. Then Carlos gritted his teeth, folded his arms, and said in a voice full of jealousy, "Davy has a holy mark on his body, and he also has a protector." Carlos looked straight at Faye and said seriously that Davy was no ordinary person. After hearing this, Faye only gave a faint laugh and answered, "But in the end, he is still human." Faye held a withered flower in his hand while Carlos said, "The way you speak makes it sound as if you are not human yourself." Faye merely answered softly, "Is that so?" Faye turned his back smugly, his voice full of confidence as he said that sooner or later Carlos would understand. Then Faye added, "Because I have already sent one of my subordinates to him." Hearing this, Carlos finally smiled. Suddenly, Faye tossed away the flower branch in his hand, and it instantly turned to ash. He said again, by now it should have finished dealing with him. Suddenly, a hand came lunging out from somewhere. Davy could be seen charging in, directly engaging those two men in combat. As he rushed forward, Davy seemed to notice something. He widened his eyes, trying to see it clearly. Purser looked at the strange object lying on the ground, pondered for a moment, then said this was no ordinary assassination weapon. She picked it up and realized it belonged to a villager. Purser continued, "Only an ability related to blood could do something like this." Davy looked that way, tightened his grip on the strange object, then quietly sank into thought. Clawed monster appeared again, one hand resting on a massive boulder. It bared its razor-sharp fangs, then continued to growl in a baffling way. Looking at the monster standing leisurely on the cliff, Davy thought to himself about a power that could use many different abilities through blood. Everyone around him crouched down in terror to dodge. Only Davy remained gripping the strange object tightly and thinking about vampire power and blood energy, when a voice suddenly called out, "Master, are you all right?" Suddenly, the person behind spoke up. That person pointed ahead of Elder Gongoda and hurriedly said, "Elder, please look over there." Purser looked up and quickly said, "That is a mystical creature, and a high-ranking one at that." Davy also looked over, only smiled, and said, "A mystical creature with blood energy." The monster from earlier growled, its gaze cold enough to send a chill down the spine. Suddenly it howled, a beam of light burst from its mouth. The sound thundered out and spread across the area ahead. Witnessing that scene, everyone was horrified, each of them staring wide-eyed without blinking. The monster kept roaring, and red magic circles appeared one after another along the waves of sound. After that, the monster turned back toward the crowd standing there. It roared, and a violent shockwave surged in, turning into light that shot straight toward the place where everyone had gathered. The roar made the ground tremble, the earth split open, and chunks of stone and soil were thrown up to hover in midair. Everyone tried to cling tightly to the ground, and some had already been blown away. Only Elder Golgoda still struggled to hold his ground. A blue light suddenly appeared, while Elder Gongoda was still trying to withstand the shockwave from moments ago. Davy swung his hand, using magic to cover everyone and raise a defensive shield. Davy looked straight at the monster, his gaze as cold as ice. After that, the monster slowly braced one hand against the ground as it landed. It curled its mouth into a grin, revealing a terrifying row of needle-sharp teeth. Davy stood among everyone, looking at the monster in astonishment. Suddenly, the monster appeared right behind him, making Davy turn his head to look back. He looked at it with contempt, laughed coldly, and said, "Haha, look at that thing." The elder and that young man tumbled to the ground, looking utterly wretched. The high-ranking Hatch Queen was advancing toward Davy, its huge body covered in dark gray fur that made it even more frightening. He still calmly observed the high-ranking Hatch Queen, and that composed bearing looked striking. The Hatch Queen roared with a ferocious face, its eyes seeming to want to devour Davy. It displayed its sharp fangs, enough to make an ordinary person lose courage with a single glance. Seeing the Hatch Queen put on such a fierce act, Davy's expression only shifted for an instant before he raised a hand to his forehead and sighed. Perhaps he was thinking, who is it trying to scare? Does it think that is enough to frighten me? Davy looked at it helplessly and said, "You really are enthusiastic. Do you think you are a true hunter?" The ferocious Hatch Queen charged straight at him, spreading its sharp jaws wide, as if it wanted to swallow the target before it whole. He remained calm, watching to see how the Hatch Queen intended to attack him. Just then, Purser appeared with a worried and panicked expression. She blurted out blood energy, while Davy still smiled as he looked at the high-ranking Hatch Queen. Purser looked at the high-ranking Hatch Queen and told Davy that even among vampires, only high-ranking ones could use that skill. He replied, "At the very least, it must be at the veteran level." Worried about Davy, she carefully reminded him that it far surpassed ordinary mystical creatures. But he still calmly gathered momentum and rushed forward, while the Hatch Queen also advanced aggressively. Davy gave a sly smile and took a ready stance. He spread both arms, planted his feet firmly to build momentum, then said, "Even if there is a difference." Terrifying strength from his legs caused the ground beneath him to crack apart. The ground burst upward, dazzling light flashed, and chunks of earth and stone flew into the air, showing just how frightening that power was. Davy closed in on Hatch Queen, the two staring fiercely at each other, neither willing to retreat. He gritted his teeth and raised a powerful fist, while it opened its mouth and displayed sharp fangs as if it wanted to devour him. He shouted that in the end it was only a beast acting on instinct. Everything Hatch Queen had done until now seemed unable to frighten him, while it roared furiously in rage. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw a powerful punch, sending the Hatch Queen flying straight into the sky. After that punch, his stance looked truly powerful and imposing. In contrast to Davy, the Hatch Queen was utterly miserable, thrown into the air and then falling freely, completely out of control. The Hatch Queen plummeted down near Davy's position. He observed its speed and thought to himself, "This is the perfect opportunity." The Hatch Queen fell from above in agony. As the Hatch Queen was about to reach him, Davy gathered momentum, his hands opening as if preparing to draw something. In Hatch Queen's eyes was reflected the image of Davy in a majestic stance, drawing something as he prepared to counterattack. He drew a sword, raised it, and stabbed straight into Hatch Queen's eye, causing light to flare. Davy said, "Let us see." With a meaningful expression, Davy held the sword and looked toward Hatch Queen, then said, "You only know whether a car is good after taking it for a test drive." He pointed the tip of the sword at the beautifully glowing blue circle. He sprang up, raised the red sword, then slashed toward Hatch Queen, making it cry out in pain. The sword he had just used was the 24th form of the demon spirit sword. He slashed Hatch Queen again and again, each sword stroke graceful yet decisive. The sword's power and his refined technique made the high-ranking monster roar in pain, its ferocious appearance now turning wretched. He pulled the sword back and looked at the monster screaming in misery. The entire battlefield sank into a mysterious red hue. Then Davy shouted, "Indestructible touch." Suddenly, a dazzling burst of light erupted, and the images of two swords in two different colors appeared. One sword was blue, while the other burned crimson. At a glance, they were clearly two powerful magic treasures, and it turned out they were. Substitute storage space panel allowing level 7 storage. This was special magic created by Davy, who had not yet reached level 7, to hold a small number of items such as red flag and blue flag. He recalled the past when the Imperial Palace scenery appeared with ancient rooftops, poetic golden sunlight, and a clear blue lake below, a place that made people want to stay after just one look. But during the golden age of the Central Plains martial world, many high-ranking officials within the sect were bribed, obstructing martial arts and driving the people into poverty. He said sadly, that memory, sob. The red-haired old man hugged the wine jar and shouted loudly, "Bub, where was I just now?" It was true that once wine entered the body, a person could hardly stay clear-headed. He looked at him helplessly, both hands holding a small cup of wine, surely already deeply annoyed with the red-haired old man. He looked at the red-haired old man with doubt-filled eyes, then sighed helplessly. This drunken old fool is not worth trusting. Yet he once unified the martial world with a single sword, truly hard to believe. That old man had created 88 sword forms and left behind something rather interesting. The red-haired man said, I give up. Let us drink." His hand still lifted the wine bottle as he gulped it down, looking utterly hateful. After saying that, he and the red-haired old man stood up to say farewell. The two shook hands warmly, one carrying a wine jar and laughing with delight, the other holding a sword with imposing grace. Then they left together. He gradually walked into the distance. Perhaps because the weather was cold, he lightly wrapped his arms around himself, his body trembling slightly. The crimson sword appeared in radiant brilliance, with traces of blood still lingering on its blade, giving off a mysterious air. He spoke boldly, "Humans must know how to use tools." Davy stood tall beneath the earthen pit after the battle, one hand holding the hem of his coat, the other carrying a sword over his shoulder, looking extremely cool. He firmly pointed the sword down toward the ground, then could not hide his excitement as he exclaimed, "Amazing!" Bloodstains still marked the ground, and the cracked earth formed a deeply gloomy scene. He said, "From now on, this should be enough for Red." Purser pointed at the monster in alarm and said to him, "It is still not dead." He calmly looked at it and replied, "I know." Suddenly, a dazzling red light appeared where the monster lay, radiating an unfathomably mysterious aura. Yet he and Purser still stood firm, calmly looking that way without the slightest fear, as if everything had been predicted in advance. He looked at the terrifying monster and said, "It is a survival tool like a corpse sea. When the source of immortality is hidden nearby, they can regenerate endlessly as long as that source has not been destroyed." The monster's form was no longer intact, but had turned into undulating patches of dark shadow, eerie and ghostly, as if they could explode at any moment. He explained how to destroy them, either cut them down until there is nothing left to regenerate, or use holy power. But in battle, doing that is far harder than imagined. He turned to ask, curiously, "Purser, do you know why a mystical creature would possess the immortality of a high-ranking vampire?" She replied coldly, "From the beginning, the fact that it used blood energy was already abnormal." Both of them looked toward the monster, sinking into thought. He sighed helplessly, I want to check too, but there is no way." It revived after Reddy's slash. This level of immortality must have been granted by a Lord-class vampire. But why would it be attached to a beast like that? The monster lay motionless, strange red blood still flowing through its body. He looked at the devastated scene before him, shattered earth and stone, with the silhouette of a tree in the distance. Everything was desolate enough to weigh on the heart, and he had no time to investigate. Worry showed on his face, his gaze covered with sorrow. He raised the holy sword, thinking about what was to come and wondering whether the next step would go as predicted. Without hesitating any longer, he swung his sword straight at the monster. Blue light flashed, and terrifying power spread outward, snapping even the tree in the distance in half and splitting the ground into many sections. His sword was already stained with blood, and the scene was both gloomy and filled with an indescribable mystery. Beneath the ground, the monster's blood spread in streams, splattering everywhere. Davy and Purser looked toward the monster together. He held the blue and red swords and asked, "Have I destroyed the source?" She replied, "It feels strange to me, as if it is distorting the system itself." The two turned to look at each other. He carried the sword on his shoulder, while she stood on his sword. He asked in confusion, "The system?" She answered softly, "Yes." The evening sky gradually descended, and the setting sunlight looked truly beautiful. He wondered inwardly, can this sword truly kill even gods? He looked at the blue sword that had just brought down the monster and muttered to himself, "Haha, what did you put into this sword?" It had been perfected over a long time with the finest materials. He walked forward, one hand carrying a sword, the other holding the holy sword. In the crimson glow of sunset, he sighed, why do I have to think about such complicated things?" His face turned gloomy, and he spoke in deep thought. "It seems like The atmosphere abruptly changed, the wind rose stronger, and leaves kept falling without pause. Davy looked around with suspicious eyes, thinking there was a filthy rat hiding nearby. He watched the leaves flutter down to the ground. The space was eerily silent, yet it seemed to conceal some hidden danger. He swung his sword in a single slash, causing the land before him to explode at once, an utterly terrifying sight. Duke Beckett was startled by the burst of light and hurriedly raised a hand to shield his eyes. Davy spoke with contempt. "Next time, remember to hide better." The Duke froze when he realized Davy had discovered him. That man's eyes widened, revealing clear shock mixed with fear. Davy suddenly appeared right before him, making that man panic and hastily retreat. His face at that moment was so frightening it seemed demonic. He looked at that man and said, "Peekaboo, you bastard." Sunset draped over the beautiful scene, the evening glow mingling with the ruined ground to create a sight that was both desolate and captivating. The sound of ragged breathing suddenly rang out in bursts, huff-bang. Suddenly the sound of hurried running footsteps rang out, blending with panicked, gasping breaths. Duke Becky appeared with a terrified expression, drenched in sweat. That man's complexion shifted, his eyes glowed crimson, his mouth opened to reveal sharp fangs, and he roared, "I am going to die." From within the darkness, a set of stark white teeth suddenly appeared with a sinister smile, making the scene even more terrifying. The scene became interesting as Pickett was chased closely from behind by Davy. At that moment, he was terrifying beyond measure, his bloodshot eyes staring at the Duke as if he wanted to devour that man. His chilling smile made anyone who heard it feel a cold shiver down the spine. Holding two swords in both hands, he pursued the other party until that man turned pale, sweat pouring out as he thought, "If I am caught, I am dead for sure." Suddenly raised his sword and said loudly, "I already told you, peekaboo." It was unclear what he intended to do next. He poured his own power into the sword, then unleashed a slash straight toward Peggy. Before the road that man was running along, a blazing red slash suddenly appeared. Seeing that light blocking the way right in front of him, that man went pale, eyes wide with panic. The road ahead of him was smashed apart by his slashes, earth and stone exploding violently. His power was truly terrifying. Only a few sword strikes were enough to leave the entire stretch of road ahead in ruins. Since the road ahead had been destroyed, Pickett could no longer keep running and was forced to stop. That man shielded his face from the thick dust, surely terrified beyond measure. That man's complexion shifted, his eyes bulged, his mouth fell open, and he collapsed as if he had just witnessed something horrific. His fear grew even greater as he still kept chasing without letting go. Beckett looked back to see how close he had gotten. Suddenly, a thought flashed through that man's mind. Why can I not play with him a little? He came to kill me. He shouted angrily, "Do you have to make me look like the bad guy?" Honestly, he must have felt helpless at that moment too. Pickett looked at him blankly, not understanding what was going on. That man muttered, "Has he gone mad? Is he talking to himself? Whose side are you on?" His thoughts were truly too chaotic. That man suddenly clenched his hand, and a thought arose in his mind, "I will use this chance to..." Before that man could finish speaking, he had already stepped forward and grabbed his arm, making that man turn pale. He asked blankly, "What are you doing?" That man turned his head to look at him and cried out in shock, "When did he get behind me?" The scene at that moment was rather interesting, one side standing upright and imposing, while the other was confused and anxious, sitting flat on the ground. His face suddenly became cheerful, and he laughed so hard his eyes narrowed. Holding swords in both hands, he said to that man, "Dear customer, you must pay before leaving." He swung a slash at his opponent, speaking as he struck, "You planning to eat your fill and then kneel to beg for mercy?" Beckett remained perfectly composed, and the moment he saw him preparing to attack, he swiftly dodged. It was a rather graceful evasion. He avoided the blow, his face still went deathly pale. His voice trembled as he muttered, "Damn it." He looked at his opponent with a sinister smile and repeated, "Damn it." Pickett began speaking of his family's authority, his voice still trying to sound proud. "Among our kind, we are an exceedingly noble aristocratic class. In other words, we star above humans by nature." The image appeared of a nobleman leisurely sitting with his chin propped on a chair, servants waiting around him. Normally, humans would tremble when facing a mystical being. Yet that man not only drove me into a corner, he even intended to toy with my life until he grew bored. The image of him fighting a high-ranking monster suddenly surfaced. At that moment, he stood proudly, showing almost no fear at all. If an ordinary person had encountered this high-level monster, they would certainly have been shaking. Pickett carried the arrogant air of a noble, smiling in satisfaction as he raised a glass of wine to savor it. Just then he shouted, "Lord Fay." A flurry of slashes was unleashed, drawing out streaks of dazzling light. Davy's slash swept past his neck, terrifying him to the extreme. His expression changed, his eyes bulged wide, and his teeth clenched in fear. "I think we misjudged that man." Davy sprang forward to attack, At that moment, he looked incredibly powerful, while his opponent was so frightened he could barely stand. The man in brown spoke, "This fellow is definitely not ordinary." Davy's attack was so powerful that the place erupted with blinding light. He completely overwhelmed his opponent, pressing him down with the upper hand. The opponent was powerless under his control, collapsing to his knees on the ground, head bowed, looking utterly pitiful. Davy sat on top of him, crossed his arms, and said, "So you finally decided to behave." The opponent answered wearily that he could not move, and could only lie still without resisting. For a distinguished noble to end up like this was truly wretched. He furiously shouted at Davy, "What exactly did you do to my body? Does a lowly human like you want to die?" His face flushed with rage, eyes bulging, mouth wide open as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Davy answered calmly, "You should be grateful I have not chopped you to pieces." Davy said to him in a stern voice, "I need to confirm something with you." That man immediately replied in a firm and provocative tone, "Himph. Sorry, but unfortunately I am the most tight-lipped one in my clan." He declared with certainty, "You will not pry a single piece of information out of me." Davy, holding the advantage, answered mockingly, "Sorry, but I never planned to hear it from your own mouth." He probably was not too embarrassed at that moment. Davy placed his hand on his head and said, "Actually, I haven't a rather perfect spell that can peer into another person's mind." Perhaps the power was too great, making the opponent suffer so much that he had to confess. His face contorted in pain, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He clenched his teeth, looking utterly miserable. Perhaps thought Davy would believe him just because he said that, as if he were tricking a child. Davy still smiled calmly, his hand resting on his head as he said, "Something like that cannot exist." "Well, there is only one way to verify it." Hearing Davy say that, he raised his head and looked over in confusion and anger. Davy immediately put his power to use. Samadhi flame made his hand burn red hot, causing the opponent to writhe in agony and scream without end. The image of Davy and him in another space appeared with an eerie aura, shrouded in a mysterious violet hue. He spoke, "Black magic, cursed mark fusion." Davy continued confidently, "Interrogation flame." Those words made his power surge, causing the opponent to howl in pain, while the surrounding scene grew even more fantastical. Beckett was engulfed in flames, crying out in agony, "It is hot, so hot, please put out the fire." Davy curled his lips into a sinister smile and said, "You will be fine. Do not exaggerate so much." Purser stood beside him watching the scene, feeling somewhat sorry, and said, "Even if that man is an enemy, this is a little excessive." Davy still answered calmly, "Do not worry, he will not die yet," as though everything was under his control. He looked ahead together, where the violet scene was beautiful as a dream. She said softly, "You know, I am not worried about him." He still answered calmly, "Lady Demon King, do I need to be generous to someone who once wanted my life?" She showed an awkward, embarrassed expression and said, "You are right, but still." Even so, she spoke only because she was worried about him. She truly was a girl both tolerant and compassionate. He awkwardly raised a hand to scratch his head and said, "Ha, really?" Davy said, "Your kindness is sometimes excessive." As for him, he was exhausted, collapsing to the ground after having just endured something terrible. Davy crossed his arms, looked at him seriously, and said, "I do not need to know too much about you, so let us finish this quickly." Hearing him say that, his expression immediately changed, his eyes bulging and his mouth opening, as if he wanted to say something. Davy and Rawl began asking, "First, who are you?" But the opponent was still unafraid, even answering in a provocative tone, "Do you think I will?" He truly was stubborn to dare speak to him like that. Hearing the opponent's forceful reply, he formed a sinister smile, raised his hand with an eerie violet flame, and asked, "Want some more?" Seeing that, the opponent shrank back in fear and stammered, "I am Pekiot, a viscount." Davy and Rawl answered indifferently, "Oh, so you are middle rank." Viscount Beckett raised his head and looked at him with hatred, then said, "Fine, I am quite sure I am your target. Because of that vampire maid last time, right?" Davy smiled calmly and answered, "Exactly." Inwardly, he was also secretly proud that someone who claimed to be tight-lipped had confessed so easily. Nothing could trouble him, and this was the real question. Viscount Beckett asked him in surprise, "Including you and the mystical being just now, why do you possess immortal power?" He was clearly deeply puzzled by that matter. Davy stood watching him with a proud and imposing bearing. By contrast, the opponent sat curled up and timid with fear, looking truly pitiful. He glanced at the opponent and thought to himself, "Humph, that man still refuses to budge. Maybe I should stimulate him a little more. Cruel people really do live at ease." Viscount Beckett's face suddenly changed color, turning furious as if he had suffered a terrible shock. He clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with resolve. At this moment, Davy and Rawl and Purser both looked at him in confusion, unable to understand what he was trying to do. Viscount Peckett suddenly shouted, deciding to choose an extreme solution for himself. I choose death. Hearing him say that, Davy and Purser were both stunned. He asked loudly, what? She noticed something was wrong and immediately shouted a warning, hide. Suddenly, Viscount Beckett's body swelled up, his entire body covered in blazing red as an ethereal cage of light appeared. That was a taboo. When he saw that stream of light, he felt it was so dazzling that he had to raise a hand to shield his eyes. Tears fell from his eyes, his powerless voice choking, I do not want to become like this. The light grew brighter and brighter, while Davy and the Demon King watched in shock. Viscount Beckett sorrowfully uttered his final words, Lord Fay, as if calling someone's name. His body could no longer endure it. He exploded, and everything sank into a sea of flames. That scene made one shudder despite themselves. Prince Davy stood amid the wreckage. A taboo, and the punishment for it was nothing other than death. That man had never wanted such an ending. Perhaps that is all we can learn. Purser Lee Eyre said, I am sorry, this is all my fault. Davy immediately comforted her. Do not worry, I already expected this might happen. When a curse is removed, the one who placed it can also sense it. What I mean is, one of the curses I placed on Carlos has been dispelled. More precisely, it has been put into an inactive state. That curse should have been very hard to detect, yet they still managed it. Immortal power, huh? It seems the one behind all of this is no ordinary figure. When night fell, the land of the dwarves was still bustling. Everyone diligently did their own work, trying to repair the houses. Purser looked at them with heart-etch and said, just one mystical being causing chaos was enough to devastate this place to this extent. Davy quietly walked past the busy dwarves. They called out to one another toward the north, yes, hurry up. At that time, Davy met Goza and Golgota, the two dwarf masters. I sincerely apologize for letting you go through something so unpleasant. But it is all right. Davy gently asked whether he was injured anywhere. As you can see, I am still perfectly fine. Even so, dozens of houses had burned down and several people had also suffered minor injuries. Seeing Davy remain silent without saying much more, Golgota keenly noticed something. It seems Master has something he wants to tell us. Davy bowed his head slightly and smiled. Let us go inside first. I saw the guards outside looking very busy. Did something just happen? The two fell silent for a moment, then Goza turned to Golgota. Brother, I doubt it is anything serious. A child from the orphanage has gone missing and the guards are searching. But we still have not… now that you mention it. I do not think it is safe for Master to stay here any longer. Only then did Davy speak. In truth, I have something I wish to tell you. Please accept this. As he spoke, he pushed a black notebook toward them. It contains the information needed to restore the sacred relic, since the process of completing it will likely take quite some time. I plan to return soon. The dwarf brothers briefly showed regret. We truly do not know how to repay you. Davy gently refused. I do not need you to repay me. In truth, I should be the one thanking you for your kindness. I have already received far too much. Most importantly, that mystical creature very likely targeted me when it slipped into the village. So if I leave, all the trouble should end as well. I am sorry for not saying so earlier. The two brothers immediately slammed the table and shot to their feet. Ridiculous. How could that possibly be Master's fault? Seeing their reaction, Prince Davy merely smiled gently. Everyone will see this matter differently, and if they bear ill will toward me, they will surely seize the chance to blame me. After that, I explained the accident and made it clear this was the consequence of the holy mark engraved on my body. In any case, that mystical creature had indeed targeted me. The only thing troubling me was whether the vampires would vent their anger on this place after I left. But right now, I no longer had the strength to worry about that. Davy had rescued a lost boy who was crying up in a tree. He parted with the boy, telling himself this was the last thing he could do for them. The sooner I leave this place, the safer everyone will be. In the sky, several birds wheeled back and forth. Before the capital, the guards were dozing off when they jolted awake at the sight of a group approaching. Halt, state your names at once. Prince Davy rode forward on horseback. I am your lord. Saint, I already told you I am not a saint. Your father has returned, let us go home. After his return, the Hasman territory plunged into a dizzying whirl of activity. Although I had received reports while I was still in the dwarf village, the number of people wanting to move to the territory continued to surge. Barely into the second quarter, the place already had around 4,000 residents. That figure was nearly 20 times the current population. A sudden population increase would certainly bring many problems, but I could not afford to be afraid when I had reliable helpers. Davy stood beside Goza, looking at the new structure being built. Master, the state of this territory is exactly as you once told me. That is right. Even your mansion has ended up like this. It truly startled me. Haha. Goza confidently thumped his chest. This is my chance to repay you, so please leave it to me. I will turn this place into a land worthy of the continent's master craftsman. Please do not refuse my offer. No matter how outstanding a leader you are, if you do not know how to take care of yourself, no one will want to follow you. Davy answered cheerfully, very well, I will not stop you. In truth, there are a few more things I would like to ask of you, and I think the other dwarves will be interested as well. Some people felt both uneasy and suspicious when they saw how close he was to the dwarves. What on earth did he do to make those hard-to-approach dwarves act like that? Davy knew very well that several people were looking at him with suspicion. Do they think I am not mature enough? That is understandable. Even so, the territory's reconstruction continued very smoothly. At the end of a long day, Davy was finally able to return to his familiar room. Wow, he threw himself onto the bed, which was spacious to the point of luxury. I would rather face a mystical creature. Berserk encouraged him. You did well. Now I understand why the kings of Joseon, Korea did not live long. Being the person at the top is not easy at all. Davy blissfully embraced the bed. It is so soft. Berserk reminded him, you should change your clothes before climbing into bed. This must be the comfortable bed newly made by the alchemy department. It is truly large, and if it were on Earth, it would surely be considered high-end. While rolling back and forth, Davy suddenly touched something bulging beneath the blanket. He sat up and rubbed his eyes to look. A black shadow peeked out from under the blanket, sending a chill down Davy's spine. What the hell is this? Prince Davy was utterly bewildered. Did I enter the wrong room? Impossible. Davy looked at the lump squirming on his bed. So it was quiet for a while, and now it is starting again. Bribes are not always paid in money. As the territory's business gradually improved, I began encountering many people sneaking into my room with all kinds of illegal requests. In a stratified medieval world like this, that sort of thing was not exactly rare, but for me it was different. Sister Daphne had once called Davy's name with a smile, but right after that her face darkened and she threatened him with an axe. If you dare misuse your nightingale, I will hunt you down and cut that nightingale off, even if that means I have to leave this place. I am a saintess who always keeps her promises, understand? A warning from a sinful saint was far more dangerous than people imagine. I had accepted quite a bit of bribe money, so I did not investigate those who sent it. But when they went so far as to send people every day, I was forced to issue a warning. Whenever someone entered his room, he drove them out, making them flee wrapped in blankets. If you keep doing this nonsense, I will turn against you even though we have an agreement. Kyedo dared to call Davy a eunuch, leaving him so furious that he was at a loss for words. Thanks to that, from then on I was finally able to enjoy peaceful nights. Davy slowly pulled back the blanket to see who was hiding inside. It was an extremely adorable pink-haired little girl. Davy helplessly raised a hand to cover his face. What the hell was going on here? Were they planning to use a child to appeal to his compassion? Or, Davy sighed and spoke, "Hey kid, who are you?" The pink-haired little girl burst into laughter, her radiant smile no different from sunshine. Davy and Purser instantly stiffened. The friendly fire damage was too strong. Davy ground his teeth in anger. Those bastards, could they even be manipulating an innocent child like this? Davy called loudly for Ami. She hurried in and asked in panic, "Yes, is something the matter?" Before she could even recover, she saw a little girl sitting on the prince's bed. Ami was so shocked that she raised a hand to cover her mouth. "There must be some misunderstanding, Your Highness, this." But Davy did not want to listen. "Stop saying pointless things. I told you not to let anyone into my room, did I not?" Ami immediately insisted. "I did not let anyone in." "Your Highness, did you not bring this little girl in?" "Not at all." Davy began to think. If Ami did not know, then could some servant have secretly brought the girl in here? Have I looked that easy to make a joke of these past few days? Hearing that, Ami hurried over to the little girl. "I am sorry, Your Highness. I should have guarded your room more carefully. I will go find this child's guardian at once." Unexpectedly, the little girl raised her tiny hand toward Davy and called out, "Father." Everyone froze on the spot at once. The little girl jumped down from the bed, ran over, hugged Davy's leg tightly, and called happily, "Father." At that moment, Davy only wanted to ask, what the hell kind of situation is this? He looked toward the corner of the room, saw a strange light shining there, then jolted in surprise as another blue-haired little girl poked her head out. That night, the entire group fell into an indescribably long silence. The next morning, the pink-haired little girl skipped all around the castle courtyard. Ami struggled to chase after her. "Young lady, please wait. You will get hurt." The pink-haired little girl was named Hong Ki. Processing status complete. Broad double-edged sword form, 88 cm long, 6 cm wide. Contractor Davy O'Rowain. Completion rate 100%. Davy sat in a corner looking at the information panel and sighed in admiration. "Well, I really did not expect that. So you could check the girl's data from the very beginning. Also, I hope your conscience hurts." Davy answered helplessly. "Once the name has been given, how can I change it? Who knew a sword could turn into a person?" In fact, these two little girls were the two swords Davy had brought back, named Hong Ki and Lan Ki. They had been fully processed, taking the form of broad double-edged swords, with their own consciousness, though their awareness was still immature. Because they awakened too early, they regarded Avianzone, the one who created them, as their parent, and would gradually mature over time. "A cuteness warning," the king said in sudden confusion. "I told you already, I cannot withstand this." On this side, Amy had long been used to putting up with Davy, and now that there were 2 more children, she handled things far more skillfully. She changed her plan, stopped chasing them, and took out cookies to lure them over. "Look, young lady, there are cookies here. Please try one." Honky immediately turned and ran toward her. "Haha, and young lady Lanky too, hurry over here." Davy looked as if he had received enlightenment, and asked in surprise, "Swords can eat too. They are humans in the literal sense." From somewhere 2 tiny hands rested on Davy's leg. The little girl Lanky flopped down, while Davy gently placed a hand on her head. The little girl lifted her head and called sweetly, "Father." Cursor and Davy's hearts seemed to stop beating instantly. Being this cute was truly not good for the heart at all. Davy took Honky and Lanky outside to test them a little. First, he had to check. "Hong Lan, can you 2 return to your original forms?" The 2 little girls looked at each other and nodded. It seemed they understood what he said. Both immediately flew up, then quickly transformed back into the 2 swords from the beginning. Davy held them in his hands and observed them carefully. Though they had human forms, their essence was still that of swords. They did not hesitate at all when returning to their original forms, and their transformation speed was very fast, as if it were an innate instinct. Density of power inside the swords had also increased. Possessing consciousness had made them stronger. "Alright, you 2 can change back now." 2 little ones kept clinging to Davy's legs, one calling him father, the other asking for cookies. As for Davy, he was unsure whether he should declare that he was protecting them. Purser cut in. "Are they not your daughters? This counts as adoption in this case." Davy sighed. "Are you trying to make sure I can never get married? But was that not the original plan?" Hearing that, Davy pouted and drew a long face. Honkai asked for cookies, but he refused because he was afraid of cavities, looking no different from a real father. Just then, Ami hurried in. Davy asked Ami, "What is the matter?" She replied, "Your Highness, there is a guest visiting." Davy wondered, who would come at this hour? A guest visiting without prior notice. Ami answered, "Your Highness, Princess William has arrived." Soon as Princess William saw Hong Ki and Lan Ki, she was so enchanted she could not take her eyes off them. "They are too adorable." She immediately hugged the 2 children and asked, "Akia, big brother, who are these little ones?" Davy answered helplessly, "They are children I am taking care of. They really look like your daughters." William widened her eyes with excitement. "Oh my. Every time I come to see you, I find something new and strange appearing." "Is that so?" Princess William looked around and said, "Father was very worried when he heard you say you were going to a barren land. You have no idea how surprised I was when I heard that your moongrass business had succeeded, and then I even saw them. The dwarves in that village were wonderful. I thought they would not appear in the outside world. Well, they always help me. They are truly precious." Davy said with some guilt, "I wanted to receive you more properly, but as you can see, the territory is in this state." William shook her head. "Please do not trouble yourself. I only feel relieved knowing you are still happy, big brother." Davy asked, slightly embarrassed, "Is that so?" This young man really was quite busy. I had not realized I had been so busy lately. Am I happy? Perhaps the girl really was right. Davy smiled and said to William, "Shall we go inside?" "Yes." On this side, Ami led the guests accompanying Princess William to their lodgings. "Everyone, please come this way." Meanwhile, William was still busy chasing after Hong Ki and Lan Ki. "Come play with big sister." Davy, however, noticed someone with red-haired back in a ponytail among the group that had come here with William. It seemed he had never met that person before, so a faint strangeness stirred in his heart. After entering the house, Davy immediately asked about his sister's life, whether Varys was still well. "How do you have time to visit when work in the territory must be so busy?" Brother, bandit attacks have decreased lately, so the territory has become much more peaceful. You think you've been too indifferent?" Davy only gave an awkward smile. "Haha, I am sorry." William twisted both hands together and spoke hesitantly. "Actually, I came here because there is something I want to ask of you." "Brother, do you know how to use the power of the Holy Seal?" "The power of the Holy Seal?" William said shakily, "I know I should not ask this while you are busy, but right now, the only person I can rely on is you." Davy hurried over to comfort her. "Tell me, William." William burst into tears and said in a choked voice, "I am sorry, brother, I am truly sorry." A while later, William was fast asleep on the bed. The butler standing beside him reported that she was only exhausted. That matter must have kept her anxious for a long time. As long as she rests properly, she will soon recover. Davy looked at his sister with an aching heart, because the Odom territory where William and Varys lived was quite far from here. The girl must have traveled for days on end without rest. Perhaps the people in the territory truly mattered a great deal to her. Returning to their earlier conversation, William could only clench her hands and cry, "I am truly sorry, my friend cannot hold on much longer. Even the doctors and the priest have run out of options." In short, that was the story. Bunna was both William's bodyguard and her close friend. She had taken a poisoned arrow fired by the bandits in William's place, because William was exhausted after being chased and then falling into a trap. If Patna had not blocked that arrow, William might not have survived. The priest used a detoxification spell to remove the poison from her body, but afterward, dark blue marks appeared all over her. That was the truly serious problem. After the poison from the arrow was neutralized, her body began showing many abnormal signs. She developed a high fever, and dark blue marks spread across her body. After coughing up blood, Pana gradually weakened. The priest and many doctors tried to save her, but her condition still did not improve. When no one knew how to cure that strange illness, William heard the priest treating Padna say that perhaps a high priest bearing a holy seal could save her. And so, William had struggled all the way to this territory to try her luck. William cried helplessly without end. Brother, what should I do? Patna ended up like this because of me. William, hick. Two sisters, Hanki and Lanki, stood beside William's bed and asked curiously, is big sister sick? You. Davy gently reassured the two children. She only needs to rest a little, then she will get better. Let her sleep a bit more. Hanki answered innocently. Big sister cannot be sick. I will stay by her side. The little girl climbed onto the bed, then slipped under the covers and lay beside William's feet. Davy felt his heart soften as he watched. What a good child. Lanki, who was naturally more timid, stood awkwardly for a while before climbing up as well. Me too. Oh, too adorable. Just a moment ago the girl had seemed not to like William, yet now she was being so well behaved. Davy pulled the blanket up to cover all three of them. Normally I would have stopped them, but the two little ones are full of energy, and having them lie beside William may help the girl recover faster. Davy stood by the window and looked at the moonlight, his mind still lingering on those blue marks and the symptom of coughing blood. Davy, what is wrong? Nothing. I just find those symptoms rather familiar. My intuition tells me so. Sometimes you get the feeling that something is about to happen, even without any clear proof or sign. Davy called the head butler over. There are information guilds in the territory. Find the best and most trustworthy one. As you command, Davy confided in Purser. I have a feeling this matter will become very troublesome. Purser understood how he felt and comforted him. But I think you will be fine. You always know how to turn danger into opportunity. I know, but I do not want there to be more victims. Besides, if I look only at the symptoms, there is only one disease I can think of. Purser speculated. Dark blue marks, coughing blood, and a body gradually losing vitality. In my era, there was never any disease like that. Does such an illness truly exist? Davy answered at once, yes. But the problem is that the disease should not have appeared on this continent. That is what makes me most uneasy. Princess William was happily playing with Honki and Lanki in the courtyard. The three little girls kept skipping and running all around the courtyard, making it look extremely lively. Prince Davy stood inside the house and watched the three children play. Cause and effect. Wait, the principal says that everything has a reason. Let me try to summarize the situation. Someone was struck by a poisoned arrow, and after being detoxified, strange symptoms appeared and she gradually lost vitality. Even the priest had never seen that disease before. Clearly, something is very abnormal. Purser suddenly looked at Davy's complexion. You do not look very well. I have quite a lot to think about. That is understandable. Your sister's story has far too many suspicious points. What is strange is that barbarians who live by stealing on the outskirts of the kingdom could possess such a dangerous poison. Though there are many other suspicious points, it is still too early to conclude anything now. I need more information first. So that is why you called the guilds here to gather information. Exactly. I have to understand the situation first. No matter what illness it is, the solution always lies in the cause. That was the first thing I learned when I came into contact with medical techniques. Davy sat down in a chair and smiled faintly. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Since you have already arrived, come in. A silence settled over the room. Purser wondered, who are you talking to? Davy pointed at the empty space in front of him. Do not waste time like that. From that empty space, the figure of a mysterious person in a cloak gradually appeared. Davy looked rather satisfied. Oh ho, this looks interesting. That person asked him, I heard you had need of us. That is right. Thank you for taking the time to come here despite surely being very busy. Please sit. The cloaked person only glanced at the chair, showing no intention of walking over at all. Fine, do whatever you want. He is probably wary because I saw through his disguise. I will be direct. I want to buy information. How much can you provide? The person stayed silent for a moment before answering everything. Of course, all of it has a price, right? I agree, there is no such thing as free in this world. That person said seriously to Davy, as long as you pay enough, we can even investigate matters within the harem of a neighboring kingdom. We can also obtain a private item of the royal family for you. Prince Davy froze. Hey, that is going too far. Why bring up something so bizarre? Fine. Then what about the princess of the Balan kingdom? Can you do it? Purser flew into a rage. Pervert, you do not need to go along with him like that. Seeing Davy's eyes light up brightly, the other person grew uneasy and turned to look elsewhere. Even I value my life. That matter is a bit much. That is understandable. Davy stood up. Good, this was enough. He took out a pouch filled with gold coins as a deposit. There is a woman named Patna, a knight of my younger sister William. Investigate her recent activities. At that moment, the game panel finally displayed information about the mysterious cloaked figure. That person was Jack, full name Annihilate, 24 years old, gender both male and female, race dark elf human, title assassin star. The other fields were unusual as well, including basic assassin skills at master level, working for the Information Guild and regarded as one of the 4 leaders. In the guild, this person was called Jack. Current status, lying. Looking at Jack's information, Davy was startled. A woman and a dark elf at that. How could that be? She did not look like a dark elf at all, because she was disguised as a human. Jack was somewhat troubled by the idea of investigating a woman's background, while Davy preferred another way of putting it. I want to call it medical activity. How about it? Can you do it? Jack was silent for a moment, then answered, I will not accept money. Davy asked in surprise, what do you mean? Are you planning to do it for free? Not exactly, the total cost will be calculated later. Half joking and half serious, Davy asked, if I refuse to pay, what will you do? I made this offer because you do not seem like the kind of person who would break his word. Davy understood what Jack meant. Oh, so you want to build a relationship. A little arrogant, but I like it. He asked further, is this the decision of your whole group? This is my personal decision. Good, do whatever you want. Then I shall take my leave. After saying that, she released a cloud of white smoke and left. She could have gone out normally. Could that be her pride? Davy looked over Jack's information again. She was a dark elf, and she was also hiding the fact that she was female. More importantly, was that place not considered a very famous guild on the continent? As expected, merchants were not the only ones who knew how to make money. By the way, do you know anything about the Helisana family name? Davy did not know. Helisana, no, that is a dark elf surname. Do you know something? Seeing that he did not know, Purser stopped talking. No, if you do not know, then it has nothing to do with you. Forget it, how boring. After hurriedly preparing for the journey, 2 days later Davy officially set out. Prince Davy shouted sternly, absolutely not. It turned out Princess William had been insisting on following him. I will go with you too. Davy raised a hand to his forehead. I understand what you are thinking, but do not assume that you have fully recovered. William still refused to give up, but only Davy understood that the situation was extremely urgent. He had intended to go to Odom territory as soon as possible, yet trouble had arrived just before his departure. He sternly scolded William. Do not be so stubborn. It will take us at least several days to reach Odom territory, and if we go by carriage, it will take even longer. If we want to examine the patient as soon as possible, this is the only way. If you come along, you will only make things more cumbersome. Riding a horse consumed no small amount of mana. Even if the twins stayed by her side every night, she would have a hard time enduring that long journey. Besides, something about this felt wrong. Purser crawled out and asked, is it your intuition again? Probably. William was still aggrieved and refused to stay home. I can go with you, brother. I am not weak. Just then, a stranger walked over to the siblings. It seems you are in a rather troublesome situation. Lord Iulis, what is this terrifying aura? He asked politely, may I know what is going on? Princess William immediately explained it to him. It is like this. Watching the two of them converse happily, Davy immediately understood. His intuition had been right after all. Another problem had appeared. The red-haired young man introduced himself cheerfully. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Iulis, a 5th Circle mage. Though someone like me may not be particularly suitable, I am currently working for the Red Tower. Prince Davy politely extended his hand for a handshake. I am Davy Anzun. I have heard a little about you. It is an honor that you have visited this humble land. Outwardly he smiled, but in truth he had no idea who that man was, nor was he interested. Moreover, they had no reason to meet like this in the first place. Even if that man was famous across the continent, he was still someone from the central magic tower of the central continent. Getting acquainted with him would only make it easier to invite more trouble. Purser suddenly felt that Davy was thinking too far ahead. How do you know he is famous on the continent, and call that intuition? Iulis praised this land as not small at all, but rather the place developing most brilliantly on the eastern continent. More importantly, Princess William told me so much about this place, so I have always wanted to visit once. When that was mentioned, Princess William blushed and scolded Iulis. Why would you say that in front of my brother? Aha, why not? The two of them kept putting on that scene right in front of Davy, making him irritated. He is a very dangerous man. Should I deal with him? Purser hurriedly rushed out to stop him. Do not act rashly. You cannot show hostility just because he is close to your younger sister. Not much reason is enough. Who does he think he is talking to? From what I know, he is called the prodigy of the magic tower and has a very good personality too. He reached master level at a young age, so his ability cannot be denied. His background was not ordinary either. Family, wealth, personality, appearance, and ability. He was almost an ideal model with no flaws. But the problem was why he was so close to William. Asking exactly what he thought, Davy asked to Euless, "But how did someone like you come to know my younger sister?" William cried out in shock, "Brother." Although Davy was not asking her, the girl was even more flustered than Euless. "Well, that is." Euless was not offended at all. "It is all right, I understand. If it were me, I would act the same way. While I was on my way to Heights territory, I happened to meet Princess William and began traveling with her." Davy smiled brightly and thanked Euless. "I do not know how to thank you for traveling with her." But behind his back, he clenched his fist tightly to keep himself from beating Euless up. "I cannot stand this guy. I have to deal with him right now." Euless answered, "You do not need to do that. In truth, she helped me more than I helped her. When I was attacked by bandits, Princess William saved me with magic." Davy's expression twisted, as if he very much wanted to pick a fight. "Ah, of course you." Euless continued, "Precisely because of that, I want to repay her. In fact, I can also use spatial magic. I can create a small mana gate to transport items." Hearing this, William grew extremely excited. "A small mana gate, is it really that amazing?" Euless answered cheerfully, "Of course. It is far more mobile than the large gates that must be installed in fixed locations, and it is an ultra-high-grade artifact possessed by only a few people in the magic tower. To use it, the user must master 5th circle spatial magic theory, and only a mage with mana on par with an archmage can control this treasure of continental caliber." William pointed at the item. "It looks like this, brother." I did not expect the Red Tower to have one. It was merely by chance. I keep it simply to ensure it is not damaged." Princess William kept pressing close to Euless and praising him. "It is so amazing, you can use 2 different kinds of magic." Meanwhile, Davy's expression darkened completely. Purser said to Davy, "Is that not a good thing, since you have trouble teleporting long distances?" Davy sighed with a headache. "I suppose I will deal with him later." Prince Davy held out his hand. "Then I will be relying on your help." "Of course." After that, the two shook hands and officially cooperated. In Princess Willie's domain, Euless, Willie, and Davy finally teleported to their destination. Davy surveyed the surrounding scenery and frowned slightly. So it was this place. It truly gave him a faint chill down his spine. Pungent stench rushed over them, and Purser hurriedly covered his nose. This smell was awful, exactly like burning protein. The odor was no different from the smell of a living creature being burned away. Could there be another raid? William said in confusion, "Impossible, we just wiped out all the bandits." Just then, a voice rang out. "Well now, if it is not Princess Willia, you have returned." A neatly dressed man wearing a monocle walked over. "Who are you?" "I was dispatched by the Central Disease Control Organization, Count Linus." Count Linus praised William, saying she was far more beautiful than the rumors claimed, so the rumors must still have understated it. Finding him suspicious, William stepped back and said they were in a hurry, so the conversation should wait until later. When she tried to leave, the knights immediately blocked her path. Count Linus said, "I would like that as well, but the current situation does not allow it." The knights quickly surrounded all 3 of them. "What is going on?" "For now, please come with me." Count Linus said, "The castle where Princess William resides has been sealed off with an artifact from the Holy Kingdom. Everyone please come with me." After that, the 3 of them were led into the castle by Count Linus. Sitting before them, he explained that first, he apologized for mobilizing troops without permission, but hoped everyone would consider the present circumstances. William said sternly, "The Lord of the Odom territory is Paris, but when he is absent, the authority to decide belongs to me." Count Linus leisurely lifted his teacup. "I understand that very well. Using force to requisition this place without authorization was an immature action, but we come from the Central Disease Control Organization. Given your position, you must know what authority we possess." William grimaced. "About that." The Central Disease Control Organization was an agency approved by the Emperor, tasked with supervising the 3 kingdoms on the continent. Its members came from all 3 kingdoms and all held special authority. Their main goal was medical support across the entire continent, similar to a volunteer medical organization on Earth. Count Linus explained, "I am not sure whether you already know, but an extremely dangerous disease exists in this land. Within our organization, it is called the Blood Fiend." The Blood Fiend? Dark blue patches will gradually appear on the victim's body, and in the end, they cough up blood and die. This disease is also highly contagious. Hearing that, Princess Willie froze. Those symptoms, Princess William suddenly remembered that Patna was still waiting for her and raised her voice. "This is not the time to talk about this, brother. We have to take Patna away." Count Linus seemed unconcerned with the princess's feelings. He removed his hat and greeted Davy, saying, "Well now, please forgive my late greeting, Prince Davy. I have always hoped to meet you. I heard you received the holy mark and successfully cultivated moon grass." Davy answered modestly, "It was only a coincidence. But nothing in this world happens without reason. Those seemingly impossible feats were all thanks to your greatness. Haha, thinking about it, all the famous figures from the rumors have gathered here. Princess William could wait no longer and slammed her hand hard onto the table. I apologize, Count Linus, but I must go outside at once, because there is an urgent matter I need to handle. She tried to leave and called for the butler, but no one answered Princess William. Count Linus announced, I regret to say that everyone in this building, including the soldiers, has been quarantined. William angrily asked what he meant. We had no other choice. The blood fiend spreads far too easily. If we control it in time, we can still avoid disaster. But if even a few people are infected, everything will go beyond our control. Davy thought to himself he was not wrong. Princess William still objected, saying that doing this exceeded his authority. But Count Linus had once been capable of standing against even the nobility, so it was unlikely he would yield to a little girl. You are correct, but as far as I know, this is a clause in the Alliance Treaty of the Kingdoms. Even the Queen of the Ron Kingdom has already approved it. In an emergency situation like the present, there has already been precedent for overriding a lord's authority within their territory. After hearing this, William felt only helpless. What is happening? Unfortunately, this disease cannot yet be cured, and holy power is useless against it. Impossible. After saying that, Count Linus smiled. It was time for him to act, and that is precisely why we are here. Please leave this matter to me. We will certainly find a treatment and return with good news. A moment later, Prince Davy Aran went to the treatment room to examine the disease. As soon as he entered, he heard desperate cries, "It hurts, please save me." Purser shuddered and said, Davy, this place feels more like a quarantine ward for the worst-case scenario than a treatment room. Davy observed it, and though it was tragic, the method was very practical. Purser covered his nose. How horrible. I have never seen anything like this in my life. Also, what is this strange smell? An unpleasant odor filled the entire room, perhaps rising from the people suffering from the disease. Prince Davy walked toward a sickbed. The person lying there had become so deformed that her appearance was hard to recognize, but he relied on the nameplate hanging at the head of the bed. Patient number 0155 named Patna. Found her. She is Princess William's friend. A sharp stench rushed straight into his nose, making Purser unable to suppress a shiver. It was the Rhenitis rhinodzi flower. Davy explained, if I remember correctly, the Rhenitis flower in this world is called the tostas flower. I have never heard of it. This is a rare flower that only grows in harsh environments, and it contains a deadly toxin inside. Davy checked Patna's body temperature, about 39.7 degrees. If this continues, her brain cells will suffer severe damage. Her body is badly out of balance, her skin is as cold as someone who has stopped breathing, while her internal organs are abnormally hot. Terrifying symptoms, the cause, and the way they died. I had somewhat pictured it after hearing William's account, but seeing it with my own eyes, everything is far more complicated. Davy murmured, I truly do not understand why this disease has appeared in this world. What do you mean? This is an accelerated melting virus. Purser stammered, melting what? It is a virus that accelerates the melting process. This is a disease that was once common in another world, created for a certain purpose, completely different from a cold, cancer, or the plague. The process leading to death is extremely cruel, and the disease spreads incredibly fast. A single infection can lead to millions of deaths. It took 10 years to find a cure after 280 people had already died. After the treatment method was developed, 18 million lives were saved. Davy saw the set of tools placed nearby. They had to create antibodies quickly before everything became too late. Just as Davy picked up the knife and was about to do something to partner's body, someone suddenly grabbed his hand and stopped him. What are you trying to do? Outsiders are absolutely forbidden from entering this area. The knife fell to the floor with a clang. The masked man kept questioning who he was and why he was here. That man was Baron Gornio, an employee of the Central Disease Control Organization. Davy answered calmly, I am Davy Anzon, the first prince of this kingdom. Baron Gornio narrowed his eyes and said, I have received a report that your highness is here. But even if you are a prince, you are not permitted to enter this place. I am sorry, but you must leave here within 10 days. Davy naturally would not leave so easily. Can I not stay here? Baron Gornio looked around and said, surely your highness already knows that a plague is raging through this territory. According to what we have investigated, this illness can spread through the respiratory tract. Please cover your nose and mouth at once, hurry. Davy awkwardly took the damp cloth. Only then did Baron Gornio breathe a sigh of relief. Whew, I know your highness bears a holy mark, but that thing cannot protect you from the plague. Even the high priest, who possesses high-level holy power, once visited this place and afterward. Before he could finish speaking, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Damn it, hold that person down. When did that condition start? Baron Gornio rushed over in a panic. Bring painkillers immediately. Stabilize the patient first. A doctor tremblingly drew medicine from a vial and prepared to inject it into a syringe. Davy placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. If you inject that now, the patient will die. Huh, give me that tube over there. Baron Gornio shouted, listen, just what do you think you are doing? Davy did not bother to care. He tore open the patient's clothes and examined the bluish body with its abnormal hard swellings. The blood in his lungs is being blocked by the virus. If we do not deal with it now, his heart will stop beating. Davy raised the tube in his hand, tracing the patient's body as he calculated. 8 millimeters up from below, 3 millimeters to the right. This position has to be precise. Davy inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled to steady himself. Woo! Holy benediction, pain relief. Immediately afterward, he inserted the tube into the exact position he had calculated to drain the blood. Gurgle, just a little more. Baron Gornio's face darkened with fury. What do you take human life for? That man grabbed Prince Davy by the collar and yanked him up. Stop right now. What do you think you are doing? Do you think a human life is a toy? Davy remained silent, not bothering to answer a word. Say something. By then, the blood inside the patient's body had flowed out, and he also began coughing again. The patient's breathing and heartbeat had gradually stabilized. Baron Gornio froze. What do you mean? Please come here and examine him. As soon as the Baron released him, Davy immediately found another doctor to borrow an instrument. Lend me one. After that, Davy took a sample of the patient's blood and placed it in a small vial. Done. He put the vial into his pocket and instructed the doctors there. All you need to do is stop the bleeding and stitch the wound. If you inject painkillers when the patient has these symptoms, they may die from shock. Remember that well. Yes. Prince Davy turned and walked outside. The work here is done. I am leaving. But when he reached the door, Davy still did not forget to turn back and say, one more thing, Baron Gornio. Those who possess a holy mark are granted resistance against most diseases. Please do not compare me to someone like the High Priest. After saying that, Davy left Baron Gornio still standing there in a daze and departed. Prince Davy had just left the treatment room when he returned to William and Iulis. He was back. Oh, you are back. Seeing William so close to Iulis, and even shy when meeting him, Davy irritably put his hands on his hips. People say raising daughters brings no reward. Purser immediately defended William. That girl is not your daughter. Davy asked, you still have not been able to contact Paris. Yes, the situation on their side does not look very promising either. Davy sighed and dropped heavily into a chair. William asked curiously, how is the treatment center? Well, they are doing everything within their power. Iulis told the two of them what he had found out. I have uncovered a few things. At present, 2 officials from the Disease Control Organization have set foot in this territory. They are Count Linis and Baron Gornio. I should tell you in advance, those noble titles belong to the past. At present, they are officials of the Central Disease Control Organization. William asked in surprise, they are really officials. That is right. Iulis sketched on paper and said, this is the rank structure of the Central Disease Control Organization. The organization has 1 governor, 3 chairs, and 15 officials. Beneath them are many members of the Night Corps and medical teams. Davy looked over the diagram. So these 3 chairs are the 3 emperors. I knew you would realize it very quickly. The sole governor is the Pope of the Holy State of Vansat. Prince Davy Damtriu fell into thought. Foreign trade is fairly easy to handle, but this world's weakness is disease. Therefore, the reason this organization was created is also very clear and easy to understand. Iulis said most of the 15 officials are people with great achievements or possess outstanding medical skills. To prevent private matters from interfering with the organization, information about the officials is kept hidden. I feel as though I can sense the extent of their madness. The problem is that these people are authorized by the 3 emperors and the Alliance of Kingdoms, so what Count Linis said does make sense. The Rowan Kingdom also belongs to the Alliance. If we oppose this, we could turn the Empire into an enemy, or even be regarded as traitors to the Alliance. William said anxiously, but the people are extremely frightened. Iulis was also powerless. They have only just arrived, for now we can only wait a little longer. Even so, the night group sent here is the Farkas Knights, and their captain is Count Collio. William was quite surprised. Count Collio, do you mean the man from the western territory of the Vandisa Kingdom? That is right, they are one of the Royal Knight Orders. Only Prince Davy had no idea who they were talking about. Who is that? Iulis explained, I heard that he retired a few years ago, but it seems he has come here this time. I think it would not be bad to leave matters to them for now. William lowered her head sadly. If I had known this place was so dangerous, I would not have brought the 2 of you here. Prince Davy placed his hand over William's. Do not worry, William, everything will be all right. He even sincerely knelt before his younger sister to comfort the girl. Brother, but I am afraid you will get into trouble, Iulis. Iulis replied energetically, full of enthusiasm. Not at all. In fact, the woman named Patna is a mage of the Red Tower. I am only doing what I must as an elder. The abyss appeared, showing that he truly wanted to help. Davy pouted. I was planning to brush him off. Ah, so you are an elder of the Red Tower. I know that man looks devoted, but why do I still feel he has another reason for being here? Purser sighed. Do not trust the power of the abyss too much. That thing like a status window in a game. When night fell, Purser asked Davy, why did you not stay at the treatment center to help? I would not be of much help there. This is the crucial point, a vial of blood sample taken from an infected person. Davy raised the vial with interest and observed it. Now the disease control organization is trying to stop the disease from spreading. I have to create that while there is still time. An antivirus, in other words, a vaccine. Purser was confused. Antibodies. That sounds a bit hard to understand. In medicine, this concept is quite common. Disease control organization must have tried many ways to create antibodies. But this disease goes beyond conventional methods, so they probably have not succeeded yet. Purser asked curiously, but with only that, how do you plan to create antibodies? Since things have come this far, I suppose I will have to ask them for help. What are you doing? If you have arrived, you should say something. At that moment, Jack appeared in a nearby corner. How annoying, you discovered me again. 'Cause I can see you. Seeing Jack remain silent, Davy laughed. She probably does not like that. Tricks like that are useless against me. You have no idea how much experience I have as an assassin. Jack handed Davy the things he needed. This is the information you requested. Well done. You still do not want to accept payment. Not yet. Just put it on my tab. Jack took out another scroll, seemingly something very useful. Please accept this as well. What is this? I brought it because I thought you would need it. Prince Davy teased, if you keep doing private work on your own like this, you will be dismissed. It is fine, I already factored in these actions. Is that so? I did not expect this to come from the guild. After that, Davy opened the scroll and read it for a long while. He asked Jack, is this information reliable? Seeing that Jack's attitude did not waver at all, for information brokers, reliability was their life. Therefore she was not lying. This information could be trusted. Davy took out a small notebook. Sorry, but I have one more request. Please speak, Your Highness. Davy wrote something on the paper and said, bring me large quantities of the items written here, at least one full cartload of each kind. I think entrusting this to you is better than giving it to mercenaries, and as for the cost, right, just charge it under the name of the disease control organization. Jack hesitated, are you really planning to do that? Davy answered calmly, that organization is here, so what is the problem? I only need to say Baron Gornio bought them. Jack was still hesitant. Davy stepped forward and flicked his forehead as a reminder. Even if you belong to the underworld and regard human lives as lighter than dust, I do not think you are so cold-blooded that you can sit by and watch people die for a foolish reason. Hurry, just consider it a good deed for humanity. That is my request. Jack kept staring blankly because of Prince Davy's flick to the forehead. No one knew what he was thinking. The next morning, Prince Davy went to meet Count Linus and Baron Gornio to negotiate. No. Baron Gornio slammed the table in anger. Hand over management of the treatment side. Does Your Highness think this is a game? They are patients who need to be treated as soon as possible. We do not have time to hand them over to someone else. Prince Davy merely drank his tea slowly. Yesterday's patient probably would have lost his life if you had been 2 or 3 minutes slower. Hearing that, Baron Gornio could no longer keep raging. Davy set down his teacup. I am truly grateful that you prevented the worst from happening. But let me ask you this. Do you truly have a way to cure this disease? Count Linus smiled faintly. It seems Your Highness already has a cure. Davy answered firmly, even if there is only the smallest possibility, I must try. I did not come here to compete with you for work. This is a territory belonging to my kingdom, and also my younger sister's territory. I believe I am qualified to ask you this. Baron Gornio naturally still did not agree, and he sprang up intending to continue speaking. But Count Linus cheerfully praised him. Very good. Baron Gornio called out irritably, Count Linus. Count Linus wiped his sweat, interrupted Baron Gornio, and explained, think of the Sana territory of the Contact's kingdom in the south. In the end, all the people there lost their lives, and 10 members and knights of our organization were also sacrificed. And you were there, Baron Gornio. What do you think? Do not tell me that even in this situation, you still let pride overrule reason. Even if the chance is small, if there is still a possibility, it is worth trying. Hearing that, Baron Gornio lowered his head, inwardly cursing that damned pride. In the end, he set it aside, and it seemed Davy had gotten what he wanted. When night fell, someone came to see Count Linus, and asked whether doing this was truly all right. Count Linus turned back with a smile. What are you talking about, Count Collio? Count Collio was the captain of the knights under the Central Disease Control Organization. Count Collio said worriedly, I mean the crown prince of the Ron Kingdom. If he truly manages to do something, Count Linus calmly sat down in his chair, then the Central Disease Control Organization will lose face. Count Collio questioned him. Some people may begin to doubt our responsibility. You could have refused outright like Baron Gornio, so why did you agree? Count Linus held a glass of wine in his hand, gently swirling it. You are right, Count Collio. If we can somehow find a way to cure this disease, would that not be wonderful? Now that things have come this far, I sincerely hope the prince finds a cure. That would benefit him, and us as well. In truth, his calculations ran far deeper than we had imagined. Count Collio looked at him for a while, then asked again, is that truly so? After that, laughter rang through their room, though no one knew what these old men were quietly scheming. The next morning, Princess William was extremely excited, truly, because Davy had told her everything. When she learned that she would officially take part in researching the treatment method, William was visibly delighted. Davy was relieved as well, since he had once thought the girl would doubt him because he did not possess much medical knowledge. William was so moved and overjoyed that tears welled in her eyes as she thanked him. Davy thought to himself that perhaps she trusted him even more than the Central Disease Control Organization. After that, the treatment effort involving Davy officially began. Baron Gornio approached and sternly warned him. As Count Linus said, the Central Disease Control Organization will follow your instructions in developing a cure for this disease. You must remember that I will be watching your every move. Davy looked at the suspicion in the Baron's eyes toward him, and in truth, it was not hard to understand. People often said that a rolling stone recognizes a stone lying still. Perhaps in their eyes, he was only a lump of dirt pretending to be a stone, so Davy understood why they disliked him. Some people had even advised others not to follow his decision. Davy sighed, this really is exhausting. He got to work, slowly approaching the patient who was suffering in pain. This disease was caused by a mutant virus, severely disrupting body temperature and damaging the organs inside the body. When the melting flesh virus first entered the body, its initial symptoms were almost no different from ordinary illnesses. Like many other viral diseases, they would begin to manifest after a certain incubation period. Davy lifted the patient's hand and said, "First, they will destroy the muscles. After that, they continue damaging the joints and cartilage. In the end, the entire body will gradually be destroyed. If it only stopped there, that would still be fortunate." At that moment, the patient groaned softly in pain. "It hurts badly, does it not? Endure it a little longer." Davy Olton continued explaining, "When the bones are destroyed, the internal organs will be damaged as well, from the rectum, testicles, kidneys, large intestine, to the small intestine. At that point, fluid from necrotic tissue will seep out through the body's openings. Those bluish-black streaks are the defining sign, and also the reason this disease is called blood demon." The more Baron Gornio listened, the more stunned he became. How could he understand the progression of this disease so precisely? Blood demon had always been a disease even the Central Disease Control Organization considered incurable. Unexpectedly, a prince who had only just appeared knew so much about this disease. Could he truly do it? Davy suddenly turned to Baron Gornio and asked, "Do you know why I have to explain this to you?" Baron Gornio stammered, "Prince Davy, could you truly?" Davy nodded. "That is right, I know. In another place, it is also called by a different name. What does that place mean? This is the truly important part. Usually, when doctors encounter this disease, they try every possible method before reaching a final conclusion. Medicine alone cannot cure it. In the worst case, we must find the source and separate it from the rest of the body." The Baron was still stunned by what Davy knew. "That is right. Then what will the result be?" "According to my guess, 9 out of 10 patients will not survive that process, and the remaining one will also die from the virus." Baron Gornio was inwardly horrified. He knows that much. At that moment, the patient whispered to Davy, "Your Highness, I feel a bit better now." Davy comforted him in a gentle voice, "I know it hurts terribly, but endure it just a little longer. If you still have the will to live, I will definitely save you." Given strength, the patient hurriedly thanked him. "Good." Just then, a figure appeared behind Baron Gornio. Davy immediately asked directly, "What about the items I requested?" It was Jack, who had come to report that everything had been prepared at the place announced beforehand. As for Baron Gornio, he had no idea where Jack had appeared from. Davy praised him with satisfaction. "Well done. Put it on my account. We will resolve this matter within 4 days." Time passed, and 4 days later at the treatment camp, Patna looked in the mirror and saw that her face had recovered. William was so happy she jumped up and down. "It is miraculous. Her skin is healing. Wonderful. The recovery is so fast." William could not hold back her emotion and rushed forward to embrace Patna. "Patna, I am so glad." Even now, Baron Gornio still could not believe what was unfolding before his eyes. "How can this be?" Davy replied calmly. "I told you, 4 days was enough to end it." Gornio staggered into a chair and muttered in disbelief. "None of the medicines we used ever had any effect on that virus." "Antibodies? Are you talking about antibodies? Anyone who tried to develop a treatment method gave up, right at the first step of creating antibodies." Davy agreed with him as well. "Yes, that certainly is not easy." Baron Gornio choked out, 3 years. All this time, we have been trying to find a way to cure this disease. Who would have thought the method would be that simple? Seeing that man sink into sorrow and disappointment, Davy could only invite him to look at something. "Baron Gornio, would you like to hear something interesting?" Davy took out a round tray with liquid inside. "This is a blood sample from a patient that I collected. Now I will add the cure to this portion of blood. This is the very medicine used in the treatment vaccine." The moment the vaccine touched the drop of blood, the pathogen was pushed aside. Did it just move? It is still too early to be surprised. Keep watching what happens next. At that moment, the small amount of blood in the tray, which had been thick and black, quickly turned bright red again, drawing everyone's attention to its color. How could that be seen with the naked eye? Prince Davy explained that the accelerated melting virus was actually a living organism. What? Oh, so that was it. To be precise, it was a parasitic biological weapon, one with the consciousness to exist and the ability to attack the human body strategically. Therefore, before dealing with it, we need to absorb all of their energy to carry out the next step. We need several herbs and poisons that have never been used as medicine. In this world, they have different names, so they are very difficult to find. Davy left, leaving the Baron in the room and telling him that even a single bottle was enough to inject 50 people. I left the ingredients in the backyard, so use them as you please. The Baron asked excitedly, is it truly all right to do that? Of course it is, because I have already added that amount to your debt. Princess William was immensely proud of her older brother. Brother, she looked at Prince Davy with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Do you know what everyone is calling you? They are calling you a saint, truly a saint. Eurus also spoke up in praise. I never expected your highness to be so well versed in medicine. Davy answered humbly, I am only average. In his heart, he truly did not want to be called a saint here. Purser let out a relieved sigh. Perhaps to them, this was no different from a miracle. Davy had not expected the treatment to go so smoothly either. I completed the prescription in 3 days, just as promised, and the patient's conditions began to improve. Although none of the medical staff doubted me anymore, I still decided to hand most of the treatment over to Baron Gornio. Davy placed great trust in the Baron, because it was truly hard to find someone as upright as him. Upright? On the surface, Count Linis seemed like an extremely generous person, but behind his smile I could still sense something very strange, even if it was only intuition. Seeing him rely on intuition again, Purser shook his head in exasperation. Intuition? You should not judge others by something so unscientific. Davy thought, more than anything, that man seemed more like a researcher than a doctor. By contrast, although Baron Gornio was rather stubborn, his sincerity in saving patients made me truly respect him. Perhaps that was why I still treated him kindly, even though he had once shown me a rather unpleasant attitude. Just then, Iulus interrupted Davy's thoughts. Prince Davy, is there anything I can help you with? William was just as eager. That's right, brother, we only know how to stand here and watch you do everything. Let us help as well. Seeing the two of them plead like that, Davy's heart softened, so enthusiastic. Then control the temperature of this solution being heated. Both of you know magic, so that should not be too difficult. Use heat magic to maintain the current temperature. I will go to the treatment room to check on Baron Gornio. Leave it to us. A short while later, Princess William and Iulus sat among a mess of bottles and flasks, using heat magic to keep the medicine stable. Iulus asked William, you truly love your older brother very much, do you not? William immediately looked immensely proud. Of course, he has always been an incredible person. Always. Even though we have different mothers, he has always stayed by our side and treated me as family. Though he is a little hot-tempered, varies, and I will never forget his warmth from that time. I still remember the story about the moon and the sun that he told when we were little. Iulus smiled. I truly feel envious. Iulus merely sat quietly beside her, intently watching the little girl who was brimming with happiness and excitement. Some emotion surged up in his heart, causing Iulus to blurt out unconsciously. Then, Your Highness, if I... Princess William turned to him in confusion. Realizing he had misspoken, Iulus hurriedly changed the subject. He stood up and said, I am sorry, I will step outside for a moment. William answered cheerfully, all right, go ahead. As soon as he turned away, Iulus let out a breath of relief. That was dangerous, I almost exposed myself. Only Princess William remained, humming in delight. Hee, when things get better, I will bake some cookies for my brother. After running outside, Iulus found an open place where he could contact his master. Iulus's master spoke up and asked, yes, master, how are things on your side? Iulus recounted that Prince Davy is truly an extraordinary person. I never expected him to solve the disease control organization's difficult problem in just 4 days. Is that so? You do not look very well, or is that only my imagination? Iulus did not forget to emphasize one thing to his master, but the most noteworthy thing is his confidence. How should I put it? It is the confidence only someone with experience possesses. To be that confident at such a young age, there must be something about him we do not know. His teacher agreed. If you feel that way, then you are probably not wrong. Yes, exactly as you say, master. There is so much to learn from him, and I have also begun to want to probe further. Iulus's master was puzzled. Probe, yes. If it is that person, perhaps we can become true friends, without needing to worry about age or interests. His master burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems you have met someone truly wonderful. There are many things in this world that age cannot reveal. Even a 3-year-old child has something for you to learn. Remember that. Iulus answered obediently, yes, master. Also, I investigated the matter you told me about. Did you find anything? He told Iulus that he had. Regarding the people in charge of the special project in the disease control organization, most of the information has been lost, but I still managed to uncover a few things. We'll get straight to the conclusion. Everything is exactly as you predicted. He is a rare talent of this era, but the person accompanying him is unusual. That person is, no one knew what Ulysses' teacher had said, only that his face immediately showed utter astonishment. While he was still speaking with his teacher, a series of strange sounds suddenly rang out from behind him. Ulysses sprang up and immediately looked into the distance. The treatment camp behind him was erupting in a massive blaze. Seeing the flames flare up, he suddenly remembered that was exactly where Princess William was sitting. Ulysses had no time to say another word and immediately rushed off to save the princess, leaving his teacher on the other end calling out in vain. What is happening, Ulysses, elder Ulysses? Ulysses ran straight back to where they had been sitting earlier, covering his nose as he charged inside. Amid the rising sea of fire, he loudly called Princess William's name. Realizing the situation was bad, Ulysses immediately cast magic. He drew out his staff, formed a sensory link, channeled it, then turned the flow of water. Immediately after, the flames in the room were quickly extinguished. Ulysses panted, sweeping his gaze from one side of the room to the other. She was not here. Ulysses knelt down to inspect the place, his heart filled with suspicion as he failed to understand what had happened. He suddenly froze. Could everything be exactly as his teacher had warned? Thinking of that, Ulysses immediately shot into the air, chasing after those who had taken Princess William away. Though that man's appearance was never normal to begin with, I still did not expect him to cause trouble here. Only I can handle this. Though Prince Davy understands medicine and possesses the holy mark, he cannot fight right now. I cannot drag him into this. Ulysses steeled his resolve, hoping Princess William would absolutely not come to harm. On the other side, a group of armored men had completely surrounded Prince Davy's group in the middle of the hall. Davy let out a soft laugh. Look at that, Baron Gornio. Is something wrong? A voice echoed through the mountain range, half inferno. In the next instant, a massive explosion erupted, burning away all the nearby trees. Ulysses had used magic to block that group of strangers. They must have taken Princess Willie away. Ulysses stood in their path, his expression stern and utterly unwavering. Have I ever used magic of this level on humans before? Magic can easily take lives, so those who use it must always be extremely cautious. That was what I was taught, but now there is no time left to hesitate. I learned magic to understand mana, and to protect the people around me. If I do not use it at the moment it is needed most, then what meaning does it have? Thinking of Princess William waiting to be saved, Ulysses grew even more resolute and immediately attacked the place where they were hiding. Ulysses observed his surroundings and murmured, I never thought they could build a place like this, within the territory. This is far more serious than what I heard from my teacher. Just then, someone stepped out from a nearby rocky ledge and looked down. Ulysses raised his head and froze. Count Colio, where are you holding Princess William? The scene shifted back to Prince Davy, where Baron Gornio and several doctors were surrounded by masked men. Baron Gornio was shocked, completely unable to understand what was happening. What do you think you are doing? One of them stepped forward and said, we bear no personal grudge against you. We are simply following orders. Orders. Baron Gornio, we need you to die here while Prince Davy must come with us. Everyone panicked, unable to understand why they were doing this. That man advanced toward the two with a sword in hand, and coldly told them not to resist in vain. Doing so will only make you suffer more. As soon as the words fell, that man sprang forward, intending to strike Gornio. Just as the blade came down, Pickapoo Davy blocked the knight's attack in time. With his bare hand alone, Davy snapped that knight's sword in two. So that is how it is, Prince Davy. Davy smiled and asked, are you hurt anywhere? Are you all right? The knight whose sword was held fast by Davy trembled in fear. The Knight of Destruction, right? That name really annoys me, but he is even more foolish than I thought. I did not think he would truly dare to do something like this. Davy tightened his grip on the sword, gathering lightning in his other hand, before striking the Knight of Destruction directly. Uncharged thunder. The knight collapsed at once, his entire body charred beyond recognition. Davy watched him fall to the ground, then said coldly, if you intended to take another's life, you must also be ready to pay the price. That is the bare minimum preparation for anyone who wishes to take someone else's life. The remaining knights immediately grew wary and raised their swords in unison, while a servant hurried over to help Baron Gornio up. The servant anxiously reminded him, Prince Davy, you should not spill blood in this place. Davy replied calmly, I did not make anyone bleed. That is why I did not use a sword. Josek said irritably, that is not what I meant, you bastard. But Davy remained calm and used uncharged thunder, knocking down all the knights one after another. A while later, only scattered charred bodies remained lying throughout the fortress. Prince Davy called out Jack. He immediately appeared as if from thin air. Did you call for me, my lord? Davy told him to deal with the bodies and cut down anyone who entered this place. Jack's eyes lit up at that. This will be added to your expenses as well. Or perhaps I have already guessed what kind of compensation you want instead of money. Davy raised a finger to signal agreement, settled then approved. Before leaving that place, Prince Davy turned to Baron Gornio and spoke. Please stay here and focus on treating the patients. Baron Gornio asked anxiously, and what about you, my lord? I think I will go deal with those inhuman creatures. What do you mean by that? Davy immediately left the castle, shooting outside as fast as a bolt of lightning. He swept past the entire group of disruptive knights. No sooner had Davy rushed outside than the lightning he had created thundered behind him. Purser thought this man had truly gone mad. Davy, Suddenly, a current of electricity came through. The image of Princess William bound to a chair appeared right before Davy's eyes. Secret tracking spell placed on William had reacted, which meant William had been kidnapped. I used tracking because defensive magic was not very effective, yet it turned out like this. Purser observed the people outside, each of them at least at swordsman level, and it seemed they had once served the Empire. Even if I had cast defensive magic on the child, it would not have been of much use against a swordmaster. But either way, this is still my mistake. Prince Davy landed straight in the middle of their encirclement. The group stared at him, then one of them shouted, "He has no weapon, everyone eliminate the target together." Hearing that, Prince Davy curled his lips into a smile. "You say I have no weapon. Let me show you." Davy drew red flag and blue flag, then said, "That is only what you decided on your own." A spiraling light like a powerful whirlwind shot straight ahead. The Knight Order did not waver at all, each of them already gripping the sword in their hands. Suddenly, one of them widened his eyes, astonishment plain on his face. The golden power that had just appeared in a spiral pierced through their bodies one after another. From one person to the next, they screamed in agony. In the blink of an eye, a succession of knights collapsed to the ground, making the air turn terrifyingly silent. One man looked at his comrades fallen on the ground, his whole body trembling in confusion. What exactly is this thing? That sharp light did not stop at all, moving faster and faster as it pierced through them one by one. They howled in despair. One man seemed to realize something and stammered in a trembling voice. It turned out that light had been created by Red Flag, which hovered in midair. The blade pointed straight down at the soldier panicking below, making him cry out in fear, "This sword is alive." At some point, Davy had appeared beside that man. He hastily took a stance, preparing to meet the attack, gritting his teeth as he replied, but because he was terrified, he could only say, "It can move on its own." The soldier seemed to have the breath drained from him, angrily clenching his teeth. Davy softly confirmed to him, "That is right." A glow radiated from the pink sword. He slowly explained the sword aura eruption technique lets them fly through the air by making use of these little ones' egos. After letting the soldier understand everything, Davy decisively shouted, "Twin swords, sword aura swordsman." A clean, sharp slash swept across him. He curled his lips into a smug smile. "Now this is interesting." His gaze was firm as he held Red Flag at eye level with both hands, his hard voice ringing out again, "Sword body motion." Next came the move Star Sword dance. Red Flag and Blue Flag charged forward in turns, creating an extremely terrifying force. Davy stood tall, his voice tinged with mockery as he said, "You claim to be veteran-level members of the Imperial Knight Order. You truly make me unable to hold back my laughter," while they were beaten to pieces and cried out helplessly. The rows of trees sank into a hazy mist. Davy looked down on the group. "How are you any different from the assassins I met on the road to the Palace Kingdom?" He shot forward like a moth to the flame, with Blue Flag and Red Flag beside him. A puzzled voice rang out, "I do not understand." Demon King Lady Purser sat on Davy's back and anxiously pressed him. "Why are they targeting William?" He smiled as he fought with fervor and replied, "I do not know." He knocked down the soldier before him, then offered his guess. "Perhaps it is just a blatant pretext." Purser murmured doubtfully, "A pretext." He affirmed to her without hesitation, "That is right." Slashes swept everywhere, and those soldiers were no match for Davy at all. He guessed, "They cannot casually get rid of us because we have status." He quickly finished the technique, then bared his teeth in an amused smile and explained, "Iulis is an elder of the Red Tower, and I am royalty of this country. If something happens to us, there will definitely be an investigation. The best pretext is being attacked by bandits or monsters." He believed that if it happened within Odom territory, it would not be a problem. Hearing this, Purser still looked confused. She frowned and asked, "Then what does that have to do with William being kidnapped?" Davy answered coldly, I do not know the details yet." He raised his head and continued, "But if they have to fabricate a story." Just as he lost focus, a soldier recklessly rushed in to attack. Purser noticed and shouted a warning, Davy in front. He lightly dodged the attack, then used Red Flag to stab the opponent down in a single strike. The sword pierced through the soldier, while Davy continued speaking leisurely. "At that point, these men will discover that William has disappeared." Davy stroked Blue Flag's head, while Red Flag also charged over excitedly from afar. He continued explaining without the slightest hesitation. "And that is precisely why an attack occurred on a territory with no Knight Order standing guard." He said, "Well, if they do that, they can wash their hands of responsibility." After hearing it, Purser also nodded, saying she understood, while Red Flag gleefully climbed onto his neck to play around. In the middle of the dense green forest, a light like lightning suddenly swept across, dragging shrill screams in its wake. A moment later, Davy continued climbing higher up the mountain. Purser flew beside him, constantly asking all sorts of questions. She said she still had doubts, and he asked in return what they were. Purser folded her arms before her chest and asked with an extremely serious expression, "If so, do they truly need William? They could handle everything entirely on their own." His footsteps suddenly halted halfway. Davy and Purser looked down together, and before their eyes was a chaotic scene below. Dry skeletons soaking inside test tubes looked utterly horrifying. There was not just one, but many of them, all submerged in some kind of liquid and carefully sealed. Purser's face briefly filled with panic, and she blurted out, "Oh heavens." Davy remained calm and asked further, "You still remember what the Night Order said earlier, don't you?" He repeated what had just been said. "They demanded that I follow them and execute Baron Gornio." He stood tall, his voice clear as he explained, "Because they are doing this. They will not let anything block their path, especially when they have in their hands a rare high-ranking mage who possesses a holy mark." Elsewhere, Euless was coughing up blood, softly whispering something under his breath. Clearly, Euless had been quite badly injured. He struggled to force himself upright, while the man facing him spoke in a mocking voice, "You lasted longer than I expected." Baron Collio looked at him with a sly expression and continued, "From the very beginning, you should never have set foot in this place." Euless did not waver at all. He replied firmly that he had come to protect someone. Hearing that, Baron Collio seemed curious. Protect someone? He stood towering above, stared at him, then asked further, "Who do you want to protect, Ron's princess? The people of this doomed territory, or Prince Davy, who is about to be dragged here?" A flicker of shock crossed Euless's eyes. Cold sweat broke out as he questioned him. "What are you talking about?" Baron Collio sighed. Elder Euless." He landed on the ground with great show, then slowly explained, "Do you think we gathered here without any plan at all? The Night Order should have dealt with everyone in the territory by now." Hearing those words, Euless felt as if thunder had struck beside his ears, and he cried out in horror, "How could that be?" Without another word, Baron Collio drew the sword hidden on his body. He charged forward fiercely, driving the blade straight through Euless's body. He even told him with confidence that everything was already too late, making Euless's eyes widen, filled with shock and confusion. His glasses fell to the ground, while he himself was so badly wounded that he dropped to his knees. Baron Collio's blade dripped with blood, and he sneered arrogantly, "If you wanted to protect everyone, you should have run away from the start." Baron Collio curled his lips and continued, "That way, at least you could have taken one person out of this territory quickly." Euless angrily clenched his teeth, his hate-filled gaze fixed on him. Just then, another contemptuous voice rang out in a flat tone. "Did you truly think a mere fifth-rank man like you could stand up and protect everyone?" Those attacking words made Euless bow his head in shame. Count Linis suddenly mentioned William, saying that if the two of them had feelings for this princess, then he was truly foolish. Euless's eyes widened in astonishment. He was choked speechless and could only force out one word, "You." Seeing his impatience and worry, Count Linus appeared with a look of delight, his mouth curling into a sneer. That man suddenly stood beside William, while she was still unconscious, then continued, "From what I see, it must be the latter possibility." Euless helplessly cried out Linus's name, but the more he called, the more delighted that man laughed, as if he had already grasped his fatal weakness. Euless looked toward her and called out, "Princess William, please wake up." But she remained sitting motionless, while Count Linus placed his filthy hand on her face and said, "Well, she is quite pretty." Euless was enraged, his gaze turning panicked because he could not guess what that man would do next. He gathered the last of his strength to draw his weapon, a cry of pain bursting from his throat. Euless did not hesitate in the slightest, rushing forward like a moth to the flame as he shouted that man's name, Linus. But before Euless could reach him, a hand stretched out from behind, ready to stop him. It turned out Baron Collio below would not let him leave so easily, and he quickly pressed Euless's head to the ground with brutal force. His face was forced down so hard that he could not lift it, while Count Linus's voice rang out as if to reassure him, "Do not worry." That man stood proudly with his arms crossed, declaring like a madman, "I will turn you all into useful test subjects." Oppressed by these two men, Euless angrily clenched his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." Count Linus, whose real name was Linus, was born in the kingdom of Rudis, a nation famed for medicine on the eastern continent before it became a vassal of the Lindis Empire. From a young age, that man had revealed outstanding talent and extraordinary potential in the field of medicine. Yet because of his bizarre personality, Linus had once been punished by the kingdom of Rudis and banned from all medical activity. That was where his story began. With the ambition of developing a treatment for a rare disease, Linus kidnapped 200 people from the territory to conduct thousands of experiments. At the time, that man was only 15 years old. At the same time, although that man did succeed in creating a drug, but out of 200 people, only 10 survived, and all of them were left with severe injuries. In other words, that man was someone willing to do anything to achieve his goal. One who takes another person's life is called a murderer. One who harms 10 people is a serial killer, while one who harms 100 people is seen as a butcher. But one who causes 1,000 people to fall can be called a hero, while what Linus did to create that medicine could only be seen as the act of a demon who had driven 1,000 people into tragedy. The demon of ambition seemed to have seized Linus's mind, making everything about that man difficult to fully explain. Returning to the present, Count Linus curled his lips into a sneer. "I did not expect you to take the bait so easily." Euless lay on the ground and spoke with difficulty. "Count Linus, do you know what you are doing?" Count Linus had no patience to hear him out. That man slipped a hand into his coat, leisurely took something out, and said, "Enough. Let us stop saying things that only benefit the two of us. Good things will turn out well." That man sank into delusions of power, believing that Prince Davy would die, and medicine would advance because of it. "I will seize his achievements and claim all the fame." As that man spoke, he spread his arms wide as if savoring the taste of victory. Iolus lay face down on the ground, listening to every mad word from that man. "You will become a wonderful test subject and contribute to humanity." Count Linus also asserted, "What could be more reasonable than that?" Hearing this, Iolus angrily clenched his teeth and cursed, "You are insane." But that man remained shameless, even taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face before replying provocatively, "Thank you for the compliment." That man put the handkerchief away, then ordered, "Let us end this, Baron Collio." Count Linus's vicious voice continued to ring out. That man instructed Collio in great detail, "Just cut off one or two arms. He will become obedient, as long as you do not let him die." Collio accepted the order and advanced toward Iolus with his sword. He was gravely wounded, almost unable to resist, and could only angrily clench his teeth while cursing inwardly, "Damn it." Baron Collio lightly wiped the sharp blade in his hand with a cloth, then said calmly, "I will do exactly that." Standing on the border between life and death, Iolus turned his eyes toward the princess and called inwardly, "William." He also remembered his respected teacher, and a choked cry echoed in his heart, "Teacher." Iolus's hand clenched tightly in helplessness, and the name Prince Davy surfaced again in his mind. Count Linus stood to one side laughing in delight, while Collio had already raised his sword ready to bring it down. He said coldly, "In this world, there are disasters that one person cannot overturn." Count Linus pointed at Iolus and said cheerfully that his mistake was realizing that too late. The blade began to descend with powerful force. Their delighted laughter rang out, while Iolus widened his eyes in helplessness and thought inwardly, "Please do not forgive my shortcomings." As Iolus lowered his head and waited for death to fall, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, "You are wrong, disgusting bastard." Davy had appeared and openly pushed Baron Collio backward. His face swelled with shock while Davy said loudly, "You are not within." Faced with disasters before which humans were almost powerless, he had barely finished speaking when a sinister smile spread across his face. Behind him, Iolus was also stunned by his incredibly cool entrance. Davy clenched his fist, and his power gradually shifted into a legendary red hue. He slowly continued explaining the method of the Demon Lord. Davy shouted, and the destructive punch instantly transformed before smashing straight into Baron Collio's body, as powerful as a strike from the heavens. He even looked smug, licking his lips as if deliberately provoking his opponent. Immediately after, he unleashed a fierce barrage of punches into his stomach, leaving him no chance to defend himself as the protagonist beat him miserably. A mouthful of blood burst out, followed by a shrill cry of pain. Elsewhere, in a luxurious place, the soldiers were suddenly struck down, sprawled all over the ground. Baron Gornio knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with shock as he blurted out, "What is going on here?" He looked up at Annihilate, who stood beside him holding a weapon, both frightened and questioning her. "What are you doing?" Baron Gornio stammered, unable to speak. Annihilate calmly replied, "I do not make half-hearted deals. Just do what needs to be done." Hearing that, he grew even more flustered, and still could not finish a proper sentence. Baron Gornio tensely pointed around and said, "Do you truly not see anything wrong with this situation?" He kept scolding her, but Annihilate only asked indifferently in return, "So what if I do not?" He anxiously urged her, "Are you going to abandon the patient just because your soldiers caused trouble?" Annihilate was about to explain, but the Baron cut her off and continued reproaching her. While the two were still locked in a back-and-forth argument, a soldier suddenly charged over. Annihilate immediately pointed the tip of her sword straight at his face. She moved like lightning, taking down the soldier with a single slash. Baron Gornio stared wide-eyed at her as she fought with unwavering resolve. That flat voice continued to ring out, like the echo of knights who had already been destroyed. He was truly worried and said that if Baron Collio was also an accomplice, Prince Davy was surely in danger. After dealing with the soldier, Annihilate glanced at him once, but still did not bother to answer. Baron Gornio shouted angrily, "Should you not go help His Highness?" Annihilate replied coldly, "Who do you think you are worrying about?" She calmly analyzed, "Each knight is indeed highly experienced, and their captain was once a renowned swordsman. I understand why you are worried when His Highness is facing them alone." Annihilate continued calmly, "But let me tell you this." The Baron listened intently, his expression still full of shock. She furrowed her brow slightly, then declared with absolute certainty, "Worrying about that person is the most pointless thing in the world." Back with the protagonist Davy, he was clenching his fist to break Baron Collio's attack, causing a violent burst of light to erupt. Two forces collided and created a heaven-shaking explosion, illuminating the entire darkness. Davy stood firm before Iolus, completely unshaken. The explosion was so massive that the ground around them trembled. Count Linus, standing above, was also affected, staggering as if about to fall. In the end, he dropped to one knee, his face filled with shock as he said that it was truly a magnificent magnificent sight. Below, Davy withdrew his technique, his hands still glowing with pink energy. Even he was surprised by his own power and murmured that he had not expected this move be so strong. If he knew how this technique was created, he would surely be psychologically traumatized. Suddenly, the demon lord Lady Purser appeared. She looked toward the injured Euless and called Davy, while he merely turned back indifferently and answered once. Euless lay gasping on the ground, his body covered in countless wounds. Iolus opened his eyes slightly and looked at him, his voice weak yet still respectful as he called him Prince Davy. Davy gently teased, "Even now you still call me Prince. There is no need to be so formal." Davy curled his lips in a sly smile, then sat down and began treating Ulysses' wound. He gratefully thanked him. Davy silently recited an incantation. "This humble lamb of yours asks to borrow your mighty blessings." Ulysses remarked that his prayer was truly unusual. As soon as he finished speaking, an angelic blue light shone down, and Davy called out, "Seventh tier holy magic, sanctuary." In just a moment, Ulysses had recovered. Davy said cheerfully, "Excellent. As the holder of the holy mark, I always repay every debt in full." Hearing those words, Iolus could not hide his astonishment, his eyes widening in utter shock. Without saying much more, Davy rose onto his toes and walked straight forward. He launched himself to count Lena's position, then slowly said that it was still his turn. His eyes immediately filled with panic, sweat pouring from him as if he had just seen something utterly terrifying. The Count stood with him on the rocky ledge as an indistinct object fell from the sky. It turned out to be Count Linus's arm, which Davy had just cut off and sent flying high into the air. He was in such agony that drool spilled from his mouth, as he screamed endlessly, while blood sprayed wildly from the wound on his arm. Count Linus could no longer endure it. His body swayed before he collapsed to his knees in front of him, his face twisted in pain while Davy only said coldly, "Get lost." He carried William in his arms, then decisively kicked him far away. Hunky and Lanky also stood close beside Davy. From above, he said coldly that his blood would splatter onto William. A moment later, Princess William gradually opened her eyes and woke. She heard someone's shrill scream, then weakly looked toward Davy and called out. She softly called brother. He smiled and replied, "You are awake." He gently asked whether she was hurt anywhere. Only then did William startle, stammering that she was. She shifted her gaze around, shock clear on her face as she asked, "But this place is..." Suddenly William's eyes widened as if she had realized danger was closing in. It turned out that Baron Collio was swinging his sword and charging in to attack Davy from behind. William shouted in panic, "Brother, behind you." His eyes brimmed with killing intent while a blinding streak of light flashed before him. Honky swiftly blocked his sword strike with practiced ease. The two blades collided, letting out a clear clang. Baron Collio roared curses in fury. He stared fixedly at Honky, only then realizing that it was a magic sword. Davy was not worried at all, merely curling his mouth into a contemptuous smile. A sword master launching a sneak attack from behind. Acting like a novice, do you not feel ashamed? The Baron struggled to fight Honky. He slashed vertically and horizontally again and again, but still could not do anything to it. Honky and Lankai escorted him down below together. Ulysses asked worriedly, "Prince Davy, are you all right?" He was about to ask about that sword as well, but Davy did not answer and only instructed him seriously. "Please take care of William. Stay beside her so she does not get hurt." William called in confusion, "Brother." Ulysses still did not understand his actions, so he continued asking curiously, "What are you saying?" He hurriedly urged that they had to leave this place immediately. Davy hurriedly raised a hand to hold his remaining arm, then reassured everyone not to worry too much. He returned with Honky and Lanky to continue fighting. Davy said with confidence that he was not as weak as the other side imagined. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Baron Collio. At that moment, that man was struggling on his knees against the ground. Collio stared intently at Davy's sword with a wary look. He realized that weapon was far too dangerous for someone as inexperienced as him. His gaze turned icy and calculating. Then he declared that he would take that sword. Davy remained calm, slowly replying that they should first hear what those swords thought. As he spoke, he glanced toward the injured Count Linus in the distance, then reminded Collio that he had better worry about his superior first. Hearing that, Collio was startled, gritted his teeth, and turned his head to look back. Seeing Linus trying to flee, Davy immediately swung his sword and slashed his leg, making him scream in pain and despair. Davy asked coldly where he thought he was running. Collio stood beside them with a furious frown, cursing him as a bastard. But before that man could counterattack, Davy had already charged straight in like a moth to flame. He curled his lips and told his opponent that he had come again. As soon as he finished speaking, Davy immediately activated the power in his fist, creating a terrifying surge of force. He drove his fist toward Baron Collio with absolute precision, striking him so hard that he caught blood. Davy landed with imposing force, while Collio collapsed to the ground, groaning miserably in pain. Baron Collio still refused to yield. He propped himself up with his sword and forced himself to stand, making Davy praise him for being truly tenacious. Davy curled his lips in a sneer, looked at him with amusement, and said that if he wanted to be his punching bag, that was fine too. Immediately after, a series of punches rained down on Collio, and he took almost every one of them head-on. Davy smiled in complete satisfaction. Baron Collio bit his lip against the pain, his face twisted by wave after wave agony. Finally, Davy unleashed the finishing blow. A terrifyingly powerful strike slammed straight into Collio's stomach. A tremendous explosion rang out, sending a severe shock through his body. He coughed up blood, still struggling to endure until the very end, then stammered a word filled with resentment. Collio clutched the wound on his abdomen and kept roaring curses at Davy, calling him a filthy bastard and telling him not to aim at his solar plexus anymore. That move left everyone stunned. Davy clenched both hands, stood upright, and answered firmly that there were no dirty tricks in real combat. Victory was all that mattered. His gaze sank, and he thought to himself that Collio was quite tough, but also left him a little disappointed because that man was a swordsman. Davy stared at Collio as he gritted his teeth before him, then inwardly sighed that he had noticed it the very first time he met him. Purser, who stood nearby watching, also remarked that perhaps he had once tried to force himself to become stronger, but had ultimately failed. Davy calmly analyzed that there was no such thing in this world as Kai being overloaded, but he was certain Collio had gone through something similar, like someone who had once touched the limits of his swordsmanship. He looked straight at his opponent, and asked evenly that there was probably no point asking why he had cooperated with someone like Linus. Recalling the test tubes containing humans he had seen on the way here, Davy said that Collio had implanted monster cells into human body. His expression turned serious as he questioned him slowly. Davy asked whether he had done it to restore his ruined body. Struck where it hurt, Baron Collio angrily shouted for him to shut his mouth. His entire body trembled, while Davy continued saying that now he found this truly foolish. Thinking of the crimes they had committed, he asked whether Linus was the one who gave the disease seeds to the bandits, letting them spread across this territory. Everything had been recorded in great detail in the information Davy received from Jack. Hearing this, the blood-covered Linus gaped in shock. Purser agreed with that deduction and softly said it was correct. Davy remained expressionless, coldly cursing them as utter trash. He continued in a slow tone, saying that if others learned of this, the consequences would not stop at the collapse of the organization. The reputation of the disease control organization would also suffer devastating damage, while becoming the target of many nobles. Davy thought to himself that this would be rather worth watching. Purser, standing beside him, called his name in displeasure. She frowned at him and loudly advised him to stop. Davy did not waver at all, merely smiling faintly as he asked if that was what she thought. Count Linus looked toward his companion, trying to hold on as he called Baron Collio's name. But that man was in a towering rage and barked at him to shut up. Collio's gaze grew tense, his expression full of vigilance as he realized Davy did not simply possess power from those magic swords. Looking at Davy standing there proudly, Collio judged that he had at least reached the level of a swordsman, and could even use high-level holy magic. In theory, no one his age could be that talented. Collio believed it was very likely Davy was a prodigy who would be recorded in the history of this era. Returning to the battle, Davy told Collio that he would not strike his solar plexus again. As soon as he finished speaking, Collio tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and thought that if that was the case, then he pointed the tip of his sword straight at Davy, deciding in his heart that he had to eliminate him here before he grew stronger. Power poured into the sword tip, and a blue force wrapped around the blade. Without another word, both of them charged violently at each other. Their terrifying power shattered the earth and stone around them. Baron Collio shot high into the air, then brought his sword down fiercely toward Davy. Davy showed no fear, instead curling his lips in a sneer. He thought that a swordsman was still a swordsman. A diamond remained precious even when buried in mud. Collio's face turned stern, ferocity clear as he poured all his strength into the downward slash. Seeing that, Davy briefly worried that he would hardly be able to block this blow. He clenched his fist, but did not counterattack, instead lightly dodging to the side. That skillful movement made Collio's slash miss its mark. Suddenly, Davy burst into loud laughter, his tone full of mockery. He said he had tricked him again. Those words startled Collio, who still had not understood what was about to happen. Power began gathering in Davy's hand, radiating a brilliant blue light. Collio's eyes widened in shock at power. Davy instantly charged straight at him, shouting the Demon King's technique double fist, immortal body. Immediately after, he drove a straight punch into Collio's stomach, striking the solar plexus and making his entire body feel as if it would split apart. The terrifying force unleashed a thunderous explosion. Collio was sent flying, thick dust billowed up, and the surrounding scene fell into chaos. Davy bared his teeth in a delighted grin at the result he had just created, while Berserk hovered beside him and watched in silence. She frowned, her head spinning, then blurted out, "He really is a monster." Baron Collio caught up blood, his mouth smeared red. Without even the strength to stand, mouthful after mouthful of blood spilling onto the ground. He looked at Davy, both admiring and furious as he cursed, "You treacherous bastard." Davy remained calm and replied in a mocking voice, "Is that so? Were you not the one who walked into the trap yourself?" Baron Collio was left speechless by those words and could only grind his teeth in rage, unable to say another word. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, biting down hard on his blood-stained lips. Inwardly, he realized that even in basic skills, that man far surpassed him. Coolio could not believe it. Even though he had once been the captain of the Royal Knights, his hands trembled as he gripped his sword tightly. Then he cursed through clenched teeth. Damn it. He growled and asked, just what are you? Faced with that question, Davy kept the same calm expression. Before he could receive an answer from him, Coolio could no longer hold on and collapsed completely to the ground. Seeing that he had only a faint breath left, yet his body had still not been smashed apart, Davy could not help but praise him. I am the one who should be surprised here. That blow just now should have been enough to tear you to pieces. Old man, just how tough are you? Suddenly, William's anxious voice called out from behind him, making Davy start and turn his head back. He hurriedly asked the little girl, William, are you all right? She answered softly, I am fine. Iolus stood beside her, scratching his head, and awkwardly cut in, it seems I have caused trouble for you. I never expected you to be this strong, how embarrassing. Iolus was about to mention the medicine Davy had trusted him with, but before he could finish, he cut him off and reassured him, do not worry, I was simply too careless. Iolus asked in surprise, what do you mean? Davy folded his arms across his chest and explained slowly, if I die, they will not be able to keep producing more, so Linus absolutely will not let that happen. He looked at everyone and instructed, you two should go back first. After that he entrusted William to Iolus's care for a few days with complete trust. He continued, I will catch up right after dealing with the remaining one. Hearing that, William suddenly panicked, her eyes going blank as she stammered, now that you mention it, that man. Everyone immediately turned to look behind them, only to see Red Flag lying beside a pool of blood. Davy exclaimed in shock, this is bad, he got away. Although the other two were still extremely angry, Davy quickly urged them to leave first. Iolus raised his hand before his face and examined it carefully, then blamed himself, I am sorry, with my current mana condition, I am afraid I cannot chase him. Davy showed no worry at all and merely said calmly, just stand still there. As soon as the words fell, a strange light suddenly appeared beneath their feet. William and Iolus widened their eyes in astonishment and asked in unison, what is this? Davy looked toward Baron Coolio's corpse and gave an order, I will leave him for the Red Tower to handle. Hearing that, the two became even more shocked and blurted out, could it be Prince Davy? Iolus asked in surprise, you can still use magic. Davy only smiled in response. He thought to himself, Iolus's mana gate is small, but it is just enough for my mana to control and use. I knew it would come in handy. That is why I secretly tampered with it earlier. Thinking of this, Davy bared his teeth in a grin, raised two fingers in a V sign, and said cheerfully goodbye. As soon as the words fell, Davy also vanished, and the white light gradually closed. In just a moment, he had arrived. On the ground now, only a dried pool of black blood remained, making him exclaim in surprise, heavens! Davy tightened his grip on Red Flag and said in a cold voice, he dared look down on my children like this, and then run away. He stood silent for a while, as if calculating something. Davy's eyes gradually filled with anger, and he said irritably, this is unforgivable. How dare he drag William into this? Looking at the gloomy scene ahead, he hardened his resolve and threatened coldly, do not expect to die easily. Count Linus was fleeing while badly wounded, blood dripping all along the road, accompanied by endless groans. Before long, Davy's footsteps had quickly caught up behind him. Linus looked back in terror and ground out two words through clenched teeth, monster. Davy appeared with an imposing air, Red Flag in hand, and slowly replied, it is not yet clear which of us is truly the monster. He swung his sword without hesitation, unleashing a powerful slash toward him. That force formed a dazzling beam of light, making Linus collapse to the ground in fear and hurriedly raise his hands to shield himself. Davy suddenly froze, as if he had just seen something unbelievable. After that slash, Count Linus was still alive. Before him stood a transparent yet extremely sturdy barrier, saving his life by a hair's breadth in time. Linus showed clear panic, his face turning dazed. Immediately after, his expression abruptly changed, and he curled his lips into a sneer. Ha. Linus pointed at Davy and laughed smugly, ha. That is why one must always prepare a final option. Realizing the situation was more troublesome than expected, Davy frowned and thought to himself, it is solid. It felt no different from air being compressed into a firm, solid mass. He observed the surroundings and calculated. The shield was created by forcibly concentrating a large amount of mana into a single point. He must have consumed no small amount to set that thing up. Suddenly, Count Linus took out a remote control. He pressed the button with a beep without hesitation, then spoke in a mocking voice. Rampaging as you please is rather impressive, you monster. Count Linus quickly dropped the remote, struggled to stand, then slipped inside that barrier. Berserk seemed to realize his intention and reminded Davy, he is planning to run away. He stepped forward, stomped hard on the remote, and laughed with delight. Ahaha, I won. He introduced it confidently. This is a mana gate I found among the relics. Although it is a little slow, once activated, it can send me through this dimension. He looked at Davy provocatively. Why do you not try cutting it with that damned magic sword of yours? Hearing this, Davy still calmly folded his arms and let him continue. Count Linus was extremely pleased with his own plan and threatened arrogantly, I will not easily forgive those who dare interfere with my experiments. Just wait, I will definitely capture you alive and lock you in a test tube. He emphasized, just wait and see. Berserk and Davy still looked at him calmly, as if watching someone drowning in delusions of power. As Count Linus spoke, he confidently pulled open his clothes, revealing small vials filled with blue solution. He bared his teeth in a delighted grin. I have the formula you created. Everything you have done until now will become meaningless. His eyes gradually turned crazed, and the more he spoke, the more confidently he sank into ambition. Linus laughed smugly as he mocked Davy. You will not save anyone, not even now. And then in the future, after I am gone, haha. Davy still remained calmly silent, indifferently carrying the red flag on his shoulder. Count Linus's body was slowly fading away. That man smugly waved goodbye to Davy, not forgetting to provoke him. How about it, at least I will hear your final words. Davy let out a sigh and wearily asked back, are you done talking? I am about to be bored sick. With that, he raised his hand and began gripping the blue flag sword tightly. Without another word, Davy swung blue flag hard into his barrier, then coldly said farewell. Even now, Count Linus could still laugh, utterly unaware that danger had closed in on him. Only after a moment did Linus finally understand and blurt out, what? The shield quickly cracked and shattered into countless fragments, while Davy stood proudly watching as if enjoying a spectacle. He looked at Blue Flag with moved eyes, inwardly sighing that a 2-gate mana shield was no longer worth worrying about, because he knew very well that Blue Flag could cut even things that did not exist in the material world, and there were still countless ways to finish someone off. Davy tightened his grip on Blue Flag, standing firmly as he watched everything before him gradually collapse into pieces. Purser looked at Linus lying motionless in a pool of blood and sighed softly, saying that he had become another corpse. Davy replied coldly, that was the inevitable end for the inhuman things he had done. He ruffled his messy hair and gritted his teeth in regret, saying that he had not intended to let him die so easily, but all of it had been caused by Linus himself. Before Davy could finish speaking, the surroundings suddenly trembled faintly, and everything before his eyes abruptly turned hazy. Purser immediately asked anxiously what is happening. Davy curled his lips in a sneer, but sweat had already beaded across his forehead. Then he looked toward the Count's corpse and cursed furiously. Linus, you bastard, is he trying to erase all the evidence? It seemed Davy had guessed his intent. Even at the very end, Linus still made him feel disgusted. Elsewhere, horse hooves thundered rapidly along the road. A voice full of authority ordered, search the entire area. The first and third night orders are to arrest Count Linus and Captain Collio. If they resist, withdraw immediately. Do not force it. That person was Prince Paris. He rode atop a white horse and commanded in a ringing voice. The second night order is to find and protect Baron Gornio. The rest of you tend to the people. He loudly and carefully reminded them, do not forget our goal is not to risk our lives, but to protect the people's safety. Save as many people as possible. Hearing the order, the subordinates spurred their horses and rushed ahead, answering in unison, yes, your highness. Unease gradually showed on Paris's face. The situation in this area was worse than he had imagined, and the desolate air thick with the smell of death made him look around and inwardly sigh. Before I left, this place was not this terrible. A few days after he left the heist region, Count Linus had arrived as captain of the epidemic control team. He recalled that according to the agreement, that man should have waited to see whether he would be granted a portion of authority over this region. At that moment, Paris turned his head back in surprise. He remembered the person he had met that day. After meeting Baron Gornio, he received word of a suspicious situation, that someone might be deliberately spreading the epidemic. While Paris was still trapped in his tangled thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out, pulling him back to reality. Your Highness, please look over here. The report sounded full of panic. Paris rode his white horse forward, then was startled to realize, it is a corpse, this is. Looking at the corpses scattered across the ground and their familiar clothing, Paris quickly understood. Could they all be dead knights? He froze, almost unable to believe his eyes. This many, what exactly happened here? The situation was too urgent, and Paris urged himself to spur his horse forward at full speed. I have to get there as quickly as possible. In a magnificent castle, hurried footsteps rang out as someone rushed inside. Paris called out anxiously Baron Gornio. Hearing the call, the man turned back in surprise. Prince Paris, he exclaimed joyfully, you have returned. But at this moment Paris was extremely stunned, his face filled with confusion at the scene before him. Baron Gornio stepped forward and asked with concern, thank goodness you are safe. Paris grew even more bewildered and replied, I am the one who should be worried about you. Looked around and saw everyone busily working, so he asked what exactly had happened. Baron Gornio hurriedly explained, Prince Davy and Princess William came here. Paris was shocked upon hearing this. He came. Baron Gornio proudly said that on that very day, His Highness had developed the cure in only 3 days. Hearing this, Paris clutched his aching head and shouted, "What?" The man slowly said, "Honestly, I was also very shocked. Even our epidemic control team was helpless. Yet Prince Davy was able to cure it so easily." Paris anxiously pressed him. "Then what about those corpses outside?" The Baron still answered calmly, "They are probably subordinates of Count Colio. It seems they wanted to silence us after the cure was successfully developed." Hearing that, Paris grew even more worried. He asked in panic, "Then what about my brother? What happened to William?" Seeing this, Baron Gornio hurriedly reassured him, "Please calm down. There is no need to worry too much." But Paris grew even angrier. "How can I not worry? The cure is very important, but my brother and William are far more important to me." Paris angrily slammed his fist into the wall beside him. Baron Gornio asked worriedly, "Prince Paris, are you all right? Please say something." His gaze wavered, and his teeth clenched tightly, as he began imagining the worst possible outcome. What if the two of them? The more he thought, the more cold sweat poured from him. William is a foolish girl who trusts others far too easily. If something happened to that girl, then... Suddenly Paris turned around and saw William. His face instantly darkened because of his loss of composure just now. Then he unexpectedly stammered, "You." Iulis smiled and teased, "It seems Prince Paris cares about that person more than you once told me." William blushed, her eyes full of suspicion, because she had never seen her brother like this before. She asked, "Hey, why are you suddenly acting like this? It is not like you at all." But before he could answer, a faint tremor suddenly struck, making everyone in the castle stagger. After a moment, everything returned to normal. Even the lamp overhead had stopped swaying. Everyone raised their heads to look up, asking each other in bewilderment, was that an earthquake? Outside, the sky darkened, and the flock of birds also flew up in panic, hurrying to find a new place of shelter. As for Davy, he forcefully smashed everything around him, creating a massive explosion. The affected earth and stone burst apart in chunks. Looking at the result he had caused, he said cheerfully, "Just in time, this makes everything easier to handle." Davy planted both hands on his hips and laughed delightedly, "Ha ha ha, I only need to destroy everything." All of a sudden, Purser pointed ahead and said, "Davy, look over there." The monsters were moving forward fiercely. He exclaimed in surprise, "Those birds." He lowered his gaze and asked, "Did they escape?" Purser continued, "The important thing is the direction they are heading." Hearing this, he paid closer attention and asked back, "The direction they are heading?" Davy looked in the direction they were moving. As if he had guessed something, that direction was the Odom region. Seeing the herd of monsters surge forward in a massive wave, Davy instinctively flinched, then cursed under his breath. "Damn it." He sighed, thinking that if they slipped into the forest, catching them one by one would be extremely difficult. Purser immediately suggested they return and set up a defensive line first. Davy lifted his face toward the distant sky and gave a quiet snort. Seeing the pitch-black curtain overhead, he nodded in satisfaction and praised it as a good idea. As soon as he finished speaking, he bent his knees and shot forward. Davy streaked through the air at a height of several hundred meters. All of a sudden, he came to an abrupt stop to sense everything around him. He snapped his fingers, creating a golden thread, then clicked his tongue in satisfaction. The humidity was perfect. Davy curled his lips into a faint smile, reached for the sword at his side, and called its name, Honky. He gently ran his hand along the sharp blade and said, "Sorry, but I need to borrow a little of your mana. If there is no path, then I will open one myself." Purser looked at him in utter confusion and asked in shock what he intended to do. Davy patiently explained that under normal circumstances, a 5th-tier mage could not use wide-area magic, but with Honkai he could combine its mana with his own to cast it. The moment he finished speaking, he raised Honkai straight toward the sky. A brilliant crimson light erupted and shot into the center, while strange circles appeared beneath his feet. Once the sword had gathered enough energy, Davy calmly said that he would make use of lightning. A magnificent scene filled with countless colors unfolded, while Davy's face brimmed with confidence. He spoke aloud, "Define the range, expand the boundary, reconstruct the constitution." Immediately afterward, mystical golden lights appeared around him, filled with many incomprehensible characters. Purser's eyes widened in astonishment. Then she asked suspiciously, "This is the first time I have seen this kind of language. Is that rune script?" Davy merely smiled faintly, as though his entire body concealed unbelievable secrets. He spread both arms wide, stood amid the golden circles, and began calculating. The range would cover the entire area behind him. Looking down at the monsters frantically fleeing below, he formed a plan. There was no need to chase every one that broke away from the herd. He only had to deal with those that crossed past him. He stood amid the golden light, silently thinking for quite some time. Suddenly, Davy turned to Purser and said, I just thought of something I want to try." She asked in surprise what it was. He answered slowly, "Not fire, but thunder." As soon as he finished speaking, he tightened his grip on Honky. Then he sprang upward and swung a ferocious slash toward the monster horde, shouting loudly, Die, you vermin, chain calamity, summon thunder. Fierce bolts of lightning appeared at once, crashing down in torrents with terrifying power and making the entire gloomy sky blaze with dazzling light. Carriage wheels rolled swiftly along the rugged dirt road, sending dust billowing into the air. The knights escorted a white carriage bearing the royal emblem, all galloping at full speed to escape. A knight swung his sword with all his might, striking down an assassin and sending that man tumbling to the ground. Damn it, the knight gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the reins, and cursed. From below came someone calling out, "Sir Belus, we cannot hold out any longer," someone in the unit reported. "At this rate, they will catch up to us." Looking at the group of assassins whipping their horses madly as they clung close behind, Belus muttered curses. Those bastards just keep chasing and refuse to let go. A golden bolt of lightning suddenly struck near them. One knight noticed something strange. Lightning was continuously striking the forest beside the road they were passing through. Belus pointed there in shock and stammered, "What exactly is that?" After that, he fell silent as though weighing something. He shouted toward the speeding carriage, "Into the forest. We will run into the lightning forest." A voice of protest rang out. "What, that place is being struck by lightning nonstop." Inside the carriage, 3 women trembled in fear, but there was no time to hesitate now. They had to run immediately. A girl in a pink dress, wearing a tightly drawn hood, hugged her knees, her whole body trembling as she kept murmuring, "I am sorry, truly sorry." The girl beside her tried to hold her and comfort her. The carriage convoy charged straight into the forest, roaring with thunder and lightning, trying to escape the group of crazed assassins pursuing them from behind. At that moment, bolts of lightning coiled around the ground amid a deep, rumbling roar. Purser shouted loudly, "Davy, do not push yourself too hard." Seeing him clutch his head in pain, the demon king lady kept warning him, "If you continue like this, your brain will be burned to ash." Purser reminded him that this was not something humans could control. "Do you know how pale your face is?" Davy still stubbornly replied, "I am fine." In midair, Davy continued casting magic, creating powerful bolts of lightning that crashed down into the vast green forest below. In Davy's mind, he silently calculated that the mana consumption was not too great. What was being worn down was mainly his spirit. His legs were exhausted and his mouth kept muttering, I am so tired, I think I am about to go mad." Davy inwardly lamented that if he did not return and rest soon, things would truly become bad. Suddenly, a carriage galloping at full speed entered his field of vision, leaving him unable to help wondering. Looking down from above, he saw the glittering carriage had stopped near the base of a tree. He thought to himself, "A carriage." Davy exclaimed in astonishment, "Why is there a carriage here? Moreover, that is the royal emblem." Demon King Lady added that the carriage was painted platinum white. Davy immediately continued, "Moon Empire." The royal carriage still raced forward at full speed, trying to escape the assassins clinging close behind. Davy propped up his chin and speculated, "It cannot be the Kontak in the west thousands of kilometers away, nor the Lindus Empire on the eastern Palano continent." Purser anxiously tried to stop him. "If they are targeting royalty, the enemy is definitely no ordinary foe." Davy remained deep in thought, even as Purser repeatedly warned that if he got caught up in this, the danger to him would only grow greater. Beneath the tree canopy, through the carriage window, the girl in the pink hood was clinging tightly to the side of the carriage. Davy propped up his chin and looked down, while the girl inside the carriage also seemed to realize that someone in the air was staring intently at her. Her eyes widened when she saw that young man. Davy froze for a brief moment when he smelled a gentle floral fragrance drifting past him. He closed his eyes to regain his composure, slowly inhaling that scent and feeling the comfort as his mind gradually became clear. Felt like standing in the middle of a cool, gentle flower garden. This was the refreshing clarity of a spirit master. From high above, Davy silently stared at the royal carriage, then quietly put his magic to use. Intricately patterned talismans appeared, covering the air above the assassins' heads. Faced with that unexpected sight, Purser froze and blurted out, "Davy." The talisman immediately called down an enormous bolt of lightning. Everyone was stunned as stone, dirt, and dust erupted after that ferocious lightning strike. Below, the assassins lay scattered inside a deep crater, while Davy joked with Purser, "Oops, my hand slipped." Purser was speechless as she watched Davy float away, only to receive an answer that made her want to hit him. "Amazing, I saw nothing at all." His whole body trembled violently, then went rigid as if struck by a sudden chill. His entire body simply slid downward. Davy fell freely into the forest below, despite Purser calling after him in panic. Nice. The sky turned clear again, brilliant sunlight spilling over the mountains and forests. A murky blackness enveloped everything, silent to an unnatural degree. A soft call rang out, "Princess." A knight cried out in joy, "We are alive. This is the Empire. We have crossed the border safely." Cheers rang out, "The Imperial Knights will come to receive us soon." A knight carefully helped the princess down from the carriage. The princess looked around at everyone and said, "I do not see Sir Halos, nor Sir Luxa or Lady Hivina." The princess said through a choked voice, "I am sorry, truly sorry to all of you." She held her hat and bowed sincerely. "I have made all of you suffer for someone of mixed blood like me." Everyone immediately protested, "Princess, your bloodline is not your fault." Someone else said, "Thinking that way is absurd." Another even raised his voice, "Exactly. Who would dare say your birth is lowly?" Belus knelt and said, "It is our incompetence that has caused your highness pain. Please grant us death." The princess hurriedly waved her hands. "Stop." She stammered an explanation. I do not want any of you to be hurt because of me anymore." Belus called softly, "Your highness." The princess clenched her skirt and cut him off. "That is right. At least I must be strong for his majesty the emperor." But her voice suddenly sank. Belus solemnly swore, "I swear in the name of the royal house of Belus that I will investigate and wipe away all resentment the people hold toward your highness." The princess looked at the knights who had risked their lives to protect her throughout the journey and replied, "Thank you, truly thank you, Sir Belus." A knight behind them spoke up, "Captain, what exactly was that lightning?" Belus replied, "I do not know, but no matter how I think about it, it could not have been a natural phenomenon." Everyone began murmuring among themselves, "How could anyone do such a thing?" Someone else added, "What matters is that we are still alive, though we do not yet understand why that lightning was clearly brought down by someone." The princess only listened in silence as everyone discussed the strange phenomenon from earlier. Belus propped his chin and speculated, "One day, this person may become a great mage of the continent, though I am not certain that will happen." The knight beside him immediately replied, "Of course. If someone can create a disaster like that, then that person is no longer human, but no different from a dragon standing at the pinnacle of magic." Everyone laughed happily. Only the princess remained silent. She stretched out her hand, murmuring softly, "That person with red hair." Fancet's voice rang out, plain and simple, yet carrying a feeling of deep reliability. At that moment, Davy was lying motionless among ancient trees. A faint floral scent surrounded him, his eyes tightly shut as if he were sleeping soundly. But in truth, he had completely lost consciousness. Sunlight pierced through the lush green canopy, creating a beautiful scene, while the surrounding air was strangely quiet. Davy's eyelids twitched slightly, a drop of sweat clinging to his cheeks tightening as though he had just reacted. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes, his brows also furrowing. The first person he saw was the beautiful demon king lady. His weak voice called out, "Purser." The demon king lady immediately cried out in joy, "You are awake." Davy wearily sat down on the ground. Purser handed him water with worry and said, "Take a sip first." He replied, "Thank you, it has been a long time since I slept that well." Purser looked at him gently and asked, "How long did I sleep?" Davy replied, "Only about 2 hours." He gazed at the surrounding scenery in the evening glow and murmured, "But that should be enough to throw the Udal territory into chaos, probably." After saying that, he flopped back down and pillowed his head on his arms. "Then let me sleep a little longer." Purser snapped, "What? You should also think about the people worrying about you." Purser's shrill voice echoed among the trees. Paris came running from somewhere, calling out in panic, "Brother." Davy stood up and calmly asked, "What is it, Paris? When did you come back?" Paris hurriedly replied, "Only just recently." But first, Davy briefly stiffened when he heard him say that. Paris looked around, then touched him from head to toe, front and back. "Thank goodness, you are not hurt anywhere." Paris breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You have no idea how worried I was when you were left alone at the Count's shelter." Davy thought speechlessly, that really is a frightening kind of protection. Paris looked around and said, "We tried to form a rescue team for William and Iulis, but they could not make it here." Entering a forest filled with hundreds of lightning bolts was no different from suicide. With Paris's personality, the fact that the boy had not gotten lost for 5 whole hours was already a miracle. "Brother." William also came running over in a fluster, with Iulis following close behind. The little girl threw herself into Davy's arms and rattled off, "Are you hurt? You are safe, right." He nodded and replied, "Right, that is right." Paris shouted angrily, "Hey, why is the patient here? I told you to lie still in bed." The little girl clung tightly to Davy and snapped helplessly, "Shut up. Did you expect me to lie there comfortably while he was missing?" Iulis looked at Davy and smiled. "I can see you are truly loved." Davy rubbed the head of the clingy William and asked, "Do you think so?" Iulis replied, "It looks wonderful." Davy asked with concern, "After the two of you went back first, did anything happen?" Iulis replied, "Not much. It seems you dealt with them very thoroughly." Iulis continued, "If not for you, we would surely have been in serious trouble. Prince Davy is also an elder of the Magic Tower. This situation is truly shameful. And the remedy as well." Iulis was filled with guilt. "I am truly sorry about that." Davy interrupted, "Do you mean this?" Davy lightly shook a vial containing a pale blue liquid. Iulis exclaimed in shock, "How did you get that?" Linus, that bastard, had hidden this very carefully in his clothes. Davy looked smugly at the vial in his hand and thought to himself, "I took it from him before we escaped. So do not worry, just go back inside." He looked at Iulis and William, who were watching intently, and continued, "Although you received first aid, to be safe, the two of you still need proper treatment." A soft voice called, "Prince Davy." Night gradually descended over the palace. I have heard Paris recount everything that happened up to this point. There was nothing too unusual. Count Linus was the one behind everything, and the epidemic broke out because he used the bandits to spread it. This is it. He gently placed the small vial on the tabletop. Davy carefully examined the vial bearing the symbol of the disease control organization, then received the answer that they had only found it after spending several days searching the bandits' base. They occupied this place and acted as if it were their own territory. Paris frowned in anger, his hand clenched tight, saying that the boy had used the plague as a reason to leave the territory and search for evidence. At first, Baron Gornio had always opposed everything he did in this territory. Perhaps he did so because he did not want to drag an outsider like him into trouble. Davy thought sadly that he felt a little regret for him. Now it was his turn to speak. Paris interrupted his thoughts and called softly, "Brother." Davy turned his attention to his younger brother, who was asking him, "May I ask you something?" Paris sat up straight, and the answer he received was, "Of course." It seemed they had a great many things they wanted to ask. That was understandable, since he had still not explained everything clearly to them. If he had only gotten involved in this matter in an ordinary way, it would have been fine, but what he had done so far must have been far too unbelievable to them. Using a sword in the swordsmanship correction exam, while possessing combat skills high enough to defeat even a sword master, carrying a holy mark within his body, while also possessing medical knowledge that had come from who knew where, and there was also the fifth circle magic he had used to send William and Iulis back to the territory. Davy sat quietly drinking tea. Was this truly power that a boy not yet 20 could possess? Even Elena Zephalan, the prodigy princess who had trained with the sword before she held a pen, had not reached the level of a sword master. Even Iulis, a top genius of the continent, was still far from the realm of masters. Yet a 17-year-old boy who had spent a third of his life in a coma had easily surpassed them. Davy lifted his teacup, his mind sinking into thought. Even he understood that this was nearly impossible. He gave a faint, bitter smile. But he had truly lived through all of it, for a long and endless 1,000 years. Paris glared at William. "Stop it, you fool. This makes it seem as if we are interrogating him. Do not be rude anymore." William immediately argued back. "You are curious, too." Iulis also spoke up. "In truth, I still cannot believe your highness can use magic without chanting," despite William shouting in shock beside him. "What?" After regaining his composure, he added again furthermore. Davy sipped his tea while listening to Iulis say that the amount of mana I sense from your highness is only like that of an ordinary person. How can that be? Perhaps that man was curious about it, because in theory, using magic without chanting was impossible. Looking toward the Demon King lady, Davy thought he should perhaps be grateful that they did not suspect him of being the one behind the thunderstorm in the forest, but he merely said calmly that such a thing was simply impossible. He set the teacup down on the table, because all three of them had leaned in to listen. Davy smiled gently and answered calmly, "I simply worked hard." The other three spoke at once as if they had agreed beforehand. What do you mean?" Davy replied calmly, "Exactly as I just said. I put in a great deal of effort over a short period of time." Purser leaned beside her teacup and whispered softly that fundamentally, he was not lying. That period of time was actually very short, because even 1,000 years had not been enough to learn everything. Davy recalled the days he had spent diligently climbing mountains to train, from the moment dawn broke until dusk fell. He bent his legs and sprang up in confusion, sighing when he woke halfway along the road and thinking about the results he had gained after that training. Davy raised his wounded, bandaged hands and looked at them, then lamented that those people had wrung him dry to the point he was sick of them. He curled his lips in a sneer, and yet he had still worked so hard that even a passing goblin would probably burst out laughing. In the spacious room, the four of them were gathered and talking when Paris was so startled that he broke into a sweat and could only laugh awkwardly. "Haha." Paris asked him in front of everyone. "Haha, you are joking, right? No matter how hard you worked, you could not reach this level in just 1 year." Davy leisurely crossed his legs, sipped his tea, and thought perhaps they assumed he had only started trying after he woke up. He said composedly that there were still many things in this world that had never been verified. Davy hesitated slightly, then continued, "I never said it only took me 1 year." Paris widened his eyes, so astonished that even more doubts rose within him. Davy looked with satisfaction at his younger brother's expression and continued, "As Iulis said, he can only sense an ordinary amount of mana from me. Then how can I create a sword filled with such dense energy? Perhaps that is exactly what you are wondering." Paris, whose thoughts had been struck exactly by him, hurriedly answered, "Yes, how could such a thing happen?" Davy curled his lips in a meaningful smile. He sighed, then said softly, "Someday." He stood up, straightened the hem of his clothes, and said more clearly, "When the time is right, someday I will tell you everything." Brother Paris was full of tangled questions, but he did not know how to ask them. He abruptly stood up, pensive, and said nothing more. Davy looked at everyone in the room and thought that for now, he still could not tell them about the title of hero. Even if they did not believe him and demanded to hear the truth, for now he could only say that he had worked hard to reach this level. Only one person knew the truth, and that was Purser, the beautiful and alluring demon king lady who always looked as if she lacked sleep. She glanced at Davy and said, "Hey, lend me your lap." He could only sigh in admiration. That was enough. He watched everyone in the room continue chatting cheerfully, wondering whether they believed that someday he would tell them everything. Even so, they still accepted his unreasonable explanation and brought the conversation to a temporary close. Night fell, and the starry sky blended with the sound of crickets, creating a peaceful scene outside the mansion. In contrast, the inside was noisy and lively, truly one thing after another. At that moment, Davy was standing there grinning, with no clear idea what exactly he had gotten himself into. Hong-Ki puffed out her cheeks in a sulk, stubbornly refusing to look at Davy. He asked in confusion, "Are you still angry, Hong-Ki?" "Do not be like that." He wanted to pat the little one's head, but child had crossed her legs to block his hand. Wow, she looked no different from a little hamster with her mouth stuffed full of sunflower seeds. Davy was utterly defeated by that stubborn cuteness. He reminded himself that now was not the time to be moved. But before this cuteness, who could possibly endure it? His eyes shone brightly, his face flushing with delight. To draw the little girl's attention, he threw away his dignity and played peekaboo. Hong-Ki, here, peekaboo. He thought anxiously Kandara's was the same. Whenever an ego weapon containing mana ran out of energy, they would start acting spoiled forever. Peekaboo. Perhaps Kandara's possessed a mature ego that grew stronger over time, so it was fine, but for Hong-Ki, who was not yet a month old, the amount of mana consumed in that chain of disasters must have been far too great. His teasing antics, Hong-Ki happily peeked out. Suddenly he blurted out, "Damn it, this is bad." Just then, Lan-Ki suddenly appeared, hugged Hong-Ki tightly, and acted spoiled. "Please stop now." Davy took out a fragrant cookie and held it right in front of Hong-Ki to tease the little girl. He kept coaxing her sweetly, saying this was the cookie she liked, very tasty, and asking if she wanted some. Hong-Ki and Lan-Ki's eyes instantly lit up, staring fixedly at the cookie in his hand. Seeing that the two little ones were still silent, he pretended to sigh with regret. "Ah, you do not want to eat it." Davy inwardly burst out laughing, because he knew the little girl really wanted it. But Hong-Ki still tried to act as if she did not care, while he said, "Looks like you are very angry, Hong-Ki." He gave a strained smile, understanding that the little girl wanted the cookie, but could not accept it because she was still sulking. "Why do I find this scene so adorable?" Davy raised the cookie and deliberately said in a regretful tone, "Looks like I have no other choice." He emphasized again, "If you do not eat it, then I will have to eat it myself." After saying that, he calmly lifted the cookie to his mouth and ate it with relish. Davy still did not stop teasing them, chewing the cookie happily while praising it again and again before two pairs of shimmering eyes that looked ready to cry. At that moment in Hong-Ki's eyes, he was no different from a horned demon with a long, greedy tongue. Purser suddenly stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Davy, you idiot." She snapped furiously, "What are you doing to a child? I knew you would do this." Immediately after, a figure with long hair fluttering suddenly swept quickly past Davy. To draw the little girl's attention, he cast aside all dignity and played peekaboo. "Come on, come here." She softened her voice and coaxed her. "All right, you must be very upset." Davy stood beside them, watching the scene in astonishment. Davy widened his eyes, so stunned that he could barely speak. "You." The Demon King lady glanced at him and asked back, "What?" Only after a long while did he manage to say, "You can enlarge yourself." Purser looked at him with utter disdain and replied, "What is so hard about enlarging myself?" She looked at the two children, then said smugly to him that with her demonic power, she could even change into any outfit she wanted. Davy took a bite of the cookie, eating as he thought. Perhaps there was a special connection between these two bodies carrying mana. She awkwardly patted the two little ones on the head to comfort them. "Be good, good children." Suddenly, the two little ones burst out calling her mother. Purser froze, nearly falling backward in shock. "Huh, mother." While Purser still had not recovered, the two children kept calling out, "Mother, mother." Davy crossed his arms and watched the commotion before him, then said, "You made the girl cry." Purser panicked so badly she did not know what to do, only holding the two little ones in her arms and soothing them. "What, me?" Hong-Ki and Lan-Ki suddenly shouted, "We hate father." Davy stood there watching helplessly, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha." Purser clumsily hugged and coaxed them. "Do not worry, mother is here. It is all right." Davy sighed from the side, as expected of the former Demon King. "You adapt quickly." On the continent today, demons were usually regarded as evil creatures that appeared only in ancient books. But looking at Purser, perhaps people had misunderstood far too much. Thinking of that, he let out a sigh that was both emotional and helpless. Davy snapped out of his thoughts, somehow produced a few more cookies, and went before Hong-Ki to fawn on her. "I have even more cookies, Hong-Ki." The little girl still turned away and refused to look at him, making Purser snap irritably. "Davy, sometimes I truly want to sew that talkative mouth of yours shut." He put the cookie into his mouth and painfully savored the taste. Davy's cookie at that moment suddenly became gloomy and bitter. A few days passed, the sky turned clear again, and everything gradually returned to its former peace. Outside, the streets also grew lively again, and and the people bought and sold as usual. The incident officially came to an end, and we began distributing medicine to the people of the territory. Of course, we did not stop at treatment alone, but also established a vaccine system to prevent the risk of future outbreaks. Although we already had medicine for treatment, we still could not deal with all the virus that already existed in the territory. The rest would depend on how Lord Paris handled it. This incident caused more than 300 people Odom territory to die. Holding the report in his hand, he replied calmly, "Is that so? Fewer than expected." The masked broker wondered, "Do you feel nothing?" Davy tapped lightly on the table and said with a faint smile, "I only know to be grateful that such a dangerous plague did not become worse." "How many people do you think live in this territory?" Davy's face darkened as he thought that the disease had once taken tens of millions of lives on other continents. If I had not arrived in time, if Odom had become a plague nest and spread it to the neighboring territories, half of the eastern continent might have suffered far heavier losses. That was precisely why Linus's actions were truly absurd. Though it pained me, I was still grateful that this disaster had been stopped at the cost of a few hundred lives. The masked broker asked again, "You must know about this plague, Your Highness." He sighed and replied, "Yes." The other man continued asking, "Then how much do you know?" He sneered, "Will this be deducted from the fee?" The masked man answered calmly, "I am an information broker. Everything will be counted into the final cost." He continued, "Of course, it will be converted into points." "You are too careless." Davy made an innocent face and asked, "Surely I do not need to hand over my organs to you." The broker broke into a sweat and answered respectfully, "I must decline that proposal, because I value my life very much." He leaned back in his chair, propped up his hand, and sighed in boredom. "I really do not understand what you are thinking. Is it not about time you told me what you want? Just say it." Before Davy's resentful look, the man still replied calmly, "Not yet. I still need to accumulate more points. I have to make sure you have no choice but to satisfy my request." Davy looked at him with lifeless eyes and complained, "What exactly is this request? If this keeps up, why do you not just work for me?" Asura enlarged her body and ran to the two whimpering little ones, hurriedly soothing them. "Would you accept me?" Davy looked at the man and sneered contemptuously. "You think I would take in someone like you?" He inwardly sighed in boredom. "I do not care about your past or your connections, but if you want to be accepted, at least take off that cloak first." Davy's gaze grew firm, because he also wanted to know who the other party really was. He lowered his eyes, pulled open the desk drawer, and saw the communication crystal ball. Davy thought pensively, who could it be? "I cannot think of anyone who would contact me right now." While he was still wondering, a familiar face suddenly appeared in the crystal ball, making him blurt out in astonishment. The scene that appeared was beautiful, a blue sky dotted with white clouds, and below it stood ancient, elegant castles. When Iulis and William arrived, William waved excitedly and called out, "Brother." Hearing someone call him, Davy turned his head back in surprise. At that moment, someone's voice rang out to announce that all preparations had been completed. He suddenly remembered that a full week had passed since that day. After the virus was eliminated, most of the patients had returned to their everyday lives. The streets were lively again, and everyone looked healthier, though there were still a few who could not overcome that overwhelmingly powerful disease. Overall, this result was already acceptable. Just then, a garland of daisies suddenly appeared. A little boy suddenly jumped onto Deviant Rawl, placed the daisy garland around his neck, and shouted joyfully, "Odom has returned to the way it was." Hearing that, he raised a hand to greet everyone. The surrounding crowd immediately cheered in delight, hailing the saint. Deviant Rawl blushed awkwardly, and muttered that it would be better if they did not praise him like that. Davy left the crowd and walked toward William and Iulis, making his younger sister brighten with joy. He said everything had been resolved, and that he would go home. His younger sister said traveling by carriage was not fast, but they could arrive in 4 days. Hearing that, he found it acceptable, since the managate from Heist needed time to recharge, so using a carriage was reasonable. While Davy was taking in the surrounding scenery, Iulis said there were many beautiful sights along the road. His younger sister looked along and said, "It is not bad." He sat looking outside, his expression thoughtful. "I threw myself into such a grand plan just to have a carefree life. From now on, I will eat plenty and retire early, rather than be crushed by work like I have been recently." Moreover, enjoying a comfortable laziness was far more pleasant. Davy smiled as he thought. Iulis said they would set off, while he told himself, either way, it will take some time to get back. The carriage rolled past an enchanting waterfall, with clear blue water pouring down powerfully above. Below, rocks large and small were piled on top of one another, blending with the flowing water to create an incredibly captivating scene. The carriage gradually moved away from the waterfall. While Davy was still quietly gazing at the scenery outside, his younger sister suddenly called to him in a worried voice, "Brother." He turned to look at her and asked what was wrong, saying he was fine. so she'd not need to worry too much. His younger sister clutched the hem of her dress, her face filled with unease as she asked whether it was really all right to leave Paris alone. I am a little worried. She wondered why he also brought me to Region 2. Seeing his younger sister so uneasy, Iulis spoke up to reassure her, saying he was not sure either. Perhaps that person wanted her to rest somewhere else. Hearing that, she immediately shouted, "That man, you know that cannot be the only reason." Davy recalled his conversation with Paris. At the time, in a luxurious room, Paris looked at him helplessly and said, "Brother, I am sorry, but could I entrust William to you for now?" Paris said that if she stayed with him, the girl would be safer than by my side. Hearing that, Davy was confused and did not understand the reason, so he asked, "You do not look well, did something happen?" Paris hesitated before answering, After a moment of hesitation, Paris finally said that several disappearances had occurred. Some children from the orphanage managed by the territory had suddenly vanished. As he spoke, Paris's expression grew even more tense. "The news has not spread widely yet, but if William learns of it, I truly cannot guess what she will do." Davy fell into thought. Paris's worry was not without reason. I once heard Amy say that a few days ago something similar happened in the Heist region, where a beautiful blue jewel had appeared. After somewhat easing his younger sister's worries, she and Iulis finally turned their attention to the scenery outside. She said excitedly that the view had changed completely, and they were probably about to reach Region 2. Hearing the two of them happily say they were almost there, Davy said stiffly that he only hoped they would arrive as late as possible. Those words left both of them bewildered, and his younger sister asked if something was happening there. He answered with an embarrassed and awkward expression, his voice faltering, "Well then, I heard that a rather troublesome person has appeared there." As soon as Iulis heard Davy say that, he asked blankly, "Huh?" The atmosphere now turned strangely awkward. As the carriage was moving, a group of mounted knights suddenly blocked the road. His younger sister immediately stuck her head out the window to see what was happening and asked what was going on. Someone among the riders questioned them. "Who are you? Do you know whose carriage you are blocking?" "Forgive me, but the scene at that moment was truly extremely tense." The two looked out the window, then both stammered when they recognized that emblem. It was the emblem of a shield and a majestic lion, and one glance was enough to know its owner surely held a special status. Ullus, captain of the Red Dragon Knight Order, earnestly said to Davy, "Please forgive my offense." Davy maintained a calm expression as he listened to him explain. Continued, saying they had come to escort them, then introduced himself as the captain of the Red Dragon Knight Order, the list. Hearing Nada introduce himself, Davy's expression immediately darkened. He asked why that girl's guard was here. The captain greeted 5th rank Ulysses, saying it had been a long time, while she softly reminded him that a week ago, besides the news in the territory, Ami had also mentioned one more thing. Hearing her say that, his expression changed at once. He gave a sinister smile and said she really was a clever little girl. Hearing that, she repeated in surprise, "Little girl, if I remember correctly, the one who made a contract with Kandaras seemed to be about your age as well." She was a beautiful girl, with long, brilliant golden hair, wearing a magnificent blue dress. The precious child of the Palan Empire had gone out for a trip. The sight of a vast, majestic, and splendid palace gradually appeared before their eyes. Immediately afterward, the image of an arrow shot from a bow appeared, shining so brightly it dazzled the eyes. Other arrows also appeared on the target then. Someone capable of shooting such a volley of arrows was certainly no ordinary person. A man in a dragon robe was drawing a bow with extraordinary skill. Around the arrowhead was a powerful current of light, making it look filled with force. The arrow flew forward as if transforming into a bird with wings spread wide, blazing as it headed straight for the target. Sure enough, the arrow struck straight into the bullseye with decisive, swift, and precise force. When the arrow pinned itself into the bullseye, a voice rang out, "It hit." Immediately Rose and Prince Ambos and Lindis spoke up to praise the king. "You are truly extraordinary, your majesty." Hearing that, the king cheerfully asked if he wanted to try. Prince Ambos and Lindis smiled awkwardly, raised a hand to rub his head, and replied that how could I dare compete with a master archer like you? If I shoot against your majesty, I will only lose in shame. He was truly a smooth talker who knew how to curry favor. The king looked at him with a rather stern expression and clicked his tongue. Emperor Zeus of the Lindis Empire said the future leader of this empire was truly a crybaby child. Hearing that, he merely smiled wryly and replied that a foolish person like me has no talent with the bow at all. The king looked faintly saddened and disappointed, clicking his tongue as he said that if this continued, he would let the throne fall into his siblings' hands. He answered confidently that if they had the courage, they could try, and it seemed he had prepared very thoroughly. As he spoke, he poured tea for the king. The king kept his voice calm and remarked that it seemed the crown prince was still living quite well. He also answered calmly, saying, "Yes, I live well thanks to your generosity, your majesty." He was truly someone worth keeping an eye on. The king said that if he was a true man, before spreading his wings and flying into the wider world, he had to know how to cherish his family. Though those fools were only obsessed with fame and status and ignored me, he still answered firmly that he would remember. With his keen perception, the king realized that he had not come here merely to watch archery or listen to complaints. He then asked, "It seems you did not come just to hear me grumble, so what have you come for?" Hearing the king ask directly, he did not beat around the bush either and replied, "Yes, your majesty. I have received information from the Miri Guild." Hearing that, the king gave a soft exclamation. It seemed things had made progress. The two sat facing each other, enjoying tea together. He continued, saying, "I have one piece of good news and one piece of vague news. Which would you like to hear first?" The king replied with interest that he truly knew how to stir his curiosity. The king pointed toward him and said cheerfully, "Very well, then tell me the vague news first." He answered briskly, "Yes," kept a calm expression and said Count Linus was dead, while Count Kolio had been captured. Their cruel deeds had been exposed, and they would receive the punishment they deserved. Hearing that, the king clicked his tongue and said that he had once taken Kolio's circumstances into account, and had even personally appointed him to the disease control organization. Continued, saying it seemed that man had conducted illegal experiments in the Odom region, on the outskirts of the Ral kingdom. The king angrily said greed had driven that man mad, then asked who had dealt with them. He answered quickly and decisively, as though everything had been within his expectations. "The eldest prince of the Ral kingdom." The king asked thoughtfully, "You mean the young man whose name is now spreading everywhere?" He said in a gentle voice, "Your Majesty, you need not feel guilty over this matter." After hearing him, the king burst into laughter. "Ha ha, do you think such matters could affect me as I sit upon the throne?" The king cheerfully told him to now let him hear the good news. He immediately replied, "Yes, this is news related to Count Linus and Baron Gornio, the ones who researched demon blood disease together with that man. According to the report, a cure for demon blood disease has been created." The moment he heard this, the king's expression changed at once, and he raised a hand to his chin in thought. He continued, saying that the cure had not been created by Baron Gornio or Count Linus, but by the eldest prince of the Ral kingdom. This situation was truly unusual. While the king remained lost in thought, the king, both curious and worried, probed whether that cure was truly effective. He remained calm as he answered yes. After verification, the people of the Odom region have begun returning to their everyday lives. The image of the kingdom appeared luxurious and radiant along with the figure of the prince of the Ral kingdom. The king smiled and said this matter was very interesting and someone would certainly want to lay a hand on him. Hearing that, Ambos asked, "What should we do?" King Zeus calmly replied that they could not pretend not to know, so he could do as he saw fit. Hearing that, he smiled brightly and said he would formally invite him to the royal family, and the king found it reasonable, saying it was not bad. Speaking of his intention, King Zeus thought that if he had already accumulated so many achievements, a marriage alliance with a member of the royal family was also an option worth considering. Just then, Princess Aria Antinous appeared as if by coincidence. While the two were still chatting happily, she walked over in a splendid pink dress, with two maids following behind her. The moment she heard the king's words, her face stiffened in a rather amusing way, her eyes cutting sharply toward him. Aria bowed to the two of them and said, "Esteemed twin-headed dragon of the empire." Hearing that, King Zeus answered with a stern expression, "Very well." Hearing that, she straightened up, her face still cold and revealing not the slightest emotion. King Zeus tilted his face, his stern expression tinged with anger, looked toward the princess and said, "Stop." That little princess was named Aria Antinous. Though she bore the status of a princess, she was one of the few with beastman blood in the Lindus Empire. Those who carried beastman blood were often oppressed, imprisoned, and forced to live voiceless lives behind cold bars and dark walls. But Aria Antinous was still luckier, because her royal status spared her some suffering. She was a beautiful, gentle, and kind little princess. Aria was still crushed by scornful gazes, until she could only shrink into herself. Those prying gazes always clung to the small girl, as if they wanted to swallow that slender body whole. Because of that, she lived in constant fear, trembling at the thought that one day she would be crushed by those very gazes. People hated Aria so much that they even spread rumors that she did not carry royal blood. Her father was Zeus, emperor of the Linus kingdom, a stern man in his 40s who was still dignified and handsome. That morning he asked Aria in a calm voice, "Why do you not call me father?" Faced with that awkward question, Aria Antinous only answered softly. She stammered, timid as if afraid of something, then said in a small voice that people would spread rumors about you being close to a lowly beastman like me. The emperor suddenly rose in anger, slammed his hand hard on the table, and looked at Aria Antinous with furious eyes. She flinched, worried that she had misspoken, while he demanded through clenched teeth, "What lowly?" He trembled with rage and called for his son, who was also Aria Antinous's older brother, Prince Ambos Enlatus. Ambos answered his father politely, then made a bold proposal. Shall we deal with them, father? The emperor's face darkened with anger. When enraged, his face was fierce like a cobra ready to strike anyone who dared insult its territory. Hearing Iria say that, he ground his teeth and ordered Prince Ambos, anyone who dares speak foolishly about the royal family, I will crush them until they can never raise their heads again. Ambos placed a hand on his chest and calmly accepted the order, while Iria cried out in panic, "You too, brother." Ariantinus clutched the Lindis Emperor's clothes and shyly pleaded in a very small voice that he did not need to do that just for her. She earnestly said that her father and brother should not do that for her sake. Though her mouth tried to stop them, her flushed face betrayed all her emotions, both joy and fear. She was happy to know she was still loved by her father and brother, but also afraid that it would damage their image. Because she was too emotional, Ariantinus accidentally revealed her beast ears. The moment they saw them, Emperor Zeus and Prince Ambos and Lytis were both startled. But immediately afterward, both quickly regained their gentle expressions and smiled as if nothing had happened when they saw the princess' adorable ears. Emperor Zeus stroked Ariantinus' head and said tenderly that she was his beloved daughter. If anyone dared say such things about the emperor's daughter, he would make them pay to the bitter end. His words sounded very light, but hidden within them was a chill meant for anyone who dared touch Ariantinus. Worried about the honor of her father, her brother, and the imperial family, she shyly asked them to take back what they had just said and pretend they had heard nothing. She said softly that it was all right if they did that for her. It would affect the character of both of them. She put on a pitiful expression, her shimmering eyes looking at the emperor as she earnestly asked if he would promise her. The emperor smiled and reassured the princess. "All right, do not worry." After that, the emperor glanced at the son standing behind him and called Ambos. Understanding his father's meaning, Ambos bowed his head to accept the order and replied that yes, he would handle this matter quietly. Ariantinus looked at her father and brother in alarm, thinking they had agreed to her words. But perhaps she had underestimated the love the two of them had for her, so she could only cry out helplessly. On a beautiful day, sunlight poured warmly down, and birds chirped across the land called Heist. Princess Elena's night order from the Palan Empire had stopped in front of Davy's mansion. A representative approached the main gate and raised a hand to knock. From the window, Davy looked down at the night order below and let out a soft sigh. Old memories from the past surged back into his mind. He recalled the time before, when he had left the Palestine kingdom, pushed every trouble onto that girl, and walked away. If it were him, he would certainly have pursued and dealt with the troublemaker at once. So this matter must have taken quite a bit of time. Thinking of that, he sighed regretfully. But things had already come this far. Just then, Emmy's voice rang out, gently cutting through Davy's recollection, "Your Highness." Seeing that Davy seemed displeased, she cautiously lowered herself and reported that Princess Elena of the Palan Empire requested an audience with him. Davy glanced at Amy and gave a cold laugh. A request. Amy looked at his expression, but could not guess what Davy was thinking. She could only maintain proper etiquette and softly ask permission to personally lead the princess to the reception room. Davy stared at Amy, silently weighing things in his heart. No matter how one put it, in his eyes she was no different from a powerful figure. He continued thinking about the Heist territory, about the girl waiting outside to meet him, then pondered the economy and political influence of this place. Davy wondered that no matter how far Hayes developed, even if it became the bright jewel of the territory, it was still far too early to bring the precious gem of the continent's strongest nation, Palan, here. Of course, if Iulus was treated as an exception, then somewhere far away, Iulus was sneezing nonstop, scratching his head and wondering who had brought him up. Returning to Davy's train of thought, he believed the power on the other side was the deciding factor. Davy sighed, turned to Amy, and told her to refuse her. Amy stared blankly at him, seemingly surprised by that answer, then stammered in reply, "Yes, my lord." But, seeing Amy rooted in place, stammering without finishing her sentence, Davy, who was sitting on the sofa reading documents, grew curious. He asked if something was wrong, and Amy hurriedly replied that she would report back to her. Though she was deeply puzzled as to why the prince would not agree to meet Princess Elena of the Palan Empire, Amy did not have the courage to ask again. She merely bowed lightly and quietly left Davy's office. Suddenly, the two heads of Hongqi and Lan Qi popped out from who knew where, staring at Davy with eyes shining brightly with curiosity and interest. Purser also revealed her true form, propped a hand on Davy's shoulder, and asked with a pout, sounding puzzled, whether he was not afraid something might happen. Davy glanced at the beautiful demon lord lady beside him, then picked up the newspaper and continued reading as he leisurely replied that he was not acting thoughtlessly. Hearing Davy answer like that, she looked at him in brief contemplation, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. After the first refusal, Princess Elena's night delegation from the Palan Empire still persisted in requesting an audience with Prince Davy. Whether they were angry or not, they kept coming to demand a meeting, leaving Amy pressured each time by both the prince and the soldiers. It was unclear what Davy was scheming, but he continued having Amy refuse them on his behalf. Refusal, another refusal, and still more refusal. Day after day, Davy kept declining to meet Princess Elena of the Palan Empire. Month after month, Davy understood that he was the one who had started everything, but the other side remained stubborn in a rather childish way. Poor Ami could only follow the orders of the person she regarded as a great figure. Each time she refused Princess Elena's delegation, she was scolded and had to endure their anger in his place. Though frightened and uneasy, she still did not understand why the prince refused to meet them, and could only thicken her skin and refuse them again and again. Davy secretly sneered, because whenever Ami followed his order to refuse them, he went to the window to observe their reaction. It was said that Elena's Red Dragon Knights were trembling with rage, their eyes seeming ready to burn the entire mansion down to see what was so precious inside that they were not allowed in. Seeing those expressions, Davy sighed in satisfaction that at least they still had enough sense left. Night fell, with no stars in the sky, no moon, and not even the croaking of frogs or the chirring of insects. Tonight was strangely quiet, as if foretelling an unexpected meeting. Davy stepped out of his office, cheerfully stretched in comfort, then burst into laughter and said loudly, "Ha ha, excellent." Purser walked beside him, looking at Davy, whose smugness was hard to understand, and asked, "Could it be that you?" Before she could finish, Davy laughed heartily and said with self-satisfaction that they might as well raise the price a little higher. Inwardly, he thought this was precisely viral marketing strategy. Davy laughed as he walked, explaining this plan to Purser. He said the target was that princess herself. Did she understand? Purser could only stare blankly in helplessness after hearing him, while he continued in satisfaction that there was no better news than this, especially when the Information Guild and the upper class were all watching the matter. Davy cried out in delight. I can hear it, the sound of the territory's share value soaring. Purser flew behind him, looking at his self-satisfied manner, helplessly wondering whether he had gone mad. Purser thought for a while, then reminded Davy to be careful, because life was not a game. But seeing his expression, she could only sigh. Thinking this person did not know what fear was, she continued asking, "There is no way they would act exactly according to your plan, so why are you still so arrogant?" Davy ignored that warning, folded his arms, raised his face to the sky with arrogance, and replied that, because it was that princess, everything would be fine. He lifted his face toward the sky, speaking to Purser as though talking to himself, then laughed triumphantly. "Just wait and see. While we do this, the name of this region will spread even farther." While he was still laughing smugly, a slender figure suddenly appeared outside the mansion window, without anyone noticing, lightly gliding past Davy and Purser. Thanks to the faint light outside the window, it was possible to recognize that figure as Elena, princess of the Palan Empire, the one who had been wanting to meet Davy all this time. She lightly landed in the corridor from the window frame, her gaze sweeping around once before stopping on the figure before her. She immediately spoke, "I finally found you." Elena pointed straight at Prince Davy's face and declared in a clear voice, "Listen here, Prince Davy." Looking at the girl who had suddenly appeared before him, Davy smiled helplessly and said, Hey, do princesses these days like learning from Pacquiao?" Princess Elena stepped toward him, her tone full of accusation. She asked Davy whether he did not think there were many things the two of them needed to talk about. Seeing her approach with a reproachful look, Davy immediately answered awkwardly, "Well, you can see how it is." Princess Elena puffed out her cheeks in anger, ran over, grabbed his collar tightly, and asked irritably, "You do not think so?" Before her annoyed yet still adorable face, Davy bashfully turned away, trying to appear carefree as he replied, "Is that so?" Seeing that he refused to look at her, Elena raised her voice and shouted, Where are you looking?" This time, she was truly angry, her irritation plain on her face. Seeing this, Davy lamented that her temperament seemed more erratic after their time apart. Purser stood in the corner and could only sigh, looking at Davy as if looking at a creature tired of living. Indeed, tonight was quiet, as though making room for the noise of these two people. Back in the Lindis kingdom, the sky outside remained as clear and blue as usual. The conversation between Zeus, Lindis, and their 3 children had still not ended. The emperor knew that Iria had suddenly come here because she surely had something to ask. The emperor softened his voice and asked Iria whether she had something she wanted to say. She lowered her head, her hands twisting together as she hesitated for a long time, not daring to speak. Iria stammered for a while, wanting to speak but not knowing where to begin, then said softly, "Actually." Suddenly, as if urged on by something, she raised her face and spoke, "Father." The emperor lifted his teacup, took a sip, and gently answered his little princess, "What is it? Go ahead and speak." Iria timidly spoke in a small voice about the promise from long ago between the two of them. Though she had said what was in her heart, her hands were still clenched tightly with anxiety. Those uneasy signs could not escape the emperor's eyes, but he still pretended to be surprised and asked, "A promise?" Iria grew embarrassed, her voice becoming smaller and smaller. She said that if one day my illness was cured, you once promised to allow me to marry anyone I wanted. Her face flushed red with shame, but she still gathered all her courage and asked the Emperor whether that promise was still valid now. After he finished listening to her explanation, the Emperor, who was sipping tea, slammed the cup hard onto the table, causing the poor cup to shatter. The clear clatter of the fragments made the atmosphere even more uneasy. To him, his beloved daughter now wanting to leave him and marry was no different from a bolt from the blue. Elder brother Ambos gently wiped the tea stain still clinging to his hand, but the Emperor had yet to recover from what the little girl had just said. Arya seemed not to notice her father's reaction and continued recounting that this person had saved me on the way back to the kingdom. The Emperor stammered, "Arya, you cannot," but she immediately sprang to her feet and said, "I still do not know his name, but I want to meet him again properly." She clasped her hands and pleaded in an earnest voice. The Emperor fell silent, then quietly called the son standing behind him to come closer. Ambos. Hearing the call, Ambos immediately bowed to receive the order. "Yes, Your Majesty." The Emperor asked Ambos in a stern voice what the most important thing in the Lindis family was. Ambos, who always wore a gentle smile, replied that one who could not protect his own people would achieve nothing. The Emperor snapped. "Exactly." Once again, his anger flared like flames engulfing both body and mind. He said to Ambos through gritted teeth that it seemed a bug had crawled onto this flower branch. Understand the Emperor's meaning? Ambos immediately knelt to receive the order. As though he had implicitly understood the Emperor's intent, Ambos replied that please leave this matter to me. Hearing the two of them talk, Arya became even more confused, staring blankly at her enraged father. Before she could ask anything, Ambos continued, "I will uncover the truth and bring that vermin before you." Arya vaguely realized something, and hurriedly cried out, "Huh, vermin." The Emperor was so furious he seemed about to explode, and immediately ordered Ambos to find that man at once and deal with him. Arya panicked, grabbed her father's clothes, and shouted that he must not. Seeing the father and daughter like this, Ambos quietly backed away, saying as he went that he would immediately send a commission to the guild, making Arya call out in panic, "Brother." Arya's shout rang throughout the room. She begged the two of them in panic to calm down, because she had not yet had the chance to say that the young man was the one who had cured her demon blood disease. They also did not yet know that he was the one who had freed Princess Arya from the curse. As for the day they would meet again, that was still a story far off in the future. In the vast arena, a golem with a bizarre shape was producing a piercing sound, its entire body looking like a massive heap of scrap iron. It charged forward at a speed reaching hundreds of kilometers per hour, as though aiming to attack something. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered right before it. Then, with a boom, a powerful burst of light erupted alongside the piercing sound of metal clashing. The force of the impact sent the surrounding earth and stones flying, and dust covered everything. Looking closely into that chaotic scene, one could see the figure of a girl swinging her sword as she battled the golem. It was a girl with striking blonde hair. She swung her sword past the giant golem's head, producing a piercing screech of metal. That blonde-haired girl was none other than Alina, princess of the Palan Empire. Though she was locked in a decisive battle with the golem, her face remained pretty and adorable, yet at the same time radiated strength and solemnity. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath to regain her calm. After that, she used all her strength to spring out of the golem's attack range, the sword in her hand dragging across the ground and giving off a heavy sound. Alina looked at the sword in her hand for a long while, then thought contemplatively of the greatsword. This type of weapon was usually restricted in use because its attack speed was slower than a single sword or a polearm, but in exchange it could produce strikes with extremely destructive power. She tightened her grip on the greatsword in her hand, took a deep breath, then poured all her strength into the hands holding the blade. She made use of the overwhelming power of the greatsword, launching relentless attacks toward the golem. Every slash Alina swung stirred the onlookers, leaving them shaken by her captivating beauty. Her slender figure and long hair only made her resilient, powerful, and courageous beauty stand out even more. Alina gathered all her power, rushed close to the giant golem, and struck it with a heavy blow. Alina's strike hit its head, forcing it to skid backward a long distance. Princess Alina decided to deliver the finishing blow. She used her innate power to leap high, swinging her sword straight at the center of the golem's head. But unexpectedly, a red light suddenly flashed beneath the feet of that iron giant, accompanied by sparks and a humming sound. Alina looked at the golem before her in astonishment. She had not expected it to still be able to resist after taking the full force of her completed attack. Golem roared in fury, swinging its arm and sending Alina flying far away. Thanks to her steady inner power, Alina still managed to regain her balance after the giant golem's powerful blow. Looking at the golem in the distance, she was still shaken. Alina panted wearily, clearly exhausted. She looked at the golem surrounded by bolts of lightning, saying between breaths, "It is the last one." Elena's hands were trembling now. She looked at it and thought to herself, "This thing is tougher than I expected." She asked doubtfully, "Are these not just ordinary golems?" Davy leisurely stood with his arms crossed in the distance, wearing a meaningful smile. Seeing Elena about to be worn out by the golem made that smile even clearer. While Elena was still lost in countless questions, the golem had somehow appeared right behind her. Every mechanism on its body suddenly lit up. The sound of its engine, like a gun being cocked, cut through her thoughts and dragged Elena back into the brutal battle. The giant golem emitted a mechanical voice. It locked onto Elena's beautiful face and said incomprehensibly, Megatron prototype switching to firing mode. While Elena was still dazed by those strange words, it had already raised an arm packed with gun barrels and aimed it at her. A cold mechanical voice rang out, target confirmed, then countless bullets shot forth. Elena was horrified by the sight. She dodged the bullets while shouting, huh? What is this? It can even attack from range. Davy watched the scene, scratching his nose and laughing, seeming very pleased with Elena's reaction. As for her, she struggled against the terrifying thing before her and angrily cursed him as a mad prince. Davy only laughed playfully and said it was just an ordinary golem. A moment later, the current surrounding the golem's body crackled. It charged forward with all its strength, sending dust billowing everywhere. Amid the thick cloud of dust, Elena was pinned hard against the wall by the golem's solid robotic arm, cracking the wall behind her wide open. Her gaze instantly turned fierce, staring at Davy as if she wanted to chop him into 100 pieces. She shouted, "This is cheating." Davy looked at her struggling in the golem's grasp and burst into laughter, smugly asking if it was impressive. Elena grew even angrier, gritting out, "Impressive? Are you mocking me?" Elena asked doubtfully, "Did you install an automatic shield on this golem?" Davy immediately boasted proudly about his new achievement, saying it was no different from a sturdy shield. She roared angrily, "That is exactly why I said it is cheating. What kind of golem uses magic of 3 circles or higher?" Davy ignored her shouting, patted the golem in praise, then said he would release Goza. Elena asked if he planned to create a weapon that could destroy the entire continent, but Davy only smiled. After being released, Elena fixed her hair and clothes and refused to look at Davy. He comforted her while boasting that he had placed magic crystals inside, so the golem had to be that strong. Elena merely sneered, shot him a razor-sharp glance, and said she did not want to continue talking. William and Iolus stood outside and witnessed the entire argument. William immediately ran to the princess, clapped to encourage her, and said, "You did very well." Suddenly, a talking creature of light appeared beside Davy. It criticized Elena as a weak master, then followed her figure with a determined look. Davy put his hands on his hips and sighed, saying regretfully, but it was not a good experiment. He looked at the battered golem, the electricity flickering across its body, then thanked the creature beside him. Thanks to that, he had obtained some useful data, though this thing still needed many repairs. The arena where Elena and the golem had just fought was his private workshop. Davy smiled contentedly as he looked around the new underground domain. This place was unexpectedly bright, located beneath the Lord's castle that was still under construction. Outside, the old mansion, with peeling paint, cracked walls, and tangled vines, bore the marks of time. This had been the place where Baron Alicia's family and my mother had lived for generations, but because it had been abandoned for too long, I decided to rebuild it instead of repairing it. After some time, that old, dilapidated mansion had been replaced by a completely new appearance, taller, more beautiful, and more splendid. From now on, it would be my new home. Back in the underground arena, Elena was breathing heavily, her face pale with exhaustion. Behind her, Davy quietly observed and thought as the precious princess of the Palin kingdom faced the golem he had designed. Suddenly, Elena collapsed and cried out, "Ugh, I do not feel well." Euless and William beside her immediately panicked, patting her back and asking about her condition. She replied weakly, "I feel so nauseous." Seeing that, Davy immediately cast aside all his thoughts, hurried over to Elena, and shouted for her to hold it in. But it seemed too late. She had already vomited. He sighed and thought, it all started when she came here. The scene returned to the evening when Elena slipped into the mansion to meet Davy. A few days earlier in the quiet night, she spoke up in accusation, "I truly did not expect you to be so rarely free." The two sat facing each other, cups of tea steaming heavily. Through the hazy steam, Elena crossed her arms and looked at Davy with little goodwill, saying that even if her reputation was poor, not even kings were as hard to meet as he was. Davy scratched his nose, sipped his tea, then sighed and said he would listen to her complaints. The princess raised her teacup and took a sip, then reproached him sulkily. She asked if he knew the rumors about the two of them were spreading throughout the territory. Davy laughed loudly and replied, "That is exactly what I wanted." Hearing his laughter, Elena immediately set down the teacup before it could reach her lips. She suppressed her anger and threw him a gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. She looked at him and said, "You are trying to raise the value of your territory." Davy snapped his fingers and confirmed with a delighted smile, "Exactly." Inwardly, he praised the girl before him as rather clever. Elena looked at him helplessly, then mocked him for being truly brave. Davy understood that it was sarcasm, but he still shamelessly accepted it, laughing loudly with an expression that made one want to hit him. Elena's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and looked at him, her gaze so cold it seemed she wanted to deal with him on the spot. Seeing that expression, Davy grew guilty enough to break into a cold sweat. Purser, who was beside him, also looked at Alina and remarked, "She really does have a temper sometimes." The fairy flew over and sat on Davy's shoulder, leisurely telling him not to be too surprised. Alina was actually very kind. Hearing that, Davy looked at the princess burning with anger before him and thought pensively, "Is that so?" Davy looked at the two girls and thought to himself, although Princess Alina does not know of Purser's existence, she is still someone who has never left Candira's. Seeing Davy in a daze, completely paying no attention to what she was saying, the princess cleared her throat very clearly. Alina shyly told Davy that she wanted to begin with thanks. Because of what had happened before, she owed him her life, and she felt she needed to state this seriously. Davy was slightly surprised that she brought up the old matter, but quickly returned to normal. He sat up straight and said there was no need, thinking to himself that he had only saved her by chance while saving William. Since saving Elena had only been incidental, he decided not to say it. If she knew, he feared he would be burned to ashes by her anger. At that moment, she reached up and touched the blue emblem on her collar, then spoke hesitantly. "I awakened Candira's thanks to you." Before her eyes, the eagle wing-shaped emblem began to emit a sparkling blue light. All of a sudden, a glowing greatsword appeared. Davy widened his eyes in astonishment at the sword before him, then looked back at her thoughtfully, thinking carefully. Although Elena was the one who formed the contract, she was originally only Candira's master. She could not awaken it on her own in the form of a sword. The brighter the sword shone, the more surprised Davy became, because he had not expected her to be able to summon that greatsword. He told himself, there must be some reason for this sudden awakening. Looking at the beautiful Elena before him, he continued to speculate. For instance, after that incident, she had become much stronger. In Davy's thoughts, the figure of a little girl suddenly appeared. It was awakened Candira's. He wondered whether that girl had anything to do with Princess Elena awakening the greatsword. Suddenly, awakened Candira's appeared from somewhere, grabbed him by the collar, and shouted in grief and rage, "Davy, you bastard." Little girl cried as she shouted, endlessly blaming Davy, saying she had suffered far too much because of that person. It was the tiny, adorable awakened Candira's. Helpless, Davy could only give a strained smile as he comforted the sulking girl. All right, did you sleep well?" He looked at her and thought that awakening Candira's was easier, since for now she was temporarily weaker. "Get ready." The panicked scream rang through the mansion, startling even the flock of crows perched in the trees outside into scattering in all directions. Candira's grabbed Davy tightly by the collar, so furious she nearly jumped, saying he should at least have warned her before using it. Davy turned his face away, letting her yank at his collar, his expression completely unconcerned. He replied, "People are dying every minute and every hour. Where would I find the time for that?" Candira suddenly remembered something. She looked at Davy with tearful eyes and asked, where did she go just now?" Davy looked at the beautiful Purser standing beside him, wondering if Candira's could not see her. Seeing Davy remain silent, Candira's immediately shouted, "Do not tell me you do not know." Purser looked at the scene before her, at a loss for words, and merely folded her arms with a helpless sigh. Davy softened his voice to comfort the stubborn little Candira's. "Do not worry, she is still fine." He hesitated, then continued, "She came to me because the holy mark appeared." Hearing that, Candira's flew into another rage, pointed straight at Davy, and scolded him, "You bastard." Candira's looked around, then called to Purser in midair with a trembling voice, "Purser, he did not do anything to you." The little girl shot Davy a deeply resentful glance, then continued, "You are still all right, are you not?" The stubborn Candira's kept shouting as she called for Purser, Please answer me." Seeing the little girl crying while cursing him as he were a scoundrel, Davy's expression gradually turned unpleasant. Annoyed, he said, "Hey, I am letting you see, Candira's, I am not that kind of person." Candira's paid no attention to his words. She kept calling loudly for Purser, because she knew Purser was definitely nearby. Purser remained silent outside, as though thinking about something. Davy looked at her, his gaze asking if there was any way. After a while, she snapped her fingers and asked Davy, "May I borrow money from you?" He smiled easily and replied, "As much as you want." Purser flew up before Davy's forehead, then gently placed her hand against it. The instant Purser's two hands touched Davy's forehead, a gentle light spread out. Davy quietly looked at the girl before him with a deep gaze. Purser also opened her eyes and looked at Davy, as though the two of them were sharing the same thought. From afar, Candira saw a very familiar figure gradually appearing beside Davy. As that figure grew clearer and clearer, the little girl widened her eyes in a daze, tears beginning to well up in them. The little girl burst into sobs. That adorable face covered in tears made anyone who saw it unable to bear hurting her. When that figure appeared clearly before Candira's, the little girl called out in a trembling voice, "Purser." Purser looked at the tearful girl with an affectionate gaze and said gently, "It has been a while, Candira's." Candira's suddenly held out her tiny hand. She rushed forward and hugged Purser tightly, sobbing as though she wanted to pour out all her grievances and hurt for Purser to see. Purser was also stunned, not expecting the little girl to suddenly throw herself into her arms like this. Candiras kept crying in Purser's arms. Looking at the little girl whining in her embrace, Purser gently stroked her head, softly patted her, and tenderly comforted her. Seeing Candiras making incomprehensible movements in midair, Elena spoke up and asked, Candiras, what are you doing up there by yourself? Davy looked at Elena, then at Candiras, only smiled without saying more, and continued sipping the tea in his hand. Seeing that Elena was still puzzled, Davy kindly explained Candiras' strange behavior. Right now, she is doing something important. Just leave her alone. Hearing that, Elena stopped asking. She lifted her teacup and took a sip, looking at Candiras, who was still crying and making a scene in midair, and thought she had never seen her like this before. When the teapot was nearly empty, Elena looked at Davy and said, Actually, I have a great many things I want to ask, but I know you are not friendly enough to answer easily. Hearing her call him someone not very friendly, Davy was a little surprised and gave a dry smile as he replied, You seem to find it hard to talk to me. He sighed, spread both arms to the sides, closed his eyes, and said leisurely, Well, since I also think I am a little awful, I will try to answer you as much as I can. Ask me anything. He spoke in a very natural tone. Elena propped her chin on her hand and looked at him. In that case, she paused for a moment, her gaze turning deep, then sat up straight with a serious expression, looked him directly in the eyes and asked, Who exactly are you? Davy was slightly startled, not expecting her to ask so directly, but he still tried to keep calm. He looked at her with a touch of guilt and said, How straightforward. Elena clicked her tongue. Davy thought for a while, drank half a cup of tea, then calmly explained, As you know, I am Prince Rawl, the legitimate son of the previous queen, Lenin Alicia Davy Anzon. After hearing that, Elena's eyebrow twitched, her anger seeming to smoke. She sprang to her feet, slammed her hand hard on the table so the cups rattled, then glared at him irritably and shouted, That is not what I asked. In contrast to the flames of anger blazing before him, Davy calmly smiled brightly because he had achieved his goal. Elena looked at that hateful face, and could only remain helplessly silent while holding herself back. Elena clenched her hand into a fist, lowered her head, and her expression darkened. She enunciated each word clearly, Fine. All right, since we still have plenty of time. Davy, who had been smiling happily, froze as soon as he heard that. The air around them seemed to freeze abruptly, while he stared blankly at Elena as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. Elena's gaze turned sharp and cold, piercing straight toward Davy like thousands of spears. She said gloomily, I will slowly dig everything out of you. Looking at the gloomy face before him, Davy shivered slightly, sweat soaking the back of his shirt, and could only give a strained smile. Suddenly, Elena slammed a pink cloth bundle onto the table, producing a piercing sound. Davy jumped, looked at the bundle before him, and wondered what was inside that she had to wrap so tightly. Elena gently opened the layer of pink cloth. The item inside gleamed with a metallic sheen and had the shape of a sword. Davy stared blankly at the sword before him, then asked Elena in puzzlement, This is a sword, Elena replied briefly. Davy silently observed that sword for quite a long time. He still did not understand what Elena meant by showing him the sword. After examining it for a while, Davy decided to pick it up and look at it more closely. As soon as he lifted the sword, what surprised him was that it was very heavy. An ordinary person would surely find it difficult to use effectively because of that weight. Seeing Davy stare at it for so long without saying anything, Elena immediately understood what he was wondering about. She said, This is the sword I usually use. Davy looked at Elena, then at the heavy sword in his hand, and remarked, It suits sword god Hera's heavy sword technique very well. He held the sword and swung it experimentally a few times, thinking that if its quality were improved, the weight probably would no longer be a problem, while grinning carefree. Seeing Davy keep fiddling with the sword without answering, Elena slammed her hand hard on the table to draw his attention. She said directly, I will state my request clearly. She lowered her voice and used a tone as though she were asking a favor. Please teach me the sword god's heavy sword technique. Davy silently looked at Elena, gave no answer, and only sank into thought. Elena stood before him, still intently waiting for an answer. Her face plainly showed that she was hoping for Davy's agreement. He sighed, leisurely sat with his legs crossed, rested the sword on his shoulder, then looked at Elena with a smile and asked, Can I refuse? Elena immediately responded, slamming her hand on the table because she had not expected him to reject her request. Her voice grew irritated. I will ask one more time. Davy smiled provocatively, looked at the irritated Elena before him, and teased, Then what if I still refuse? Elena's gaze became much sharper, her gloomy face staring fixedly at Davy. She said in a firm voice, I have a way to make sure you cannot run away. Suddenly, she took a sheet of paper from her pocket. The moment Davy saw it, he had a bad feeling. He stared at her in a daze, his eyes full of curiosity, not knowing what could be written on it that would force him to teach sword technique. Elena held the paper out in front of him. On it was the crest of the Baolan Empire. As she presented it, she said, her voice tinged with embarrassment, "This is a betrothal document." She continued shyly, "Perhaps you do not care, but for the royal family, this is not something that can be taken lightly." Davy read the betrothal document while staring blankly, doubting all of life. He had not expected that just to learn sword technique, she would go this far. He asked, "Are you serious?" Elena looked at his expression, her voice sinking with a hint of disappointment. "I threw away all my pride to come here, so what do you think?" Hearing her say that, Davy suddenly felt apologetic inside. But more than apologetic, he felt an indescribable embarrassment. A wife had suddenly fallen from the sky. What could be more interesting than that? Elena looked at his bashful expression, leisurely sat with her legs crossed, and said confidently, "I believe I can seduce you until the very end." Then she unexpectedly revealed a gentle smile, looking exceedingly adorable, as though countless stars were sparkling around her. She asked Davy, "What do you think of me?" Seeing that smile, Davy's heart suddenly pounded wildly. He felt that her smile made even the surrounding air grow warmer. Purser and Candira stood beside them and looked at Davy's flushed face. Then Purser chuckled and used a teasing tone, "You are wavering now, are you not?" Davy immediately denied it, stammering, "You have misunderstood." Purser looked at him as if she had seen through everything, but did not want to expose him. She thought to herself that if she said it aloud, he would probably be so embarrassed that he would throw Goza out into the street. She looked at Davy and said meaningfully, "Do not try to deceive me." While he was still lost in thought, Elena had already snatched the betrothal document back. She raised her voice in threat, "If you keep ignoring me, I will officially send this to the Rawl Kingdom." Elena folded her arms, calmly looked at Davy, who was still dazed, and continued, "My father will allow me to marry anyone I want, even if that person is a slave, so you do not need to worry about that. Not to mention, we are talking about the rising lord of the Heis region on the eastern continent." Helpless before Elena's coercion, Davy asked dejectedly, "What if our side really accepts you? Do you not think you are looking down on yourself too much?" "Oh my," Elena blurted out. She held both cheeks, her eyes sparkling like starlight, and said half in jest, half in earnest, "I would not mind being with someone as talented as you either." Davy looked at the deliberately adorable face before him, shivered slightly, and thought to himself, "She is terrifyingly bold." After saying that, Davy stood up and walked toward Elena, pulled her to her feet, then pushed her toward the large window. As he walked, he said, "All right, stop such impulsive things and hurry back." He thought she could return by the same path she had come, so he pushed her to the window. Elena flustered, not expecting him to chase her away, and cried out in panic, "Hey." He smiled brightly, patted her lightly on the head a few times, then lifted her onto the window and said, "Let us have a more productive conversation next time." Elena shouted angrily, struggling as she tried to jump down while saying, "No, I am not giving up." She tried to pull free from Davy's hand, but still could not escape. In frustration, she snapped that she was hot-tempered and stubborn, that she was not used to hiding behind others or minding their feelings. Davy did not care much, only glad that he would soon send her away, then answered perfunctorily, "Fine, fine, I know already." Elena suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him so close that the distance between them nearly vanished. She looked straight at him and said if he thought she was stubborn, then he should wait and see who was truly more obstinate. Night fell by the window, the girl gripping the young man's collar, their faces close together. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting an ambiguous yet romantic air over the scene. Davy replied softly, "Very well, I am looking forward to it too." Though the night was already deep, the sky remained clear and full of stars, the chirping of crickets pleasant to the ear, yet the room on the second floor of the mansion was still lit. The sound of a comb passing through hair rang out steadily, but the person holding it kept brushing the same spot. Perhaps their heart was filled with too many thoughts, so much so that they could no longer focus on what was before them. Elena sighed, sitting before the mirror as she looked at her pretty face. Weary, she confided to Candiras that she had not thought that man would return the written promise of engagement. Candiras looked at her tired expression and asked in concern how she planned to deal with her current fiancé. Elena looked at her reflection in the mirror, thought of that person, then sighed, "If it is him, then it is fine, because we are only childhood friends." She set down the comb in her hand, her voice full of worry as she spoke to Candiras. "The truly troubling matter lies on the other side." Candiras looked at her in puzzlement and asked whether she still had not received any news from her partner. Elena looked at the petite girl before her, a trace of sadness in her eyes, then nodded softly and replied yes. She turned her gaze out the window, looking at the lonely moon half hidden behind the leaves, just like herself at that moment. Elena sighed and said, "Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to persuade him at any cost. She looked at Candiras, then raised her eyes toward the pitch-black night sky in the distance. After that, Alina smiled with bright determination, as if comforting and encouraging herself. I will definitely do it. The green fountain pen glided smoothly across the white page, each stroke of ink beneath that skillful hand looking no different from a delicate sketch. Amid the desk piled high with thick stacks of documents, the figure of the petite girl seriously handling work stood out all the more. Holding a quill pen in her hand, Princess Alina exuded the elegance of a leader. She focused with all her might, trying to finish the day's pile of documents. But this was clearly Davy's study. Looking at that scene, he froze with dissatisfaction. Her radiance did not move him in the slightest, so Davy had no choice but to speak up with a tactful reminder to reclaim the room. Are you busy? Faced with Davy's question, Alina kept her head lowered over the unfinished work and answered offhandedly, I am busy. That is exactly why I am here. The little princess raised her beautiful face, her eyes full of expectation. She confidently said that two hearts could only grow closer when they were truly beside each other. Davy was already far too used to this scene, so he could only feel helpless. Stubborn and reckless were the first two words that came to mind. Though there were many other ways to describe her, none could fully express Princess Elena's unyielding will. She had just been cheerful, yet only a few seconds later the little princess shifted states and bent over her work with intense focus. She even told Davy that she needed to meet the public, so he should complain later. Looking at the person before him, Davy was utterly speechless. Thinking back on everything, Davy suddenly realized that ever since her declaration of war that night, she had come here every day, even bringing her own work along to do. As the atmosphere gradually sank into silence, a slap against the table rang out, making the teacups and teapot jump. Even Elena, who was working, had to stop. The person who had made the noise shouted in irritation, Seriously, I cannot take this anymore. The one losing her temper was none other than the sister of the room's owner, William. The girl looked openly displeased and asked whether this made any sense. Who would bring their own work to another man's study to handle it? Even after hearing that much, that princess still refused to understand, even smiling brightly as if trying to turn the situation around and justify herself. Elena said, Oh my Princess William, he is not some strange man. I heard close friends often do this. The two matters were clearly unrelated, yet Elena spoke as if what she was doing was perfectly reasonable, even using the kingdom's prime minister, Duke O3, who often visited his close friend Count Fathom, as an example. William had no interest in listening and only frowned as she asked, Since when did you become my brother's close friend? As if she herself were terribly important, Elena smiled leisurely and replied, Haha, is that so? Then I will stop all this work. William flared up at that self-righteous attitude, inwardly thinking that she was far too delusional, then said, Talking to you is worse than talking to my knees. Watching the two girls trade barbs, Wouche remarked that William was being spun around by Elena like a top. Davy could only laugh dryly a few times as well, because in this situation, the one being led by the nose really was William. After dealing with one fly that had disturbed the quiet atmosphere, Princess Alina lifted her teacup again and took a light sip, preparing to aim at the next person. Her clever eyes swept toward the tea table, then she spoke. More importantly, her gaze stopped where Iulus was leisurely enjoying tea. Elena began to probe, I am rather curious why Iulus is here. Knowing that he was about to become the prince's foremost target of mockery, Iulus calmly set down his teacup and prepared to answer. He said slowly, I wonder. Normally, he simply did not want to speak, but once he opened his mouth, every sentence was sharp. Iulus immediately seized on her earlier weak point and rebutted, because I am Lord Davy's close friend, so there is nothing strange about my being here. Elena, embarrassed into anger, shouted, Since when? Faced with that question, Iulus remained very composed. He winked and turned to ask Davy jokingly, I do not know when that began either. Davy was about to be dragged into the argument, and even he himself had no idea about this, so he could only play dumb. Why are you asking me? This moment, Elena revealed her dissatisfaction. She leaned forward and stood up, questioning him like a sulking lover. You do not want to be near me, but you are fine being beside him. Stepping close to Davy, she put her hands on her hips and pressed him. Why is that? What did I do wrong? Unable to endure that fixed stare, Davy looked away and honestly voiced his thoughts. I think if I stay close to you, I may become the enemy of quite a few people. Hearing the answer, she immediately showed an unwilling expression, then ordered him coquettishly, It is fine, just be my friend, talk to me normally. Seeing the princess put on such an unsightly act, Davy could only laugh dryly. Ha ha ha, everything had clearly gone far beyond his expectations. Good grief, things really were a mess now. Turning back to the two people making a commotion in his study, Davy realized that they seemed to know each other and spoke up to ask, Now that I think about it, you and Iulus seem rather close. Do you two know each other? William beside him was a little surprised that her brother did not know and quickly cut in, You do not know, our relationship is rather famous. The two of them always acted as if they hated each other, but according to William, there were quite a few rumors outside about an engagement between their two families. The girl added, I may look like this, but I have attended a few formal social gatherings, so I know a little about this. Princess Elena frowned and insisted that they were only friends. Euless also nodded in agreement, yes, probably so. And so Elena began digging up trivial matters to nitpick him, saying that an elder idling here made her truly worry for the fate of the Red Tower. Euless did not care much about that attack and only replied, I do not think that is something you should be saying, Your Highness. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Davy, standing beside them, could only feel awkward. No matter what she said, it was refuted, yet Elena still refused to lose. She said, It is not that I hate you being here, Lord Euless, but do you not need to visit the Red Tower? I heard the construction of the tower is almost complete. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, then replied, Actually, I do not need to do anything. After saying that, Euless turned his sparkling gaze toward Davy to justify his presence. Besides, I have a few matters with Davy, such as things related to magic. As usual, Davy avoided that gaze and laughed dryly. Haha. When he heard magic, he secretly guessed that the man was probably talking about wordless spells. Davy, if you need it, just send an SOS signal. Euless's expectant gaze kept turning toward Davy, making him feel slightly guilty, though he still sensed something strange and hard to understand. Among the sets of spells he had shown him, Euless was probably most interested in the wordless set. Though he had given him a few hints, that would only mean anything if he was confident enough to erase all the mana circles he currently had. But even if he could do that, the chance of success was only about 10%. It was absolutely not something a person could easily accomplish. Euless's persistence put Davy in a difficult position. Have you still not given up? Euless nodded with expectation. That is right, for us mages, obsession with learning is always considered a compliment. Davy was truly helpless, but he could not bear to refuse outright, so he could only sigh and smile faintly. He thought to himself that perhaps he should be glad that the man understood his position and was still helping keep his abilities hidden from the magic tower. On Euless's face was a trustworthy smile, an expression that made it difficult for others to doubt him. That was precisely what allowed Davy to place his trust in him, and in his heart, he was truly grateful. In the study, while the three were still caught up in tense conversations, a loud call suddenly rang out from outside. The two words, princess, instantly drew all the attention in the room. The ones who entered were Amy and two other maids. Amy respectfully reported that the items requested earlier had arrived and had been placed in the underground storage. After hearing this, Davy replied, Oh, they finally arrived. That scene left Elena standing beside him completely stunned, because before her was a maid, or perhaps not quite. William seemed excited and immediately teased Elena. Hey, Amy is my brother's personal maid. Do not judge her by her clothing, at least not in this territory. The more William spoke, the more enthusiastic she became, praising Amy without pause. The girl said that Amy was currently helping her brother manage the territory in his place, and had recently even received the title of Baroness. Elena asked in some disbelief, Truly? Amy meanwhile blushed because of the praise. To avoid this embarrassing situation, Amy flusteredly found a way to leave. I will take my leave. For a maid to accomplish that much was truly impressive. So Elena could not help but exclaim, Impressive. Davy scratched his head and explained, The kingdom is currently in chaos, so I cannot keep an eye on everything here. Davy was the one who understood best that a political war was currently unfolding in the royal palace, between two opposing factions, one led by monarch Marcus Palladus, the other represented by Duke Barrietta on behalf of the nobility. In addition, I received word that Duke Barriera has secretly made moves in his own territory. I am trying to guess what will happen in the near future. Well, I originally intended to observe a little longer, but now he turned and walked away as he said to everyone, we should act as well. With his curious nature, Euless immediately asked where Davy intended to go. Davy did not hesitate either and turned to call out, Do you want to come along? Let me say this first, although it is something that excites alchemists, I am sure you will also find it rather interesting. While Euless was still surprised, Elena had already quickly asked, What is it? Also wanting to follow along and see the mysterious thing Davy had just mentioned, Elena spoke up eagerly, Take me with you too. Davy replied, All right. That single brief sentence made Elena as happy as if a festival had begun, her eyes shining brightly, her smile delighted as though she had just achieved something great. And the moment Davy stepped forward, the entire group immediately followed after him. Elena was the quickest, trailing closely behind him like a little tail. As soon as they arrived, a vast and magnificent castle appeared before their eyes. The dwarf merchant and his friends came out to welcome them in lively fashion. He greeted Davy with delight, Oh, my master, I am glad you have come. Looking at the imposing castle before him, Davy said to the merchant with satisfaction that the place had grown much taller. He replied modestly, Compared to you, my skills are still nothing worth mentioning, but good enough is good enough. Standing before those merchants, William blurted out in surprise, Dwarves. Elena could not hide her astonishment either. I had never seen a dwarf with my own eyes until today. Suddenly, a familiar hand reached toward the girl William. Davy then introduced them to the dwarves, saying they were his guests, and that this was his younger sister, William. The old dwarf welcomed the girl warmly. "Oh, so this is the one you are always so proud of." That enthusiasm made William shyly greet him as hello. The merchant's rough hand clasped the prince's small, fair, soft hand, creating a stark contrast. He shook her hand and praised her, saying he had heard a great deal about her from his master. The old man also praised her as an elegant young lady, making William blush with embarrassment. She turned to look at her older brother, who was smiling gently, then answered politely, "Thank you." After introducing his little sister, Davy's gaze shifted to the two companions standing beside them, and he asked about them next. With proud confidence, the introduction sounded quite grand. Elder of the Red Law, Euless, and Princess Elena of the Valen Kingdom. Unlike last time, the merchant seemed almost unconcerned this time, merely replying indifferently that they were both people of high status. Without the slightest deference, he said frankly that he did not care for that sort of arrogance. "Well, but those titles mean nothing to me." Those words made the two standing farther away freeze as well. They silently comforted their wounded hearts. Elena forced a smile. "This is the first time I have felt so humiliated." Euless agreed as well. "So have I." The dwarf quickly got to the point, saying that their elder also wished to meet Davy. He asked suspiciously, "Are you talking about Elder Gongoda?" He says the sacred object is almost complete. Wonderful. What he mentioned was an exceptional magic sword, a new sacred object connected to the flame of origin. Davy had only made the foundation, then left the rest to the dwarves. It seemed it would be completed as the Crimson Light sword without any major trouble. To announce the masterpiece soon to be unveiled, the dwarf cleared his throat loudly to draw attention. Then he suggested that Davy go take a look. "Let me show you around here." Davy also looked expectant. "Sounds good actually. I came because I heard the materials had been delivered to the underground workshop." Hearing only that, he understood at once. "Ah, you mean the giant warrior. Very well, I will tell them you have arrived." The other three listened in bewilderment. What is a giant warrior? After being led around by the dwarf, what truly appeared before their eyes was a giant robot, gleaming and exceedingly majestic in appearance. Those standing below looked up at it, seeming strangely small. Euless seemed to have had his horizons broadened, asking in shock, "Lord Davy, what is this thing?" Davy replied, "It is a guardian." Hearing that, Euless found it even harder to believe. A guardian. It was a golem shaped exactly like a colossal war machine, its dazzling appearance stunning everyone present. Davy glanced at their reactions and saw that everyone was focused on the robot. He smiled with satisfaction at his own achievement. Davy stood before the model with his hands on his hips and observed it. It was nearly 5 times his height. The dwarf even praised the design, saying it clearly expressed sturdiness and power. Giant golems were usually made from clay or steel, powerful weapons born from a mage's summoning arts and an alchemist's techniques. In fact, several nations even used golem units in war. Euless, the orange-haired young man with glasses and an intellectual air, turned to Rawl and said cautiously that at that height, this was a first-class golem, and its maintenance costs would surely be enormous. Rawl tilted his head and looked at Purser, asking if it was truly that expensive. Purser replied, Megatron's materials originally came from a golem bearing ancient magic. He had once been the guardian deity of those who carried the curse that caused drought in the Heist region. This golem did not cost too much, because it had been recycled. At first, it only looked like a giant boulder. Besides, I built an entire workshop for this, so the cost is not too important. Rawl lifted his head with pride. Lady Demon King Purser flew beside him, smiling faintly in helplessness. Simply put, you are showing off that you have money, right? Rawl was left speechless as he looked at her, unable to respond. Where did you learn that line? Then he hurriedly explained that having a giant workshop of one's own was a boy's dream, so do not ruin my mood. After arguing with Purser for a while, Rawl excitedly turned back to the golem and began formation training. The shouts of at ease, attention rang through the room, while the golem obeyed each order, every heavy step making the room boom. The orange-haired young man with glasses stood beside William, gazing in fascination as the golem performed its movements. He could not hide his excitement, repeatedly praising that this was his first time seeing movement like that, and that it could even recharge magic. The room still echoed with exclamations of admiration. Is there anything you cannot do, Davy? He answered that since he had decided to create it, he had to do it properly. The blonde princess also looked on with eyes full of astonishment. Rawl once again looked proud, walked over, lightly prodded the orange-haired Princess Elena, and asked what she thought. Seeing his arrogant face, Elena merely stayed silent without answering. Before the princess could speak, a suggestion rang out. Since we came all the way here to see this thing, should you not show us how it fights? Rawl braced a hand beside his golem, then asked Elena once more, do you want to fight it? If so, I will do anything you want. Of course, except dragging the divine sword back to teach you swordsmanship. Fine. The clear voice of the golden orange-haired princess rang out, filled with excitement as she agreed. Then she suddenly paused as if she had remembered something. Elena hesitated and said, "But it might be destroyed." Rawl calmly replied that if it really was destroyed, that would only prove it had reached only that level. "It is all right, feel free to do whatever you want." Elena approached the golem, raised a hand, and tapped its clay shell, producing a hollow bong-bong sound. She murmured, "It really does look expensive." Rawl once again affirmed that such a thing would not happen easily, while Princess Elena still carefully examined every detail of the golem. Rawl still stood beside it with a confident air, as if wanting to prove the durability and strength of the thing he himself had created. Elena looked at him with doubtful eyes, then finally began preparing for the duel. She tied her hair up neatly. After changing out of her billowing princess dress, the golden orange-haired princess appeared in a tight combat outfit, both powerful and captivating. Completely unlike her gentle appearance moments earlier, Elena now radiated a strong and confident aura, holding a greatsword in her hand. The golem also began to move, each heavy step sending dust flying everywhere. Elena tightened her grip on the sword and said, "Do not regret this later." After only a short while, Princess Elena's sword was planted straight into the ground. When the blade pierced down, the match also ended. She sat down heavily, bracing her hands behind her, panting hard. Sweat mixed with sand and dust, clinging all over her body. Elena complained wearily that she never thought she would lose to a pile of scrap metal. Rawl stepped over, held out his hand, and told her to take it. "Thanks to you, I obtained a great deal of useful data. There are limits if I do it alone." Princess Elena was irritated, nearly blurting out a curse, then muttered that she kept feeling something was off about this. After that, the two shook hands. Elena reminded him, "Well then, as promised, you will grant one wish of mine, right?" Rawl did not dodge it either. "Oh, of course." After pulling Elena to her feet, he continued, saying anything was fine except teaching her swordsmanship. Elena answered politely, then I will think about it a little more." The red-haired young man with glasses also seized the chance to plead, Lord Davy. But Davy Rawl already understood him too well, so he immediately cut him off. No. That blunt refusal made the red-haired young man with glasses run to William in grievance and cry. How did he know what I was going to ask? William could only pat his head to comfort him, while Rawl immediately said, "How dare you dream of having a golem?" Elena looked at the golem and asked whether he intended to create more things like this in the future. Rawl looked at his handiwork and answered honestly, "Yes, but this is only the first model." Rawl's eyes were filled with pride as he looked at his work. He said he was thinking of making 5 more after completing the first model. Elena stared wide-eyed at the golem. "With you, that might actually be possible. Then when that time comes, will you give me one?" Hearing Elena ask, Davy Rawl could only smile. Davy answered deftly, "Do you know how expensive that thing is? Did you not see Lord Eulis get turned down just now?" Elena folded her arms, looking indifferent. "I saw it." "Petty man, I never told you to give it away for free." Hearing that, Davy's voice immediately brightened. "Nice. So you mean you will buy it?" Princess Elena replied calmly, "I have plenty of money." It was truly the bearing of a noble. As long as one had money, anything could be obtained. Faced with that composure, Davy secretly felt annoyed by this harsh truth. The 2 little demon kings flying beside him could only burst out laughing. Then he shifted to a gentler tone, "Princess, even now, that would be very difficult. Besides, they are not goods for sale." Davy Rawl shouted so loudly that Princess Elena was startled too, hurriedly raising her hands to cover her ears. She snapped back angrily, "You do not need to shout that loudly, you miser." Davy also ended the conversation by seeing his guest out. "Come now, dear customer. The shop is closed. Please come back later." This place truly was full of greedy people. Night had fallen and everything gradually sank into stillness, leaving only the chirping of crickets in the bushes outside the vast palace. An unfinished golem draft still lay on the tabletop. The guardian golem for this land could be considered the first step towards success. In the research room, Davy Rawl was still absorbed in sketching the design. Megatron, the first model, was the result of a step-by-step development process, though he himself had become a perfect example of bottomless greed. The day this little scheme was completed was probably not far off. Davy laughed smugly as he looked at the nearly perfect blueprint. Set down the pen and continued examining the golem's issues. Where exactly was it stuck? Perhaps it was the combat data for later. As he focused on checking it, Davy secretly sighed in admiration. "I was fairly lucky that it was strong enough to face Princess Elena, but I cannot let something unfinished like this step out into the world." He placed the tip of the pen against his nose, sinking into thought about the creation he had made with his own hands. All of a sudden, Princess Elena's flower-like beautiful face and voice appeared. "So you were here." Princess Elena brought her face close to Davy, making the atmosphere slightly awkward for a moment. Looking at the haughty girl twirling before his eyes, Davy could not help being surprised. "Why are you acting so overly friendly?" Princess Elena turned around and naturally sat down in the chair in the reception room. "We already decided to become friends. I came to find Davy. The chief steward said you would be here." Davy turned his face away from Elena's gaze, hesitantly bringing up that proposal of friendship. "Though it may sound a little rude to say this, do I absolutely have to agree?" Sitting on the chair, she swung her small legs and asked gently, "Is there any reason to refuse?" Faced with that frankness, he was a little flustered, a thought flashing through his mind, not really, well, there truly is not. Lately, I have come to understand her personality better. Although Princess Elena's approach was somewhat bold, I still appreciate her true purpose. Elena continued to persuade him, I think Candiras also wants to be friends with you. Davy proved himself a serious young man, not easily swayed by beauty, so he asked directly, "Then why did you come all the way to Turex like this?" The overly direct question made Elena hesitate before answering, "I only came to talk with you." At that moment, the Demon King Purser suddenly appeared beside him and whispered into Davy's ear, "She is lying. She cannot hide her anxiety." Hearing that, Davy immediately grew confused, really. Looking at the girl before him who still kept her calm expression, he could not help wondering why. The system interface displayed all the information: name Elena Danfallen, age 17, title Master of the Divine Sword, one of the 5 most beautiful women. Notable traits included Contractor of the Divine Sword, Cherished Princess of the Fallon Dynasty, Member of the Final Demon Soul. Current emotions: confusion, anxiety. Davy and Purser carefully read each line of information on the system panel. He said softly, "All of you and Purser are staring closely at every line appearing before your eyes. The Final Demon Soul, what is that about?" Purser turned to ask him. Davy did not answer, only remained silent and gave a faint, mysterious smile. Tea had already been poured in the luxurious tea set on the table. Princess Elena was still walking around the room, then stopped before the sketches and information laid out there. "It seems you are making a golem." Davy replied, "That is right. I am considering applying ancient magic." Admiration showed clearly in Elena's eyes. "You truly have worked very hard." Then she slowly continued, "And yet in the end, I still could not defeat even one golem." Davy cautiously comforted her. "It is because I came up with things that are a little excessive, not because the princess is weak. I am only telling the truth. If all golems with magic were gathered in one place, their power would far surpass their master's level, perhaps even more than that." Megatron suited that assessment quite well. To defeat Elena, who was not only its master but also an inspector-level swordsman, that match had not been bad at all. Davy took a sip of tea, his gaze still directed at her, though it seemed that matter did not bother Princess Elena. "It is not just Megatron." He set down the teacup and spoke, "The most important thing is still experience. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let us go." As soon as Davy finished speaking, Elena turned to him in confusion and asked, "Huh?" At some point, Davy had already picked up his coat. He said to Elena, "Today's weather is very suitable for a nighttime walk," leaving her dazed as well. He turned and walked toward the door, then looked back and signaled for Elena to come with him. "Let us go outside." Outside, the night was clear and the wind was cool. Moonlight covered the forest, and the leaves drifted lightly, creating a scene full of romance. Rawl brought Elena to an open clearing outside the mansion. He drew a wooden sword, slung it over his shoulder, and stood facing her. Seeing that, Elena was puzzled and immediately frowned as she spoke. "Did you not once say you would not teach me swordsmanship?" Hearing that, Rawl smiled. "I only want to take a look. Just consider it a change of pace. You do not want to." Hearing that, Elena immediately shook her head and replied, "Of course not. I want to so badly I could go mad." Ossup, who was sitting on the wooden sword, suddenly spoke, "So you do have an approachable side. You keep pretending otherwise, but you are clearly helping her." After listening, Rawl only smiled and denied it. "I am merely setting limits before things become more troublesome." After saying that, Rawl thought to himself, "It is also because I owe her a little." On the opposite side, Elena had already drawn her sword. She tightened her grip on the hilt and stared fixedly at Rawl. She thought to herself, this is a duel between a wooden sword and a divine sword. In theory, this was an uneven match, but in reality, it clearly reflected the gap in skill between him and me. I absolutely must not underestimate him. Rawl still kept the wooden sword on his shoulder, stretched out one hand and lightly beckoned a few times before speaking. "I will let you strike first, come at me." Hearing that, Elena did not refuse and immediately replied, "Then I will not be polite. Please guide me." As soon as she finished speaking, she poured power into the sword in her hand, making the blade glow with blue light. Elena swung the sword decisively and charged straight toward Rawl, who stood there waiting. Across the clearing, deep, muffled sounds rang out one after another. Every move Elena unleashed was exceedingly sharp. She pressed close to Rawl, attacking continuously without giving him a moment to rest. Rawl had agile movements, so he easily dodged and blocked all of Elena's attacks. He thought to himself, her strikes and transitions really are very fast. Moreover, just looking at the terrifying weight of the divine sword was enough to make him dizzy. Thinking of that, Rawl immediately counterattacked. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword in his hand, and swung it fiercely toward Elena. That strike came with overwhelming force, leaving Elena almost unable to withstand it. She could only take a defensive stance and quickly leap backward. The moment she landed, she clutched her stomach and looked at Rawl, inwardly wondering when that man had launched that decisive blow. Opposite her, Rawl lightly spun the wooden sword in his hand and said with a smile, "It really is a divine sword, but it is rather light." Hearing that, Elena gripped the sword even tighter. She thought, none of my attacks can touch him. Just how is that man doing it? Could it simply be because he is too fast? I still cannot understand it. Rawl sighed, thinking to himself that this seemed like it would be rather troublesome. Elena looked at Rawl opposite her, her heart filled with doubt. Just how could that man dodge all of her attacks so easily? If that was the case, Elena pressed her lips tightly together. She poured all her strength into the sword and swung it fiercely toward Rawl. Every slash Elena unleashed carried tremendous destructive power. While attacking without pause, she thought that she had to make sure he had nowhere left to dodge. Elena's attack this time was far stronger, forcing Rawl to truly use his strength to evade it. He thought to himself, impressive, attack surging like a storm. At this level, even Megatron would probably struggle to withstand them. I am certain Elena is several times stronger than before when using the divine sword. Megatron only won because she was using an ordinary sword then. If the situation had been reversed, perhaps Megatron would have been miserably defeated. Thinking of this, Rawl immediately unleashed the first layer heavy sword, crushing Extreme Stone, to confront Elena's attack. The moment the technique was released, it immediately neutralized all of Elena's strikes. Rawl curled his lips and said, "Can you admit defeat now? I do not think you have any chance of winning." Hearing that, Elena angrily shouted, "If I could admit defeat that easily, I would not have stubbornly come looking for you so many times." After saying that, she charged straight toward Rawl and continued attacking. As Elena unleashed her moves, she thought to herself, damn it, none of it works. While defending, Rawl thought, oh my, the worry is written all over her face now. If that is the case then. Thinking of that, Rawl decided to strike again, preparing to use the first layer heavy sword technique. But before he could launch the move, Elena suddenly rushed forward, her entire body now radiating a powerful light. The sight left Rawl extremely astonished, and he could not help blurting out, "This is..." As soon as he finished speaking, Elena's sword came crashing down, blasting the ground apart and forming a huge crater. Rawl reacted with extreme speed, immediately retreating far away to avoid that technique. Purser saw it and said that was the same move he had once used against the vampire Sherry. Rawl smiled with interest and said, "Impressive, she is a lower, while I spent 10 years before mastering it." After saying that, Rawl looked toward Elena, raised his hand in a sign to pause, and spoke, "Alright, let us stop here." Then he walked toward Elena and continued, "That is enough troublemaking." Hearing Rawl say that, Elena immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "What do you mean? I still have." Before she could finish speaking, Rawl had already cut her off. "What do you mean you still have?" Hearing that, Elena felt even more aggrieved. She dropped down onto the ground and said, "I do not want this. I worked so hard just to get this chance. I do not want everything to end when I have not accomplished anything at all." At this point, Elena suddenly burst into tears, making Rawl cry out in panic. Hey, why did you suddenly become like this?" Rawl flusteredly had no idea what to do and hurriedly said, "Hey, there is nothing to cry about. Stop crying. Come on, stop." Purser stood on Rawl's shoulder, folded her arms, and said indifferently, "Oh my, you made her cry." Rawl glanced over and gave a faint smile, saying, "What is with that look? You mean this is my fault?" Purser leaned against his head, propped up her chin, closed her eyes, and said vaguely, "Who knows, why were you not a little gentler with her?" Then she added another sentence that left him only able to sigh helplessly. "That is just what I think." After that, he bent down in front of Elena, who was sitting on the ground sobbing, and said, "All right." Immediately after, a burst of light suddenly flared up. A wooden sword appeared before her, making the girl whose eyes were still filled with tears lift her head. Rawl spoke, "Focus and watch carefully." Elena asked blankly, "What?" Rawl stepped forward, one hand placed behind his back at his waist, the other raising the sword. Then suddenly a surge of power emanated from that sword. Swung the sword, and the power of the heavy sword instantly shot out, forming a beam of force that blasted apart the nearby soil. The ground swept by the beam of power surged upward, and the surrounding area shook violently as well. Elena unconsciously blurted out, "This is..." Rawl did not answer, only asking in a stern voice, "What did you learn from that?" The question left Elena stunned. He raised the sword and began explaining, "Swordsmanship is like flowing water. You cannot keep resisting everything from the same position forever." Hearing that, Elena asked back, her voice tinged with reproach, "Are you trying to say that the heavy sword has countless weaknesses in swordsmanship?" She lowered her head, her voice filled with unwillingness as she continued, "Do you mean that the heavy sword is now nothing more than outdated swordsmanship?" She closed her eyes, the corners still wet with tears. Rawl reached toward the middle of her forehead and flicked it hard, making her cry out, "Oh." She raised both hands to rub her reddened forehead. Rawl carried the sword on his shoulder and scolded, "I already told you to watch carefully. What did you see that made you jump to that conclusion?" There is no swordsmanship that attacks an enemy without revealing any opening at all. Elena, still clutching her aching forehead, exclaimed in surprise. Rawl held out the sword and continued, the swordsmanship of the divine sword is the same. I will slow it down so you can see what you missed. He tightened his grip on the sword, smiled faintly, and commanded, focus. Elena lifted her head to look, so surprised that her face unconsciously flushed red. Rawl swung his sword and a powerful surge erupted, creating a violent explosion that split the ground apart. Elena was still squinting one eye from the aftershock of that power when Rawl coldly raised his sword and said, next. He lowered the sword to his waist and turned slightly. Elena followed each of his movements and thought to herself, too slow. Rawl slowly lowered his sword, letting the tip point straight toward the ground. Immediately after, he swung the sword upward. The force swept through, sending earth and stones flying and dust billowing, while Elena behind him stared wide-eyed in shock. Witnessing that strike, she was so shocked that she cried out, huh? Rawl calmly asked, have you realized the difference between the two strikes now? The ground had been torn into chunks by that last blow. Elena softly repeated, the difference. Lana still stood frozen, unable to shake off the shock of the blow Rawl had just unleashed. The heavy sword was swordsmanship focused on power, using simple techniques to reveal terrifying destructive force. So its might depended on the weight of the sword. There was no way that could be done. Elena looked down at the ground that had just taken Rawl's strike and unconsciously blurted out, impossible, how can the destructive power be the same? Rawl stood across from her, one hand carrying the wooden sword on his shoulder, the other tucked into his pocket, smiling as he watched Elena shout in shock. Impossible, why does the divine sword have destructive power equal to the heavy sword even with such a slow move? Exactly. Great destructive power was usually achieved through extremely fast techniques, but the divine sword's heavy sword was created in a way with no clear flow of movement. Elena puffed out her cheeks in sulky anger as she looked at him when he said, should I call it from 0 to 100? First, it is quite similar to how long it takes to reach maximum speed, like a horse pulling a carriage as it accelerates. Rawl explained calmly, depending on the weight, there is a certain limit to power. You could say that is exactly how the heavy sword operates. Rawl continued, that's right, that is why my sword is many times heavier than an ordinary sword. Rawl stopped explaining and posed a question. Then what if you could control the speed at which the pulling force reaches its maximum? Elena asked blankly, what are you talking about? Rawl playfully balanced the sword on his fingertip as he continued, it seems the power of the heavy sword follows the laws of physics, but we will apply mana according to that principle. Just imagine you can use mana to adjust the weight of the sword or increase acceleration. When Rawl said this, a thought suddenly flashed through Elena's mind. Then that means... Rawl laced his hands behind his head, watched Elena, and smiled faintly to himself. Depending on your mana proficiency, you can adjust the speed from 0 to 100 when using the heavy sword. He lowered his hands, slung the sword over his shoulder, and sighed. Exactly. He continued, the advantages of the heavy sword are destructive power and simplicity, but it also has a very clear weakness. It easily becomes an extremely unstable sword that focuses only on destruction. Then he stopped completely and asked again, now for a question. Rawl said, the divine sword Harris is an eccentric old man who can change his sword's direction at will regardless of external force, so just consider him an exception. Rawl turned and asked, making Elena freeze, then why do you think this kind of swordsmanship disappeared and was almost lost? Rawl looked at Elena with a gentle smile. Elena stammered in reply, that is only the natural result. They only obsessed over training in the sword god's swordsmanship because they were captivated by its power. Over many generations, no one understood the true principles anymore. Even though it was still praised as the strongest swordsmanship in destructive power, it was hard for Elena to understand everything after hearing it only once. But if she realized even one or two things, she would surpass her outer limits and become an expert. After a long silence, Elena suddenly spoke. The principles you just mentioned? Alright, I think I have grasped something. Hearing that, Rawl replied cheerfully. That is wonderful. Elena answered softly, thank you very much. Rawl shrugged. What do you mean I did not do anything? Purser, sitting on his shoulder, burst into giggles. After saying that, he swept his gaze over her. Rawl continued, making Elena flinch anyway. Every time I look at you, your highness, I feel as if you are frightened, because something is chasing you. Elena scratched her head in confusion and stammered, You are mistaken. Rawl replied, we have come this far. Do you still need to hide it? If you do not tell me, it will not benefit you either. I think when an opportunity comes to you on its own, the wise choice is to speak. Hearing that, Elena lowered her face, awkwardly scratching her head. She turned her face away, unable to look directly at him, and said shyly, you really are a good person. Rawl crossed his arms over his chest and replied with a smile, do not expect too much just because I said that. I will hear you out first. Elena quietly continued, then, can you become my partner? After Elena made the proposal, the two of them merely stood still and looked at each other. Then suddenly Rawl's sword fell to the ground. He stammered back, "What?" Elena leaned slightly, turned her face away, and said, "I need your strength." Rawl waved his hand in refusal. "A princess from a powerful nation like you should have no shortage of strength. Do you not have countless swordsmanship experts under your command?" Elena clenched her fists and said in a choked voice, "I cannot borrow their strength. That person must be under 20 years old to meet the condition, so none of them fit the rules." After hearing that, Rawl froze and stammered in repetition, Condition rules?" In the magnificent palace, a panicked voice rang out, Something from the past?" Hearing this, the archer Apollon crossed his arms over his chest and said seriously, "All right, doing things like that once in a while is fine too." He raised his hand and pointed upward, saying, "Now that you think about it, who do you believe is protecting ordinary people?" When Davy heard the question, he replied, "The Civil Defense Force, or the Royal Knights. Either way, intelligent people will gather together on their own. That is also how a nation is born, whether among humans, elves, or dwarves." Hearing Davy say that, he asked again, "Then who do you think is protecting this continent from hidden dangers? What if it is a disaster that can throw the world into chaos just by appearing?" Hearing those answers, the archer Apollon formed a sly smile. He raised a finger and said to Davy, "Would it not be best to eliminate it quietly?" Thing right before their eyes was precisely that foundation. The image of chains wrapped around a pillar appeared in a mysterious manner, as if concealing some secret. That was the night order called the final piece. He suddenly grew excited, one hand behind his back and the other raised, confidently asking Davy, "How do you feel after learning the other sides of the world?" Wonderful. In contrast to Apollon, Davy simply sat there, not knowing what to say, making the scene rather amusing. He thought to himself, normally I would ignore Apollon's assertions, but this time the story he told was unexpectedly realistic and quite interesting. The final piece, though called by many different names, was in fact a secret society of knights specializing in quietly eliminating threats to the continent. The piece was established after the sword god Harris slew the demon king. The image of Purser suddenly appeared, lying while hugging a mystical blue sphere. Perhaps this was the secret role the knights had taken on. Moreover, one of their responsibilities was, as he said this, the image of three people standing with imposing bearing appeared. They selected heroes with potential and nurtured those seeds. This was truly interesting. He still maintained his calm expression and asked, "Then what do you mean?" Davy crossed his arms, stood upright while looking toward Princess Elena, and asked again, "Because you lack a teammate to pass the trial, you need my help, right?" Princess Elena lowered her head shyly after hearing him hit the mark and replied, "That's right. I searched all over, but there was no one, so if I cannot become stronger on my own, I need someone strong enough by my side to help me." Hearing Elena say that, Davy immediately felt something was off. He replied, "Yeah, this sounds like a trap." Seeing his suspicion, Princess Elena was also surprised. She hurriedly spoke, her voice anxious, as if afraid of being misunderstood. "I really have no other way. My only choice is to find another new teammate." Her expression then was extremely sincere. Hearing her say that, Davy and Purser both burst out laughing. Purser turned to him and said with a laugh, "I think the origin of this story is about to become clear." Davy also curled his lips meaningfully, thinking this was not a coincidence at all, and that there might be a secret system selecting young people capable of bearing future missions to become successors. He understood that as a member of the Knights' secret society, Elena had always worked hard to train and become stronger. Her manner now was rather bashful, as if she was earnestly hoping he would approve of her intention. He fell into thought, still finding it hard to understand. He did not know why she would put herself in such a dangerous and unfavorable position. Seeing that he was still doubtful, Elena quickly said, "You must be very confused, so if you want, just forget about this." She truly knew how to strike at another person's mind. Princess Elena turned her face away, a trace of sadness flashing across her features. She said to him, "Today I learned something important. Thank you, that is enough." Perhaps she was very disappointed that she had failed to persuade him. As she turned to leave, she said, "I will not forget this kindness. Then I will take my leave." Davy only watched Elena's receding back in silence. Looking at Elena like that, Purser sighed and said to Davy, "A knightly order that specializes in confronting the world's hidden threats must be far more dangerous than the current situation." Purser's expression was full of worry. Purser continued advising Davy, "You may feel sorry for Elena, but refusing her is the right choice." She said that because she did not want him to get involved in this dangerous matter. Hearing this, Davy hesitated for a moment, as if his mind was still turning over that proposal. Suddenly, he called out to Elena, "Wait." Hearing that, she turned back with a stunned expression. His attitude suddenly changed. Davy raised a hand to his lips, smiled slyly, and said, "Well, I wonder if this is really all right, Davy." He continued, "Go ahead and do it." Hearing him say that, Elena froze, her face filled with shock as if she could not believe her ears. She asked in confusion, "Huh?" Davy kept that same manner and meaningful smile. He crossed his arms, looked at Elena, and said I said go ahead and do it, that trial of knightly order or whatever it is. Hearing that, Purser angrily turned and shouted you. He continued, I will try to help you. Hearing those words, Elena stood rooted in place, looking up at him as if she could not believe what she had just heard. Perhaps in her mind she was asking herself whether this was real or only a dream. She looked truly adorable at that moment. The sky gradually darkened, black and white clouds intertwining, as if heralding that something ominous was about to happen. Davy still calmly said to her, before we begin, there are a few things I need to confirm. It seemed he wanted to make sure of everything. Davy stood in front of her, hands on his hips, and asked, the main mission of the order you joined is to track down dangerous and abnormal evil spirits, right? Hearing him hit the mark, Princess Elena lowered her face and bashfully asked, how did you know? He continued, that matter is also connected to the demon territories, places that are almost impossible to enter. Elena confirmed in a serious voice. Davy asked again, that order must have all kinds of people, right? Faced with that question, Princess Elena answered frankly without hiding anything, yes. Hearing her confirmation, Davy immediately grew excited. Great. Who knew what he was calculating in his head to react like that? Scene shifted to night, and Davy had returned home. He lay on the familiar bed, so happy that he began singing loudly. Davy raised both his arms and legs and said excitedly, what a huge profit. The sight was truly adorable. Seeing him so cheerful, Purser flew over and asked Davy, is this really all right? It seemed she was very worried about him. Contrary to that unease, Davy was extremely exhilarated, exactly the kind of bold person who lived without a care. Looking at Davy's state, Purser angrily put her hands on her hips and said, getting tangled up with those people will definitely. Before she could finish, he cut in. That is exactly why this is good. With a smug expression, he said, because unfortunately for him, that man still cannot appear in this world right now. Hearing that, Purser said, that's right, because Megatron is not some fantasy or miracle. If it is completed, it will become a weapon nearly at the master level. At that point, all kinds of problems, big and small, will break out continuously across the continent. After all, Earth had once been obsessed with nuclear weapons for good reason. As those words rang out, the image of the robot also appeared. Davy spoke to her in a cheerful voice, as if everything was already within his calculations. The combat data Megatron has gathered is still limited, so this time, we will make use of it. His expression changed at once. Davy became excited, his eyes lighting up, his mouth curving into an amused smile as he said to Purser, this is a wonderful chance to collect many kinds of data. If the golem becomes stronger, the territory's defense system will also be upgraded, and I can meet many skilled opponents in the swordsmanship tournament and approach another evil spirit. Hearing that, she said helplessly, is territorial development the only thing in your head? Purser raised a hand to her forehead with a helpless expression and sighed, fine, fine. But you are not thinking about your own safety at all, are you? Davy replied confidently, what could possibly happen to me? He still said calmly, for example, danger from some kind of threat. Just then, Lamkai suddenly appeared and called him Dad. He said confidently, I have the strongest daughters by my side, so nothing will happen. As he spoke, he poked the little girl's cheek with his finger, making her blush shyly. The little girl looked truly adorable. Davy smiled, reached out to pat Namkai's head, and said confidently, I have already overcome all kinds of threats before, though I do not know what will happen later. It probably will not be a problem. Perhaps he was not arrogant at all. Namkai propped her chin on both hands and listened to him attentively. Truly a cute little girl. He spoke cheerfully, well then, as long as they were not mythical monsters or demons, and those things could not exist in the first place, he had nothing to fear. He truly was a daring person. Morning had come, and the lush green trees looked poetic under the sunlight. From this angle, the house looked no different from an ancient and peaceful castle. Davy's voice rang out, perhaps but she was too flustered when I agreed so quickly, or perhaps she was simply tired. After arranging to meet again in 2 weeks, Elena left exhausted and did not stop by again. She was probably busy handling a mountain of accumulated work. The image appeared of Elena rummaging through papers amid a chaotic pile of documents. Davy looked out the window watching a pigeon fly past. He murmured, 2 weeks, a period both short and long. As he stood there gazing at the scenery outside, someone approached and said, my lord, shall we begin the meeting? Davy thought pensively, but that does not mean I have time to be idle. He entered the study, sat down at the desk, and crossed his arms as he listened to Ami's presentation. Person A used force, after which Person B drew a weapon. The cause seemed to be nothing more than a trivial insult. After finishing the report, Ami asked how he would handle it. Davy picked up the paper, looked it over, and said angrily, if they fought, throw them all in jail. Unlike the old residents, who were adapting very well, the complaints and requests from the recent group of new residents were driving me insane. A street scene appeared, lined closely with tall buildings. Though they were all treated quite well, The more people arrived, the more problems arose, driving Davy almost mad. Ami continued by opening the notebook and reporting. Next is a request for your lordship to arbitrate custody of a child between two women. Both insisted that they were the child's birth mother. Hearing the report, Davy's expression grew even uglier. He propped his chin on one hand and said, "Do they think this is Jerusalem? Tell them I will split the child in two, and each will receive half. Whoever gives up first must be the real mother." It seemed he was nearly at the end of his patience with those incomprehensible ideas. Hearing that, Emmy thought it was real and asked, "Do you truly intend to do that?" Davy calmly replied while pouring tea, "Of course not. The Alchemy Association once said to contact them if we needed support, so inform them." Then he told her to continue next. Emmy flipped through the notebook again and said, "The merchants of Pai Chot have sent gifts to your lordship. They want to purchase a large tract of wasteland." Hearing that, Davy immediately grew furious and said, "Since when did I become a real estate salesman? Throw it away." Next, the atmosphere now seemed very tense. Suddenly, the head steward stepped in and spoke, hiccup. Not only had the head steward appeared, Yuri also seemed to have entered with him. Yuri raised a hand to cover her mouth, as if trying to hide a meaningful smile, then let out a soft Yuri bowed and apologized to him. Please forgive me, my lord. I failed to teach her properly." Seeing Yuri like that, Davy was very surprised. Perhaps Ami was terribly frightened at that moment. Yuri shouted loudly toward Ami, "What are you doing? Hurry and drive her out at once." Hearing Yuri say that, Davy froze and then sighed. "No, do not do that." Ami could only stand silently beside them and listen, not daring to speak. Davy raised his hand toward the butler and Yuri and said, "She is allowed to laugh. Do not be too strict about things like that." Hearing this, the butler bowed his head and replied, "I apologize, my lord." He looked toward Yuri and asked, "So you are Yuri, right?" Hearing him call her name, Yuri raised her head to look, perhaps feeling extremely bewildered inside. Davy smiled at Yuri and said, "The tea you brewed is quite good. I like it very much. Thank you." Hearing that praise, Yuri was surprised, then happily replied, "I am very glad that your lordship likes it." At that moment, Yuri's face brightened completely, her eyes shining with joy. Seeing this, the butler cleared his throat, signaling for her to stop. Understanding his meaning, Yuri said to him, "Then I will take my leave." Hearing that, Davy felt a little awkward and turned to the butler, "You are too strict." The butler calmly replied, "Educating the maids is the duty of a head steward like me." Hearing him say that, Davy could only sigh helplessly. In his heart, he thought that the man could do as he wished, and he no longer had the strength to advise him further. Yuri stood timidly in a corner, quietly sinking into her own thoughts. But it seemed that he was still very satisfied with his own way of doing things. Thinking of that, Yuri faintly smiled in satisfaction. Davy said, "The maids these days seem truly talented." Yuri clasped her hands behind her back and left. Hearing him say that, Purser looked at him with a face full of confusion. His expression suddenly darkened, leaving only a very faint glimmer of light. Davy braced his hands on the desk, looking utterly pleased, and said, "I formed a contract with a high-ranking shamaness." The scent of a shamaness. Purser sat on his shoulder, musing in helpless silence. He wore a thoughtful expression, then slowly continued. Suddenly, Yuri's image appeared behind the beautiful flowers. He murmured softly, "Not bad." Davy set his hand on the desk, looked at the papers, and said, "Ami, tell me what the next matter is." Hearing that, Ami immediately replied, yes. Next is the report from the captain of the Royal Guard. He sat in silence, thinking over what Ami had just said. "I have been spending time managing my territory." Davy cheerfully picked up the stack of papers and began to read. The image of a dazzling glass castle appeared. He said, "The 2-week appointment passed faster than I expected." A private study decorated with ebony wood and warm oil lamp light. Our protagonist was speaking with someone. A warm yet sharp voice rang out. "It seems you were lucky." It turned out to be Baron Gornio, remotely contacting Davy through a communication orb. He added, "A member of the royal family nearly shed blood in Odin territory." Davy looked at his figure in the orb and thought to himself, "It has been a long time since I saw that face." After Davy returned to Hansel territory and became tangled in various affairs, Baron Gornio had ultimately remained in the Lindixi Empire because of the Central Epidemic Control Team's mission. He sat up straight and asked, "You remember, don't you? On the day a lightning storm appeared in the forest near Odin territory, a member of the Lindixi royal family riding in a carriage avoided an attack because of it." What was even more shocking was that the lightning storm had wiped out the assassins there. I mean, how could something like that happen? Davy simply listened in silence, as if he did not know how to answer. He continued, "Thanks to that, the carriage remained intact, but the assassins' bodies were burned to ash, making the investigation very difficult." Purser was left speechless as she listened, while Davy stiffened slightly before laughing awkwardly. "Haha, an investigation." He lowered his head and thought to himself, "Sorry, that mistake was mine." He continued thinking, "I did suspect that carriage belonged to royalty, but I did not think it belonged to the Lindixi Empire. This could ignite a major war. It really was a blind cat finding fried fish." Beside him, Purser was still listening to Gornio with a languid curiosity. Gornio broke the silence with a faint smile. In truth, I only went to the Lindixi Empire to please the youngest princess. And once the matter is finished, I intend to announce your achievements to everyone. Hearing Baron Gornio say that, Davy flinched in sudden alarm. But he quickly forced an awkward smile, his voice slightly flustered. You really do not need to concern yourself with that. Yet the Baron answered firmly, no. His dissatisfaction was plain, his eyes seeming to blaze as he continued, His Majesty has no idea how great your achievements truly are. You deserve to be recognized for them. Seeing the situation grow tense, Davy hurriedly waved his hands, please calm down. But inwardly, he could not help groaning. What I mean is that I do not to make a fuss. I really do not need that. It will only make others more wary of me. For my life from now on, it is best that I keep a low profile. But Baron Gornio, who was always serious about medicine, surely would not understand that. In the end, he finally calmed down, his gaze softening, though his voice remained firm. Then I look forward to the day we meet again. The conversation ended, and Baron Gornio's figure in the communication orb gradually faded. Davy leaned back in his chair, sighed wearily, and said, it looks like things will be noisy again for a while. Suddenly, a very faint sound came from the window. Davy raised his head and saw the window flung wide open from outside. Before he could react, a figure had lightly climbed through the frame. It was Princess Elena. She sat on the windowsill at ease, then spoke briskly. It is me. Davy looked at her, only able to remain silent with a helpless expression. Elena did not wait for his answer and continued asking curiously, by the way, I heard you were just talking with someone. Who was it? Davy did not want to answer, so he deliberately shouted loudly to scare her, palace guards. Hearing that, Elena immediately panicked. No. She hurriedly rushed over and covered Davy's mouth, glared at him, then asked curiously, are you trying to stop someone who is about to get married? What will you do if rumors spread outside? Davy looked at her expression and merely gave a faint laugh. Ha ha. Then he thought to himself, it has already been 2 weeks since I agreed to help her. Elena looked a little embarrassed, her voice flustered as she said, I swear. Davy immediately cut her off before she could finish. You did not even reply to my letter. He looked at Elena with eyes that were both weary and probing, silently wondering if she kept asking what he needed because she felt indebted. From my point of view, I agreed to help her not because of her herself, but because that matter was not all that important to her. Elena's face turned serious, her voice firmer. This is the last time. You can refuse if you do not want to do it. Davy gave a faint smile, his expression carrying a trace of teasing as he asked, before that I want to confirm one thing. That secret night order, is it really fine to bring a random person like me to the examination site? Elena immediately explained, if it is that matter, there is no problem. She laughed, placed a hand on her chest, and said confidently, because I intend to make use of the opportunity I have this time. Davy furrowed his brow in curiosity. Opportunity. Elena did not answer right away, but leisurely leaned back against the cabinet before explaining. The basic rules of the order are probably meant to keep its operations secret, but maintaining the organization is still the highest priority. Therefore, each member may bring one person in, something like a disciple, but only once in a lifetime. Davy was surprised, a disciple. Just then, the little demon purser, who was perched on Davy's shoulder, spoke up. She is using you. You will have to shoulder many things. Davy rubbed his chin and thought to himself, so that is how it is. No, that is Elena's business. After that, he turned around to prepare, paying no further attention to Purser's words. As he walked, he said to Elena, all right, since I have no more questions, we can get ready to leave at once. Davy picked up a cube-shaped item on the desk and said, I probably do not need to bring much, right? Seeing that, Elena widened her eyes in curiosity and immediately asked, wait, what is that? Davy shrugged and calmly explained, Megatron MK2. It is the guardian golem you fought before. Hearing that, Elena's face stiffened like a statue, her eyes fixed on Davy in disbelief. She could only answer, haha. Seeing that expression, Davy was puzzled too and asked back, what is wrong? Is shrinking a magical beast not fairly common? Purser beside him giggled and cut in no. I think she is shocked that such a massive weapon is being carried around like a toy. Princess Elena sighed, rubbed her temples as if calming herself, then shook her head and looked at Davy with helpless eyes. I feel like my sense of reality has been chipped away ever since I met you. After regaining her composure, Elena stood upright and looked at Davy seriously. Her voice was firm. I will use a teleportation magical beast. Make sure to hold on tight if you do not want to be sent somewhere strange. Then she held out her hand, looking a little shy. Davy looked at Elena and smiled. It was as if he had just won a small victory. Davy said half jokingly and half sincerely, how should I repay this kindness? Hearing that, Princess Elena became slightly annoyed, her face reddening with embarrassment as she answered at once, stop teasing me. Immediately after, the atmosphere changed, and a wave of magic swept the two of them away in teleportation. The scenery shifted, and the next moment, they appeared in a forest. The teleportation magic had completed its task, bringing them to a completely unfamiliar place. North Central Continent. Davy looked around, somewhat surprised by the unfamiliar scenery, and asked, "Where is this?" Elena quickly answered in a voice full of confidence, "We are in the North Central Bamboo Forest, within the Kingdom of Pandora." Davy continued observing the surrounding scenery, and Elena explained further on foot, it would take a month, and even by carriage, it would take a week. Because there is a barrier, entering is not at all easy. Hearing that, Davy nodded in admiration. "Either way, we have come quite far." The two began moving forward. As Elena walked, she added, "In my order, I mean my name within the Night Order, I belong to Alpha Force, and I am responsible for detecting and handling threats originating from the Kingdom of Pandora." Hearing that, Davy asked in return, "Is this what you want from the Kingdom of Pandora?" Elena turned her head to look at him, her eyes filled with determination as she answered, "No, once I become an official member, I can go to other regions." She continued walking and added, "I only need that authority. Even as a member of the royal family, there are still places I am not allowed to set foot in." After hearing that, Davy thought, so the authority and freedom to move through secret areas are what Elena wants. At that moment, Purser, the little demon king sitting on Davy's shoulder, cut in, "That child lost her mother to a vampire. I am sure she desperately wants to trace that demon's trail." Davy immediately understood after hearing that, so that was why she lost her composure whenever she saw traces of it. Elena walked ahead, her voice brimming with determination. She said firmly, "I need to pass this exam. I absolutely have to do it." Davy quietly watched her. Nyam understood that resolve clearly, so he only answered softly, But just before that, the heavy footsteps of monsters suddenly echoed from afar. As soon as Elena heard them, her expression changed, fear clear on her face. In contrast, our protagonist remained calm and said softly that they might have to deal with this lot first. When the two of them looked ahead, the wolf pack had already begun closing in and slowly surrounding them. Their eyes were savage, their fur bristled stiffly, and they showed no fear of their prey at all. Looking at the four-eyed mutant wolves with razor-sharp teeth, Elena cried out in shock, "Mutant wolves." She immediately reminded Davy to be careful, because although they looked small, their claws and teeth carried deadly poison. They also moved extremely fast. Just as Elena was about to step forward and say she would handle them, Davy immediately raised a hand to stop her and said no. Then he stood in front of Elena, his voice still calm but full of implication. "Wait." Elena paused her gaze and called Davy in confusion. She did not know why he had stopped her, while he smiled with calculation, his eyes seeming to already hold a plan. In truth, he was a little annoyed inside, silently blaming her for daring to steal someone else's experience points. Davy tightened his grip on the cube, his eyes both determined and faintly angry. He hurled the cube into the middle of the wolf pack, thinking inwardly, what did she think he had come all this way for? Immediately, the cube emitted a dazzling beam of light, then gradually expanded, its pieces shifting automatically. When the wolf pack saw the light flare up, they froze and stared blankly at the transforming cube. At that moment, Davy was practically roaring inside that it was precisely to gather combat data. Davy gave a sly smile, no different from a villain in a novel. Then he ordered, "I will let you fight Megatron MK2. This is your first battle. Deal with all of them." A few seconds later, a gigantic robot appeared before the wolf pack, majestic in form, with glowing red eyes and weapons ready. The wolves beneath the robot's feet began to growl, then charged all at once, looking just like a swarm of ants trying to topple an elephant. Princess Elena covered herself with both hands, cold sweat breaking out as she cried in panic, "Heavens!" The sight before her was so overwhelming that her face darkened. She could not help wondering what on earth she was looking at. A device that looked like a chainsaw was brought out. Davy said excitedly that the weapon upgrade was complete. Looking at the demonic beasts being relentlessly attacked by the robot before them, it was clear they were no match for Megatron MK2. Davy proudly ordered Megatron to begin the second shift and eliminate the enemy. The test battle unfolded fiercely, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Princess Elena asked in astonishment what exactly he had been doing over the past 2 weeks. At that time, they were in the northern part of the central continent, in the forest near Pandora's territory. The demonic beasts had been beaten to tatters, sprawled across the ground and panting heavily. Elena looked around and sighed that now she actually felt sorry for the demonic beasts. Hearing that, Davy burst into loud laughter. Davy looked extremely confident with the observation goggles on his face, and went on excitedly that the chainsaw really was different, truly wonderful. Seeing him standing there calmly ignoring her, Elena said irritably that he was certainly good at talking, when from the start he had never intended to have a conversation at all. On this side, Davy was utterly thrilled, pointing at the pitiful demonic beasts and telling her to look, they were begging for their lives. He sank into the joy of testing the new robot, then coldly ordered Megatron to deal with them all and collect every piece of data. Behind him, Elena muttered that she had been wrong, he was not even listening to her. While Davy laughed with delight, Elena worried silently, wondering whether it was really all right for him to bring such a destructive weapon outside. A while later, the two quickly boarded the carriage and returned to the imperial palace. The wheels creaked as they rolled along the road. Princess Elena stayed silent, her expression displeased as she glared at him. Seeing this, Davy broke into a cold sweat, rested his chin on the carriage frame, and asked indifferently what was wrong. He began asking whether she felt uncomfortable. Elena immediately snapped that the problem was not with her. The two began talking. Elena asked with astonished curiosity about this golem, then went on to say that he had even used spatial expansion magic inside the carriage, so what was the point of making horse sounds? She questioned him irritably about exactly how much money he had. Davy smiled incomprehensibly and asked what was wrong. Were the fake horse sounds not very realistic, and should he not use money to buy what he wanted? Hearing that, Elena puffed out her cheeks, thinking irritably to herself that this madman had only just made a little money and was already acting like this. Purser sat on his back, understood Elena's thoughts, and leaned close to Davy's ear to whisper that her eyes were saying exactly that. After hearing it, he was also left speechless, his face tense and sweat breaking out as he recalled it. It was true that if this work were handed to the magic tower, the price would be outrageously high. But since this was an original item, it was not to that extent. Thinking that, he still felt somewhat insulted. Davy looked outside and saw a purple force lurking there, coiling around the area. He observed closely, then analyzed that the flow of mana in this forest was extremely chaotic. Purser adjusted her hair and slowly shared her thoughts with him. The deeper they went into the forest, the worse the situation became, as if the mana here followed no order at all, leaving Davy unable to avoid feeling puzzled. He wondered whether this might be a gigantic barrier. While he was still questioning it, the carriage had already gone deep into the forest, and the purple force continued to appear. At this moment, Elena spoke up and answered that it was so. To conceal the base of Alpha Lion Force, they had set up a detection avoidance barrier, so it was very difficult to sense the mana around this area. She glanced outside and explained in more detail that he had no idea how bewildered she had been the first time she came here, because this region was under the interference of several forces. Davy rested his chin on his hand and listened intently. Elena continued saying that was why she believed the mana flow in this forest was different from outside. As if sensing something, he asked whether it seemed she liked this place very much. Princess Elena suddenly became bashful, nodded lightly, and said he would understand only after becoming a member. Most guild members, including Alpha Lion Force, set up barriers around these areas. Davy asked curiously that the barrier must cover this entire forest. He was about to ask again what the members did. Before he could finish, Elena pointed to her hand and answered cheerfully that they used this. On her middle finger was a bright, gleaming golden ring. Seeing this, Davy could not help asking in surprise, a ring. The carriage continued moving forward. Elena did not hide anything and explained that it was a sacred relic unaffected by the barrier. She was not sure what kind of magic it carried, only that it cut through wavelengths to protect the wearer. Davy took Elena's hand, his expression thoughtful, then exclaimed with interest that this thing was rather intriguing. She said that if he became a member, the teachers would give one to him. He asked curiously, teachers? Elena nodded and said that more precisely they were her superiors, and the secret society had a rather special way of maintaining the organization. Outside the carriage, a pair of legs hovered in midair, secretly watching the direction Davy's group was moving. As she spoke, she gently rubbed the ring on her hand. They selected talented children from a young age to support and adopt, though she had been accepted rather late. Before she could finish speaking, the carriage suddenly shook violently, as if it had just crashed into something. The carriage immediately tipped sideways into a pit, while above it stood two people watching. They observed coldly, and it was not yet clear whether they were friends or enemies of the male lead Davy. Princess Elena's blonde head slowly rose into view. She was not fully awake yet, her eyes half open as she asked what exactly had happened. At that moment, she was lying on top of Davy. The person standing above spoke and ordered her to come out. Other party was also extremely shocked as that man called her name Elena. She also cried out in surprise. Elena shouted in fury as she demanded, "What on earth are you doing?" That man replied calmly, "I am eliminating an intruder." Sio crossed his arms before his chest with a cold expression and said, "Elena, what do you mean by bringing an outsider here?" She was so furious she could hardly bear it and immediately rebuked him. "I was the one who brought him here. Even so, I do not think you have the right to do that." Right. Only then did Davy speak, his face awkward, because she was pinning him down. "Sorry, princess, could you please get up?" Sio immediately retorted, "Unfortunately, you are not qualified to ask me that, Elena. You clearly broke the rules, so this is only the punishment you deserve." Hearing that, Elena grew even more enraged, grinding her teeth and even forgetting to let go of Davy, leaving him helplessly lying beneath her. Another person stepped forward to report Sio. No one else was detected in this area. That man raised an eyebrow, his voice full of irritation. Luckily, they were not stupid enough to go that far. Sio looked down at Elena and continued coldly, "If you bring in anyone else, we will deal with them, regardless of status or rank." Elena snapped back in anger, "Do not make me laugh. She tightened her grip on the weapon in her hand, her fiery aura flaring up as she shouted straight in his face, "What authority do you have to punish a high-ranking member?" Seo did not yield in the slightest either. He drew his sword and answered with a stern expression, "Everything is for the sake of the organization." Lena was truly enraged and the power within her began to erupt. As long as she had a reason, she was ready to charge in and teach him a lesson. She warned in an icy voice, "You are overstepping your authority. If you do not withdraw immediately, I will make you pay." Their gazes clashed as if flames of anger had erupted in the air between them. Neither side was willing to give in even a little. Just as the atmosphere grew taut as a drawn bowstring, a bird suddenly appeared above Seo's head. He raised his face to look up. Seo had just received a new order. The other person read the notice. They said to bring Alina and the commoner inside. That made Seo extremely furious, and he clenched his teeth to hold back his anger. After that, he turned and left, not forgetting to provoke Elena. "Consider yourself lucky today." The princess said sadly, her voice full of guilt, "I am sorry, Davy. I did not expect things to turn out like this." He gently stroked her head and comforted her in a soft voice. "It is all right." Davy quickly sprang up and landed with great momentum. Hearing the sound, Seo also turned back to look. Davy curled his lips and said to him, "You certainly created an interesting opening act." Being called a murderer made him freeze, and a ferocious look briefly flashed across his face. Davy brushed past Seo and even patted his shoulder with a bright smile. "What I mean is, you should be more careful. There will not be a next time." It sounded ordinary, but it was clearly a warning from Davy. Seo ground his teeth in fury, his eyes bulging as he stared fixedly at him. Unable to suppress his anger, he was about to rush forward and shout, "You!" But at that very moment, a hand held him back. "Enough, Seo." A man with blue hair and blue eyes stepped out with a tense expression to stop Seo. "It will be very troublesome if you forget that everything has its principles. We do not need to resort to swords and spears all the time." After saying that, the two silently watched Davy leave. As for him, he gave a smug sneer, because he knew these people did not dare do anything to him. In the middle of the dense green forest, someone's angry voice suddenly rang out. What was there to worry about? Everything still operated according to its inherent laws and could not be changed. In the sky, birds still flew freely. After that, the people of the territory brought Davy Anzon back to their castle. Standing before the ancient yet incomparably magnificent castle, Davy could not hide his delight. "Wonderful, this is exactly what I wanted." It seemed to be an old structure, but it had been preserved and maintained with great care. Purser von Palin also looked extremely excited. Of course, this is Western architecture from the time when Bonyal was still alive. When they arrived at the door, Elena immediately stepped forward to block Davy's path. "I will take Davy to the dormitory, then report everything in full afterward." Of course, Jeff would not accept it. "No, Elena, you must come with us." Seo showed even more aversion toward Davy. "Jeff, take this outsider to the outer dormitory. Remember to keep watch over him until a judgment is made." Jeff held out his hand and said, "Outsider, please extend your hand." Davy had just reached forward when something immediately covered both his hands. Could this be dark magic? An invisible cord was tightening, binding his hands together. Elena anxiously reassured him, "Davy, do not be afraid. Everything will be all right." Davy smiled to put Elena at ease, then followed Trep back to the dormitory area. "This room is quite clean and fully equipped. Go inside." Davy obediently stepped in and sat down on the bed. As for Silver Song, Jeff told him that as long as he stayed here, it would be to his benefit. "Because I do not like using force by nature. I am not threatening you, but I can kill you with words alone. Rest assured I will not use it on humans carelessly." Davy calmly lay down, barely concerned at all. "That sounds interesting." He glanced at Trep, "Someone who possesses a special ability. By the standards of your previous world, they are among the strongest ability users. In truth, it is very difficult to regard them as ordinary humans, because they were not born from humans in the first place." Davy had no idea how long he had been lying in that room, until Xiao Hao and Tree returned and opened the door. "Come with us, the masters are summoning you." After that, Prince Davian Jones was brought to stand in the center of the great hall of a splendid and rather lively building. Davy looked over the unfamiliar faces around him. A mage and two swordsmen, it seemed they were the masters here. Elena was also brought before everyone to be judged, just like Davy. At that moment, a red-haired master seated above asked her, "Then let us confirm once more, Apprentice Elena, you broke your promise and brought an outsider here, do you admit it?" Elena grew agitated and leaned forward to explain, but was immediately ordered to answer only the question. Elena gritted her teeth in helplessness, and in the end could only reluctantly answer yes. Another master continued asking, "You disregarded the authority of a member of the order and refused his command. You admit that this is true?" Elena could only choke out yes as well. Another master folded his arms and said, "Then there is nothing more to discuss. Apprentice Elena will be disciplined, and that outsider's memories will be erased. If he resists, we will execute him." Only then was Elena allowed to speak. Before the decision is made, I would like to say a few words. The Order's rules state that outsiders may not enter this place. That is true. But what if he is not an outsider? What are you saying? He will join the Night Order, which means I will use my authority. That master reminded Elena, that chance can only be used once. Do you truly want to waste it on this person? Elena answered firmly, that is precisely why I brought Davy here. You all tried to nullify my exam result, but I thought of another way. Another person warned Elena again. You still do not know what your companion's identity is. Do not be so hasty. I thought very carefully before making this decision. That master asked. But Elena, you are still only an apprentice member. Who could you possibly teach? Elena still replied resolutely. That does not matter, Master Celia. What matters is that I am using my authority, and Davy fully meets the regulations. She glanced toward Davy and said, I do not understand why you are all so wary, but Alpha Force exists to protect humanity. All of this is far too unfair. Xiao Hao, who had been irritated all this time, immediately sprang to his feet and loudly objected to her. Elena, watch your words. We cannot accept a stranger like that. Elena paid no attention. That is not something you have the authority to decide. Do not cut in so unreasonably. Xiao Hao did not listen to her, and even tried to stir up the master's suspicions so they would side with him. Honored masters, she is merely talking nonsense. It sounds as though Elena is speaking the truth, but in reality she is covering up two of her own mistakes. A master had to remind him, Xiao, we have not given you permission to speak. Xiao still refused to stop and even spoke more harshly. We do not know whether he is trustworthy, nor do we know whether he has any talent or special ability. Xiao Hao, I am warning you. I cannot sense even the slightest bit of mana from him. The rules state clearly that only those whose abilities have been observed and confirmed by at least 2 masters may join the order. But no matter how you look at him, this man is just an ordinary commoner. Davy merely stood there, watching their argument as if it were entertainment. Yahello kept voicing his suspicions, even saying that he might be a spy sent to steal information from Alpha Force. Boom, a sudden attack shot straight toward Xiao Hao, making that spot explode. Elena mocked him in an icy voice. Just because you can talk does not mean you have the right to open your mouth, Xiao Hao. Even though you are an unpleasant bastard, I do not want to kill you, so you had better shut your mouth. Xiao Hao arrogantly curled his lip. Do you think you can look down on me? Elena could not be bothered to argue with that immature brat. Stop putting on an act. Do you think you are so special just because you received a mana blessing? Then you are badly mistaken, because I never said I was looking down on you. While facing off against Elena, Xiao Hao glanced behind her and saw Prince Davy smiling as he watched them. His blood boiled even hotter. What is that guy looking at? Seeing the scene grow too noisy and disorderly, the master shouted loudly to stop the two of them. Order, we are still conducting this trial. Apprentice Elena. Apprentice Xiao, if the two of you continue making a disturbance, we will ask you both to leave. Elena took a deep breath, then turned her face away. Bookshore saw Davy just standing there, not even bothering to stop them, and burst out laughing. You are more patient than I expected. Davy merely replied calmly, once finished building the stage for me, I will step out and make my entrance. Knight Celia and Knight Fridos of Alpha Force sat beside each other. He stroked his chin and said, but what Xiao said also makes sense. We know almost nothing about this boy's abilities, while his mana is only average. Hearing those words, Davy simply looked elsewhere and laughed inwardly. The masters asked Elena, how do you explain this? I can vouch for him. Are your standards that low? Master, unfortunately, just as Xiao Hao said, we still do not know what ability this boy possesses. Moreover, we have yet to see whether he is someone with a sense of responsibility. For those 2 reasons, Apprentice Elena, we will reject your proposal. Elena clenched her hands with a feeling of helplessness. The masters began announcing the conclusion of this trial. Before Davy could finish speaking, he raised a hand. Wait, first, we need to clarify a few basic things. Everyone there listened closely to Davy. First of all, I do not know what is happening here, so naturally I have no idea what your mission is. Xiao Hao could no longer hold back and sprang to his feet, shouting at him. Outsider, watch your words. Master Sylvia immediately scolded him enough. Davy closed his eyes and shrugged with easy acceptance. Yes, I accept being called an outsider. That is only natural. How could someone who has never set foot in this secret base know what you are doing here? Or do you want to quietly let the whole world know about your sacrifices? Xiao Hao instantly flew into a rage, jumping up as he cursed, you bastard. You dare insult the Night Order? Xiao Hao, watch your words. Elena helplessly held her head. He was only making everything worse. Davy folded his arms, looked at them, and asked, normally you take in children whose abilities have not yet fully developed, correct? Knight Celia spoke up. Then does that mean all of you are qualified to do such a thing? But how do you know they will become responsible people? Davy replied calmly, because once they enter the ranks of the noble Alpha Force, they will gradually learn it. At that moment, Knight Boris slapped his thigh repeatedly in delight. Ha ha ha, Sir Boris, why are you so excited? Exactly right. I am starting to like you. What is your name? Davy. Davy Anron. Boris said very well, Davy. Davy Enron, are you confident you have enough talent to join the Alpha Force? Davy replied, what good is answering that 100 times? But I hope the Alpha Force is not so short-sighted that it judges a person's potential only by the amount of mana they possess. I say that because I believe you are not that kind of people. If that is true, it would truly be a shame. Deep down, Davy knew he was speaking sincerely. The stories about the Night Order that the Archer Apple had told him had left a strong impression on him, and truthfully, he quite liked them. Boris sighed. Why do we not simply admit that we were wrong? Then do you intend to show everyone your ability? Davy agreed, then curled his lips into a smirk. I hope you are not talking about the abilities of those trainees up there, the ones who cannot even tell heaven from earth. If you make me compete with those people, the outcome is far too obvious. Provoked to that extent, Xiao Hao could only spit out one sentence, you bastard. After that, the trial match in the arena between Xiao Hao and Davy Enron officially began. Davy was utterly composed, while Xiao Hao was furious to the extreme. Xiao Hao drew out his wand. The masters told me not to go too far, but they never told me to go easy on you. Davy looked surprised. A magic staff? So he has received a blessing. He really is someone special. Versus asked, where did you hide the demon eye? Come on, if I told you, where would the fun be? She was so helpless that she fell silent. Elena stood below, watching with everyone else. Several people approached anxiously and asked Elena, will this be all right? Your friend only has as much mana as an ordinary person. No matter how confident he is, this is still... Elena merely gave a strained smile and looked away. We'll be fine, thank you all for worrying. Truthfully, I am more worried about what kind of showing off he is planning. In the arena, Xiao Hao declared, I will let you make the first move. I do not know what someone without mana intends to show, but go ahead and try. Davy had been waiting for just that, and immediately tossed out a Rubik's Cube. The cube flew into the air, shone brilliantly, then summoned a gigantic mechanical golem. Xiao Hao also froze for a moment. Is that a golem? No wonder your mana is so weak, so it turns out you only know how to rely on that scrap metal. Davy calmly folded his arms and ordered the golem Megatron. I command you to take out the chainsaw. Elena was startled. What the hell, does he really need to put on that much of a show? Golem Megatron immediately replied, order received proceeding. It drew out a gigantic chainsaw, the blade spinning continuously in a terrifying display. Davy smiled. Want to stop and talk? Elena had to shout a reminder, Davy, no matter what you do, you must not kill him. Megatron immediately charged forward to attack, its speed so fast that even Elena was stunned. Just as he managed to escape, everyone noticed Xiao Hao's ice spreading across the entire area. He swung his wand, launching streaks of ice toward Davy, who still stood there casually as if playing around without the golem's protection. Not only was Davy unworried, he even burst out laughing. This is quite interesting. It seemed Xiao Hao had victory in his grasp, but Golem Megatron immediately appeared and shielded its master from the freezing ice attack. Davy stood behind Megatron, provoking Xiao Hao. Can you really only shoot those things? Is that all? Is that all a mana-blessed person can do after all? How truly extraordinary. Xiao Hao was so angry he ground his teeth, yet he still could not understand what the madman before him was thinking. What the hell is he babbling about? Those who were granted mana would never accept being looked down upon. Normally, to manifest magic, a mage had to chant very long incantations. But those granted mana were different. They could shorten that process by half. In other words, their incantations were easier to simplify. Moreover, because the user synchronized with mana to a certain degree, the effect doubled. Xiao Hao raised his wand and commanded, freeze. Davy looked up at the mass of ice gathering overhead. Judging by practical combat experience, he was a level stronger than the mages in the record room of the Magic Tower. Versus remarked, but he is still not as bad as Iulis. Even if he is better than that old elder, that alone is already troublesome enough. Continental-level geniuses are not easy to encounter. Megatron was struck by the ice attack, and its reactions now slowed visibly. The automatic defense system seems to react slowly when there is lag. Efficiency is also something I need to check again. I installed a good engine, but perhaps the force distribution is still uneven, is it not? Xiao Hao did not know that his ice had slowed Megatron down, and instead assumed it was deliberately provoking him. Why is it moving so slowly? Could it be looking down on me? He pointed his wand forward, crush it with spears. Davy thought to himself, shall I end its defensive test here? He ordered Megatron, just launch a simple counterattack. Order received. Megatron's eyes glowed crimson. Target identification complete, beginning counterattack. Xiao Hao was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Bang, before the golem could even bring the chainsaw down, it was blocked by Xiao Hao's large sheet of ice. He gritted his teeth, panted, and cursed. Was this insane flesh golem really trying to kill someone? Davy looked at him and said coldly not to say things that made him sound like a weakling anymore. When risking your life to fight an enemy, would you act like that too? Several trainee students rushed over to Boris in alarm. Teacher, should we not stop them? That is right, that golem is far too strong. The spectators below also began to chatter noisily. It is unclear whether he was hit by the golem. And what is that strange weapon? Calm down first. Tiger stood beside Elena, so excited he could not hide it. It really is strong, Elena. Is that friend of yours a famous golem mage? Elena sighed and gave a faint smile. What golem mage? He is a monster. If he wanted to, he would have smashed this place apart instead of playing with that doll. Even so, that doll itself was already trouble far beyond the ordinary. She sighed again, feeling as though these people understood nothing at all. Knight Fritos and Cilia, who were watching the match, also nodded. In any case, that golem is still very impressive. Its movements are completely different from an ordinary golem. That is right, I did not expect the amount of mana inside it to be so low. If he is a golem mage, perhaps he can still operate it with only weak mana. But he seems far too dependent on that golem, while he himself has almost no defense. He looks rather inexperienced, though in this era there are not many chances to accumulate real combat experience either. Julia turned and asked what Boris thought. If we train him, I think that problem can be fixed. Boris seemed quite satisfied, because his talent for making golems was clearly enough to meet the standard. If he makes a few more of that quality, they will be very useful for scouting and logistics. Hearing the master's assessments, Elena was left speechless. Ahaha, why are they imagining so far ahead? At this moment, Megatron's legs were gradually affected by the layer of ice, making it begin to move with difficulty. Julia spoke up. I think we should announce this decision soon. That is right. Unfortunately, the golem mage did not realize the condition of the golem, which was almost like his own limbs. Though it was indeed an extremely excellent golem, Dew had already come up with a way to deal with it. Of course, the areas around the golem's joints had been frozen. No matter how durable it was, once frozen from the inside, it could not operate. That was the most vital point to protect when facing ice magic. Moreover, Xiao Hao had carefully used teleportation magic to conceal his intent. His ability to adapt was truly worthy of praise. Looking at the frozen golem, Xiao Hao curled his lips in a sneer. It finally stayed still. That troublesome golem of yours cannot move anymore. Xiao Hao created an ice sword, then said to listen carefully and remember this. This is the difference between me and someone like you, who only knows how to rely on a golem. Seeing that, Davy brazenly kicked apart a nearby wooden fence and took one plank as a weapon to fight with. That is not necessarily true, and you are even trying to look cool. Xiao Hao could not hide his certainty that he would win. You are still this arrogant right up to the final moment. Fine, if I defeat you completely, this victory will be even sweeter. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Hao charged straight toward Davy. Davy also gripped the piece of wood in his hand and ran toward him. Ice sword and the piece of wood immediately collided. Naturally, a single slash from the sword cleanly cut through the wood, sending the upper half in Davy's hand flying away. Davy only silently looked at the remaining piece of wood, while Xiao Hao had already swept behind him, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The crowd below grew anxious and restless. Look, Elena, should we stop them? Elena merely asked indifferently, stop whom? What do you mean, whom? On the stage, it seemed Xiao Hao was about to defeat Davy in glorious fashion, but Davy suddenly leaned aside and dodged, making his slash miss. Xiao Hao froze. Remember to subscribe to my channel. Seeing Davy smile with utter smugness, he simply said briefly, come. Davy held the remaining piece of wood in his hand, then suddenly swept around in a swift circle. Xiao Hao felt as though something had just brushed past the top of his head. In that instant, he only vaguely saw Davy sitting right in front of him. What was going on? Then Davy's piece of wood flew in from nowhere, striking Xiao Hao directly on the head and sending him toppling backward to lie flat on the ground. The entire hall suddenly fell deathly silent. Davy pretended to scratch his head. Did I just win? The people below immediately erupted into thunderous cheers. Oh my, that was amazing. It was just like magic. Only Elena narrowed her eyes as though trying to recall something. Deja vu. What did I just say? I feel like I have seen this scene before. Davy Anzon slowly braced one foot and stood up, while everyone was still cheering for him. Amazing. The three masters stood high above, watching the match. Fritos also nodded. Was it a coincidence? If so, it was still far too outstanding. Boris burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Luck is also a form of talent. Boris said to Davy, all right, a promise must be kept. I will acknowledge your skill. It seems Xiao Hao has been slacking off in training again. Take today as a lesson and work harder. Xiao Hao sat there gritting his teeth, muttering that it was impossible, then pointed at Davy and spoke loudly. Did you not all see his swordsmanship? If he only relied on the golem's strength, that cannot be considered a victory. Elena could no longer stand this detestable guy. Enough, Xiao Hao. Have you forgotten who created that golem? Besides, golem summoning mages are usually stationed in the rear defensive line. Do you not think it is unfair to make a golem summoning mage stand in the middle of the field and fight by himself? Normally, your only opponent would be the golem. Then, how do you explain attacking Davy? Xiao Hao was refuted into speechlessness and could say nothing more. Knight Fritos clapped his hands, signaling everyone to keep order. Enough. Trainee Elena is right, Xiao Hao. What is Article 8 of the Alpha Lion Order Code, Xiao Hao? Xiao Hao hesitantly replied, a knight must always give his all and learn from both victory and defeat. If you know that, then stop here. Elena ran over to congratulate Davy. Well done, Davy. Although Xiao Hao was being helped down from the stage by others, he still forced out a few more words to Davy. Just consider yourself lucky. If not for that unbelievable coincidence, you would have suffered a crushing defeat by now. Elena no longer even felt angry, only helpless. How can he be this stubborn? Was that guy really planning to be obstinate to the very end? Elena held her head, thinking that man really was awful, but so were you. You can pretend to be calm, but you also know your own personality is not exactly good. Davy kept such a deadpan face that it could not have looked more fake, asking why that was. Truly shameless, still pretending not to know even now. In truth, Elena thought that if she did not know his nature clearly, perhaps she would also have thought this was only a coincidence. But in one very brief instant I managed to see it. Quietly stepped behind Siohong. A strange smirk flickered across Davy's face. Now I could see everything clearly. Elena stood behind him, watching the cheerful Davy, unsure how the meeting about my position would unfold. There probably would not be any problems, would there? In the end, Elena could only sigh and reach a conclusion. Davy was truly the type to hide his strength in order to bring down his opponent. He was not exactly wicked, but the things he did were no different from a demon's. They said he did not know swordsmanship, but that sword move just now was far too unusual. What did you just say? After the trial match with Xiao Hao, Prince Davy went to see Knight Boris. I also agreed with the ratio of 7-3. The result of the meeting was that we decided to accept you into the group. Asking about the mana or skills of a mage who summons golems does sound a bit unreasonable. Even so, your performance in battle was very impressive. He pushed a strange glass toward Davy and said, welcome to the group. Davy recognized it with a single glance. This did not seem to be ordinary liquor. He thought to himself that this clear liquid was certainly forbidden liquor. Boris burst into loud laughter. Haha, you really are sharp, as expected of an alchemist. You are quick-witted. Or did you hear it from trainee Elena? Davy smiled and pretended to be carefree. It is just a feeling, though he knew very well there was still a faint trace of mana in the cup. Boris looked satisfied. I understand. Trainee Elena introduced us to someone quite good. It would be fine to take someone of the same rank or higher as a disciple, but the important thing is, before he could finish speaking, Davy raised the glass and drained it in one gulp, then calmly remarked, the flavor is more ordinary than I expected. Boris froze on the spot. You just drank it without asking what it was. Davy lowered his head and wiped his mouth. I am fairly good at analyzing situations. Boris burst out laughing. You make it sound so convincing. A glass of forbidden liquor cannot affect a mage who has reached the assimilation level. Sorry, but I can drink it without any problem too. Boris Gelman confirmed it once more. Then I will confirm it. Do you promise to keep the secret of the Alpha Lion Order and the final piece? Is that not exactly why I drank this? That is right. Davy accepted it cheerfully. In that case, yes. I came here to help a friend, but I am also very curious about the final piece, especially the demon spirits and monsters inside it. Boris nodded. From the beginning, I felt that you knew quite a lot about the Alpha Lion Order. Perhaps that was not merely a feeling. He took out a glowing blue stone and placed it on the table. Good, you are not lying. Davy picked up the stone and examined it. It was an artifact capable of detecting lies. I have finished checking everything, so you no longer need to worry about your safety. It is late now, go rest. Starting tomorrow, follow trainee Elena's guidance. By the next morning, Elena appeared and handed Davy a ring. Dave, take this. From now on, you will no longer be affected by the stopping boundary or feel discomfort when teleporting. But you have to return it, so do not lose or damage it. Davy put the ring on his hand and asked excitedly, is it like your ring? It is similar but lower grade. To become an official member requires approval from above, but that is nothing to worry about. Elena cheerfully turned to the side. Now I have an assistant. Davy laughed and sighed. What will you do if I change my mind? Elena immediately frowned. Right now. You are not going to do that, are you? Right. It seemed that statement had struck exactly at her weak spot. Elena took a deep breath to regain her composure. Let us go. You still have quite a lot to catch up on, but the teacher said you should be allowed to practice as soon as possible. Davy wondered, practice what? Trainees receive supplementary training during normal periods. Actually, this is also one of the reasons I came back. Davy looked at her and inwardly sighed in admiration. She still works outside while training here. She truly is a diligent princess. Elena explained enthusiastically. The teacher handles basic abilities, while supplementary training is practical combat training for coordination and recovery. Davy nodded. That sounds interesting. Becoming a member was not actually unpleasant, and to achieve his goal, it was something he had to go through. Besides, everyone here was very kind. I can temporarily set aside my royal status and live comfortably in this place. I know. Just then, Davy suddenly noticed three rather familiar figures standing nearby. Apparently the three Knight Masters Boris, Fritos, and Celia. Elena was walking when she sensed something unusual, and turned her head to look back. Davy still stood in place, not moving at all. Davy, what are you doing? Why are you not following me? Davy smiled and replied, you go on ahead. What do you mean by that? I will follow you later, you go in first. Elena did not understand what this little troublemaker was planning now, but then she ignored it, do whatever you want. If that is what you say, then do not be late. All right. Davy remained standing there with a smile on his lips, watching her as he waved goodbye. As soon as Elena left, he immediately teleported to the wall near where the three knights were talking. If he relies only on the golem, it will be very dangerous. Mercer called out worriedly Davy, but he signaled for silence. Shush, listen a little longer first. A short while later, while Elena was stretching, Prince Davy also returned. You came back just in time. Where did you just go? Davy walked right past her, nowhere. Elena had not intended to ask more, but seeing Davy's expression, she spoke up. What is with that look on your face? Davy snapped his head around him. Is something strange? Elena turned pale. This situation seems bad. Leaving the bewildered Elena behind, Davy shoved his hands into his pockets and continued walking. Ha ha ha, what are you doing? Hurry up. He looked no different from a villain secretly plotting something wicked. What on earth just happened? What are you thinking? Returning to Davy's eavesdropping on the three knights earlier, Fridos remarked worriedly, judging by the functions and value of the golem he created, his future is indeed very promising. Do you not find it suspicious? Julia agreed as well. Exactly. When he fought trainee specialist Seo, his movements were still very clumsy. In his current condition, it would be very dangerous for him to accompany trainee Elena in the practical test. Boris rubbed his chin, sinking into thought. He still needs more training. Before he goes into real battle, he has to learn how to face monsters first. Purser listened outside, then relayed it to Davy. That is what they are saying, Davy. You are starting to get annoyed, right? Humiliating Seo Hao made the teachers lose faith in Davy instead of trusting him more. They even said he was rather suspicious. It seems they still do not understand how much influence a golem mage can have in a large battle, so I will have to let them see it for themselves. Carrying the smoldering flame of hatred in his memories, Davy strode forward with fierce resolve. This time I will do it more cleverly and show them clearly. Elena felt a chill as she watched. He is scarier than usual today. After that, the official combat training began. What is that? Lingxi, help me. Wait, it is locked. When was this trap set? While the two trainees struggled among the rubber traps, Megatron kept raining blows down from above. Similar scenes unfolded all across the mountain. Elena walked around observing. No matter the situation, that golem was far too dangerous. She said over the radio that she could not keep standing by and watching. When the training ended, she would destroy it, because that thing was too dangerous to be let loose. Davy answered calmly, do it if you can. What a nuisance. Davy smiled with strange satisfaction. Victory was too easy. Even though the opponents are novices, I still used quite a bit of strength. I can almost imagine the shocked faces of those teachers. They will not be able to call me suspicious anymore. Persa looked at Davy in exasperation. I feel sorry for the kids being used as scapegoats. Davy told Elena over the radio, focus. Elena, there is a team trying to hide at 2 o'clock. A true alchemist knows how to control the situation from behind the curtain, unshowy but effective and enduring. Well, it certainly is an unforgettable experience. Right after that, the announcement rang out. Stop, the training is over. After the training, Davy returned to the tower with his head held high. There is a saying that a flexible stone will push back a motionless stone. But this was no longer pushing back, it was completely destroying the old stone. Davy was delighted. That look in her eyes is interesting. For both our sakes, this bit of loss has to be endured. Elena, as his test partner, had gathered Megatron's combat data. She frowned and asked Davy, did you have to go that far for a single training session? Was there no better way? Davy turned away cheerfully. I achieved my goal. What? Because of that, the other trainees began to feel jealous. Aside from my promise to Lena, I did not care too much. Although I thought that way, not everyone shared the same view. From afar, an arm rose into the air. The excited female trainee called Elena's name loudly. Elena, over here it is Ling Ji. The girl's name was Lindsay Pella, and she was also a trainee. She greeted them cheerfully. Long time no see. It must have been a few months. How was it? Was the outside world fun? Your companion looks pretty good, Elena. His name is... Davy replied politely, I am Davy Anzon. Nice to meet you, Davy. Lindsay introduced everyone to Davy. I am Lindsay Pella. Hello, and these are the twin sisters Saranda and Fendi Renda. That idiot over there is Hager. We are the same age, so it is fine if I speak casually, right? Davy answered easily, do as you like. Then, Davy, come sit with us. That excessive friendliness made Davy feel a little awkward. She seemed very sociable and appeared not to care about the training at all. Lindsay chatted excitedly with Elena. In any case, you came at just the right time. I have a lot to do outside, especially in the second territory. Elena is a free knight, so is Davy also a free knight? Davy asked back blankly, a free knight. Hager hurriedly explained that it was what they called outside knights, who had connections beyond the 6 palaces. The free knight faction is made up of people who travel across the continent to gather news and bring back supplies. By contrast, the knights who have no contact with the outside and specialize in protecting and maintaining this place are called fixed knights. After hearing this, Davy considered it. Clearly, there was a problem with this system. Purser thought differently. I think that way of operating is fairly decent. Cyrenda asked Davy, what do you do in the outside world, Davy? Are you a noble, or part of the royal family? Elena teased Davy sarcastically. He may not look it, but he is a prince, and a lord on top of that. What do you mean he may not look it? Cyrenda's eyes lit up with admiration. I cannot believe I am meeting a real prince. In any case, you really are amazing. Did you create that golem yourself? That is right, you have no idea how surprised I was when those magic bullets suddenly fired. Davy thought to himself, it would not be strange if she once grabbed him by the collar and demanded to train together. She simply accepted and acknowledged everyone's strength. Elena heard a strange sound and muttered, those people over there really have all gone mad. Do you not think it is strange he keeps glancing over like that? Yes, actually I'm a little worried too. But Lena jerked her eyes toward the other side. Anyway, the atmosphere here is still more comfortable than over there. It turned out that Xiao Hao was glaring at them from the other side with eyes that seemed to burn. That is true. Elena also said Xiao Hao was a fixed knight in the truest sense, so he disliked free knights. Conflict had always existed between the free and fixed factions. The reason the Alpha Lion Corps still maintains its vital spearhead role is thanks to the two factions, the free knights and the fixed knights. I do not know whether they understand the key truth behind that division. Purser was helpless before Davy's emotional way of thinking. If you are going to discriminate between factions, there should at least be some logic, right? Exactly. Cyrenda glanced at Elena. You two keep whispering to each other. That's right, there is something strange between you two, isn't there? Lindsay's eyes shone as she sprang up onto the table. I only just realized it, Elena. Until now you have never mentioned anything about Davy. Elena answered awkwardly, about that. Then Lindsay asked directly, what exactly is the relationship between you two? Elena blushed and glanced softly toward Davy. Davy was bewildered, not understanding. Why is she looking this way? Then she asked, what exactly is the relationship between you two? Davy thought for a moment, then said, how should I describe it? Our relationship began when I ran away after defeating Elena. After that, she got angry and punished me. She even followed me all the way to the high territory. That sounds rather wonderful, doesn't it? Both frightened and angry, Von Palin shouted, what are you talking about? Princess Elena Geffelin said shyly, He is someone who knows my secrets. After saying that, she blushed with embarrassment and sat still in place. Suddenly, a voice rang out, oh my lady Elena, there is no such thing as simple friendship between a man and a woman. It turned out to be Lucia Selman, and she cheerfully greeted everyone after not seeing them for so long. All of this is thanks to the grace of Daphne, the first saintess. Princess Elena Geffelin listened without understanding what she was talking about. Davy asked blankly if it was not Freya but Saintess Daphne. Lindsay Pella Ancogni leaned close to him and whispered that she was an obsessive fan of that saintess. She knew every one of the saintess's achievements by heart and traveled everywhere preaching about them. But the more she did it, the more money she lost, and Davy and Rawl could only think helplessly that maybe it was because they were not as obsessed as she was. Lucia Selman then stepped forward, pushed Lindsay Pella aside, and said it was a great honor to meet him, asking if he was Davy. Then she introduced Paladin Fielder to everyone, saying that he was her partner. After that, she excitedly stepped forward, took Davy and Rawl by the hands, warmly welcomed Sir Davy, and begged him to listen to the little-known achievements of the first saintess. He could only force a smile, inwardly thinking this was exactly like when Elena had gone mad searching for traces of the sword. Purser von Palin said, in displeasure, that it was not simply going mad. She was truly the ancestor of obsessive fans. Lucia Selman stepped forward and took Davy's hand, her eyes shining as she said that Daphne, the first saintess in scripture, had been an exceptional person since childhood. Davy helplessly thought that he had heard anyone her age who fell for her back then would automatically follow along. Purser von Palin beside him asked if she knew who the Daphne she revered truly was. In truth, she was the ringleader of the children's gang. It was said that she had once beaten down quite a few people with her bare hands. With her personality, any criminal who had ever crossed her regretted it far too late. If even crude curses counted as friendliness, then that was indeed not wrong. He had to hold it in. Standing beside Davy, Purser von Palin blurted out that he really wanted to say it. Lucia Selman was still excitedly about to continue, saying that was not all. Suddenly, a hand caught her head, and a voice said sorry. Paladin Fielder said awkwardly that once she opened her mouth, even he could not stop her, so he would take her somewhere else. Lucia Selman struggled in protest, while Fielder helplessly shouted at her to stop. He carried her away, while she still scolded him that if he claimed to be a servant of the first saintess, he had to behave properly. Fielder gently replied that the one he worshipped was Saintess Freya, not Daphne. Purser von Palin watched the scene, and said that anyone who claimed men and women could not be friends should take a good look at themselves. In the palace's great hall, Lindsay said honestly that there was something she had wanted to ask for a long time. Princess Elena wondered what it was, while the Night Order looked as if they were about to go mad. Lin Sipala sat listening to everyone speak and could only respond vaguely. It was rare for the masters to personally step in and handle things when outsiders came here. That man did not count, because he had always liked meddling in other people's affairs. Davy pointed at himself, inwardly wondering if he was the outsider. Just then, someone stepped forward and said, how should this matter be explained? It seemed someone had touched the transcendent Sandra. When a person appeared, everyone wondered who she was. Alicia Patrick, a noble from the kingdom of Balan, bowed and asked if the princess had been well. Princess Elena said irritably not to call her princess. Hearing that, Alicia Patrick merely smiled. She continued the story she had just mentioned, saying that the higher-ups had concluded there was a spy within the Night Order. That was why the situation had become like this, and with the recent increase in agitated monsters, many knights had been wounded or killed. Princess Elena called Alicia's name loudly, reminding her that it was a secret of the Night Order. Alicia pretended to be innocent and replied, "Oh, is that so? If everyone already knew, then what was the point of keeping that matter secret? Do you not think so, Prince Davy? I never thought the day would come when someone would call me a prince." Davy asked in confusion if she knew him. Alicia Patrick replied cheerfully of course, she was a member of the Patrol Knight Unit, and on this eastern continent, there were few who did not know Prince Davy. Davy inwardly thought she seemed like a good person, but he also had the feeling that he had somehow met her somewhere before. It was not a bad premonition, but how should he put it? Then he spoke up and asked if she had something she wanted to say to him. Alicia Patrick immediately sprang up and hurried over to him. She stammered for a long time before finally managing to say, Then, blushing, she held out a sheet of paper and asked if he could write something for her, or even just write her name. Davy froze and asked what, while she said she was his fan. "You are my idol, Prince Davy." Davy and Rawl accepted it and replied, I see, thank you. It seemed there were quite a few strange people here, completely different from what he had once imagined. He wondered whether he could adapt to this place. Standing beside him, Purser von Palin only told him who knew. Inside another room, suddenly someone stepped in and said, "Oh my, I was wondering where you had been hiding. Why are you here, new filler?" Then, New Filler rose from her seat and asked why he had come here. She had heard he had recently gone to the entertainment district, then wondered to herself about that entertainment district. New Filler went on to say that she heard Suryo had won. He thought for a moment, said, are you talking about the human child? Even if it won, it gained nothing. Lately, it has shut itself inside its territory and seems to be trying very hard. I am only waiting for the right time, and that moment is probably coming soon. After hearing this, Mew Filler remained silent. Then she curled her lips and asked what he intended to do. Faye explained, "Is it not thrilling, thinking about all the effort she poured into starting over turning to ash?" New Filler said contemptuously that his way of speaking was still as awful as ever. Faye looked around and wondered, by the way, why are you in such a cold place? Mewfiller asked if he did not know the monster had made its nest in this area. It seemed someone had caused a commotion, but this place had not been affected. They asked if that was it, the treasure hidden beneath the basement of this pile of nat junk. The machinery of God, the heart of a golem with the ability to develop on its own. Mewfiller said she needed to open it to know for sure, but with her strength, she could not do it. After that, Faye blew up the room to reveal something. Mewfiller was annoyed because the explosion had left her hair a mess, while Faye still paid it little mind. This seems interesting. Mewfiller advised him not to act recklessly, but Faye calmly said he did not know. Why are its eyes not opening? Could it be dead? Even so, the body of a new race was still very much worth researching. You are as troublesome as ever. Before them was an angel imprisoned inside a massive glass cage. Davy and Rawl's voices rang out. After the rather noisy ceremony, Davy continued recounting the story. I returned to heist territory and began developing a new type of weapon for Megatron. Davy and Purser both looked satisfied when they saw the new weapon finally completed. Davy and John began to recall, wondering whether anything was different from before. The image of one of the twin sisters, Cyrenda and Lindsay Pella, slowly surfaced. Davy then said that many new recruits had come to help test the new specimen. Deviant Rawl's new weapon was suddenly revealed, and everyone's expression changed at once. One of the twin sisters, Cyrenda and Lindsay Pella, could not hide her astonishment either. Princess Elena stood beside them and watched Davy Andron keep teasing one of the twin sisters, Cyrenda and Lindsay Pella, then spoke up to remind him, "Davy, you are going a little too far." One of the twin sisters, Cyrenda and Lindsay Pella, sat warily with their backs against each other and complained to Davy, "I told you to go easy." Lindsay Pella cried out, "That is too cruel." Seeing this, Davy planted both hands on his hips, stared at one of the twin sisters, Cyrenda and Lindsay Pella, and answered sternly, "If I go too easy, how can it be called training?" Up above, Heger said excitedly to Davy and Ron, "It is our turn now." One of the twin sisters, Fendi Renda, skipped over and called out cheerfully, "Davy, we want to try too." Davy looked at Heger and Fendi Renda, then smiled in satisfaction and replied, "Haha, sure." He began to recall again, "It has been 2 weeks since I became a probationary member." Davy continued thinking, did people not always say that when they stayed together long enough, they would gradually change? He continued narrating happily, "Perhaps I had begun to grow fond of these honest people." Heger unfortunately slipped, but still clung tightly to the stair railing and hurriedly called Fendi Renda for help. She playfully stuck out her tongue and shook her head, not a chance. Davy looked at them and quietly laughed to himself. It felt as if I were once again walking through the same stretch of life. But Davy immediately denied it. "It is fine, I admit that." Davy hesitated for quite a while before continuing, "I had been drawn in by people I had only met a month ago." Seeing Heger struggle, Davy and Rawl controlled the robot to save him. Heger hurriedly said, "Oh, thanks." Davy and Rawl sank into thought again. "Just like when I was still in school." Davy wondered if that sentence carried that kind of meaning. Purser stood beside them and saw Davy and Rawl in thought, so she spoke up to ask. Davy and Rawl turned to look at Purser and said awkwardly, "Do not look at me like that." He remembered his previous life again. "Back then, I stopped going to school after graduating from elementary school." Davy continued speaking about himself. "From the time when I should have been attending middle school until the day I died," his voice suddenly faltered, "I was almost always in the hospital." Fendi Renda shouted excitedly that they would definitely get good results today. She even emphasized, "We prepared very thoroughly because of you." Davy answered confidently, "Then I will adjust this golem's attack tactics now. It will not be simple." Davy smiled faintly and said, "I am looking forward to it, Megachan." Davy reminded Fendi Renda and Heger use the TTT tactic. Heger nodded and accepted the order, while Fendi Renda asked blankly, "What is TTT?" Davy immediately broke into a deeply sinister smile and replied, "Exactly." Davy began to explain, "T stands for twilight, T stands for death, and T stands for termination." Hegel and Fendi Renda both looked briefly helpless and said together, "That is so bland." Purser von Palen quickly followed up, "I already told you, your naming sense is far too bland." Davy looked at Pursuit von Palen in annoyance and questioned her, "You are saying that too?" The scene shifted Pandora territory, the base of the Alpha Force. The soldiers shouted their slogan in unison, "Victory, I will definitely win." Davy continued narrating after the match ended. A historical ruin had been discovered, and we heard that an expedition would soon be organized. Boris gave a clear order, silence. Batman emphasized further, "As everyone knows, we will conduct research on the newly discovered ruin." Boris began his analysis. "We call this an expedition, but in truth, this matter is extremely serious." That man still did not forget to warn them. "Remember that dangers threatening your lives always exist inside." Boris's voice turned grave. "Anyone could lose their life." That man continued declaring, "Remember, you can only place your trust in your comrades." The soldiers below answered loudly in unison, "Yes." Davy let out a sigh of relief, then spoke to Purser von Palen. Good grief, they look no different from children about to go on a picnic. Purser von Palen explained that because they lived isolated here and knew almost nothing about the outside world, this could be considered a major event for them. So do not look down on them too much. Davy silently sank into thought again. But that thought lasted for only a single brief moment. The scene shifted to the entrance of the maze in Pandora territory. Davy wondered in surprise, But the situation seemed to have changed slightly. Lindsay Pella teased Davy aloud, "Hey Davy, is this your first time entering a maze?" Gazes of Davy and Rawl turned serious as they replied, "Yes, for us. This is not a common experience." But Davy thought to himself, "That is not the reason I am surprised." Purser von Palen spoke up, interrupting Davy's train of thought. She said softly, "This looks rather familiar." She continued stammering, "It is a little different, but it is quite similar to the ruins in Heist territory." Davy immediately affirmed with certainty, "That is right, this is Pandora territory, located in the northern part of the central continent." He thought pensively, the distance between Heist and the Rawl Kingdom is very great. Could similar ruins really exist? At this point, Davy asked Purser von Palen with a doubtful expression, "Should I?" Purser von Palen replied in a somewhat evasive voice. Davy continued analyzing that many things were lying dormant in the ruins of Heist territory. He continued narrating, "This is only speculation, but on a scale this large, there should be plenty to look forward to." Davy's eyes suddenly lit up, unable to hide his joy. Materials to create a cavalry unit. Alicia Patrick's voice rang out, "I heard this place has 3 floors in total." Seeing that Davy seemed surprised, Alicia greeted him. "Greetings, Sir Davy, I am Elisa." Davy asked awkwardly, "There is even a 3rd floor." He thought to himself, "Every time I meet her, I feel exhausted." Alicia Patrick smiled and answered, yes, we only study low-level monsters on the first and second floors. Hearing Alicia, Elena asked in surprise, then you have never been to floor 3A? Alicia Patrick answered without hesitation, that is correct, Your Highness. Boris's voice rang out again as he announced to the soldiers, we will only explore the first and second floors. He continued instructing that they would stay inside for 4 days. Elena spoke up softly and asked, it seems there are many dangerous monsters on the third floor. Alicia Patrick thought for a moment, then replied, as for that, I am not very sure either. Alicia frowned and said with some irritation, but they said there are no monsters at all on the third floor. Davy and Rawl looked disappointed, not a single one. Purser smiled triumphantly toward Davy and said, what bad luck. Alicia Patrick curled her lips and smiled faintly, saying, it means there are no living creatures there at all. Then Alicia immediately continued, but there are rumors that several golems might exist in that place. After saying that, Alicia Patrick looked extremely excited. In any case, it is certainly still a place that has never been explored. Elena asked Alicia suspiciously, how do you know about this? Alicia promptly boasted, I am very good at eavesdropping. Alicia Patrick looked toward Davy and Rawl, then laughed loudly and asked, what do you think, Sir Davy? Is this information useful? Before Davy could answer, she hurriedly continued, saying that she thought he would be interested in that kind of news. Davy nodded, probably. Alicia Patrick happily thanked him. I did it. Davy smiled faintly, feeling that this was truly strange. Alicia turned to Princess Elena and boasted, he said I was useful. Davy looked at Alicia helplessly, and thought to himself that he was starting to feel guilty, because she was too naive. He looked at Elena, and wondered why she treated her that way. He continued narrating again, the third floor. That is a maze hiding a few mysteries. Just then, a soldier's voice rang out. Hey, you there, do not leave the line on your own. Yes, sir. Davy began walking, thinking as he went, but the expedition had only just begun. He recalled again, back then I had absolutely no idea that, from far away, a girl's weak voice rang out, urgently calling Davy again and again for help. Davy's thoughts continued drifting onward. What will my arrogance end up bringing about? The scene shifted to the lowest floor of the first ruin. In Deviant Rawl's mind, the thought echoed again that, just as Alicia had said, this floor was filled only with ordinary neomorphs. He continued analyzing on his own. Even Neomorph would be nothing to fear if the group moved in pairs and handled him seriously. Davy thought further, if everything went according to expectations, the second floor would remain unchanged. On the third floor, magic golems would appear. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, cutting through Davy's thoughts. He kept telling himself that there would certainly be places their team could not attack. Davy silently analyzed that, beyond that, there was a strong chance ancient inscriptions controlling the weather existed as well, just like in the Territory Ruin or the Gravity Anomaly. At that moment, someone kept calling Davy's name loudly, but Davy and Rawl still seemed lost in thought. The Pandora ruins were perhaps only like the frozen lands on Earth, a place that could never have formed naturally. On the other side, when Lindsay Pella saw that Davy showed no reaction, she shouted angrily, Davy. The call startled Davy. He asked in surprise, Lizzie, huh? Lindsay Pella stammered in reply, my golem, is it really fine to leave it like that? Davy and Rawl unconsciously turned back and looked at Lindsay's golem, which was standing by on the verge of exploding. Davy hurriedly said, ah, right. After saying that, he immediately ordered Megacon stop. Lindsay Pella looked at him helplessly and said, I truly no longer know who the monster is. Boris walked over to Davy's group, cleared his throat and praised him. Rookie Davy, I am glad to see you so enthusiastic. Boris tactfully reminded Davy and Rawl, but do you not think you should coordinate with your teammates? Having been called out, Davy turned to Princess Elena Jeff Fallon, smiled apologetically, and said, haha, sorry, I was just thinking about random things. He thought to himself, I really thought I had restrained myself well enough. Boris went on to say that Davy's golem had become far stronger and more flexible than the first time he had seen it fight the rookie Theo. Davy Anzonen immediately replied, a researcher should fight with the mind, not the body. Boris laughed heartily in delight. Ha! Exactly, finding the right path and training without pause is what matters most. However, you must not neglect physical training either. Boris continued lecturing Davy, saying what if there came a time when he could not use his golem and fell into a dead end? What would you do then? Boris continued advising Davy that, in the end, he might have no choice but to step forward and fight himself. Davy and Rawl did not waver at all, and answered confidently, I only need to make sure that never happens. Seeing Davy's resolve, Boris burst into laughter. Hoo-ho, honestly, you are very reliable. That man laughed in satisfaction and said, certainly, so you have talent, so there is no need to worry too much. Boris laughed aloud. Haha, having you join our corps is truly a stroke of good fortune. Davy looked at Boris before him and smiled faintly. Even among full members, not everyone becomes a master. Davy reassured himself. Broadly speaking, the ratio was probably only about 1 in 10. He kept reminding himself that, even so, he would still become one one of the finest members. Purser von Palen saw Davy absorbed in thought and leaned close to Davy Andron's ear to whisper, "But you do not actually think that seriously, do you?" Davy shook his head lightly. "No, not exactly." He sank into thought again. "I simply want to enjoy my time as an apprentice." On the other side, Boris was reminding the soldiers, "Hey, you are standing too close to the edge. It is dangerous. Find a safer place to fight." Davy mused further, "And after that, I will become a free member, a wandering knight." Purser von Palen called out to Davy, pulling him out of his thoughts. "Honestly, you do enjoy the feeling of being part of this team too, do you not?" Purser von Palen continued analyzing. "This may not exactly be school life, but experiencing something similar must be quite refreshing." Her voice suddenly lowered. "Is that not why you deliberately hide part of your ability to help them?" Davy did not deny it. She was right. Davy looked toward his friends and continued thinking, this might be a life where danger could descend at any moment. But this small piece is the closest thing to an ordinary life I have. It was something I had never experienced before. Davy and Rahl calmly thought further, if I am being honest, I want to enjoy it a little longer. Seeing that Davy seemed to have made up his mind, Purser von Palen reminded him, "But do not forget, Davy." Her voice turned solemn. "The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility." Purser emphasized, "Do not do things that will make you regret them. Even the smallest thing," she continued explaining, "as you once said, meaninglessly showing off talent is foolish." Purser von Palen firmly advised Davy, "But what if these people fall into danger?" Without letting Purser von Palen finish, Davy and Rahl quickly replied, "I know." He thought to himself again, not everything can be solved with Megatron, because a golem has its limits too. Davy and Rahl's gaze turned icy. He said coldly, "And if that danger truly comes?" With clear resolve, Davy declared firmly, "I will not hesitate to reveal my true power." Davy and Rahl said this to Purser without the slightest hesitation, "Even if it makes them look at me differently." With a steadfast gaze, Davy continued, "Until that time comes, I still have no intention of leaving them." Purser von Palen smiled in satisfaction. "I understand. If you have said that, then decide it that way." Davy and Purser von Palen looked at each other, both feeling relieved. "Honestly, you understand me so well that it is a little frightening." Davy's thoughts surfaced again. "After the first floor, we passed through the second floor easily. After that, dangerous entities appeared on the third floor, but the Vanguard entered and defeated them, making the outcome almost predetermined." Davy looked at Elena and thought to himself, this time Elena is handling long-range attacks and support. After saying that, Davy smiled, handed water to Elena with one hand and said, "Good work." Elena raised an eyebrow and challenged him, "You look rather happy." Davy and Elena Jeff Fallon found a place to sit. While drinking water, Elena said, "You must be enjoying life in the corpse quite a bit." Her voice carried a hint of reproach. "At first you were only acting to help me, but now it seems you have gradually grown more comfortable." After saying that, Elena shot Davy and Ron a glare and spoke sulkily, "Though I have nothing to complain about either." Davy fell silent, not knowing how to answer, while Elena continued without hesitation, "Hey, sometimes you look like an old man who has lived for hundreds of years." Seeing that Davy seemed guilty, Elena immediately asked, "Why are you reacting like that? I mean that in a positive way." Elena calmly continued speaking to Davy. "I know part of it is because I forced you," she stated with certainty, "but bringing you here was the right decision." All of a sudden, a soldier's voice rang out, "Stop joking around." A panicked soldier called Boris again and again, "Professor, please look over there." The soldier hurriedly reminded him, "Do you not see that something just changed?" Boris also nodded in agreement. "Now that you mention it, something really is wrong." Suddenly, an unexpected tremor struck, throwing everyone into confusion. Boris immediately spoke in a guarded voice. "Everyone gather here at once." That man quickly brought everyone together in one place. Boris still did not forget to warn them, "Do not split up and stay alert at all times." Purser asked anxiously, "Davy, what is going on?" Davy and Rahl silently analyzed, "The same method as the thing that once appeared in the hen's territory ruin." Davy continued observing the inside of this ruin-like structure. Someone accidentally touched a place they should not have touched. The terrified cries of the surrounding crowd kept ringing out. "Ah, the wall." Celia called out in panic, "Professor Boris, this is..." He immediately reassured her, "Please calm down, Professor Celia." Davy analyzed, then things would unfold like this. The ground began to crack open, splitting in two before the horrified crowd. Before they could react, everyone was falling uncontrollably. Seeing the situation turn dire, Davy immediately shot forward like lightning to save people. He ordered Megatron to readjust its output. "Protect everyone." Princess Elena still did not understand what was happening, and she asked herself in confusion, "What the hell is going on?" "Davy, stop." Davy's figure appeared. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, he immediately shot forward like lightning to save his friends. 7th tier gravity magic. Gravity, one of the most powerful spells. After a difficult struggle, Davy and John finally managed to save his friends. Purser stood beside them and witnessed everything. Seeing Davy bleeding nonstop, she looked at him worriedly and hurriedly called out, "Davy." Purser's voice carried a hint of reproach. "Good grief, what are you doing?" She continued, "You are only a level 5 mage." Davy looked at Purser's worried expression and gave a faint laugh. Haha, I really overdid a little. Purser immediately shouted, you idiot. Her voice grew urgent. Now is not the time to. Davy quickly cut off Purser von Palin. Stop making a fuss, Purser. Purser looked at him in shock and asked, what is going on? Since when did you? Davy calmly replied, it is only temporary. Davy let out a sigh of relief. Mana was difficult to control, he analyzed. But when danger came, it helped quite a lot. Davy and Rahl explained to Purser von Palin that it would disappear soon, so for now he would not die. Even so, he helplessly thought to himself, there will probably be some side effects afterward. After saying that, Davy turned to look at his injured friends and said softly, in any case, I should probably treat those kids first. Davy immediately began treating his friends. Davy grumbled to Purser von Palin, alright, stop making a fuss. Then he turned to Seo and spoke gently. I have given you some basic treatment. He softened his voice and added, so now you can stand up and walk around. Davy swept his eyes over the surroundings and quietly announced, it seems we fell about 100 meters. He reassured everyone, if I had been a little slower, we would have been smashed to pieces. Chris Lucia Selman hurriedly asked Davy and Rahl, Davy, were you the one who saved us? Davy and Rahl turned back and replied yes, for now that is how it is. Then he continued speaking to Lucia. I only used gravity negation magic, you could also call it anti-gravity. The injured Seo thought to himself, magic. How is that possible? Davy quickly suggested everyone stop, because now was not the time to discuss this. We have to get out of here first. Before Davy could finish, Seo cut him off in a choked voice. Why? Seo shouted angrily, why did you save my life? Davy and Priest Lucia Selman both looked at him in surprise. Seo angrily repeated himself once more. I asked why you saved me. Davy and Rahl immediately denied it. I only saved you because you were there too, do not get so full of yourself. Davy's voice sounded somewhat helpless. Then why would someone like you fall in here? Hearing Davy say that, Seo still did not believe him and continued pressing. This makes no sense at all. He kept voicing the doubts in his heart. I cannot sense any mana from you at all. Seo stammered, then how? And what about that spirit art back then? Davy still answered calmly, that is why you should have at least one friend who is a mobile knight. Davy's voice held a faint trace of sarcasm, though in truth, you already have someone like that. Chris Lucia Selman stood beside them, her face full of question marks. Davy and Rahl controlled his weapon while saying to Seo, do not believe too much in what you think is the truth, especially when you have no interest in anything except the first holy maiden. Davy analyzed gently, you will learn something new when you witness it with your own eyes. With a single swing of his sword, Davy and Rahl cut the rock in front of him into many pieces. That left Seo stunned and Aura blade. Seo could not believe what was happening before his eyes. Impossible. Davy turned back to look at Seo and asked in a triumphant voice, do you still think my man is weak? Before Seo's stunned expression, Davy added, if it truly looks weak, that means you can only see that much. Then Davy and Rahl warned everyone vigilantly, we do not have time for this. The ruins are changing again. Davy still did not forget to remind Seo, if you keep standing there, you will be crushed flat by the wall like a rat. With that, Davy and Rahl, Chris Lucia Selman, and Seo quickly left the ruins. The scene shifted to the third basement level of the ruins. Davy grew slightly tense when he realized the surroundings were once again filled with guards. He wondered, why are there so many guards in this place? Seeing that Davy seemed delighted, Purser von Palin questioned him, and you are actually excited about this? Davy and Rahl answered awkwardly, you noticed. Davy could not hide his excitement and said loudly, how could I pass up a sumptuous feast laid out right before my eyes? Purser von Palin quietly reminded him, do not overdo it. Davy did not hesitate and immediately charged forward, unleashing dual flying weapon swordsmanship. Right after that, Davy continued using twin flying spears, attacking the guards at high speed. Davy unleashed blood magic and heavy sword in succession, striking the guards ahead in a relentless barrage. In the end, with only twin-handed strike and the twin black and white lights, Davy shattered the stone guards to pieces. Priest Lucia Selman's eyes shone with admiration as she cried out, wow, amazing. Seo was also stunned by Davy and Rahl's astonishing power. Just as Davy was pressing his advantage, a sudden headache struck, forcing him to step back. Damn it, my head hurts so much. Purser stared at Davy and Rahl and asked in panic, did I not tell you not to overdo it? Davy smiled meaningfully, but at least it was worth it. Priest Lucia Selman looked at Davy with determined eyes and called out, Davy, wait. Davy was surprised to hear the priest call him, huh? Why are you not staying behind? Priest Lucia Selman firmly declared, I am still a nun. She asked Davy for permission, please allow me to use healing magic on you. Davy and Rahl awkwardly scratched his head and said to Priest Lucia Selman, I can use spirit arts too. But Priest Lucia Selman still insisted on treating Davy. I have learned that using magic on oneself and being treated by someone else are two different things. Davy and Rahl gave in and replied, you really are stubborn. With that, Davy nodded in agreement to Priest Lucia Selman. Fine then. Priest Lucia Selman could not hide her excitement. Leave it to me. Just then, Seo spoke up and cut into their conversation. Seo stammered as he asked Davy, may I ask you something? Davy and Rawl did not refuse. Suit yourself. Seo hesitated for a long while before saying if. Then Seo suddenly shouted and questioned Davy, if you are good enough to use an aura blade, then why at first did you? Davy and Rawl pretended to be surprised. At first, Seo continued complaining, I am talking about those sloppy movements back then. Davy and Rawl understood what Seo was referring to and asked, are you talking about my drunken swordsmanship? Seo frowned in confusion. Drunken swordsmanship. Davy and Rawl quickly introduced it. It is a style of swordsmanship where the movements look like those of a drunk person. Davy did not hesitate to describe his drunken swordsmanship to Seo. It really does look that way. He explained further, this is orthodox swordsmanship, but outsiders see it as sloppy. Davy and Rawl turned to stare at Seo and asked, do you know why? Davy said with slight embarrassment, I used it to take you down quickly. Priest Lucia Selman was also surprised to hear about drunken swordsmanship and nodded as she said, so there is swordsmanship like that. Davy and Rawl quickly introduced it. Part of that swordsmanship is something I came up with myself. Priest Lucia Selman asked with interest again and again. It looks rather easy to do. Davy answered provocatively, do you think swordsmanship that can deceive others easy? When Seo heard Davy's mockery, his face darkened with anger. Bastard. Meanwhile, Davy and Rawl remained smug. Do you think you are qualified to judge me? Seo still had doubts, so he asked Davy, then why do you not normally use magic during training? Davy and Rawl gave a faint laugh. What is wrong with wanting to blend in with everyone? Davy said firmly, if someone wants to destroy my golem, I may show him my true strength. Hearing Davy and Rawl say that, Seo turned pale with fear and asked, are you really human? After saying that, Davy suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up as he said to Priest Lucia Selman, oh, right, Lucia. Priest Lucia Selman gave a small nod, yes. Davy continued speaking, I wanted to tell you this before. Davy carefully instructed Priest Lucia Selman, no matter how perfect someone looks on the outside, you do not know what they are truly like inside. Davy and Rawl's voice grew serious, if you can remember this. I am sure it will help you a great deal in the future. Priest Lucia Selman still answered blankly yes. Davy and Rawl realized she had not understood what he meant, and thought helplessly, good grief, I might as well have said nothing. Davy sighed and lamented, is this how a servant feels when serving the fire-eared emperor? The scene shifted to a strange room. Davy, Priest Lucia Selman, and Seo warily observed their surroundings. Davy immediately said to the priest and Seo, I think this is the final room. Everything is empty. Davy was utterly shocked when he saw a girl imprisoned in a glass cage before his eyes. Paladin Fielder's voice rang out again and again, we cannot just sit still like this. Paladin Fielder kept begging his teacher Boris, please let us go search with you, teacher. Boris immediately spoke up to stop Paladin Fielder, stop being foolish. Boris patiently explained to Paladin Fielder that he understood their concern for their friend, but only official knights were allowed to go below. He warned sternly that the ruins had transformed, so the level of danger would be far higher. Paladin Fielder was still unwilling to accept it and spoke hesitantly, but in another corner, Princess Alina looked visibly uneasy, perhaps because she was worried about friends like Deviant Rawl and Priest Lucia Selman. Just then, the voices of the twins Serenda and Fendi Renda rang out. Excuse us for a moment. Serenda softly called Elena, then asked if she was all right. Princess Elena stared at the twin sisters Sirenda and Fendi Renda in surprise and blurted out, you two. Sirenda hurriedly comforted Elena. We were a little surprised at first too. Then she continued reassuring her that if they thought about it carefully, nothing would probably happen. Sirenda and Fendi Renda spoke in unison. That's right, so don't worry too much. Sirenda cheerfully added that their teacher had already gone down there, so he would definitely find them. Fendi Renda quickly agreed as well, and besides, Devi was among the ones who had fallen. She teased a little. That guy's personality is awful, but his ability is beyond question. Over here, Hager kept boasting about Davy Andron. If we're talking skills, how could anyone lay out Davy? He went on excitedly, saying that Davy was definitely among the strongest students here. Hager irritably scolded Lindsay Pella. You idiot, the problem is the golems here. He added angrily, have you all forgotten that I'm a golem expert? Mechanical sounds from Davy's golem engine rang out continuously, leaving Hegel and Lindsay Pella with no choice but to wonder helplessly. But seriously, that golem is probably the strongest one here, right? Princess Elena sat behind them and watched, still worried about Davy. She thought restlessly that if they knew the one who had just pretended to be a golem expert was actually a swordmaster, who knew how they would react. Elena's gaze suddenly grew tense. She quietly analyzed the situation, and that was precisely why he had to return as soon as possible. The scene shifted to the group of Davy and Rawl, Priest Lucia Selman, and Seo. Davy and Rawl could not help being stunned when they saw the homunculus before them. Seeing Davy's surprise, Priest Lucia Selman explained that this was his first time encountering such an existence. Lucia then asked if he had never studied homunculi. Davy and Rawl sank into thought. Among the two prominent branches of golems, there was also one branch that surpassed the laws, and that was the homunculus. To him, they were the ultimate goals who wished to create the philosopher's stone. After saying that, Davy immediately turned his eyes toward the mechanical god, and right beside it was. Davy could not hide his excitement and shouted, "Good heavens." That shout made Priest Lucia Selman and Sio jump in fright. What happened? Priest Lucia Selman and Sio both turned back to look at Davy in confusion, only to see him press his face close to the mechanical god and shout joyfully. In Davy's heart, he was secretly astonished. This was the Ex Machina. He introduced it excitedly again. Pinnacle of golems, the perfect core of a golem, an artificial heart. Davy whispered excitedly that this was exactly what his mentor, Eva, had always wanted to create. He cried out in delight, never expecting to stumble upon it by chance. He swept his gaze around and wondered what this place truly was. Davy sank back into thought, because there were many things in the world that were truly difficult to explain. Davy pondered concepts in alchemy in silence. In his mind, he continued thinking of divine power, the force still called sacred authority. Then came divine authority. Davy turned to look at Purser von Palin, thinking that corresponding to it was the abyss of Demon King Purser. He looked curiously at the mechanical god before him. Among those things, this could be considered a source of infinite power, both perfect and yet incomplete. Davy could not help wondering, had the people researching golems in that facility not always longed to create a living heart? The artificial heart, the Ex Machina, theoretically should not exist. Davy shouted excitedly that he absolutely had to take this with him. Sio looked at Davy and Rawl with slight dissatisfaction and told Priest Lucia Selman that he looked no different from an idiot. Lucia merely smiled gently at Davy and said that seeing him like this made her realize Davy was still rather innocent. Purser von Palin stood beside them and called to Davy and Rawl, "Davy, look here." She quickly continued, "It seems you must place your hand here." Davy replied to Purser von Palin, "Wait a moment, let me draw out the mana first." Davy and Rawl placed their hand on the mechanical god without hesitation. Strange letters immediately appeared, leaving him bewildered as he wondered what kind of ancient language this was. The voice of the mechanical god began to ring out. "The Ex Machina is ready to link." The notification continued to appear, "Link complete." Notifications from the mechanical god continued to appear. "Divine Monk Bitch X, ending near-death state. Heart preparation process complete." Davy curled his lips into a faint cold smile. "Divine Monk? That sounds impressive." His voice carried a trace of mockery. "What are you repenting for?" Davy immediately swung his sword at the mechanical god, but the strike produced almost no effect. Priest Lucia Selman witnessed everything and cried out in panic, "Good heavens, that thing cannot be cut with magic power." Davy Andron stood still and replied softly, "It really is quite hard." He thought for a moment. Davy muttered that perhaps it could not be removed. In his mind, he calculated that because he still had to guard against the defense system, he had only tested it lightly, but there seemed to be no reaction. Davy and Rawl immediately ordered Priest Lucia Selman and Sio, "Could everyone step back a little?" He also gave Purser von Palin a tactful reminder. But Purser von Palin refused to fully manifest, only smiling slyly as she replied, "Dad, just trust your daughter." Davy swung his sword once more and finally broke through the mechanical god. Great success. Davy held the mechanical god in his hand and said with a radiant smile, "I have no idea why the outer shell was that hard." Davy continued confidently, "The rest is simple." Davy Andron gently held the homunculus tightly in his arms. Priest Lucia Selman immediately questioned him, "Are you really planning to take that thing with you too?" Davy Andron turned to Priest Lucia Selman and said, "Of course, whoever finds it keeps it." He asked her in return whether she wanted it. Priest Lucia Selman hurriedly denied it. "No, that is not what I meant." Davy Andron immediately replied bluntly, "I know, but even if you want it, I won't give it to you." Priest Lucia Selman gave a strained smile, because she realized there was a hand gripping her tightly as a threat. It turned out to be Mew Filler. She wore a smug smile and said, "Well done." Mew Filler gripped Priest Lucia Selman by the neck while threatening Davy and Rawl in a cold voice. "Now hand that over to me." Mew Filler stared at Davy. "I truly did not expect you to break through that troublesome casing. It seems I guessed right." Davy and Rawl lifted his chin at Mew Filler, his voice full of contempt. "Do vampires these days only know how to eat, wipe their mouths clean, and run away?" Mew Filler immediately shot back. "I could not break it, because it is an extremely important experimental material." Mew Filler warned Davy in a harsh voice, "So hand it over." Mew Filler used her power to stop Sio's attack, making Sio roar in anger. "You bastard." Mew Filler also quickly neutralized Davy Andron's attack. "I have never liked killing people." Mew Filler introduced herself. "I am Mew Filler." "You are?" Davy Andron showed no fear as he replied to Mew Filler, "I am Davy." Mew Filler looked at him in surprise. Davy Andron, Davy said with slight smugness. Is my name that famous among vampires? Mew Filler immediately cut him off. No, you are not that famous yet. She revealed that she had heard Fee mention him. Davy asked back in astonishment. Is that so? He slowly recalled that he seemed to have heard that name somewhere before. Mew Filler nodded slightly. That's right, that man has always been waiting for a chance to make his move. Mew Filler played dumb and asked Davy and Rawl why Davy was here, when he should have been at home. Davy Andron did not understand what she was babbling about and asked what she meant, thinking inwardly that this woman was truly hard to talk to. Mew Filler smiled sinisterly. Who knows if he said that man was planning to burn down your house. Hearing that, Davy curled his lips in disdain. Ah, that man plans to burn it down. He took one step forward and spoke. How bold, I do not know who that vampire is. Davy's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he gritted his teeth as he continued. Anyone who barges into someone else's home without permission must accept the consequences. Mew Filler thought someone would surely help her. Davy quietly wondered, though he still did not know who it was, whether anyone in his domain was strong enough to bring down a vampire at full power. At that very moment, Mew Filler suddenly called out the name Yuri. At the same time, a girl with blue hair and purple eyes had reached the city gate. Back in the room, Mew Filler fell silent for a moment, then asked softly, will you hand over the heart and that girl to me? Mew Filler immediately used the hostage to threaten him. She said coldly that she would kill this child, while Lucia Selman shouted, do not worry about me, Davy. No matter what it is, you must not give it to her. Finding the hostage too noisy, Mew Filler tightened her grip and growled for her to be quiet. Lucia Selman let out a pained groan. Mew Filler continued, saying that she always kept her word. If Davy agreed to her demand, she would spare the child's life. Davy curled his lips and asked in return, then what if I refuse? Hearing that, Mew Filler lowered her voice and replied that in that case, she would have no other choice. Mew Filler released the child from her hand and coldly declared that she would deal with everyone and seize what she needed herself. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed past right beside Mew Filler's hand. That stream of light gently caught Lucia Selman, keeping the girl from being injured. Mew Filler let out a sound of shock. Immediately after that, the child hurriedly ran off and called loudly for Davy. The girl quickly hid behind Davy. Before them, a weapon wreathed in mystical rose-colored light appeared, making Mew Filler exclaim in astonishment, a star sword. Seeing the other party's icy expression, she could not help wondering how this had happened. A moment later, Mew Filler spoke softly, praising Davy as truly extraordinary for a human. She added, you really are interesting, as a surge of energy began to seep out and rise. In the blink of an eye, Mew Filler erupted with energy. She wore a grotesque smile and said she wanted to study Davy, while her information gradually appeared before his eyes. The red-haired woman was Mew Filler, 223 years old, female of mixed blood race. Her title was the Researcher Paracelsus, also known as Hohenheim, rank Marcus, condition good. Looking at that information, Davy thought to himself that she really was rather special. Facing that terrifying surge of energy, Lucia Selman cried out in panic. Watching the woman erupt with power, Davy thought that a hybrid of human and vampire blood was truly unexpected, but she was clearly far from normal. Davy glanced at the person lying neatly in his arms. The spirit loon had still not awakened. Mew Filler glared and said, then how about handing it over to me now? She was about to say that if Davy handed it over, no one would be hurt, but just then he took out a sparkling stone. In an instant, the light from the stone filled the entire space. Davy replied indifferently that he did not know either. Then he immediately fused the stone into Loon's body. Davy curled his lips and continued, what now? I have already attached it. Witnessing that scene, Mew Filler went mad with rage and she snarled furiously, you. At that moment, a dazzling beam of light radiated from the stone, leaving Mew Filler briefly dizzy. The system immediately issued a notification, access code activated. Loon began to float in midair. From afar, the pounding of a heart could still be clearly heard. Her wings gradually emerged, and the main power supplementation process was complete. A small circle flashed above Loon's head. The system continued to announce that the main program had finished launching. Finally, the mark on her forehead blazed and strange strings of numbers appeared in her eyes. Loon began operating. Seeing this, Davy called Loon's name in quiet surprise. Paying no attention to her surroundings, Loon continued completing the activation process of the energy within her body. When everything was complete, she tilted her head slightly to look at Davy, then slowly approached her master. She extended her hand and calmly announced, beginning link. A stream of light instantly transmitted to Davy's neck. Loon continued, linking with user, connection with user complete. She suddenly lowered her head and said that the current data contained an error, and Loon needed to refresh the data. After that, Loon extended her hand again and continued announcing, beginning link. Davy wearily wondered what was happening now. Loon replied that she would test the communication network, making Davy ask in surprise, huh? No one expected her to jab her finger straight into her master's nose and twist it around a few times. Witnessing that bizarre scene, Lucia Selman could not help crying out. A moment later, Loon calmly reported that communication had failed. She continued, switching to an alternative method, beginning oral communication. The little child cried out in shock again, while Mew Filler's eyes lit up with intense curiosity. At that moment, Davy wiped his mouth, while loudly asking why she had done something so horrible. Loon asked innocently in return, "Why will you not let Loon collect data?" Davy flinched and asked what, while she said she required all of his network communication and personal data. Davy immediately flew into a rage. "Even so, why did you shove the finger you just used to pick my nose into my mouth?" Suddenly, Loon smiled meaningfully and cheerfully announced that all data collection was complete. She turned slightly, her tone calm as she declared that vampires were her master's enemies. Loon continued, "Enemies of the master will be eliminated by the war weapon Loon." Mewfiller looked momentarily bewildered, then asked, "Are you going to fight me?" Immediately after that, she became delighted again and said, "How interesting, then let me study you as well." Loon analyzed softly. "You have a high level of interest in Loon's body." Behind her, Davy helplessly reminded her that she did not need to analyze such things. Suddenly, Loon turned back and looked at Davy with sparkling eyes, making him say awkwardly, "You look like you want to do something." Davy quietly asked whether she could defeat her. Loon replied that according to the analysis results, she could win, making Davy praise her as truly reliable. After that, he casually folded his arms and said, "Very well, then show me what you can do." Loon obediently replied, "Command accepted." At the same time, Mewfiller was extremely excited as well, repeatedly saying that she was too curious, then calling Loon to come forward and promising to give her even more data. Loon replied sternly that she only obeyed her master's orders. She rejected that proposal, because the other party was her master's enemy and would be eliminated. Immediately after that, she began to execute a technique and identified the hostile target. A weapon wreathed in mystical blue light appeared, looking no different from a fortress. Seeing this, Purser called out to Davy in shock. Even Davy himself widened his eyes and marveled that this far exceeded his imagination. Loon extended her hand and continued announcing, "Wide area fortress, link complete." She added, "Precise elimination capability against the identified target is 21%. Continuous firing at the target is possible, victory expected." Hearing this, Mewfiller began to waver slightly. Without another word, a blazing resolve flared in her eyes. Then Goza gave the signal to open fire. An attack carrying terrifying power shot straight toward Mewfiller. All at once, the entire space seemed to freeze and fall silent. Theo Hao, who had his eyes tightly shut, started when he heard a voice calling out, Theo Hao." Seeing that, Lucia Selman cried out in joy, "Ah, thank heaven." Theo called her name in astonishment, "Lucia Selman." The child gently helped him up and asked worriedly, "Can you still move? This is no time to hesitate." The little girl hurriedly urged him, "We have to leave this place at once." Theo Hao looked up in bewilderment, "Leave." At that moment, the fortress suddenly flashed, and the force from it swept through the entire space. The bombardment from the fortress split the ground into chunks, making Lucia Selman scream in terror. The little girl squeezed her eyes shut, then broke into a frantic run. Theo Hao cried out in shock, "What the hell is going on?" He instantly grew tense to the extreme. A dazzling beam of light shone straight toward the two of them, leaving Theo Hao almost unable to see anything. Davy's blade flared, wrapped in a crimson force. He charged forward without hesitation and cut off that attack. The strike was knocked off course and dragged a violent explosion in its wake. Davy asked softly, "Are you all right?" Lucia Selman was so frightened that she lay flat on the ground, only managing to let out a cry. Theo Hao asked in alarm, "What exactly was that just now?" He shouted in astonishment, "And that homunculus too." Davy reassured him quietly, "Calm down, that girl is on our side." Hearing that, Theo Hao was even more stunned. "How is that possible?" Davy helplessly tightened his grip on the sword and sighed. He said softly, "She operates far better than I expected." Davy judged inwardly. She is more than 90% Megatron, but compared to her action speed, it is still not enough to matter. He marveled, "I never thought Deus Ex Machine would be this powerful." At the same time, Lewin was still facing Mewfiller. Mercer remarked, "Not only that heart, the physical power of this golem is astonishing as well." Davy replied, "Exactly, it is not called a mechanical heart for nothing." Looking at the cracks spreading across the ground, Davy thought she had at least reached the level of a 4th circle mage, perhaps even 5th circle. With that power, she could completely crush anyone who had not touched the peak tier. Just then, Mewfiller lightly sprang into the air. Davy understood clearly, but her opponent was naturally not weak either. Lewin raised her head slightly and looked toward Mewfiller. Davy thought to himself, "I wonder if that beam carries any special attribute." He told himself, even if it does, Mewfiller is still a half-vampire, so she certainly will not be defeated easily. At that moment, Mewfiller gave a meaningful smile. Davy wondered, is this because of a lack of experience? He muttered inwardly, "In any case, there is no rule forbidding interference in a duel." Just then, Mewfiller moved nimbly without pause, vanishing from one side and darting to another. Immediately after, another powerful explosion rang out. Mewfiller laughed in delight. "This firepower truly is astonishing." She said excitedly, "It only makes me want to have you even more." Davy replied coldly, "Curiosity is a good thing." Immediately after, he also launched himself behind Mew Filler. Davy said sternly, "But that belongs to me, this is already perfectly clear." Sensing someone appear behind her, Mew Filler showed a flash of surprise. Davy reminded her in a low voice, "Do not let yourself lose focus." From midair, he calmly unleashed a chain of greatsword techniques in succession. Without stopping, Davy activated Shadow Moon's sword, swinging his weapon in a graceful arc. Mew Filler dropped to one knee in pain, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Mew Filler clutched the wound in her abdomen in agony and cried out, "Ah, cuff." At the same time, Davy also landed lightly on the ground. Mew Filler stammered, "The blue sword, Misa, that blue sword is the fatal thing for us." Looking at the superb weapon in Davy's hand, she thought to herself, "This is the very thing that destroys immortality." Mew Filler forced a smile, "Haha, that thing is truly fascinating, I want to study it." Seeing how stubborn the other party was, Davy felt utterly disgusted. "You have been beaten this badly and can still say that." Mew Filler was coughing repeatedly by then. Cough, cough. She raised a hand to wipe away the blood and spoke, "Well done, Deus Ex Machina." Mew Filler murmured as if talking to herself, "A sword that can break immortality, and this strange human too." Davy only looked at her coldly. At the same time, Lewin also landed. While Mew Filler was still rambling incoherently, "I cannot give up." She suddenly sighed and said, "But I do not want to die either." Mew Filler gradually faded away while leaving one sentence behind. Very well. Davy understood that she had chosen to preserve her life instead of continuing with her objective. Behind him, Purser said softly, "A wise decision." Just then, Theo Hao stepped forward and asked quietly, "So is everything over now?" Davy replied, "For the moment." Theo Hao still could not believe it. That woman really ran away. Davy calmly confirmed, "Probably." He swept his eyes around the surroundings and said, "Now we should probably leave this place as well." Suddenly, Lewin grabbed Davy's clothes tightly. He asked in surprise, "Lewin?" Looking at that sulky expression, Davy wondered, "Is she pouting?" Lewin spoke, "Master, do we absolutely have to go outside?" Davy replied, "Yes." Purser guessed from beside him, "Perhaps because you drove off the enemy in her place." Davy thought to himself, "Is that why?" Lewin raised her head and asked, "Master, should I destroy this place?" Hearing that, Davy was slightly surprised. "Can you do it?" He reminded her that if she destroyed it directly, this place might all collapse, so she could only create an escape route. Immediately after, the system began to announce, "Analyzing." A moment later, Lewin spoke, "Error information. Structural analysis failed. Reanalyzing. Measuring thickness. Measurement failed." Theo Hao and Lucia Selman stood there blankly, unable to understand what was going on. Lewin continued to extend her hand to sense it and announced, "Connecting." At last, the connection process was complete. A green weapon appeared before their eyes, and Lewin announced that she had selected the thermal control beam. She instructed in a serious voice, "Master, please be careful, please stand still behind me." Davy was somewhat doubtful. "Can you really dig through that thing?" "It is true that a blade can cut through it, but creating an entire exit is..." Lewin immediately cut him off. "Two failures are not permitted." Thermal emission beam. Lewin's current output is at 50%. After completion, a large number of my system programs will crash. She turned back and said in a firm voice that her master would definitely recover. Davy replied calmly, "Of course, did you think I would throw someone away after using them?" He spoke up and said, "You are much lighter than you look, so you should be fine." Hearing that, Lun immediately broke into a deeply satisfied smile. She pointed at the floor and continued, "Using a heat ray to break it open seems feasible." Lun silently muttered, "After this, Lun will definitely be evaluated more highly." As soon as she finished speaking, she let her weapon unleash an extremely powerful strike, dragging along booming sounds as if shaking heaven and earth. Looking at the mark Lun had left, Davy sighed softly in admiration. "That really is a huge hole, and there is even a strong current flashing constantly around it." Davy thought to himself, maybe it was precisely because of her stubbornness that she did something like this. He scratched his head and guessed, probably because I defeated the opponent in her name, she misunderstood something. Then she went and made a gigantic hole in the floor. Looking at Lun, who seemed to be waiting for praise, Davy said quietly, "It seems abyssal power even enhances mind reading. Even though you show nothing, I can still guess what you are thinking." Then he told himself, "It is probably just a feeling." At that moment, the floor had split wide open, revealing an astonishingly large hole. Davy asked worriedly, "Is everyone still all right?" Theo Hao and Lucia Selman nodded faintly and replied, "Yes." Davy thought that if they wanted to get back up, they would need flight magic or something similar. He told himself, "If it were only me, there would be nothing to worry about." Davy turned to look at the two children with an awkward expression, but both of them seemed to understand his meaning. Theo Hao said coldly, "We can take care of ourselves." Then he reached out toward Lucia Selman and said, "Hold on." In the blink of an eye, the two shot up into the air. Davy was slightly surprised, while Lucia Selman cried out in panic, "Huh, Theo, were you not a 4-circle mage?" Theo Hao replied curtly, "Tsk, only lied by 1 circle. Calm down." A second later, the two quickly escaped outside. Lucia Selman screamed in terror, while Davy muttered from below, He is not even a martial arts expert, and he can already do that. Then he turned to Lun and said, let us follow them too. Davy immediately lifted Lun in a princess carry. However, no matter how hard he tried, Davy could not stand up at all. He wondered in confusion, huh? Lun also let out a puzzled sound, huh? Davy broke out in a cold sweat. What is going on? I could still carry her when I took her out of the test tube. Seeing this, Lun said softly, Master, Lun thinks Lun is too heavy for a human. Davy immediately seized that ray of light. Yes, that is right, you really are rather heavy. Hearing that, Lun had no idea how to respond for a moment. Suddenly, Lun spoke up, Master, Lun has detected signs of psychological damage and overheated emotional circuits. This phenomenon is judged to be anger. Davy curled his lips and replied, so golems can get angry too. Just what are you? He continued, first of all, stop calling me Master. Hearing that, Lun seemed a little confused. She continued, Lun has detected an error in the decision-making circuit and requires a reason. Davy replied softly, well, I dislike the feeling of being enslaved. I still prefer a fair exchange relationship. Lun asked blankly, exchange? She said calmly, then Lun requests that Master provide a suitable form of address. Davy looked curious, a suitable form of address. At that moment, Purser spoke cheerfully. Based on your line of thinking, I can come up with several ways to address you. Davy shouted helplessly, what are you thinking? He said bluntly, forget it, for now just call me Sir Davy. Hearing that, Lun answered at once, temporary form of address has been successfully recorded. After that, the three quickly left the place. At that moment, the students had lost patience and begun to grow restless. We cannot wait any longer. They believed something must have happened below. Knight Cilia said coldly, stop. Did we not already finish discussing this? She pushed the noisy crowd aside and said sternly, all of you, stay away from that hole. Celia urged coldly, hurry up. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared right beneath their feet. Everyone cried out anxiously, teacher, the hole is getting wider. Though she froze for an instant, Sylvia still reassured everyone with strength, do not be afraid, I will protect you. Looking at the red aura gradually enveloping the surroundings, the students began murmuring among themselves. A moment later, the crack widened into a large hole. From below, Lun's voice rang out. Analyzing data, calculating that Sir Davy can climb faster than this. This behavior is identified as resembling child exploitation, but Lun evaluates that possibility as very low. Davy said helplessly, honestly, I am completely speechless. He teased, you were made a very long time ago. I think you are even older than me. Hearing that, Lun cried out sulkily, She continued, Lun's emotional circuits are heating up significantly, identified as being mad enough to go insane. Above, the students heard the familiar voice and were stunned. Wait, Lady Lun. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted right in front of Sylvia. At the same time, Davy and Lun shot into the air in an extremely strange posture. Davy roared angrily, hey, you bastard. However, Lun still paid no attention at all. Davy shouted, calm down first. Hey, witnessing that scene, the students could only stand frozen in place. Elena wore an utterly helpless expression. What trouble have you caused this time? Just like that, Davy and Lun paid no attention to their surroundings and only kept clashing in midair. Elena could not hold back and let out a light, but deeply sarcastic scolding. What an idiot. Everything gradually settled down and birds and wild beasts once again flew freely through the sky. As the castle returned to silence beneath the gentle breezes, the investigation of the ruins finally came to a swift close without any loss of life. More precisely, several people investigating the third floor of the ruins had died, but they seemed relieved that the trainees were unharmed, since those people were all future knights. In any case, after an incident like this, an analytical report was necessary. Davy thought, since we were involved in this matter, it is only reasonable that Lucia Selman, Theo Howe, and I were summoned by the higher-ups on the night side. He continued thinking, but I only gave them a brief answer and went straight back to the heist territory. It seems there is a rat in the territory, so I will deal with it and then return. Thinking of that, he laughed to himself. Haha, unless they have lost their minds, I already expected it. Davy felt that whether it was fortunate or not, if he was only a wandering knight trainee, everything ultimately passed rather smoothly. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the meeting room of the Great Knights leading Alpha 5 Division. Haha, how unfortunate. Boris said softly, anyone can tell at a glance that he is a very talented and intelligent trainee, but he also carries the status of a lord. After hearing this, everyone fell into thought. Ahem. Boris continued. Elena will provide a detailed report, so the issue is how we should treat him. Sounds of contemplation rang out one after another. The Great Knight leading Alpha 3 spoke, warily, enough, young Davy is clearly a promising wandering knight trainee. We also do not want to keep bringing up the matter of the wandering knights, and moreover, that territory does not merely have a few residents. It concerns thousands of lives. Another person nodded in agreement. If it is to that extent, we can understand as well. They concluded, this matter will end here. Hearing that, Boris let out a relieved breath. The Great Knight leading Alpha 5 said softly, That person named Davy is clearly one of the most promising trainees. He asked curiously, what is he actually like? Boris immediately replied, that is right. Although he only joined us a month ago, he is already among the outstanding ones, something the other trainees have not managed. Boris affirmed, I can guarantee he will not be inferior at all when compared to full members. The Great Knight leading Alpha 5 immediately showed interest. Is that so? He cheerfully stroked his chin, saying it was truly a pity, since he had very much wanted to meet him once. Boris grinned broadly and laughed, ha ha ha, when he returns, I will be sure to introduce him to you. The Great Knight at the head of Alpha nodded in satisfaction. Good, then I shall look forward to it. Over on this side, Davy suddenly felt his ears itch a little, wondering inwardly if someone was talking about him. Purser, standing beside Lin, teased him. You clearly caused such a dreadful mess. How could they not mention you? Davy let out a breath and replied with a pout, well, I had permission. He sat atop the hill enjoying the cool breeze, thinking that a full week had passed since he returned to Territory 2. At first, we returned after Elena's examination, but the words the vampire Mewfiller had spoken in the underground ruins truly could not be taken lightly. Because in fact an attack by Macarong from the Yellowstone tribe had occurred, information about those people was far too scarce, though ever since I was still in the Palestine Kingdom, I had wanted to deal with those bastards. The man in black once said that he had nothing to justify himself with. Davy thought back, while also remembering that he had received a report about some serious incident within the royal family, and thinking to this point his expression suddenly became much more contemplative. Davy closed his eyes and felt the cool wind, letting his unfinished thoughts continue to drift. He could not shake the feeling that he was gradually approaching the end of his filial duty in name as a son by suppressing his own emotions. Replacement. Purser briefly showed a worried look. Davy let out a sigh, as though it held all of his feelings. Closekin. From behind came the sound of someone's footsteps drawing near. She walked over while saying, it really took longer than I thought. Davy whipped around and asked, huh? Then he lowered his voice and muttered, I should have flown over on a swatter and finished off all of them. Princess Elena asked blankly, what is flying on a swatter? After speaking, both of them silently looked at the scenery before them, sinking into thought. Is it my imagination, or are we really being watched by the enemy? There has been no attack yet, but I still cannot let down my guard. Honestly, after learning that vampires were involved in this matter, Elena had disregarded her status to come with him. At that moment, a voice seemed to remind her from within, have a little dignity, princess. Davy's face darkened, and he glanced over as if about to say something. But before the words could leave his mouth, Princess Elena cut him off. She stared intently at the enormous object behind him and asked, by the way, what are you making? Davy gave a soft ah and replied, I am researching Megachan, and made this while I was at it. When there are manpower and materials, many interesting things naturally appear. Princess Elena pouted and remarked, you are always making strange things. Are you planning to make it fly now? Davy explained awkwardly, but I made it that way on purpose. Elena cried out in shock. What? She had not expected Davy to be so reckless. He widened his puppy-like eyes at Elena and thought inwardly, does the princess not believe I can do it? Elena was helpless, not knowing what she should say to him. Right then, a pair of angle wings appeared in the distance, and Elena's voice rang out again. A person determined to pursue success is always evaluated very highly. As soon as the words fell, Luan appeared. Princess Elena raised her voice and continued, right, I have something even better. She sighed in thought. Elena's techniques had never been weak. She was the master of the sword, and even the swordsman Kandaras or several golems combined would have little chance of defeating her. But Luan was the strongest golem ever researched. Seeing Elena keep staring at her, Luan tilted her head in confusion. Princess Elena recalled when they had once trained together. When facing a swordsman Kandaras, Elena had been overwhelmed in only 3 minutes. Purser von Palamini placed a hand on Davy's shoulder, observing each of his gestures while silently guessing. Why do I feel this person creates golems purely because of his own greed? He merely gave a few awkward laughs to brush it off. Princess Elena crossed her arms and called Davy. Let us say I believe there is a reason you improved Megatron and created a new golem, but she was clearly made on purpose by you, was she not? Davy abruptly raised his head to look at Elena. What? Princess Elena frowned and continued, why do I feel that you are very happy to see me embarrass myself before everyone? Davy pouted in disdain. Why does this princess always love overthinking things? He raised an eyebrow and asked, then is anything wrong? Princess Elena frowned, looked Luan up and down, then shook her head. It is her outfit. Davy repeated in confusion. Davy commented seriously, Luan evaluates that outfit very highly. She is very satisfied and even said her mind feels more expanded. She sees it as a very useful type of bulletproof fabric. Davy thought inwardly that he had only dressed her like other children, yet she called it body armor. In truth, given the culture of this place, it was understandable that Elena found the outfit too strange, so he only hesitated with a few vague sounds. He stroked his chin and replied, "If she likes it, then that is fine. It was already the most modest set I could find." Princess Elena Zepha immediately flew into a rage. "What do you mean by modest? You look at that outfit and call it modest." Luan beside them trembled and said, "Luan has analyzed and evaluated Elena's clothing as looking very peculiar." She continued scanning Davy, then based on the data obtained remarked, "Luan evaluates Master Davy's technology as being ahead of its era." Davy exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, is that so? Then that is wonderful, truly." At that very moment, a figure came running up from the foot of the hill in the distance. A soft voice rang out, "Brother." Davy and Princess Elena both turned to look. They recognized William and Dawn, panting as she ran over. Both of them cried out in surprise, "William." The girl said urgently, "There is a group." Her voice stammered, almost unable to form words. William hurriedly used all her strength to shout, "We found a herd of monsters, and that is not all. Their number reaches about 5,000. Hearing that, Princess Elena's expression immediately darkened. She lowered her voice, looked toward Davy, and said, "Davy, leave it to me." William was still frightened as she recounted everything that had just happened. "We saw the monsters on this side." The whole group frowned and guessed. "Perhaps they are hiding on the mountainside to avoid being attacked." Davy stood beside the cliff and looked down, asking softly, "How many are there?" Princess Elena climbed down onto a nearby branch to observe, then called up, "You heard her, around 5,000. But the one everyone was talking about is not here." Observing their direction of movement, Princess Elena guessed that the entire herd was crossing the canyon. Through the binoculars, Davy clearly saw each of their features and remarked, "The monsters are moving in very orderly ranks. The chained ones and the bloodsuckers are also moving together in groups." William thought for a while, then guessed that there must be someone extremely intelligent controlling them. Davy nodded in agreement, "Exactly." He thought that person might be that man, the man in black standing above and commanding the monsters. William asked worriedly, "Brother, will this be all right? There are not many knights here." She trembled as she looked at the monsters, thinking inwardly that no matter what, the sight of so many monsters gathered together like this was truly unexpected. If the matter spread outside, everyone would surely panic. Iulis spoke in confusion, "But their numbers are too great. I may not be of much help, but please let me lend my strength." William, standing beside her, also gathered all her courage and hurriedly followed up, "I will help too." Davy replied coldly, "No, there is no need." William cried out in shock, "You do not need us." Davy and John confidently raised his head high and continued walking forward. He gently placed the Rubik's Cube in his hand down, repeating what he had just said, "No need." Casually picking up the sphere beside him as well, he curled his lips into a smile and called to Luan, "Let us begin." At this time in Hangzhou territory on the day we set foot there, night had gradually fallen, enveloping the entire palace. Luan sat still like a machine while Davy disassembled and assembled her, thinking as she said, "Luan can explain. She has the ability to infiltrate and evaluate anything." Davy stood behind her and smiled lightly. "Right now, you are connecting to the information that forms a golem." Luan continued, "Luan evaluates this strange thing as very uncomfortable. Luan evaluates it poorly." Davy frowned and pouted. "Are you saying my technique is too poor?" His voice was slightly sulky. He realized he had just spoken too harshly. Luan sighed helplessly and was about to speak an explanation when Davy hurriedly cut in. "Is that not what it means?" Then he suddenly shouted, "Polar Burke, and you too." Sitting alone in the room, Luan quietly thought, "As soon as I returned home, I conducted an analysis of Luan, and the result found a species named Baiji." Many doubts arose in her heart. Though she did not understand why the ancients had turned Luan, a Baiji, into a golem, this species clearly possessed very special abilities, beyond the control of others. Moreover, God had granted them a mental network linked together. At present, only a very faint remnant of that innate power remained, not yet usable, but it still had the possibility of recovery. At that moment, the system panel appeared, name Lun, age unknown, physical sex female, species Becca golem. Her innate ability was receiving information through contact with objects, then analyzing it and reading it back afterward. Lun told herself inwardly, while trying to use that network in another way, she would absolutely obey the command. Standing amid the cliffside, Lun raised her voice loudly and activated the evolution deception. The items crafted by Davy were also summoned one after another at the same time. In midair, a giant robot appeared, 5 or 6 times taller than an ordinary person. William gaped in astonishment, then blurted out, This is... Megatron Iulis shook his head and denied it at once. "No, this thing is somewhat different." Davy curled his lips into an intrigued smile. Just as expected, snipers always like to hide themselves. Immediately, Lun raised her hand and summoned a magic matrix in midair. She and Davy's items shouted in unison, "Code 0s and 2, activate sniper mode." Lun focused intensely to operate her brain, then spoke. Lun is transferring coordinates. The robots on this side immediately started up and received the command. The attack barrels swiftly rotated, locking straight onto the coordinates of the strongest monster. Davy held the crystal ball tightly in his hand, looked toward Lun and asked, "Lun, what about the others?" She immediately replied, "Master, they have been deployed to suitable positions." She silently scanned the surroundings, then spoke, "Lun holds Master in very high regard." Davy replied in satisfaction, "Good, then play as freely as you like." The spearhead immediately descended, the gun barrels aimed straight at the monster horde. The system rang out then, selecting spearhead strategy. Lun changed direction and transmitted the command to her master. Right on this side, Davy immediately received the instruction. System had finished preparations and immediately after that, opened fire. A fierce barrage fired out, dyeing an entire corner of the sky a blazing red. Iulis and William gaped, exclaiming in admiration as they said they should hurry to Lun's position, while Davy behind them laughed smugly. He cheerfully said to the two of them, "We can still monitor the commander's movements from here." First shot tore forward, ripping through the air, making the rampaging monsters freeze at once. Davy stood on the cliff and observed carefully, his mind calculating nonstop. Reinforcing it with a large amount of magic to increase firepower had succeeded, though the mana consumption was enormous. In return, both efficiency and speed had also risen markedly. Suddenly, William Jones walked up from behind and exclaimed in shock, "Heavens, what is going on here? Sir Davy, what exactly have you created?" Below, right at the cliffside the monsters intended to cross, an explosion erupted violently, with smoke and flames billowing everywhere. William said in a daze, "This is not ordinary firepower. It is like magic fused with explosives." Iulis asked in confusion, "Can it really be done like that?" Davy turned back and replied, "Is it not also a weapon?" William added, "It can operate like an ordinary weapon. The only difference is that it uses my magic to fire." Iulis widened his eyes in admiration. "It is truly still hard to believe." Davy nodded and thought, "This thing is indeed still quite new to everyone." After observing a while longer, Lun said there were still many monsters that had not been taken down. Davy nodded in agreement. "Of course, go out and rampage to your heart's content." As soon as the words fell, Lun immediately raised her hand and cast magic. From her arm, a powerful radiance flared up. Lun kept a solemn expression and called out loudly, selecting close combat light cyber weapon, activating ultimate technique. Lun decided to close in and eliminate each target one by one. As soon as the words fell, she spread her wings and shot into the air. Lo, Iulis and William Jones could not help but exclaim in admiration, both raising their heads to look up in astonishment. Good heavens, what was that magic just now? The two kept discussing it in shock. Did she gather mana and combine it into a sword? Oh my heavens. Davy only silently looked up at that moment, letting out a soft Then he spoke, "Honestly, I do not even know what to say about her anymore." And just like that, the emergency in this unnamed territory was somehow resolved rather simply. In a residential district outside the capital, in a narrow alley, a figure cloaked in black staggered past, his trembling hand braced against the wall. A resident happened to see him and blurted out, "Oh my." Girl hugged her basket of vegetables tightly to her chest and muttered, "What sort of insect is it this time?" The man in black froze in fear. The young woman thought for a moment, then suddenly understood. "I thought something mysterious was happening outside the castle. So you were the culprit." The man in black instantly spun around, reached out to attack the girl, and roared, "Die." A stream of dark red miasma seeped from him, slowly reaching out before covering the girl's entire body. At that very moment, a surge of water suddenly crashed down on the man in the black cloak, knocking him hard to the ground. The girl from moments ago still stood unmoving, her gaze fixed on the man in black. The waves seemed conscious as they spoke water prison. The moment the water touched him, the man in black convulsed and withered into a shriveled heap. He sighed and muttered, another eye of the dragon." She pouted in thought. It seemed her master had provoked an extremely troublesome enemy. Meanwhile, in a palace shaded by trees, a voice of complaint rang out from within. "Wonderful, just as expected, I need a red magic stone." On a fine afternoon, Davy returned from the battle with the monsters and quietly sat down in a corner. He folded his arms in thought, sighing as he recalled the peaceful week after the vampire and beast attack. He thought about the recent battle. From a defensive standpoint, he truly hoped they would leave behind a few clues. But those bastards were too hard to catch, so all they could do was wait. A clear female voice rang out. "When you say red magic stone, do you mean blood moon?" It turned out William and Iulis were discussing the recent disturbances with Davy and Raoul. She asked whether it was the blood moon gemstone that nobles often wore as jewelry. Davy and Raoul nodded. "That's right, I want one, but it seems it won't be easy." The red magic stone, also known as blood moon, was a special gemstone with a vivid crimson hue that stood out even more than ruby. Lately, all my attention had revolved around it. Princess Elena only then asked, "Why, have you found someone to give jewelry to?" William turned to Davy in shock and scolded him. "Is that the reason, brother? You can't." Davy frowned and pouted as he explained, "Why would I give something that valuable to someone else?" Davy smiled, propping his chin as he calculated, "I want to use it to create an upgraded mana stone." William, standing beside him, cried out in surprise, "A mana stone?" He nodded in confirmation. That's right. Since I've optimized all the research items, I want to try developing something that can be mass-produced. I can't create an item that accelerates the golem production process too quickly. Besides, with the pride of an artisan, I don't want to use only ordinary mana stones. So I concluded that Blood Moon is needed to upgrade the golems, but the mana stones currently on hand have all been used up. Davy wearily leaned back and complained, if we had enough materials, production would only be a matter of time. Euless, who had been standing there all along, spoke up excitedly. Please let me see that process. Davy had no choice but to agree helplessly. Fine. Euless turned anxiously to Princess Elena. The problem is that we don't have Blood Moon, the most important thing for this, and the supply is lacking. Elena also answered helplessly. Blood Moon stones are almost always sought after by noble families, so demand is unbelievably high. Euless asked Elena curiously, do you have any way to obtain one? Elena helplessly propped her chin and thought, if it were a sword, it would be easier, but gemstones were another matter. Hearing that, Davy pouted and spun his chair as he teased him. Fee, how useless. You're a princess, yet you can't even manage something this small. Elena was so furious her brows shot up. Anger flared inside her and Princess Elena launched into a tirade. Hey, do you know that Blood Moon stones only form in special environments and are extremely rare, completely different from ordinary mana stones? They aren't something you can buy just because you have money. Do you know how many powerful nobles want to possess Blood Moon? Euless hurriedly spread his arms in front of William, repeatedly warning of danger, while William helplessly watched the two argue back and forth. Princess Elena continued loudly, how arrogant. Do you think you can have anything you want just because you're rich? Seeing the situation turn bad, Euless hurriedly spoke up to mediate. I'm sorry, but please stop arguing. We could attend a night banquet. Perhaps you might find one yourself. He continued in a gentle voice. Now that I remember, I heard Lindis Palace will soon hold a night banquet. Have you received an invitation? Davy turned his head in surprise and muttered, an invitation. William suddenly remembered and cried out, ah, that night banquet. Davy looked at William in surprise and asked, you know about this? William thought for a moment before answering, most imperial night banquets have at least one or two members of the imperial family in attendance. She continued, that idiot Carlos from the Rawl Kingdom will also be there. Because of that, it seems many young ladies are competing to be paired with that awful man. William thought to herself, it would be such a relief if no one had to face that failure. She clenched her hands and tilted her head, dreaming of what many young girls longed for. Her voice was slightly bashful. To be honest, I've always wanted to attend a party like that, but if it's held in the Imperial Palace, then... Just then, Davy suddenly remembered, hurriedly rummaged through the drawers, and exclaimed, ah, I have an invitation. Hearing that, the girl's eyes shone brightly, and she immediately turned back to ask, what? William cried out in surprise, really? Euless stepped over, took the letter to look at it, then frowned and remarked, it's all crumpled. Davy scratched his head and laughed, that doesn't matter, it's still an invitation anyway. Princess Elena approached to look and said, the letter says Davy is invited to go alone. Euless nodded and added, aside from his reputation in the Empire, he is also quite famous in the western part of the continent. Davy and Raoul folded his arms and thought, they must have sent the letter to see whether I would actually attend. William immediately ran over to Davy and called urgently, brother. Davy flinched and stepped back, giving a soft murmur. This younger sister really did always do unpredictable things. From a distance, Princess Elena spoke up, you probably don't know this, but I heard the Lindis Night Banquet will include an auction of rare gemstones for the guests. Naturally, they will all be extremely rare gems. Hearing that, Davy immediately grew interested and hurriedly stood up, linking arms with William. It seems I really must attend. William, you said you wanted to visit the palace, right? William nodded happily, yes. The two held hands and prepared their things. Davy said enthusiastically, great, now let's go shopping. The girl cheerfully agreed as well, okay. Princess Elena watched their retreating backs and pouted, hemph. So people like this really do exist in the world, what an eyesore. Euless, standing behind her, let out a quiet laugh. At the same time, in a luxurious palace, a servant placed a bowl of fragrant soup on the table. The one sitting quietly alone at the dining table was Aria, the youngest princess of the Lindis Kingdom. She was the only mixed blood child in the royal family. For the past 3 years, she had not been allowed to eat with anyone. That rule had been established to prevent others from becoming her meal. In truth, apart from a few maids, almost no one had ever seen her face. It was astonishing for a member of the royal family to be treated that way, but to the princess, it had already become all too familiar. Her entire body was always covered in protective clothing, and the reason was, everyone believed the princess had contracted a strange and terrifying illness, so she was forced to hide herself to avoid prying eyes. When the princess was 13, that illness was called blood demon, also known as the deceleration virus, though not many people in the world knew of it. It had no cure, made the princess unable to move suddenly and constantly threatened her life. However, the princess's symptoms were different from those of other patients. If freckles did not appear on her face, she could live as normally as anyone else, except the worst part was that her status as a mixed-blood princess in the royal family still subjected her to no small amount of scorn. Because of that, she always wore a mask and gloves, and had never once removed the dress that covered her entire body. She had spent 2 years in the church receiving treatments for the illness. As usual, when her personal physician came to visit, Princess Iria softly asked him in a nasal voice, do you think I will really recover? The old man smiled kindly and answered, of course, thousands of people in Odom territory have been saved thanks to this method. Most were cured and made a full recovery. Those words made the princess so happy, because Iria had only one very simple dream. Since childhood, all she had longed for was to meet someone who would truly love her and see her beauty. Yet life cruelly gave her that merciless illness. In short, the princess was searching for a dark wizard, someone who had once smelled the forest and appeared before her on the road back from the church. Naturally, with so little information, finding that person was nearly impossible. The truth was bitter. No matter how hard the princess tried, she still could not find that person, because her twisted body made others turn away in horror. Even so, the princess still desperately wanted to know who that person was. The old doctor stepped forward, gently placed his hand over hers, and tried to comfort her. You will surely get better. The old man smiled warmly and said, before long you will come of age. When that time comes, a grand night banquet will be held in your honor. The old man promised Iria with certainty, please leave it to me without worry. I will surely help you enter that banquet without having to wear this mask anymore. Iria nodded faintly in trust, silently praying that his words were true, then softly called the old man's name Gornio. She lowered her head and expressed her gratitude in a hushed voice, I truly thank you. Her voice carried a trace of shyness. And yet, despite Gornio's assurance, Iria still could not escape the hell that always tightened around her and left her breathless. It was the merciless illness she carried within her. It had clung to her from childhood until now, still uncured, just like the contempt from the very people of her own bloodline. Davy pressed the seal onto the letter, lifted it high, and said cheerfully, all right, everything is done. Though a little late, I accepted the Empire's invitation. The person accompanying me was naturally my younger sister William, since siblings attending a banquet together was also normal. Davy pushed the letter to the servant, with Lewin beside him, and said, please send this letter to the Lindis Royal Palace. The servant answered gently, yes, my lord. When the maid left the room, Davy looked around. The soft sound of wings beating rang out. Then Purser flew over, perched on his shoulder, and spoke lazily. Today really is dull. Davy thought the opposite. Was this quiet not rather pleasant? Yet he was still somewhat concerned about the day he had decided to attend banquet of the Lindis Empire. If Elena knew about it, she had probably already taken William to the Palin Empire. Before every grand banquet, a young lady had so many things to prepare, she had once said that. Therefore, I entrusted the banquet preparations to Alina and Iulis, while deciding to meet them in the capital myself. Davy thought as he handled work with a pen in hand. While he was still writing amid the pile of documents, Lewin suddenly spoke up and asked, Lord Davy, I have a question. Lewin reported seriously, Lord Davy, we still have not found the enemy commander. I conclude that we need to discuss a countermeasure. Davy answered calmly, if it is about that, there is no need to worry. Davy folded his arms and smiled with full confidence. I have already thought of a way. Hearing that, Lewin froze, raised her hand, and said she still did not understand and needed a clearer explanation. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Davy glanced toward the door and said, perfect timing. He raised his voice and called outside, come in. A blue-haired maid entered, her bearing exceedingly graceful. She bowed and said, Your Highness, I have brought tea. Davy replied cheerfully, all right, thank you for helping me with this every time. Davy started a conversation with the maid. You said your name was Yuri, right? I do not remember for certain. Thank you for working so diligently last time. While I am away, I will leave this territory to you. Hearing that, Yuri froze, then hesitantly asked pardon. What would you have an ordinary maid like me do, sir? Contrary to Yuri's bewilderment, Davy merely lifted his teacup calmly and told her to do what was within her ability. I thought you stayed here because you needed something from Davy. At those words, Yuri clearly showed unease and silently swallowed. Davy looked at the maid Yuri and smiled an unreadable smile. Haha. Lewin looked at him with an expression of complete incomprehension. Davy changed the subject. Anyway, may I ask what you used to brew this tea? I found its flavor rather unusual and pleasant before. I want to turn this into one of our products. Hearing that, Yuri cried out in delight, really. Her eyes lit up, and the worry from moments ago vanished at once. Afterward, Davy politely took a sip of tea while listening to Yuri excitedly talk about her creation. She confessed that this was a recipe she had devised herself, brewed with cricket wing shells. The moment he heard that, Davy choked on the tea and coughed repeatedly. Pieffed, cough, cough. He sprang to his feet and slammed his hand down on the table. What? Yuri flinched and stiffened in fear. Davy already knew she was the supreme spirit Yuri, and also knew she had once defeated Makarong after the attack. Even so, it took him a while to realize just how creative her method of brewing tea was. Davy tried to shove his fingers down his throat to vomit up all the tea he had drunk, while Yuri still innocently watched her master with expectation. At the Managate in the capital of the Lindis Empire. Unlike the small Rawl kingdom in the eastern part of the continent, the Third Empire had actively used mana gates for teleportation. Large gates were placed in most territories and maintained by experienced mages. Thanks to this system, the journey from the Heist territory to the capital of the Lindis Empire did not take too much time. Davy gazed at the capital and blurted out, "This city is truly beautiful." He looked around as he voiced his admiration, accompanied by Purser and Lewin beside him. Purser could not hide her astonishment either. She left Davy's shoulder and exclaimed, "I cannot believe it. Have the countries in the north of the eastern continent developed this far already?" Davy asked, "Is this your first time in Lindis?" Remembering her master, Purser smiled and replied, "Because the mistress of the Holy Sword has never left the Palan Empire." Davy asked in surprise, "Is that true?" Davy looked into empty space and asked, "What about you, Lewin? Do you remember anything?" Lewin, who was now hiding her bow, ring, and wings, was gazing everywhere in fascination and replied that everything was new. From that conclusion, Lewin requested an explanation of the new information. The little girl pointed in one direction and spoke in a flat tone like a scientist. According to current analysis, an unfamiliar scent is stimulating the sense of smell and rapidly affecting the emotional circuits. When Davy looked over, he saw a grilled meat skewer covered in sauce that looked extremely tempting. Lewin continued muttering that this could lead to serious errors in future battles. Davy handed her the grilled meat skewer and chuckled softly, "If you want to eat, just say so." The stall owner burst out laughing when he saw Lewin chewing, while staring at the grilled meat skewer with sparkling eyes. He praised that the boy's little sister was truly cute, and asked if the two siblings were out having fun. Lewin hurriedly swallowed, smacked her lips, and pointed the skewer at him. Requesting correction, Lewin is Davy's property. The owner froze when he heard that, property. He looked at Davy with a rather unfriendly gaze and clicked his tongue. "So the little girl is your slave." "Young man, this may sound a little strange, but it is best not to openly call that little girl your slave, especially in this country." Hearing that, Davy was briefly surprised. He hurriedly explained, "She is my little sister. Please do not misunderstand, her personality is just a little unusual." He pressed Lewin's head down in apology, causing the owner's brows to relax. The owner scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, is that so? I apologize." He said, "Since I live in the Empire, I hate many things related to slave owners. You understand what I mean, right? Do not say things that can easily cause misunderstandings." Lewin asked curiously. Lewin does not understand people with power into... Before the little girl could finish, Davy hurriedly covered her mouth, stopping her from saying anything else strange. The street vendor laughed, "Your little sister is really interesting." Davy lightly scolded her, "I told you not to say things like that." Afterward, Davy and Lewin quickly left that place. He found the owner's reaction rather interesting. This place is truly strange, both fearing beastmen and despising slavery. As for Lewin, she was still sulking because Davy had covered her mouth too forcefully. After that, I clearly explained what was right and wrong. Then the four of us continued exploring the capital of Lindis. Though they were a bit troublesome, because they were curious about everything they saw, it had been a long time since I had spent time with family like this. While Davy was strolling with the four young ladies, a boy suddenly ran past and bumped into them. Davy looked at him with great interest, while the boy met his frightening gaze. The boy pulled his hat brim low and stammered, "I am sorry." After saying that, he hurriedly turned and ran off. In truth, anyone who saw a man who looked like a young master leading three little sisters would find it strange and want to keep away. Lewin has a question. "I do not understand why you did not catch him immediately." Analysis shows that he took Lord Davy's belongings. After scanning the shape and size, I conclude that it is your money pouch, my lord. Davy answered indifferently, "Just leave him be." Lewin looked puzzled. I conclude that Lord Davy is not the type to do charitable deeds. Davy set the two little girls down and said, "That is exactly why I said to let him go." He gave a cold smile. "Those without morals must take responsibility for their own actions, whether they are adults or children." A loud explosion rang out, sending wooden fragments flying in all directions. A young man was blasted outside. Davy landed beside the boy from earlier. The boy was now looking forward in panic. Davy gently stopped her. "Lewin, do not kill him. If you kill him, they will no longer be afraid and will rush in to attack you." Lewin, who was gripping a thug's neck with one hand, her face still expressionless, quickly agreed. The blond boy tremblingly asked Davy, "What? You were this strong, yet you did not catch me right away earlier." Davy looked at the large man and smiled faintly. "There are always a few bastards behind pickpockets, ordering them around. Rather than finding each one in turn, it is better to settle it all at once." Before him stood Lewin among the thugs sprawled everywhere, some groaning in pain. Davy looked at the brat trembling in his arms and said, "If you thought I was a rich young master who was impulsive, kind-hearted, and knew nothing of the world, then you were gravely mistaken. A middle-aged man trembled when he saw that all his companions had been beaten down. He knelt and begged, "Please, spare me." Davy said contemptuously, "Before you act, you should know how to choose the right target." Davy looked at him and smiled, but his eyes were ice cold. "For now, I have only broken a few of your bones. If I ever catch you doing this again, I will not let it slide." The man cried out in pain. They hauled up a large sack and said, "Lord Davy, these are the things they stole." Davy was rather surprised as well. It seemed they had packed everything neatly. Davy opened the sack, and inside were nothing but gold, silver, and jewels. He pondered in silence. Should he hand these things over to the guards? Suddenly a square object fell out. It was a smartphone, something anyone would recognize at a glance. The moment Davy saw it, he started and cried out, After that, Davy and the others got into the carriage and returned to the castle. William was coming down the stairs when she ran into Davy. She exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother, why are you here?" Davy asked the butler, "Where is my room?" The butler replied politely, "Please come this way." Davy. Elena called his name in shock. Standing beside her at the time was Iulis. Davy held the phone out in front of the two of them and asked, Have either of you seen this before?" Both of them froze, then asked blankly, "What is that?" "This is my first time seeing it." "Mine too." Hearing that, Davy could not help but feel disappointed. He sighed, so it really was like that. Davy put the phone into his breast pocket and said, "All right, I am a little tired, so I will go in first." Elena immediately asked, in curiosity, "Wait, what is that thing?" She called after him anxiously, "Explain it properly." Davy only answered vaguely, "Sorry, I will tell you two later. I am rather surprised too." After that, Davy closed the door to his private room, his heart heavy. Berserk flew over and asked, "Davy, is that an item from your previous life?" Davy stayed silent for a while, then nodded, "Yes." At this moment, Davy's mind was in complete chaos because of a single phone. "I do not know why a pickpocket in this place would have it. But the problem is, this thing never belonged to this world." Davy kept pressing the power button, but it was useless. He looked at the phone in disappointment. Even if he could make a charger from the components currently available, turning it on would not be easy. Berserk looked at Davy and asked, "Are you planning to turn it on?" Davy replied, "At the very least, I have to try." In his heart, he thought, no matter what, he had to check a few things. "Part of my memories from my previous life are rather hazy, but there are a few things I still remember clearly. This phone is not unfamiliar to me. It is only a hunch, but is this not some kind of clue?" The next morning, he sat slumped in a chair, looking utterly weary and exhausted. "I spent all of last night delivering the blueprint to the craftsman in Hangzhou territory, to the point that I could not close my eyes at all." Davy rested his chin on his hand and thought, if everything went smoothly, they could finish everything with the materials he had gathered. For now, all he could do was enjoy the banquet and wait. A moment later, all of Davy's fatigue vanished when William entered in a splendid dress. The little girl asked excitedly, "Brother, how do I look?" Davy immediately circled around his sister, praising her without end. Iulis beside him also clapped along like a seal, repeatedly praising her as wonderful. Elena watched Davy run circles around his sister and sighed in exasperation, but in the end, even she joined in cheering for William. That was precisely the skill of the royal maids. Hearing that, Davy raised his thumb in approval. "Excellent. Next time I must tell them to pay a bit more attention to me." Elena immediately wiped away her smile and stared fixedly at Davy. Davy stiffened and stammered, "What, is something wrong?" Elena teased in an affected tone, "You look so plain that it is almost useless." "That sort of style suits you, though." Davy asked back in irritation, "You mean I am not handsome, right?" The clattering sound of dull shoes running echoed through the room. Reddy and Lan-Ki rushed into William. The little girl called out happily, "Hong-Ki, Lan-Ki." William asked gently, "When did you two arrive? You wanted to see me, did you not?" The two little ones did not answer. Lan-Ki only looked at her with admiration, while Reddy wriggled excitedly and cried out. Elena looked at the two children, somewhat puzzled. Lan-Ki, Hong-Ki. Only then did Davy realize he had not introduced them. He said calmly, "This your first time meeting them, is it not? This is Hong-Ki, and this is Lan-Ki. The two of them are my daughters." Hearing that, Iulis and Elena both turned to stone at once, watching the noisy family call him father, right in front of them. After they came back to themselves, both Iulis and Elena screamed so loudly it seemed as if they might shake the castle. Before long, night had fallen, and a starry sky draped itself over the majestic, glittering castle. In the Lindis Empire, inside the palace's grand hall, the receptionist accepted the invitations and said respectfully, "Welcome, Princess Elena, Elder Iulis, Prince Davy Anzon, and Princess William. Your invitations have been confirmed. Thank you for attending the ceremony." Elena gently asked the receptionist, "You have worked hard. Has the banquet begun?" He replied cheerfully, "Yes, but His Majesty has not entered yet." After hearing that, Elena giggled. Hearing Elena say that, Davy immediately cursed inwardly. What a witch. A pair of hands gently tightened around Davy's sleeve. Davy looked down and saw William frozen stiff with nervousness. The little girl called softly, "Big brother, sorry, but I am a little tense." William's voice trembled. Davy gently encouraged his sister, "Straighten your back. My little sister is the most beautiful person tonight." But William was still very timid. "Listen to me, William." Davy held out his hand before the little girl. "I promise, if any fool dares bother you, this older brother of yours will always stand on your side, even if I have to declare war." William hesitantly asked, "Do you really mean that?" Seeing her brother's serious expression, William covered her mouth and burst into laughter. "Pieft, thank you." In her heart she was deeply grateful, but someone unexpectedly walked over and cut through that atmosphere. A young man with blue-gray hair, wearing a loose outer coat, bowed politely. "Good evening, I am Temmet, the fourth prince of the Han Kingdom." Immediately after, another irritated voice cut in. In just a moment, William was surrounded by young men. The little girl cried out in panic, sorry." They kept introducing themselves, inviting her to dance, and praising her beauty without pause. Seeing that scene, Davy looked openly delighted again. He ignored William's signal for help, smiled and waved. "Enjoy yourself." William shouted, "Big brother." Davy walked around observing the banquet, wondering how long it had been going on. Although there were many guests, Alina and Euless remained the center of attention. One was the unmarried man considered the most worthy husband on the continent, as well as the genius elder mage of the Magic Tower. The other was the jewel of the Polish Empire, one of the 5 greatest beauties on the continent, and the master of the Sword Saint. It was no wonder they drew so much attention. Of course, quite a few people almost never took their eyes off them, not even for a moment. Davy looked at Elena and Euless on the upper floor and quietly thought. Compared to them, thanks to a face hardly anyone knew, I can still slip into a quiet corner. Davy cheerfully cried out inwardly. Being alone really is wonderful, while Berserk flew beside him, holding a glass of wine in his hand and savoring it. Davy reflected that the thing that surprised him most was William. That child had only just been flustered a moment ago, yet now she had become extremely dazzling. In any case, William's beauty was acknowledged by the entire royal palace, so it was only natural that they surrounded her. And so Davy quietly watched the lavish banquet, drinking wine while staying with Berserk in a peaceful place. A long while later, William dragged her weary feet over. The little girl let out a relieved breath. "Phew, I am so tired." The little girl slammed the room door shut, then began complaining with a look full of pride. "I never expected I would have to dance that much." An irritated voice rang out. "Look at this bunch of country bumpkins gathering together." The sight made William feel nauseous, and she quickly turned her eyes aside. It was a blond man in a royal red formal suit, his face full of arrogance. He lifted his chin and asked William what someone like her was doing at this high society banquet. William blurted out in surprise, "Carlos." Carlos stepped forward and mocked William. "A little brat like you was invited to a place like this." William immediately answered firmly, "Do not make me laugh. I came here without needing anyone to back me. You really think we are the same? Let go of me." Carlos's shout and William's cry rang through the banquet hall, making everyone look around in confusion and break into murmured discussion. Davy also came down from upstairs, his gaze quickly sweeping everywhere in search of his younger sister. Right outside the hall doors, Carlos roughly gripped William's hand and shouted in the girl's face, "Hurry back to the kingdom before something terrible happens to you." William angrily yelled back in protest. Immediately after that, Carlos was kicked far away, crying out in pain like an overgrown brat. "There it is." Davy walked up to Carlos and said calmly, "When talking to scum, fists are the best method." The people around them screamed in terror, "Your Highness Prince Carlos." Davy merely smiled in silence, despite hundreds of knife-sharp gazes pointed at him. Carlos sat up with a start, clutching his head and muttering curses. "What the hell is this?" Davy stepped close and asked, "You still dare act so arrogantly in another kingdom?" Carlos held his face, looked to the side with a bitter expression, then gnashed his teeth and cursed Davy as an ignorant bastard. Whispers rose everywhere. Davy looked at Carlos with a bewildered gaze, then pointed at his hair. Carlos looked along in confusion. A few awkward coughs began to sound around them. Carlos raised a hand to touch his head, then saw a clump of blonde hair lying miserably on the floor. Carlos choked in horror. His head suddenly shone like a brilliant star as the chandelier light refracted down onto his glossy bald crown. Carlos was so ashamed he did not know where to hide his face, so he hurriedly grabbed the wig and fled. The pink-haired girl hastily called after him, "Your Highness." The girl still chased after him, calling "Your Highness" as she ran. Carlos snapped and shouted, "Do not follow me." The entire banquet hall burst into ringing laughter at the sight of him. Davy tried hard not to laugh out loud. He has a whole shining sun on his head, does he not? Purser laughed loudly. It seems the servant's curse is still tormenting him even now. After that, things gradually settled down, and the banquet continued, even livelier thanks to Carlos' comedy act. William and Euless danced together in the middle of the palace hall. Davy rested his chin on his hand upstairs, watching his younger sister with a smile in his eyes. Elena brought over 2 glasses of wine and started a conversation. "You look bored." Davy immediately replied, Stop acting already, princess. Elena clicked her tongue in irritation, dropping the sweet facade she had been wearing. After that, the two raised their glasses and talked. Elena probed, "You held yourself back quite well before everything was examined. As for Prince Carlos, are you truly planning to let him leave like that?" Davy replied, "Of course not." He smiled faintly in a frightening way and said, "I will drive him into a corner and make him bring the consequences upon himself." Elena looked at Davy and felt a slight chill. Why did he have to go up against someone as unhinged as you? Now I suddenly pity him. Elena asked about Lewin instead. Then where is that silver-haired golem girl? Davy answered, Lewin wanted to explore the surroundings, so I let the child go. Elena asked in shock, "You let the child go alone?" Davy said calmly, "The child can conceal herself, so she should be fine." Probably. After hearing that, Elena was speechless, looking at Davy with a gaze that was both warning and angry, making him stiffen slightly in fear. Davy immediately changed the subject. "Now that you mention it, has the main figure of today's banquet still not appeared?" Elena still wore a tense expression and replied that she was Princess Aria, with her name written clearly on the invitation. After that, the two went down to the hall together. As they walked, Elena said, "The youngest princess of the Lindis Empire will come of age this year." Davy asked casually, "Have you met her before?" Elena thought for a moment and replied, "I think I met her when she was little. But all these years it seems she only stayed in the sanctuary, because that place rarely holds banquets like this." Elena was saying that this banquet was probably, when Davy's attention was suddenly drawn by the sound of the doors opening. A girl in a splendid, voluminous pink dress stepped in. Elena continued, "If she was invited, perhaps another tiger will attend as well." The girl who had just appeared had cat ears and long, soft turquoise hair. She wore a mask on her face. The host immediately announced loudly, "Her Highness Princess Aria Lindis has arrived." Seeing Aria's animal ears, Davy immediately froze. He murmured softly, "That girl." Elena continued, "I heard she has to cover her entire body because of an illness." Seeing her in person now, it seems the rumors were not wrong. Purser flew over and said to Davy, "It is that disease." Davy replied quietly, "Yes, this must be the person Gornio once mentioned. But why has she still not been cured?" Davy stared intently at Princess Aria, who was surrounded by the crowd, his heart full of doubt. Elena could not hide her questions either and leaned close to Davy's ear to ask, "Did you not once say you cured this disease in Odom territory? Can you not cure her too?" Davy answered calmly, "It is not that I cannot." Then Elena hesitated slightly. Before she could finish, Davy cut her off in a mocking tone. "Then do you think I should just walk up to them and say I can cure the princess?" Elena widened her eyes as if she suddenly understood. "Ah." Davy said she will brush off her dress and leave, taking those words as nothing but nonsense. Elena still answered with a frown, "Even so." Davy lowered his head and explained, "I can cure her, but doing that would be no different from handing out pity. And if we do it the other way, we absolutely cannot allow that disease to continue existing in this world." In Davy's eyes, above the princess was a kind of virus silently clinging to her every step. Aria walked around the hall, greeting people while curiously admiring the palace. At that moment, in the middle of the crowd, a man silently swallowed hard. He suddenly charged straight forward like a machine, then crashed into Davy. Davy still did not understand why that man was in such a hurry. Then suddenly, that man rushed quickly toward Princess Aria, and shouted as if trying to gather every bit of courage. Princess Aria had no time to react when that man suddenly lunged at her. Immediately after that, the mask on the prince's face was ripped away. The entire banquet hall instantly sank into darkness because the power went out, and everyone screamed in panic and terror. Why did everything suddenly become so pitch black? "Princess, are you all right?" Two maids groped through the darkness, calling Aria anxiously. Aria had fallen to the floor, so frightened she could not utter a word. Davy cast a magic condensation spell to create light. Using the second trajectory of support magic to release the gathered source of light, he wrapped an arm around Elena, making her cry out in embarrassment, "Wait, Davy, what is going on?" Elena panicked even more when she saw him raise his hand to shield her face. Davy only said, "Sorry, Elena. I will have to ask you to clean up the scene again." Elena cried out in confusion, "What?" Immediately after that, a dazzling wide area light burst forth, and the activated magic made the whole room blaze bright, while the banquet guests screamed in chaos. "Ah, my eyes too." Ayula stood inside a special protective barrier and asked in confusion, "Why are all of them reacting like that?" William shrugged beside him, "I have no idea." Behind them, Aria hurriedly lifted her dress and ran away. The rapid clatter of heels mingled with hurried breathing along the long corridor. It was Princess Aria, fleeing the banquet hall in panic. Her choked sobs echoed through the empty corridor, mixed with the endless clacking of her shoes. Suddenly, the princess tripped over her own dress and fell to the floor. Exhausted, the princess collapsed onto the ground and burst into tears of despair. "It is over. I did not even want to reveal that." not wanting anyone to see her face. The princess clutched her face in pain and kept crying without end. Arya had never removed her mask, not even before the Emperor. The only person who had ever seen her true appearance was Gornio, the doctor treating her and her escort. That was Arya's only wish. After recovering, she wanted to meet her benefactor again and thank him. Strange as it sounded, she even hoped to date and marry the young man who had made her heart tremble from the very first time they met. At first, her father seemed rather cold toward the matter, but in the end he still agreed and gave them his blessing. Even the doctor who had once declared he would cure her had appeared. Everything seemed to be moving in an incredibly wonderful direction. Yet during the coming-of-age ceremony, someone deliberately harmed her, yanking off the mask and exposing her before the crowd. Arya clenched the hem of her dress, tears falling and soaking a patch of fabric. She choked up, thinking everything was over, that this disease could not be cured as she had once hoped. The cause began with her father's advice, that her identity as princess would be announced the moment she entered the banquet. As for the princess who had always hidden in the palace like a shadow, she could do nothing else. Arya slammed her hand against the floor and screamed, but what meaning did anything have now, with this face and this body? Perhaps it would be better if I died. Suddenly, a voice rang out, asking Arya whether she intended to end her own life. Arya covered her face, glanced back slightly, and then recognized a very familiar feeling. This scent is... Are you grieving over something? The gentleman asked her. It was Davy, but he was completely different from his usual indifferent self. Right now, he was like a prince on a white horse walking over and extending his hand toward Arya. The princess stared blankly at the young man before her. Those red eyes belonged to the person she had always remembered. The damage the liquefaction virus inflicted on its victims was more horrifying than imagined, severely deforming their appearances. Davy wondered how she must have felt under so many people's gazes. In truth, Princess Arya's face was more severely deformed than most victims of the virus. Whoever had removed the mask, that man had certainly targeted that weakness, because she carried mixed blood. Davy brought the mask closer, asking Han with concern whether she was in pain. Arya struggled to her feet, hurriedly snatched the mask, and put it back on her face. She intended to run away at once, but Davy managed to catch her hand. Arya pleaded softly, "Please let go of me." Davy immediately asked why she wanted to run away. Arya stammered, Davy looked at the princess and asked again, "Are you planning to keep avoiding me like this?" Arya clenched her hand tightly, saying in a trembling voice that she had finally been able to meet him. Davy froze for a few seconds. She went on to say that she had searched for him everywhere, but had not known what to do. The princess turned around, her body curling up with emotion as she cried out, I do not want to appear before you looking like this. Even if that person is you." Arya suddenly stopped shouting when she lifted her face. She fell silent for a few seconds, staring straight at Davy's face. Her heart was filled with shock. Until now, everyone who saw her face had either pitied her or shunned her. Then why could he still look at her as if everything were completely normal? Hearing that the princess had been searching for him for a long time, Davy was overjoyed. He immediately said that he could help treat that dreadful disease. "If you have not tried yet, please do not give up so quickly, all right," the princess cried out in astonishment. Beneath the clear moonlight, in the imperial garden fragrant with flowers, Davy gently asked Arya whether she could trust him this time. Arya placed her hand on Davy's and replied, "I am sorry for letting you see such an ugly sight." Davy gently reassured her, "Princess, I have met many patients whose appearances were even harder to look at than yours, so this truly does not shock me." Davy smiled and told Arya that, on the contrary, she had been far luckier than many people. "Princess, when the virus develops to this stage, most patients have already failed to survive. She survived thanks to her spiritual aura and mixed blood constitution, but because the disease had dragged on for too long, treatment with ordinary medicine was no longer effective. In her current condition, even her famous Dr. Gornio would face no small amount of difficulty." Davy began explaining to the princess that he knew this was very hard to believe, especially since her previous treatments had failed. But this method was created by the teacher who had taught him medicine, meant for people who seemed to have no chance left of being saved. That was also true of the woman once praised as a god. Thanks to the complete treatment method she had created, the previous failures had not been meaningless. Davy told Arya that the course of treatment would need about 4 days to take effect. During that time, she absolutely must not lose faith that she could recover. "Princess, as long as you hold firmly to that belief, you will surely be cured." The princess choked up for a very long time, nearly unable to form words. After that, she placed her hand on Davy's hand and answered that she would trust him. Arya looked at him with eyes brimming with admiration, then softly said once more that she trusted him. Davy sensed a gentle atmosphere like a spring breeze, carrying the breath of love drawing near. He understood that the princess's mood had settled and improved greatly. Davy smiled, saying with satisfaction, "Very good." He held Arya, gently soothing her as he said, "Then please sleep well, princess." Davy lifted the princess into his arms. At that moment, an attendant's panicked voice rang out, "Your Highness." A squad of soldiers immediately surrounded Davy. He looked around once and sighed, they really came at the perfect time. He had not even had time to think of how to explain when a loud explosion suddenly rang out right in front of him. Lewin landed like a warrior ready for battle. In her familiar mechanical voice, the little girl spoke. Lewin issues a warning. Coming any closer is forbidden. Two streams of power shot from her hands, knocking down everyone in their path. Davy hurriedly shouted, Lewin, do not make things worse. Step back at once. The soldiers shouted angrily, you bastard. Do you know who you are holding? Release her at once. Davy looked around tensely. This was the Empire, and more than half of these people were masters of swordsmanship. The strongest among them is, just as he thought that, he heard a dignified voice ring out. What exactly is happening here? Davy looked at the man in imperial robes before him. His face was stern, his eyes deep and difficult to read. He immediately realized that this was Emperor Lindis Zeus. The Emperor looked at Davy and asked who he was. He immediately lowered his head and respectfully introduced himself. I offer my deepest greetings to the one who stands at the head of the Empire. I sincerely apologize for having to meet your Majesty under circumstances like these. First, please order the soldiers to withdraw. I understand that this request may be discourteous, but the patient's safety must always take absolute priority, Your Majesty. Hearing this, the guard shouted furiously, how dare you speak to His Majesty like that? Take your hands off her at once. The king raised his hand to signal him to stop, then calmly said, enough, soldiers, withdraw. The soldiers did not understand the king's intention, so they looked indignant and stammered as if wanting to object. But, Your Majesty. The interrupted banquet was quickly resumed, and after that day, a rumor began to spread among the nobles. Rumor said that a prince from a small kingdom was personally treating Princess Elia. Suddenly, someone hurriedly opened the door and rushed into the emperor's study, then loudly called out, Your Majesty. Immediately afterward, Albus spoke with sweat pouring down his body and worry filling his face. The princess has not eaten anything for 2 days because of that treatment method. Your Majesty cannot continue to turn a blind eye like this. How can Your Majesty trust that man, when even Baron Gornio could not do it? Zeus hurriedly set his pen down on the table and said in a stern voice, My opinion remains unchanged, Albus. He called out loudly, Your Majesty. The king asked coldly in return, enough. Have you investigated it? He frowned and immediately replied, I have. No evidence was found. But I believe this has something to do with the conservatives. How dare they use Elia? He asked in confusion, then what should I do next? While tightening his grip on the scroll in his hand, he gave a cold, sinister smile. Do everything you can to find the one behind this and make him pay. His entire family would not be enough to atone for slandering a member of the Lindis imperial family. Hearing that, he immediately bowed his head and assured him, I will handle it with the utmost care. We have also announced that the incident at the banquet was caused by a malfunctioning relic. If it is related to a terrorist attack, he suddenly cut him off. No, leave it that way. Albus asked in astonishment why. Zeus and Lindis did not answer right away, only thinking silently exactly as that boy said. In the Empire, contempt toward oddities still existed, along with the confrontation between the conservatives and the liberals. He had seen through those problems in such a short time, and that was not all. Thinking to that point, Zeus spoke up and asked Albus, what kind of person do you think Prince Davy is? Albus asked in confusion, what does Your Majesty mean? He calmly asked again, did you not notice anything? He hurriedly replied, please forgive me. Hearing that answer, he only gave a faint snort and thought to himself, that young man truly, he was like a silent abyss. Once one looked into it, it became difficult to escape. In the past, I had only felt this once, and that was when I looked toward my master, the strongest swordsman in the Empire at the time. Only then did I sense that depth. It has been so long that I thought I would no longer feel that way when I met him again, and yet now, that feeling has appeared before a young man only in his 20s. As soon as that train of thought ended, Zeus spoke. The light that appeared at yesterday's banquet was largely created by him. And the reason he did so was to help Elia avoid trouble. I am starting to become interested in him. Perhaps I should keep observing him a little longer. Who knows, he may even come up with a way to treat her. Someone suddenly thought in contemplation. When I saw that hand coming closer, I was afraid he would touch my face. How long has it been since then? Even though I was still asleep, I could still hear a voice ringing beside my ear. I did not understand what that person was saying, but that voice was so cheerful and gentle. It made me feel very relieved. That person suddenly let out a soft sound. Then she continued, thinking to herself, the sunlight is so warm. The room's soft blankets and a comfortable mattress had also been prepared. She thought happily to herself, this feels so nice. Just then, a maid walked in and said joyfully, Princess, you are awake. As soon as she heard her voice, Arya immediately shouted in panic, where is my mask? After that, she hurriedly lay down, drew her legs in, and ordered loudly, bring me my mask at once. The maid quickly reassured her, it is all right, Princess. Arya asked uncertainly, is that Alinda's voice? She immediately confirmed, yes, it is Alinda, Your Highness. She slowly sat up and asked hesitantly, how long have I been asleep? Alinda answered at once, 2 days. She repeated in shock, 2 days. Why does my body feel so light? Alinda laughed happily. That prince truly is amazing. She asked suspiciously, a prince? Alinda then explained the one who treated the princess was Prince Davy. Prince Davy El Ral himself, the first prince of the Ral kingdom. Arya raised both hands to touch her face, then murmured hesitantly, Davy, I see. That person's name. For some reason, Alinda suddenly exclaimed, oh my, oh my. No one expected the princess to be this beautiful. She murmured, I have always been wrapped tightly in bandages, until now. Alinda smiled and continued, do you know how shocked I was when I changed your bandages? Even the 5 great beauties cannot compare to you. Arya said with a slight pout, stop teasing me. Alinda smiled brightly and insisted, I am not joking. She suddenly thought, Alinda's so kind. Seeing a letter placed on the cabinet, Arya asked curiously, what is this? Alinda immediately replied, the prince left it for you. He told me to give it to you when you woke up. While reading the letter, she quietly thought. The man with those red eyes had kept me from sinking into despair. The contents of the letter were roughly, I have prepared a gift for you, and I hope you will attend tonight's banquet. Remembering Davy and Ralco, she continued thinking to herself, the person who carried the scent of rue saw through me and gently encouraged me. That person kept talking to me as if sitting beside me and reading a fairy tale aloud. Can I hope? Just a little. Thinking that, she called out to Elena. Then she asked softly, could you help me remove the bandages? Elena smiled happily, of course, I will do it right away. Arya said with some unease, I am so worried. Elena quickly encouraged her, you do not need to worry about anything. Tonight your highness will certainly be the one who stands out the most, I dare to guarantee it. At the same time, somewhere else, someone suddenly burst into a delighted laugh. He. William asked in confusion, Oraboni, why are you so happy? Elena frowned and added, seeing you laugh like that makes me a little scared. Exactly, why are you suddenly laughing like that? Also, where did you go? You did not even attend the auction yesterday. The red moon did not appear anymore either. Davy answered brightly, those things no longer matter. Elena asked in surprise, what? As he hurriedly ran off, he waved and said, it is time, I will be right back. Seeing that, William called loudly after him, Oraboni. He smiled and requested, let me borrow the piano for a moment. The male servant asked suspiciously, pardon. Purser suddenly appeared and asked doubtfully, you know how to play the piano too? You can do anything except sing, because you are terrible at singing. Just as Davy sat down on the bench and prepared to place his hands on the keys, someone suddenly announced loudly, Princess Elia al-Lindexi has arrived. While casting magic over the piano keys, he smiled and said, now to show her the result. This will be a mysterious magical melody that has never existed in this world. This piece is canon variations, and the tempo will be a little faster. It is time to wake from the nightmare, princess. The moment they saw her, the entire hall almost immediately gasped in astonishment, all letting out a long oh in unison. The moment Davy played the first note, crowd immediately let out an astonished wow. William exclaimed in surprise that the melody was marvelous. Euless smiled and added, it feels as if the man is moving in harmony with the music as well. Elena muttered with a trace of envy that he had an absurd number of talents. Just then someone unexpectedly approached Arya and Linus. Then that person gazed at her intently and offered a compliment. How adorable. She happily called out father. 4 days after Davy's assurance, he opened his arms and embraced her, whispering softly that she had endured for far too long. At last, after 3 years of agonizing waiting, Zeus was able to see his youngest daughter's face. Not long after, in the emperor's study, Zeus said in a grave voice that he had expected nothing less. I placed my trust in you, and you kept your promise. The person seated across from him continued, though the princess's illness has been fully cured, preventing a relapse is still very important. As he handed him the pouch of medicine, that person said the prescription had already been prepared. Please have the princess take it once a week for at least 1 month. He replied coldly, thank you. I will inform the imperial physician. Davy and John suddenly fell silent, as if pondering something. After a moment, he asked cautiously for his majesty to forgive his rudeness. But was that person truly worthy of his trust? Zeus asked in surprise, what do you mean? He calmly voiced his thoughts. From what I have observed, the conservative faction seems to regard the princess as a threat to this nation. Zeus asked suspiciously, are you saying they would target Arya while I am still healthy? He answered evenly, have they not already tried once? Moreover, it seems your majesty still does not have enough information on every member of the conservative faction. The most effective way to assassinate a member of the royal family is poison. Now is the most favorable time for them to eliminate Princess Arya, because her position is not truly secure yet. If I were them, I would already have begun the plan. Hearing what he had just said, his expression immediately darkened. He suddenly let out a soft laugh, oh ho. Then he laughed loudly and said, ha ha, you have lived barely more than 20 years and yet you are already this bold. I like it. Very well, this matter also makes sense. I will handle it. Hearing that, Davy broke into a cold sweat, silently thinking that in truth, he had no interest in the power struggle within the Lindis Empire. But he also did not want to see a patient of his who had only just recovered get dragged into such trouble again. Zeus continued gently. Very well then. The only thing you requested is the red moon, which is not particularly grand, but we do indeed have one that was sent to auction. However, I do not intend to end this transaction with such a small reward alone. Davy smiled and replied that he truly needed only that. Inwardly, he sighed. The red moon is still called small. This man is far too extravagant. While lightly turning the golden ring on his hand, he said solemnly, the red moon is the reward for treating Arya, but you have yet to receive a reward from me personally. This ring is a symbol of my authority. Accept it. Davy quickly took the ring, then asked with slight suspicion, does this action of yours mean what I think it does? He answered honestly, that is right. Thanks to you, Arya was able to see the light once more. Thanks to that as well, I was able to see my daughter's face. Both of us owe you a debt. Your wish will also be Lindis's wish. The Lindis Empire will absolutely not turn a blind eye to someone we owe a debt to. At this point, Zeus suddenly asked in a solemn voice, Prince Davy, tell me, you want to become the imperial physician of the Lindis royal family? Davy immediately replied that he must decline. Hearing that, he burst into amused laughter. Oh, you truly are very audacious. Seeing this, he laughed as well. Ha. He gently closed his eyes, sighed, and said, if you are that determined, I will not press you further, but the matter of you receiving a reward is an entirely different issue. Even if you wish to refuse, I will still be sure to give this to you. He solemnly declared that from this moment on, the Lindis Empire would fulfill its promise. We will become allies of the first prince of the Rowan kingdom. As long as what you do does not threaten Lindis's safety, we will help you 3 times. Davy swallowed lightly, thinking to himself that this was not a promise between 2 nations, but between an empire and 1 individual. He added his assurance, even after we have helped you all 3 times, we will still remain your allies. He could not help worrying, thinking that the significance of this matter could not be taken lightly. Though it was true that he had cured a member of the royal family, honestly, this reward was still somewhat excessive. It only showed just how much he loved his youngest daughter. This was never what he had been aiming for, but if that man was offering it willingly, he had no reason to complain. In any case, he had recently been concerned about someone. Thinking of that, Davy spoke up with a request. Then may I ask your majesty for one favor right now? Zeus immediately replied, I permit it. Hearing that, he said happily, then that is wonderful. A long while later, Davy stepped outside while stretching, then let out a sigh. After that, he said cheerfully, though he is somewhat easygoing, in the end he is still the emperor. The pressure is truly terrifying. Even so, I am glad he agreed without the slightest hesitation. His enthusiasm was already clear enough, was it not? Loon asked curiously, does Lord Davy still wish to continue the research? He asked in surprise, research. She answered innocently, to stimulate Loon's sense of smell and taste. Hearing that, he immediately assured her, I guarantee that when we leave here, you will be able to eat until you are completely full. She said with some disappointment. Loon had rated Lord Davy's wallet highly. He folded his arms and said seriously, before that I have something to confirm. She replied in confusion, Loon requests a clearer explanation. He immediately opened his mouth to explain. That matter is, but he had not even finished speaking. An Arya and Linus suddenly came running over from somewhere. She hurriedly stopped to catch her breath, then raised a hand to wipe the beads of sweat still clinging to her forehead. Though she was standing very close to Davy, she still could not see him because he had used 5th-tier invisibility magic. He wondered inwardly, Princess Arya, she suddenly sighed. Then she hesitantly murmured that that person's scent was definitely still here. Hearing that, he could not help being startled, thinking to himself, this is insane. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and softly reproached her, Princess, you must not run in the palace. Purser von Palin appeared unexpectedly and whispered, oh my, knew that half-blood sense of smarp, but still. Arya said loudly, Elinda, that person was here, he truly was here. Elinda gave a soft sigh and replied, perhaps he has already left the palace. I heard he is about to leave the Empire. She answered in disbelief, that cannot be. No, I clearly just met him a moment ago. I cannot let him leave like this, without even a word of farewell. Elinda advised softly, please return, your highness. It is time for you to take your medicine. Arya said firmly and loudly, I must see father. She asked in alarm, pardon. She clenched her hands with determination and replied, I will ask father to let me meet him one more time. While steering Arya forward, and Linus urged loudly, hurry Elinda. She hurriedly called after her, your highness. Your highness. Davy broke into a sweat, thinking that she truly was the emperor's daughter. Luan suddenly spoke up in question, I still have one question. Why do you refuse to meet her? He gave a faint smile and replied, it is just a feeling, but sometimes I hear a bell of intuition ringing in my head. I have done far too many things to her that would give anyone goosebumps. So if we meet again, it would be a bit. Hearing that, Luan calmly remarked, Sir Davy truly deserves his reputation for having a terrible personality. He grew slightly angry and called out loudly, "Hey." Then he opened the door and said cheerfully, "Anyway, the work here is finished, so we should return to our place. The items I requested should have been delivered to the hen's territory by now. Now it is truly time to check that pile of items over there." Davy calmly recalled how those items had fallen into his hands. It truly was a coincidence. Someone had pickpocketed us, and we retaliated against the organization behind that pickpocketing. After that, a phone unexpectedly appeared before his eyes. It would be a lie to say he was not surprised. He thought in disbelief, "I have actually encountered something connected to my old world." Davy remembered Earth, his homeland, and thought this was an object from another world, the place where he had once lived. Davy suddenly recalled Daphne's unreadable smile. He mused, Daphne does not believe in gods, but she certainly has her own faith. Seeing a familiar object appear in this place made Davy remember something Daphne often said. Where there is smoke, there is fire, nothing happens for no reason. That was what she believed. He stared at the phone being charged by the portable charger, then raked his hands through his hair. Davy grumbled inwardly, "This is ridiculous. But if it truly came from that world, it is not funny at all." The phone lay there, neatly, slowly replenishing its power. Davy was still absorbed in thoughts about spatial transfer. He was briefly surprised, then quickly regained his composure. "It is hard to believe, but I myself am an exception too." Davy held the phone with the portable charger dangling beneath it, tilted his head back, and said, "Good thing it can still charge." Considering the current situation, he realized what bothered him was not how it crossed space, but why it had come into his hands. At that moment, Purser von Palin asked, "Can you turn it on now?" Davy replied, "Sure, but it will probably run very slowly." He pressed the power button to start the phone while muttering, "I have no idea how things ended up like this." Just then, a sudden sting shot through Davy's back. He sensed the mark on his back glowing, but could not understand the reason. Davy wondered, why is it suddenly stinging like this? All of a sudden, a piercing sound rang out, making Purser hurriedly cover her ears. But to Davy, that sound was so familiar it could not have been more familiar. Purser asked in discomfort, "Davy, what is that sound?" "This thing is..." Davy looked at the incoming call notification on the screen, hurriedly cut her off, and said, "Calm down first." He stared in bewilderment at the ringing phone in his hand, as if locked in a contest of nerve with it, while Purser remained irritated by the noisy ringtone. Davy hesitated over whether to answer, then suspiciously thought that it felt as though someone had been waiting for him. A sigh rang out. The call was accepted and Davy greeted, "Hello?" A lilting melody sounded from a horn. Before his eyes appeared a majestic goddess statue blowing a horn, amid a vast open space glittering with rays of light. Davy's face went stiff like a rotten egg, his hand still holding the phone as if taking a call. 1 second earlier, he had been a room in the lightest kingdom, yet the next, he had been brought to another space. Looking at the endless stretch of stairs ahead, he complained gloomily, "How disappointing. Are these the stairs to heaven?" Perhaps Davy had figured something out. He ran a hand through his hair and only barely managed to let out a laugh. "Ha. It is like stepping into my own trap. So this is why I picked up that item." Davy accepted that he had been thoroughly tricked and said, "I understand now." He analyzed silently, "If they wanted to draw my attention, nothing would be more effective than an object from my previous life. Even knowing I am the servant of this god, this is still awful." Davy followed his intuition and walked on, then arrived at a familiar place. He recalled his earlier memories. This place resembled where he had first come into contact with holy power. Davy continued forward according to his memory, thinking as he walked that if he passed through this section, when he stepped around the bend, he was greeted by pure white feathers drifting gently down, along with a warm radiance like sunlight. In the distance, atop the steps, a god with great wings behind its back radiated pure blue light. Davy and Ron seemed to have anticipated this unexpected meeting and calmly muttered, "I knew it." However, the god's sudden appearance right before Davy and John seemed to be outside his expectations, because he was startled by that development. After that, the god said nothing, only placed a giant hand on his head. The moment that hand covered Davy's head, it suddenly emitted a strange light. His vision was instantly swallowed by dazzling light as well. At some point, a box containing a strange glow had come to rest neatly in Davy's hand. He looked at it in astonishment and asked, "This is..." At that very moment, a glow also appeared beneath Davy and John's feet. Immediately afterward, a fierce scream rang out. "Ah!" Purser von Palin asked in alarm, "Davy, what happened? You just fell." Davy panted heavily, looking as though someone had just drained all the air from his lungs. Seeing that he still did not answer, Purser von Palin grew even more worried and asked, "Are you all right?" Davy continued to breathe in ragged, labored gasps. Only after a long while did he finally get his breathing under control. Davion tightly gripped the glowing box the god had just bestowed on him. He suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Haha, I have gone so far it is beyond imagination." That abrupt remark left Purser utterly confused. After that, Davy no longer cared about appearances and sprawled exhausted on the floor, sweat covering his face. Thinking back on what had just happened, he felt it was entirely different from when Daphne had helped him in his soul state, and blurted out, "It feels like I just ran dozens of kilometers." Having been ignored by him all this time and now seeing Davy collapse flat onto the floor, Purser grew even more worried. She called Davy, but he quickly cut her off. Sorry, let it go. I will rest for about 5 minutes first. Davy even tried to weasel his way around it, raising his index finger and adding, after 5 minutes, it will become 10 hours. Seeing that he could still joke, perhaps the situation was not too serious. Purser could only compromise. Fine, if you want to sleep longer, then sleep. The light in the sky gradually faded completely, and candles were lit, signaling the beginning of a long night. Inside the castle, someone's shout rang out. It turned out our male lead had finally woken up. Davy stretched his body and loosened his joints while exclaiming, "That feels refreshing." After that, he recounted the situation after he woke up. When I woke up, the phone had completely disappeared. Davy did not feel too regretful either. He thought, in any case, I have not lost much, because the important thing is still here. When Davy checked the item he had just received, information appeared one line after another. Lantern. Holy relic that allows its user to revive once when the body falls into a state of destruction. Number of revivals is 1. Contraindication. Do not use when facing an opponent of transcendent level or higher. Self-activating. After reading the information, Davy picked up the lantern and said, "Seems like I should place it beside the bed, like a nightlight." That suggestion was immediately rejected by Purser von Palin. How ridiculous. He brought it close to his eyes to observe the light within, repeating the information provided by the system as he looked. Allows the user to revive once when the body is destroyed. Davy and Ron silently made a bold judgment. So this is a rare item that lets me come back to life, even after I die. He reflected on everything that had just happened. I not only dreamed a holy dream, but was also granted a holy relic. Why did they suddenly become so kind? Even so, Davy temporarily set his doubts aside. He hastily draped on a cloak and stepped out onto the windy balcony, silently declaring, "I know what I need to use it for now." Davy made the decision to recreate his body, like a chrysalis breaking from its cocoon to become a butterfly. This was a mandatory transformation. Thinking of the mark on his back, he could only sigh. It was the seal he had received in the Palestine kingdom that now kept him from using any transformation magic. Not only that, the seal's effect was even more serious. Davy analyzed that he could still draw his aura sword, but its power was no longer what it had been. There could be no better chance than now. The moment Purser von Palin learned of his plan, she stopped him at once, saying it was far too reckless. Davy calmly replied, "That is exactly why I need one more life." He added, "This plan was devised by my master, Odin, not by me." Recalling that childlike figure who had laid out such an insane plan, Davy could not help shuddering. He thought, that is what makes it terrifying. Looking up at the 2 crescent moons in the sky, Davy quietly weighed every possibility. If he failed, he would die on the spot, and even if he succeeded, he would still have to die. Either way, the end was death. Davy's locks of hair fluttered softly in the wind. He smiled calmly and told Purser that this was exactly when I needed to use this, so why not try it once? Davy thought further of a place filled with transcendent gods, a place where even an eruption of power would cause no problem. It was the land of Pandora, the homeland of the Leon Gate Knights. Purser von Palin still tried to advise him one last time, saying that if Elena found out, she would surely object fiercely. Davy immediately asked her in return, only Elena. Purser von Palin finally had no choice but to give in, muttering as she reproached him, "You really are far too stubborn." Davy silently arranged each step in his mind. It was a form of transformation, almost like destroying the body and rebuilding it from scratch. He looked toward the brilliant sunlight slowly emerging, growing even more certain of his choice. To die and then be revived, I will carry that out with my own hands. Davy turned his gaze toward the sun and sank into a swirl of tangled thoughts. After dreaming the holy dream, I stayed in the Lindis kingdom for 2 more days. Remembering that excited girl, Davy thought he was a little worried about Princess Aria, but he had a feeling that the Emperor's foolish and rude daughter would not let him off, so he avoided meeting her. Iulis and Elena were no longer traveling with him either. Before leaving, they had said farewell to Davy and told him that after the Magic Towers meeting was postponed, they would visit the Heist territory. Though they treated him rather warmly, they were still the most important elder of the Red Tower and the princess of an empire. Because of that, both of them also had their own matters to handle. By now, he had been back in Heist with William and Lewin for 2 weeks. During that time, I was not just sitting around either. Looking at the pile of goods stacked as high as a mountain, Davy cheerfully exclaimed that the things they had been waiting for had finally arrived. He widened his eyes in surprise and said, "This is more than I expected. How did you manage to transport all of this?" Hearing that, Goza proudly replied, "TSTSK. If we dwarves were not strong, what else could we do?" Goza continued to hint that, of course, there were currently many people willing to pay handsomely. Davy paid it little mind, lifted the item, and asked, "Is this blue stone?" Goza pondered, then answered, "They probably found it in a pile of black stone. They said that if you charge this gem into the sword, it will bring out its full power." The sword in Davy's hand flashed with blue energy, making him murmur in admiration, "It really is a precious material. I never thought I would obtain it." Davy rested the sword on his shoulder, striking a confident pose. "The second thing we need to proceed with is building an armory made by dwarves." He believed the wooden crates here were all defective products. Even so, they still held great value, because anything made by dwarves was valuable enough on its own. Davy silently calculated, "If I sell them at twice the market price, will anyone buy them?" The answer was of course yes. Any mercenary or knight would gladly do whatever it took to possess these weapons. However, they were not the main customer group I was aiming for. At that moment, Goza lowered his voice and said that with this quantity, you could even declare war on an entire empire. From what I have heard, humans always try to prevent wars from breaking out. Davy nodded and replied, "That is true, but war is not something completely forbidden either." He turned his head and said softly that wherever there is demand, there will surely be supply. Hearing that, Goza also found it reasonable and nodded, "Right." At the same time, a tense meeting was also taking place. Elsewhere inside a castle, a joyful voice rang out, "Welcome back." Meeting Elena again, Lucia Selman was overjoyed and said that she had finally returned. Meanwhile, Elena lay sprawled across the table and replied wearily that yes, I am exhausted. Seeing this, Alicia asked worriedly, "Princess, did something happen in the Empire?" Elena answered listlessly that an arranged engagement had been made for me, so I had to deal with it before I could return here. Hearing that, Alicia remarked that nobles and royals truly had no freedom when it came to marriage. Suddenly, Lucia Selman asked excitedly, "Was Prince Davy not with the princess?" Alicia also chimed in curiously, "That's right, where is he?" Looking at those shining eyes, Elena pouted and asked, "Are you all more worried about Davy than this close princess?" Alicia answered frankly, "What is wrong with worrying about someone I admire?" Lucia Selman also cut in, "Exactly, we still have not repaid him yet. Even Saint Daphne would not wish for that." Faced with this situation, Elena could only sigh helplessly. At that moment, Elena asked softly, "Come to think of it, Theo is nowhere to be seen." Alicia immediately replied, "Theo is handling a personal matter with Chebel." Elena asked curiously, "I heard this is a special mission related to transcendent beings, is that right?" Fendi Renda said quietly, "Tiesk, perhaps it is because of Chebel's ability." Another member also admitted, "To be honest, I am a little jealous. As long as Chebel passes the next test, he will become an official member, right?" Fielder spoke in frustration, "If he fails this time too, it will be the second time." Lucia Selman immediately encouraged him, "Do not worry, Fielder. In the name of Saint Daphne, I swear you will pass this time." But those words only put more pressure on Fielder. "That is exactly why I am even more worried." With her cheeks pinched, Lucia Selman cried softly, "Oh, oh, oh, it hurts." Seeing that, Fielder's laughter rang out from behind. Elena could only laugh awkwardly, "Ha ha ha." At that moment, Lindsay asked softly, "Elena, are you not worried, princess?" Hearing that, Elena flinched. "Huh." Lindsay continued about Davy. Elena immediately answered loudly, "Right, right, I am not worried at all." Hearing that, everyone began murmuring that Elena was truly amazing as well. Another member nodded, "But I still cannot believe it." Elena thought tiredly to herself, surely everyone already knows Davy's terrifying abilities. He possessed holy magic, multi-attribute magic and swordsmanship on par with a master. More importantly, Davy was also an alchemist. Even a mythical knight or a holy knight would find it difficult to reach that realm. It was truly absurd. Suddenly, they all asked loudly, "Elena, the two of you are friends, so the princess should know something." Lucia Selman also chimed in excitedly, "Exactly." Everyone stared intently at Elena, waiting for her to reveal some shocking truth. Elena was extremely flustered and asked whether she looked like someone who knew anything. They immediately answered in unison, "Of course." Hearing that, Elena sighed helplessly, "Ah." She muttered inwardly, "How exhausting." At that same moment, the castle remained peaceful beneath the deep blue sky. Davy suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. This was the highest floor of the building. Purser asked worriedly, "Hey master, what is wrong?" Davy immediately replied, "Nothing, my ear is just a little itchy." Lewin spoke softly, "Lord Davy, it seems Lewin needs more vitality." Davy found it somewhat unbelievable, then thought to himself, "This golem is hungry again." Davy said gently, "When we go outside, I will hunt a wild beast for you. Just wait a little longer." Lewin replied coldly. Lewin thought Lord Davy's cooking skills were terrible. Hearing that, he threatened in a low voice, "Do you want to starve to death?" Just then, the sound of someone clearing his throat rang out. Boris said sternly that we are about to meet the highest-ranking knights. "Keep quiet, apprentice Davy." He softened his voice to reassure him, "If you have anything to worry about, that is all right too." The door immediately opened, leaving Davy momentarily surprised. Inside was a conference room, where several figures appeared indistinctly. Davy swept his eyes around and thought to himself, probably 3 or 4 people. A voice suddenly rang out, then shall we begin? Looking at the blurred figures before him, Davy thought that this place truly distorted one's ability to perceive. A knight spoke, apologies, we cannot meet you in person. We ask for your understanding, we are currently away handling private matters. Davy immediately replied, it is fine. They began by saying that we have heard many things about you. You must be someone with exceptional ability. Davy answered somewhat bashfully, thank you for your praise. The knight looked toward Lewin and said, the girl beside you seems to be the golem you found in the ancient ruins. They went straight to the point. The reason we called you here is that we want to hear you tell us about that day. What exactly happened that day? Davy replied coldly, surely you have already sent a scouting party to investigate. As you know, I discovered a historical ruin, and this girl was sleeping inside it. The skill I used that day is very difficult to explain with ordinary knowledge. The knight asked again if there was anything else. Davy answered that there was also a vampire there. The knights believed she was most likely targeting this girl. They wondered aloud what had happened to that vampire now. Davy recounted seriously, I tried to kill her but failed. Hearing that, everyone fell briefly into thought, At that moment, Davy remained silent, standing there as he waited for orders. One knight called out, Apprentice Davy. He stood up and said, let me be frank with you. The knight demanded bluntly, hand that golem over to us. Hearing that, Lewin slowly raised her head and looked toward Davy. The knight continued, right now, we still do not know how dangerous it may become. Seeing this, Davy thought to himself that everything was just as he had predicted. Because of that incident, they had returned to the heist territory as if they were fleeing. Even if Elena reported on his behalf, those people would certainly still be worried like this. However, he replied calmly, I refuse. Hearing those words, all the knights were stunned. What? They all sprang up from their seats at once. Someone growled, Apprentice Davy. Paying it no mind, Davy stated firmly that he would not accept any objection. Then he lowered his voice and warned them, think very carefully before deciding. Leaving the stifling room, the heavy wooden door closed behind him. Davy and Lewin stood outside, neither of them in a hurry to leave. The two took a moment to breathe and relax their bodies. Purser von Palin said in relief, thank goodness everything ended without punishment. Davy only gave a faint smile and replied, well, that was only natural. He added, even if they went in there, no one could control a golem as well as I can. Even if someone could, I do not think they could take this golem from me. Listening to the two of them talk, Lewin looked blank, as if she had fallen from another planet. Of course, he did not tell them everything about the outside. While stroking Lewin's head, Davy thought warily that there was still one thing weighing on his mind. Back then, he had asked, may I ask you all something? Those in authority replied, what is it? Davy asked directly, how much does the Knight Council know about the ruins? It took them a moment of thought before they answered him hesitantly, I am not certain either. After that, they explained further that the permitted limit for knights to enter was only up to the 3rd floor. If they went deeper, various separate problems could arise. Just as expected, although disappointed, he was not too surprised. Davy withdrew his gaze and replied softly, I see. Staring at the tightly closed great door, Davy thought in silence, you people really are skilled liars. Time passed, and the day of the exam finally arrived. Crowds gathered in the inland region of Pandora, where the Knight Council promotion exam was being held. Sunlight stretched down from the mountainside. White snow threaded through the forest, adorning the picturesque scenery. From a high outcrop, a commander observed the crowd below and gave instructions. Most of the threats in this area have been dealt with, but unexpected danger may still occur. Please be careful and do not get injured. That man added, you are the future of the Knight Council, and every one of you is precious. Davy and Princess Elena were both present, showing no sign of tension. The two were rather relaxed, while Davy looked around and assessed the situation. So, as far as he could see, everything was covered in white snow, trees standing bare in the cold. This place truly was the deep region of Pandora, a tract of land sealed in by snow. Compared to the place where they had once set the trap, the difference was like heaven and earth. Princess Elena finally voiced her concern. Do you not think the weather is more unusual than usual? The two behind her replied that it was probably because of the incident in the ruins, and the movements of the supreme beings were no small matter either. Alicia Patrick walked right behind them and said excitedly, then there is no need to worry. In this exam, it seems there are 2 or 3 times as many seniors protecting us. She was so happy that her joy seemed almost dazzling to others. Alicia Patrick added, besides, it is not blizzard season now, so there is nothing to worry about. Davy only glanced back without commenting, while Elena asked uneasily, where did you hear that news? Not wanting to dampen the whole group's spirits, Elena could only say, if it is safe as you say, then fine. May everyone stay safe. Let us meet at the next assembly point for instructions. The group answered cheerfully, all right. From there, they split into several groups, waved goodbye, and each group headed in a different direction. Opening the exam sheet, Princess Elena quickly grasped the content. So the first test is to collect the item and deliver it to the next location as quickly as possible. Davy, Princess Elena, and Lewin were in the same group. Under Elena's proactive command, all three were fairly at ease. Holding the question sheet, Elena explained simply that the organizers had not hidden the item like treasure, but they still needed to stay calm and judge wisely. Lewin countered, "Actually, I think there will be more obstacles to make up for that." Rolling up the paper, Princess Elena gripped it tightly in her hand. She showed clear determination and said boldly to her two companions, "Do not worry. I will not let you two get involved in the troublesome matters. After all, this is my test." After saying that, she charged forward with great momentum, declaring confidently, "I will lead the way, just follow me." Davy smiled and sighed in admiration. How reliable. Lewin, meanwhile, remained dreamy, as if her soul were wandering somewhere far away. At that moment, she also showed a slight reaction, parting her lips faintly as if marveling to herself. Just as the group was preparing to follow the energetic commander, Princess Elena, a few pure white snowflakes fell, lightly brushing Davy's cheek and immediately drawing his attention. He turned his head to look at the bare branches covered in ice and snow, and many thoughts briefly stirred in his heart. In the sky, countless small, pure snowflakes began to appear, growing denser by the moment. Davy felt that something was wrong. Davy and Rawl were exasperated. Did I not say this was not the time for this? Fine snow gradually settled on their hair, covering Princess Elena's white clothing in a thin layer. She called out blankly, "Davy." Before long, the steel golem had been summoned by Davy. He decided at once, "Lewin, handle this as quickly as possible. First, find a place where we can avoid catching cold." Lewin obediently gave a brief reply, "Understood." Though she still did not understand why the other two were in such a hurry, Princess Elena tightened her grip on her sword and took a ready stance. The snow fell thicker and thicker, and the wind grew stronger as well. Elena raised a hand to shield her vision while trying to speak loudly enough for Davy to hear. "Davy, what are you doing?" He answered calmly, "Complain later." Even so, he still summarized the situation for her. "A blizzard is about to hit, let us go." Elena immediately frowned, trying to remain calm. What? The blizzard truly arrived very quickly, the wind and snow growing fiercer by the moment, plunging the scenery before them into darkness. The three quickly found shelter right within the range of the blizzard, a primitive cave. Inside, a fire had already been lit to warm the group. Though she had put on a fur cloak and sat close to the fire, Princess Elena was still visibly cold. She breathed with difficulty, curled up as much as she could, her whole body trembling. By contrast, Davy was still fairly fine. While adjusting his clothes, he sighed, "The situation is worse than I thought." Princess Elena replied in a trembling voice, "Even so, it is fortunate that we managed to collect the item before the blizzard fully struck." She even felt grateful. "We really are lucky." But Davy asked, "Do you truly think we are lucky?" Those words made it seem as though he had predicted everything and moved one step ahead. Princess Elena trembled nonstop and asked, "Then how exactly did you predict the weather magic?" He answered calmly, "Spirits." She still could not understand. He asked again, "Spirits?" He explained slowly, "Yes, spirits are the most sensitive to changes in nature and the environment. Just as before an earthquake, animals and insects are often the first creatures to flee." Recalling the scene blanketed white by ice and snow, he continued, "In this freezing place, the spirits are trembling from the cold. That is how we knew the weather was about to change." Princess Elena's complexion grew paler and paler, even turning purple, her body trembling more violently. Her teeth nearly chattered together unconsciously. She struggled to continue, "The important thing is that I am wearing warm clothes and sitting near the fire, yet I am still this cold. How can anyone endure a blizzard like this?" Davy joked, "Maybe because you bought it from the market." Elena immediately flared up, "What? Hey, do you know how expensive this warm coat is?" She even shouted, "A set like this can be worth more than 300 gold. He kept his face completely expressionless and continued joking, "Corruption truly exists everywhere. But if she were left like that, danger would come very quickly." Davy said at once, "Take it off." Princess Elena panicked. "What?" Of course, Davy only wanted to help, and he explained, "I will enchant the coat. Give it to me." Realizing she had just let her thoughts wander, she grew so embarrassed that she snapped in irritation. "If you were planning to do that, you should have said so earlier." Beside the warm firelight, he answered blankly, "Why are you angry with me?" Just a few minutes later, warmth gently enveloped her body. Princess Elena's entire body quickly flushed red, as if she were drunk. Overjoyed, she cried out like a kitten, "So warm." He looked at her and smiled in satisfaction. "I only tore it apart, then remade it into a new one." She kept praising the coat. "It truly is wonderful." The situation outside still showed no sign of improving. He said, "The blizzard will stop before dawn, so we will stay here tonight." Princess Elena was still enjoying the warmth and breathed out in relief. "It feels like we are camping." He also remarked, "You look much livelier now." Filled with gratitude, she replied softly, "As you can see, sometimes we should cherish even the smallest things." He asked gently, "Do you like things like this?" She answered honestly, "It is not bad to do this once in a while. We have both been busy lately, haven't we?" Perhaps that sincerity reached him, and Davy fell silent for a moment. He suddenly stood up and said, "If you keep tempting me like that, I will not be able to hold back." She asked blankly, "What?" Outside, the blizzard was still raging fiercely. He sighed, "The storm is howling out there, and we are trapped in here." He slowly drove Princess Elena against the cave wall and said, "Princess, you really are far too careless." A chill ran down her spine, and she stammered, What is wrong with you?" A sly look suddenly appeared on Davy's face, which rarely showed emotion. He leaned close and said, "Very well, then I will release everything I have been holding back until now. How do you feel?" Princess Elena immediately wavered. In the blink of an eye, her mind fell into chaos, and her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She protested weakly, "Stop joking. If you come any closer, I will cut you down." He grew even calmer. "Do whatever you want, if you can." She tried to pull his reason back. "We are in the middle of an exam. If we do something strange, the evaluators will." He looked even more cunning as he pressed closer. "I do not think anyone is watching us in weather this awful." She shouted, "Luon is not here." In desperation, she even called another name, Princess Elena. Princess Elena asked haltingly, Why are you acting like this, Davy?" He answered calmly, "I have been waiting for this day for a long time." She squeezed her eyes shut and cried out, "Do not do this, we have only ever been friends." He gently placed a hand on her shoulder. He and too said softly, "That no longer matters now." When she gathered her courage and looked up, he reassured her, "Do not worry, the pain is only temporary, and you will soon feel better. You only need to show me your back." She immediately froze and asked, "Back, my back?" Inside the cave, only screams rang out, competing to drown out the blizzard outside. A while later, Princess Elena's voice sounded again, soft as a kitten. "Ah, yes, this is the feeling." Elsewhere, a fierce battle was unfolding. Cries for help and screams of despair echoed across the mountains. Another person collapsed right in front of the tent entrance. Even though only an arm was visible, the sight was enough to make others hold their breath in terror. Inside the small, dark tent, Seo clenched his teeth and waited in fear. He could no longer comfort himself, and his whole body trembled in waves. But how could he possibly endure forever? He lifted his head and cursed through gritted teeth, "Damn it." Outside, the monster Sandraminia was running rampant with blazing eyes and a dangerous gaze. Seo grew even more resentful. Why is it here? The screams kept crashing in, weighing heavily on his mind. At last he decided, if this goes on, everyone will die. Split up. Jeff silently accepted the order, his face no less tense. He said, "You take this route to the commander, and I will go to Teacher Morris." Looking outside and seeing that countless people had already lost their lives, Seo said, "We have to report this situation immediately." In the end, he handed Jeff an item and did not forget to warn him, "You must survive." After receiving the order, especially while holding that thing in his hand, Jeff's face turned even paler. It was a dark red solution. Seo added, "Be careful." Those green eyes grew even heavier. Seo had made up his mind, and he strode outside with force. He said, "Let's go." The blizzard seemed to grow fiercer by the moment, submerging the entire area in an icy white. Elsewhere, many people had gathered despite the bitter cold. All of them wore hooded cloaks, while one man stood on a rocky outcrop far higher than the rest. Someone called out, "Commander." He asked, "There are no mistakes, are there?" The other person immediately answered, "Of course not, sir." Then he continued his report. "We have set up a wide area barrier and begun capturing Transcendent Sandra. The mind control has not yet succeeded." He smiled in satisfaction. "Good." The subordinate still kept his head lowered and said cautiously, "But Commander, is it truly all right to do this?" He answered, "Using trainees as sacrifices is necessary." He continued, "We can control the transcendent being with their blood. That will bring us closer to Pandora." Finally, he ordered the subordinate, "Do not fail." The words were like an oracle, making the other man swallow dryly as he bore the heavy pressure of having to succeed. That man was Garon, commander of the 5th Night Unit, with a gentle face, long gray hair, and a scar crossing the bridge of his nose. He explained, "Because I have wagered the future of all of us on this." The subordinate answered firmly, "Understood." Behind him, another figure appeared. That man had an eerie and mysterious air, and he asked the commander, "Are there not a few talented ones among them? Will they not become variables?" Garon sneered, "They are only a few knave children, they cannot ruin our plan." Even so, with his experience, he would absolutely not allow a basic oversight to occur. He said at once, "But if that happens, I will handle them myself." Amid the blinding blizzard, Garon still looked deeply intrigued. "Let us see how long they can withstand a transcendent being." In the sheltering cave, Davy was massaging Princess Elena's back. She cried out in panic, "Hey, wait." He was extremely focused and said with a smirk, "Endure it a little longer." Davy thought to himself, as expected, unlike Marisma, a woman's body was much softer. Though it hurt a little, the sensation was very pleasant, making Princess Elena Gefalen keep letting out soft moans. Hearing the sounds she made, Davy grew even more focused. He was clearly enjoying what he was doing. Luon glared at the scene before him and spoke. This scene was truly inappropriate. Princess Elena immediately panicked. Luan said in a stern voice, "Lord Davy, please stop fooling around." He replied softly, "But I cannot help it, my hands keep wanting to find that exact joint." Princess Elena cried out limply, "Help me." A short while later, Princess Elena had sunk into a floating sensation beside the warm fire. After finishing his task, Davy leaned back against the cave wall and exhaled. Von Palin quickly asked in a low voice, "Are you worried?" He smiled and replied, "No matter what, we have to face the transcendent being." Looking at the sleeping girl, he thought this might be rather troublesome for Lena, but once the test reached a certain level of difficulty, it would anger even a transcendent being. By the fire, those still awake sat talking with one another. The moment he spoke, that name sounded very familiar, making Wushuo von Palin ask again, "What was that?" He stirred the fire back to life as he replied, "In heaven, there are a few people with special abilities. Among them is an old man named Sanskrit, from another world." He said the old man had originally been nothing more than an ordinary person, yet he possessed the ability to summon monsters that could evolve. Thinking of that ferocious monster, he continued, "One of the creatures that formed a pact with him was named Sandra Mane, the Overlord of Earth." Wushuo von Palin stroked her chin and thought, "The Overlord of Earth, that name does sound rather impressive." He calmly added, "There are two more. Usually, an old summoner can only contract with one monster, but he had three." She asked, "Then what exactly are evolving monsters?" He also fell into thought. This is rather hard to explain. Then he slowly gave a brief answer. "They are creatures that evolve on their own by defeating opponents, absorbing power, then changing according to their environment and living conditions. At first, they are usually only small worms the size of a finger, from the perspective of a biologist and archaeologist. They defeat their opponents, then evolve and gradually perfect themselves. Even if they begin as simple creatures, their ability to keep evolving makes them extremely difficult to deal with." She asked anxiously, "Are they really that strong?" He merely raised a finger and replied, "Ah, that is true. In general, they are top-tier monsters, only slightly below the power of a hero in heaven." He recalled the first time he had faced them by himself. "Back then, I was thrown into a forest swarming with those things just to train my real combat experience." Wushuo von Palin reasoned by transitive logic, "Then this transcendent Sandra is..." He understood what she meant and immediately cut her off. "No, it is probably different." He explained, "The Sandra mine I know could turn the entire north into a dead land. It would not stop at Pandora, because that disgusting worm would never be satisfied with a small place like this." Outside, the north wind still howled, and the snow grew thicker by the day. He continued, "Besides, Sandra Manai has the fire attribute. If it were that creature, this place should already have become a volcano." That new information left Persek von Palin briefly stunned. But after only a moment she spoke, "May I ask one more thing? It is something I am very curious about." Davy smiled gently. "What is it?" She asked him with a childlike innocence. "In that heaven where you once stayed, who was the strongest hero there?" That question made Davy recall his own distant past. He had once asked almost the very same thing. "Who is the strongest?" That was the question I asked when I first set foot in heaven. However, that passing question became the beginning of everything. Everyone there looked at him with eyes full of irritation and contempt. Before he could even understand what was happening, they had already started fighting in a great uproar, so I truly do not want to remember that anymore. Of course, Persik von Palin refused to stop without an answer. She ran over to Princess Alina and dragged her into asking who had won. Princess Alina weakly refused. "I do not know, ask Davy." At the same time, Boris shouted furiously, "What do you mean when you say the supreme being Sandra headed toward the trial forest?" The buzzcut member said anxiously, "That is not all. It seems we cannot contact anyone responsible for the student's safety." Boris slammed down a fist and roared, "Damn it." Principal Kai said, "Calm down, Boris." Boris grew even angrier at this point. "Do you think I still stay calm?" Out of patience, Boris said loudly, "The children are still in there, damn it. So what if it is a good ambush? What use is that?" The principal lowered his voice. "We are still looking for a suitable plan." He continued, "I know you are in pain, but right now we must trust and wait." Boris immediately burst out in anger. "How can you say such irresponsible words?" The principal asked wearily in return, "Fine. Then do you have any way to save them now?" Hearing that, Boris gradually calmed down. "Well," the principal calmly analyzed, "the spell surrounding the trial forest does not come from a monster." Boris was shocked. "Then that means..." The principal answered at once, "Exactly." He could assert one thing. The culprit was definitely human, even one of the knights who once overcame hardship with us. The principal said in a low voice, "I am certain their goal is to abduct Sandra. Perhaps they colluded with outside forces to create this incident." Boris hissed angrily, "Bastards." Boris thought to himself that they were talking about spies, but I never expected such an incident to happen at this critical time. The principal judged, first, this barrier must be dispelled. But if we interfere recklessly, something unexpected may happen inside. In his view, the best current method was was to restrain Sandra as much as possible, then find a way to bring the members and students out. Hearing this, Boris clenched his fists, forced down his anger, and answered curtly, "Understood." Boris turned and left, saying, "I will act alone." Seeing this, the principal called out loudly, "Boris." Boris continued, "If they set up a barrier, there must be a mage nearby watching everything." Boris ground his teeth, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "I have to find that bastard first." Boris had always firmly believed one thing: no one is allowed to touch my students. I will not repeat the same mistake a second time, nor will I let anyone be hurt. After saying that, Boris immediately rushed away. The buzzcut man called anxiously, "Principal." He only replied, "It is fine, let him go." The principal also quickly left the place, unable to hold back a long, heavy sigh. Boris believed that excessive desire only led to greater destruction. Why were they trying to subdue the savior at a time like this? Sandra, the savior king, had last appeared in the Pandora region. Unlike kings who always lived in silence, the roar of the earth echoed louder than people imagined. At the same time, the weapons of the classmates kept firing. Monsters still charged in ferociously, baring their teeth and growling threateningly, clack clack. Watching the situation, Alina hurriedly reminded him, "Davy, all three are heading toward you." The other side immediately replied, "Understood." Davy calmly commanded, "Jujet, deploy an encirclement formation." Jujet immediately replied, "By your order." The second trial was to capture as many bluechos as possible, an intermediate monster species living at the entrance of the trial forest. Though weaker than other Cho species, they had exceptional regenerative abilities, so knights often used them as materials for making recovery medicine. Each one raised its strange snout, looking truly peculiar. After fighting the monsters and obtaining a vial of liquid, Davy spoke, "All right, let us stop here, Elena." Elena asked softly, "But has not even been half a day. Would it not be better to earn a few more points?" Davy replied, "No need to push too hard. Save your strength for what comes later." Elena was a little dispirited. "Tshesh, so the second trial is over already. Why was it so easy?" She thought the other pairs were probably struggling hard right now. Indeed, one member was laboriously tucking Lucia Selman under his arm and fleeing at full speed. As expected, Davy burst out laughing. "Haha." Clearly. At this moment, Alina could not help wondering, whatever else your tracking ability really is good. Do you hunt often? How are you so used to this? Davy curled his lips. "If you were starved for a month, you could do it too." He put away the crate in his hands and recalled, "The first teacher who taught me was a survival master. When I was thrown into the forest by Hejuan, what could a child like me do?" Davy still remembered it very clearly. "After desperately struggling to survive, somehow I learned a few ordinary skills." Alina asked softly, "You said that place was full of scorpions. They are poisonous." Davy replied, "That is right, but if I ate nothing, I would die. So back then everything became nutritious." Alina grew even more curious. "You really were starved for nearly a month. How is that possible?" Davy dusted off his hands and said tearfully, "That is not exactly a pleasant memory either. Forget it." Alina still wanted to press further. Come on, be honest. I remember you once said you were unconscious for 6 whole years. She continued probing. "Then you were somewhere for 6 years and lied to yourself that you were unconscious." Seeing this, Davy thought helplessly, "Sometimes she is far too sharp. She really is a quick-witted little girl." He stopped beating around the bush, cut off the chatter, and headed to the next location. Elena immediately caught on and asked why he was dodging the subject like that. Amid the pure white snowfield, a strange current of energy began to emerge. Elena still had not noticed anything and cheerfully said there was something very strange about this place. Davy hurriedly spoke up, "Wait, Elena." He stepped forward to shield Elena, because he had sensed an abnormal source of energy ahead. The Fear King beside him murmured, "How strange." Davy wondered as well, is this thing a barrier? He felt something about this place was strangely familiar. At the same time, Elena anxiously clutched Davy's clothes. Seeing the red blood spreading across the white snow, she cried out in terror, "What on earth happened here?" Elena froze when she realized the people lying scattered on the ground were all knights. Davy examined them carefully and realized they had only recently met with disaster. He wondered, is there truly someone capable of taking down every official knight at once? He stood up, silently thinking that this was far too abnormal, and he had to be more vigilant. Suddenly, Elena called out loudly, "Davy, there is still someone alive over here." He cried out in delight that someone was still alive, but immediately after, the girl in Elena's arms suddenly drew a cold, sharp dagger. The woman tried to swing the dagger straight into Elena's eye. Fortunately, Lewin rushed in just in time like a hero saving a beauty, landing a kick squarely in the face of the black-clad figure. Elena cried out in shock, "Lewin." Lewin calmly replied, "Lewin's rocket kick is rated as an extremely effective and powerful attack. Thanks to this move, Lewin's body has become over 200 kilograms heavier." Behind them, Davy could not help curling his lips and teasing, "What a terrifying person." Meanwhile, Elena still had not recovered from the shock. Davy let out a soft breath. "Phew." He said loudly, "Hey, I cannot keep ignoring you any longer. Are you still not coming out?" Davy knew very well that a group of black-clad people were hiding behind the bushes. Lena was utterly stunned. How could this happen? Davy took out a Rubik's Rubik's Cube and said, Elena, take this golem and go find the other students. She asked blankly, huh? Davy worried that if even the official knights had been taken down, the safety of the other students could not be guaranteed either. Hearing that, Elena immediately understood. She climbed onto the armored vehicle and did not forget to warn him, do not get hurt. I have a feeling that thing is about to happen again. Elena reminded him loudly, if you see danger, run right away, got it. Davy was briefly at a loss for words, a princess actually says that. Elena barked coldly, shut up. After that, she sped away with a shout. At this moment, Davy turned his head slightly and said, then let us start cleaning up the trouble here. Lewin spoke softly, Master Davy. Lewin requests permission to use new equipment. Davy immediately replied, go ahead. Unexpectedly, Lewin took out a steel rod. Davy cried out in astonishment, huh? A crowbar? He asked, somewhat surprised, this is your weapon. Lewin slung it onto Lewin's back and said, Lewin carefully selected the strongest weapon from Lord Davy's memories and materialized it. Lewin believed this crowbar was rated the highest. At that moment, the Fear King showed a look of disgust. Faced with Lewin's blazing momentum, Davy felt a little intimidated. Do not look at me like that. Suddenly, Lewin's reckless spirit flared up, and Lewin charged straight ahead. Davy called after Lewin in alarm, wait, hey. The golem loudly declared, Lewin rates this the highest. Lewin's blow created a powerful explosion, making the ground and the surrounding space shake violently. Seizing that chance, Davy grabbed one person as a hostage and threatened loudly, stay right there. Davy said sternly, no one moves. If anyone makes a move, I cannot guarantee this bastard's safety. Hearing that, the black-clad group flinched slightly. The Fear King asked softly, taking a hostage. Davy replied that he needed to stall for enough time so Elena could escape. Lewin confidently raised a thumb, looking full of pride. New restraint method, Lewin believes it is highly effective. Seeing that firm attitude, Davy softly reminded Lewin, you should not do things like that. He tightened his grip around the other party's neck and probed, let me confirm something. You belong to the Alpha Lion Order, right? The hostage stubbornly replied, yes, do you think I will tell you? Seeing that obstinate attitude, Davy curled his lips in contempt. Right, they all say that at first. Everyone has their own plan and pride after all. The hostage asked in confusion, what? Davy cast true samadhi fire, drawing a sharp current of energy behind the hostage. He lowered his voice and threatened them before they were tortured to exhaustion. At this moment, the hostage had been struck by dark magic, curse seal casting. His face turned deathly pale, without the slightest trace of blood, and he cried out in terror, what? Dark flames instantly covered the hostage's body, making him scream in pain. Davy called this move fire of inquisitive knowledge. The Fear King beside him secretly shuddered, how cruel, realizing this was the skill once used on the vampire in Yellowstone Village. Seeing the hostage still trying to endure, Davy said loudly, keep enduring it if you can. That vampire did not even last 5 minutes. He immediately shouted, I will talk, I will tell you everything. Seeing that, the Fear King silently thought. He gave in quickly. Davy withdrew the purple energy and said loudly, all right, I will ask again. So answer properly, if you know what is good for you. He asked each word clearly. Do you belong to the Alpha Lionite Order? At present, a knight's opponent should be monsters, not humans. Their mission is to protect the world from potential threats. Davy felt suspicious, yet these dark knights had launched an attack. There could be two possibilities. Seeing the hostage forced to confess, the black-clad group also wavered slightly. Davy silently speculated, either the Alpha Lionite Order was splitting into two factions internally, or someone had their own reason for attacking other knights. Either way, I have to determine whether the enemy comes from within or without. Davy silently thought it could also be both. At this moment, the hostage opened his mouth shakily. Suddenly, a voice rang out, oh, that will not do. Something flashed past Davy's face, making him briefly freeze. Even Lewin was restrained, completely unable to control Lewin's own body. The other party immediately rushed swiftly toward Davy. At this moment, he had already entered a state of alert. The person spoke and asked, trainee member Davy, correct. The other party drew a sharp sword and continued, this is the first time I have faced you directly. That man stood towering amid the pure white snow. It was Garon. He turned his head and said, sorry, but you need to stop jumping around here. Garon calmly told the black-clad group, everyone fall back. We need to proceed according to the plan set in advance. In the blink of an eye, they quickly withdrew. Seeing that, Davy said softly, so that confirms it. He stood up, raised a hand to wipe the blood from his face, and said, Alpha Lion Knight Order. Davy thought this must be where someone was still alive. At this moment, Garon smiled happily. Oh ho, you recognized me? That man added, there is no need to be too wary. For now, I still admire you very much. Garon extended a hand in invitation. How about this, my dear friend? Would you like to stand on my side? Lewin immediately blocked Davy's path and warned, detecting a large energy source. If the target comes any closer, Lewin will activate the destruction protocol. Davy curled his lips disdainfully. Well, at least we should give him a chance to explain. Garen let out a soft sigh full of exasperation. He said softly, "First, let me commend you for bringing trainee Elena Zaffalundi here. She is indeed talented, but her temperament cannot compare with ours." Davy answered at once, "I understand that." Garen asked, "Do you know how much of this wondrous land the Alpha Lion Knights have explored?" Davy replied, "I heard it was from the central region onward." Garen turned around and said slowly, "Wrong. We have not even set foot in the central region." Hearing that, Davy looked briefly surprised. "You still have not entered it." Garen recounted, "Exactly, the deeper we advance into that area, the stronger the demons become, and they keep attacking. Pandora remains far too mysterious. All this time we have only been able to guard the exits through the sacrifices of knights." He continued, "We have not even managed to subdue all the monsters." Aaron added, "Throughout Pandora, there are also overlords ruling their own regions. The king of the central region, the transcendent Sandromania, is one of them." After a moment, Garen asked quietly, "Now do you understand?" In his view, if the situation continued, the knights would never make it Pandora, and in the end, countless knights would die. Garen continued, "That is why we thought of another way." He wondered aloud, "Why must humans die in battle against magical beasts?" Purser looked anxiously at Davy, while he answered calmly, "You are beginning to deny your own fundamental principles." Garen curled his lip and said, "Then why not let them slaughter one another?" Then he asked again, "What have you accomplished?" Garen believed that if they could tame the transcendent Sandromania, the king of magical beasts, what if that monster, or more accurately, that calamity, could settle everything in our place? Then the knights would no longer have to sacrifice themselves, and we could declare all of Pandora as ours. Davy understood the other side's purpose, tame a transcendent. "Are you truly planning to do that?" Garen answered, "Yes. To some extent we have achieved a few results in taming Sandromania. It is not stable yet, but still acceptable." He smiled and continued, "That is exactly why I am making this proposal to you. Humans need not sacrifice anything anymore." Garen proposed, "Let us rewrite the history of knights together." Davy's face darkened, and he asked, "Is that why you slaughtered the knights here?" Davy gathered energy into his hand and spoke, "There is one thing I need to make clear." He quickly took his stance and said, "The final part of the comprehensive principle is not to explore and occupy the wondrous land, but to protect humanity from the potential dangers out there. Correct?" Davy unleashed a technique, rage flaring in his heart. Since when had the ancient oath become so cheap? He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, curled his lip and said, "The positions of master and guest have been reversed. How can you speak of a knight's sacrifice when you are the one killing your own knights?" Davy asked again, "Have you ever heard of double standards?" At that moment, Garon's attitude began to change. "What a shame, with how knowledgeable you are. I thought you would understand our grand aspiration." Davy raised his hand casually. But let me tell you, that is not why I refuse." Then he prepared to strike back with blazing momentum. "The reason is that you attacked me. If you pointed your sword at my face, you should have apologized first." Davy continued, "Moreover, the transcendent is mine. It is not something you should covet." Hearing that, Garen burst out laughing. "Haha, yours." That man spoke in judgment. "It seems the situation is truly so bad that there is no other way. You will die here." Davy calmly reminded him, "You had better fight as though your life depends on it." Garen continued to mock him. "It does seem that way. I thought you were merely an odd little brat, but that sword is indeed far from ordinary." At that moment, the sword in that man's hand blazed with a mysterious blue light. Garen continued, "Before you die, I will tell you something." Garen asked quietly, "Are you not curious how we tamed the transcendent?" Hearing that, Davy merely let out a contemptuous breath. He pointed the tip of his sword straight at his opponent and answered coldly, "I have known for a long time." Ordinance Chapter 15. The sword tip immediately forced the opponent to reveal his true form. He was no longer the blonde old man. Before them stood a young boy with blue mushroom-like hair. The boy asked in confusion, "How is this possible?" Davy answered bluntly, "I told you from the very beginning, mages are very strange. More precisely, it is an ability that numbs the senses, though perhaps you did not notice." He curled his lip and said, "I can be certain that this madness will fail eventually." However, Jeff was still more stubborn than imagined. Who could know? He immediately summoned a monster. At that very moment, a gigantic dragon rose from the ground. Jeff asked through clenched teeth, "Then what if you must face an almighty being by yourself?" At the same time, Jeff still stood by leisurely, as though enjoying the spectacle. Before that terrifying power, Davy spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. The gigantic dragon continued to unleash fierce attacks, bringing with it a massive explosion that filled the surroundings with dust and smoke. Meanwhile, Jeff still stood there calmly watching everything unfold. From beneath the layer of stone, Davy's weak coughing rang out. Loon called anxiously Davy. He spoke in pain. Berserk was stunned, almost unable to believe his eyes. How could a transcendent be like this? "No, this cannot be real." Davy coughed softly and said, "Yes, fine, if it is this powerful, calling it a transcendent is not wrong." At that moment, the black dragon opened its mouth and roared, and its roar alone was enough to make heaven and earth tremble violently. Davy staggered to his feet and sighed. Berserk said quietly, I once thought that if there were a transcendent, it would be an evil spirit that grew stronger over time. Berserk continued in a trembling voice, but I never expected to encounter it right here. Loon only stood there silently watching. Originally, the original Sandra Minia had formed a pact with Sen in the Hall of Heroes, and that man does not belong to this world. That is why I once thought Sandra Mai could not exist here, but now the truth is right before my eyes. Davy said quietly, we have no choice but to accept the truth. He looked toward the great dragon and thought to himself, it is standing right in front of us. Berserk asked softly, Sandra Mai has come here, correct? Davy looked at the transcendent and thought to himself, perhaps only a portion of Sandra Mai's entity has appeared here. But in this destructive state, even if it is not the complete incarnation, it is already on the level of a calamity. At that moment, Garen asked, what you just used was that holy power. That man sighed softly in admiration, incredible, you are still alive after taking a blow from the transcendent. Davy answered resolutely, I am certain you will regret this. Garen continued, Sandra Mai possesses mighty inviolability. You cannot withstand it. Seeing that Davy remained stubborn, Garen looked at him contemptuously and called softly, Chem. Then Garen ordered, kill him. Hearing that, Trev immediately took his stance, ready to attack according to his will. Garen curled his lip and said, I truly did hold you in rather high regard, trainee Davy. Unfortunately, you leave me no other choice. That man continued, then I shall offer you my condolences in advance. Farewell. At that moment, Davy saw it and judged quietly, oh, that really is powerful. Loon spoke softly, Loon wants to pursue Master Davy's enemy. Suddenly, Davy stared in shock at the scene unfolding before his eyes. Sandra Mai opened its mouth and roared loudly, and within it blazed a powerful light. Immediately afterward, that surge of force enveloped the entire forest. A violent explosion suddenly swept in, blasting everything far away. Jeff hurriedly raised his hand, trying to block that terrifying surge of energy. He forced his eyes open to observe the situation before him. By then, an entire hill had been knocked from its place. Red blood slowly dripped onto the white snow, and Davy spoke just as expected. It is terrifyingly powerful. He clutched the wound on his arm but still forced a smile. Vosuk called out anxiously, Davy, your arm. She asked in panic why he had not used Land Ki to block that move. Davy answered wearily, not every power can do everything. Davy said calmly, I can use Land Ki to cut through that ray of destruction, but in exchange my mana will be completely drained. Land Ki called worriedly, Papa. Davy continued, besides. Davy looked at the transcendent being with eyes burning with murderous intent and thought, I knew the ray of destruction would be fired, but by the time I realized it, it was already too late. There was no time to prepare. Vosuk asked anxiously, then what should we do now? Davy casually bared his teeth and answered, how about we run of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is best. Purser asked in stunned disbelief. What Davy said softly, I was joking. Davy gripped his sword, telling himself he could not run from an opportunity like this. He firmly thought that after this battle, he would seek out the true body of the transcendent being. He curled his lips with confidence. Even if it is only a remnant of power, there is no reason for me to retreat when its incarnation is standing right before my eyes. Sandra Mai growled viciously. Seeing his opponent suddenly blaze with fighting spirit, Jeff was briefly puzzled. What is happening? At that moment, Davy lightly snapped his fingers and spoke in a firm voice. First, I will take down that bastard Sandra. Oso cried out in shock, hey. Davy recklessly charged forward, throwing a punch straight at the transcendent being. He thought of the most important lesson he had drawn from the battle for survival. There is nothing humans cannot overcome. Carrying that ideal and belief, Davy showed no mercy to anyone. He spun once in midair. Davy thought in the end, everything depends only on each person's ability and resolve. Immediately after, he delivered a powerful kick to the transcendent being's upper body. Sandra Mai roared in anger. Davy did not falter at all. He understood that even if it was only part of the true body, it was still a transcendent being and still contained Sandra Mai's terrifying power within. Watching the dragon raise its head and roar, Davy thought that the remnant of its power was still extremely dreadful. A delicacy has been laid out before my eyes. How could I possibly walk away? He continued thinking, the transcendent entity Sandra Mai, king of Pandora's central region. Whether it is a panacea or a poison, I truly want to know the answer. After a barrage of attacks, the enormous dragon still stood firm. From behind, Davy spoke, even knowing it had been weakened before the fight. This battle is still terrifyingly difficult. At that moment, Jeff suddenly caught up blood violently. He stared pensively at the blood pooled in his palm. Though he had lost one arm, Davy still laughed mockingly. Haha, are you all right? Looks like you are not having an easy time either. Jeff replied irritably, I only missed a beat. There will not be a next time. Davy continued, I know your dark magic is gradually running dry. It will only grow weaker. My dark magic does not run dry as easily as you think. Davy answered softly, I never said you would lose right now. But that entity is far too strong for you. You cannot control it. Just then, a massive black shadow advanced toward the two of them. Sandra Mai growled, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. Davy thought, this is the only chance. He staggered to his feet, calculating inwardly that while that entity was absorbing Jeff's dark magic, he could create a variable, then deal with Jeff afterward without it being too late. Davy slowly raised his hand, then spoke. Freya, watcher of all things, I offer my sincere prayer. Davy believed that the most effective method now undoubtedly holy magic. He touched the sword and continued, please do not let humanity sink into desolate darkness. Grant me the strength to defeat that entity. Davy said softly, Lan-Ki, I will borrow holy power from you. Davy added, that power is. At that moment, Jeff shuddered slightly and swallowed nervously. A pair of golden wings instantly spread behind Davy's back. He continued, from now on the battle truly begins. He quickly cast 9th tier holy magic, replicated holy wings. Seeing Davy's transformation, Purser murmured with nostalgia, I never thought I would hear that prayer again. Davy turned his gaze toward the opponent ahead and calmly remarked, it is still far inferior to Candiro's, but fine, never mind. His eyes brimmed with resolve and his voice rang out clearly, I am ready. Sandraminia raised its enormous foot, dragging along a blaze of golden power, then brought it down on Davy with terrifying force. Shaken, he raised both swords high, pouring all his strength into resisting that ferocious attack. Feeling that terrifying surge of power, Davy shouted, copy skill. Immediately after, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Davy called out provocatively, come on. His sword blazed with light as he unleashed unified sword, followed by triumphal swordsmanship. Those techniques formed one fierce strike after another. Their light illuminated the entire space around them. Faced with the scene that unfolded next, Jeff was so astonished his mouth fell open, his eyes wide as if he could not believe it. Behind him, Luan only stood frozen and looked up. It was the moment Davy shot into the air and unleashed an immensely powerful attack. The terrifying force knocked Sandramanias backward. Amid the agonized roar of the beast, his hand was already soaked in its blood. When he landed on the ground, Davy muttered in disgust, this smell is revolting. Holding Purser von Palin in his arms, Davy heard her ask, are you truly planning to devour it? He could not hide the hesitation in his heart, but still answered, yes. As soon as the words left his mouth, the earth and stones behind Davy suddenly exploded, creating a violent shockwave. He was briefly horrified and immediately turned around, his gaze tense with vigilance, as if ready to face any sudden danger. Seeing Sandraminia rise up, its body gradually gathering a terrifying source of power in its mouth, Davy hissed softly. His voice was filled with fury, damn it. In an instant, a dazzling burst of light erupted, making Purser von Palin scream in panic, DAV. Before she could finish speaking, the fierce light from the beast's mouth shot out like a storm of energy. All of that terrifying power was compressed into a single point, and that surge of energy erupted, carrying a violent destructive force that seemed to burn the surrounding space to ash in a furious gale. After witnessing that scene, Jeff collapsed to the ground and coughed up blood. He hurriedly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and weakly muttered that he had used too much power. Jeff looked toward Sandraminia in the distance, reassuring himself that the mission was complete anyway. After resting for a moment, Jeff forced himself to stand. Though exhausted, he would not allow himself to collapse, telling himself he had to reach the next key point and support everyone as an apprentice knight. To him, there was no other choice to hesitate over, because ever since he could think for himself, he had grown up obeying other people's orders. But at that moment he felt unbearably stifled by the situation before him. Han Kang had accepted this mission and struck at his comrades not to fall into this feeling now. He saw Luan standing motionless there. Jeff suddenly spoke up and asked what she was doing standing there. Luan turned her head to look back but did not answer Jeff. Instead, she said coldly that his master was dead. That man had turned to ash and scattered on the wind. As if unable to believe what she had just heard, Luan raised her hand and pointed straight ahead, denying his words and saying that he was wrong. Refusing to accept the truth Jeff had just declared, Luan once again affirmed with certainty that Master Davy was not dead. She kept that pointing posture unchanged, unmoved by Jeff's words, as though in her heart, Davy was still alive. Hearing this, Jeff tilted his head and asked in confusion, then why do you not act? Do you not hate me? Should you not kill me? Luan merely stood there in silence for a while before answering, that is Lord Davy's mission. She believed that if she acted on her own, she would overstep her authority. After speaking, Luan quietly stood still again, listening as Jeff continued to mock her, saying that he was already dead, and she only said that because she could not believe he was dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Jeff turned away, tossed out a mocking remark that she really was a child, then leaped onto Sandramania's back and flew off, leaving Luan standing silently in place. James looked down below, his gaze icy, and murmured that in the end, they were all dead. Then he uttered only a brief sentence, you and me. Elsewhere, Elena looked up at the sky in horror. Unable to believe what had just happened, she softly called Davy. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind calling Elena's name. Hearing it, she answered in delight. Lingxi, everyone. Below Lingxi also smiled and waved to Lena. She lightly jumped down from the machine and told everyone that this was not the time to stand still, they had to leave at once. Lingxi immediately nodded in reply. That is why we gathered here. Those following links secretly breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Thank goodness the princess was still safe. Standing before Alicia Patrick, Elena looked curiously at the object in her hand and asked what it was. Alicia answered sadly that it was CEO Howe's communication orb, and thanks to it, they had received a signal from Master Boris. He said an attack had occurred, so the test had to be suspended for now. Hearing Alicia's words, Elena could not help growing worried, tension and unease rising in her heart. Beside her, Chirenda trembled as she clutched her face, saying in fear that the monster had begun to move. She kept panicking, muttering something about supergrade. Seeing this, Alicia turned to reassure her, calm down. Alicia held Lacey in her arms and gently comforted her, saying that no matter what, they still had hope. Since she was here, Lord Davy would surely arrive soon as well, right? Suddenly, Elena stared into the distance and said that he was over there. Hearing this, everyone cried out in shock. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Alicia, you were right, the attack has happened, and all the high-ranking knights have been killed. That means the only way to escape from here is to endure. The voice continued, with Davy's strength, he should have been fine. But since Chandra joined the battle, things may have changed, making Elena even more uneasy. Suddenly, a powerful hand reached out and grabbed Elena, shouting as it demanded what they meant by saying Davy was not here. That person roared angrily, hurry and call him here. He is the only one who can protect us. The situation grew so tense that everyone hurriedly shouted to stop her. Damir, let her go. Seeing that she still would not release Elena, Linksy shouted furiously, is Davy your personal guard? Damir refused to back down as well, screaming in a frenzy that they still did not understand. All the high-ranking knights were dead, and she did not want to die. I do not want to just stand still and wait for death like this, Damir shouted in despair. Suddenly, a staff swung in from somewhere, terrifying everyone. One person from Damir's group stepped forward and said in a voice full of guilt, sorry everyone. This Damien is still far too immature. The others could not help scold him, saying this lunatic had been standing there all this time without doing anything. The people around them began speaking anxiously. Has Davy still not arrived? Then what should we do now? Hearing those words, Elena only stood silently in place. A moment later, she spoke, leaving everyone stunned. Davy has gone to face the enemy. If we keep our spirits steady, even that monster will not find us easily. Hearing Elena's words, Lindsay and Alicia could not hide their joy. Elena stood proudly atop the machine and called out with blazing spirit, let us move forward. We will use our own strength to hold out until the masters arrive here. After that powerful declaration, a voice suddenly cut in, sorry, but immediately after, the machine where Elena had just been standing suddenly exploded. Garen landed steadily amid the smoke and flames of the battlefield, perfectly displaying the bearing of a Knight Order commander. As soon as he landed, he burst into loud laughter, then asked mockingly, is that so? Looking at Princess Elena as she struggled in the battle, he sneered and asked whether that was also Apprentice Davy's golem. Observing the robot, Garen remarked that the brat's talent truly was tempting, but at the same time it was also a risk to him. His subordinates called softly in concern, Commander, you are... He immediately replied casually, I forgot to tell you all. With an arrogant attitude, he looked down at the cowering subordinates and said they had to prove they had an important role. After hearing this, all of them went weak in the limbs, too frightened to look straight at him. He reassured them, calm down, only a few of you need to take part. Princess Elena frowned and said angrily that those people had been saved by Davy. Garen replied that the apprentice who accompanied her, Davy, had been killed by the transcendent Sandra a few minutes ago. She asked in shock, what? The cunning commander of the Fifth Knight Order said he had received a report that Davy had been erased without a trace, but Princess Elena immediately shouted, do not lie. He still refused to stop, continuing to drive in another barb, saying how unfortunate, that brat must have been your last hope. Elena gritted her teeth, trying not to show her emotions, making Alicia Patrick call Saul softly in concern, Princess. The subordinates, who still did not understand the commander's purpose, began clamoring, Commander, why are you doing this? Could it be... One man, pale with fear, still trembled as he questioned Garen. That cannot be true, right? You would not betray your superiors, would you? The subordinate's protest was so weak that even he himself sounded unsure. The commander would never harm us. Garen did not look back, merely said calmly, let me ask you all something. Are you willing to sacrifice yourselves for the benefit of humanity and the glory of the knights? Fendirenda immediately answered, clearly, of course. The Knight Order is no different from my family, but she was not a puppet for others to control as they pleased. Immediately after, Fendirenda firmly stated her position. This is wrong. Killing our superior and forcing us is wrong. I also do not understand why you killed Davy. The commander still wore a smile as he calmly replied, everything is for a noble reason. Transcendent Sandra is the apprentice of young mage. No, from now on, I can call him a special knight. Sandra Minia is out there at ease, striking without pause. Garen said relying on his power alone cannot control Transcendent Sandra, so I need your help. Aiming straight at the younger members, the commander coldly declared, I need 5 of you as sacrifices. If anyone volunteers, I will erase the memories of the rest and spare their lives. The children felt a chill down their spines when they heard it, unable even to decide their own lives, pitifully cheap. Garen smiled to reassure them, do not worry, your sacrifice will surely be remembered forever. That man even meant to swear upon his honor. Commander Garan, by now Princess Elena's endurance had reached its limit. She gritted her teeth and hissed, how ridiculous. She repeated loudly rule number 3 of the Alpha Lionite Order. Tightening her grip on the sword in her hand, she accused the man before her, you have violated the most basic rule we must obey. How dare you swear on honor for such an unlawful act? She said clearly, first of all, we reject your filthy proposal. He clicked his tongue and replied, you truly do not suit us at all, what a pity. Wasting no more time after negotiations failed, Garen waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, seize them. They immediately answered. Yes, sir, they shouted in unison and shot forward like arrows loosed from the string. The forces on Princess Elena Geffelin's side were caught unprepared, and in an instant they were beaten into disarray. Hager and Fendi Aranda fought with all their strength, trying to protect the weaker ones behind them. At the base of a distant tree, Alicia Patrick was tending to Lindsay Pella. That group had discovered the 2 girls. Before they could do anything, Princess Elena noticed. She shouted no, then swung her sword straight at them. Not just one man, Princess Elena unleashed move after move, taking down several of them in a single breath. The scene descended into chaos, blood spattering everywhere like a red rain. Of course, the price was not small either. That technique consumed too much strength, leaving Princess Elena staggering and barely able to stand by bracing herself on her sword. Garen narrowed his eyes with a smile and clapped in praise. Impressive. I did not expect you to hold out this long. Though she was still panting, she quickly steadied her breathing and whipped around to glare coldly at him. She answered with sarcasm, I am also greatly impressed by your courage, daring to stay and fight instead of tucking your tail and running. But anger still weighed heavily in her heart, and she gritted out each word, you are making an extremely grave mistake. Garen pretended to be surprised and asked back, a mistake. She had no interest in arguing, merely continued coldly, I will never forget someone who betrayed me. Pointing the tip of her sword straight at the commander, she roared, no matter what happens, I will definitely kill you. Spoke in a mocking tone, I am very much looking forward to that. Neither of them said another word, and they immediately charged straight at each other. Princess Elena unleashed super heavy sword. That slash formed a sharp and ferocious surge of force, powerful enough to finish off the enemy she faced. One sword fell, followed by great mountain convergence, its might so fierce that calling it earth-shaking would not be an exaggeration. Yet Garen still lightly blocked the entire blow without taking the slightest harm. He even curled his lips and taunted her, I heard you were a genius. In a jeering tone, he said, better than I imagined. Princess Elena was furious enough to go mad and hissed, shut your mouth. Yet he immediately continued, but you are still far too green. Right beside her, his subordinate suddenly appeared. Having just poured all her will and strength into executing the technique, she left herself open for only a brief instant. That single moment of carelessness was enough for them to seize her. Countless arms reached out amid Garon's vile laughter. Life is not that easy. He forced her face down onto the filthy ground. 2 men held her tight, forcing her to collapse to her knees at Garon's feet. Gripping the sword, Garen stabbed it down into her back, making Princess Elena cry out in pain. Hot blood poured out, yet she still forced out each word with hatred, I will kill you. Though pinned firmly to the ground, she still spoke clearly, I will kill you no matter what it takes. He answered, I am sure you will like what comes next very much. Bringing the sharp blade before her face, Garen said, if you want to see that brat again so badly, I will let 2 of you reunite. But before he could act, a subordinate hurriedly stopped him. Please wait. Lord Garen, please do not kill her. That man curled his lips and explained, she is one of the descendants of the Sword Saint, blessed by spirits. Among them, her bloodline is the purest. He looked down at the pitiful girl coughing on the ground, gave a cruel smile, then appraised her like merchandise. She will certainly become a very formidable Dark Knight. Hearing that it suited his intentions, Garon seemed extremely satisfied. He immediately said, very good, you should not die yet, live on to serve this grand cause. Just as Princess Elena Geffelin managed to lift her head, she spat straight into Garon's face. She cursed, you bastard, you insane criminal. She curled her lips with confidence, Davy will definitely bury you alive. He leisurely wiped the filth from his face and said, you place such great expectations on someone already dead, how sad. She laughed coldly, Himph, you do not know what kind of person that bastard is. Staring straight into Garen, she said even if he fell into the 9th level of hell, he would slowly crawl back up as if nothing had happened. Bored, he ordered the man beside him to move closer to her. As that man cast a spell on her head amid her screams, Garen said coldly, those naive thoughts of yours should end here. Lindsay, Pella, and Hager both burst into tears, crying out together at that painful sight. Hager called in a choked voice, Elena. The Renda twins were also restrained. He said, "We need that woman's younger sister as well. Bring them here at once." The two girls were immediately dragged away despite their desperate resistance. Garen paid no attention to the screams, perhaps because he had grown too accustomed to them. He asked his subordinate, "How is Sandra now?" The other man replied, "Sir, thousands of golems are blocking Sandra's path." The remaining man continued reporting, "Sandra has no problem, but dealing with that lot is rather troublesome for us." Garen burst out laughing, causing this much trouble even after death. He sighed in admiration that Devi truly is terrifying beyond reason. Half hidden among the clouds and mist, Luan sat with her knees drawn up, her eyes vacant. On a sheer cliff so high it seemed to lean against the clouds, Luan sat silently alone. Then she dusted herself off and stood, holding the twin yin and yang swords in her arms, her eyes fixed intently into the distance. Luan stood motionless like a statue, clutching the swords, while a dazzling light gradually spread toward her. A bare foot appeared, drawing with it a surging source of power, at least 10 times stronger than before. No, according to the collected data, it far exceeded even that, and currently could not be measured. After that, the crown of a head and smooth, glossy locks of hair slowly came into view. Master Devi's survival ability and Luan's will remain steadfast. Devi appeared in the form of a healthy young man, completely unharmed, and without a thread of clothing covering him. Clenching the stone in his hand, he said cheerfully, as if none of it had been difficult, "Oh, it worked." While stretching, he spoke loudly. "Good thing I used that move in time. If I had waited until the disguise to change my appearance, others would have found it strange." Though Lune did not fully understand what he meant, she answered seriously, "I do not understand. According to my analysis, even if Master changes his appearance, no problems will occur." She added, "With my limited knowledge, Master currently also looks rather like someone entering his 40s. He gave a faint laugh. How can anyone possess such useless knowledge? Suddenly, a vortex surged in so violently that it knocked Davy sprawling, along with a miserable cry, "Davy!" Berserk von Palen clung tightly to his face and asked in a panic, "Hanlian Hui, are you all right? Do you not know how to worry? I thought I was about to die." He answered weakly, "I thought you were already dead." Lune stood with her arms folded, watching this strange reunion, and had already formed her own judgment. Before long, the little girl spoke. "Lune has determined that Sir Davy's confidence level is very high." Without the slightest hesitation, she pointed straight at him and remarked, "But its size is extremely small." He cried out, "Hey, how is that any different from sexual harassment?" The little girl ignored him, covered her eyes with 2 swords, and said, "Lune is suffering visual damage, requesting that you put on clothes immediately." He gave a strained laugh. "There is no other choice but to comply." He replied, "Fine, fine." As Davy touched a mysterious space, he muttered to himself, "Sigh, I wonder if doing this is all right." The space he had just touched was an auxiliary spatial circle arranged like a subspace, almost like a bag. He exclaimed, "Oh, there are still a few spots left." While putting on his pants, he remarked, "Too bad all the expanded spatial pouches have completely vanished." Dripping in a pitch-black outfit over his shoulders, he drank something that looked rather suspicious. Immediately, Berserk von Palen asked, "What are you drinking?" He licked his lips in satisfaction and said to her, "Delicious, this thing. It is a divine elixir." Berserk von Palen immediately cried out, "A divine elixir, the tears of a god." Her eyes shone like car headlights as she asked excitedly, "What is that?" Davy answered tearfully, "Who knows? I was given it, so I do not really know." He continued opening the space to see if anything usable remained. "Let me put this pair away first." Berserk von Palen shouted, "Hey, I am not done yet." Davy took out the holy spear Longinus, unable to hide his smile as he exclaimed, "Finally found it." Speaking of this holy spear. Awakened state, spear form can retract itself into a fixed shape. Its current form is a cross, made of 100% helixium steel. This weapon was forged for 500 years by the finest blacksmith in the celestial realm as a gift for a friend, and was later improved by disciple Davy. It has no ego and also has 3 forms: cross, death spear, and 6-dragon great glaive. He blurted out, "It actually has 3 forms." Berserk von Palen leaned close to him and said, "The most basic form is the cross." He hugged the staff and smiled with deep satisfaction. "Wonderful, thanks to it, my holy power has increased too." Lune stared fixedly at the holy spear and said honestly, "Lune cannot analyze the metal composition of this weapon. More data is required." He answered at once, "It is made of helixium steel, a metal with heat conductivity 5 times higher than orichalcum, and second only to molten adamantium in durability and toughness." He suddenly thought, if so, it seems Ashi left me a very fine item. Holy Emperor Ashki, who once conquered the entire continent, was exceptionally skilled with spears. From great spears to short spears, as long as it was a spear, he wielded it proficiently and reached the title of master. The moment he gripped the spear tightly, a surge of vitality immediately poured straight into his body. Davy realized that an indescribably vast amount of mana was flowing throughout his body. Lightly touching the map, he could not help being astonished. Just from grade 9 holy water, his mana and necromancy had reached the 8th circle. From that, Davy understood that the greater the amount of mana, the more the damaged circles within his body would gradually merge and become a ring. After thinking it through, he concluded, so that means even if it is lost, it does not disappear completely. The holy spear began to change violently, both in appearance and color. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a beautiful long green bamboo staff, as if carved from emerald. Davy happily shouldered it and said, "It truly lives up to its name as the strongest death spear." Loon reported, "Master Davy, the Transcendent Sandra and the Hare are engaged in battle. Scanning, contact confirmed, Puma state, damage has increased severalfold." He asked further, "What about the trainees?" She answered at once, "All have survived." After carefully weighing the situation, Loon reported further, "But I sense that Sir Davy's side has been quite badly injured. In addition, one more person has also been injured." Through Loon's sky-clear blue eyes, an entire mighty army in cloaks could be seen. She said, "Casualty numbers are estimated to rise sharply in a short time." He understood her meaning. "You mean this is a disaster?" He gently praised her. "Loon, you did well." He prepared to deploy a technique, then said to her, "Leave the rest to me. Take these goods to the deception ranks." Carrying the holy spear in the form of a bamboo staff, he instructed her before leaving, "Protect the trainees until I arrive." Loon replied, "Command accepted." The holy spear caused Davy's movement speed to surge, almost rivaling the speed of light. In an instant, he arrived at the location and said cheerfully, "Good, I do not even need to use flight magic anymore." He laughed heartily. "As a person, one should at least breathe the air at this altitude once." Berserk von Palen replied, "Clouds, wind, and fools all like high places." He kept laughing. "You have learned to joke more lately." He looked around broadly and determined the direction. "First, I need to check the target." Holy Spear Longinus activated its second form, and he summoned the spear to its maximum level. Berserk von Palen was horrified. "What in the world is that?" He answered calmly, "I told you this is the limit." She stared blankly. "Huh?" Gazing into the distance, he asked half jokingly, half seriously, "Let us see, where have you hidden?" Speak of Cao Cao and Cao Cao appears. Sandra appeared before his eyes. He exclaimed, "Found you." Smiled slyly. "Let us see how many strikes like this you can withstand." When the attack entered range, he said excitedly, "I hope you do not disappoint me." After saying that, he hurled down a massive force, driving straight into the target like a falling meteor. And just as the data showed, Sandra had no time to react, standing motionless like an unthinking statue. A piercing scream rang out, forcing everyone nearby to clutch their heads. The subordinates shouted in panic, "Captain Garon, look." The moment he raised his face to look, that man seemed frozen on the spot, his eyes bulging wide with terror. Before him, in the vast expanse of air, Sandra, the monstrous beast he worshipped, was having its formation torn apart by a terrifying attack. Unable to resist, Garon muttered in shock, "What exactly am I seeing?" Immediately that surge of power was transmitted onward and plunged straight downward. Bolts of lightning spread across the monster's body, making it convulse in agony. Immediately after, an extremely violent current of lightning pierced through the bamboo, then stabbed straight into the monster's abdomen. A horrific explosion erupted. Witnessing the scene, Davy immediately blurted out, "Look." Davy cheerfully turned to Purser and asked, "What do you think?" Hearing that, Purser looked plainly bewildered, her mouth stammering, "Well, it is big and beautiful." Hearing the Palin girl praise him, Davy replied happily, "You have a good eye." Immediately after, Davy led Palin back to the masked group and leaped down to the ground, startling them. At that moment, seeing Davy return, the twin sisters Serenda and Fendi Renda called out in unison, "Hector, Davy." Davy then said, "I was only gone for a moment, and you already caused trouble." Afterward, Davy looked around at the ruined scene around him and spoke in a daze. What happened to it?" Davy immediately called Lewin out and asked, "Lewin, how is Deception Arrow doing?" Lewin quickly appeared behind him and reported, "3 of the 5 robots have lost combat capability." Lewin narrowed his eyes as he looked over and continued, "The analysis results show that annual maintenance is required. Magachin and Snip are badly damaged, but they can still operate." After hearing Lewin's report, Davy thought to himself, after fighting Sandra, "This much is already acceptable. They can still be repaired, right?" Lewin observed the devastated scene and stated, "I will use the lower grade models that can still move. I will repair the rest immediately." Immediately afterward, Lewin flew into the air and confirmed that he had received the order. Davy then turned around and spoke, "All right, thanks, Lewin." Just then someone called Davy's name, making him turn his head in surprise. It turned out to be Garon, the great knight who led Alpha 5. He looked at Davy in disbelief and asked, "How are you still alive?" Davy cheerfully replied, "Oh good, I get to see you again." Davy pointed behind him and said, "Do you know how much money this pile cost me?" Hearing that, Knight Garon began to show unease. Davy continued, "You had better compensate me properly." Seeing Davy still alive and standing right before her eyes, the noblewoman Alicia Patrick cried out in joy. Beside her, Heger also called out with tears in his eyes, "You bastard, you really are still alive." At this moment, Knight Garon of Alpha 5 spoke, "I do not understand. I received a report that Sandra had taken you down." Davy replied arrogantly, "I am quite grateful, but that was only your assumption." And Davy gave a sinister smile and said, "That is all." Knight Garen was utterly bewildered now, unable to understand what was happening. Davy continued, I have regained quite a lot of my strength. Then a golden light suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, Davy unleashed the power of Stone Still Wind Field Great Heaven, striking Knight Garen head on. The blow sent Knight Garen flying far away. Davy's power was overwhelmingly dominant, making Knight Garen panic, and before he could react, he cried out. The attack was so powerful that it swept past the attendants at extreme speed. That sight left Knight Garen's lackeys utterly shocked, their mouths stammering, Cap. Knight Garen was beaten so hard that he coughed up blood. His subordinates shouted in panic, Captain, Captain. At that moment, Davy continued to use his power, drawing out the sword and slowly walking toward Garen, who was coughing violently. Davy's power caused the swords of the subordinates to begin trembling and moving on their own. Seeing the swords leave their sheaths by themselves, Garen's subordinates cried out in shock, what in the world is happening? The swords immediately flew toward Davy, all of them turning their blades to point down at the ground. Immediately afterward, all the swords shot up into the sky under everyone's astonished gazes. Looking at the swords hovering in the air, Davy spoke. Let us take a little time to hear today's forecast. People below looked up in fear. Davy continued, today's forecast is mostly heavy rain, and there is a high chance it will arrive very soon. Immediately afterward, Davy used the power of Knight Art explosive key sword technique to control the swords and said, you had better do your utmost to dodge. Davy immediately unleashed Thousand Divine Sword Dance, causing countless swords to plunge down all at once. The swords fell straight down, piercing through the formation and taking down many of Garen's subordinates, making them scream in panic. The twin sisters Sirenda and Fendirenda turned pale as they witnessed that scene. Looking down from above, Palin crossed his arms and asked Davy, is this Knight Art? Davy looked over everything with satisfaction and said to Purser, just think of it as an assassination move that saves time. Hearing that, Davy looked down at the chaos below and explained, I prefer handling the whole group at once rather than quietly taking them down one by one. Hearing Davy and Ron say that, Palin looked at the bloody scene and sighed, who could possibly stop you? Knight Garen was now sitting with his back against the wall. Then Garen looked toward the sword and asked in a voice full of suspicion, did you just say explosive key sword? He looked at Davy and asked, who exactly are you? Hearing that, Davy merely smiled and answered Garen, I am only a student. Davy continued, I believe you understand that well. Knight Garen immediately shouted in anger, stop spouting nonsense. Garen flew into a rage, struggled to his feet, and said loudly, what brat could possibly reach a realm of swordsmanship that no one in the world can touch? Davy answered calmly, the one standing right in front of you. Hearing that, Knight Garen braced his hand against the ground and said powerlessly, I was wrong to think I could easily eliminate you. Davy advised him, you should change the way you think. After that, Davy looked toward the one who had been defeated and spoke, would it not be wiser to choose me, instead of that one called the Transcendent, to conquer the Pandora continent? Palin stood on Davy's shoulder, looked at Knight Garen and said mockingly he cannot deny that. In Davy's mind he thought perhaps he came to his senses after witnessing this outcome. After that, Davy pressed the sword close to the blonde Garen and thought, regret always comes too late. Knight Garen was now so furious that he ground his teeth. Garen asked Davy, was it that power of yours that destroyed Sandra? Hearing that, Davy sighed and replied, could your last words not be a little more ordinary? Hearing this, Knight Garen froze, his mouth stammering, what did you just say? The very moment Garen had just uttered the word what, Davy's blade decisively swept across his neck in a cold stroke. Davy held the sword, proudly looking down at Garen's corpse. Palin sat on Davy von Ron's shoulder and asked with some concern, I think he had his own reasons too. Hearing that, Davy replied, but no matter what, it was still a foolish choice of his. Palin turned to look at Davy and asked, Davy, if he had another choice, would he have reconsidered? Davy lowered his head and said quietly, fools always repeat their mistakes, and he is the same. At that moment, Davy thought to himself, that is right, with Sandra's ability, perhaps that man truly could have accomplished his goal. Davy turned his head to look behind him and continued thinking, if I had not been here, perhaps this scene would have become part of history. At that time, disaster would have spread across the continent, even though it all began from an inhuman conspiracy. Davy thought to himself, what is certain is that he failed. No matter what circumstances they fell into, I have no intention of sympathizing with them. Davy now said calmly, there is no death without a reason, Purser. Hearing that, Purser von Palin burst into loud laughter and said, haha, you mean there is no need to care about the princess's life or death, right? Seeing Palin like that, Davy commented, hey, even so, how can you make your own joke and laugh at it all by yourself? Right then, a loud call rang out from behind Davy. Twin sisters of the Renda family immediately said in joy, you are still alive, that is wonderful. Thank you so much, Davy. Without you, we do not know what would have happened to us. After chatting for a while, the Renda sisters finally noticed something different about Davy. The younger one quickly asked if he had grown quite a bit taller. Davy smiled and replied, Maybe it was because I just passed puberty. Suddenly, from far away came the sound of someone sobbing, each cry choked and broken. The noblewoman Alicia Patrick was kneeling motionless before Princess Elena, crying as she pleaded, "Sob, please wake up, princess." Alicia Patrick kept calling out through her tears, looking utterly pitiful. "Please, you are not dead, are you? Please tell me you are still alive." Seeing that, Davy froze and stammered, "Elena." Alicia Patrick hurriedly wiped her tears and said in a choked voice, "Sob, Lord Davy, what are we supposed to do now?" The dark mage attacked her and disappeared. Hearing that, Davy immediately went over to examine her and said she still seems to be alive. How could this happen? Everyone, step aside. Von Palin, standing beside him, anxiously asked Davy how she was. Hearing that, Davy thought to himself, she is on an extremely dangerous edge. Davy continued thinking, Lucille has pure mana, so she was able to help her hold on for a while. Looking at Elena lying there, he said they intended to turn her into a dark knight, but she resisted. Looking at Princess Elena lying alone on the snow, Davy said softly, Candiras should have been here. At that moment, Lindsay Pella anxiously spoke up and asked, Davy, what exactly happened to Elena? Is she not a student of the Holy Temple? Davy brought his hand close to Lena's forehead and told everyone, please be quiet for a moment. That very moment, dense darkness spread everywhere, leaving those around them stunned as they cried out, dark magic. Lindsay Pella turned pale with fear while Davy thought to himself, but it is still not too late. Seeing everyone's shocked reaction to the dark magic, Davy sighed inwardly. He understood why they panicked, because although it was known as a great power, it had always been viewed in a negative light. Davy's expression grew tense. He continued thinking, it would be best if they did not foolishly miss the chance to save her because their own fear. Right after that, Davy said to everyone, do not be so quick to fear any kind of power. What you should care about is what kind of person is using it. Davy helped Princess Elena sit up and said, a mistaken belief will lead to mistaken actions. Remember that well. Davy reached his hand toward Princess Elena, thinking inwardly, someone who possesses divine power is not necessarily a good person. Everything depends on how that person uses the power. Do not forget that there was once someone who used terrifying dark power to sacrifice himself and save millions of lives. St. John E.S. once made such a noble sacrifice as well. Suddenly, Alicia Patrick could not hold back and asked Davy, but why do you, the possessor of a sacred relic, also have dark magic? Hearing that, Davy faltered, unsure what to say about that. But immediately, Davy looked at the people behind him who were standing stunned and said calmly, trust me, just like last time. After that, Davy placed his hand on Princess Elena and drew all the dark energy out of her. As he did so, Davy told Purser that making others owe you a debt was always useful. Right. Seeing that action, Palin told him this would cause terrible pain. Fortunately, she was unconscious. Davy gave a sly smile and replied, even more fortunately, there are no priests here. If they had healed her, a terrible consequence would have occurred. Elena's body might have fallen apart. Davy thought to himself, if they were forced to use divine power to heal her, Elena would turn into a bomb and throw everything into chaos. Divine power and dark magic were fundamentally incompatible, and combining them offered no advantage at all. After a while, Davy finally finished treating Princess Elena and said, it is done. Looking at Princess Elena, whose eyes were still tightly shut, Davy told everyone that as long as she rested for a while, she would recover normally. Hearing that, Alicia Patrick joyfully ran over, embraced Princess Elena tightly, and called out, Princess. Seeing that, Davy quickly reminded her, I enhanced her natural recovery ability, so let her rest quietly. After that, Davy turned and left, making Lindsay Pella look back curiously and call his name. At that moment, Davy slowly raised his hand. Immediately afterward, he used his power to create a barrage of lightning bolts that shot straight in one direction, causing that place to explode violently. Witnessing that scene, everyone standing behind Davy screamed in terror, Long while later, Lindsay Pella slowly opened her eyes again. She shouted Davy's name. Hearing that, Davy revealed a meaningful expression and said, there are still a few things I have to finish handling. At that very moment, a Sandra monster suddenly emerged from beneath the ground. After that, the Sandra monster charged madly straight toward where Davy stood. Seeing that, everyone shouted in panic, my god, that is a transcendent entity. Impossible. Has it completely recovered already? Its regeneration is truly unbelievable. Right now, Davy looked deeply interested and said Sandra had the strongest recovery ability among the Lola Sen. Looking at the Sandra monster soaring into the sky, Davy thought to himself, it is not called the dragon corpse for nothing. Meanwhile, Alicia Patrick held Princess Elena and cried out in fear, oh god. Just then, Davy called loudly, Alicia. Immediately afterward, Davy ordered Alicia Patrick to take Elena and flee to a safe place. Alicia Patrick immediately obeyed and hurriedly replied, yes, all right. Suddenly, Alicia Patrick looked at Princess Elena again with an expression full of astonishment. At the same time, the bamboo in Davy's hand began to transform. That bamboo staff instantly became became the Divine Spear Longinus in its third form, Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. After that, Davy advanced toward the dragon Sandra and declared clearly, "This is a battle of life and death." The surrounding crowd fled in panic, shouting as they ran, hurry and run, watch out or it will attack." Davy looked at the monster and smiled confidently at Palin. "I will deal with it as quickly as possible." Looking straight at Sandra, Davy continued, "You just wait there." The Sandra monster also began gathering power at that moment. Davy immediately unleashed a move in response. A massive explosion erupted. Black Sun combined strike, Archie form, lightning severing spear. The moment Earth Shatter appeared, it sent everything around it flying in every direction. At the same time, in another place, the snow covering the tree branches suddenly fell. A subordinate called out to his commander, "Commander Boris, please come and take a look. I believe that is a signal from the students." Hearing his subordinate's report, Commander Boris smiled in delight and said, "Good, we finally found the way." Immediately, Commander Boris gave an order. Squads 1 and 7, search the outer area at once. Squad 2, find the students and protect them. The rest of you, follow me to stop Sandra. At that moment, the headmaster told Boris that the entire seal had suddenly vanished, and that this was very strange. "You must be extremely careful, Boris." Hearing that, Boris replied, "I will keep that in mind." After that, Boris Tiaman raised his head to look up at the sky and thought to himself, "This is the opportunity." A beam of light shone straight down from the sky to the ground, carrying his thoughts with it. That very light was illuminating the entire sky, helping us determine the direction we needed to take. Commander Boris's face was now dotted with sweat, his worry plain to see. Immediately afterward, Commander Boris quickly followed the direction his subordinate indicated, wondering inwardly what could be happening there. Just then, one subordinate suddenly shouted loudly, "We found them, they are the students." Sob, sob, sob. Boris's subordinates hurried over to check on the students, asking if they could still stand. But Commander Boris froze, looking up at the sky. Before Commander Boris Delma lay the scene of devastation left behind by the monster Sandra. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere, making Boris shout in alarm, "What the hell is going on here?" At that moment, his comrades at headquarters kept calling Boris. "Captain Boris, we heard you found the missing gems. Respond immediately. Report the situation there at once." Commander Boris Tellman picked up the voice transmission device and answered, "Team 1, Boris reporting. The situation here has been resolved." Hearing Boris's answer, everyone was stunned into speechlessness. The crowd cried out in confusion, "How can that be? What exactly does that mean?" They anxiously asked again, "Then what about Sandra and that traitor Gao?" Hearing that, Boris hesitated before answering, Commander Boris Thelman looked at everything before him and said calmly, "It seems this entire matter has been dealt with." The other end immediately shouted, "Are you certain?" The people on the other end spoke to Boris in both worry and panic. "That is Sandra, an extremely dangerous entity, and Gao is not weak either. Give an accurate report." Boris hurriedly explained, "No, what I mean is..." Looking at the scene around him, Commander Boris said firmly, "Once you see this with your own eyes, you will understand." Just then, a beam of light pierced straight down from high above to the ground, accompanied by a faint cry. Blood stained a patch of white snow red. Davy coughed and said that really was dangerous. Seeing Davy laboriously wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Purser von Palin treated him while saying irritably, "Looks like you overexerted yourself." Rawl dropped heavily to the ground. Purser von Palin then said to Davy, "Your power still has not recovered as much as you thought, has it?" Davy hesitated before replying, "Probably about half." Then Davy burst into laughter and said, "But it was worth trying." Suddenly, a beam of light appeared right before Davy's eyes, leaving him unable to hide his surprise. A notification panel appeared before Davy, with the following written inside. Name Davy, gender male, title Disciple of the World's Heroes, supplement a half-mad man bearing a holy mark and an unbalanced body. Due to forcibly restructuring his constitution and converting a massive amount of mana, his health continues to decline, receiving power from the world. Good deeds accumulated 2 out of 10. Merit has been acknowledged. After reading it, Davy laughed smugly and said, "Ahaha, as expected, the prince's royal father really did train one hell of a bastard." Davy continued, "Now that I think of her father, he is someone who loses his temper easily. It seems that whenever some hero competed for that rank, he would try to split the ocean in two." In his heart, Davy thought, "The traitor Garon is dead." Looking at the green-haired man bound and awaiting judgment, Davy thought to himself, "All of his minions except Chibo have been taken down. This incident can be considered closed with the death of Sandra, the Transcendent being handled by my own hands." Looking at Paladin Fielder and Priest Lucia Selman, Davy thought, although the Academy team suffered severe damage, fortunately many members were still rescued in time. The place where Priest Lucia Selman was sitting was where Seo had been covered. Priest Lucia Selman cried so hard that tears and snot streamed down her face in grief. Davy's own emotions were also rather tangled, but in the end, he calmly thought, the Alpha Frontline Knights clearly owe me one. Looking at the tragic scene before him, Davy continued thinking, although I am only a student, how could an ordinary student possibly deal with this? Consider this a lesson for them. At the same time in the lounge, Princess Elena slowly opened her eyes after a long, deep sleep. Davy was sitting there reading a book, and when he saw Princess Elena wake up, he said happily, "Ah, you are awake." Then Davy asked Princess Elena with concern, "Are you feeling better?" Elena rubbed her forehead, frowned, and answered, still a little tired." Looking at the unfamiliar room and the strange surroundings, Princess Elena asked Davy, "Where am I?" Davy replied, "The Knight's headquarters." Princess Elena blushed, glanced at Davy, and gave a meaningful smile. "I knew it. How could that man possibly kill you?" Those words left Davy somewhat surprised and puzzled. Princess Elena looked at her now-healed body and asked Davy, "So you treated me? I feel a strange energy running through my body." Davy nodded and said, "You need to rest for a few more days, then return once you have fully recovered." All of a sudden, Princess Elena reached out her hand. Immediately afterward, Princess Elena rushed forward and hugged Davy tightly, calling out in a choked voice, "Davy." Princess Elena's tears fell without stopping. She said softly, overwhelmed with emotion, "Thank you. As long as you are all right, I can be at ease." Princess Elena said in a trembling voice, "Even though I know you are very strong, I was still so worried." Recalling everything that had just happened, Princess Elena was still uneasy and afraid, and whispered, "This time was truly too dangerous." Davy smiled and embraced her, thinking to himself, "I know." The image of Monster Sandra appeared in Davy's mind. He thought that was a transcendent being, not something to be taken lightly. Even though Elena and Iulis always say I am as strong as a monster, when I faced Sandra Mania's incarnation, I still almost failed to win. At this moment, Davy closed his eyes, buried his face in Princess Elena's shoulder, and called her name with a trace of emotion, "Elena." Hearing Davy call her name so gently, Princess Elena's already red face flushed even deeper. She answered softly, Just as the atmosphere carried a hint of emotion, Davy suddenly regained his serious expression. He gripped Princess Elena's shoulders and scolded her, "I trained you so much, so why are you still this weak?" Elena immediately startled and pulled away. At this point, Davy immediately made up his mind. Once you recover, you must train again. Hearing that, Princess Elena cried out in panic. Princess Elena was so angry her face twisted, and she shouted, "Hey, you bastard." Seeing that Elena had not the slightest ambition to improve, Davy could not help reminding her, "This time, if I had not been there, you might have lost your life." Then Davy turned as if to leave. Princess Elena immediately asked loudly, "Where are you going?" Davy replied, "Everything is over, so I should probably go back." Princess Elena did not understand at all and asked blankly, "What do you mean, it is over?" Elena continued, "What about Sandra, that creature?" Hearing that, Davy finally gave a small, raised his head and replied casually, "Men, it seems you fainted, so you have not heard anything yet." Then Davy turned back and said cheerfully to Elena, "Basically, it has already been dealt with." Davy said calmly, "If you want to know more, listen to Lissa tell you about it." Princess Elena was shocked and stammered, "You are lying." Suddenly, Davy lowered his voice and told Elena, "But how is dead?" Hearing that, Princess Elena froze slightly. Recalling the situation at that time, she angrily blurted out a curse, "That bastard." Davy then said, "By the time I arrived, it was already too late." Suddenly, Palin appeared by Davy's shoulder and asked, "There was still a way back then, right?" Davy replied, maybe." Then Davy put on an indifferent look, but his voice was full of sarcasm. "It was simple. I only had to sacrifice a few years of my lifespan and throw away that once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity." Hearing that, Palin clicked his tongue and replied, "Then pretend I never said anything." Davy recalled Seo's battle and said, "Although I do not grieve over his death, from the perspective of a healer, standing before a gravely wounded patient who cannot survive is not pleasant either." After thinking for a while, Davy leaned against the door and said to Elena, "I will return to the Hansard territory now. For now, you must also go to the kingdom." Hearing that, Princess Elena shouted angrily, "Why?" Davy looked at Elena calmly and said, "You need rest and recuperation, and besides, many things will happen in the kingdom soon." Looking at the princess before him, still so stubborn, Davy sighed and said, "Princess, listen to me, stop causing trouble." Hearing that, Elena stammered, meaning. Davy immediately nodded in confirmation. After that, he told her that the kingdom had long been facing constant incidents related to vampires. Hansel territory was not peaceful either. Many orphanages had been attacked, more and more children had gone missing, and similar incidents kept spreading one after another. Looking at Princess Elena, who was innocently gazing at him, Davy thought to himself that even with help from Elena, who deeply hated vampires, she should never have been dragged into this from the beginning. Davy looked out the window, where a few birds were wheeling through the air. His heart sank as he thought that he had waited here too long. and it was time to leave. Looking at the splendid white castle before him, Davy thought this was the respect he offered to the king of this country. Just then, Princess Elena gently stepped over, took hold of the hem of Davy's clothes, and softly called his name. Princess Elena timidly thanked him in a quiet voice. Elena seemed a little reluctant to part, and could only lower her head as she told him not to let himself get hurt again. If that happened again, she would be very worried. Hearing those words, Davy was a little embarrassed at first, but in the very next moment, the corners of his lips curved upward without his realizing it, and Davy and John quietly looked at the princess standing before him. He replied in a gentle voice, "Thank you for worrying about me." At the Alpha Knight Order, someone spoke up in confusion. "Just who is this Davy?" An old knight in the Alpha unit said irritably, "According to the investigation, he is a prince of the kingdom, and was once in a coma for a long time. In particular, he has outstanding achievements in potion making and research, but even with those achievements, that still does not explain his extraordinary strength. Cadet Davy may be a danger, or he may be a gift to us." At this moment, Knight Cilia spoke with excitement. "Let us look at this more positively. He may not necessarily surpass every other cadet, but his actions are clearly always beneficial to us." The captain of Alpha Knight Unit 3 sighed with a headache and said, "You are right, but the current trouble does not come from him. It comes from those who want to oppose us." Knight Cilia froze for a moment, then nodded. The captain of Alpha 3 continued, "Rather than discussing him, we must find the mastermind behind leader Garen's betrayal of the Knight Order. If the traitor knows our forces well and still has the ability to oppose us, then there is very likely a powerful large organization behind them." Hearing this, the other knights immediately received the order from the captain of Alpha 3 and answered in unison, "We will investigate that at once." The captain of Alpha 3 added, "We have the advantage because we captured the Dark Mage Chebo. We must make every effort to get testimony out of that man. I will leave that matter to you." Just then, another knight reminded them, "As for the merits in this incident, Cadet Davy made a great contribution. Of course, to encourage morale, we should give him a fitting reward." The old knight Georgia turned to look at Knight Cilia and asked where he was now. Cilia thought for a moment, then replied, "I heard he is resting in the dormitory." Suddenly, a knight rushed into the conference room in a panic and hurriedly shouted, "Please forgive me. There is an urgent matter to report." That made every knight present start in surprise. The one who had just run in immediately explained the situation. Cadet Davy, the knight had only just heard his name when he shouted, What happened? Did something happen to him?" The newly arrived knight raised a sheet of paper and said anxiously, "He left a letter behind and departed, sir." Hearing this, everyone cried out in shock. "What?" Knight Cilia anxiously snatched the paper from the knight's hand and hurriedly said, "Give it here quickly." The people in the room wondered what he had written in it. Knight Cilia read the paper and stammered, "This." In the letter, Davy wrote that he is withdrawing his application to join the Knight Order. Everyone froze after reading the contents of the letter, then wondered together why he would do such a thing, and whether there was truly no other way left for them. The scene shifted to Hansel territory, where everyone entered Davy's room and asked in unison, "Did you summon us, my lord?" Davy replied, "Yes." Looking at Amy and Chief Minister Vernon, Davy called out, "Amy, Chief Minister Vernon." Vernon immediately stood at attention and awaited orders. "Please speak, my lord." Davy interlaced his fingers, smiled, and said, "I have something that must be completed." Chief Minister Vernon asked back anxiously, "You mean?" Davy immediately cut him off. "You understand what I mean." Davy looked at everyone in the room and calmly said, "I have done all kinds of things over this past while. I have also been waiting for this day for a very long time. The most important thing is that no matter what happens, we must hold Hansel territory." Chief Minister Vernon listened, then only replied after a while. After that, Davy turned to look at Mater and appointed him, "Go to the place I once mentioned and meet the person I spoke of." Mater was somewhat worried, but still obeyed, "Yes, sir." Seeing his reaction, Davy sighed and secretly chuckled. His temperament is still the same, always a little slow. Suddenly, Davy looked into empty space and asked calmly, "Jack, how is the matter I gave you to handle?" From somewhere unknown, Jack landed, bowed and said, "My lord, I have found it." Jack reported seriously. According to the information obtained, the kidnapped and missing people were found in Von Tiaz, in Varieta territory. Mater had still not recovered from his shock, and looked at the pitch-black, mysterious figure beside him as he cried out. Davy looked at Jack and continued asking, "Did you investigate any other details?" Jack reported, "For now, this is all we have found. Tracking traces has never been my specialty, however. According to the investigation, the bodies pulled from the river all bore signs of severe injuries. They truly are sick bastards." Davy propped a hand against himself and sighed, investigating that much is already good enough. Mater cut in, "I wonder what exactly happened there." Davy smiled and replied, "Now is the time to find a way to deal with the problem, not to obsess over chasing the truth. Jack, keep having people gather more detailed information for me." After saying that, Davy pulled his cloak over himself and said, "As for me, I will go to the royal palace." Jack was startled when he saw Davy intending to use the teleportation gate. Metter watched him walk toward the gate and hurriedly said, "The mana teleportation gate still cannot be used right now, sir." Davy only replied calmly, "I have my own way." He leisurely stepped into the teleportation circle, gave everyone in the room a bright smile, and reminded them, "Everyone, just handle the work you have been assigned. Prepare yourselves, there will be a great many things to do from now on. I will leave now and return soon." Everyone stood frozen in place, only able to watch as Davy's figure gradually disappeared. Jack murmured in a daze, "How can his lordship do something like that?" Scene shifted to the Ron Royal Palace. Davy walked along the great hall of the palace with Rawl and Lun. Along the way, Davy casually chatted with Lun. "You should have stayed in Hansel territory." Lun replied expressionlessly, "I refuse. Wherever master goes, I follow." After hearing this, Davy could only smile bitterly. "Fine, do whatever you want, but remember to act a little gently." Hearing this, Lun turned her face away, acting as though she did not understand what he meant. Suddenly, the panicked voices of the butler and the maids rang out, "Prince Davy." Davy looked at Lun and ordered, "Open the door." The butler looked at him anxiously and stammered, "Your Highness, you cannot enter on your own without permission for an audience, sir." Davy lowered his head, his voice cold yet utterly decisive as he said, "Hurry. Open the door." The cold aura filled with killing intent radiating from Davy made the butler and the maids shudder, chills running down their spines. Just then, a voice rang out from inside the room, saying it was all right, startling the steward. King Jinish and Rawl spoke again, telling him to open the door. The moment the door opened, Davy turned his cold gaze inside. Inside, King Janish and Rawl was sitting on the bed and saw Davy enter. King Janish smiled and said softly, "It has been a long time, Davy." Davy knelt and respectfully said, "May the son of the kingdom endure forever." Davy lowered his head and continued, "Please forgive my abrupt intrusion." King Gines still looked gently at his son and replied, "It is fine, be at ease. I have never placed much importance on such formalities." Davy and Rawl remained kneeling and said, "Your Majesty, it is only natural that I respect you." Hearing that, King Jinesh and Rawl's expression darkened slightly, and he raised a hand to cover his mouth as he suppressed a cough, then said, "There is no need for such words between father and son." Seeing Davy remain silent, King Gines asked, "First, I heard you recently went to the Lindis kingdom." Davy thought for a moment and replied, "I was invited to the debut banquet of that kingdom's youngest princess, Arya and Lindis." Hearing that, King Jinish and Rawl immediately asked, "Then you must have met Carlos there as well?" Davy answered at once, "Yes, your majesty." King Gines sighed, rubbed his forehead, and said if only he could grow as mature as you. Just then, Davy's voice suddenly softened as he called quietly, "Father, you still do not know why I came here, do you?" "I came in the middle of the night, because there is something I wish to tell you." At that moment, both of them seemed to understand what the other was thinking. After a brief silence, King Ginesh and Rawl tapped his finger lightly on the bed and spoke first. "Can you stop this?" King Gines suddenly continued, "I do not have much longer to live." King Jinesh and Rawl's gaze sank, touched with sorrow, and he asked, "Can you not heed this father's final request and stay your hand?" Davy froze for an instant, thinking to himself, final request. Davy clenched his fist, anger flaring in his heart as he thought, who gave him permission to say that? Davy looked straight at King Gines, who was also his father, and said, "Your Majesty, I want you to hear a few words from me." King Gines lowered his head and replied, "Go ahead." Davy said coldly at once, "Perhaps you have forgotten, but your Majesty has yet to atone for all your sins. Please do not look forward to death as an escape on your own. Until I allow it, you are not permitted to die. Even if you try, I will drag you back." King Jinesh and Rawl was flustered when he heard that and softly called Davy's name. But Davy and Rawl did not let his father continue, and he immediately cut him off. "Your Majesty built a kingdom on this land, caused my mother's death, and abandoned me." At that point, Davy could not hold back his agitation, and his voice grew far harsher. "After all of that, now you want to avoid it and run away." Looking at King Gines's wretched state, Davy kept reproaching him in his heart. He thought no matter how much he wanted to die, he could not leave before everything was properly resolved. At that moment, King Janesh and Rawl also spoke. "I heard what happened in the Lindis Empire. Though this worthless father failed to protect you, you still grew into an outstanding person. Moreover, you possess keen judgment and the intuition of a gifted leader." Not only that, King Janesh and Rawl said as he left the bed and walked toward Davy. He took his hand and continued, "You were granted the holy mark, recognized by the Holy Land, and you possess astonishing medical skill. The results you achieved in treating the princess are hard to believe, and even your influence in the Lindis Empire will prove useful later." Then King Gines tightened his grip on Davy and Rawl's hand and said emotionally, "If you want it, this position will belong to you. One who walks the path of an emperor cannot decide everything as he pleases, and I am no exception." Davy looked at his father, the king before him, and replied coldly, "That is only your excuse." King Janesh and Rawl gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "An emperor? There are too many things he must protect. Davy, do you know how many people live in this kingdom? No fewer than 5 million. Those 5 million lives are not merely 1 or 2 people, but tens, thousands, tens of thousands of citizens. Do you understand what I mean? At this point, King Giant's entire body trembled with agitation. His hand still gripped Davy's tightly, and his voice was heavy. A single decision from an emperor can place 5 million lives in danger. Therefore, an emperor cannot pass judgment carelessly. There are times when, even knowing he should not, he must consider overlooking certain matters. So pour all your anger onto me. If you who have grown and possess such extraordinary talent can continue down my path, then even if I must die beneath your sword, I will accept it. Davy could not bear those words, and his voice turned cold, laced with anger as he ground out, "Your Majesty." Then Davy pulled his hand free from King Giant's grasp and continued, "That will not happen. Did I not say so from the beginning?" Seeing this, King Janish and Rahl hurriedly collapsed to the floor and called after him loudly. Before his father's astonished gaze, Davy spoke first, "Please entrust this investigation to me." Davy said as he turned and left the room, "I will handle the matter of the noble faction myself." Hearing King Janish and Rahl call his name, Davy and Rahl turned back to look at him without emotion and said, "It seems you still do not know. The Varieta territory has long been secretly colluding with vampires, continually offering tens of thousands of citizens as sacrifices. Did you know about that?" King Jinesh and Rahl was now both horrified and unable to believe his own ears. King Gines asked Davy in confusion, "What does that mean?" Davy immediately explained, "First is Queen Lenis. Although she may not know the entire truth, it is clear that she has always been aiding them. As for Carlos, that despicable coward knows this well, yet he continues to make everything worse. After all of that, do you still intend to protect them from unforeseen consequences? Is that the path of an emperor? Is the path of an emperor to stand still and watch tens, thousands of people be sacrificed to save 5 million lives?" Davy's words pierced straight into the depths of King Giant's heart, leaving him both ashamed and afraid. Davy did not avoid the gaze of his trembling father and continued with contempt, "In a kingdom where my younger brother, Varys, has been chosen as successor, I would rather die than let those fools drain this land dry. If that is your decision, send an imperial decree to Henzer territory. That is all. Your Majesty, please do not involve yourself in this matter any further. If you are thinking of borrowing the strength of the neighboring nation Indies to handle this trouble, abandon the idea. That method cannot resolve the root of the matter, and will only give them another chance to hide their tracks. Do you truly think I can stand by and watch them do that? I will settle this with my own hands, even if I must bear the crime of treason." At this point, King Gines could no longer Davy's words and shouted loudly. Davy still paid no attention and left, saying through gritted teeth, "If I must do it, I will." Davy said that his son was exactly that kind of person. Hearing those words, King Gines finally began to regret what he had done. Outside the king's room, Loon was still sitting and waiting for Davy. In Davy's heart, he thought in the end, the one to resolve this matter would not be Emperor Jens nor Marcus Pochus, who held authority over handling the nobles' collusion case. He himself would be the one to end everything. He had restored his own authority solely for this purpose. Seeing Davy come out, Loon left the royal palace with him. After returning and sitting down to review the documents, Davy still could not stop thinking. Had he understood that his resolve would not waver? 1 week after the declaration of war, he finally obtained the position of investigator. Regardless of what relationship his mother had with Emperor Genez or Empress Linus in the past, the current noble faction had clearly gone too far. Purser von Palin appeared beside Davy and said that in the end he had no choice but to choose the harshest method, or there would be no way out. Hearing that, Davy merely smiled and said that with the truth the other man had just revealed, he could not let it pass. No matter how one looked at it, this was a grave insult. Inwardly, Davy quietly made his calculations, and after receiving an appointment with the first investigative managing secretary, he went to the palace of the Royal Knight Council. He had been assigned 50 knights by the council to support the mission. Though their abilities were only ordinary, that was already enough to help him. At that moment, in the Varieta territory in the mountains, the door was violently kicked open by a foot. The person inside shouted in panic, "Who is it?" Davy stepped in and answered arrogantly, "Davy." The people who had just been about to curse him instantly turned pale and hurriedly dropped to their knees in greeting. "Greetings, your highness." Davy looked around above for a while, then asked the butler, "Is this an abandoned warehouse?" The butler answered trembling, "Yes, that is correct." After that, Butler Ben explained that this place had originally been used to store goods brought in from other territories. At present, the funding for this place. Before he could hear the rest, Davy cut him off, "I can more or less guess." The butler immediately gave a fawning smile, rubbing his hands as he said, "Then may I ask what reason brings you to this small territory?" Davy asked back coldly, "What do you think?" Hearing Davy say that, the butler looked slightly blank and stammered back, "Pardon." Davy immediately drew his sword and said, "I spread word that I was appointed as the investigator, so surely you know about that." Davy raised his sword and slashed. In an instant, the trap that had been set up was destroyed before the butler's shocked and stunned eyes. Davy looked down at the passage below, the corner of his lips curving up as he said pleasantly, "It seems you put a great deal of effort into preparing this trap, but you should at least know who your opponent is." Davy snapped his fingers, helping the attendants become covered in defensive armor bearing a holy blessing. Then he said, "The ones inside must have realized the trap has been destroyed too." Davy looked at the attendants accompanying him and ordered, "First, hurry and rescue anyone still alive." The knights immediately obeyed. "Yes, my lord." Once the arrangements were done, Davy turned back to look at the butler trembling on the ground and asked in a cold voice, "Now how should I deal with you? You knew about what was below in advance, did you not?" The butler flinched as if struck, where it hurt, and stammered, "That." Without letting him explain, Davy continued, "And yet you still pretended not to know and lied to me." The butler's face turned deathly pale as he cried out in panic, Please kill me." Davy turned back to look at the butler, gave an exceedingly delighted smile, and said, "Very well, let us do that." The butler cried out in alarm, "What?" Davy said nothing more and immediately swung his sword, ending him without the slightest hesitation, while the butler's body collapsed to the ground. Davy said with satisfaction, "You asked to die, so I will grant your wish. How fortunate, but do not be hasty, I have not even begun yet." 8 weaklings were brutally struck down, the chaotic scene filled with impacts and shrill screams. Davy stood proudly alone as 2 subordinates approached to report, "We have found about 30 survivors, your highness." As soon as he heard that, he ordered, "Good, take them to the temple at once and use high-level purification magic. I will cover the purification costs." He held the jewel that emitted a blue glow in his palm, while the little demon girl stood on his shoulder. Davy looked at the jewel and asked, "Loon, report the situation at once. What is the current damage?" Loon stood in a high position, looking down at the house sinking into a sea of flames, her voice utterly emotionless. "Other than combat weapons, there is no further damage." Amid the ruins, women and children in ragged clothes clung tightly to one another in fear. The other side reported that they had found many more women, and would soon bring them to the gathering point. "Good, the final warehouse has been cleared, now you can use it." Rough hands and sharp claws scraped continuously against the ground, carrying deep hatred. Damned humans. Not just one, but both figures with the appearance of vampires kept roaring, "The great king will make you pay, lowly humans." Contempt did not shake Davy in the slightest. He asked, "We only caught 2 low-ranking vampires." The little demon girl was also somewhat worried, unsure whether no high-ranking vampires had been involved in this incident to begin with, or whether they had sensed danger and all fled. The image of a calm man appeared on the hazy screen. Even though they tried to extract more information, it was clear that several kinds of restriction magic had been placed on their bodies. The low-ranking vampires collapsed to their knees and looked up, listening in confusion. "But fine, from a predator's perspective, it is not hard to understand why you see humans as prey, so I will spare you." They froze. "Huh." The whole group immediately begged obediently to be spared. "Gee, good. Then hurry and let us go." Davy laughed, slowly withdrawing the red aura, his expression calm. "But I do not know what my lovely daughter thinks." The long staff appeared from his hand, still wrapped in a crimson aura. He gripped it tightly in his palm, making the low-ranking vampires ask in confusion, "What do you mean?" In one decisive beat, he swung the weapon in his hand, swiftly cutting down all the low-ranking vampires before him. The glossy body of the staff reflected the sight of them falling one after another. Davy murmured with regret, What a shame. It seems my red flag cannot forgive you." The soldiers stood watching what remained of them lying scattered everywhere, yet Davy calmly ignored it and walked on. He even smiled as he instructed, "Dispose of all their remains." The little daughter trotted after him and asked, "Did I do well? We will hang their heads in the capital square." 2 soldier servants stood listening to Davy's orders. "We will also carve their crimes onto their bodies and place them where everyone can see. Since they are used to living as they please, they will certainly resist madly." The soldier servants immediately answered clearly, "As you command." In a world where 2 crescent moons rose together in the night, one bewitching red and one gentle blue, a voice rang out, "Now that it has gone this far, I wonder whether I should drag those hiding in the shadows into the light as well." In a place thick with demonic energy, stones carved with human faces hung suspended from a crossbar. A prayer rang out, "May the god's iron hammer soon fall upon the second prince's head." In the still night, a group of vampires chanted constantly, bobbing up and down as if beginning a ritual. "Descend, punish him, execute him." The piercing sound of porcelain shattering rang out. A white plate had just fallen to the floor and broken into many pieces, followed by an angry shout, "Damn it." 2 fists clenched so tightly they trembled, then slammed down on the table in fury. "How dare those lowly, filthy humans demand my execution?" The middle-aged man in the room was so furious he could hardly bear it, his rage nearly beyond control. "This is all your fault." Faye stood silently, his expression sinking as he listened to the other man berate him. "If you had handled everything more carefully and discreetly, it would not have come to this." Suddenly, the corner of Faye's mouth turned frightening. He gave a sly smile and said, "It seems Davy knows quite a bit about what our noble faction has been doing." The half-bald man unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat, his gaze sliding over to Faye. "You." He asked Faye intently. You know what you must do you not? Faye shrugged, calm as if he already had a plan. Of course we must crush those insects who do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. His eyes suddenly flashed, his pupils glowing crimson, his entire face darkening and filling with menace. Enough time has been wasted on such fools. The half-bald man could only stand frozen, anxiously watching Faye vanish instantly into a gloomy, bewitching cloud of red-black energy. On the ground, only scattered shards remained, along with a few beautiful roses left behind. In a noble room at a secret meeting inside the mansion, a powerful voice rose in objection. Impossible, vampires. A noble fiercely voiced his opposition. Second Prince, are you saying that some foolish incident happened without our knowing anything at all? The second Prince wore a pensive expression, slowly lifted his cup of hot tea, and sank in thought. In the end, had everything really become this troublesome? By his calculations, Duke Varietta was never a fool. Carlos's short figure walked ahead, and behind him was the second prince's suspicious gaze toward the nameless person who had recently always been Farlos closely. That was a strange existence, freely displaying power, utterly unlike the maids beside his daughter. Duke Varietta leaned on his cane, solemn in an elderly way. From the very beginning, he had known that person was a vampire, but had still accepted him, because he had once promised to support Carlos. Red spider silk quietly spread into a web. Although they had to provide him with the blood of the people, the deaths of a few would not affect his future. Considering the vampire's overwhelming power, this was not a losing investment. The figure of the monarch drawing descendants to his side made Duke Varietta continue calculating in deep thought. Even if the first Prince Davy later ascended the throne instead of Carlos, everything could still be resolved if they could borrow the vampire's power. By now, the relationship between the royal faction and the nobility had gone past the point of return. The teacup had already been set on the saucer, and only now were you starting to feel afraid. Around the table glowing with candlelight, several people fell into a heavy silence. Most of those present were already involved in the grand plan, and did they think they could escape the noble faction by backing out now? Duke Belletta braced his hands on the table and sternly persuaded everyone. We are only doing what must be done. If war is certain to break out, should we not prepare so our side can win? Hand slammed hard onto the tabletop. Count Bones, how far have the transport and supply of military materials progressed? That person continued speaking, as if they were truly in dire straits because of money. They sold off all their weapons cheaply, and we bought them all through various routes. Another person laughed mockingly. Goods from Lewin, where did you buy them? The Duke froze when he heard the answer. From Heist territory. Haha, Prince Davy truly is foolish. The weapons he sold will come back to turn against him. He suddenly sprang to his feet and asked back in alarm. Wait, where did you say you bought the weapons? Heist territory. The other man was slightly startled, but still replied confidently, you need not worry. Their durability and sharpness far surpass steel swords. His aged face suddenly creased with a headache, while the other man kept talking at length. Thanks to that, we have finished preparing everything. In his heart, he understood that there was no way Prince Davy would let this happen without reason. Just looking at the second prince's darkened eyes was enough to reveal his concern. This was no different from them personally strengthening the rebel faction's uprising. Noticing his unusual expression, the girl immediately asked, Duke, what is the matter? And at that very moment, he suddenly realized something. This was the trap. He gritted his teeth, his thoughts growing clearer by the moment. I already guessed this was a trap, but everyone else in the room turned their eyes toward him, while he remained deep in thought. In this situation, we absolutely must not let down our guard. He began linking each event together. The Marquis, the one who held ownership and stood above that power. From the moment the corruption records fell into the Marquis' hands, everyone understood that civil war would break out sooner or later. He folded his arms, lips pressed tight, his expression troubled and full of unease. With the current course of events, this action would certainly leave countless consequences afterward. His hands clenched tightly, even who would be the one left standing in the end would soon be exposed. Time passed quickly, and the flag of a kingdom fluttered in the wind. The appointed deadline was 1 month later. The Duke stood on the chessboard he himself had set in motion. The flames of civil war flared when the Variata ducal house led the high nobles in rebellion. Soldiers surged in under the Duke's command. The rebel faction had 3 armies, including sword masters and most of the vampires among the nobility, thanks to the Duke holding half the military power. Marcus Bellicus on the royal faction's side also refused to be outdone, but the balance of forces was too uneven. The royal faction had only 10,000 soldiers and Marcus Bellicus, most of them young men enraged that the nobles had colluded with vampires. Tents prepared for war were erected one after another, and the situation was clearly unfavorable for the royal faction. A soldier pulled back the curtain and entered to report, Your Highness, our army has completed all preparations. Hearing that, he moved his finger slightly, satisfaction clear on his face. Good. He stood beside the flying ghost woman, his face full of vigor as he looked outside as if he was ready, at least on the surface. He swept his cloak high, stepped outside, and declared in a stern voice, Move out, we are entering the war. Day was the great day. 500 soldiers had been deployed to heist territory. With only 500 troops, they would have to face 10,000 people in this civil war. Before enlisting, most of the soldiers had originally only been guards of the territory. These recruits knew very little about Lord Davy. They only knew that the head of the territory was Davy, a prince who rarely appeared before the public. Davy stepped onto the highest platform, looked at all the knights below, and said, "I am glad to meet you all. I know many of you are angry because I once neglected the territory, but I am still grateful that everyone has gathered here today. Moreover, the country is falling into chaos. The nobles who drain the life of the nation have begun to rebel. They have a total of 30,000 soldiers, one swordmaster, and many other lackeys. Right now, at this critical moment, they are using their power, turning innocent commoners into shields for their own interests as they advance on the imperial palace. Perhaps some of you are wondering why you must fight for a kingdom that has never done anything for you, and whether it is worth staking your lives on it." Hearing him say that, several people below immediately stirred. "What does that matter? We owe the saint a debt, so all we need to do is follow you." Then the whole group shouted in unison, "That is right. If you tell us to die, we will gladly throw ourselves into the fire. Please give the order. Our lives are in your hands." Davy sighed helplessly. As expected, more fanatics mad beyond reason. Then he continued, "I know some people think that way, right?" They hurriedly answered at once, "No, we believe in you." Davy could only be speechless before these people. "Fine, whether you believe me or not is each person's choice. But there is one thing I must make clear to you. We are not going there to save this kingdom. To be honest, I hate the current royal family very much. If they fall, I would feel even more relieved. But I cannot let the kingdom fall into the hands of those rotten nobles. Therefore, this is the reason we take up arms, and also to protect our own interests. This civil war will be a battle to protect yourselves and your families. As for me, it is for the people and for Paris, who will become the future king of this country. And to end the terrible relationship with those people as it was before, I promise everyone, sooner or later, all of you will be members of heist territory. As the head of this territory, I will never abandon anyone, and I will protect everyone. The only thing everyone needs to do is advance straight ahead. To me, protecting the people has never meant sacrificing the lives of others, because from the very beginning, this has been an extremely important decision. All forces, ready your weapons. We will begin this great battle." At Verboot Fortress, located along the Great Road connecting Rawl Kingdom and Count Paletta's territory, there was a massive wall 30 meters high and 10 meters wide, existing since before the kingdom was founded. This place had never allowed any outsider to pass through, so it was called the Impregnable Fortress. Just then, a voice rang out along with a curse, "Those damn nobles." A soldier spoke while covering his face and crying, "Why did this have to happen to me?" Another soldier asked him, "Where are you from?" "Damn it, I was dragged here from Luz territory." The other man continued, "I am from Arrow's territory." "How many people have those madmen forced in the army already?" "Good heavens, then you must have come a long way to get here." "Damn it, just thinking about risking my life to fight for those damned nobles makes me furious. It is not as if we have never seen people executed for disobeying orders." Another man cut in, "Who knows what the hell will happen? I heard the royal family abandoned the castle and ran. Since the difference in strength is threefold, what chance is there? I saw those damn nobles down there already holding a victory banquet." That man sat there, grumbling irritably. "This is madness. Is there anyone out there capable of getting past this wall?" The city gate was the weakest point, but it would still take 50 level 3 mages using an extremely powerful spell to break it. If they used soldiers and siege engines, it would still take half a day, making one man sigh that you really did know your stuff. After that, he angrily threw down his weapon, refusing to accept his fate any longer. This damned world. Seeing this, the others hurried to persuade him. It would be bad if someone else saw this. The moment those words fell, that soldier suddenly felt as though something had just swept past him. He turned and asked the man across from him what was going on. The other man awkwardly replied that it was nothing, he had only seen wrong, while the remaining man kept cursing this hell without end. "I truly just wish someone would appear and smash this city wall apart, then I would run away at once." Suddenly someone spoke up, "Then go ahead and run." Deviant Rawl appeared out of nowhere, startling the whole group. "Who exactly are you?" Davy only smiled and told them, "Thank you for your hard work." At that moment, those men still had not understood what was happening. Immediately afterward, he used teleportation magic to send the man who had just been complaining straight down to the ground. "What is going on? Why am I standing on the ground now?" Another man asked him in panic how he could jump down from such a height. Davy walked toward the city gate and replied that they were about to launch their attack. People often say that a true man never looks back. Immediately afterward, he summoned his sword, combined it with a little magic, and shattered the city gate. A short while later, thousands of knights surged into attack. "All troops, heed my command. Our targets are the nobles in command." The development was so sudden that the men from earlier stood frozen, as though rooted to the spot. Davy stepped forward to command them, declaring that those who looted and killed civilians would not be spared. "The city gate has fallen. Everyone, charge." Brave warriors, show them what true hell is. The whole unit answered in unison, yes, by the saint's command. After that, they all rushed in together and quickly gained the upper hand, because the enemy had believed too strongly that this wall could not be breached. Because of that, Verbot Fortress had only 5,000 warriors defending it. Most were civilians and soldiers forced into service, so the raid proceeded smoothly. And then, the fortress once considered impregnable fell in just 2 hours. The city gate had collapsed, and the knights ceaselessly praised Davy as a savior. The prince from back then had truly achieved the impossible. In their hands was the report of his victory. The wall has been destroyed, send the army in immediately. Just then someone suddenly knelt and begged, "Please spare my life, your highness." Davy stood before him and said, "Count Ritos, you profited by smuggling military weapons out, then borrowed Duke Baletta's power to cover everything up. Because of that shortage, the people's taxes were raised, forcing them to bear even more hardship." Count Ritos hastily cried out that he deserved death. Davy immediately summoned his sword and said coldly, "Since you have admitted it yourself, I will help you." Count Ritos froze in terror. No matter how carefully this battle was analyzed, Feta had no chance of victory at all. Though they had already known the nobles would rebel, what surprised people even more was that Prince Davy had taken the initiative to pour oil on the fire, making the flames blaze fiercely. To achieve such a resounding result with only 500 soldiers, it is truly astonishing. I am very proud of that day, your highness Marcus Palacis. I surrender, my lord, please show mercy. Davy did not let him finish before rushing forward and knocking that bastard unconscious. The accompanying knight who witnessed it could only feel helpless, wondering if it was really all right to let him do that. In just a short day and a half the fortresses protecting the Duchy of Paletta collapsed one after another. After that, someone spoke up, "Did you call me, my lord Marcus? Can you hear what I am saying?" In the meeting room at that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "What? This is completely absurd. You are saying 5 fortresses fell in just 4 days before a mere 500 enemy soldiers?" The knight said that perhaps they had underestimated the power of Prince Davy's holy seal, the power of the holy seal that he possessed. If not that, then what else could it be? Duke Variata seemed extremely furious. Indeed, almost everyone thought the same. Ancient records once mentioned that high-level holy magic used by the Pope of the Holy Nation could rival the magic of an archmage. That reason alone could explain the collapse of the fortresses. But what about the absurd movement speed of those 500 soldiers? Just then, someone suddenly rushed in to deliver an urgent report. One of our final fortresses, Ely's Mountain Fortress. Before he could finish speaking, everyone in the room had guessed it and exclaimed that it was impossible. Duke Variata ordered that if they advanced here, the only option left was to meet them in battle directly. Marcus Inja immediately stood and accepted the task, saying that he would personally stop them. Though Prince Davy's strength has exceeded expectations as a sword master, I will not be defeated so easily. Everyone grew noisy upon hearing this, saying that if it was Marcus Inja, he could do it. He continued, "While I try to hold him back, please continue advancing toward the Imperial Palace. As long as we make good use of our current advantage, our army can still reach it." Carlos immediately stood and asked to go with him. "I will personally go straight to that bastard Davy." Duke Variata said in displeasure, "Your Highness, please remain here." After that, he seemed to look toward someone and said, "Hey, should you not do something to help us as well? If there is something troubling you, you should at least tell us. These troubles began in the first place because you asked us for help." The man standing in the corner only smiled, giving no reply at all. Immediately afterward, he shot forward intending to grab Duke Variata straight by the face. He seized him by the throat and said, "My dear Duke, this is quite unpleasant." Duke Variata angrily cursed him as a bastard. Despite the guards around them, that man still lifted him by the throat and slammed him hard against the wall, making him curse that bastard in fury. "What are you doing? Are you planning to betray me?" Carlos immediately told him to put him down. That man finally put Variata down, then said coldly, "It seems you still do not understand. I was never your subordinate to begin with." Variata was still furious, gritting his teeth as he cursed bastard. It turned out that man was Fee. He said, "Do not misunderstand, lowly human. You have no right to order me around. The only one with that authority is the prince who made a pact with me. Just wait for good news. I will personally finish off that Davy. When I return, you had better prepare a proper gift." With that, he immediately vanished. Meanwhile, Devian Raul's side had finished gathering the supplies. "The final crate has been delivered, your highness. By your order, we have confiscated all weapons from the surrendered soldiers." Davy praised them with satisfaction. "Well done, leave the rest to me." Looking at the pile of supplies before him, he could not hide his delight. If he sold all of this, could the profit double? He had been suspicious ever since the B-rank weapons were suddenly ordered and sold out to Duke Paletta. Making money really is easy. This battle, no, calling it a war is a little embarrassing. Every calculation of the enemy had already fallen into his hands. Purser reminded him, Davy, they are not fools. They will block people here and head straight for the palace, especially that vampire. They are extremely cunning and always like exploiting an opponent's weaknesses. Davy answered calmly, I know. Right now I only have half my holy magic and mana left, and I still cannot control my full power. This is certainly a good chance to test my own limits. Purser von Palin asked worriedly if he would be all right. Davy looked at her and replied gently, everything will be fine. I think they are also about to reach their limits. Just then Marcus Inja appeared before Davy and Raoul with Faye. Marcus Inja said coldly, Davy and Raoul, this place will be your final stop. He only smiled faintly and replied, it seems you no longer wish to address me by my proper title. Marcus Inja said in displeasure, do you still expect a rebel to respect you? That figures. Davy said calmly, I truly think you are wasting your talent. How many sword masters does this country have, yet a noble like you chose to do evil? Marcus Isa retorted that a knight's duty was absolute loyalty to his master's orders. Davy immediately said, that is no reason for you to step onto the wrong path. Marcus Isa glared at him, I am merely following the orders I was given. Davy did not back down either. If you were only a commoner, would you still dare say that? Of course, even if I were a slave, I would accept it and adapt to it. Davy thought to himself, this man's problem lies exactly there. He was the sort of person born only to obey rules. He might be very loyal, but why was everything offered up to Duke Balletta? To him, everything was simply a matter of following what the nobles had laid down. He sighed and said, enough. Idle chatter like this will only make both sides more uncomfortable. Only then did Davy notice Fee and observe him. You call him Fee or something like that, don't you? This is the first time we have met, and yet you risked your life to curse me like that. Is that proper? You have some nerve too. Fee looked at him and said contemptuously, keep struggling in your arrogance, lowly vermin. Before long, I will turn your country to ashes. Smoke and flames raged across the entire castle. Winlian stood by the window frame, looking outside anxiously as if waiting for something. Eurus walked over to after her. The princess is very worried, is she not, Lady Eurus? Winlian closed her eyes and replied, yes, because he always pushes himself too hard. I know he is no longer as weak as before, but I still cannot stop worrying about him. Hearing that, Eurus could not help feeling heartbroken. Princess Winlian, he gently took her hand and said, would you like to go outside for a short walk? A little light exercise might help your mood improve. Besides, if Lord Davy knew you were this worried, he would surely be heartbroken too. Winlian softened after hearing this, yes. Then, while the two were still talking, a series of explosions suddenly rang out from outside. Something came hurtling in and shattered the castle window. Winlian snapped her head up to look outside, and immediately afterward, the attack struck that place once more. On the other side, Prince Davy was facing Marcus Inja and the vampire Fee. Davy asked, you must have done something to my Heinz territory, have you not? Faye smiled falsely. It is only to let you taste a little of the wrath of us nobles. If you thought those earlier rounds of harassment were the full extent of our power, then you still have many surprises ahead. Davy burst out laughing. Is that so? Mind controlling 5,000 monsters and sending them to my Heinz territory, so that was only a joke? After saying that, he smiled cheerfully. Well, it is not a major problem anyway. They still are not enough to surprise me, but you are different. You have fallen into my traps again and again, yet you still think you have the upper hand? Hearing this, the vampire Fee only fell silent. Prince Davy continued, and what about that red-haired vampire woman? She really is a master of running away. Have you not heard anything from her? That people who barge into someone else's home will run into serious trouble. The vampire Fee stomped hard on the ground, sending the surrounding earth and stone flying everywhere. He curled his lips into a sinister smile. The one who understands nothing is you. Do you truly think a single high-ranking spirit is enough to stop 5 awakened third-rank vampires at the same time at Davy's castle? When Yuri rushed over, she saw the building under attack. You are indeed proud and bold, but far too arrogant as well. Prince Davy and Faye immediately charged at each other, opening the battle. Phaedon also spoke. I have been looking forward to seeing just how strong you are. I will crush your arms and legs right here, then before your eyes, I will drain the blood of the precious people dear to you. Hearing that, Davy merely curled his lips into a sneer. Foolish. He immediately unleashed a force that sent him flying far away. Fee asked in confusion, you can still remain calm. I have already had your tower attacked. Davy still showed not the slightest trace of worry. You are wrong on 2 points, do you know that? First, the one who dies here is not me but you. Second, in my territory, which of my subordinates do you think those vampires will run into? Just thinking about that scene truly makes me look forward to it. Faye had no idea what he was talking about. That man asked in irritation what the hell he was babbling about, while Davy had already silently calculated dozens of steps ahead. Davy had gone directly to Emperor Zeus and said, I will present my conditions to you. First, I want you to promise that this is not a diplomatic matter between two nations, but merely a private transaction between you and me. Of course, this will not create any political pressure or trouble between the two countries. Emperor Lindis nodded in agreement. Very well, speak. Then please lend me the sword masters of the empire. For that very reason, at this moment in Prince Davy's castle, the sword masters had appeared to support them. Iolus and William asked in shock who you people are. A sword master burst into loud laughter. It seems we arrived a little late. Sorry about that. He was the Imperial Palace Sword Master Lindexi. This old man seemed overly excited, because this land was filled with energy and joy. It would not do to be lazy when coming to protect the territory of the Savior. Swordmaster Marcus immediately reported, My lord, the bastards in the other areas have been subdued and captured. Lindexi smiled, just as expected. Let us begin the assigned mission. We must hurry. They automatically scattered to act, leaving Euless standing there in a daze. Why had these incredible people appeared here? Davy told the vampire Faye about the silver weapon and the 10-sword saint-level masters. Interesting, you fool. Faye could only grit his teeth because the plan had been exposed, you bastard. At that very moment, Marquis Inja tried to launch a sneak attack on Prince Davy from behind to support Faye, but he had chosen the wrong moment. Just as Inja swung his sword down, Davy appeared on the rocky ledge behind him and laughed mockingly. What a wonderful teammate. That slash had nearly struck Faye. Davy laughed and said sorry while Faye cursed in fury. Davy continued provoking the vampire Faye. Let me tell you one more thing. The vampires from 3,000 years ago were far more terrifying than you. Though I only fought their illusions, it seems you are far too deluded about your own strength. The more Davy mocked him, the more Faye ground his teeth in rage. Inja hurriedly advised him to calm down, because Davy was clearly provoking him on purpose. The best way to deal with vampires was to make them lose control, and then their movements would become easier to predict. Just as expected, Faye immediately flew into a rage and charged straight at Davy. That man roared that I will kill you. Davy raised his staff and said calmly, fine, if you want to decide victory or defeat, come at me. Immediately after that, with only a single resounding blow, he sent Faye flying far away. Davy silently remarked that he was truly making quite good use of what he had learned from the Sword Saint. Marcus Inja anxiously rushed to where Faye had fallen and asked, Are you all right, Faye? Time is up, we must work together to deal with him. You need to be calmer and more precise. Before the man could finish speaking, Faye shouted and cursed, A lowly human like you dares to call me by name. You are only getting in my way. You cannot even keep up with our movement speed. Hearing that, Inja could only frown and lower his head. Damn it, even I feel ashamed because of this. He had never thought that Davy could reach his current level of swordsmanship. Suddenly, Faye let out a chuckle, drawing the attention of both Davy and Inja. Fine, then I will find something a little more useful for you. This was never something that should be displayed in a place like this, but it will show you the true power of vampire nobility, and the reason you must fear us. Marcus Inja panicked. What is this? Immediately after, the vampire Faye charged straight at Marquis Inja. He sank his fangs into Inja's neck and sucked his blood without stopping, until the man's body quickly withered away. Prince Davy covered his eyes in horror. Damn it, my eyes. This scene is disgusting. Only after draining Marcus Inja's blood did the vampire Faye release him. The taste is truly vile, but your power is indeed impressive. Faye's eyes instantly glowed crimson and he laughed in delight. Heh heh, good, very good. Watch closely, you will soon regret letting me drink your blood so easily. Heh heh. From Faye's shoulders, a pair of wings slowly grew out, and his body began to change with them. As he transformed, he was wildly excited and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Prince Davy and Purser still watched calmly, not particularly concerned. He is transforming so he can fight me. Yes, I think so. What are you going to do? Davy immediately raised his hand, summoning red flag and blue flag into existence. Fine then, is my answer not to attack the enemy the moment they are still transforming. He launched the two swords toward the transforming vampire Faye. Hey! The two blades instantly pierced straight into Faye's body. What? Davy rushed after him right away. I suppose I do not need to stand still and wait for you to finish transforming. After chasing him for a while, Davy finally stopped. He really flew far. Purser looked at Davy and complained speechlessly. Could you not have waited a little longer? That was not courteous at all. Courtesy is fine, but not for him. The vampire Faye sat there with swords pinned through his body, coughing up blood violently. Damn it, Davy, you really are a coward. Davy hummed as if singing. I was planning to show you something far better than that revolting transformation. What do you think? Faye still answered with full confidence, what a pity, you will never be able to kill me. That blue sword is certainly dangerous, but with only that much power, you cannot overcome my immortal authority. Blue Flag immediately felt even more hurt. Blue Flag can do it. Davy hurriedly comforted the little girl. All right, our Blue Flag is the best. You are looking down on Blue Flag. The child has not even used her true power yet. Actually, what surprises me more is your regenerative ability. It is indeed a formidable authority, but that is all it is. Davy grinned from ear to ear. What? No matter how invincible you are, you can still feel pain, right? Faye cried out in confusion. What the hell is going on? Prince Davy spread his hand. Great magic. Realizing he was about to be in danger, Faye tried to pull out the sword. Damn it, I cannot get free. Before he could react, Davy had pressed his hand close-side Faye's ear. Fifth form, holy magic, holy cannon. That strike left Faye dazed, tilting to one side as he coughed violently. He roared in fury, if this keeps up Davy brought his hand in front of Faye's face again. Sixth form, holy magic, holy cannon. With a boom, the vampire Faye's face was instantly burned black. Still far from enough for you. Davy grabbed him by the collar, pulled him down, and continued unleashing another technique. Seventh form, holy magic, holy cannon. Eighth form, holy magic, stellar holy cannon. After taking several consecutive blows head-on, the vampire Faye was still alive, baring his teeth in a grin even as he only caught up a little blood. He laughed loudly in delight. Not bad. Good, very good, is that all? You bastard, is that the limit of what you can do? You truly think holy class magic can stop my transformation? Now open your eyes and look, my body is still continuing to transform. Once I complete this process, someone like you will no longer be worth my attention. Davy still did not waver at all, but I have not finished either, have I? Faye's expression instantly changed, and he went pale. What? Davy raised his hand. I still have one more blow. Ninth form, holy magic. Faye opened his mouth in terror. Wait. The gods beckon, divine decree, holy cannon. After that ninth strike, Prince Davy finally brought down the vampire Faye. News that the Swordmaster Marcus Inja had been defeated quickly spread. As for the death of the vampire Faye, it dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the rebel army. The kingdom's army summoned Prince Davy Anjiao and swiftly advanced to crush the rebel forces. Meanwhile, the rebels had gathered most of their forces at the royal castle, leaving their camp almost completely exposed. Though reinforcements kept arriving to surround the castle, most of their forces either surrendered one after another or were wiped out. Duke Variata's castle, the last remaining base of the rebel faction. A servant rushed in a panic. Urgent report. The kingdom's army and the Duke's magic corps are advancing. They will arrive here before long. I think we should surrender, my lord. Duke Variata muttered. Surrender where exactly? Pardon. He flew into a rage, swinging his hand and smashing the furnishings. This land, everything here, even this rebel army, they are all I have. Where else can I retreat? The servant sat down hard on the ground in fear, my lord. Duke Variata covered his face. We were never supposed to lose this battle. Even without the vampire's support, with the forces and strategy in that man's hands, he should have won with ease. Before anyone could react, a thunderous crash rang out, shaking the entire base violently. Doors of the great hall flew open, and someone strode in leisurely with a proud, imposing air. Hey, you still have not run away. That mocking tone could belong to none other than Prince Davy. Because of one person, everything had come to nothing. Duke Variata staggered as he looked at Prince Davy with eyes filled with resentment. You should never have been able to wake from that coma. Davy merely shrugged and laughed. Perhaps so, but it seems that was also your final chance. How unfortunate. There is a saying that no flower stays crimson forever, meaning nothing in this world lasts eternally. You once used a pretext to cast me aside, then tried to put Callias in my place. How long do you think it would take for Heisline, the rebel leader, to become the one in power? I know you understand what I mean. Like everything else, it will all come to an end. Prince Davy smiled. I hope you know how to cherish the last flower you still hold, because today is the day it withers. The Duke froze. Could Prince Davy have foreseen everything that would happen and prepared in secret from the very beginning? Just then, Carlos rushed in from outside the door, grinding his teeth in hatred. He raised his bow and aimed straight at Prince Davy, growling that this bastard was still causing trouble for them until the very end. Davy answered with contempt, saying that to be precise, the only one who had caused trouble was not me, but you. It was your own stupidity that drove the kingdom into this chaos. When you shot that arrow at me, you rejected your chance to change. At that moment, the brat Benedict slipped out from behind, clutching a knife as he charged at Davy. He shouted, invoking Davy and his siblings. You will pay for what you have done. But with a single punch to the stomach, Davy brought the useless Benedict down. You, Duke Variata, and that foolish younger brother of yours, Benedict, do not think any one of you will be allowed to die gently. The hand Carlos used to hold the bow trembled violently. He shouted, Davy, die. He shot the arrow at him, but Davy remained calm, showing no trace of concern. He smiled faintly and swung his hand. In an instant, the arrow reversed direction and drove straight into Carlos' eye. How foolish. At this distance, you still expected to attack me with that. What a waste of a weapon. Bow fell to the floor while Carlos clutched his eye and screamed in agony. My eye. At the same time, in the highest room of the Imperial Tower, drops of cold water fell slowly and Lin was still there. Seeing someone enter, she turned around and said, Your father is rather thoughtful, Your Highness. The weak Emperor slowly approached Lady Lin and softly called her my queen. The Emperor drew near and called out to the Empress. But Lin immediately snapped, Enough. I do not want to hear anything more. I do not want to hear another word from you, Your Majesty. Lin tightened her grip on the bedsheet. If I had known everything would turn out this way, I would not have loved you so much. The emperor could only remain silent for a while, then softly said that he was sorry. He drew the sword from its sheath as he continued speaking. Davy will cast you down to the very depths of hell. I no longer have the right to stop that, so let us go together. Let us go and beg for forgiveness. When Lady Lin heard her weak husband say that, she ground her teeth in hatred. Beg for forgiveness. She sprang to her feet in fury and pointed straight at the emperor. You still do not understand. I despise both you and Alicia. You know how I felt when Alicia drank poison right before my eyes. Do you think that alone could calm my anger? If only it could. But the resentment inside me still keeps boiling. Tell me, your majesty, on whom am I supposed to vent this hatred? On Alicia, who betrayed me and then died? Or on the two people who rule this country, if not the two of you? Or on the one who turned me into this, my own father? The emperor did not know what to do, and could only stand frozen as he watched his wife gradually lose control. After a long bout of shouting and cursing, Lin seemed to go mad, laughing and crying amid chaotic sobs. Hoo, ha ha, all of you. I hate you and Elise who betrayed me. And my father as well, the man who heartlessly stole my mother from me right before my eyes. She stepped in front of the emperor, her voice choking. We have gone too far. As she spoke, she seized the sword and pulled it toward herself. If only Alicia had not drunk the poison. If only this resentment had never clung to my mind. If so, perhaps all of our lives might have been a little different. The emperor trembled as he called out to the empress. But after those final words, Lin pulled the sword and stabbed it into her own chest. Watching his wife collapse right before his eyes, the emperor cried out in agony, Empress. Lin uttered her final words. Did you just apologize? I do not accept it. This world has long been hell to me, and soon I will lose my only hope as well, my son. It all began with your mistakes and your retribution, so I will wait for you in hell. The emperor could barely hear Lin's final words anymore and only cried out in despair after she was gone. Lin curled her lips into a smile. It truly was a misfortune to take you as my husband. You are not even worthy of going down to hell. After that, the emperor held Ling's body tightly and burst into tears in the room. Outside, the rain began pouring down in torrents. The rebel army, which had thought it would endure for many more centuries, was finally crushed under the encirclement of the remaining forces. Nobles who had joined the rebellion were attacked by a wave of public fury and escorted to the castle. There, the rebel leader Duke Variata, Prince Carlos, and Benedict awaited judgment. In the underground dungeon of Rawl Castle, Carlos's hate-filled curses rang out without end. I will kill you no matter what it takes. Standing outside the bars, Prince Davy laughed. You still look rather well, Carlos. You must have been beaten quite a bit on the way here. Even that shiny head of yours is bruised. Carlos flew into a rage. You dare mock me, you bastard. Davy no longer felt like joking with this fool. You still do not understand your current situation, do you? Carlos, before long you will be sent to the mines and work like a slave. You will no longer see the sun, only work until the day you die. Carlos burst out laughing in disbelief. Haha, is that so? Do you think you have the authority to do that, Davy? What is there I cannot do? Yes, exactly. Carlos froze. Of course, everything will be carried out in the king's name. The royal council has already passed judgment. Carlos and the nobles and royals involved in rebellion will be stripped of their status and reduced to slaves. You will be sent to the Housie coal mine, where you must labor yourselves to exhaustion for the rest of your lives. Davy curled his lips in mockery. I am sure you all know what kind of place a mine is. You were the one who sent so many people there just because they displeased you. Carlos could only grind his teeth in hatred, both hands gripping the iron bars. In truth, Prince Davy did not like the idea of slavery at all, but if it could be used for revenge, then it was still worth making use of. Davy continued, Listen well, Carlos. From now on, you are nothing more than a criminal connected to the rebellion. Hearing those words, Carlos felt as though an entire mountain had just collapsed on top of him. He muttered each word under his breath. A criminal, who is me, myself. He could not accept it at all. No, this cannot be, Davy. Do not do this. That is right, we are brothers. Hearing that, Davy nearly burst out laughing. Brothers, that is true enough. Only then did Carlos cry out for help. Yes, your highness. How are you truly going to send your own flesh and blood to such a dreadful place? Davy asked, It seems you do not want to go to Housie. Carlos begged again and again, Davy, I am sorry. I was far too foolish, please forgive me. Davy looked at him with faint contempt. You are trying hard, are you not? After saying that, he turned sharply and walked away. I will not save you. Carlos screamed Davy's name in despair again and again, but his calls gradually sank into the cold emptiness of the prison. After visiting Carlos's cell, Prince Davy stepped outside. Just then, he encountered Duke Variata being escorted in. The moment he saw him, the Duke spoke, Prince Davy. Congratulations, your highness. It seems everything ends here. I have wrapped it all up far too easily, have I not? Duke Variata lowered his head and curled his lips into a smile. If you call this the end, then not quite. The only difference is that this time you are the victor. The soldiers immediately shouted at him, Shut your mouth, Duke. Davy raised a hand to stop them. Enough, it is fine. Duke Variata continued, Now this is your era. Your highness, you still understand nothing about this world. A dynasty that loses its laws is certain to collapse. You turned commoners into soldiers and used their fury toward the nobles. It was you who created a crack in the wall separating those two classes. When he was young, the emperor once did the same thing. That was when I had no choice but step forward and stop him in order to protect this kingdom. Hearing this, Davy nearly burst out laughing. Protect a hum. At that moment, Variata looked at Prince Davy and asked, "You understand why nobles are born nobles, while commoners are born commoners? Though they worship the same god, why was the class system created and maintained to this day? What is the true reason?" Davy silently listened to him ramble on for a while, until his head began to ache. Right, I am sure that old Swordmaster thinks exactly the same way. The apple truly never falls far from the tree. Listen, Duke. What you are protecting is not this kingdom, but the class and status you have possessed since birth. Seen that way, the beginning of monarchy was ultimately nothing more than that. But if it goes too far, it turns into dictatorship. You old man with the shadow of Hitler. Davy placed a hand on his shoulder and walked away. In any case, you would not know who that person is. Davy left the bewildered Duke Variata behind, letting him be led into the dark dungeon. Outside, Marcus Picchus was waiting for Davy beneath a tree. "Your Highness, Marquis Picchus, I once thought I would feel deeply satisfied when I succeeded in taking revenge." The Marquis looked at Davy worriedly, afraid the prince would torment himself too much again. "Your Highness." Before he could offer any words of comfort, Davy smiled and turned back. "And I really do feel happy." Marcus was immediately at a loss for words. "Ah, Your Highness." Davy laughed. "You did not think I would say that everything was meaningless, did you? There is no way I would. Not long after arriving in heaven, I began training under Hedwyn, the king of survival, and became the only one forced to endure those hellish experiences. I used to think I still had something left undone. If I could truly gain power and live again, then this training was nothing. Of course, a very long time has passed since then, but those very thoughts have always been what helped me pull myself back to my feet. Your Highness, I understand that what happened was not necessarily a reasonable course of action." Marcus comforted him softly, "But your decision was right. In the end, they were the ones who crossed the line and shook this kingdom for all those years. No one has the right to condemn your decision." Even Purser von Palin awkwardly comforted Davy. "You did very well." Receiving those words of comfort, Davy felt immensely happy, so much so that he could not hide the satisfied smile on his lips. "If that is truly what you think, then I feel more relieved as well." The scene shifted to the bedchamber of the Emperor of the Rawl Kingdom, where Davy had been summoned. Davy bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, I request an audience with you." The haggard Emperor of the Rawl Kingdom lowered his head. "So everything has come to an end, Davy. The Queen has passed away." Purser spoke in grief. "So it all ends this way after all." Davy held his head. "Your Majesty, how do you expect me to react? I do not know whether you know this, but the people I hate most are Carlos, Benedict, and Queen Linus. Even if I do not say it, you must already know who comes next." Seeing Davy like that, the Emperor could only remain silent. Davy placed a hand on his chest and asked him, "How can I accept this?" The Emperor cut him off. "Davy, only I have the right to lay a hand on her." Davy replied coldly, "I already said it. I have no interest in your Majesty's past." The Emperor lowered his head. "That was something I had to do. The Queen's actions were no different from a demon's, excessive and wrong." Davy answered angrily, "Then you should have told me beforehand. I do not have enough patience to try to understand your circumstances." The Emperor replied, "That was also my promise to your mother, Davy. That was the only promise Queen Lena still kept, even after falling into this situation. So bury everything here." Prince Davy clenched his fist, while the person beside him was both frightened and worried for him. "Davy, perhaps no parent can win against their child, but a child cannot easily be forced away from their parents either." I wondered in my heart, between the two of them, who was truly right. After holding himself back for a while, Davy continued, "Varys will become the new crown prince." Davy added, "But not right now. I want you to step forward and deal with the remaining issues first." The Emperor stammered, "Davy, but he raised a hand to stop him. "Do not even think of running away, just because your body has been tainted by a little poison." Davy cast the highest level of healing magic, using supreme healing on the Emperor. The Emperor was flustered. "Davy, in the 10 years of governing this kingdom, build the foundation so Varys can lead the people toward glory, so that he may later become a wise and great emperor." Davy continued, "Once the foundation is firm enough, all he needs to do is sit on the throne and be acknowledged by the people." The Emperor asked, "Is this how you take revenge on me?" Davy denied it. "I simply do not want my conscience to torment me. But if something like this happens again, I will not use such roundabout and long-winded methods. Do not leave a tangled mess behind for your fourth son." The Emperor called out in shock, "Davy." He did not bother to care and turned to walk outside. This was the duty and responsibility of a crown prince. Saying that today was indeed rather shameless. "I will declare my authority and power as the crown prince successor. That is the perfect escape plan." In the Heinzer region, this place had been attacked while I was busy suppressing the rebels. But thanks to the preparations made in advance, no serious problems occurred. Davy and Amy inspected the territory, and fortunately, everything was still fine. The Royal Swordmaster unit with pure silver, the Mitre Ex Machina Golem, the Deception Group, and the woman disguised as a maid, all of them formed a formidable armed force. Of course, there were still a few disturbances, but in the end, the vampires were either wiped out or fled. Well done. Davy shook Lindexy's hand. Not at all, we merely did what the Emperor entrusted to us. I have been hoping for a chance to meet you. Davy asked in surprise. Meet me? That is right, I wanted to thank you for saving our princess from that incurable disease. So I have always wanted to talk with you. Purser said he is the knight of the princess you once treated. Ah, I think I remember now. In any case, he is a very loyal man. It would be good if I had people like that by my side too. Purser leaned close to Davy's ear and whispered, there are quite a few talented people in Hangzhou as well. You know that, I know. For example, this man, Ulyss said excitedly, everyone knows of Lord Boris's heroic feats in his youth. Davy was not very clear on it. I suppose he must be quite famous. It seems young Master Davy does not know much about this. He is not merely famous. Meeting him would be more natural if I were there, but I had to return to the Red Tower that day. Seeing that he seemed regretful, William said. Even so, he was very courteous. The two of them were extremely excited, just as young Master Davy expected. Boo-hoo, just as you hoped, right? Davy alone was not very interested. A famous man who is also courteous. I am starting to feel a little pressured. Purser murmured into his ear, are the heroes who taught you in heaven not even more famous? I do not know what to say about them either. It is hard to call them heroes who represent an entire era. They look no different from a chaotic nursery. At that moment, the Lungoza man entered. Benefactor, the damage from the attack has been repaired. You no longer need to work in the bedroom. That was fast, well done. Davy stood up. Then from now on, we focus only on this land. Goza asked him, would you like to inspect the residential construction? Prince Davy brightened, then I can finally use it. Ulyss and William wondered, what construction use what? What are you talking about? Davy happily spread out his palm. This glittering purple stone is an artificial mana stone from the Red Moon. At last, there is a chance to use it. After that, Prince Davy led Ulyss and William on a tour of the underground construction in the Heinzer region. William looked around in astonishment. Good heavens, when did you plan all this? He had always wanted to make it. At present, the Hangzhou region still lacks many elements needed for management, such as food, resources, clothing, and housing. Therefore, he decided to create a living environment with all three essential needs. And he believed that the most important factor among them was water. Princess William looked down at the clear surface of the water, so ordinary. The communal wells commonly used by the people of this world were very prone to accidents, and they also often became sources of disease. Therefore, Prince Davy wanted to create this new water source. He led William and Ulyss to the end of the tunnel, where there was a magic circle. Ulyss excitedly touched everywhere. I have never seen this type before. A square magic circle, this is the first time I have seen one. Prince Davy said proudly. Mr. Goza is in charge of these magic circles. Ulyss asked, but can you really control all of them? Davy smirked. You see those numbers? There are more than 500 magic circles, but the price of controlling all of them is only that the activation process may take up to 6 months, depending on the efficiency of each circle. Moreover, half of them are linked magic, so I do not need as many as 500 energy sources. Oh my uncle. Prince Davy placed his hand on the wall, and this control room is the place that makes all of it a reality. This was a system capable of controlling all magic circles. Ulyss could not help but marvel. Ah, it truly was wonderful. Prince Davy placed the artificial mana stone from earlier into the system, causing Hung to show a fleeting look of disappointment. The two behind him were extremely excited. What are you planning to show us this time? Prince Davy reminded the two of them to step back a little. Ulyss and Princess William immediately answered and moved away. An electric magic array was activated. That figure left the structure Prince Davy was building. Ulyss and Princess William went outside and sat watching the children play by the fountain. Children ran about laughing and playing, each one wanting to try. As for the other two, their faces were pale, still unable to believe what Davy had just shown them. William muttered in a daze, I know he is very talented. Can something like this really be done? A sealing stone within a subspace. And it even has 8 magic circles. William, perhaps Davy is the greatest mage on this continent. Both of them sighed in amazement at once. Emmy walked over from behind and asked, it seems that the two of you saw something truly astonishing down there. Miss Amy, would you like some tea? Ulyss asked, you have been by Davy's side the longest, have you not? Miss Amy, has he always been like this? Emmy thought for a moment, then answered, perhaps so. He overwhelmed me from the very first time we met. As she recalled it, Emmy burst into laughter. I am sure you understand that feeling too. The things he does all bring tremendous benefits. I believe things will gradually get better from here on. Phyllis looked at her, Miss Ami. Emmy continued, besides, he always brings about interesting things, does he not? If you simply believe in what he does, it becomes much easier to bear. As the first victim of Davy Army, Emmy could only comfort them so they would gradually get used to it. Hearing that, Euless also found it reasonable. Seeing Emmy shining so brightly like that, she must have gone through a great deal living beside Prince Davy. When Prince Davy and the dwarf Goza's system was completed, clean water was brought for the people to use. Good heavens, what is this? Everyone gathered around the new system. Perhaps this is a mana-powered pump. Oh, this water is warm. Just turning the valve makes clean water flow out, and it has no dirt or sand mixed in. Ami cheerfully stood there introducing it to the people. His Highness will install a system like this in every home. Hearing that, the people all cheered. Does that mean we can draw clean water right inside our own homes? Today we have truly witnessed a miracle. But one resident still asked anxiously, this is something only high-ranking nobles can use. They surely cannot install it for free, and will demand a very high price one way or another. Hearing that, Ami explained that installation was completely free, but to prevent water from being wasted, only 10 silver coins would be collected each month. The people were astonished. Only 10 silver coins. Good heavens, this is no different from blessed rain. Emmy continued, His Highness also instructed that after receiving welfare, everyone must work even harder. The people stared blankly at one another. Welfare, what is that? The scene shifted to Prince Davy Andron's castle, where the Marquis was reporting to Davy about what had just happened. This has helped resolve quite a few problems related to the irrigation system. My lord, we invested quite a large sum, so this project will need a long time before it turns a profit. Davy replied calmly, I am in no hurry about profit. I still have plenty of idle money. Ami, how are the goods we bought from the allied merchants? Have they all been stored in the warehouse? Good, at last we can repave those dusty roads. Over the next 3 days, have the guards cooperate with the dwarves on the next task. I will notify them. After the Marquis left, Purser von Palin said to Davy, it seems we have finally handled the greatest weakness of this territory. Prince Davy nodded, but freely adjusting the climate and temperature may also have an adverse effect on the surrounding terrain. If a few spirit guides came forward to manage everything, things would be much better. Purser thought for a moment, then said, Spirit guides, elves are very good at this. But as you know, they are not easy to persuade, let alone lure over to our side. That moment, Rue was dozing beside Honki and Lanki. She woke drowsily and saw that Jack had entered the room to meet Prince Davy. Hello, Jack. What is it? Jack let out a breath, stayed silent for a while, then finally spoke. I have something I wish to report to you. Prince Davy was slightly surprised. Then he smiled faintly. You have something to say to me? Have you finally thought about demanding payment? Jack's information window appeared again. Title Amethyst. Real name Thana Hilasana. 124 years old. Attributes both male and female. First, let me ask one thing. Do you have an older sister or younger sister? Jack stayed silent for a moment as if weighing the answer, then asked in return. What do you mean? Davy replied, nothing. Do not mind it. Only then did Jack sigh in relief. Hilasana, it was quite normal for elves to share a surname, even without being blood relatives. But the fact that his surname matched that maid's surname, was it truly only a coincidence? Prince Davy did not ask any further. So what do you want to say to me, by the way, Who brought this fairy tale book to me? Davy flipped through a few pages and frowned. Fairy tale lover. Jack explained that it was a romance novel with elves, currently very popular in the capital, and William had probably left it behind. William, what is so good about it? Yes, it is a bestseller among noble young ladies. You do not find it good or romantic, the existence of elves, you know. Prince Davy understood his meaning. Oh, of course I know what humans usually think of when they mention the fairy forest and the symbol of peace. But what can be done? Davy replied with a smile. I hate elves so much that if I met them in real life, I would only want to beep 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 and then beep them. The gloom hidden behind Davy's smile sent a chill down Jack's spine. The two immediately fell into a heavy silence. Purser poked his head out and looked. Did you not go a bit too far? He looks completely frozen stiff. Davy smiled craftily. That is right, I do not even like their ears. Purser grimaced. Is that all? Is there no other reason? Yes, why do you hate them? I am asking seriously. Prince Davy still replied calmly. Only because that promiscuous bastard abandoned my first love right before my eyes. That damned archer Apollon. Every illusion I had about elves was utterly shattered by that high elf. Rue Isaac's ancestor had once been my first love. Since I was practicing black magic, I went to Doe Isaac and accidentally saw those two enter the bedroom. That incident left me unable to think clearly for days. And what about that night? Who could know? Perhaps I truly flared up in anger. After all, I was only a 10-year-old child. Before those who had lived for thousands of years, I was no different from a newborn baby. But that event completely crushed the last innocence left in me. Once I calmed down, I immediately found Daphne and told her everything. After that, things became rather interesting because Daphne gave the archer Apollon a beating. Did I not warn you already? If you toy with love again, I will kill you. Am I still not enough for you, you bastard? Purser could only feel helpless after hearing it. What exactly are you? Are you truly just a child? Davy asked. But how could she possibly understand the shock I had suffered then? What was that? Purser angrily slapped Davy on the cheek. You really are hopelessly stupid. Jew stood frozen, completely unable to understand what was going on. Davy gave an awkward laugh and hurriedly apologized, saying he had only gotten a little too emotional. I am still listening. What do you want to say to me? Jew stammered for a while, then said he had an urgent matter to handle. The moment he finished speaking, he immediately slipped away without the slightest hesitation. Oh heavens. Purser scolded Davy, asking why he treated someone like that. Davy merely explained that he had meant to tease him a little, but had not expected him to actually run away. But I can be certain of one thing, the troublesome matter, the matter Saintus Helisana wanted to mention, must be related to the elves. On the sunlit street, children ran everywhere, their laughter ringing out brightly. Ha ha ha, try catching me if you can. Just you wait. As soon as the plan was put into motion, a series of clear changes immediately appeared across the territory. A canal was built across the new residential district so every household could easily use both hot and cold water. Thanks to proper investment in knowledge and the dwarves' distinctive techniques, structures of a new era gradually rose one after another. The land of Henge, which had once been only a small village with crooked houses, had now been completely transformed into a beautiful town with neat little homes, even finer than the capital. Beneath the shade of lush green trees, birdsong mingled with the peaceful scenery like a painting. Davy, our protagonist, was sitting on a wooden chair beneath a tree. He enjoyed the scene before him, holding a fragrant sandwich in his hand. Taking a deeply satisfying bite, he sighed that peace was truly wonderful. The golden sunlight shimmered so beautifully that it made one feel as if melting into happiness. That joy had not lasted long before a sudden voice sounded from behind and interrupted it. Oh ho, this is truly one of the most vibrant lands I have ever seen. Davy started, his mouth still half full of bread, and hurriedly turned his head to look back. Before him stood a kindly old man with snow-white hair, bright eyes full of wisdom, and a gentle smile on his lips. He asked whether he would mind if he sat with him. That old man was in fact Redlia Harrison Bastia, master of the Red Tower. Purser poked her head out from Davy's shoulder, glanced at that man, and sneered. Well now, an uninvited guest. Davy immediately recognized the other party, forced out a polite smile, and wondered inwardly why he had appeared in this place, even looking as plain as the old villagers around here. Harrison eagerly sat down beside Davy, and said he had passed through many territories, but had never seen a place as full of vitality as this one. Hearing that, Davy curiously asked, "It seems you have traveled through many lands." The old man nodded and laughed heartily, then said, "When I was young, I loved wandering. I once carried only a longsword, a grey rope, a hat, and a few odds and ends as I traveled across the plains." Davy sat beside him, listening to his vivid story until he could almost imagine the scene. At this point, the old man paused briefly, then continued to praise it in admiration. "It seems the lord of this place is very talented. I heard that person is not even 20 yet, but is already a noble prince. Have you heard of him?" Hearing the other party describe himself, Davy felt a little embarrassed and only smiled awkwardly, answering that not exactly. The demoness Purser sat there, and seeing this, leaned close to Davy's ear, teasing him with delight that the people in the capital were imagining things far too wildly. As they chatted, Harrison suddenly said that meeting like this was also fate, and asked whether Davy wanted to play a little game with this old man. Hearing that, Davy asked suspiciously, "A game?" That man nodded, and said it was a very popular traditional game in the Farron Empire, called squares. Davy also knew a little about it. He softly exclaimed and thought inwardly, "Is this not like chess on Earth?" Harrison asked again whether he knew how to play. Hearing that, Davy honestly nodded and replied that he actually quite liked the game. After hearing this, the old man looked very satisfied. Hearing Davy's answer, that man narrowed his eyes in praise, then smiled and said, "Young man, I am starting to like you. Choose as you please. Do you want to play by the Eastern rules or another style?" Davy thought for a moment, then asked, "Would it be alright to play by Hermitan rules?" Hearing Davy's choice, Harrison softly exclaimed, then said he had not expected that, since that style of play was very old. Sitting beside him, Davy cheerfully explained that he was very interested in history, but inwardly sighed that, more precisely, he only knew this one set of rules. Davy thought inwardly Hormetan rules were once widely used during the era when Saintess Daphne still reigned. The heroes in the castle back then also often played by these rules. Harrison raised his hand and created a small chessboard, glanced at Davy, then said, "Very well, let us try a match." He further explained that this game had once been an elegant pastime of the nobility, a magic product leaning toward the spiritual. Hearing that, Davy softly exclaimed. Harrison then said, "How about this? If you win, I will give you a reward." Davy answered with enthusiasm that it sounded interesting. Harrison laughed heartily, raised a hand to stroke the long beard beneath his chin, then said, "Very well, young people may go first." After that, he sat beside him and began launching psychological attacks, slowly saying that the bishop, queen, rook, and knight all had important roles. "Let us see which piece you will send out first." Davy smiled and thought for a moment, then said, "I." Wasted no more words and immediately made the first move. Amid the fresh, cool daytime air, the two still sat calmly on the wooden chair, leisurely playing chess. Harrison, master of the Red Tower, made another move while probing Davy, asking what he thought of magic. Sitting opposite him, Davy heard this and repeated, "Magic." That man nodded and continued, "The current master of the Red Tower, Harrison Bastia, is a 7th circle mage. Everyone says he will reach the 8th circle before long." Hearing this from Davy's shoulder, Purser blurted out, "Good heavens, he is praising himself." Davy raised a hand to signal silence, quietly telling her to let him keep speaking. Just then, Harrison suddenly asked, "But do you know what he once said?" Without waiting for Davy to answer, Harrison said on his own that when a human becomes a 7th circle mage, they gain the ability to see through the operating laws of all things in the world. And when one lifts the curtain of the 8th circle to advance to a higher level, what remains there is only emptiness. Those were his exact words. The 8th circle and 9th circle are ultimately only theoretical concepts. That means if there truly exists some point between the 8th and 9th levels, then first comes encirclement, and only afterward comes seizure. Hearing those words, Davy calmly replied that he had never witnessed the end point of magic, so he did not dare assert anything. "But I believe sages are those who have reached an existence beyond the scope of magic." Hearing that answer, that man raised his eyes and asked, "Beyond the scope?" Davy did not answer Harrison directly, but asked in return what magic was. The sage answered without thinking, "It is the study of immaterial things." Davy smiled in agreement and said, "Yes, the vast sea of knowledge has no end, and immaterial learning is the same. Please try looking up at the sky. Is the sun a sphere of light created by God, or a blazing mass of gas shining down on the ground from an immeasurably far distance?" Most scholars still believe the sky is round, the earth is square, and the sun revolves around the earth. Harrison was somewhat surprised by what Davy had just said, so he asked doubtfully whether he knew even this. Davy nodded and continued, "Even so, there are still people who believe the earth is a sphere, and that it is the earth that revolves around the sun. In truth, no view has been officially recognized, because we cannot go there ourselves to verify it." Harrison hesitated as if about to say something, but Davy had already cut him off, saying that the problem lay precisely there. Those who always call themselves experts sometimes understand nothing at all. Is magic not the same? Nothing in this world is perfect, and the higher one climbs, the more easily one mingles with lies. Even hypotheses that sound perfect in theory can be overturned when brought out for practical verification. Since ancient times, what exactly have mages pursued? Profound knowledge or great magic? Perhaps true perfection really does exist, but it is something humans can never touch. The end point. From ancient times until now, everyone has believed that surpassing the 9th circle means stepping into a more transcendent realm. But right now you are only at the 7th circle. Davy stopped there, then pushed a chess piece forward, and said that this game was truly very interesting. After that, he stood up and smiled, saying they should choose another day next time to continue playing. After broadening his knowledge, Harrison still sat silently in place, watching Davy's departing back. A green leaf drifted down, gently landing on the unfinished chessboard. He murmured, even though he had never experienced it once, he could still explain it so thoroughly to the very end. "Ha ha, this is the first time I feel ashamed that I have lived to this age and am still so shallow." A moment later, Sasha's voice rang out urgently, "Master." Harrison was still sitting in his chair, and when he saw someone running over, he spoke, "Oh, it is Iulis." He ran over, panting as he said, "Master, you should have notified me in advance." Seeing this, he stood up and smiled. "Come now, how can a grown man be gasping like that?" After catching his breath, Iulis raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then asked, "By the way, have you met Sir Davy yet?" Harrison did not answer right away. He turned around, looked at the chessboard beneath the chair, then stroked his beard and said, "The ancients said the world is full of colors. Even a 3-year-old child can teach us many things. Perhaps I still have much to learn from the younger generation now." Standing behind him, Iulis was bewildered when he heard this, completely unable to understand what the master of the Red Tower was trying to say. He sighed again, 5 overwhelming moves. It has been a long time since I lost in a position like that, so I was the one left behind by the era, while believing I had defeated time. After saying that, Harrison walked over and patted Iulis on the shoulder. "My business is done. Tell Prince Davy he may take the chess set whenever he wishes." Iulis grew even more confused and stammered, "Pardon, what are you talking about?" Harrison did not answer. He clasped both hands behind his back and leisurely walked forward, muttering, "Next time I must have my revenge." Seeing this, Iulis hurried after him and called loudly, "Master, wait for me." On another road, Davy walked along while humming a song. Purser flew beside him and said, "You seem to be in quite a good mood." Davy nodded cheerfully. "It has been ages since I won a game that's satisfying. Back when I played with those insane heroes, I almost never managed to win." At this point, Davy suddenly recalled old memories. Whenever he played with the heroes, the moment they got irritated, they would burn the entire chessboard, leaving behind a heap of ruins. Hearing this, the Demon King Purser chuckled softly and stroked her chin. "Looks like you judge people fairly well too." That conversation about magic was interesting as well. Davy nodded. He is a very admirable old man, but he has indeed strayed from the times. If this were Achaeolia, the continent of magic, rather than Theonis, perhaps he would have long since become a great mage beyond the 8th tier. It is only because this place lacks worthy rivals that his vision has narrowed. Purser suddenly drew close and probed, "Davy, do you have enough manpower at your place yet?" "You know, I am also a specialist in magic." Davy answered seriously. "You mean the moment of transition? It is still quite difficult right now. The 3 things I obtained in the battle with Chandra shattered, no different from illusions. If possible, I want to establish a labor force before recruiting more people. Only then can I expand the Great Barrier around the territory. But lately I have been stuck at the bamboo slat part. What a headache." At this point, he rubbed his chin and thought, where exactly did it go wrong? After that, Davy paid no more attention to Purser and opened the detailed notification panel. When he read the new line of information, his brows knitted tightly. Only one chance remains to retrieve a transcendent item from the storage space. Looking at those words, Davy thought to himself that the status window had indeed appeared after he obtained the holy mark. But right after that, he laughed with delight and muttered, "Haha, excellent. You want to use this method to trade with me." Davy looked at the system and thought, the information verification privilege is the only way to communicate with the gods. Freya, who both existed and seemed not to exist, had used this privilege to propose a trade through an oath called the Spirit Command Quota. If he failed, there would be no penalty, and if he succeeded, he would certainly receive a reward, purifying the soul that was defiling the Great Invasion. According to Daphne's explanation, that was the content. Reading this far, the Demon King Purser, who stood beside him, said, "If it is the Great Invasion, then that is the forest of the fairy race where we once went to gather Moonpool Harmony. You have to search very carefully before you can summon a spirit, but because the corruption there has become too severe, that area has been sealed off." At this point, Purser suddenly stopped. She thought for a moment, then cautiously asked, "Is summoning a spirit truly that difficult?" Davy closed his eyes in contemplation, then answered, "Not exactly. It is just the process is rather complicated, so it is a little troublesome." Hearing this, Purser also nodded in agreement, then reminded him in a low voice, "If the other nobles see you there, they will probably go mad." She added, "I suspect that space is connected to the real world through a corridor." Hearing this, Davy immediately asked, "Then is there also a possibility it is linked to my soul?" Even so, the fact that they could connect to that place so easily made Purser suspicious. She thought to herself, how suspicious. There is no way a result could exist without a prior cause. The fact that Davy could return to the real world through the connecting corridor meant he still had one matter related to the gods to complete here. Was the copy of Sandromania, an incarnation that had descended upon this land, not in the middle of the Pandora Sound territory. Watching Davy silently descend the staircase, Purser could not help worrying and softly called to him. Davy showed no wavering, merely shrugged and replied, "Think positively. What else can we do? It is true that the territory needs a spirit to develop." After that, Davy was about to reach into his personal space to take something out. Seeing this, Purser grew excited. "I want to see the staff." After hearing her, he only said, "Restrain that desire for now." Davy reached in and searched for a while, then grasped and pulled out an object that was radiating light. It was the celestial body of the Spirit King. Davy smiled and said, "We need an item suited to the current situation." The scene shifted, and several lively bursts of laughter and chatter echoed inside the mansion. Lanki and Lanki took turns poking Lewin's soft cheeks, saying with delight, "This is great, Lewin is so soft." At that moment, Lewin was only focused on the 2 fragrant cookies in front of her, then quickly put them into her mouth and chewed with relish. Afterward, she reminded herself, "Lewin has determined that you are gaining weight and advises you to stop." Sitting by the desk, Davy looked at the group laughing and playing, then said softly, "I actually prefer you sitting quietly in one place like this." Lewin immediately answered flatly, "Lewin has consumed a great deal of physical energy and has determined that movement must be limited." Replenishing energy is the current requirement. As she spoke, she stuffed cookies into her mouth and ate them with relish. Davy muttered helplessly, "What do you think those cookies are?" While still chewing, she continued, "Lewin possesses a highly efficient energy storage ability, so additional replenishment is necessary." Davy was left speechless by that sophistry. A hamster. You really only know how to eat. Just then, several knocks sounded outside the door. A man entered, bowed his head, and introduced himself. "Your Highness, I am Vernon, the lower Grand Minister." Davy raised his head and observed him for a moment, then asked, "Grand Minister, what brings you here?" Vernon answered, "Your Highness, please forgive my rudeness, but may I offer a piece of advice?" Davy fell silent in suspicion, then nodded. "Fine, speak." After receiving permission, he took out a list and placed it on Davy's desk, then said, "This is the list of people currently working in the territory. Why not allow those who have worked hard all this time to rest a little?" Looking at the list before him, Davy thought for a moment, then asked, "A break?" He picked up the paper and skimmed through it once, then Davy's eyes suddenly flashed with a glint of light. Davy softly murmured, "Oh," then broke into a smile. "Ho ho ho, that is right. Resting a little is still better than working without end." After saying that, Davy picked up a pen and wrote for a while. Davy raised the list and smiled as he said to Vernon, "Good. Let the people I underlined rest first. When they return to work, let the remaining group rest next. We will let everyone rest according to the rules. During that time, remember to pay their living expenses." Vernon took the list, looked it over once, then said in surprise, "These children?" "But Your Highness, the list also includes the servants named Yuri, who were only recently assigned duties." Davy showed that he understood, then explained his purpose. "They come from the village, and I want to encourage them a little, because they have worked very well. I understand how they feel, so reward them as well." Hearing this, Vernon said nothing more and simply nodded. "I understand. I had not thought that deeply." Sitting beside them with her arms crossed, Purser breathed softly and thought to herself that those were truly touching words. Vernon still did not leave right away. He took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the tears from his face, then said in admiration, "I have seen a new light within you, Your Highness." Hearing that, Purser suddenly remembered something and asked, "Are we going to the fairy tribe?" Davy did not answer, only smiled and thought to himself, "That's right, guests are already waiting for us there." Purser spoke again, "We can find quite a lot of things in that invasion zone." A maid heard the murmured conversation in the room, but still could not understand what was going on. After that, Davy said to Vernon, "I must acknowledge you as well for coming up with such a unique plan at a moment like this." Faced with such unexpected praise, Vernon froze for a moment. He was both delighted and stammered, "Your Highness." Davy simply sat where he was, nodding without saying anything more. The scene shifted to 2 days after the new workers were sent back to their hometowns. Outside, it was a beautiful day, blue clouds, golden sunlight, birds singing merrily. Davy, our male lead, left the castle. He walked leisurely along the broad open road. Accompanied by Purser and Lewin, he thought to himself that he had waited for that matter to happen before taking Lewin out of the castle. The Great Invasion was a destination not too far from the territory. Since this place had many monsters and treacherous terrain, traces of humans were almost non-existent. After sensing the atmosphere here for a moment, Davy suddenly clutched his head and cried out, My head hurts so much." Could the contamination have become much worse than last time? Lewin, walking beside him, raised her head and replied, "Possibly." Lewin detects no olfactory response. Then she looked at Davy and continued, "Master Davy has an unusual sensation with his sense of smell." Hearing that, Davy covered his nose with his hand and said, "Of course you cannot sense it, because you have no compatibility with spirits." Hearing the other party say that, she angrily gritted her teeth and retorted, "Lewin possesses memory and computational ability far superior to Master Davy." Davy replied in surprise, "Huh, what? Take a look yourself." Lewin covered her mouth with her hand. Looking smug as she said, "Master Davy, out of a total of 78 matches against Lewin, Master won 35 times and lost 43 times. Of course, the one who lost 43 times is Master Davy." Being compared like that out of nowhere, Davy was momentarily at a loss for words. He muttered irritably, "Lewin has identified this as a weak point. How am I supposed to argue with someone like a supercomputer?" Then he remembered that all 35 of those victories had come from tricking her. When playing chess with Lewin, he had once tried to distract her with the words, cookies over there." After that, Lewin pulled Davy back to the present and continued, "Lewin is very intelligent, therefore Master must listen to what Lewin says." Davy was somewhat helpless now and did not want to argue further. He could only nod, admit, "Fine, you are amazing, truly amazing." The two continued forward while chatting. Before long, Davy suddenly stopped. Before them stood a gigantic stone gate, and Davy said, "We are here. We have arrived." Davy reached out and touched the gate, sensing the abundant magic power on it, then thought to himself, this is the gate leading into the forest of the fairy tribe. It constantly changes its location and form to protect the village. It could be said that this gate is no different from a shield guarding them. Purser floated behind him and asked curiously, we already sneaked in last time, did we not? Hearing that, Davy smiled. That was because we had the key to open the locked door back then. More precisely, it was a covert infiltration. But this time, since we need to find all the nobles inside, we should politely knock on the door and call them out, should we not? After saying that, he slowly rolled up his sleeves. Hearing that from beside him, Lewin said mechanically, the fairy tribe is an arrogant species. Assessment complete. Hearing her words, Davy suddenly burst into hearty laughter and praised loudly, that's right, very good, you are doing very well. As Davy raised his fist and rotated it to warm up, he warned everyone around him, then remember to brace yourselves so you do not fall. After saying that, he thought to himself, with this destructive power, I will smash this gate apart. The single move, Demon King's Way Delaying Wave Brave Destruction Fist. Davy poured all his strength into his fist. Then he broke into a confident smile. This knock might be a little strong. Davy shouted loudly and unleashed his move, Asura Emperor Fist. The moment the punch was released, heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers instantly shook, and a dazzling light flashed so brightly that no one could open their eyes. After that, he shouted loudly, excuse me, I have brought good news. Beneath the lush green canopies, the clear sky appeared along with rays of sunlight piercing through the leaves. A sweet voice rang out, Miss Iria. A girl with long, glossy, beautiful blue hair was walking over. From afar, the blonde girl called out, you finally came back. It turned out that the blue-haired girl was Iria. Hearing that, she replied, is everyone still well? Iria returned, and everyone happily gathered around her. The blonde girl from earlier asked how her trip had been. Iria smiled and replied, it was truly very interesting. I gained many things. It is no longer just an ordinary journey. The blonde girl looked displeased and said, but you still have to be careful of humans. Even if you disguise yourself as a human, your beauty is still hard to conceal. She was Minna, the guardian fairy of Moon Forest. As for the frowning young man beside her, he was Vadit, a resident of this place. Vadit also said, that's right, I heard humans are extremely cruel. Vadit continued, they buy and sell us like slaves. Iria still smiled, gently explaining to the two of them, of course I cannot say all humans are good, but conversely, not all humans are wicked either. Iria's memories surged back, bringing her to the things she had experienced in a flourishing, bustling town. She continued, in the place I went to, there was a prince. Although he held a very high status in the human world, he still did many things for those of lower class. It turned out the person Iria was referring to was Davy. She continued, even when seen through the eyes of a fairy, he is still someone very worthy of respect. Hearing that, Vadit was extremely shocked and immediately blurted out, is there really a human like that? Iria only smiled and replied gently, of course humans are not all the same. Each person is different. Suddenly, footsteps approached. That person was carrying a wooden staff and spoke, excuse me, Miss Iria. It turned out to be Elder Conde. She stepped forward and said, but all humans are suspicious. Behind her, several other women were also following. Elder Conde gripped the wooden staff in her hand tightly, her voice extremely harsh. It will be very troublesome if you forget why we fairies turned our backs on the world 300 years ago and hid ourselves until now. Though we need to find a way to save the forest, your decision is still far too foolish and dangerous. Elder Conde continued in a mocking tone, you have not forgotten what your mother once did in the past, have you? Unable to hold back her anger, Milia rushed forward to stand in front of Iria and shouted, watch your words, Elder Conde. Standing behind her, Uria's expression darkened. Standing before Elder Conde, Miria raised her hand to protect Iria. She shouted angrily, Miss Iria used the blessing of the spirits, so she will not be tracked. Elder Conde still refused to stop. She continued, do you really think that blessing can last forever? That is why young people these days are all fools. Tisk Tieske. Hearing that, Milia shouted angrily, what did you say? Iria seemed to have grown far too used to this. She calmly placed a hand on Miria's shoulder and said, stop. Miria immediately turned to look at her and called, Miss Iria. Even so, Iria still said calmly, this is the will of the spirit god and the world tree. Seeing that, Elder Conde spoke again, everything happened because you went against the will of the world tree. Stop being stubborn now and beg the world tree for forgiveness. Hearing those words, Iria's face immediately darkened. She could only clutch her head and sigh, honestly. Just then, the ground suddenly shook, frightening everyone. Suddenly, tearing across the clear blue sky, someone's voice rang out, excuse me, I have brought good news. Something seemed to have happened on the mountain. From afar, only a thick cloud of dust could be seen billowing across the mountainside. On the cliff that had just collapsed, the silhouettes of a young man and a girl appeared. Someone spoke, it has been completely destroyed. Cursor flew beside Davy, looked at the scene and said, Davy, was that not a little too much? That young man was Davy, but he laughed cheerfully and replied, not at all, this is fine. Suddenly an arrow shot over, tearing through the air around them. Fortunately, Lewin reacted very quickly. She immediately rushed out and knocked the attack away, sending the arrow flying to the side. Davy looked at the arrow stuck firmly in the ground, then smiled and said, "I told you I came to deliver good news. I even clearly stated my purpose." Lewin still said with a cold expression, "Warning, Sir Davy, there are currently many people with killing intent approaching. Should Lewin attack?" Davy stood behind her with his arms crossed, and upon hearing that, replied, "We did not come here to fight, just wait for them." On this side, Miria and the residents were extremely frightened, each of them holding bows and arrows at the ready. Suddenly, Davy's voice rang out again, Hey, can you people hear me? Lead me to your village." Davy continued rambling, "I have a few things I want to discuss with your leader." Looking at Lewin's expression as she stood beside him, one could truly only say she was speechless. With a smug expression, Davy continued, "Go tell that leader that her employer has arrived." A group of people had captured Davy and Lewin. They stood in the middle of the small village, surrounded on every side by villagers. Everyone was silent, their expressions heavy. Then a voice rang out, "I have brought him here, Miss Iria." A resident who also served as a guard here immediately shouted, "Human kneel." Seeing this, Iria hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "Stop, it is all right." Iria continued, "Please remove that for him." The resident from earlier hesitated slightly after hearing this, but the blindfold had already fallen to the ground. Iria looked a little embarrassed and awkward. She smiled and said, "Greeting you like this really is rather shameful." Once the blindfold was removed, Davy asked softly, "So how was it? Did you enjoy your vacation?" Standing beside him, Purser puffed out his cheeks in displeasure. Hearing this, Iria grew somewhat flustered. She sighed and said, "I know you already realized who I was. You came here because you have business with me too, right, Davy?" Iria continued, "But this time you appeared in a way completely different from before." Davy answered calmly, "I did my best this time, though." No one noticed that behind them, Elder Conde's face had darkened, trembling with rage. Davy still looked innocent as he said, "But are you not going to untie me? In any case, I am the one renting from the owner of this land." After speaking, he raised both hands bound by rope. Iria patiently explained, "You know that you are standing here illegally, right?" But Elder Conde could no longer hold back. She shouted, "Silence, human, I will deal with you right now." Iria hurriedly intervened, "Please stop, Elder Conde." Despite Elder Conde's objections, Iria continued, "Mia, bring these people to my house." Hearing this, Mia cried out in alarm, but Lady Iria. Though Elder Conde was so furious she ground her teeth, Iria calmly said, "It is all right. I do not know about the others, but I trust him." Inside Iria's house, the lamps hanging from the ceiling were simple, yet strangely beautiful. Iria placed a steaming cup of hot tea on the table and said, "Here, please have some." Davy folded his arms, smiling as if teasing her, and said, "Do not tell me you brood crickets again." Hearing this, Iria covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh my, that time was only an experiment." While everyone around them sat solemnly and expressionlessly, Iria introduced it. "This is tea made from slime mucus, fermented for a very long time. It is delicious and extremely good for the skin and hair." Davy took a sip and exhaled. "Well, all right, it is not that I cannot drink this. I just do not like it much." He continued, "My stomach is sturdier than people think, since it was trained in the Hall of Heroes. It is good, it even makes my mana flow more stable. With such wonderful effects, why does no one drink it?" While Davy praised it, everyone else turned pale and nauseated, each covering their mouth with a look of agony. Sitting opposite her, Davy continued praising the strange drink. "You can brew this tea for me next time too, but the cricket soup is a bit much." Pleased by the praise, Iria looked delighted. She smiled brightly and replied, "Oh my, I never thought you would say that in this situation. But very well." While the two chatted happily, an angry hand clenched tightly across from them. It was Elder Conde. She was so furious that she sprang to her feet and said loudly, "Lady Iria, I cannot listen to any more of this. The fact that you are communicating with this dangerous species makes me feel that your mind has already been affected." Elder Conde still refused to stop. She pointed straight at Davy and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Drag this human outside and lock him in the dungeon at once. Once we find out how he discovered this place, we will deal with him." After hearing this, Davy looked blank, folded his arms, and let out a sound. Seeing this, Iria immediately stepped forward and said, "Stop." Elder Conde angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Do you still not understand how serious the situation is? Because of your childish actions, all the elves here could be at risk of being sold as slaves." The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew heavy, making Elder Conde flinch for a moment. Iria's voice trembled as she said, "Please." Iria seemed to have held herself back for far too long. She spoke in a helpless voice, "Please stop." After that, Iria still forced out a false smile and said, "Could you please stop interrupting me?" Davy sat beside her, leisurely drinking tea. He thought to himself, "Oh, not bad." Then he said she was born with authority after all. Looking at Uria's smile, Davy thought perhaps everything would be fine if a leader like her continued serving as the representative of the elves. After speaking to Elder Conde, Iria turned to Davy, smiled, and said, "Our conversation was interrupted, was it not?" The tea on the table had gone cold by now. Iria continued asking, "Then can you tell me now why you came here?" Davy did not hesitate at all. He answered frankly, "I think you need my help to purify the corruption in the forest, right?" An image appeared of Davy touching a deer with flowers blooming on its antlers. Hearing him speak, Iria replied, "Yes. More precisely, we need your vast connection with the spirits, something ordinary elves cannot compare to." Davy hurriedly asked, "To summon the highest-ranking spirit?" Iria immediately answered, "Yes. To purify the corruption, we need a spirit of that caliber." Iria sat at the table with an elegant bearing and added, "Doing it alone is nearly impossible for me, so to receive your help, I went to the highest territory." Davy looked at her and simply remained silent for a long while without saying a word. After that, Davy reached out and lightly touched Laika's mouth, saying, "Stop beating around the bush." Hearing this, Iria asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Davy gave a sly smile, extended his hand as if proposing a deal, and said, "I will set one condition. I will purify the forest, and in return, all of you must become official citizens of the heist territory." Iria straightened her back, and after hearing him said, "Then that is the same as the dwarves." Seeing this, Davy added, "Your sources are quite extensive." Iria gently continued, "Goza is the main buyer of my specialties." Davy revealed a clearly wicked smile, thinking to himself, let us pretend I did not hear anything. Meanwhile, Purser beside him cried out, "Oh no." Everyone around the table listened intently. Iria continued at this point, "I am very sorry, but I will refuse your proposal. Even so, I truly need your help." Once the teacup was empty, Iria also settled the matter. She said instead, "I will repay you in another way." The scene shifted to Davy and the others sitting in a luxurious room for a conversation. At this moment, the leader, Elfuria Helisana, smiled very happily. He looked toward Elfie Iria Helisana with a cheerful expression and said, "Although I had guessed Iria would refuse, I still accepted her proposal easily." Because when he heard her say that, Davy merely folded his arms, his demeanor still extremely calm. In any case, that would not be of any use. At this moment, Purser looked at Davy with eyes full of worry. Elf Iria Helisana continued, "As always, the elders are still making a commotion." Even so, Iria was still resolute enough to hold firm to her decision. Hearing that, Elder Kunde sprang to her feet, slammed her hand on the table, and looked toward Elfuria Helisana. Elfuria Helisana continued, "That proves how important her existence is to the elders." The elder's face turned furious, and he stood as if wanting to say something. Elfuria Helisana thought to herself, "But who knows whether that is good or bad?" The image of a castle appeared, looking exceedingly splendid. Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared in the scene. It turned out to be Davy's footsteps. When he set foot in this place, the surrounding atmosphere immediately turned gloomy. The trees here had almost no vitality left. The trunks were withered, the leaves so dry they seemed about to fall completely. Davy walked forward together with the leader Elfuria Helisana. He immediately asked, "The polluted area starts here?" Iria Helisana calmly replied, "Yes. Inside the moon forest, soul pollution is like a disease gradually eating away at the entire forest." As the two observed their surroundings, groans sounded along the path. "It hurts, it hurts." Hearing them, Davy looked toward Elfuria Helisana and said, "This is terrible." The plea for help rose again, "Save me." Ordinary pollution is like a system error, occurring when many random coincidences overlap. Davy looked at the scene ahead and said to Elfuria Helisana, "But the pollution here is spreading much faster than I thought." The scenery grew increasingly desolate. The trees were almost dried to death, and many heavily polluted areas showed a strange blue, about to spread everywhere. Davy looked around, his hand on his chin in thought, and said, "I know only high elves can purify the forest, but perhaps there is still another method I do not know about." Davy was thinking about whether there was a way to save this place faster. Hearing him say this, Elfuria Helisana was both confused and astonished by the possibility that there might be another option. She looked at Davy and shouted, "How do you know?" As if he had expected it, Davy calmly replied, "At the very least, I understand that your Helisana name means servant of the divine." Everything seemed to have been within his calculations. He realized that this girl and Ruck were not relatives, because their surnames were different. For elves, a surname not only shows bloodline, but also reveals a person's status. Therefore, it was no coincidence that high elves became the center of the entire forest. The image of Elfuria Helisana and Ruck appeared beside the divine tree, forming a strangely dream-like scene. Hearing Davy say this, Elfuria Helisana stammered in reply, "I." Meanwhile, he still stood upright, quietly waiting for her answer. Elfuria Helisana sadly placed a hand on her chest and spoke to Davy in a heavy voice. "I was sealed by the world tree from purifying the forest as punishment." At this moment, she looked truly pitiful. The forest scene became increasingly polluted. The atmosphere grew gloomier, and the trees became more barren by the moment, creating a frightening feeling. Suddenly, a person with a polluted body appeared inside a tree trunk, terrifying black patches rising across their skin. That person cried out in pain, "It hurts, save me," as if they could no longer endure it. Seeing this, Davy immediately asked that person, "Does it hurt that much?" The spirit was shocked. "Human? How can a human see us?" Davy's face darkened, and he looked toward Elfuria Helisana with concern. He asked, "How long has this condition continued?" Elfuria Helisana quickly answered Davy, "Not very long." Elfuria Helisana recounted the whole story from beginning to end. At first, the rotting and cured only within a very small area, and if left alone, it would still heal on its own. Davy continued, "But in the end it spread out of control." She replied, "Yes." Davy said suspiciously, "Someone has definitely interfered." The image of people bustling back and forth, along with canopies full of vitality, appeared beautifully. When elves live in the forest, spirits gather as well, causing natural energy to rise sharply. But that sudden increase can also harm the forest, and this is a matter the elves are responsible for handling. Thus, high elves were always assigned command roles in purifying the forest. Even the world tree, which should have protected the spirits, now coldly watched as they were poisoned and slowly withered away. Elfuria Helisana placed a hand on her chest, and light suddenly shone from there. Davy turned his face away with a sorrowful look, then asked her if the world tree was still in the western part of the continent. Suspicion rose in her, and Elfuria asked if he was an underground elf. Otherwise, how could he know that? Seeing Davy remain silent, she urged him to answer. Seeing Davy hesitate without answering, Elfuria Helisana realized he was indeed an underground elf. He admitted it. Yes, the world tree was in the western part of the continent, at the shrine of the divine tree. Looking at Elfuria now, it seemed she too was gradually accepting the truth. Elfuria Helisana told Davy that the place had once been covered in lush greenery, but now it was different. Davy only said that if there was a chance, she should let him know, while his legs felt as heavy as lead. Davy held the small spirit in his arms, his gaze fixed on the distance with fury. He told Elfuria Helisana that he would go there himself and cut down that tree, as if the wild beast inside him had awakened. Looking at the tiny spirit in his palm, Davy said coldly that no irresponsible tree had the right to abandon its own land. If the divine tree had forgotten its duty, then it no longer had any value. Witnessing that side of Davy, Elfuria Helisana was utterly astonished. She froze, her eyes wide as if she could not believe what she had just heard. At that moment, Elfuria Helisana gave a faint, satisfied smile. Elfuria Helisana burst into laughter, saying that he truly did not hesitate at all. Davy folded his arms and answered seriously that he was not joking, perhaps afraid she would think his words were only a jest. Elfuria Helisana looked into the distance, silently wondering if she had been wrong. Davy looked at her in that state, and for a moment did not know what to say. Davy told Elfuria Helisana that perhaps part of it was true. She turned her back. Viewed objectively, that commander was pushing the lives of countless spirits to the brink for the sake of a personal goal. Elfuria Helisana's expression darkened. She asked in a sorrowful voice what had happened. Davy only watched her figure in silence. Elfuria Helisana blamed herself for refusing the mate chosen by the world tree itself, only to receive punishment. Consequences followed one after another, leaving things as they were now. The world tree looked so beautiful, yet how could it be so cruel? Elfuria Helisana placed her hand on the tree trunk and said this was the final chance. If it still did not work this time, she might bring her people back to the divine tree. It seemed Elfuria Helisana desperately wanted to save the forest, but because she was under punishment, there was nothing more she could do. Even so, her face still shone with hope that this attempt would succeed. Hearing Elfuria Helisana say that, Davy asked what about her. She turned to look at him and answered gently that her shrine was still in this place. Elfuria Helisana told Davy that if the forest had been polluted beyond saving, she would burn her soul to purify it, just as the original pact required. She was truly brave, willing to sacrifice herself to save the forest. Ursic looked at Elfuria Helisana thoughtfully, then called Davy. She asked whether that method would really be effective. Davy held the injured little spirit in his arms and silently pondered. But that also meant Uria and all the spirits in this forest would disappear. For a high elf to be punished by the world tree to such an extent merely for rejecting an arranged fiance was far too absurd. It was unclear what the world tree gained from doing this, only that matters were now becoming more and more serious. Davy placed the spirit into his pocket, then asked Elfuria Helisana if he could know why she had refused that marriage. Elfuria Helisana placed a hand on the tree trunk and hesitantly answered Davy. As for that matter, Elfuria Helisana now seemed to find it very difficult to speak. She confessed that she could not offer her entire self to the saint of the divine tree. Davy imagined Elfuria Helisana being carried away by a young man, smiling brightly and waving happily in an adorable way. In his mind appeared the vision of her running after the call of love. Davy blushed, covering his mouth as he laughed with a mix of excitement and embarrassment. He wondered if this was a love triangle like in the movies. That man had seduced, bought off, and then heartlessly abandoned his sister. Truly, wicked people often live carefree lives. Suddenly, Davy's expression changed completely. His eyes darkened, and he said sadly that he still had not been able to meet his sister again all this time. Hearing that, Persek angrily pointed straight at him and shouted for him to repent. Elfuria Helisana dug her fingers into the tree trunk, her face both sorrowful and furious. She said she could not forgive that man, absolutely never. Perhaps her trust in those people had all but run dry. The scene shifted to a luxurious room, where elders and people of status were holding a discussion. Someone spoke up and asked Elder Kande what they should do now. It seemed they were discussing a secret plan. The elder said that not only Lady Aegiana, even Lady Yuria possessed a rare power seen once in 1,000 years. Thanks to that, the forest, which should have withered away long ago, had been revived for the past 20 years. An impatient man asked that they had to do something. Hearing that, Yugen slammed his hand hard on the table in anger, his eyes bulging as he shouted that Lady Yuria was about to summon a supreme spirit, and was even borrowing the power of that lowly human. Clearly, he was extremely worried. One person extended both hands, one clenched and the other open, then spoke about that man's compatibility with spirits. Though it was nearly impossible, there was still a chance that Lady Yuria had succeeded before. The elder folded his arms and calmly said there was no need to worry. The elder smiled with calculation and said that if she truly succeeded, they could still adjust the plan. It seemed he had prepared very thoroughly for this move. He said confidently that the higher one climbed, the harder one fell. Hearing that, Eugen asked in surprise what would happen then. The elder continued, that would be the moment they rose up. They would publicly deal with the human who had learned of the spirit's existence, then bring Yuria Helisana back to the divine tree. A perfect plan, was it not? According to their expectations, Devi would be bound high up and brought out for judgment. Hearing this, the archer Apollon spoke up in a weary voice. He said that if Lady Yuria's words were true, that man was no ordinary human. It was very possible that before they could even act, before he could finish, the elder cut in. For that very reason, they needed to set at least one more trap. With that, he placed a box on the table. The box was only slightly open, yet the light inside already flared dazzlingly, surely containing something extremely precious. The elder opened the box and introduced it as the ancient spirit power sealing stone. The blue stone glittered like crystal, making one man exclaim that it was a treasure. The elder continued, normally this object was used to amplify the power of spirits. In addition, it could also block holy power or mana. When placed in nature, the stone became even stronger, radiating light that made plants lush and water clear and mystical. The elder confidently asserted that even if that human was a master, once sealed, he would not be able to resist that terrifying power. He was truly a scheming man. The elder reminded everyone to be extremely careful. They absolutely had to capture Yuria and bring her back to the saint of the divine tree. It seemed she held a very important role in their plan. The elder looked at the box containing the stone, then said everything had to proceed step by step, and as smoothly as possible. A scene of nature appeared in breathtaking beauty, with ancient green trees in the distance under the morning sun, creating a poetic charm. Farther away, people were chatting happily, while on this side, two villagers looked at Davy with displeased eyes. Over here, Davy was carrying a potted plant and looked rather interested, with the adorable Lewin following behind him. As he walked, he held the pot, his face calm as he talked with Persek. Davy complained that, oh dear, they kept staring as if they wanted to burn his face off. Indeed, in the distance, several people were watching him with probing eyes. Persek admired the surrounding scenery and found this place truly beautiful. She pondered for a moment, then spoke to Davy. She said this place was still as beautiful as ever. After hearing that, Davy replied that this also meant this small piece of land was the last place where they could summon a high-ranking spirit. Lewin asked Davy if that was really important to him. Verdit, a resident of Moon Forest, answered that of course it was important, because knowing which spirit appeared was very much worth caring about. The group crossed a bridge over a clear blue lake, with grass and trees in the distance, while Verdit followed quietly behind. Davy added that even among low-ranking spirits, there were differences, though the Spirit King was the sole exception. When they arrived, Davy set the potted plant on the ground. From inside the pot, young shoots were gradually stretching out, as if vitality had begun to revive. Davy sat down and observed the potted plant. The spirit let out a faint cry of pain, while he smiled gently and told her to endure a little longer. Verdit stood at a distance, watching Davy talk to the potted plant with a wary expression, his arms folded as he leaned against a large tree. The frail little spirit told Davy that she would trust him, a human. He gently reached out and touched the injured spirit. Suddenly, light from the spirit shone with extraordinary beauty. Davy chanted 5th tier holy magic, purification. At that moment, the spirit cried out in pain. Davy thought with a grave expression. Seeing that nothing happened, Persek said there was no reaction. Davy answered her that with the pollution having reached this stage, perhaps holy magic could no longer treat it. Things seemed to be getting worse and worse. Vadis was leaning against a tree when Davy suddenly looked over and called out. Called so abruptly, Vadis became flustered, and his expression at that moment looked rather adorable. Davy looked toward Verdit and asked in a teasing tone if holy magic was so fascinating that he kept staring at it like that. Hearing Davy say that, Vadit flushed red with anger. He yelled at him not to laugh, then said Davy was merely an inferior human mage and should stop pretending. Davy stood up, looked seriously at Verdict, and asked if he had made a contract with a spirit. Verdict folded his arms, looked back at him, and answered clearly that yes, it was an intermediate security spirit. Hearing Vadis's answer, Davy seemed very pleased. He said excellent, because there were a few things he wanted to check, then asked whether he could call her out. It seemed Davy already had a plan in mind. When Verdict summoned his spirit, an adorable blue spirit appeared. Davy told him to use spirit power to purify this tree and do the best he could. Verdict wondered how he could do that, but Davy calmly said it was only a test, so just do it. Seeing this, Verdit had no choice but to obey and ordered his spirit to act. The spirit moved closer to the potted plant and began using her power to purify it. The spirit pointed toward the potted plant and cast magic. Immediately, the potted plant was covered in a blue light. While Davy stood beside it with his arms folded observing, the blue spread around the pot, creating a very beautiful scene. At this moment, the potted plant was no longer enveloped in blue light, but had shifted into a mystical purple hue. Davy and the others all stood stunned as they witnessed the scene before them. Davy folded his arms, propping his other hand against his chin as he gazed into the distance in thought. He told Verdict that the contamination had absorbed life energy, and that there was still this much of it left. Hearing that, Verdict asked in confusion what that meant. Davy asked Verdict whether anyone in the village had gone missing recently, or had just died. Verdict was quite surprised and only managed to ask back. Davy cleared his throat with a grave expression, saying this was very important, whether there had been or not. It seemed connected to what he was suspecting. Badit told Davy that several accidents had happened recently. He had heard that the patrol unit had met with disaster while going out to deal with groups of monsters invading their territory. Davy immediately asked back, "So you only heard about it, are you certain?" He wanted to confirm the information clearly. Davy asked Verdict where the bodies were now. Verdict replied that it seemed they had been cremated on the spot, so they could return to Mother Nature. Hearing Verdict's answer, Davy cleared his throat and asked if those are the words of the conservative elves. Verdict instantly flew into a rage, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Yes, what do you mean by that, human? What exactly are you trying to say?" Davy only answered calmly, "I was just wondering." Davy folded his arms and calmly told Verdict that he only hoped things were not as he imagined. The contamination was spreading very quickly after absorbing life energy. At first, Vertus seemed to want nothing more than to rush in and hit Davy, but after hearing what he said, he gradually understood and calmed down. The potted plant grew darker and darker, then suddenly glowed a strange bright red. Davy said, "There is no need to explain where the life energy came from anymore." Davy stepped into the forest and reached out to touch the tree with the cage holding a blue stone. He said there were 7 sources of contamination in total. While waiting, I broke through the barrier and twisted spirit mana into the root of the contamination to temporarily block the flow. It was no different from using tape to stop water leaking from a broken cup. Davy touched the cage containing the blue jewel while thinking deeply. Davy looked up at the sky with a thoughtful expression. He said, "At this level it will take about 2 months, and if necessary another 15 days. Davy looked up at the sky and saw 2 moons. The large pink moon was named Cyrus, while the small blue moon was named Chris. He said there was not much time left before this place turned into a dead forest. After 2 days, the elves no longer paid much attention to Davy and began to leave him alone. The village scene appeared bustling, while the surroundings were still lush and full of life. Davy raised his head to look at the sky, then sang out loudly, "Yo-ho." He looked as if he were detoxing. It turned out Davy was not detoxing at all, but lying on a hammock strung between the trees. Seeing how beautiful the scenery was, he blurted out that the sky was so beautiful. The girls chatting below were startled when they heard him and screamed loudly, looking very funny. Davy thought perhaps they had realized that keeping watch on him, when he was doing nothing, only gave them more headaches. At that moment, the 2 little girls Hongki and Lanki were eating lollipops. The interesting thing was that Hongki was holding a blue lollipop, while Lanki was eating a pink one, looking utterly adorable. On the other side, 3 children were hiding behind the grass to peek. Cursor discovered the 3 children and called Davy in surprise, then pointed toward them. She said, "Davy, there are some kids over there." Davy looked over and saw the children staring fixedly at him. He immediately smiled smugly and said to Purser, "I knew it. Even if I am human, they are still curious about this handsome face." Purser instantly struck him painfully and said, "They are looking at the lollipops." Davy replied in disappointment, "I know." The children stared at the candy until their eyes shone, drool spilling out, and they truly looked hilarious. Davy suddenly appeared right where the children were hiding. In his hand were all kinds of colorful lollipops, and he smiled somewhat slyly as he said, "Ta-da, do you kids want some?" The moment they saw Davy appear, the children panicked and scattered in every direction. One child was so frightened that he ran fast enough to trip and fall to the ground, looking both pitiful and funny. Davy watched the direction they ran and muttered, "How strange." At that moment, Davy looked at the lollipops in his hand with a helpless expression. Suddenly, a little girl appeared behind Davy, tugging at his clothes as if she wanted to say something. He turned around, smiled at the child, and spoke. It turned out the little girl tugging at his clothes was Miu. She looked very cute, with blue hair and fur, and sparkling purple eyes. When Davy held the lollipop out toward Miu and asked if she wanted it, the little girl immediately darted to the base of a tree and hid behind it. It seemed Miu was afraid of something, which was why she reacted that way. Miu looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Mister, are you human?" Davy answered calmly, "That's right, I am human." Once she felt that Davy was not dangerous, Miu slowly approached him to receive the lollipop. Davy looked at the little girl and thought, "What is with this awkward kid? Don't bite it, try licking it." The moment she tasted the lollipop, Miu immediately cried out, "It is so good." Judging from her expression then, it was as if this were the first delicious thing she had ever eaten. Seeing Miu's reaction, Davy was visibly pleased. He said cheerfully, "Great, as long as it tastes good. What is your name, kid?" Miu also answered happily, "My name is Miu. It is the name my mother gave me." When he heard Miu call him Mr., Davy's face immediately stiffened. Perhaps he was thinking, how can someone as handsome and young as me be called Mr.? Davy and Miu walked over to the rock to sit down. He tried to keep his expression natural and said to Miu, "Could you call me Big Brother instead of Mr.?" Hearing that, Miu mischievously called him Old Man. Hearing Miu call him that, Davy's face immediately turned ashen. He said helplessly, "Fine, call me whatever you want." While eating the lollipop, Miu said she would show Mr. her treasure. Davy asked blankly, "Treasure?" At that moment, everyone had entered a forest. Around them were lush green trees, with soft rays of sunlight filtering through the canopy and fallen onto the ground. Purser was also with Davy and Miu. Miu ran ahead, waved for him, and called, "Mr. This way. Sit here." Davy was rather surprised because this was his first time coming to this place. He said, "I did not know there was a place like this in the village." Miu held a very beautiful stone in her hand, sparkling with many colors like a precious crystal. The little girl said happily, "Ta-da, treasure, this is Miu's treasure." The moment Davy saw it, he recognized it as a spirit stone. Miu smiled innocently, looked toward Davy, and said, "It sparkles a lot, my mother gave it to me." Seeing this, Purser said to him, "If a child shows someone else their treasure, it means they like that person." Purser confidently told Davy to tell the little girl that he was very jealous. Children usually loved it when others were surprised by their treasures. Hearing that, Davy seemed unconvinced and asked back, "Is that really true?" Davy followed Purser's words, trying to act natural as he said to Miu, "Oh wow, that is amazing, I am really jealous." Hearing that, Miu froze slightly, standing still without saying anything, only staring at him blankly. Seeing Davy speak like that, Purser immediately grew angry. She said, "Seriously, it is supposed to be like a song." Davy blushed and said awkwardly, I really cannot do it." After hearing him, Miu burst into delighted laughter. The little girl hugged the stone tightly to her chest, looking incredibly adorable. Seeing this, Purser excitedly said to Davy, "And yet it really worked." Miu ran over and took Davy's hand, then said, "Mister, from now on, you are my secret friend." Seeing the little girl do that, Davy stiffened and asked blankly, "What kind of friend?" Miu looked at Davy with innocent joy and told him that before going to heaven, her mother had once told her there would be humans she could trust. Miu continued, "Mr. is a good person because Mr. smells very familiar and warm, so please be Miu's friend." Hearing that, Davy was extremely surprised, his eyes widening and his mouth falling open as if he could not believe his ears. Because she felt hot, Miu took off her shirt, while Davy looked at the little girl with an embarrassed expression. Davy's face stiffened and he said, "Whew, it really is hot." When he saw Miu's ears, Davy paused and said, "Those ears, don't tell me." Davy thought for a long while, then asked Miu, "Are you a half-elf?" Hearing him ask that, Miu looked back at him blankly. Purser suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes widening because she could not believe the scene before her. Heavens, so they managed to hide this little girl for 300 years. Her voice was full of astonishment mixed with curiosity. Davy beside her was also stunned, sweat breaking out as he thought that the little girl carried half-human blood and half-elf blood. Looking at the half-human, half-elf little girl smiling brightly before him, Davy thought that people probably called that a half-elf. Seeing Davy, Miu was so happy that she jumped up, spun around, and laughed loudly. The little girl asked, "Uncle, then from now on you are Miu's secret friend, right?" Davy sighed, unable to bring himself to agree. yet unable to refuse that adorable little girl either. He only answered vaguely, just a normal friend, what secret? Hearing Davy's answer, Mew suddenly stopped and no longer bounced around. The little girl bit her nails and said sadly that the villagers said everyone should not play with Mew. Tears shimmered in her eyes as if they were about to spill over. Because Mew is a half-elf, I do not have the right to be friends with anyone. Davy was slightly surprised by Mew's words, then softened his voice and asked, "Who told you that?" Mew trembled, almost bursting into tears, sobbing between each word as she timidly answered that Mr. Conde did. Mew continued, "He said playing with a half-elf is a sin, so Timmy and Ellie always apologize because they cannot play with me." The little girl hesitated for a while, then cautiously asked Davy the question that had always weighed on her heart, "Is Mew a half-elf?" Davy ground his teeth audibly, his expression darkening. He muttered a curse, that damn old man. Purser clicked her tongue, folded her arms, and looked at his gloomy anger as she said, "It really is hard to tell which race is worse." Davy turned back to look at little Mew. He regained his calm expression and told the little girl that she did not need to keep anything secret. Mew asked blankly why. Because Mr. Conde said Mew would never be able to make friends with anyone. Davy blurted out that the old madman, then immediately froze because he knew he had misspoken. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head under the little girl's expectant gaze, then corrected himself by saying he meant that the man was wrong. Mew only gave a small still not quite understanding, but she nodded happily all the same. Perhaps the little girl had already considered Davy her friend. To resolve the question in her heart, Mew gathered all her courage and asked Davy, "Then that means you are Mew's friend, right?" Davy smiled helplessly, but could not bear to refuse the adorable elf girl before him, so he replied, "That's right." The little girl smiled brightly like a flower in bloom, her face filled with happiness because she finally had one more friend. That feeling was like a lonely person drifting for a long time, suddenly finding something to hold on to. While she was happy, the smile on Mew's lips suddenly faded. Perhaps the little girl had suddenly remembered something painful, so she let out a soft, sorrowful whimper. Davy looked at the little girl with puzzlement, unable to understand why Mew had suddenly become sad when she had been so happy. Mew looked at Davy sitting before her, her arms hanging at her sides, her hands slightly curled, and said in a tearful voice, "But if we are found out, you will get in trouble." Davy suddenly understood everything, finding the little elf girl before him both adorable and kind. He stood up, walked over, patted her head, and gently reassured her, "Don't worry, I will scold him for you, so rest easy." Mew froze slightly at Davy's gesture. She had not expected him to feel no dislike for her at all, and even stepped forward to defend and protect her. After Davy comforted her, Mew's sorrowful face gradually brightened, and her smile returned as well. She laughed happily, hee. Then Uncle is Mew's friend now. Not a secret friend anymore, but a real friend. Mew joyfully hopped in circles around Davy. After a while she asked mischievously, "What is your name, Uncle?" Davy answered gently, "Davy. I am Davy Andron." Mew walked around while murmuring Davy's name, "Davy Andron, Davy, Uncle Davy." Davy tenderly patted her head and said softly, "That's right." Behind the boulder, Honky and Lanky watched that warm scene and smiled happily. Suddenly, Honky and Lanky ran over to Mew. Honky held out both hands full of candy in a friendly way and asked, "Want some candy?" Mew cried out in delight, spun around once, and replied, "Wow, I do. Lanky shyly hid behind Honky, watching Mew curiously. After receiving the candy, Mew thanked them again and again, her eyes shining, her voice trembling slightly. "Thank you." Purser and Davy stood nearby, silently watching the warm scene before them. The innocence and purity of the children also softened their hearts. Purser smiled and sighed, "Children really are children. They become friends in the blink of an eye." Davy only smiled without speaking. Davy suddenly remembered something and thought he should give the little girl a meeting gift. He called out, "Mew, do you want me to show you a spirit to commemorate the special day we became friends?" Mew, who was playing with Honky, immediately froze, unable to believe what she had just heard. She asked timidly, "Are spirits tiny little friends?" When she learned Davy was serious, Mew cried out joyfully, her smile growing even brighter, "They are so cute, I want to meet them." Purser looked at Davy and asked, "Is that all right?" Davy answered with a reassuring smile. He said, "The conditions are all met now, so summoning a spirit is no problem." Davy found a spacious clearing, knelt down with a small wooden stick, and began drawing strange lines. After some fumbling, the strokes came together into an unusual magic formation. He stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. No one knew when Lun had appeared beside Davy. He let out a breath, looked at Mew with a smile and said, "Then stand here and repeat after me." Mew looked at the formation before her and cried out in surprise. Once Mew stepped into the magic circle, Davy gently placed one hand on her back. From his palm, a soft light slowly spread out. Before Mew's astonished gaze, Davy began chanting the spell. Blue light gradually covered her entire body. "O great will that has existed since the dawn of time, O living spirit that governs all nature, Miu witnessed one surprise after another, and before she could recover from her shock, Junjun followed Davy and said, "Oh great will." Davy closed his eyes in thought, then continued chanting, "Please allow me to form a contract with the noble will of ancient times." After that, he asked Miu, "What kind of spirit do you want to see?" Miu quickly answered, her eyes full of anticipation, "A little earth-type friend." Davy seemed to understand, and the image of an earth spirit appeared in his mind. He raised a finger as a sign. "Alright, so you want to meet Gnome." Just as Davy was about to gather his strength and cast the spell so Miu could see the earth spirit, the little girl suddenly cried out. Miu turned back and said to him, "Miu wants Noah, I want to meet Noah." Davy's expression darkened. Looking at Miu, who was smiling brightly before him, he thought to himself, does this girl really know is the Spirit King? Unhappy inside, Davy still explained gently, "You cannot meet the Noes yet, they are very busy, I will show them to you later." Hearing this, Miu immediately pouted, crossed her arms, turned away and puffed out her cheeks in anger. "What is that? Uncle Davy is a liar." Davy bristled when he heard it, chasing after her while shouting, You little brat, summoning spirits has to follow the proper order. First, one had to summon a low-level spirit, then raise its favorability. Only after that could one call forth a mid-level spirit. When favorability reached a certain threshold, the summoner would have a chance to summon a high-level spirit. The time it took each person to raise favorability in a spirit contract differed, depending on individual ability. Even so, everyone had to follow the basic process. When Davy finished summoning a low-level earth spirit, Miu cried out in delight, full of excitement, "A low-level earth spirit, so cute." Miu lifted the adorable spirit in her hands and ran off to show Hong Qi and Lan Qi. The three children excitedly gathered around to admire it. Suddenly, Miu held the spirit up high and said happily, "Gnome, be my secret friend. No, be Miu's friend." Standing beside Davy, Purser clapped in admiration. "You helped a fairy who has not even gone through her first come-of-age period form a contract with a spirit. You have created another miracle." Davy did not respond to Purser's praise, but he tacitly acknowledged it. He walked over to Miu, who was happily with the little spirit, bent down and instructed her, "If you want to call Gnome, just hold the spirit stone tightly and call silently in your mind. Then Gnome will appear." Miu was so moved that tears welled in her eyes, and she said shyly, "Now Miu has so many friends." Miu ran over and hugged Hong Qi and Lan Qi tightly, saying joyfully, "There is Lan Hong, Uncle Davy and Gnome too. It must be because Miu is good that Mom and Dad in heaven sent Miu so many friends." Purser stood nearby watching the scene, her beautiful face already soaked with tears. She sniffled, looked at Miu in a choked voice, and said with a pity sob, "Just how lonely has that child been all this time?" Davy found Purser's crying both amusing and helpless, but he let it pass, unwilling to argue with her. Suddenly, someone dropped down from a tree branch behind them. The rustling sound of falling leaves caught Davy's attention. He immediately turned around to look. Looking at the person who had just appeared before him, Davy raised an eyebrow and said, "You came." It was a beautiful fairy. She held a basket of fruit in her hands. Her name was Yuria, a fairy. Seeing Davy, Yuria smiled faintly and greeted him gently, "Hello." Beneath the lush green canopy of the ancient tree, the children played and chattered happily. Birdsong rang out, creating a warm, innocent, and pure scene. Yuria and Davy sat on a nearby rock, watching the children play together. Her gaze toward Miu was both warm and glad, and her voice softened. "It has been so long since I last saw that child laugh and play so freely." Davy asked in confusion, "Are fairies not carefully protected when they are young?" Yuria lowered her head and gave a bitter smile. "I have nothing left to justify myself with." Her voice sank as she began explaining to Davy. "In the past, half-elves were not treated as badly as they are now, but recently everything has gone beyond imagination. Miu's mother was a fairy, while her father was human. She belonged to the envoy team, often leaving the forest to carry messages between villages and exchange goods. Then one day, when she reached this point, Yuria paused for a moment. She sighed and continued. On the way back after completing a message delivery, she was attacked by monsters and passed away. That was also the first time the little girl's father and mother met." Yuria continued in a sorrowful voice. "Miu's father saved her mother's life." She looked into the empty space before her, as if recalling the things that had happened in the past. The child's mother should have been able to live normally in the human world, but the village where the three of them once lived seemed to have been occupied by bandits. Miu and her mother struggled greatly before they managed to flee to the sacred tree. Davy interrupted Yuria, unable to keep from wondering, "Then what about the child's father?" As soon as he asked, Davy suddenly realized something. He let out a long breath, as if he understood. "Forget it, it is obvious enough." Yuria looked at him, smiled faintly and continued, "You guessed correctly, but something even more painful happened after that." Yuria lowered her voice, sadly recalling the image of Miu and her mother embracing each other as they endured punishment from the world tree. Miu's mother was condemned for leaving the forest, loving and marrying a human, and even giving birth to a child. She could not avoid that punishment. At the time, the only thing we could do was hide innocent Miu away. Iria sighed wearily. Most of the residents in the forest had long since grown tired of the World Tree's absurdly tyrannical rule. If they could, they would have let Miu have an ordinary and happy childhood. Davy propped up his chin and asked, "Is it because of the elders?" Hearing Davy mention those old men, Uria's expression changed at once, and her voice became more displeased. "They are far too conservative. The World Tree even sent 3 elders here just to control me, but in truth, not many villagers support them either." She continued, "At most, only a few fairies still stand on their side." Davy looked at the sorrowful Uria and thought silently that the reason those old men could still act so arrogantly was because they had the World Tree backing them. As long as things slipped even slightly out of control, the World Tree would surely intervene. Uria crossed her arms and unconsciously twisted her fingers. She said, "I could barely stop Elder Conde from demanding Miu's death, so I built a house at the edge of the forest, outside the village's range, so the child could live apart and have no contact with anyone." Davy crossed his arms in thought and asked, "Are you afraid of the World Tree's punishment?" Iria laughed helplessly, her voice tinged with unwillingness. "Everyone in this forest is a thorn in the World Tree's eye." She smiled bitterly and continued, "Traitors who stand on humanity's side." At this point she stopped, looked up at the sky and the birds flying freely, then smiled faintly. "Perhaps the World Tree still has not found a proper reason to send troops to wipe us out. Because of that, we have been able to cling to life like this until I summon the highest level spirit." Iria spoke of her ability with pride. She looked at Miu, who was still happling with Hongqi and Lanqi up ahead, and warmth briefly in her eyes. Looking at the little girl, Iria spoke softly. "In truth, everyone here knows that poor Miu has always had to bear everything alone. They are simply too afraid. Because of that, they can do nothing but secretly help the child." Though Miu is a half-elf, Iria knew the people in this village at the edge of the forest still loved the poor child toyed with by fate. "Everything I have said until now is what the majority thinks." Saying this, Iria stood up. "Now comes my own personal request." She walked before Davy and knelt on one knee, leaving him bewildered as well. Iria bowed, her voice earnest as she pleaded, "Davy, please help." Before Iria could finish, Davy had already understood what she intended to beg for. He immediately replied, "I have already cast the net." Iria froze at his words, then raised her face to look at Davy, who was smiling leisurely. Ignoring her stunned expression, he continued, "But the prey is not ripe enough yet. You want me to help, right?" Gratitude briefly appeared in Uria's eyes. Davy smiled brightly, and to Uria that smile seemed to bring a ray of hope. He looked toward the children playing in the distance. In Davy's heart, his resolve settled. He said, "I am fairly confident I can cast the net and catch all those vermin for you to see." Today's sky was unusually clear and bright, as if foretelling a brighter and happier future. A few days later, in a spacious clearing, an enormous magic circle appeared in the middle of the open ground, completely different from Davy's formation. This circle had far more complex patterns. Countless fairies stood gathered around it, as if waiting for a miracle that was about to appear. A girl slowly stepped into the magic circle. Everyone around her watched her back and cheered in unison, because Iria's high-level spirit summoning ritual was about to begin. Davy watched Iria's back, deep in thought. She would cast the magic circle passed down by the ancestors of the elf race, and through it receive a spiritual link and mana. Davy stood on the viewing platform, arms crossed, smiling as he looked at the 6 elders, including the 5 most outstanding spiritists and himself. Iria slowly stepped into the center of the circle, the golden anklet at her ankle trembling softly, chiming with each step she took. Her long hair drifted gently in the wind. In her hand was a wooden magic staff, its tip set with 3 blue crystals. Iria began to walk around the magic circle. She stepped into the center. She suddenly raised the wooden staff high. The 3 blue crystals blazed with light, making Iria look as beautiful as a goddess descending to earth. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then turned lightly. Iria began the dance to summon a high-ranking spirit. Though her movements were swift, every gesture remained extraordinarily soft and graceful. Watching the beautiful Iria move with such supple grace in her masterful dance, the surrounding crowd kept marveling and cheering. Everyone gaped in astonishment, as if unable to believe their eyes. Praise for Iria rang out one after another, as though creation itself were bestowing a wondrous blessing. After a long while, her dance finally came to an end. Iria held the divine staff and stood motionless at the center of the magic circle. She bowed her head and softly recited the incantation, by the vow of triumphant origin. Crowd outside grew more and more stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Iria continued chanting, "Wondrous Great Spirit, crystallization of the stars." Purser and Davy stood outside, watching Iria tensely. Purser anxiously said that the situation did not look good, while Davy remained silent and observed. He stared intently at Uria's flickering thread of mana, unease rising in his heart. She did not have enough mana, so the bond between her and the spirit was still incomplete. Image of the withered forest surfaced in his mind, where even flowers and leaves struggled to grow. Looking at Uria's feeble thread of mana, he thought grimly that this polluted forest was the greatest problem. Only a clean, pure place could gather enough spiritual energy to call forth a high-ranking spirit. Yuria slowly raised both hands, closed her eyes, lifted her face to the sky, and recited the incantation. A pale blue light surrounded her, growing ever brighter with the vow of origin as witness. I now accept the mandate to suppress the seas, in the name of supreme creation, pure and boundless. For the moment I beseech you to manifest, please take form. As soon as she finished, she tapped the ground lightly 3 times with her magic staff. The light at the tip of the staff gradually gathered into a sphere, within which the faint figure of a spirit could be seen. A tremendous energy radiated from Yuria. She called out a strange name, Alicia. When the incantation ended, the glowing sphere grew larger and larger, then enveloped Yuria completely. A moment later, the sphere transformed into a water dragon flying around Yuria. It was the high-ranking water spirit, the sea dragon Eulestia. Seeing that high-ranking spirit with their own eyes for the first time, the surrounding crowd was endlessly astonished. They cried out again and again, "Oh gods!" The sea dragon spirit Eulestia circled once in the air, then stopped before Yuria. Everyone was still in an uproar over this rare sight, ceaselessly exclaiming that it was truly unbelievable to see a high-ranking spirit with their own eyes. Yuria looked at the sea dragon before her, so moved that her voice trembled. She pleaded, "Please grant this to me." I did it. The spirit truly heard my call. Before Yuria could immerse herself in her joy for long, chaos erupted outside. A shout rang out, cutting through her thoughts, "This is bad." Another elf ran toward the crowd, shouting as they ran that the pollution had broken through the barrier and was spreading here. The elves immediately panicked, and the scene became noisy. A trembling voice rang out, "Do we have to flee?" To some elves, the appearance of pollution here was unacceptable. They sharply retorted, "What did you say? This is the place with the purest spiritual energy in the forest. How could the pollution spread here?" While everyone was still arguing loudly, unfamiliar faces suddenly appeared. An aged voice rang out, "A child who refuses to listen will certainly be punished." An old female elf, leaning on a cane, stepped forward, followed by a group of elven guards who looked immensely imposing. She looked at Yuria, gave a cold smile, and said the child carrying humanity's filthy blood had stayed in this village far too long. Everyone looked at the mighty force before them, then at the color of the guards' uniforms behind her, and they all froze, stammering to one another. Blue uniforms, could they be the ancient guardians? Why had those who protected the divine tree appeared here? Yuria was exhausted and staggered before collapsing to the ground. She tried to brace herself on her cane and stand, her face darkening, her gaze so icy that it made anyone facing her shudder. Yuria gritted her teeth bitterly and snapped in frustration. Because the high spirit summoning ritual had failed, the old woman burst into loud laughter, then raised the scepter in her hand and pointed it toward the confused crowd. She loudly told everyone to listen clearly. The one who failed to summon a high spirit would have to bear retribution. That spirit continued speaking with a smug expression. "Your clan chief is in critical condition, so from now on, authority will be handed over to me, Elder Kunde." Yuria looked toward Elder Kunde as she had suddenly remembered something. She forced herself to stand with her cane, looked straight into that woman's face, and asked in a trembling voice, "Elder Kunde, what did you do to Mew?" Elder Kunde looked at Yuria with contempt. She curled her lips and said that the little girl who carried sinful blood had gone to the source of the pollution and fallen into the swamp. After saying that, she laughed loudly and said curiosity always came with a price. So that was why the pollution had suddenly grown so severe that it could no longer be saved. After hearing it, Yuria felt as if her heart had been struck hard, a chill spreading from inside her chest. She could not believe what she had just heard and shouted angrily at Kunde that it was impossible. That place had always been forbidden. Mew was definitely a good child, she would never go there on her own. Kunde seemed very pleased by her anger and looked down at her with contempt. She asked coldly whether Yuria meant she was lying, then struck her cane hard against the ground in fury and shouted at Yuria, "A clan chief like you, who does not know how to respect and trust the elders, must have forgotten the days when you were still young and ignorant." Those words choked Yuria with rage. She retorted in a voice full of fury that Kunde had no right to mention the word respect here. The elder did not bother arguing further and only turned away slowly. As she walked, she said everything could no longer be changed, abandon this forest, and bring the villagers back to the divine tree. But before she could finish, the villagers all protested at once, "Absolutely never." An ancient guard stepped up before the elves, making the frail ones retreat in fear. Kunde continued speaking to assert her authority, saying that she was now the one who held supreme power. Who would dare disobey her orders? She pointed at Yuria, who had collapsed on the ground, and loudly told everyone to look. Look at the fate of those who followed clan chief Yuria Halasana. The forest can no longer be reborn. And the clan chief who borrowed the power of wicked humans could not summon a high spirit either. Not only that, the cursed half-elf brat who was always lingering beside her also drove the situation to the point of no return. The old woman looked at the elves who refused to submit and sighed as if helpless. She looked at those frail people with a regretful expression and said, "If you remain stubborn, I will have no choice but to use force." Suddenly, she turned to Davy, pointed straight at him, and shouted, "Human." Davy was slightly surprised at being singled out so abruptly. He had not even had time to explain before Kande spoke as if it were only natural. "You will be executed here and now while Clan Chief Yuria must return to the Divine Tree. This is the final judgment." Davy looked at that hateful old woman in annoyance, silently waiting to see what would happen. Immediately afterward, a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. He let out a soft snort. Davy looked at Elder Kande, smiled meaningfully, and said the fish had taken the bait. The elder was baffled, not understanding why her spine had suddenly gone cold. She stammered, "What?" Davy sighed, looked at her, and slowly said, "If you have the courage, go ahead and try biting through the fishing line." He stepped closer to her and asked calmly, "Do you know? That position has already fallen completely within my sights." He moved even closer, a dangerous look clear on his face. He looked like a spider contentedly gazing at the carefully woven trap, while the prey he desired remained utterly unaware and rushed straight in. Suddenly, Elder Kande's eyes went wide and a sense of impending disaster struck her, leaving her dazed. Immediately afterward, as if some powerful force had slammed straight into her, the old woman was thrown backward. Davy put on an innocent look and said, "Oh, my hand slipped." The old woman struggled to force out a curse, "Damn it." She trembled in pain, groaning without making a proper sound. After that impact, even standing up became difficult. Red streaks of blood began to appear on her wrinkled old face. Blood flowed from her forehead down to her chin, then dripped onto the ground. In her hand, she held a blue crystal. The old woman was so furious that her voice trembled, and she gritted her teeth as she cursed him as a bastard. Immediately afterward, she threw the crystal toward him. Davy looked at the object in confusion. The crystal rolled across the ground for a while. Inside the crystal, a stream of black mana slowly appeared. Mana escaped from the sphere and covered his entire body. Davy was bewildered, not knowing what this thing was. Elder Kande immediately ordered the guards to charge. "Kill him, hurry and kill him. The shield will not last long, quickly." Elder Kande's guards rushed forward all at once, while Davy remained standing still amid the black smoke, his expression extremely calm. He flicked his fingertip and said leisurely, "Can this thing suppress mana and holy power? It seems you prepared rather thoroughly." He swept his gaze over the guards charging toward him, then slowly said, "But do you know?" Suddenly the guards fell into panic, their eyes widening in fear. He looked at the guard before him, gave a sly smile, and said, "This thing only makes my spirit-type mana stronger." A mysterious mana circle suddenly appeared beside him. Davy looked at Kande, smiled meaningfully and said, "Since you helped me strengthen my spirit power, I should make proper use of it." From within the mana circle, Davy took out a sphere, the very eyeball of the Spirit King. He chanted a spell and commanded, "Open." Everything around them was suddenly submerged in white, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense enough to suffocate. At that moment, the essence shone, and the power from it spread everywhere. It was a primordial existence, the source of creation, the place that stored the authority of the Spirit King. The grace that the Spirit King's essence bestowed upon a person was something impossible to measure. After that, small bolts of lightning began to flash, streaking past above Davy's head. Davy drew in a deep breath, then remained silent for a moment. Davy used the essence and stood right at the center of the formation. Around him were bolts of lightning, large and small, intertwined with brilliant light. He thought to himself that he could even forcibly summon a high spirit, because all spirits fell under the authority of the Spirit King. Davy spoke, "I command you." Upon hearing that, the masked figure in the blue cloak immediately froze, shocked beyond belief. Suddenly, a stream of light emitted from the masked figure's hand. Seeing it, he secretly panicked. His power was being sucked away. Davy borrowed part of the essence's power, forming a stream of light that struck straight at the masked figure. He was immediately sent flying by Davy's power. An explosion rang out, and he was blasted behind Elder Kande, bringing with him a massive explosion and dazzling streaks of light. At that moment, Kande was so frightened that she collapsed on the spot, her limbs going weak. Elder Kande was utterly astonished, and she whipped around behind her, her eyes wide as she stared at the scene before her. But unexpectedly, the masked figure in the blue cloak was still standing on the ground after being pushed back so forcefully by Davy. However, the surrounding area had been reduced to ruins. On this side, Yuria was so exhausted that she had sunk to the ground. She kept gasping for breath, her magical power seemingly almost depleted. Davy walked over to Yuria. He brought the essence close to the exhausted girl and spoke, "I command you." Davy continued, "Stop." At that very instant, Yuria's entire body shone, and a sudden gust of wind rose, making her hair flutter. Davy at that moment looked like a god, the hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his lips. He said, "Recover." Immediately afterward, multicolored streams of light appeared around him, radiant like a rainbow. Davy placed his hand on Yuria's shoulder and said gently, "You did very well, Yuria, you can rest now." Hearing that, Yuria forced herself to answer Sir Davy. Yuria continued, "Then I leave the rest to you." As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed onto Davy's shoulder. As if power had been released, tiny particles of light and brilliant streams of radiance gradually rose into the sky. From behind, Elder Kunde suddenly shouted, "What is happening?" Hearing that, Davy slowly stood up, his expression darkening. Only then did Davy speak. When Elder Kunde heard him solemnly mention the being who had existed since the world's creation, he could not help but flinch. Davy continued, raising his voice. "The continent that you once created according to your oath has now fallen into chaos, and the nearby people who heard it were terrified." Just as fear became clear on her face, she called Davy's name. But Davy seemed to be casting magic, while silently thinking that 3 things were needed to summon the Spirit King. Davy remembered the image of Yuria holding a staff and using magic. He thought that calling the Spirit King required a contract with a high-ranking spirit, complete synchronization, and a pure will. Looking at Yuria, pitifully lying on the ground with her mana exhausted, Davy still thought to himself. What he sensed from her was a pure desire to receive help from the spirits. Then Davy closed his eyes and continued speaking. "I wish to bear your name and carry on that oath. I am Davy, and your name is the origin of the earth." Tiny specks of light began to fly around him. The tiny particles of light continued rising without end. Davy's voice rang out as if echoing through the mountains and forest, and he said, "A name bestowed by a great will. Note." Hearing Davy say that, one of the villagers suddenly shouted in astonishment, "Note, is that the name of the Spirit King?" Everyone around them gaped in shock. Elder Kunde was so frightened by what he heard that he froze. His whole body trembled, his face turned pale, and he stammered, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The moment Davy finished speaking, the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to tremble. A brilliant golden light radiated from him. Everyone present was so astonished that they could not speak. Elder Kunde alone was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground. Even so, Elder Kunde stubbornly refused to believe it. He screamed in despair, "Impossible! Did you truly summon him?" Elder Kunde kept shouting harsh words. "How could a wicked human like you possibly do this?" Davy ignored him and continued casting magic. Only then did Davy speak. "It is not over yet." Hearing him say that, Elder Kunde went pale with fear and asked again what. Old Kunde was completely stunned by the scene unfolding before him. He could not believe that such a dazzling magic circle had appeared on the ground. When his hand touched the ground, Elder Kunde immediately cried out in astonishment, "This is a magic circle." Elder Kunde's face was ashen now. By reflex he blurted out, "Is this some new kind of magic?" Davy smiled and thought to himself, "Watch carefully." Brilliant golden light surrounded him. "This is how I hook the Spirit King." Then Davy raised his hand as though controlling something. He said, "Before long, my will shall be your will, and your will shall also belong to me." The magic circle transformed with every word he spoke. Davy's expression suddenly darkened. He controlled the magic with his hand and said, "I yearn for your power, and you shall yearn for my presence." Suddenly, Davy shouted, "Note." From beneath the earth, a colossal entity rose up. It was none other than the Earth Spirit King. Note. Though Davy's frame was small, the sight of him standing there and casting magic gave off an extraordinarily heroic air. The Earth Spirit King slowly emerged from the ground, dragging surging earth and stone around him. Elder Kunde alone sat motionless, witnessing the unbelievable event with his own eyes. He was right at the feet of the Earth Spirit King. Elder Kunde looked up and asked tremblingly what was happening. Then he told himself again, "Even seeing it with my own eyes, I still cannot believe it. What on earth is going on?" The image of Yuria floating above the water and casting magic appeared in Kunde's mind. He thought that Yuria's water attribute spirit Helisana had already been extremely powerful. With only a few shortcomings made up for, she could summon a high-ranking spirit. That was also precisely why I had to go to such lengths to stop it from happening. I did that so she would no longer be able to communicate with the spirits. Elder Kunde thought again, "I even went beyond the limit to contaminate the forest." It was exactly so. The trees in the forest withered and gave off strange wisps of smoke. Looking at the Earth Spirit King before him, Elder Kunde could not stop thinking, "My plan was perfect, so why did it turn out like this?" Looking at the Earth Spirit King with those terrifying glowing eyes, Elder Kunde wondered in jealous anger. If the forest had not been widely contaminated, could he still have summoned the Earth Guardian deity, a great existence never recorded in the ancient texts? Witnessing that scene, the residents of the forest were all stunned with amazement. Elder Kunde spoke softly, "The forest." Immediately afterward, the image of withered flowers appeared before his eyes. Then he continued, "It is being purified. How fortunate." An entire stretch of forest immediately bloomed with beautiful flowers, releasing a rich fragrance. Davy raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then looked at the Earth Spirit King and said, "My goodness, you really are efficient." Looking at the Earth Spirit King glowing brilliantly as he rose from the depths of the earth, Davy said, "I would like to propose a contract." Note. The Earth Spirit King looked at Davy, fell silent for a moment, then thought to himself, "The aura of a pure elf like you truly is different." Looking at Davy standing with his hands on his hips, the Earth Spirit King thought to himself, "You have no pure will, nor have you signed a contract with a low-ranking spirit. It seems I have been deceived." As if hearing that thought, Davy said, "Being deceived is your fault." Seeing this, the Earth Spirit King bent down closer to Davy. At that moment, Davy saw that the Spirit King was tightly bound by chains. He continued, do not even think about running away. This magic circle must be very familiar to the Spirit Kings, right? The circle suddenly lit up, while the Earth Spirit King spoke to Davy through his mind. Ah, it is the Spirit Queens. I am certain that Spirit Queen is no longer in this world. Why do you know such dreadful magic? Hearing him say that, Davy burst into loud laughter and replied, I am her disciple. After hearing that, the Earth Spirit King sighed in admiration. It seems a demon raised another demon. Damn it. Davy continued asking, then will you agree to form a contract? The Earth Spirit King replied, if you are her disciple, do I have any other choice? Davy only smiled and said, of course. Davy continued, not, because if you do not form a contract, you will not be able to return. The Earth Spirit King remained silent and did not answer. The ancient spirit then used consciousness to transmit his words to Davy. He said, cunning brat, fine, I accept the contract. You dared use a trick to call me here, but being deceived truly is my fault. Hearing that, Davy smiled smugly and said, a wise choice. Then he thought to himself, every Spirit King demands something similar, yet there are still differences. Remembering the image of Queen Uriana, Davy silently sighed in admiration. Then how did Spirit Queen Uriana summon all 13 Spirit Kings? So she simply deceived all of them. Elsewhere, Queen Uriana cheerfully walked along and said, hot springs really are effective. Then the Earth Spirit King asked, tell me, contractor, what is your wish? Davy immediately stated what he wanted. I want you to carry out my first request right now. A cunning glint flashed in Davy's eyes. He pointed at the ground and said, eliminate all the enemies. Davy added, except for that trembling old man over there. Hearing that, the masked enemies in black all took a step back together, each one stricken with fear. The moment Davy finished speaking, the Earth Spirit King immediately replied, as you wish. Then he threw a punch down at the ground where the enemies were standing. The air grew heavy, and the chaotic scene made those who witnessed it shudder. Someone who saw the sight before him could not hold back and exclaimed, heavens, how brutal. After that, the person called Sister Hugh. Davy stood towering high above and said to the Spirit King, I will make my second request. Note, purify the filth creeping through this forest. The Spirit King replied, this stench of filth and the scene before me are unpleasant. Very well, I agree. Davy continued to add another condition. In addition, when I summoned you, the soul of a certain elf was also called here with you. Please purify the curse and reversed influence harming her. You can do that, can you not? The Spirit King observed the girl lying motionless on the ground and judged, could it be the curse of the world tree? Has the sacred tree grown angry? Davy exhaled and murmured, you think so too, do you not? Davy's gaze turned toward that girl. I also believe it has activated. The moment Yuria opened her eyes, everyone immediately noticed and called her name. Miss Yuria, are you awake now? Before her were two familiar faces, Mia and Vedit Yu, tearful with joy. Choked with emotion, they said they were so happy to see her wake up. Yuria slowly sat up, then realized something had fallen just as she moved. Looking down, she saw it was soil. More importantly, Miss Yuria, please look over there, Mia said excitedly. Look at what Yuria was still drowsy, her mind not fully awake. Miria spoke up, everything has come back to life now. Yuria still did not understand what was happening, and asked in a daze what he was talking about. Forest has revived. Hearing that, she looked around, and before her was a sight so beautiful it left her stunned. Flower petals drifted everywhere, the spirits frolicked merrily, and everything shone with radiant vitality. The two of them were deeply grateful. Miss Yuria was right, the person she brought here had truly done it. Yuria quietly lowered her head, indescribable emotion welling up within her. The two thought she was about to faint again and hurriedly called out, Miss Yuria. But it turned out Yuria had burst into tears, crying while smiling happily, I am so glad, truly so glad. The two comforted her together amid the flower field spreading a gentle sweet fragrance. Spirit King raised his hand to the sky, causing countless trees to revive all at once and stretch upward. Davy staggered, and he had to grip the tree trunk tightly to keep his balance. Davy, are you all right? That damn note used up all of my power. Davy flared up, were you angry and taking it out on me like this? You gloomy Spirit King. But the Spirit King paid him no mind. Master, Yuria stepped forward. You are awake, are you feeling better now? But Yuria was captivated by the enormous being before her eyes filled with admiration. Her Spirit King note, you truly did it. Amazing is it not, you will not see a sight like this anywhere else. Haha, you really exaggerate. Davy explained to her that Note had dispelled the reversal effect, but she would not be able to restore all the spirits immediately. Yuria only shook her head softly. This is all I hoped for. More importantly, I do not know how to repay you. Davy reminded her, do not let your guard down yet. From now on, things will truly become serious. You threw a person to the ground, sending that old man sprawling on his back. Time to be punished. He shouted with hatred straight into Davy's face. This is a lie. How could a lowly human do this? Why was it not the spirit summoner Iriako, but that human instead, and a spirit king as well? Utterly absurd. Iria remained calm before his words. Is the evidence clear now? Davy answered with absolute confidence. Of course, I have plenty of abilities. How reliable. Aha, having such a cute and capable subordinate is truly wonderful. There is something even more absurd than that. Iria stepped forward. He pretended not to understand. What do you mean? Elder Conde. Iria called his name in a stern voice, making him flinch under the gazes of the many elves. Iria exposed his crime in order to complete the task entrusted by the saint of the sacred tree. You made the corruption in Langia forest spread faster. You also abandoned a child who needed protection inside the corrupted zone. Do you admit it? He still shouted in stubborn denial. Ridiculous. Why would I do such things? This is clearly a trap. I would not dare do it even in thought. But Lul's next words left him stunned. We have solid proof. Meow, Elder Conde. Good, once everyone sees this, they will know what they need to know. Even Iria cannot summon spirits in a forest that has been corrupted. A familiar voice rang out, then a blue screen appeared. On the screen was the scene of Elder Conde arguing, or rather, forcing someone else to obey his will. The other person held a baby and said, "But Elder, even if it is a half-elf, it is still a child." Conde lifted his chin and replied, "So you refuse to obey my order? Children these days truly cannot accomplish anything. Iskitieske. Back in my day, I would not even dare think of such a thing. I only knew to obey, otherwise I would be beaten." He rambled on and declared, "Do not forget that my will is also the will of the world tree and the saint of the sacred tree." Though the people were furious, they still had to obey him. I understand. After that, he picked up the child and threw her away like an offering to the world tree. Alright, brat, if you want to blame someone, blame Iria for becoming a thorn in the eyes of the world tree and the saint of the sacred tree. As he abandoned the baby, Elder Conde even laughed gleefully, as if he had achieved something great. Dear gods, a girl could not bear it any longer and collapsed to the ground. What in the world have you done, Elder Conde? Lul repeated. Lul, I truly appreciate your ability to record video. Davy joined in as well, stroking the little girl's head. You did great. I want more praise. Alright. Iria stepped forward and questioned him. Do you have anything else to say, you filthy traitor? Even now he remained obstinate. This is staged. All of it is staged. How dare you frame an elder? Iria gritted her teeth, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up. Her anger erupted. Do you know what you have done? For that so-called sense of responsibility, meow. You tried to drive that child to her death, and still have not come to your senses. Elder Conde widened his eyes. You are the one to blame. If you had not opposed the will of the world tree, this would never have happened. You were the one who betrayed and defied the world tree. Iria said softly, so Elder Conde still firmly believes he is right. One at fault is you for daring to oppose the world tree, while I merely followed the will of the world tree. There is some truth in what you say. Iria flung him hard, sending him thudding to the ground. You say the current situation is the will of the world tree, correct? Iria spoke in a clear, ringing voice. Then the residents of this palace, of this moon forest, will no longer acknowledge the world tree from now on. We will also reject every foolish custom of the world tree that we have preserved all this time. It was both a declaration of independence and a direct declaration of war. I will no longer submit to the ancient traditions of the world tree. Iria's words still echoed through the air. Do you know what you just said? Elder Conde gaped in astonishment. In response to him, Iria merely smiled, her teeth bright white as if she had just used PS toothpaste. How could I not know? Miss Iria, do you mean to throw away a tradition that has lasted 300 years and join hands with that filthy inferior race? Are you planning to betray the noble elves? Behind her, Davy wore a meaningful smile, while Iria warned him in an icy voice. Watch your words. You and the world tree are the real traitors. Elf children must always be protected. That is our oldest tradition. Does elfly not count? Iria shouted, her voice filled with suppressed rage. What did Liu do wrong? What did that child ever do to you? She is only a child alone in this world. How lonely must a child be to willingly approach humans she should have been wary of? Do you understand? She jumped for joy simply because she finally had friends. She even excitedly talked for hours about playing with a spirit she could not even converse with. And yet you still dare say humans are vile and selfish? Conde kept muttering. It is all the law of the elf race. If the laws of the elves are like that, I no longer want to be an elf or a believer. Hearing Iria say this, everyone felt pained. If that was true, the world tree was truly too cruel. Iria suppressed her anger and said, from now on, the elves of Moon Forest will cooperate with the Hendra territory, ruled by the human Prince Davy. To live freely while still remaining upright, how could anyone oppose that? A free and righteous life was truly an irresistible offer. Everyone voiced their support for Iria. I agree with Miss Iria. So do I. The crowd began whispering among themselves. Damn it, this is truly humiliating. When we drove that child beyond the boundary, I said nothing, but it really was too much. One person stood up and spoke. We are proud elves. We followed Miss Yuria to Davy because we despise those who clung blindly to tradition. If the world tree selfishly chooses to ignore the problem right before its eyes, then we would rather follow a human. Elder Conde stared blankly at the cheering crowd. I agree. That is right. If even the one who summoned the Spirit King cannot be trusted, then who are we supposed to trust? After witnessing the scene just now, the former Demon King did not spare her praise either. She truly is a remarkable girl. It seems she trusts people more than we thought. Davy grinned and nodded. Yeah, I never expected her to accept my proposal like that either. It really is astonishing. Miu, the moment Yuria rushed in, the room fell silent. Davy reached out and touched the little girl's forehead. The child had lost a portion of her life force, and she had always been reckless. If it had been any later, her life force might have been completely exhausted. Yuria collapsed, covering her face as she cried, while Deviko stood beside her and comforted her. It is all right. There is still magic that can restore this amount of life force. The child only needs to rest for a while. Looking at Miu sleeping soundly on the bed, Davy felt guilty, even though everything had been for his and Yuria's benefit. When she grows up, she may resent me. Yuria tightly held the little girl's hand, tears seeming ready to spill over. I no longer dare raise my head before Miu. I knew it was very dangerous, yet I still turned a blind eye to catch the traitors. I am sorry, Miu, I am truly sorry. Miu slowly opened her eyes, then asked why she was crying. Miu, I am sorry. I knew you would be in danger, yet I still let you get dragged into this filthy battle. The little girl tried to raise her hand and wipe the tears from the corners of Yuria's eyes. Do not cry. Whenever Miu cries, you always pat Miu's back. When you do that, I stop crying right away. Seeing the little girl smile brightly, Yuria was overcome with emotion, called Miu's name and burst into tears. The little girl hugged her to comfort her. Miu likes you very much, so it is all right. The former Demon King stood beside Davy sniffling, leaving him speechless. You are far too sensitive, former Demon King. You are the cold one, she replied irritably. Davy reminded her softly. Miu, did you not say you wanted to meet Note? Hearing that, the little girl's eyes instantly lit up. Note, that is right, look as much as you like. Ooh, Miu joyfully darted over to the Spirit King. Wow, Note, do you want to be friends? What a pure soul. The Spirit King answered, then lowered his hand to receive the little girl. This world is always open to pure souls. That sight startled Davy so much he nearly fell backward. You are awfully biased. Wow, Miu cried from atop the Spirit King's head, so big, so really big. Hey, do not move around too much. Davy grumbled, it costs a lot of mana. Not at all, you are not so weak that you cannot endure it. You are merely looking for an excuse to complain, contractor. Davy choked with anger but could do nothing. This bastard. Here, contractor. The Spirit King handed Miu back. Everything you wanted has now come true. Yeah, good work, Note. Look at the child, she is still so excited. Next time, remember to appear in a smaller form. Looking up at you like this makes my neck hurt. There is no trace that you have contracted with another spirit, yet you can still summon me. It is all thanks to the Spirit King's essence the Spirit Queen gave me. I thought she was joking, but who knew she would actually do it? That is precisely the thing created in heaven after he passed away. It might be better not to tell him that the Spirit Queen Yuriana still existed as a soul. Yuriana was astonished. I cannot believe such a thing exists. If this matter gets out, the world will surely fall into chaos. Exactly. Fortunately, he used it this time. Yeah, I do not really know either. Davy wondered what would happen if this matter leaked out, whether life would blossom or fall into a dead end. The spirit realm had 13 types of spirits. Since there were 13 spirit kings, that meant there were still 13 spirit king essences inside his spatial pouch. Seeing Yuria's innocent expression, Davy silently decided it was still best not to let her know about this. Phew, it seems we have truly separated from the world tree, Yuria said as she watched the sunset with Davy. It is too late to regret it now. I do not regret it. I believe in my employer, no in my savior. Davy thought he had misheard. Savior. Yuria pushed Miu forward and asked, you will protect us, will you not? Two pairs of sparkling eyes looked at Davy together, making his face flush without him realizing it. He stammered in reply, that depends on you. Yuria giggled. Then please do not disappoint us. At Yuria's house in the Moon Forest, she pushed a purple crystal sphere in front of Davy. Benefactor, this is the crystal of a nameless ancient spirit. It is the very thing that old Conde threw out that day. It has the power to convert all of an opponent's energy into spirit mana. Yuria said solemnly, I never expected him to possess this. It is almost a method meant to counter you. Davy picked up the crystal sphere, then replied after the king's words, perhaps that really is true. The moment he touched the sphere, a mad laugh rang straight through his mind. It laughed until it ran out of breath, then coughed violently. Ha ha ha, chaos, annihilation, destruction, hee hee, cough cough, ha. Davy shuddered and immediately threw it away. Disgusting, do not touch it. Leaving the sphere aside, Davy turned to Yuria. Yuria, how many types of spirits do you know? She replied, if you mean categories, are you asking about the 6 kinds of spirits? There are the 4 basic attributes, along with light and darkness spirits. I am currently contracted with 2 spirits of light and water attributes. Davy said, "That is chaos, true chaos." Yuria stepped forward and picked up the crystal sphere again, her expression still not fully understanding. Davy explained, "A crystal containing a high-ranking mixed spirit is called chaos. I do not know who did it, but someone sealed a living spirit inside the crystal you are holding." She picked up the crystal sphere and walked over to look at Davy. "A chaos spirit, does that kind of spirit really exist?" He rested his chin on his hand and replied, "There are 13 types in total." Yuria was stunned. Good heavens, yet another unexpected piece of information. "Take your time accepting it," Davy comforted her with words that did not sound like comfort at all. "One day, the foolish thing inside there will be released." Yuria stared blankly. "Foolish thing? When you become capable of summoning high-ranking spirits, you will hear it. At that time you can confirm for yourself why I call it that." Hearing Yuria say that, she looked down at the crystal sphere in her hand. "I am starting to feel a little excited." The uprising of the conservative faction in the elven village of the Moon Forest quickly came to an end, along with the summoning of the Spirit King and the crushing defeat of the ancient guards. The remaining elders gradually lost their will to resist as well, then obediently complied. "Welcome our hero." Wherever Davy went, everyone cheered for him and greeted him warmly. Someone handed him a basket of fruit. "These are called Kalan fruits. They can purify your blood. They are also a specialty of our forest. Please accept them. My mother told me to bring them to you." Davy awkwardly said, "Come on," but his hands still accepted it. Everyone did not need to do this, yet they still firmly handed it to him. The residents of the Moon Forest would never forget his kindness, especially after he saved Lady Yuria. Davy gave a strange smile. Before they called him their benefactor, and now the elves had given him another title. A girl spoke up. "I heard it from Lady Yuria. The ones who had polluted the forest all this time were the conservatives. They were the ones who wanted that condition to spread." He spoke while choking back tears. In other words, the method old Conde chose was truly very simple. After repeatedly staging the villagers' disappearances as accidents, they took the bodies of those who had just died and threw them near the polluted area. An old woman recounted in pain, "I lost my daughter 3 months ago. They said the girl was killed by monsters, but who would have thought she was assassinated by that elder's greed? That is what we wanted to say," they explained. Davy felt the atmosphere grow heavy. They continued, "I am sorry for once being wary of you simply because you are human, and I sincerely thank you for avenging us." "Ah, it is nothing. I did not really do much. I think everyone is thanking the wrong person." Hearing that, everyone looked at one another and burst into laughter. "Haha, he really is humble." Words like lowly and selfish humans really were nothing but slander. Davy muttered helplessly, "Those words are true, though." An elfman looked at Davy with eyes full of goodwill. "In any case, if you had not stepped in to save us, we would probably all be dead by now." "That is right," someone said angrily. "I heard what happened afterward. After taking Lady Yuria to the Divine Tree, that old man even planned to kill all the remaining residents here, believing that elves who went against tradition all deserved death." "Ahaha, that is not it." Because of Elder Conde's outrageous actions, Davy had become a hero in the eyes of the elves here. The one who poured hatred onto everyone was finally thrown into prison. Davy sighed. He could only give a faint laugh at Elder Conde's stupidity. After that, the whole village buzzed with discussion about the punishment for Elder Conde and the conservatives who followed him. The families of the elves who had died took to the streets demanding revenge. Most residents also agreed that the conservatives, those who had once wanted their lives, had to be executed. Davy lay draped over a tree branch, an apple in his mouth, then spoke. "What is there to think about? Just deal with all of them and be done with it." Yuria stroked Miu's head as she slept soundly on her lap, then asked in concern, "Would doing that be too cruel?" Davy was speechless at her excessive mercy. "Good grief, kindness has to be placed where it belongs." He hammered a lesson into that knave head. "The enemy has already raised a knife in front of you. Are you really going to let yourself be stabbed just because you hesitate? If you give those unreasonable fools a chance, they will only come back and stab you again." Right now, Elder Conde kept repeating things like that. He had gone mad, constantly saying he was not wrong, and that the sacrifices were for the greater good. "If you say so, I will follow your advice," Yuria replied. Davy jumped down and said, "It is fine if you want to give everything away, but do not forget what you truly desire. That is a life in the proper sense." Yuria stared blankly at Davy. "That you are subjects of haste, not slaves, and what you need is a free life." Yuria was moved by his words. "Then I will exile them." Davy immediately objected, "Kill them." Yuria still hesitated. "Oh dear, that is too brutal." "I understand," Yuria said softly while stroking Miu's head. Davy continued reminding her, "Ruling through fear is dangerous, but a system that is too soft is also easily shaken. Remember, laws must have both firmness and flexibility. That is why the seat of leadership has never been easy to occupy." It was also the reason Davy had once refused the throne of the Rawl Kingdom. Yuria said shyly, "That is true. I am clearly much older than you, yet I am whining in front of you like a little girl." Hearing that, Davy could not help doubting the truth of those words. I wonder if that is really true. Iria continued, then may I discuss something with you? Davy asked in return, what is it? About that barrier? What should I do? What barrier? Our barrier. The very thing you destroyed, you will take responsibility, right? Ah, right, he had completely forgotten about that. Before the sparkling eyes of the two of them, Davy softened and had no choice but to give in. Fine, maybe I am a little weak to things like this. The former Demon King also snorted with disdain at that weakness of his. Just wait, it is time for the transfer. Davy summoned a magic staff and spoke. I will remake one so impressive you will see. As soon as she saw the staff, the former Demon King shrieked, her eyes shining like they were filled with stars. This was beyond imagination. For the convenience of trade, I do not intend to rebuild that ceiling barrier, Davy said, leaning on his staff. Instead, I will make something else. What do you think? Iria looked at her long hands in doubt. Say that again. Davy said excitedly, should I add a magic circle that can block meteorites? Or build a sanctuary overflowing with vitality? If not, then how about something that runs on spirit mana? Wait, hold on a moment, Iria said in confusion. I misheard, right? Davy confirmed, no, I think you heard correctly. Let me continue. Choose, anything is fine. You are lucky today, hurry up. I still have to create an instant teleportation gate connecting the heist territory to this forest. This has to be discussed properly first, Iria shouted, then hurriedly ran off. Davy called after her in bewilderment, hey, wait a moment. By some form of contract, a new resident had set foot in the heist territory. Someone was slowly walking through the darkness. When they arrived before a gigantic tree with a bizarre shape stretching high upward, that person knelt down. A Forcella requests an audience with the Earth Mother. An elf woman seated on a throne appeared. How is it? Is everything still all right? The hooded person spoke. Please forgive me. The mission failed, and Mira has also lost her life. She tapped her fingers on the armrest. Lost her life, you say? They set a trap. Elder Kunde blindly believed in the ancient spirit crystal, while that human man controlled its power and summoned a spirit king. Woman covered her mouth and laughed. Haha, he is no ordinary man either. I did not expect what I witnessed to become reality. The hooded person thought they had misheard. How strange. It is nothing, I merely saw a monster that should not exist. Fortunately, you are still alive. It seems that man has not noticed your presence. Please forgive me, I think that man already knew. He simply let me go on purpose. She flew into a rage, her distorted voice rang out. How dare he? Does he want to test me? Return to your mother's embrace, leave this matter alone for now. She stood up and turned away. Do you not intend to form another expedition force? She answered her subordinate. A daughter who leaves will eventually return to her parents' embrace. One day, they will realize that everything lies in the palm of my hand. The hooded man bowed his head and replied, yes, I will remember your words. Divine Tree. At Henja State, the Lord's castle voice rang out to welcome Davy. Oh, master, you have arrived. It was Golgotha. Davy also replied cheerfully, long time no see, I have been looking forward to meeting you, Elder Golgotha. He glanced quickly at him, as if to say that he seemed to be prospering lately. Davy smiled modestly and replied, haha, life just carried me along. Did you need something from me? I came to take Gunda home for a while, since the festival season is coming, Golgotha said as he put an arm around the person beside him. Davy asked in surprise, a festival? This holiday is only held once every 2 years. It is rather like a rite to ward off misfortune, he explained briefly. We will offer tribute to the Iron God first, then hold the festival afterward. Festival, Davy asked thoughtfully, will all the tribes gather there? Wangoda smiled brightly and replied, haha, no. Each tribe will hold its own in its village. Davy continued, then that is perfect, why not hold it here as well? Under the puzzled gazes of the two, he remained perfectly calm. Davy took out the magic staff moment of transition. I also have an item that suits this occasion perfectly, and I was planning to create a gate connecting Whitestone Village to the Hen territory. Two still stared wide-eyed at him. A teleportation gate. This is different from a mana gate, so not just anyone can pass through it. Dwarves and humans were currently living together in the Hangzhou territory, but the number of dwarves here was rather small. Moreover, this place was not their homeland, so conflicts between the races were unavoidable. Wangoda leaned close to Davy and whispered, we can also use this to ease the tension between humans and dwarves. He merely smiled. Just think of it as a festival for those who helped build the territory. What Davy was aiming for was to create a place where dwarves, humans, and elves could live together in harmony. Of course, it was not certain that the elves in the Moon Forest wanted to reveal themselves. Even though they were no longer bound by an oath to a god, some still could not let go of their unease. He said, let us go inside and discuss it further. But before long, a piece of news arrived that made this concern unnecessary. 2 weeks after leaving the forest, rumors appeared that someone had seen elves from the western continent moving toward the east. Lord Davy, have you heard about it? Ayla said excitedly, surely you have heard? People are saying elves were spotted on the western continent. William, who was standing beside her, asked in surprise, elves? They not exist only in legends. Even the ancient books that mention them have never recorded anyone seeing them with their own eyes. Davy took out the book about the foolish king of the kingdom who had been captivated by the elves. Just then, Gunda spoke up. Ahem, elves are real. I once heard my father say so, but he always mentioned that the relationship between dwarves and elves was not very good. The other two immediately asked with excitement, really. Did they say anything else? If you do not mind, I would like to hear it too. Under the sparkling gazes of the two, Gunda burst into laughter. Lady Hadda has never seen them with her own eyes either. It seems I made you expect stories about them, but the relationship between dwarves and elves has never been good, so I do not know much about those slender folk. Just then, Lewin walked in completely exhausted. Lord Davy, you have a guest. She slumped limply into a chair. Good grief, Miss Lewin, how did you end up like this? Lewin is having a very hard time. I calculated that Erhong's energy has far exceeded even Lewin's estimates. She sighed and complained. Children's energy really is endless. Davy praised Lewin, then told her the chef had prepared food for her in the kitchen, so she should hurry and eat. Ah, you said I have a guest. It is Yuria. I have not forgotten my responsibilities. Iolus and William gaped in astonishment. Good heavens, that really is an elf. The two dwarves were no less surprised. She was truly an unexpected guest. Uncle Mew rushed over and hugged Davy tightly. Egu, it is Mew, have you been well, little one? You seem a bit rounder these days, Davy said as he stroked her head. Mew pouted and replied, no, I have not gotten fat. I even made friends with Genome, Timmy and Ellie too. William turned pale. Big brother, do not tell me that. Davy was speechless at her excessive imagination. What are you thinking? It is not like that. Yuria said, I came to tell you how we dealt with the young elder and the conservatives. Incidentally, the streets here are truly lively. No wonder you took an entire month off after that day. Coo, is that really so? Seeing the two of them chatting happily, everyone was bewildered, unable to understand what she was talking about. Yuria smiled and asked, Elder Gunda, do you still remember the taste of the tea I once brewed? Gunda vaguely guessed, you are, could it be? Then allow me introduce myself to you properly. I am Yuria Helisana, a high elf and also the chieftain of the Moon Forest. In the past, I served here as a maid named Yuria. After saying that, she turned to Davy, who was holding Mew in his arms. Benefactor, I heard that you intend to hold a festival together with the Dwarves' Festival. He nodded and replied, that is right. Our Moon Forest will join as well. After all, this is the Qingming Festival. It truly is the Qingming Festival. This is a good opportunity to dispel the chaotic atmosphere in the village. Are you planning to use this chance to draw attention? After all, the idea for this festival was proposed by us. I wonder if vegetarian elves like you understand what it means to have fun. In that case, I look forward to it even more. Intelligent people are naturally drawn to new things. It is just that we are not as daring as dwarves. But we still have simple, gentle pleasures that are no less brilliant. Hearing that, Gunda slammed the table and sprang to his feet. Oh, then that makes me excited too. Iria also replied cheerfully, I am also very much looking forward to taking part in this festival with the dwarves. The two began to burn with fighting spirit. Gunda issued a challenge, just you wait. In this reunion of the three races, we will definitely receive everyone's full support. Iria refused to back down as well. Oh my, is that so? Our spiritual festival is also famous for being so beautiful that few places can compare. The former Demon King looked at the two of them speechlessly. It seemed a new battle of wits was about to begin. Just then Davy spoke up. Now, what do you two think you are doing? Davy's voice made both of them flinch. Ahem, master, it seems we got a little carried away. I apologize, benefactor, I crossed the line. Do you two know that on this continent, we humans are the most numerous force? Both of them stared blankly, unable to understand what he meant. As it turned out, Davy was acting even more superior than they were. If we compare which races' festivals have more records, then we humans will definitely win. Even if you are our master, we will not yield, that is right. The former Demon King immediately realized Davy's intent. So you want to add fuel to the fire. Davy smiled faintly. With tourism profits this tempting, how could I resist? Therefore, the grander it is, the better. We must make it a huge festival, with specialties from every corner. He said, let us make it as big as we can. I wonder whether this festival can proceed smoothly. I am a little worried too. The two raised their heads and looked toward the clear blue sky. A cheerful voice rang out, ha ha ha, really, the princess has fallen in love. The scene shifted to the royal palace of Lindis. The girl said shyly, ew, do not tease me anymore, Catherine. This lovely blue-haired girl was the princess of the Lindis Empire area. The one called Catherine lightly poked her cheek and teased, my goodness, the princess is blushing. How could you hide this expression from me for so long? This person was Grand Duchess Catherine, nicknamed the Fire Fox. Catherine still would not stop teasing the little princess. Look at this soft Lanza. Lanza's fame has spread across the kingdom. Even noble young ladies have to line up to meet the princess. Aria was teased into laughter. Please do not. That is too much. Catherine lifted Aria's face and smiled softly. Haha, now you have this sort of charm too. I am so happy, princess. Aria shyly called Catherine. At once Catherine rubbed her chin and thought, so that man stole the prince's heart and then left. I am talking about Davy O'Rowan, and he is even the first prince of the kingdom. Compared to the fact that he cured the illness even the whole kingdom could do nothing about, I am more interested in the person himself. Aria blushed and flustered. No, that is not it. Catherine tilted her head in puzzlement. Huh? What is not it? Aria stammered in reply. Well, you see, I do not like him only because he cured me. Before that he saved me once. That matter is very important to me. Catherine laughed inwardly. Ha ha ha. What am I supposed to do with this adorable child? Really want to take her home and raise her? Catherine wrapped an arm around Iria's shoulders and asked, does the princess like that person so much? I know a secret to making young men fall for you. Do you want to hear it? Iria's eyes lit up. There really is a secret. Catherine thought helplessly. Who is that man to make the princess become like this? Then she softened her voice and said, listen carefully, princess. I suppose that prince may be your benefactor, or perhaps he may not. There are only those two possibilities. For the first step, use the ordinary method to attract him. If so, then... Catherine suddenly reconsidered, but more importantly, the king, who cherishes the princess so dearly, certainly will not easily accept a foreign marriage like that. He had no choice but to continue, but there is still another way. Iria hurriedly spoke up. I will do anything, please tell me. Catherine calmly replied, the princess only needs to rebel. Iria froze for a few seconds. What? Catherine looked exceedingly dangerous. Just go ahead with that man. If you have a child, all the better. When the princess carries his blood within her, at that point, he could not possibly drive you away, since you are the princess of a kingdom after all. Iria was slightly alarmed. Pardon. Catherine continued persuading Iria, princess, love is something that can hardly be forced. Being noticed by a noble is the goal of countless people out there. The princess is also so beautiful. If it were me, I would have rushed in already. Iria called helplessly. Catherine. Catherine, one of the most powerful figures in the Lindis Empire, Grand Duchess Firefox. Her love lessons were far too bold for Iria to bear. Iria shouted, please stop already. Meanwhile, the person whose purity was being discussed knew nothing about it. The first prince of the Roldavian kingdom, 17-year-old Rawl, was busy preparing for the grand festival. In the study, Iria spoke first. If you want to possess Monica, naturally you must pay a fitting price. That man truly knows where to put his money. Davy replied, so you also offered the elf treasure, the soul tear, as a prize. Iria smiled faintly. There are many reasons that made that necessary. Davy asked her, because of the world tree. Iria answered calmly, you have heard the news too, have you not? Davy mused, she is preparing to appear publicly. Iria said to him, I was also a little surprised that she reacted faster than expected. My master, Lord Midas, is secretly watching very closely, so it should not be long before he grasps the situation. If the world tree has made its decision, all the elves on the continent will appear within the next few months. Davy teased her. More accurately, you force them to show themselves. Iria smiled. I hear that for humans, becoming the first is very important. The bigger this festival is, the stronger the effect it creates will be. Will that be useful? Davy immediately replied, yes, of course it will. Good heavens, welcome. Just then, the window suddenly burst open, dragging a figure inside. Jewel of the Fallen Kingdom, Princess Elena Zephy Fallon, spoke excitedly to Davy. Davy, I came here to tell you an extremely important piece of news. Davy reminded her irritably, use the front door next time. Elena paid no mind and continued speaking. Good heavens, we are already so close. Why care about that? Ah, right, Davy. I just heard some very important internal news from the kingdom. Do you know how excited I was? Faced that rapid voice, Davy still replied calmly, as long as it is settled, that is enough. Then what is the important news you mentioned? Elena suddenly remembered and immediately said, do not be surprised. I heard father say that it seems the rumor about elves being seen in the south is true. Davy asked back indifferently, really? Seeing him remain as calm as ever, Elena was slightly stunned. What kind of reaction is that? She shouted angrily, are you not surprised? They are elves. Those fairies that only exist in old tales. Those beautiful and noble beings. I once heard they lived in Candiras, but it is still so hard to believe. Did you not want every race living here to be treated equally? I brought such valuable information, so you should thank me. Thank me. With heavy swordsmanship, for instance, or something related to heavy swords would be fine too. Davy pointed toward Iria, who was sitting and drinking tea, cutting off her excitement. That valuable clue, I do not need it. Iria burst into laughter. Haha, how adorable. Elena looked on in disbelief. Impossible. Davy gave Elena a wicked smile. What is wrong? What should I do now? You came at just the right time. Elena suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Rabbi-da. Davy smiled and said to her, become the sacrifice for this festival. Elena broke out in a cold sweat from fear. A sacrifice. Today, the people of High spent another peaceful day as usual. Elena pointed her sword at Davy and Rawl, crying out in panic, no, you cannot, do not come any closer. Davy and Rawl still replied calmly, outsiders would think we were about to eat you. Elena immediately retorted, haha, stop joking. Have you forgotten that you and I once spent a night together in a cave? Davy and Rawl still pretended to be calm, so what? Fire the signal. Davy, be serious, that was the first time in my life I hurt that much. Signal received. I said it hurt, but you still refused to stop, but you enjoyed it afterward too. The blue-haired spirit girl was slightly surprised by their story. A man and a woman spending a night together. I understand. I may be misunderstanding, but this is a little strange. Is the elder of the Red Tower not your future fiancé, princess? And yet the two of you spent a night together. Could it be that you had an affair? Before she could finish speaking, Elena cut her off. That is not it. You have misunderstood. Davy calmly watched them argue and said, she is partly right, though that matter was not the sort of skin-to-skin contact. A misunderstanding like that is no different from insulting me. The blue-haired spirit girl laughed softly and continued, I understand, so the two of you have not gone that far yet. Goodness, looking at young people like you, I feel as though I am bullying you both. Just pretend I did not hear anything. Elena said somewhat irritably, I do not know why you misunderstood, but Davy and I do not have that kind of relationship. She still did not believe their current relationship. Not that kind, and yet you climbed through the window to visit him in secret. Lena answered awkwardly, because we are friends. The spirit girl still could not stop laughing to herself. Princess, when a man and woman are close, there is no such thing as simple friendship. Elena trembled with anger and immediately shot back. What is this, elf? Are you bullying people again? Devi and Rawl stood beside them and said calmly, it seems she only likes teasing you. Stop laughing. That is enough. Davy continued, Elena, I need your help preparing for the festival. She replied with a hint of grievance. It seems you only come to me when you need something. Is it the festival connecting region 2? Davy continued, I am truly grateful to you all. I need a few things, but I have to ask you to get them for me because you have status in the Paloma Kingdom. Elena replied in displeasure, Davy, do you think I am a philanthropist? I will repay you properly. That is not the problem. Elena felt that Davy's words were not very important, because that was not what she needed. Davy continued, becoming a swordmaster is your goal, is it not? As soon as she heard the word swordmaster, she could no longer hide her interest. Davy continued explaining, if you agree to cooperate, I will at least give you a foothold to advance toward becoming a swordmaster. In truth, even if he did not help, sooner or later she would surpass her own limits. If she did not know that, then he might as well make use of this opportunity. The little demon beside him coldly scolded Davy and Rawl as a swindler. Elena accepted Davy and Rawl's proposal without hesitation. Davy, do not misunderstand. What do you think I am agreeing for? Only as a friend. There is nothing I cannot help with. She had fallen into the trap. Oh ho ho ho, just say it, what must I do? Davy smiled helplessly. Sure enough, a person's desire could not be extinguished. How cunning. One day, while preparations were underway for the Heist Regional Connection Festival, in Elven Village at the entrance to the Moon Forest, they decided to rebuild the formation for the forest. The earlier work had been delayed because of the meeting with the people. The demon beside him hugged the staff tightly and kept praising it in admiration. Oh ho ho, this day has finally come. Look at this adorable design, how could anything suit me better? Davy and Rawl said calmly, if I said you look disgraceful, I would not be wrong, would I? Look, the seal bears Oriha's symbol, and it is even made of adamantium. This is Odin's staff, the staff of the god of magic, bearing the moment of transition. Moreover, it is made from the bones of an ancient species, pure platinum, and coated with a layer of magical elixir. She asked Davy and Rawl curiously, Devi, tell me, what magic does this staff contain? Devi and Rawl snatched the scepter back and smiled smugly. You are already craving it, are you not? This thing is extremely precious. The elf girl spoke hesitantly, benefactor, is it really all right to do this so suddenly? Around the central area, a large magic circle had to be placed at every position to form the formation. I only need to cover the entire forest, right? Just wait and see. Davy clasped his hands together. The staff before him immediately opened a gigantic magic circle. 8th circle, space magic, customized space. Absorb creation, great protection, art, great art. Let the illusion disperse the spiritual power. As you command, contractor of the pack. Thank you, everyone. With spiritual power this strong, relying on the Spirit King is best. The formation will disperse the power on its own and maintain itself almost eternally, and by the great will of the Almighty transform. 9th circle, holy magic, sanctuary. Perhaps I should add a little sacred domain as well. Witnessing Davy's ability, she could not help exclaiming in shock, this power is truly terrifying. Purser said coldly, you are the only person in the world who can easily use 9th circle holy magic. It is tiny. The elf girl looked down at the magic circle and said calmly, it is too small. Purser continued after her, exactly, let alone animals, even a human could not crawl through it. Davy and Raoul replied calmly, if it were made larger, using this kind of formation would be very wasteful. Purser von Palin felt that Davy and Raoul truly had something wrong with his head. Stop it. How can a tiny formation like this protect the forest? Tisk. Davy let out a quiet laugh. Do you know what this staff's nickname is? The elf girl asked in return, what is it? Davy and Raoul answered, fairy script. It denies common sense. In other words, this thing also possesses power that surpasses even the sword god Kandara's. Then expand as much as possible so it can protect the forest best. Grow bigger, abracadabra. At the Palin Royal Palace, send this to the Heist territory of the Roan Kingdom in 5 days. Yes, your highness. It is only a stone. Elena smiled brightly. Davy's request is certainly troublesome, but if it lets me become a swordmaster, this price is still far too cheap. Luca. A voice rang out. Elena. Brother. It was the current crown prince of the Palin kingdom, Amadeus Palin. Amadeus approached and asked Elena, "Did your countryside patrol go well?" "Yes." "What are you doing in the palace, Elena?" She answered cheerfully, "I stopped by to help a friend with something." Amadeus replied, "The first prince of Rouen." Elena immediately answered, "Yes, he is keeping." Before she could finish speaking, Sullivan spoke coldly. "Elena Zappalin, have you forgotten all your manners?" It was the second prince, Sullivan Zappalin. He continued, "Why are you being so rude to the crown prince? There are many eyes and ears in the palace, so you should have been more careful. Brother, I heard you will soon go south on patrol. I hope you return safely." Is that concern, or is he cursing me? Elena thought sulkily. Good grief, Brother Sullivan is truly petty. Amada stroked Elena's head and said gently, "Do not be angry with him. When you return from patrol, come with me to the heist territory. I want to see who this mischievous little sister's friend is, and how he flirted with our princess." She answered awkwardly, "What flirting? We are not like that." "All right, I will wait and see. Remember to return safely, brother." Just like that, the Poland kingdom continued to enjoy peace. "Your Highness, the items Princess Elena sent have arrived. The Polish Empire truly has many things that cannot be found elsewhere. I had to go through quite a lot of trouble to get it too. The goods arrived quickly. The item I had asked Elena to buy from the Polish Empire was a fireblast stone. They are currently being used as landmine cannons in this war, so the export of that item is controlled with extreme strictness by the Palin Empire. In the past, this type of magic stone was once called the Equalizer. Whether it fell into the hands of an old man or a seasoned soldier, its danger did not diminish in the slightest. Weapons made by the Palin Empire were famous across the continent. For that reason, even without many archmages or swordmasters, the Palin Empire was still regarded as a leading great power. Thanks to their current policies, their theories on weaponry had advanced to an extraordinary degree. A noble reported to Davy, "Your Highness, as you ordered, I have summoned the talented citizens here." Good. Though everything was prepared in quite a rush. Let them see what we have. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Another noble reported to Davy in detail, "Your Highness, just as you predicted, word has spread far and wide, and the number of guests attending has now doubled." After that, several dozen nobles from the kingdom and hundreds of families from other kingdoms also came flocking in. In addition, many free mercenaries had also arrived. Davy replied, "Is it thanks to the reputation of the Dwarf Mine Festival?" The festival lasted 4 days and 3 nights, but visitors had already begun pouring in from as early as 4 days before it opened. Davy continued, "Until now, the capital ruin had never been this lively. A rare opportunity like this is not easy to come by. Why do you not take the chance to enjoy yourself a little?" Grand Chamberlain Vernon. Vernon showed no reaction and merely continued, "More importantly, Your Highness, that child Ummi has worked far too hard. If she cannot rest even now, then when must she wait until?" "Thank you for your concern. It is true that I have neglected Ami too much lately," he replied, "though I often scold the child. She is truly outstanding. She is the joy of the little time I have left in life. However, because she has been overworking during this period, she is exhausted as well, Your Highness." Davy smiled faintly. "Very well, I will respect your opinion, but during the remaining time, you must do your part well too. If even the event organizer does not grasp the current situation, things will become quite troublesome." "Yes, Your Highness." Lena closed the book and looked over. "Hey Vian Rawl, what is it? Are you not going out to have fun?" Davy replied, "Of course I am going." After just advising the Grand Chamberlain like that, how could I fail to do it myself? Seeing the mask under Davy's desk drawer, Elena asked curiously, "A mask? What is it for?" Davy Rawl struck a pose and said proudly, "From now on I am no longer Davy but Davy." She answered indifferently, "Yes, that is absolutely right. Paint a pumpkin green and it can become a watermelon. How tiring. Then am I supposed to just sit here quietly and go nowhere?" Elena immediately replied cheerfully, "Then, Your Highness, could you escort me?" Davy said helplessly, "Look how fast your attitude changed." "Fine, at least there should be nothing to regret." Davy walked on in a dazed and disappointed state. Damn it, what the hell did I just do? Purser could only laugh at Davy's misfortune. Bottomless greed of humans would make them repeat the mistakes of the past. "Last time you pulled tricks like that, how did it turn out again?" A dwarf called out cheerfully, "Oh, is that Master? Welcome." Elena kept teasing Davy, "I do not think that mask works on dwarves." The other man continued, "You came at just the right time. Ahem, do not stand there anymore. Hurry over here." This time our alchemists truly poured everything they had into it. "This is Thor's product." He looked at Davy happily and said, "Do you not remember? The one from the Blackstone tribe. I do not know what that old man told his clansmen, but they sent over a masterpiece like this." Davy replied, "It looks quite distinctive." as expected of the Blackstone tribe. Boo-ha-ha, you really do have a good eye. Next time, why not show us one of your own creations? Sure. Lena looked at the sword in the glass case and asked unconsciously, is this for sale? Davy replied, it seems this is only a decorative sword. What does the master of the holy sword need this for? She answered, I want to give it to my older brother. Your brother. Elena replied, Crown Prince Pelano. If this were put on display, it would be absolutely perfect. Davy could not help laughing. How sudden. Why do you suddenly seem like a princess? Her older brother is the crown prince after all. Elena replied irritably, I am a princess to begin with. Davy asked further, it seems you and the crown prince are quite close. Elena replied, not really. You are the same, are you not? Though everyone says I am greatly loved, of course not everyone in the imperial family likes me. Is that so? At that moment, he handed Davy an item. Master, please take this. This is the thing you previously commissioned. Just as you requested, we fired it continuously for 152 days at an extremely high temperature before cooling it. Ah, you are probably planning to give this to that beautiful princess, are you not? Davy asked blankly, what? Aha. What do people usually say? The relationship between young men and young women is always like dry firewood meeting flame. In my youth, to marry my current wife, I had to defeat quite a few rivals too. Ahaha, how interesting seeing Davy Rawls still standing there. Elena spoke up, Davy, we are done looking at things, why are you still standing there? Ahaha, good luck. It is nothing. She stepped closer, took his hand and said excitedly, we still have many things to see, let us go. Davy laughed inwardly and replied, slow down. In the area near the mountaintop, a group of people appeared at that moment, wearing cold smiles. We have finally arrived. This place is... Looking at the breathtaking view before her, Elena could not hold back and cried out, wow. Looking down from above, countless lights glittered below like millions of stars stretching into the distance. Lena was extremely excited. You can see the whole kingdom from here. She said happily, I did not know there was a place like this. But why is there no one else up here? Davy answered softly, because only I and those I permit can come and go here. He held the phone in his hand and said quietly, it is time. Elena asked blankly, time for what? Davy curled his lips faintly with hidden meaning, time to use the thing I borrowed from you. Elena still did not understand Fireblast Stone. Right now, Davy said sincerely, I agreed to that request of yours because you said you were willing to become my swordsmanship teacher. But I still cannot understand your intention. Elena thought inwardly, who would use a weapon during a festival? She quickly recovered her mood and asked, then what next? How do you plan to use that booming explosive thing? Davy asked back coldly, what do you mean? He continued, of course, I will make it explode. At this very moment, Lun was already prepared, holding a signal flag in hand. After Lun waved the flag, a beam of light was immediately fired straight into the sky. Then it burst into dozens of other points of light, creating a brilliantly beautiful fireworks display. The people below all looked up, delighted as they watched the scene high above. In the blink of an eye, more clusters of fireworks rose one after another, making the festive atmosphere even livelier. At that moment, Elena could not help crying out in amazement. Wow! She happily gazed at the sparkling halos filling the sky. Elena softly exclaimed, it is so beautiful. She murmured to herself, heavens, I never thought fire-blasting stones could be used this way. It really is beautiful. Just then Davy spoke, I didn't use only fire-blasting stones. He stepped closer and held out an item. Here Elena called out curiously, In Davy's hand was a jewelry box containing a blue necklace. He said gently, this is a gift for you. It will help regulate the flow of mana in your body. Davy continued, from the outside, it looks like an ordinary sapphire, but this item is actually very precious. Elena lightly lifted the necklace. After examining it for a while, she suddenly grew wary again. Why are you giving me a gift out of nowhere? Davy answered frankly, to win your favor. He thought to himself, your protection is still very useful to me. Facing that smiling face, Elena became a little flustered. She glanced at Davy, then pretended to sulk as she said, what are you still standing there for? Are you not going to put it on for me? Davy immediately teased her back, get a boyfriend and have him put it on for you. Those words made Elena flare up, are you joking, Davy? Who would ask her boyfriend to put on a necklace given by another man? While putting the necklace on Elena, Davy suddenly froze. That is true. Elena turned her face away, acting offended. She said softly, if only you were not insane, how wonderful that would be. Davy immediately retorted, a stubborn girl like you is not my type either. Lena immediately lost her temper when she heard that. What did you say? As if someone insane like you were my type. Davy looked at the fireworks and said, the Imperial Palace has been looking for someone to marry you off to lately, but if it were me, I would refuse. Thank you for worrying about me, Your Highness. Elena clicked her tongue in irritation, yet she could not truly get angry. After that, she softened her voice and said, forget it, but Elena lowered her head and said softly, if the Imperial Palace cannot find anyone good enough to marry me to... She hesitated before speaking, would you... Suddenly, the ring on Elena's hand trembled, startling her badly. It kept trembling without pause, and Elena let out a breath. That scared me. She said softly, "It is a message from my family. Sorry, Davy." As if understanding, Davy took the initiative and said go. Hearing that, Elena was a little surprised. Davy said calmly, "Just go, I still have something to do as well." He urged her, "Hurry and go." Elena replied at once, "Fine, I will go. The festival is still on tomorrow. If there is time tomorrow, ask Winry to go see what is fun." After saying goodbye to Elena, only Davy remained in the castle. He spoke in disappointment. On such a grand and happy day, those guys are still causing trouble. Davy looked toward the forest in annoyance and said softly, "I may have to uproot the world tree altogether." At the same time, several figures were speeding through the forest. One man raised two swords high, crossing them into an X right before him. He aimed a cold, murderous gaze at his opponents. At that moment, two figures in green robes were pursuing fiercely from behind. They lunged forward together, making the man in black unable to hold back a cry. They clashed continuously, shifting from one side to another. Light from their weapons collided, creating a brilliant flash amid the beautiful fireworks. Immediately afterward, the man in black flipped once and landed on the ground. The green-robed figure shouted loudly, "Get lost, human." He stepped forward and continued, "We do not want to spill blood for nothing." The man in black answered coldly, "I will not leave." He continued, "Ancient guardians, I cannot let you enter the kingdom." The man in black raised his two swords again and said firmly, "If you take even one more step, I will have no choice but to bring all of you down." Hearing that, the guardians curled their lips in contempt. "Oh," they continued, "I was still wondering where my foolish daughter who ran away from home had gone." At that moment, the person in black was briefly startled. A white-haired woman spoke softly, "So it was here." She was the physical body of the world tree. At that moment, the man in black still insisted, "I am human." Hearing that, Jeriso could not help laughing. "Haha, human. Ha, you truly are speaking nonsense." She called out a name, Aina. In that instant, the person in black was utterly shaken. Jeriso lightly stroked her hair and continued, "I truly do not understand why you and your sister must keep breaking my heart like this." After hearing that, Aina shouted angrily, "Enough, you hypocrite." She said loudly, "All of this is what you brought upon yourself. Because of you and the sacred land of the world tree, I became someone dead in my sister's eyes." Aina panted and said, "Say it plainly, what is your purpose in coming here?" Jeriso answered playfully, "Haha, I came because I felt like it. The human who stole my two daughters interests me." Jeriso held out a hand and continued, "While I am still in a good mood, withdraw. Even though you have abandoned your homeland, you are still a child of the forest." Jeriso launched an attack and said, "I do not want you to lose your life just to protect an ordinary human." At that moment, Aina answered coldly, "I refuse." Immediately afterward, she quickly charged straight toward Jeriso. Aina was certain that, "I will never let you harm him." The arms of the guardians immediately stretched out, holding Aina tightly. They forced her to bow her head at Jeriso's feet. The physical body of the world tree believed it was still not too late to turn back. Jeriso sat down and said softly, "I know rivers and mounts may change, but one's nature is hard to alter. But if you admit your mistake now and return to us." Hearing that, Aina found it even more laughable. "Admit mistake." Aina gritted her teeth and said, while at Davy's side, "I came to understand one thing. His methods are unpredictable, but he speaks truthfully and acts on his words." She declared, "He is not like you." Aina spoke, and so, she bluntly raised her middle finger in Jeriso's face and shouted, "All of you get lost." Aina unleashed a blow so powerful that heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Using the smoke and dust rising everywhere, she immediately retreated. Aina turned her head and said coldly that she hoped every last one of them would die. A moment later, she breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. "Whew, luckily I got away in time." Suddenly, a sword shot out from somewhere, aiming straight at Aina. With a single thrust, the blade pierced through her body. Watching her own blood spray out, Aina froze, thinking that she had to let them know the world tree was here. In that instant, Aina's pendant also shattered. The one who struck was a man in a blue robe, one of the ancient guards. After taking the fatal slash, Aina could only collapse into the dark red pool of blood. Her hands were exhausted, with no strength left to move. Aina trembled in waves of pain while Jeriso called out her name. At this moment, an ancient guard quietly asked how they should deal with her. Jeriso replied coldly, "Leave her be." Jeriso told the guards not to rush to kill her. Hearing that, the man in the blue robe sheathed his sword. Jeriso stepped forward and murmured, "Loina Halasana was once considered the most talented child of the divine tree sanctuary. 30 years have passed since the day she betrayed the forest and became a dark elf." Suddenly, Jeriso saw Aina glaring at her. She thought to herself, "Those eyes still have not changed." Jeriso immediately turned away, saying not to waste any more time and strength. "Continue forward," the ancient guard obediently replied, "Yes, my lord." Suddenly, someone cast a terrifying 8th-tier dark magic. A pitch-black curtain instantly covered the entire space. The ancient guards asked one another in panic what was happening. Just then, a voice rang out. "I heard the eye color of dark elves changes with nature." Jeriso fell briefly silent, while the ancient guard recognized that voice in shock. The other person continued, "But she must be very stubborn, because those eyes are still clear instead of becoming murky." Davy drew the familiar sword and added, "Even if they are uninvited guests, if they have come to watch the festival, we should welcome them, right?" In the blink of an eye, an ancient guard had been taken down. They reminded one another in alarm that they had to protect the world tree, because there was clearly an ambush. An ancient guard shouted loudly, "Who are you?" From above, Davy observed everything and said softly, "You came at the perfect time, with only one event left. But because it is so interesting, I changed my mind." Losing patience, the ancient guard shouted for him to show himself. Davy chuckled, took off the bear mask, and said, "All of you." He stood steadily atop the tree and continued, "That you all like haunted houses, do you not?" At that moment, Davy's sword blazed brightly in the night. In an instant, the screams of the ancient guards echoed through the forest. Collapsed on the ground, Aina trembled and asked, "Oh, you are still alive." Davy spoke gently. "Wait, I should call you Aina now, shouldn't I?" Aina froze for a moment and asked, "How did you know?" Davy gently lifted Aina and said, "This is the first time I have seen a ferocious undead sacrifice itself to save a contractor like you." The spirit hurriedly shouted for him not to touch her and to get lost. Davy flicked it aside and said, "You should leave this place. You only know how to create illusions, so stop being stubborn." After that, he infused energy into Aina's body. Green light quickly spread, covering the entire space. A moment later, Davy breathed softly and said that she had been saved for now. At this moment, Juraiso spoke, "You truly are a child who astonishes people." Hearing that, Davy reminded her that she should speak properly. He answered disdainfully, "A child, how ridiculous. Are you not the one who just transferred bamboo?" Juraiso said calmly that the last time she transferred bamboo was 300 years ago. How could a lowly human who lives only 100 years understand that the divine tree's bamboo transfer lasts for thousands of years? Juraiso continued, "But I did not expect you to surpass the limits of humanity." The same time, emerald energy had enveloped Davy's entire body. Juraiso said in a gentle voice, "Do not worry, I only came to speak with you." Davy curled his lip in contempt, "Speak with me." Then he questioned her in a stern voice, "Who do you think you are?" suddenly barging in and demanding to talk. Davy immediately summoned Note, and a monster formed from earth and stone appeared. Davy ordered it to stop those flies. Immediately, Note raised his enormous hand high. Juraiso immediately erected a barrier to protect herself. Juraiso closed her eyes and softly uttered, "Oh, Sky Tree." The World Tree calmly continued, If not for Note, I would not have known that a supreme being like you had descended upon this land." At this moment, Davy thought to himself that he had already predicted it. World Tree has someone like you who governs the forest, finally grown angry. He told Note to step back. In truth, Davy was thinking of the contractor. He smiled as if warning Note, "Do not make me repeat myself, ahem." At this moment, Juraiso burst into giggles, saying that this scene was truly interesting and rather novel. After that, the World Tree spoke in a deep voice, "I will be direct." Juraiso lowered her voice and asked, "Do you know why I broke precedent to come meet you?" Davy replied coldly, "Who knows?" Having been met with a cold splash of water, Juraiso seemed somewhat embarrassed. Originally, the World Tree was a noble existence named by the Lord. Purser, standing beside him, quietly reminded him, "The power you borrowed from me cannot help you see her information." Davy gritted his teeth, inwardly muttering whether using force was the only way left. At this moment, Davy answered the World Tree that he did not know. "So what, is this a riddle?" Juraiso chuckled softly and said, Why do you not try guessing?" Davy replied coldly, "What for? If I guess wrong, I will become an idiot." Juraiso could only say, "You really are a brat, so cautious it is useless. Fine, I will tell you." Juraiso said softly, "Iria, return that child to me." Davy gave a faint smirk. "If others heard you say that, they would think I was bullying her. Did you cross all the way to the western continent just to say those words?" Only then did Juraiso realize. "So you already knew we chose this place as our route." Davy continued, "I have heard and learned far more than you think." Then Davy answered bluntly, "So my answer is no. Iria is now a citizen of the Henzer territory, and no one is allowed to touch her. Whether it is the World Tree or the king, the same applies." Juraiso briefly revealed a troubled look. Then this has truly become troublesome." Davy continued to pour cold water on her. "That is your problem, not mine." Juraiso curled her lips in disdain. "Little brat, this is not something you can take lightly because of your selfishness." After that, the World Tree asked, "Do you know of the Demon King's existence?" Davy looked faintly doubtful. "The Demon King?" Juraiso immediately replied, "Yes. 3,000 years ago, the Demon King plunged every continent into fear and brought them to the brink of destruction." Juraiso continued, "His name was Perserk, the supreme demon who once turned this continent into a sea of blood, and now he is about to awaken again." The World Tree said with a grave expression, "No one can stop the hatred of the Demon King, who has long yearned to be revived." Hearing that, Davy fell briefly silent. He curled his lips and said, "She is talking about the Demon King Purser." Purser could only admit it as well. "The one she is talking about is me." At that moment, a gentle breeze swept past, carrying the soft green leaf in circles everywhere. Purser von Palin burst out laughing with her mouth wide open upon hearing those words. "Ah ha ha," she laughed so hard that tears welled up. Davy glanced at Purser with a meaningful look, then felt like teasing her. "Are you hated that much?" Purser still had not stopped laughing, and hearing his question only made her clutch her stomach and laugh even louder. "Ah ha ha." Davy and Rawl also had to struggle to hold back their trembling laughter at his own lame joke. Seeing that, the World Tree asked in confusion, "Is something funny?" Purser's roaring laughter still showed no sign of stopping. No matter what the other two said, she simply laughed first. Davy smiled and answered the world tree. No, it is nothing. My answer remains the same. Yuria is a resident of the heist territory. Davy looked toward the one who had done nothing but laugh until now and said that he did not care about the Demon King. But in his heart, he thought differently. Even if Purser revived, she had no reason or purpose to wage war. The next instant, the restraints on the Elfling group were released. Congratulations. They startled awake and opened their eyes wide, and one of them cried out in panic. Ah! Davy did not even bother to look back, only speaking in a stern voice, the warning ends here. After that, while they were still trembling and crawling to their feet, Davy spoke coldly. If you want to find Yuria, then come after me. Purser joined in, sticking out her tongue to tease them. Bleh. Davy and Rawl continued to apply pressure, assuming both sides could not negotiate with each other. He lowered his head, gave a wicked smile, and finished. Then the rest can probably only be settled with violence. Hearing Davy's arrogant words, the World Tree asked, Do you not understand the times? Are you truly confident you can withstand the Demon King's wrath? Davy calmly answered with another question. Since you already know the outcome, why keep dragging out this conversation? As if that were not enough, he added another fatal blow. If you are scared, could you just get lost? Those words instantly enraged Juraiso. The elf race seemed to sense a strange force passing through their bodies. That force drove straight into their minds, making their eyes bulge in terror. One among them looked toward Juraiso in panic and asked the World Tree. Meanwhile, she raised both hands and murmured, Please forgive me, I am not capable of persuading this child. After that, Juraiso cast the unmoored spell and declared in a ringing voice, Davy, I do not intend to kill you immediately, but I will not leave you be either. As soon as she finished speaking, warm green streams of energy immediately healed and restored the condition of the elf swordsman. That magic was called the Blessing of the World Tree. The whole group stood up, drew their swords, and surrounded Davy, ready to enter a battle to the death. A reckless guard among the elves pointed his sword straight at Davy and Rawl, declaring loudly, You there, you will pay for daring to imprison us. He paid no mind, only looking at the sword that had suddenly appeared in Davy's hand before curling his lips and saying, perhaps I should try compromising a little. At the same time, another guard suddenly felt that something was missing from his waist. He immediately cried out, Ah! Then he looked toward the thief boldly holding the sword he had just stolen from him and shouted, My weapon. The buzz-cut elf soldier angrily questioned Davy, How dare you? A lowly human dares to use a sword of the elf race. Davy was no less sharp with his tongue, and he replied calmly, Since when did Long's words belong only to elves? I did not release the spell so you could talk like that. Davy stepped his left foot back and took a defensive stance. He arrogantly offered them advice, You had better not fight back. Davy even added generously, Otherwise you will lose your lives. But perhaps his precious advice did not reach the ears of those foolish elf soldiers, as they only frowned in fury. Immediately after that, the whole group charged forward at once with weapons in hand. They shouted angrily, Stupid petty tricks. Davy did not waver at all. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and silently chanted force. Demon Kiss Sword, 28th Sword Technique, Distant Dream Demon. In the blink of an eye, no one knew when Davy had leaped behind the shield-wielding elf. The earlier impact against the shield and Davy's excessive speed made him cry out in shock extreme. But immediately after, he curled his lips into a sneer and spoke with contempt. In the end, you are still only human. But he had no idea that both his shield and his body had already been cut in two, blood covering his face. Davy stood proudly amid the soldiers' earth-shaking screams, Sola command vehicle. He repeated what he had said earlier, I told you not to fight back. Elsewhere, Juraiso was hiding inside a protective earthen shield, silently observing the situation outside. Another voice rang out in her mind, World Tree, you no longer have free time. Note tightened his enormous fist as he said, Your opponent is me. Davy saw that scene and felt somewhat more relieved. He told himself inwardly, probably, there is no need to pay attention to her anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, an elf guard seized the opportunity, swung his sword, and charged in to attack Davy and Rawl. The blade was less than a centimeter from Davy's handsome face, but he still avoided it with ease. Immediately after, Davy swiftly grabbed the reckless man's shoulder, smiled devilishly, and said, Caught you, bold brat. Taking that chance, Davy used the Demon King Rook's restraining technique, making the opponent terrified to the extreme. After that, Davy silently invoked Head Swap, using his own forehead to slam hard into his opponent's head. A loud crack rang out, creating a shockwave that sent earth and stones flying in every direction. Purser von Palin felt her head ache just from watching, and she said fearfully, Flower Mound, it hurts just to look at it. Not stopping there, Davy quickly grabbed a nearby guard. He used that man's own body as a shield, making the incoming arrow bury itself straight into the head of the black-clad guard. The archer saw his comrade die by his own hand and could not accept it, screaming in panic, "No, don't. Come here." By then, the remaining elf guards were gradually falling apart as well. The man with the bow sank to the ground, muttering curses, "Damn it." Another man was frightened out of his wits and immediately turned to flee. He screamed in terror, "Monster, damn it." Seeing that, Davy was slightly surprised and said, "Oh," trying to run. He slowly picked up the sword of the unlucky man beside him and remarked, "This longsword is truly light." Davy gripped the hilt tightly, raised it level with his shoulder, adjusted his stance as if preparing to launch it, then cheerfully continued, "Perfect for throwing." With a sharp whoosh, the sword tore through the air and shot straight toward the cowardly rabbit guard who was fleeing. Remember this lesson well. The instant he turned back in terror to look at the object hurtling toward him, the Reaper's scythe quietly reached him as well. Just as expected, death found him, swift and clean, yet still full of pain. The guard holding the bow was so frightened by now that his legs had gone limp, and he no longer had the strength to move at all. He looked at his trembling hands and groaned, it was all a lie. Davy slowly walked toward the guard sitting there in a daze. In the distance, the World Tree also turned her head to look back. She frowned in anger, clicked her tongue in displeasure, and her eyes revealed clear disgust. The guard was now so afraid that he burst into tears, or perhaps it was because he could not accept it. His voice trembled as he said that everything was too hard to believe. His entire body shook violently as he struggled to ask the one before him, word by word, "How can a monster like you possibly exist?" Davy did not answer. He merely reached out in silence. Then Davy placed his hand on the guard's face and calmly said, "I will let you depart in peace." As soon as the words fell, a fierce surge of energy erupted around the two of them, sweeping dirt and stones into the air. Yet the guard was still not dead. He remained kneeling in place, trembling. For some unknown reason, Davy withdrew his hand and stood there deep in thought. Purser von Palin flew closer in confusion and asked, "Davy, why are you not acting?" Davy Enroll ordered in a stern voice, "Use your power." Purser asked blankly, "My power?" He did not answer her, and only called the name Jeriso the World Tree. With cold eyes full of killing intent, Davy turned to look at the one who had secretly been playing tricks, and asked through clenched teeth, "Have you gone mad?" Jeriso merely turned her head to look back, wearing a smile that seemed to be challenging him. One final man remained, and Davy turned to Purser von Palin and said, "Try using your power, Purser." At that very moment, the stones on the ground suddenly flew up. Purser von Palin stared after them in shock and stammered, "This is..." Jeriso curled her lips into a smile full of hidden meaning. Indeed, the World Tree was not foolish in the slightest. She had brought only a few people to invade, knowing full well that the outcome could be annihilation, and even made a proposal that was certain to be rejected. Could all of that truly have been mere recklessness? While Davy and Rawl were still thinking, the female elf in front of Miter suddenly began showing abnormal signs. She fearfully raised her hands to cover her stomach. At that very moment, Davy suddenly realized the true face of the World Tree. Could it be that in this battle, she had deliberately brought even a mother pregnant with her child here? Purser von Palin, standing nearby, was just as shocked. She covered her mouth, unable to suppress her cry. Good heavens. Davy thought inwardly, there is clearly something wrong with this matter. Your lips moved as if you wanted to say something. The World Tree, you truly had seen through everything. Your gaze lightly swept toward G. Dressel. Just then, a violent sound suddenly rang out. Davy circulated his inner force, shot forward like an arrow, and tightened his grip around Jeriso's neck. He spoke in fury. "You once said that all elves belonging to the World Tree were your children, and that young elves would be protected. Yet you drove a life that has not even been born into a dead end. That is far too much, and it seemed everything was part of Jeriso's plan." She curled her lips into a faint smile and said, "This is the final ultimatum. Return Yuria to us." Unable to restrain his anger, Davy shouted loudly, "I refuse." Jeriso laughed softly in delight. Then the relationship between elves and humans can no longer be saved. Right then, she suddenly called Penella's name. The person being mentioned was kneeling behind them, sobbing, and jolted as soon as she heard her name. Penella turned her head and raised her eyes to look at Jeriso. She spoke, "I am sorry." A trace of false sorrow flashed across her face, and Jeriso continued to put on a pitiful act as she spoke of her sacrifice. "I will remember that forever." Hearing this, Penella forced her tears back and silently thought for a moment. After that, she resolutely grasped the sword and struggled to stand. Penella trembled, pointing the tip of the sword straight at herself. Davy turned his head, his voice urgent as he tried to dissuade her. "Stop." Jeriso smiled again in a terrifyingly satisfied way, as though everything was truly ridiculous. She said without the slightest shame, "I am the World Tree, and also the mother and home of the elf race. Some are willing to obey me, but some doubt me, like a Yuria." As soon as the words fell, Penella drove the sword hard into her own body, and blood sprayed everywhere. Penella collapsed to the ground amid the spreading pool of blood. Jeriso burst into delighted laughter. He, I won." Penella's sacrifice had become the final price needed to complete Jeriso's wish. She provoked Davy with delight. "I used you. What are you going to do? You are going against the predestined flow of the world." Davy lowered his head and thought in silence. In truth, it had all been an excuse. Moment I knew she would lose and still entered the battle. I should have realized it. Juraiso's goal was to make me kill these elves so she would have a pretext. Davy and Rawl blamed themselves for being far too careless. Davy thought there must certainly be a covenant. Perhaps the divine tree had once sworn before the elves in the holy temple that she would negotiate peace with humans, moving the elves who did not know the truth. But the outcome had become this, bought with the sacrifice of every elf. Davy cursed helplessly. It was already bad enough that you caused trouble in someone else's territory, yet you even plotted schemes. His voice rang out evenly. You are only an incarnation, so even if you die, you can still be reborn, right? Juraiso giggled in delight. Davy shook his head and blamed himself. In the end, he had been thoroughly deceived by her. Juraiso laughed loudly in triumph, because only the World Tree could tell them the truth, but she would not do so. To the holy land of the Divine Tree, Davy would become a cruel man obsessed with slaughter. For the sake of peace, the World Tree had chosen to believe in humans, only to be betrayed and become a victim. Davy helplessly restrained himself. Beside him, Purser von Palin called softly in worry, Davy. While Davy was still lost in his own tangled thoughts, a strange scene slowly emerged. The whole world drowned in a sea of flames, war erupting everywhere. Davy tried to stay calm and reassure himself. In any case, it had already happened, and he could no longer change anything. He raised his hand and summoned a magical flame, murmuring, "Fine, if that is what you want, then have it your way." Davy thought to himself that even becoming the enemy of the elves living beneath the divine tree would not make much difference. If they wanted to play dirty, then he would see it through to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he placed that dark flame on Juraiso's head. Davy said calmly that she would have to keep using those tricks and schemes. He lowered his voice and said, "I already told Yuria about this, but since you are here, I may as well tell you too." Juraiso grew anxious and could only stammer a few broken sounds. Davy swore in anger that the moment I see your true body will also be the day the pillar of the world turns into firewood. Ada showed no fear. Instead, that woman excitedly threatened Davy. She giggled, saying that before long, all the elves would come here to kill people. Not only that, the intelligent beings friendly to the elves would also join in. That woman provoked him. Can you withstand them all when so many unfamiliar races in the world gather together to attack you? Davy hardly cared. He tightened his grip on the top of Juraiso's head and asked whether she preferred an M shape or a circle. The moment he finished speaking, a fierce surge of energy burst from his body, making the surrounding earth and stones seem to explode. That woman cried out in terror. "What is this?" Juraiso exclaimed in panic. "What are you doing? Is this a curse?" Davy curled his lips, looked at that woman with a half smile and asked, "War?" He lifted his chin in provocation. "Fine, war is no problem either. If you have the nerve, then aim straight at me." Davy arrogantly brought his face close to that woman, lightly touched the mark on Juraiso's forehead with his finger, and challenged her who will come first. A violent current instantly flowed from the mark on that woman's forehead into Davy's body. He rose with delight, crooked a finger in mockery, and kept threatening that I will crush them. Just then, the blue-black sky suddenly turned crimson, while an unusual source of energy radiated from Juraiso's body. That woman's body slowly dissolved, then drifted into the sky on the wind. The root of a giant tree floating in midair, deep inside appeared the figure of a woman with long, flowing hair, collapsed beneath the tree. That woman trembled and clung tightly to the root, her mouth constantly letting out broken groans. That person held her own body and hurried toward the door before her, constantly muttering that she had to reach the lake. Juraiso plunged into the pond before her, immersed herself in the cool water, and let out a soft, blissful moan. As she soaked, that woman cursed Davy. How dare he place a curse on the true body of the divine tree? He was truly reckless. If not for the first covenant binding me, I would have erased his place already. Thinking of this, that woman laughed again in delight, because for the moment her goal had been achieved. Juraiso lifted her face to the sky and smiled faintly. I cannot bring Yuria back, but I have gathered the powerful factions that were once divided under a single goal. What was that saying again? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. From now on, both the extremists and the moderates will pour their endless anger onto the young human Davian Jal and his land. He may have cursed me many times, but what do a few curses matter? Juraiso paid it no mind, simply enjoying the cool water surrounding her body and giggling. Juraiso thought to herself, this lake will undo everything soon enough. That woman did not expect abnormal changes to be appearing all over her body. Juraiso stared at her hand in horror. Elsewhere in a palace, a group of guards were patrolling the area when they suddenly stopped before the root of the world tree. Leaves had fallen everywhere, too many to count. Realizing it was an ill omen, the guards cried out in panic, "This is bad, Mother's leaves are falling." They immediately hurried inside to report it. Something must have happened to the divine tree. Call the priests here at once, then go to the altar to meet Mother. At this moment, the soldiers in the hall shouted in panic, "Everyone, summon water spirits to cast healing magic." On this side, Juraiso heard it and turned her head in shock. Urgent shouts rang out again and again, "Hurry!" Juraiso stood frozen, staring blankly into the distant void. The instant the curse was unleashed, Jeriso's body vanished, leaving only her tattered clothes strewn across the ground. Purser von Palin stood beside him and asked worriedly, Davy, if the elves resist, humans will be next. Davy curled his lips and reassured her, it is fine, they cannot do anything. Purser von Palin was somewhat doubtful and turned her head to ask again, really? Davy pouted and replied indifferently, yes, dispelling the curse for that woman will take nearly half a year anyway. He fell silent in thought. The curse that the god taught me was mainly for defense, and I had not intended to use it, but in that situation he had no choice but to act. Davy tilted his head toward Purser von Palin and asked, a Maeve belongs to the faction that wants to revive you, what do you think? She stroked her chin and thought, it seems the World Tree was telling the truth about that. Suddenly thinking of something, Purser von Palin cried out in panic, wait, if I am revived, then… She excitedly flew in front of Davy to boast. Never mind, Davy, I will definitely find a body to revive in. Davy and Rahl smiled helplessly. You still have not given up on the moment of transition. Purser von Palin shouted joyfully in midair. I will definitely come back to life. I cannot rest in peace before using this beautiful staff. Davy nodded lightly and replied fine. At this moment in a bustling town, people came and went, gathering and enjoying themselves in lively crowds. In a small room, the figure of a lonely woman sat silently on the bed, her sorrowful eyes gazing into the distance through the window, where solitary moonlight shone in. Suddenly a voice rang out, you are awake. She silently turned her head to look over. Davy and Rahl slowly stepped closer and said, this is the first time I have met you in this form, isn't it? The woman sitting on the bed answered calmly. Since when did you know? Davy raised his brows and answered confidently, probably from the very beginning. She laughed aloud in helplessness. Davy folded his arms and spoke arrogantly, thank you for saving me. Yes, you should be grateful. With this, I have repaid my debt in full. I have never seen anyone give thanks like that before. The other party spread her hands, her face puzzled. One thing is one thing and another is another, you should show a little sense. Davy went on calmly. I brought you here because you wanted to be somewhere secluded. Why do you still need to hide? You should not need to conceal your identity now. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously and stroked his chin in thought. Perhaps it is not because you are dark elf. She sighed helplessly and hurriedly cut him off. Please do not ask about that. She walked sadly to the window, her eyes brightening as she looked toward the small frame. She murmured, in this place, I cannot reveal my true self, so I had to disguise myself as a man. She hurriedly took a stone mask from her pocket, observed it slowly, and could not hide her disappointment as she said, this thing is broken. Do you have a spare? Davy picked up the stone mask and examined it. The dark elf said sadly that after I left the forest, a hermit made it for me while I wandered. This is a special item that cannot be seen through by clairvoyance magic, so it is very hard to find a replacement. He answered in admiration. I see. Evian Rahl raised his hand and summoned a small spatial black hole. He placed the pendant inside it and asked coldly, do you want me to make you a new one? The elf cried out in surprise, yes, please. She stared at her fingers in astonishment and said, this. Davy curled his lips in a smile, saying that it might not be as good as the one you had before, but it should still be enough to use. He looked with satisfaction at the ring on her hand and said, the spell is transmutation. You only need to channel a little mana into it. The dark elf was stunned and stammered as she repeated the command Davy had just taught her, She focused her power, closed her eyes tightly, her lips moving faintly before she spoke, transmutation. She shook her hand lightly in astonishment, unable to stop marveling at how strange it felt. Davy spoke to warn her, clairvoyance mana can still detect it, and it can also break from even a slight impact, so you must be careful. He raised his brows and asked in a lifted voice, is this sincere enough now? She carefully draped the coat over her shoulders, then lowered her voice and spoke. Now you are willing to hear my proposal, are you not? Davy and John said with his hands on his hips. Go ahead and say it. Yuria took a small slip of paper from her coat pocket, spread it out before Davy, and said this place is an island south of the eastern continent. He exclaimed in surprise, an island. Purser von Palin cut in curiously and asked, is the forest there so badly polluted that it has become a land of the undead? Davy stared blankly at the paper and asked, so you plan to go there looking for treasure? Yuria nodded, close enough. She held firm to her thoughts. What we need is proof that place truly exists, and also evidence of the divine tree's betrayal, that man who borrowed the power of the undead. Davy frowned in thought. So it is connected to the war with the divine tree again. The more I think about it, the gloomier this feels. Davy immediately raised his voice and refused decisively, no thanks. Yuria was so startled that she cried out. The air fell silent as if suffocating, their gazes meeting in the quiet. Davy awkwardly glanced toward Purser von Palin. Both of them fell silent, not knowing what to say, while Yuria let out a helpless sound. She pretended to act spoiled, pressed her legs tightly together, and swayed back and forth with a pleading look. She put on a pitiful face and said, did you not say you wanted to hear it? Seeing Yuria like that, Davy could only stare wide-eyed. He said, I have changed my mind. As soon as Yuria heard that, she immediately cheered with delight. She laughed to herself in delight, wondering whether she had heard wrong. Davy helplessly pouted, never expecting the leader of the forest to have such strange tastes. In his heart, he silently confirmed it. Night gradually settled. Davy returned to his room wearily, looked up at the sky, and grumbled honestly, "Those long-eared fellows really are troublesome." The next morning, the sun rose slowly behind the mountain peak like a giant ball of fire, dyeing the whole sky bright. Davy stretched lazily and stepped out onto the balcony to greet the sunlight. In any case, the festival had been a success. No one in the territory knew about the world tree's attack the night before, and the festival had ended peacefully. Davy pondered in silence, but to me, this was still a failure. Before dawn, we buried the unfortunate elves, especially the elf named Finella. It was not exactly that I mourned her, but the death of the child in her womb could not help but make my heart ache. The burial was not approved by my companions. Aina had absolutely no desire to put up a gravestone for them, believing there was no need to respect those who had once harmed her, but I still made them a grave. I had my own reason, one that perhaps no one could understand. Davy and Rawl could only sigh helplessly. That night, Elena also returned to the kingdom of Balan. Perhaps she left in such a hurry that she forgot to leave a message. Davy thought to himself. She appeared suddenly and vanished, just as suddenly. We will meet again one way or another. Thinking that, he felt sleepy and yawned, while Purser von Palin beside him slumped onto his shoulder and complained that she only wanted to sleep a little longer. He suddenly thought, should I take the twins for a walk around the festival later? At last, he appeared. As soon as they saw him, the twins cried out excitedly, "Wow, it is so sparkly and beautiful." Davy gently stroked the two little girls' heads and praised them. "Wow, you two are truly adorable. Whoever raised you did such a fine job." Suddenly remembering something, Davy and Rawl tilted their heads and turned to ask, "Lewin, where is Miu?" The girl lay sprawled lazily on the bed and replied, "Lewin thinks watching all three of them is too hard. Lewin wants compensation." In truth, she was very tired because of the appearance of these two little ones. Lewin helplessly raised the white flag in surrender and said Miu was currently with Iuria. Seeing the fatigue plainly on Lewin's face, Davy understood and offered, "All right, I will watch these children today. You go rest." Haha. Lewin happily raised her index finger at once, her mouth cheering nonstop. Wonderful. After the matter with Elder Conde, Iuria truly protected Miu with great care. Perhaps she was only trying to give Miu the affection she herself had never received. Is that the only reason? Davy stroked his chin in thought. While Davy was still lost in thought, the two little girls were already chattering and running everywhere like sparrows. Seeing that scene, the corners of Davy's lips lifted slightly as well. Just then, the two little girls turned back happily and waved, calling him father. Davy thought to himself, their true forms are probably swords, but it would be nice if their mother could care for and teach them. Davy tilted his head in amusement and teased, "Your taste is probably only for the cute Princess Lindis, right?" Davy shyly pouted and let out a soft "Hmph." He asked her seriously in return, "Then what about you? Are you scared?" She held her stomach and laughed loudly. "Sick. I have no interest in someone 1,000 years younger than me." Davy frowned and replied, slightly annoyed, "Is that so?" He pouted defiantly, "Let us see how it is when you come back to life." Purser von Palin refused to back down either and answered arrogantly, "You think I am scared?" Just then, Davy suddenly said, "I will lend you the moment of transition." Purser von Palin was so shocked that she jumped. She instantly made a complete 180, acting sweet and flattering him by saying that my taste is you. Davy helplessly thought to himself, how did her shame fall away so fast? Turning to the twin girls, Davy indulgently carried one little one on his neck. The little girl begged happily, "Father, this one, and this one too." He gently nodded, all right, all right." The two little girls kept chattering nonstop, playing one game after another and continuously asking Davy questions. "Father, can Hong Jian give birth?" He answered dotingly, "Of course, both Hong Jian and Zhang Jian can give birth." That moment, Hong Jian suddenly cried out, "Seka." Davy and Rawl both let out a puzzled huh. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Princess Aria and Alicia Patrick slowly walking right ahead. He helplessly furrowed his brow. Speak of Cao Cao and Tao Cao arrives. Davy truly could not understand why the princesses were free enough to visit one after another like this. Davy pondered, "In truth, I have always avoided meeting nobles and royalty who visit the territory, but that is also hard to avoid, since if I received them one by one, who knows when it would end." Looking at it that way, the princess before me should not have been an exception either, but this case was different. The reason Princess Iria came to the territory was not to attend the festival, but for a regular health examination. Purser sighed and said, "Hey, I wonder how this will turn out." Rawl sat across from Princess Iria and said, "Yes, I am sorry." Iria spoke timidly, Do you find me troublesome?" Davy smiled and replied, "Not at all. I only checking your condition. It seems your illness is no longer a concern." Iria said shyly, Ah, is that so? Thank you. I am truly very grateful. Back then I did not even have time to greet you properly, so I am very happy to meet you like this. Cursor looked at Arya in fascination and said, "Oh my, her ears are turning red, Davy. How can she be so adorable?" Davy smiled and replied, "I am quite surprised too. If you had only told me in advance, I would have prepared a proper reception." Arya answered a little shyly, "I apologize for visiting so suddenly. It is because I was a little stubborn, so..." Behind them, Firefox sipped tea while smiling toward Davy and Princess Arya. Davy thought it seems that was probably a lie. Someone had definitely urged the princess to come here. He gave a wry smile and said, "It is all right. Please have some tea. This kind is very fragrant." Princess Arya lifted the teacup and savored it, then placed a hand on her cheek, her face brightening as she said, "Ah, the tea is truly fragrant." Hearing that, Arya smiled brightly and said, "It is brewed from eriso leaves. This is a precious herb, very hard to find even in the forest of the elves." Davy sipped his tea and thought, "I do not care much myself, but brewing this tea for Elder Goza would probably not be bad." Arya suddenly noticed two figures hovering outside the door and spoke up to ask, "Those two little girls are..." Lankie and Honkilu called out in unison, "Father." Davy opened his arms and said gently, "Come here." Hearing that, Honkilu and Lankai immediately threw themselves into Davy's embrace. Princess Arya was stunned when she heard the two little girls call Davy father, hardly daring to believe her ears, and asked, "Did those children just call you father?" Davy reminded them, "You two say hello. Lanki, Honkilu, this is Princess Arya." The two little girls called out to father again in a spoiled voice. Arya suddenly sprang to her feet and said excitedly, "They are far too adorable." "Ah, your highness, may I ask you something?" Davy replied, "Go ahead." She gently clasped her hands together and asked hesitantly, "The children are they your biological children?" Hearing that, Davy froze for 5 seconds, then thought to himself, "Children again, is it?" Davy answered, "It may sound a little strange, but I am taking care of and raising these two little girls." Hearing that explanation, Arya breathed a soft sigh of relief. Davy looked at Arya's expression and inwardly sighed, "She truly is interesting." Davy said, "Could you turn your back so I can take a look?" Arya was a little surprised by the request and asked, "Why?" Davy replied, "We need to examine your health more thoroughly." Arya said softly, "Then could you turn your face away for a moment?" Davy asked in confusion, "What for?" Arya lowered her head and answered shyly, "Well, if you keep staring while I change clothes like that, it is truly embarrassing." The firefox standing behind them was so startled by this that it sprayed out its tea. As for Davy, he could not help bursting into laughter. He said, "You do not need to undress, just turn your back to me." Arya's face instantly darkened, while Davy cursed himself inwardly. "Stay calm, she is the princess of the Lindis kingdom. Or perhaps nothing would happen at all." Seeing that, the book immediately teased Davy. Davy infused magic into Arya's body. Unlike many other illnesses, the melting virus could be detected and diagnosed quite easily with mana. In other words, simply scanning the body with mana like this was enough to determine the condition. He thought to himself, every time he sent mana into the princess, she made a very strange sound. So asked anxiously, "How is it going?" Davy answered, "It is not completely cured yet, but it will not relapse again." Right after that, Davy's expression suddenly grew heavy. Looking at the black hole that appeared inside Arya's body, he could not help wondering, what exactly is this thing? Something extremely abnormal seemed to exist inside Princess Arya's body. Suddenly, Loon appeared and said, "Loon has completed the image data." That abrupt appearance startled Arya. Seeing that, Davy immediately reminded her, "Sit still, do not move." Arya hurriedly replied, "My apologies." Davy looked pensively at his palm and thought, "Even I cannot tell what this profound thing is." It seemed to be innate, yet she herself was completely unaware of its existence. Davy said gently, "It is done. You will be fully recovered in a month at the latest. During this time, do not overexert yourself." Arya smiled and replied, "Yes." Loon spoke up, "Sir Davy has acquired more image data. If we analyze it and send it to Yuria, we can exchange quite a lot of taste data." Hearing that, Davy said, "You stay outside." Arya hesitantly spoke, "Prince, I have a gift I wish to give you." "A gift?" Arya blushed as she took out a box of pastries and said, "This is a famous pastry called choco, currently very popular in the center of the continent. I made it with my own hands, so I hope you will accept it." Davy thought to himself, "It looks just like Valentine's Day in my previous life." Looking at the box of pastries, he blurted out in praise, "It is truly beautiful." Loon stood guard beside him, staring at the box of pastries with such craving that she seemed about to drool. Thinking of that, Davy suddenly shuddered as if lightning had struck through his head. Wait, Valentine's Day? Immediately afterward, Davy hurriedly took Arya's hand and said, "Thank you, princess." Arya flushed bright red and answered in confusion, "Huh? Ah yes, I should be the one thanking you." Davy silently calculated, "I have a way now. I will create an entirely new holiday. This is exactly what people call a trend. As long as I gradually introduce it into daily life, let it spread on its own and slowly become part of the culture. And culture means money. Thinking of that, Davy could not hide his delight. He would spread the story of what had just happened, because a trend would flare up faster if it was started by someone of status. Davy unconsciously burst into loud laughter, as if seeing through his thoughts, so said disdainfully, "What is wrong with this money maniac?" But at that moment, Davy still did not know that this decision would create something great in the future. At this moment, Davy was sitting with the female general. She greeted him. "It is a great honor to meet you, Prince. I am the Grand Duchess of the Lindis Kingdom, Catherine Carabella." Davy smiled in response. "It is an honor, Grand Duchess Catherine. I have heard many stories about you." Though he said that inwardly he thought, "In truth, I do not know her at all." Purser leaned close to Davy's ear and whispered, "I heard of Grand Duchess Catherine back when I was in Candaras. People call her the war god of the Lindis Kingdom." After hearing this, Davy asked in surprise, "Really?" Catherine smiled politely and said, "Forgive me for coming here so suddenly. I was the one who insisted the princess bring me to meet you." Davy thought to himself, so she was the culprit. Catherine said with a slightly teasing air, "I was simply curious about the prince who stole the princess's pure heart." Davy answered awkwardly, "I see. I am truly grateful that the princess would show such interest and affection toward the prince of a small country like mine." Catherine exclaimed, "My goodness, you are far too modest." Then she gave a calculating smile and said, "I have taken a liking to you as well." Sitting opposite her, Davy was at a loss for words, looking at her as he told himself, "This is dangerous." Though they could not truly be compared, for some reason, I get the feeling she is very much like the crazy quartet in the Hall of Heroes. Davy whispered to Purser, "My instincts tell me I should stay away from this type of woman." Purser asked in confusion, "Why?" Davy rubbed his head and said, "Because they are my natural enemies. Though they are extremely strong, they rarely listen to others, only do as they please, and then cause things beyond imagination. I am certain she is the same type. If I get involved, she will give me a headache." After hearing that, Purser nodded and said, "That description fits you perfectly too." Davy replied with a strained laugh, "There is no way that is true." Catherine kept staring fixedly at Davy without looking away, making goosebumps rise on his skin as he blurted out, "Is something the matter?" Catherine rested her chin on her hand and said, "I heard you are very strong, so I am somewhat curious." Seeing that she spoke somewhat hesitantly, Davy said, "You do not need to be so reserved, just speak freely." As if she had been waiting for that very chance, Catherine immediately said, "Truly." "Then, Prince, I shall convey the Crown Prince's words to you." Davy froze, the Crown Prince suddenly, "I have a bad feeling about this." Catherine took out a sheet of paper and a bottle of elixir, then pushed them in front of Davy. She said, "This is our request. This thing once helped me earn a great deal. Both the Crown Prince and I share the same thought. It is only a pity that our king is far too stubborn." He stared blankly at the bottle of elixir and wondered, "What is this?" Seeing his clueless expression, Catherine continued, "The thing you are holding is a famous elixir from the central continent. Please use it to make the princess yours." Hearing that, Davy immediately threw the bottle of elixir far away. Catherine kept speaking without pause. "The princess is so beautiful, her figure is excellent, and even her voice is adorable. Where else could you find such a wife?" Hearing those words, Davy's expression immediately darkened. Catherine continued, trying to sway Davy, "Just seeing the princess wake up and stretch. I already wanted to take the girl back to my mansion right away." As she spoke, she stuffed a pen into Davy's hand. "What I mean is, you must not miss this opportunity. How could His Majesty possibly hate his own descendants? His Majesty may be somewhat angry at first, but once he sees the child, he will certainly smile and let it pass. I fully support you." Purser said wearily, "Now I understand why you said she resembles the crazy quartet. Even so, this way of proposing marriage is far too unfair to the princess." Catherine disagreed with Davy's thoughts and sprang to her feet, saying, "Come now, why are you like this? Just accept it. Do not worry about such trivial matters. Is there anything you want? Political power, money, as long as you say the word, I will." Davy sighed helplessly and said, "This matter. Does the princess know about this?" Catherine paused slightly before replying, "About that." Davy thought to himself, "See, I knew it." Then he said frankly, "The princess does not need a political marriage. When the princess truly wants it, come and ask me again." Catherine put on a pitiful look and sighed in disappointment. So the rumors were true. Davy asked blankly, "What rumors?" Catherine stood up in frustration, then sat back down in her chair, saying that fine, she had wanted to do it half-heartedly and be done with it too. But sometimes being meticulous was not exactly a bad thing. Hearing that, Davy grew even more confused. Unable to understand which rumor she was talking about, Catherine pointed meaningfully toward Davy and continued, "In any case, I am entrusting the princess to you. In the eyes of our princess, there is only you, Prince Davy. If you find it too troublesome, you may take the princess as a concubine." Davy thought irritably that she really could say anything. Catherine kept talking without pause. The king would certainly fly into a rage, but polygamy was not against the law. Having 3 wives and 4 concubines was common enough. Davy replied, "Take a concubine, that would not be appropriate." Catherine froze, raising a hand to cover her mouth. "Heavens, I never expected you to be so serious about love. Then I will not force you anymore." Oh, my poor princess. Hearing this, Davy thought to himself. Good. Catherine said, forgive me for troubling you. Davy replied, it is no trouble at all. Meeting the kingdom's hero is my honor. But she blurted out, is that truly all? The corner of her lips lifted slightly. After weighing it for a moment, Davy finally spoke. Very well, I agree. A duel. Is that not what you wanted? Hearing that, Catherine was so delighted her eyes shone brightly, and she said with excitement, I am very curious about your strength. Let us have a match. Davy replied, I hope you will go easy on me. The scene shifted to the arena, where everyone had already gathered, including Elder Goza and Miss Yuria. Elder Goza smiled and said, the young mage came too. William, walking behind the mage, wondered why Prince Davy was dueling Grand Duchess Catherine of the Lindis Kingdom. Elder Goza replied, who knows what the strong are thinking, but this match will certainly be worth watching. Hearing that, William cried out uneasily, brother. On the other side, Lewin was playing with Lan Ki and Hong Ki. As for Arya, she kept looking around the stands, trying to find Davy. At this moment, Davy stood on the arena floor, looked toward the stands, and said, even with such sudden notice, the arena is almost full. Ami reported from below the stage that the shock absorption device had been activated. Davy looked at her and replied, well done, Ami. Remember to keep a safe distance. Ami said, yes, you must win. After that, Davy moved down onto the arena floor, holding a fan in his hand. Seeing this, Catherine grew somewhat wary and murmured, a fan. I heard you use magic, but this is interesting as well. Davy looked at the fan in his hand and said confidently, I happened to obtain some good materials, so I made a trial piece. This fan may be difficult to use as a weapon, but I have quite a bit of faith in its striking power. Catherine tossed her cloak aside and said, I truly like your confidence. With that, Catherine planted both hands on the ground, taking a combat stance. Her gaze turned sharp, her voice full of excitement. I will begin my attack now. Prepare yourself. Immediately afterward, Catherine kicked off hard and shot straight forward, dragging a thunderous sound behind her that made the ground around them tremble. Looking down from the stands and seeing the two about to enter a fierce fight, Princess Arya became extremely worried. She hurriedly spoke up, hey, realizing the situation was growing increasingly troublesome and far beyond expectations. Arya turned to the people in the VIP seats and said, should we not stop them? Hearing the princess say that, Maid Arya remained rather calm, gently explaining that he might be a little foolish, but he was still a professor after all, so he would probably be fine. By then, Ami had also joined the group in the VIP area. At first, they had thought the princess was panicking out of concern for her subordinate, but it turned out she was worried about Prince Davy. Arya hesitantly said to Yuria, I know the prince's magic is excellent, but casting spells requires time and supporting equipment. Below in the arena, Catherine had officially opened the battle. She took an attacking stance, while Arya, watching from afar, began to worry about Prince Davy. In the blink of an eye, Catherine rushed toward her opponent like a gust of wind. The powerful strike created a huge shock, making the princess cry out in panic, Lord Davy. After the impact against the wall, white smoke and thick dust billowed up in a haze. Everyone thought Davy had fallen into a disadvantage and would be sprawled on the ground. But no, things seemed to be the opposite. Catherine was rubbing her head with a dirt-smeared hand, dazed and unable to understand what had just happened. She collapsed onto the ground, completely unable to understand what had just happened to her. Catherine wore a blank look. What is this? In the stands, those who had just seen Davy unharmed while the one in trouble was the Grand Duchess cried out in shock, heavens. Meanwhile, Maid Yuria beside them seemed to have expected it and said cheerfully, I guessed right, did I not? The people seated in the VIP row also exclaimed in admiration. William's younger sister said in surprise, I did not see anything at all. Euless beside her immediately remarked to the little princess that it seemed Lorvy had just done something. In the end, no one understood what had just happened. Before the confusion of the entire audience, Davy remained calm, standing proudly in the middle of the arena. According to the introduction, the Grand Duchess of the Lindis Kingdom, a land that gathered many of the continent's finest mages and swordsmen, was a beastkin warrior who held much of the military authority. That girl was Catherine the Firefox. Her specialty was lightning-fast attacks, so swift that even masters found it hard to follow. But back in the present, the situation was completely different. Someone like her had ended up lying on the ground without knowing why, collapsed right on the arena floor. Even now, Catherine was still doubting everything. What in the world is happening? Quickly standing up to continue the fight, Catherine still wanted to clarify the matter. You did not use mana just now, did you? His opponent truly was rather perceptive. Davy smiled and praised her. You are sharp, you know that was not mana. Catherine secretly guessed it was not physical strength either, because no matter how fast he was, he could not make me completely fail to notice. Springing up from the ground, Carabella could not hide her puzzlement. I am certain you did not use mana. But this is truly strange. Davy stood at a distance and played innocent strange. She spoke quickly, but she was not wrong. Just one sentence from her opponent made Carabella so angry she was left speechless. Try guessing. Oh, look at that furious expression. How can she be so adorable? Unable to keep yielding forever, Davy opened the fan. He warned his opponent defending forever is useless. This time I will attack. One look at his imposing bearing was enough to know he meant what he said. As soon as he finished speaking, Davy swept the fan, launching a series of strikes forward. The Duchess was stunned and had no time to react. At this moment, Catherine Carabella was somewhat flustered, her face pale, her voice clearly filled with astonishment. Even so, as the fastest person in the Empire, she was not easily struck by him. With her agile movements, a single push of her legs allowed her to avoid every attack. Yet things were not as simple as she had imagined. Behind the cloud of smoke and dust, Carabella coughed several times. She continued to speculate, I can sense it, but cannot react in time. What exactly is that thing? The graceful fan movements in his nimble hands created a force that left almost no trace. Even hidden black magic still left clues when cast. Just as she dodged the previous strike, Davy immediately launched the next. The fan strokes made explosions ring out across the ground. Carabella suddenly understood, so I can detect mana or holy power that exists in this world. Looking at the trajectory from his fan, she saw glittering green streams of light, unlike anything she had ever known. Carabella shifted her thoughts again. But what if this is not power from this world? The face of the one holding the initiative always carried a faint arrogance. Davy's dangerous smile made Catherine imagine all sorts of things. The force released from that paper fan could only be controlled by humans, and this was the unique power of humanity. As if her eyes had just been opened, she immediately realized that the technique her opponent was using to fight was none other than a secret art. She was no longer annoyed, immediately stood up, and began to find this match truly interesting. Aha, far beyond my expectations. I underestimated you, Prince. Knowing his opponent was holding back because the princess was here, Davy suggested, do not worry about the surroundings, just use your full strength. Since you have invited me, I will not hold back either. As if her limits had been removed, Catherine unleashed her power, her entire body radiating a mysterious purple energy. In that case, excited for the coming battle, Carabella thrust out her chest with full momentum, exuding the fearsome air of a predator. She agreed without the slightest hesitation, I will not refuse. Just as the atmosphere grew taut as a drawn bowstring, someone suddenly cut in, and it was truly irritating. That person was none other than Princess Aria, who ran down from the stands and shouted, Brother, wait, Kashin. Afraid that Prince Davy would be injured by Catherine's power, Princess Aria hurried to stop the match. Stop, Kachin, is it not too much to take a duel this far? But to let the match continue, Davy did not hesitate at all, merely flicking his fan as a signal. That headstrong princess still could not understand his meaning. Just then Vianral turned back, smiled faintly, and politely reminded her that he hoped the princess would not interfere. Oh, what a considerate man. Aria also quietly understood what he meant. Catherine had entered a state of absolute focus. Davy was quite satisfied, because he knew it would be troublesome if his opponent was not serious. After all, I did not bring out this fan just for show. Grasping the situation, Davy began calculating. This secret art was not a power that belonged to this world, so its potential was certainly immense. Even so, the amount of power it could release was still limited. Therefore, before stepping into the battle to come, I must test for myself just how far it can go. A powerful breath burst from the Grand Duchess's mouth. She awakened the beastly instinct within herself. In the end, who would gain the advantage in this battle? As fast as teleportation, Catherine closed in on Davy in an instant to strike. Her gaze was icy, and the speed of her attack was so swift that countering was nearly impossible. Yet Davy and Jal still stood there calmly, his bearing majestic, as if he were waiting for the attack to arrive. It seemed as though he had foreseen everything, but this time was clearly different from what he had expected. Faced with that speed, his face briefly turned bewildered and pale. Too fast. The Demon King Lady Purser standing beside him was also astonished by that speed. Looking at the girl before him who was filled with killing intent, Davy thought inwardly, she is close to the realm of the Heart Sword. If the Grand Duchess had a sword in hand, she would surely be at master level. The two rushed into fierce combat like moths to a flame. Facing Catherine, Davy realized that among all the people he had met, she was the one whose strength most closely resembled his own. Against Catherine's attack, Davy merely waved his fan lightly and created a vast surge of power that rushed toward her. Its force was like a great fortress exploding. Could Carabella withstand it? Her glossy orange hair flew in the radiant gold light. Just from the way it fluttered, it was enough to tell that the person ahead was still fine and full of strength. As expected, Catherine used her advantage to evade. She gave a smug sneer, while Davy was stunned. She truly dodged it. Though his eyes were still wide with surprise, Davy was quietly certain that she had neither seen nor sensed the attack just now. After trying a few probing strikes, Davy understood that his power still overwhelmingly dominated. He concluded that she had only dodged by instinct. Truly frightening. In a mere instant, Catherine used her speed to shoot straight behind him. She lightly raised her fist, intending to launch a surprise blow, but every direction of her movement was seen through by Davy's sharp eyes. With the courteous bearing of a gentleman, Davy did not strike her directly. He only gently used the fan in his hand to block that blow. With a fluid motion, he used the fan to push Catherine's attack off course, then smoothly avoided it. Everything was so seamless that it was even smoother than Florentino forcing a draw. In just a few seconds, Catherine went from predator to prey. Her eyes went round, unable to understand what was happening, as she was spun around like a lab rat. At that very moment, a money tree appeared again, surrounded by countless little bells. Those bells flared with dazzling golden light, while a blazing crimson flame surged up with scorching heat. Flames quickly condensed into the shape of a gigantic fire phoenix. This was the Vermilion Bird's infernal sword technique. True fire talisman. Even while holding only two rather ordinary-looking weapons, Davy was still confident enough to stir up this entire arena. Holding the money tree in his hand, he advanced straight toward the Grand Duchess without the slightest hesitation. The divine beast's flame could burn the earth, swallow the sun, and even the world tree with perfect fire resistance would find it difficult to withstand. The opponent before held the initiative, but Catherine showed no fear at all. The Grand Duchess charged forward like a valiant female general, her body surrounded by tiny bolts of lightning of terrifying power. Though he was using the flame of a divine beast, Davy still was not certain what result it could produce. He did not know how useful this power would be. And then, the two once again rushed to attack each other. Everything they created shone as brilliantly as glaring sunlight. This time, who would victory lean toward? The scene shifted to the place where Princess Elena was, the kingdom of southern Parlan. In the large encampment, a heavy sword was planted deep in the ground. A soldier entered and reported to his superior, "My lord, all preparations are complete." Wearing a sorrowful expression after taking too many lives, Elena turned back to listen to the report. What is with that gloomy look? Who did something to my beauty?" Knowing she was mentally shaken, Candaris emerged from within the sword to counsel and encourage her. "Hold yourself together, Elena. Without you, the damage been even more severe. Do not see them as human. Do what you believe is right." Hearing her companion's words, Elena stepped out of the encampment. Elena replied in a voice full of remorse, "Even if it was for a noble purpose, the fact remains that I killed people, Candaris." Looking up at the vast mountain forest before her, Elena dazedly thought of Davy. If it were Davy, what would he have done that day? He would certainly have found a way. At that point, she shook her head faintly, weary of her own thoughts. Elena blamed herself. "No, I am simply being selfish." Breaking free from her melancholy, she lifted her spirits and called out loudly. Before her stood the White Birds, a mighty knight corps under the command of Elena Whitebird. Leading the brave knights, the princess strode forward with heroic majesty and ordered, "Soldiers, we begin the attack." After that command, the entire army crossed the rugged mountain forest, where a desolate, empty, and thorn-filled path awaited ahead. May the beautiful sister always remain wise and return victorious. Ha ha ha, the fox transformation laughed with immense delight. Catherine sat on the ground and still laughed as before. "I really was knocked down." Princess Aria bent down and asked with concern, "Why did you have to go this far?" Being fussed over, Catherine whined, "Do not lecture me anymore. Comfort me, princess. It hurts so much." Catherine even shed a coquettish tear. "Blow on it for me, boo-hoo." Those tears were clearly from laughing too much, not from any injury. Yet Aria's gaze was directed elsewhere, her face suddenly flushing as she thought inwardly. It turned out that gaze had fallen for Davy. Watching the man she liked chatting with his friends after the battle, Aria's heart could not help but tremble as she sighed in admiration. "He is so cool." Aria's feelings for Davy were already clear, and the more she looked, the redder her face became, as though hearts of love were floating all around her. Seeing her friend lost in emotion, Catherine thought with delight, I knew it." Even so, Catherine could not deny Davy's strength either, and had no choice but to acknowledge that brat. The battle ended as the sun gradually sank behind the mountains, leaving only brilliant sunset light beside the city walls. The scene shifted to a room where yellow lamplight flickered faintly through the window frame. Inside Catherine's room, a voice sounded, "How did it go?" Grand Duchess Catherine was in the room, wearing comfortable sleepwear, and replied with satisfaction, "Better than expected." From the orb on the table came a voice, "Oh, so you are satisfied with him?" Catherine answered as if it were only natural, "I have no choice but to acknowledge him. At the very least, he will not let our princess be hurt. I truly need an ally like him." The mysterious man speaking with Catherine gave an unreadable smile. "I never expected the fish-wing Grand Duchess who keeps watch through the night to say such a thing. I once worried he would use his engagement with the princess, but it seems I thought too much. Judging by his appearance and attire, this man likely held high status and was also someone well-seasoned. Princess Aria had many enemies in the kingdom, including the Grand Duchess, Crown Prince Ambos, and the Supreme Ruler, Emperor Zehud. Even with the three most powerful people protecting her, she still found it difficult to avoid the deep hatred of the beast folk here. Therefore, Iria needed someone who could shelter her. If Iria learned of this, that child would definitely be angry. It turned out that man was no stranger, but the Crown Prince of the Lindis Kingdom himself, Anbus and Lindis. Crown Prince Ambos continued through the orb. The princess is kind, pure, and also very perceptive. Catherine rested her chin on her hand and gazed thoughtfully at the rose in the vase, then said in a gentle voice, I simply do not want that child to be caught up in complicated politics. The princess only needs to live in love, whether as a concubine or the principal wife. As long as that is what the child wants, I will accept it. Those words were filled with love, accompanied by the sweet image of petite Princess Iria, smiling brightly like a flower. But we cannot just sit back and wait forever, Catherine said firmly, her hand clenched with the prince's somewhat foolish stubbornness. At this rate, even in a billion years, those two might still not be together. Catherine said as she stroked her long, flowing hair, I only tried it once to see what would happen, but as expected he refused the marriage alliance. He is very cautious, but also extremely considerate. The voice on the other side replied sadly, it seems this will be difficult for Iria. Even so, Ambus was still worried and wanted to help Iria, so he asked if there was any other way. Catherine's eyes flickered with calculation before she replied, right now I am not certain either, but... She paused for a moment, then voiced her thoughts, why do we not try sending an official marriage proposal to the royal family? The prince may refuse, but the king will not easily let an opportunity like this pass. He will definitely consider it. Catherine's words fit political calculations perfectly, and they also benefited Aria's marriage. Crown Prince Ambus agreed after hearing them. It seems you like Prince Davy very much. She immediately recounted, you have no idea. This is the first time I have faced someone that powerful. If he had not held back at the last moment, I would not be sitting here talking with you now. Memories of the battle with Davy surfaced one after another in Catherine's mind. Seeing the Duchess praise him without end, Ambus gradually set aside his doubts. I have heard the rumors, but if you say so yourself. In Ambus's heart, he suddenly recalled the nature of beast folk. Beast folk warriors always respected the strong. Catherine continued speaking to dispel his doubts about Davy's strength. He had not even used that sword, yet the gap between him and me was still far too obvious. Especially the final attack. Looking into the orb, Catherine could be seen hugging herself, her face still frightened as she recalled that battle. Albert thought to himself, if he could defeat even Grand Duchess Catherine, then entrusting Princess Iria to him for her safety would be worthwhile. Hearing such praise, Ambus wondered why he had only now learned of such a person. Catherine slammed her hand on the table, her impatience clear. I do not want to miss this opportunity. If it is him, I can entrust the princess to him without the slightest hesitation. Even though she spoke so strongly, Catherine could not help feeling concerned. If there is anything troublesome, it would only be the two children he has taken in as adopted daughters. But then she remembered the adorable twins, innocently calling her grandma in such sweet voices, and used that to comfort herself. In any case, the two little ones are very cute, so there should not be any problem. Interrupting that train of thought, Ambus still doubted whether Catherine's plan could succeed. Will this truly be fine? Prince Davy is very stubborn. Even an official proposal may not work. Duchess Catherine replied, that is why I must create that opportunity. It seems he does not dislike Iria at all, but perhaps he only sees the princess as an adorable little sister. As she spoke, the image of Davy and Iria, with their stark difference in stature, appeared vividly again. Catherine pouted as she blamed Davy, my princess. Is that beautiful? Is he blind? She said irritably, if it were me, I would seize the chance to marry Princess Iria at once. From the Grand Duchess's words, it was clear how dearly she cherished Iria. Crown Prince Ambus said half jokingly and half seriously, if you dare do anything strange to my younger sister, do not blame me. Catherine laughed at Ambus's threat, chatting comfortably while her beast tail swayed nonstop. Good heavens, why would you say that? I am a duchess, the Firefox Duchess. I learned how to conquer men's hearts from my mother. The other side also laughed in response. Catherine continued showing off her experience. Locking two people in the same room will backfire. It is best to quietly push them from behind, and the festival is coming at just the right time. Crown Prince Ambus only felt a slight headache and silently sighed. Suddenly the purple ruby emitted a brilliant light, startling Ambus. He turned back and asked, Han, is what you just said true? Catherine replied, what happened? Ambus hesitated briefly. I am sorry, but I may have to postpone this plan for now. The discussion that had been going so smoothly was abruptly cancelled, and Catherine stood up in irritation. She reproached him, do you know how much effort it took me to create this opportunity? Knowing the Duchess was angry, Ambus hurriedly explained, the Poland kingdom has just sent word. Bus's voice slowed, heavy with gravity. Something serious has happened. Hearing that, Catherine's expression also changed, worry plain on her face. Why did it have to be now? Their conversation lasted until late into the night before gradually coming to an end. Outside, everyone had already gone to rest, and everything slowly sank into silence, while the war quietly continued under the hand of the World Tree. When the flames of battle flared up, an event that seemed trivial shook the Poland kingdom, triggering a series of riots. The banner of war would soon be raised. In the south of the Poland kingdom lay a region where many fortresses were concentrated, among them Yahello Fortress. Many nations held fertile plots of land in that place. The command center of the Poland kingdom, members of the royal family sat around the table, awaiting news according to the letter the princess had sent back. A hoarse voice slowly rang out. Holding the newly delivered letter, the general said anxiously, the situation at the front is not good. At most, they can only hold their ground and avoid being overwhelmed. We must quickly dispatch the main forces there. As soon as he finished speaking, the royals burst into an uproar. What, you are saying the White Bird army has been forced onto the defensive? What enemy could be so powerful? The steward replied cautiously. They say it is a kind of monster that has never appeared before. In just a few days they had advanced across nearly an entire territory, and the farther north they went, the greater their numbers became. Behind the high wall, countless figures bobbed up and down, while the sky turned reddish-orange as if signaling an ill omen. The royal stood up, his voice full of contempt. Are they not merely corpses? All we need is a good strategy. The general shook his head. The problem is that those corpses have learned to plan. Among them is a commander. Those words made the royals in the room waver and grow uneasy. The general continued, since childhood, the crown prince had been very intelligent, possessing both wisdom and courage, and he was extremely skilled in tactics. The general's voice was heavy with regret. If someone like him still sacrificed himself on the battlefield, then this matter is absolutely not simple. The entire tea room fell into chaos, then an angry slam against the table rang out. We cannot keep being defeated like this. Fortunately, the Holy Nation and the Magic Tower have promised to support us. A young man spoke, seated in the chair at the center of the room. The whole room immediately exclaimed. The one who had spoken those confident words was the second prince of the Poland kingdom, Sullivan de Poland. Sullivan continued, 2 female priests, along with the 6th and 7th Night Orders, will come to help us. His words eased the unease in the room, and everyone's faces gradually brightened. Royals praised him endlessly as expected of Prince Sullivan, truly far-sighted. Sullivan answered with a dark expression, full of anguish, I have lost my older brother. My younger sister also had to swallow her tears and stand on the battlefield against our older brother's own corpse. The image of the two of them fighting appeared in Sullivan's mind. Thinking of his younger sister who was still fighting with determination, Sullivan declared decisively, I cannot sit still. Then he left his chair, placed his hand on the table, and his voice rang out with authority. Everyone, listen to me. Every word Sullivan spoke was like an oath. I know this will not be easy, but we absolutely must not surrender. This is an act against the Poland kingdom. Sullivan's eyes blazed with resolve. I will destroy them without mercy. I am truly sorry, Prince Davy, Princess Iria said in embarrassment. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, her face full of guilt. You came all this way to take me to see the festival, yet I have to return. Davy replied politely, it is all right. This is the king's order, so you cannot disobey it either. The princess thought sulkily, why would father do this? And then she left abruptly, no different from when she had appeared. When the carriage had gone some distance, Iria stuck her head out and shouted back, next time we go on a date, I will definitely go. Davy and Purser stood there, and both looked puzzled after hearing the princess say that. Davy smiled awkwardly and wondered to himself, a date. In his heart he thought, this was only ordinary courtesy toward an important guest. The guest from the kingdom arrived and left just like a gust of wind. And then the lively festival also came peacefully to an end. Davy smiled in satisfaction. At least I gained a few things. The match with Grand Duchess Catherine was truly useful. He had been able to test the secret art in preparation for facing the World Tree. If there was anything still lacking, then as expected, the efficiency remained low. Purser turned to look at Davy and asked, can that be handled? Davy held out his hand. He helplessly looked at the blue light radiating from beneath his hand. It can be done. But why does it have to be handled in that place? The value of a simple weapon had increased many times over, all thanks to the secret art. There was only one way to obtain this transcendent grade item, yet he could do nothing more, because the only one who could help him, Freya, had abandoned him. Davy placed his hands on his hips and looked up at the sky, his voice carrying a hint of complaint. She appears so quickly when she needs help. Truly a shallow god. In the end, I still had to find someone else to deal with the war against the World Tree. Davy sat at his desk, with Ami and the butler before him. Ami reported that the weapon manufacturing plan was still progressing as expected. We have begun training the people. It will not be long before we can establish an army. After hearing this, Davy rested his chin on his hand in thought, then replied, then what we lack most right now is food. We must use the army to strengthen the territory. Davy thought to himself, though it may not be useful, I still have to prepare for the worst. With that in mind, he asked Ami, has there been any progress in trading with the merchant guild? Ami grew hesitant at the question and replied, about that. Without waiting for Ami to finish, he ordered, that still is not enough. Tell them I want to buy all the food they have. Ami unexpectedly stammered and cut in. The merchant guild has already refused. I tried to negotiate, but they said they had received orders from the royal family of the Palan kingdom. Davy immediately asked, what do you mean refused? Just then, someone in a black cloak appeared and interrupted. Let me explain this. Sammy cried out in shock, Aina. The girl in the black cloak calmly replied, call me Jack. After that, he asked Davy, do you happen to know the current situation in Palan? Davy replied, how would I know? Then you must have heard of the wheat fields in southern Palan. Jack continued asking, then gave the answer himself. The place has fallen into enemy hands. William, who was sitting beside Davy, heard this and said anxiously, are mere low-level undead that serious? Jack replied, it is not that simple. I hear these undead move like trained soldiers. They do not feel pain, nor do they tire, so they are very difficult to deal with. In short, they are a major threat, though for Prince Davy, perhaps they are not worth worrying about. Hearing this, Davy laughed smugly, you understand me. Jack muttered softly, truly arrogant. Hearing Jack whisper, Davy asked, what did you just say? Jack quickly denied it, nothing at all. Then he continued, to you, they may be nothing much, but to ordinary people, they are a disaster. That is why they sent the White Bird Army commanded by Princess Elena into battle, but for now, they can only hold their ground. Hearing this, everyone began whispering, good heavens, this is the first time I have heard of undead with intelligence. Me too. Davy folded his arms and thought, it is indeed rare but not entirely impossible. Though they are originally mindless undead, if someone can force them to obey orders, they truly become a force few can match. And there is only one kind of person in this world who can do that, a high-ranking necromancer. Davy lowered his head, braced his hands on the desk, and thought with certainty, the one behind this is the one controlling the undead. After that, he asked Jack, how does the royal family of the Palan kingdom intend to handle this? Jack replied they have requested aid from other nations. The Rowan kingdom has decided to bring weapons and soldiers to support them. I hear Prince Paris will personally lead them. Paris, Davy rested his chin on his hand and thought, then said, they never mentioned this to me. He thought to himself, perhaps my dear father is trying to temper Paris. But just how far must he volunteer to sacrifice himself for this land? Thinking of that, he unconsciously clenched his teeth. That was another matter. More importantly, someone was obstructing preparations for the war against the World Tree. Then he spoke, Ami, I will join the war. People always say that the unlucky sometimes stumble upon unexpected fortune. That must be it. At a time when everyone had grown accustomed to peace, no nation on the continent could ignore this serious problem. The main grain-producing region had been occupied by the undead, while a strange plague was spreading everywhere. If Palan collapsed, the other nations would be the next targets. Once they realized the severity of the problem, they also began joining forces to solve it. All three kingdoms gathered together. As Davy stroked Loon's head, he looked around and said, has there ever been a time when so many kingdoms gathered like this? Iulis, standing beside him, replied, as far as I remember, this is the first time. Leaving aside the numbers, gathering this many resources was never easy to begin with. Hearing this, Purser spoke up, of course. By nature, people choose cooperation for the sake of benefit at times like this. We have been waiting for you, Sir Iulis, Prince Davy. Welcome, the second prince of the Palan kingdom. Sullivan stepped out cheerfully to greet them. Iulis stepped forward, shook Sullivan's hand, and said cheerfully, it has been a long time, Prince Sullivan. Sullivan politely replied, please forgive me for being unable to receive you more properly. Then Sullivan turned to greet Davy. I have heard Prince Davy's name many times. Though you are only a candidate, I am still deeply grateful that a saint chosen by the gods is also taking part. The two shook hands. Sullivan continued, I was also wondering who Elena's new friend was. It is my honor to meet you. Davy immediately asked about Elena's situation. Hearing this, Sullivan grimaced and replied, that stubborn girl, she absolutely refuses to return. Sullivan gestured for them to enter and continued, the other kingdoms have also all arrived. The many people gathered there immediately turned to look when they heard movement from the entrance. When they saw Iulis, Davy, and Loon, everyone began whispering, oh my, it is Sir Iulis. It seems the Red Tower has sent an elder here. When they looked toward Davy, everyone was curious. Who is the young man standing beside him? I have never seen him before. Hearing those words, Davy only smiled and thought to himself, that makes sense. Although the name Davian John had become famous after what happened in Palestine, no one could recognize me just by seeing my face. So for now, I will hide in Iulis' shadow. Davy stood behind Iulis and smiled mischievously. Suddenly, a delighted voice rang out. Well, haha, who could this be? Seeing Davy from afar, Carabella's eyes immediately lit up, and she shouted excitedly, Prince Davy, we meet again. Davy thought irritably to himself. Davy looked at the fire fox, who was smiling brightly. and thought, the Grand Duchess Firefox has appeared. Her excited voice echoed throughout the room. We must truly be fated to meet again like this. Is that not so? When everyone heard the title Prince Davy, they began discussing in astonishment. Prince Davy, someone from Lindis. Could that be the blessed prince of the Rowan kingdom? Meanwhile, Davy had his arm shaken by the Firefox until his face turned blue. He silently pleaded desperately, please stop. Davy spoke up to remind her, please do not use words that are so easy to misunderstand. This matter could reach the princess's ears. The Firefox laughed loudly. Ha ha, that will not happen. How could someone as pure as the princess misunderstand? Suddenly, a shrill shout rang out, if you two want to have a private chat, go somewhere else. This is not a private gathering place. The cross-shaped pendant swayed with the cold voice. I am here for the safety of this entire continent. It was Alice. She swept her hand aside and spoke firmly. If you only came here to socialize, then leave. Seeing Alice suddenly raise her voice, everyone immediately broke into noisy discussion. Oh my, they thought to themselves, it seems the Saintess candidate has endured quite a lot of hardship. Alice, the Saintess candidate, stood up with an extremely rigid expression. Suddenly, Grand Duchess Catherine was about to swing a direct blow at Alice. Her power drew along a fierce surge of force. At that moment, a guard immediately spoke up. Please stop, Duchess. The guard continued to warn her, if you go any further, we will regard this as an act of war by the Lindis kingdom. Grand Duchess Catherine calmly gripped the opponent's sword and said, do not be arrogant. Do you think a nameless nobody like you can divide the kingdom and the holy nation? The guard trembled with rage from head to toe. The female guard growled angrily. At that moment, Catherine raised her voice and asked, a stray dog like you dares to stick your nose into our affairs. She glared with contempt and said, if you want to show off, go somewhere else. If you still do not know your place, no one will be able to back you, whether it is the holy nation or anywhere else. At that moment, the guard had collapsed at Catherine's feet, and the sword in his hand had snapped in two. Witnessing that unbelievable power, Purser could not help but ask, she once lost a duel against you. Davy merely gave a short reply. There was no denying that Grand Duchess Catherine was the strongest person on this continent. At that moment, Alice was so furious that she clenched her teeth. She had no choice but to speak first. I apologize for my discourtesy, but I hope you will take this more seriously. Alice declared, we did not come here to play. Grand Duchess Catherine immediately retorted, then you had better lower your eyes when that person returns. Catherine continued, because I had to hide the disgust in my heart while struggling to restrain myself from acting. Hearing this, the guard could only tremble in fear. At that moment, Catherine rushed toward Davy and said loudly, listen carefully. Prince Davy will one day become close to our princess, so I am loyal to him as I am to the princess. She also reminded him coldly, you had better watch your mouth. Davy felt extremely uncomfortable after hearing it, while Purser behind him was delighted that she had just poured oil on the fire. Davy thought irritably, this crazy woman is causing another misunderstanding. A moment later, the meeting officially began, and everyone had already arrived. Sullivan stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Prince Sullivan Zeppelin of the Palin Kingdom. I know I still have many shortcomings, but I have been assigned as the strategist for this battle. Sullivan said that everyone must already understand the situation. At the same time, Davy was extremely annoyed at having to sit beside Catherine, inwardly wondering why this had to be the only chair left. Prince Sullivan added, this has not yet been made public, but the current number of living corpses has already exceeded 1,000. Casualties have also increased because the countermeasures were deployed too slowly. Below, Yahello, commander of the enforcement unit of the Contact's kingdom, loudly questioned, what has the Palin kingdom been doing all this time? Prince Sullivan Zeppelin shouted back in anger, what do you mean by that? Do you think we sacrificed so many soldiers so the number of living corpses would increase? What would you know? Prince Sullivan Zeppelin said sternly, the first wave that appeared at the ancient ruins numbered 50,000. Before our forces arrived, there were already 20,000 casualties, leaving 30,000. Hearing this, everyone instantly fell silent, every face showing clear fear of those monsters. Everyone began to murmur, even one living corpse monster was troublesome enough. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin continued, the area they occupy is now surrounded by 7 fortresses. The White Bird army of the Zeppelin kingdom is risking their lives to hold them back, and their commander is my younger sister, the owner of the Holy Sword, Princess Elena Zeppelin. At that moment, someone raised a hand and voiced an opinion. I do not think continuing the attack is a wise choice, because the number of living corpses will only keep increasing. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin replied, you are right, but if we withdraw from the front line, we will not be able to stop their destructive force. He continued, at present, the White Bird army is doing everything it can to hold them back without engaging them directly. We do not have much time left. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin believed they had no choice but to counterattack in order to end the current situation. He added, but joining forces haphazardly is not a good method either, so I want to divide the tasks clearly. At that moment, Galio stood up on his own, raised his weapon high, and said confidently, "Let our kingdom's enforcement unit lead the charge. I will use my sword to cut down the living corpses." Someone behind him added softly, "The green tower and blue tower will support the vanguard, and the red mages will also provide long-range fire support." At the same time, the person sitting beside Lena also spoke, "I will take the field on behalf of the Saint candidate, while the Temple Knights will split off to search for the mastermind behind this." At that moment, Grand Duchess Catherine merely remained silent with composure. Seeing this, Purser said quietly, "Grand Duchess Catherine seems rather quiet." Davy wondered what she was plotting now. Unexpectedly, Catherine had actually dozed off at some point. Suddenly, Grand Duchess Catherine jolted awake and asked, "What do you intend to do, Prince Davy?" Catherine folded her arms and continued, "To be honest, I was rather surprised to see you participate." Davy asked helplessly, "Do you think I am heartless?" Hearing this, Catherine slapped him hard on the shoulder, lifted her head, and laughed loudly. "Aha, how would I know? Are you not the one who knows best?" At that moment, Prince Sullivan Zeppelin said quietly, "I understand Prince Davy did not bring any troops here." Sullivan looked around and murmured inwardly, "I must find someone to protect him." Seeing this, Davy immediately spoke, "It is all right, you do not need to worry about that." He said calmly, "Instead, let me serve as the vanguard. I came to eliminate the living corpses, not to take part in a warlike battle." Hearing this, Prince Sullivan Zeppelin was somewhat confused, while Davy thought that he had to resolve this quickly so he could bring the food back. He thought, at this point, what is the point of hiding it? I still have to worry about the world tree. I should just show it, as long as it makes them not dare touch highs. Faced with Davy's decision, everyone was shocked, wondering if he was serious. Perhaps he was overconfident because he had received a god's blessing. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I object." Alice spoke up, "I have heard the rumors about your strength, but in combat, everyone has their own proper position." Alice asked quietly, "I heard Prince Davy has a talent for healing, correct?" Davy was silent for a moment before replying, "You are right." He looked toward Alice and silently thought about this girl. At the same time, Alice said firmly, "We alone are enough to deal with the living corpses. You only need to stay in the rear and tend to the wounded and sick soldiers." Davy asked softly, "Are you planning to take everything upon yourself?" Alice immediately replied, "The treaty clearly states that our church will fight the living corpses." Then she said coldly, "I hope you understand." Inwardly, Alice thought, "You may be a saint, but you are not a person of the Holy Kingdom. So go to the rear and use your healing ability." Understanding what the other party was thinking, Davy folded his arms and frowned, wondering if that was what she meant. Then Davy spoke, "Are you sure you can handle it?" Alice looked displeased. "What do you mean?" Davy said clearly, "A necromancer is not a simple opponent. Are you sure you have enough ability to deal with one?" Alice believed that as long as everyone here joined forces, even the Demon King would not be able to defeat them. "Moreover, you should think carefully before you speak, Prince Davy." Alice continued, "Your power may be just as the rumors say, but what you just said is no different from implying that if you do not take the field, this matter cannot be resolved." Hearing this, Davy fell silent for a moment, and he asked quietly, "What will you do if what I said is true?" Alice answered contemptuously, "Ha, stop making me laugh. I do not have time to argue with you." At that moment, Davy suddenly lowered his voice, making Alice flinch. He looked at her with icy eyes and asked, "Look at me. Do I look like I am joking?" Before that terrifying aura, Alice instinctively shuddered, goosebumps rising all over her body. At the same time, Iolaus helplessly held his head while Davy thought. Their ability to destroy living corpses was what made them confident, even excessively confident, because they had never known their true power. Wondered who exactly was being overconfident, while Alice's body was still trembling in waves. At that moment someone spoke up, "Indeed, if one blessed by a god like Prince Davy participates, it will certainly benefit us." Prince Sullivan Zalin was somewhat worried, "But the soldiers staying here are also precious lives, and we must treat them." They continued, "Therefore, I hope the prince will remain here. As for the fighting, leave it to us." Hearing this, Alice immediately smiled in satisfaction. Davy folded his arms and thought, "So this is how you intend to play it? I do not have time to fool around." Suddenly, he realized something. Davy immediately changed his attitude and obediently replied, "Fine. Fine, I will stay and take care of them." Prince Sullivan Zeppelin breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, thank you." Davy immediately replied, "Thanking me, you will definitely regret it." He said sternly, "I will say this first, unless I receive an apology and proper treatment, I will sit here quietly and watch until the living corpses occupy all of Palin and this entire continent." At that moment, a strange force suddenly spread throughout the entire room. Versa cried out in shock, "Death energy, are we that far away from the undead horde?" At that moment, Davy slightly curled his lips and murmured to himself, "Things are starting to get interesting." Moreover, the undead army knew nothing of negotiation. For poorly understood beings like them, all that remained were orders and ruthless cruelty toward their target. In the end, they would only stop when they were wiped from the battlefield, or when the one controlling them from behind was destroyed. Because the situation was so grave, immediately after the meeting, all soldiers of the unified army advanced to the fortress front line. They formed a solid formation, leaving no opening for the enemy. Everyone's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, as if they could charge in and tear the opposition apart at any moment. Truly laughable. The enemy was out there, yet they were still busy fighting among themselves. Looking down below, Davy quietly marveled, it really is grand. They believed that with such overwhelming numbers, the enemy would surely be crushed. But what they truly aimed for was only the reward after this conquest. And yet, I fear this opponent will not be easy to deal with. Davy immediately replied yes. Anyone could feel the icy atmosphere in that meeting, especially when a powerful summoner stood behind the undead army. It was the fear of death. Davy thought to himself, that makes sense. If I can sense such a chilling feeling from this far away, then it definitely cannot be taken lightly, if my guess is correct. If that mage truly gets serious, this army will be the one wiped out. At that moment, Alice had already mounted her horse, her eyes blazing with spirit. Davy inwardly chuckled with interest. Versa, standing beside him, spoke up. Envy makes people reveal their ugly side. A saint and a saintess successor are worlds apart. Even if they are chosen as the next saintess, they are merely born with a large reservoir of holy power and have not truly received a blessing yet. Davy thought that was why she harbored so many feelings toward him. Then Purser said softly, I do not think you will let her off easily. Davy replied, my priorities have changed. Purser asked in confusion, what priorities? At that moment, the system displayed a mission to heal no more than 20,000 infected people, reward undetermined. Davy was startled to realize the mission had appeared. After glancing over it, Purser was utterly shocked. 20,000, is that not far too large a number? Davy slightly curled his lips. It is certainly not simple, but there are no binding conditions either. Davy thought to himself that this mission did not have many restrictions, but infected people. Is it because she understands that trying to pressure me is useless? Purser also fell into thought. Davy nodded lightly and muttered inwardly, a mission that seems simple, yet makes me think this much. I am truly not used to it. Just then, cries from wounded warriors rang out inside the church. It hurts, it hurts. The entire scene was in chaos, and everyone kept urging one another on. Someone bring more painkillers here. Sterilize the surgical knife now, I have to operate immediately. They shouted loudly, hurry, change shifts. Versa quietly marveled, the rescue team is as busy as ever. Davy thought this place was no different from a battlefield. Looking at the man in red administering first aid to a victim, Davy said softly, that uniform, he must be from the disease control center of the Holy Kingdom. Versa immediately replied, he is quite skilled, truly fitting for a kingdom-level rescue team. After that, Versa whispered softly, but to be honest, I still do not trust them. Hearing that, Davy only gave a strained laugh, haha, then thought to himself that is why building trust is so important. There were still people like Baron Gornio, but Lady Linus's influence remained very great. At that moment she was simply staring ahead, unable to understand what was happening. In one corner of the room, two people kept shaking the motionless warrior lying below. Damn it, open your eyes, they howled in despair, tears streaming down. No, do not die in my hands. Purser said worriedly. Davy stopped just standing there and watching from afar. Davy realized they still lacked someone to guide them. If this continued, 7 out of 10 people would die. A mournful atmosphere shrouded the entire place. At the same time, the bald man sobbed and pleaded, just hold on a little longer, you cannot die. Davy spoke softly, move aside. They looked at each other in surprise. Who is that? Davy checked the condition and said, the heart has stopped. Observing more carefully, Davy realized the mutated bacteria had caused an infection, making the arm bleed without end. Normally, a wound like this could not kill someone so quickly. Groans of pain echoed throughout the room. Davy believed this disease was mutating under the influence of the death energy here. At that moment, the two warriors shouted loudly, who are you? Davy paid it no mind. He reached out and cast an electric shock on the motionless man. A flash of lightning immediately burst forth, stunning everyone around them. After a moment, Davy wondered in silence, even this cannot save him. Just then, the bald warrior shouted anxiously, what the hell are you doing? Davy thought to himself, then I will try this. Immediately after, he activated 7th tier holy magic, and a burst of light flared up, astonishing everyone. In an instant, that force spread outward and formed a ring of electricity. The feather gently fell onto the spot where the man who had just been deemed dead lay. Immediately after, his heart gradually began beating again, and his hands also moved faintly. Purser cried out in delight, Davy, he moved, he really came back to life. Davy calmly replied, looks like it was just in time. Davy immediately ordered, you there, bring ice here, as much as possible. You too bring plenty of clothes. He continued, and you only use painkillers on those I designate. The group obediently complied, yes. However, the young man in red still asked loudly in doubt, hey, who do you think you are? Davy replied gently, I am the first prince of the kingdom, Davy. Hearing that, the young man paused slightly, royalty. The bold warrior quietly reminded him, he is the real thing. Do not be foolish enough to act rude toward him. Everyone began whispering among themselves, is that the one who received the blessing? Could he cure this incurable disease? Seeing them making noise, Davy growled in irritation, what are all of you still standing there for? he shouted angrily. Someone has already died. Are you still planning to stand and watch? Only then did they hurriedly run off. Yes, my lord. Seeing that, Davy smiled faintly in satisfaction. Professionals really are different. They work quickly and neatly. He turned his gaze toward the system mission window. The number had risen to 1 out of 20,000. Davy unconsciously sighed. A full 20,000? Davy thought to himself, patients keep being brought in nonstop. Even if I heal them all, it may still not be enough. Should I consider it lucky that this disease was not caused by the undead? At that moment, Vusa spoke up. Many people will have to die. In war, even one small mistake is enough to cost thousands of lives. Purser said, I stand on the same side as you, so I cannot simply fold my arms and watch like this. Purser asked softly, if this continues, the casualties will keep rising. You have a better plan, do you not? Davy immediately replied, that is right. He thought that even worse things would happen later, though it was only a premonition. Purser asked worriedly, a premonition? Davy silently affirmed, yes, it is my intuition telling me. Even so, intuition was often most accurate in the situations people least expected. Too much had happened in a single short year, so this incident no longer struck anyone as strange. Purser asked worriedly, then do you mean something even worse is still waiting ahead after this? Davy continued, what does that have to do with anything? Purser hesitated before answering, perhaps we will only know once it happens. Immediately after, Davy broke into an eerie smile. In that case, he lowered his voice and muttered to himself, before that happens, I should put everything in proper order, should I not? Seeing that crazed look, Purser shuddered faintly. She cried out in alarm, there it is again, that terrifying smile. Davy still curled his lips and chuckled, then thought to himself, if I am going to create something, I have to make it truly polished. That was what I learned over the past 1,000 years. Davy's chilling laughter echoed through the castle for an instant. At the same time, in the brightly lit room, Alice clasped her hands in prayer. She clenched both hands tightly, with only one person in her mind, Davy. Remembering his carefree manner, Alice's gaze instantly grew deeply displeased. I truly cannot stand that man. Alice thought silently. I am a believer who serves the gods, delivering their divine oracle in the holy kingdom of Bansat, the sacred land where I have always smiled and endured every hardship. Alice thought resentfully, then why is a prince from some minor kingdom with no connection to the gods, who lay unconscious for 6 whole years, the one to receive divine grace? Alice gritted her teeth, her face filled with jealousy. The deity never answered me, abandoned me for 25 years, yet blessed a frivolous young man. Alice believed that was precisely why I went mad. As a saintess candidate, I should not act this way before the people, but this time I only want to do it. Why did a pebble falling from the sky steal my place? Alice thought irritably. What disappoints me even more is that the saintess candidate Lena seems to have accepted this, even believing it to be the will of God. But I truly cannot accept it. Alice took out a cross and called softly, Goddess Freya. She closed her eyes and prayed, why do you not answer me, when I have offered my prayers with all my heart? Just then, a warrior stepped over and called out, Saintess, the meeting is about to begin. Hearing that, Alice turned around with a gloomy expression. Alice clenched her hand and thought silently, not candidate but saintess. She told herself, I do not need to correct how he addressed me either. A moment later, once everyone had gathered, Alice spoke, I want all of you to trust me and follow me. Alice declared in a raised voice, those who reject the protection of the gods will be dealt with by my own hand. Behind her, Prince Sullivan Zeppelin was listening intently, while Grand Duchess Catherine nodded off from drowsiness. On the other hand, Davy thought that when people fell into a dilemma, their only choice was to keep going to the very end. At the same time, powerful bolts of lightning flashed at the gate. Instead, the undead came staggering over, and Zhang Ao cried out blankly. Davy thought to himself, then I will make use of this chaos. He stood towering in the middle of the battlefield, reminding himself to be as careful as possible, while the undead kept groaning without end. Seeing this, Purser sighed softly and muttered, good grief, you really know no fear. Even after confirming the coordinates, how can you still charge here so recklessly? Purser angrily smacked Davy on the head. Do you think this world is easy? Do you think there is no enemy you cannot defeat? Davy replied in annoyance, that hurts, what are you doing? I dare to do it because I have something reliable. He spoke to reassure her, do not worry, if this method does not work, I still have another trump card. Having no other choice, Purser could only accept it with a sulky face. At the same time, killing intent flared again in the eyes of the undead. Davy silently concluded, no matter what, this place has truly become a city of the dead. Standing amid the encirclement of undead, Purser asked softly, what are you planning to do now? Davy was very clear, there was only one thing to do at this moment. That was to drag out the stubborn necromancers hiding in the ancient ruins, leisurely enjoying this chaos, and grind them into ash. He said, 7 captures, 7 releases. As soon as she heard it, she froze and asked, what? Suddenly, the staff in Davy's hand began to glow. This was the very moment of transition. Davy explained, because those corpses will gather on their own when they see fire. He thrust the staff hard into the ground and continued, they will crave the untouchable light below. At the same time, a violent surge of energy quickly enveloped the entire space. Davy shouted loudly, I am your commander. He broke into a meaningful smile. Then, Davy gently raised his hand. Unexpectedly, he grinned and chuckled along with those dazed undead. They immediately began singing and dancing wildly. Purser anxiously hugged her bleeding arms tight. What the hell is this? I really cannot bear to listen anymore. The song still rang out, above Tigo level 2. At times like this, Purser, raise your head and look at the sky. You will see a star named G97. At the same time, Davy thought to himself, Hong Ki sings better than Ki too. Then he promised, let us sing together next time. In just an instant, the undead had been mentally manipulated. They raised their shields fiercely, their eyes blazing with cold blue light. Seeing this, Davy smiled in satisfaction at having seized control. Purser cried out helplessly, you fraud. Surprisingly, the undead gave off a faintly sorrowful feeling, and some even grew hair. Davy let out a sigh and said, let us deal with this first. Davy ordered in a raised voice, those who died of the plague and became undead, go to the right, the rest to the left, go. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. In the blink of an eye, the shields in the undead's hands vanished. Davy said, this is a spirit control magic circle. I do not need those who were victims of the undead. Rest in peace. You will forget all your painful memories when you reincarnate into your next life. The undead let out a confused cry. Davy added, I hope you live better in your next life. Then he tapped his staff, sending them off on a distant journey. Before disappearing, they still did not forget to say their thanks. Hearing that, Davy smiled with deep satisfaction. At this moment, Purser could not help praising him. That was worthwhile, unlike your usual style. Davy replied arrogantly, yes. On the other hand, the remaining shield-bearing undead were still standing there, and Davy said softly, it seems the preparations are complete. Purser asked worriedly, will this be all right? Quite a lot of them left. Davy answered at once, if necessary, I just need to seize more. He began to show a sinister smile. Hey, this is not the only place where undead are running rampant. A chill ran down Purser's spine, and she let out a soft cry. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed strangely, making Davy frown as he wondered why this was a forest. Purser said softly that this place had originally been grassland, not a forest. Hearing that, Davy immediately guessed those trees must have been created, and that all of them were dead. Davy continued, if you do not know, the moment you get close, those branches may strangle you to death, while the canopies silently weave tightly together. Purser quietly explained, a 7-ring necromancer. This is wide area magic that increases the caster's strength. Davy asked, it is waiting inside that takes some nerve. At the same time, the undead were still groping around in search of something. Davy calmly walked forward. Just as he stepped on a branch, a strange sensation suddenly appeared. Then an eerie voice rang out. How dare he do that? Immediately after came a voice full of fury. You not only dared to seize my army, but you even dare to prance around in this territory so calmly. The undead king bared his teeth and let out a mocking laugh. Then he loudly called to Davy, young necromancer. The death god growled and shouted, how dare you? At this moment, the ferocious undead beasts all bared their sharp teeth at Davy. The death god went on contemptuously, you stole my army and still dare to come see me. You are only a young necromancer. Even so, Davy still stood calmly and upright before the savage beasts. The death god hissed arrogantly, but I must praise you for stealing my army. Then let me test how capable you are. Davy curled his lips and sighed. These days a guest comes to visit and the host will not even show himself. He said softly, I must settle this quickly, then return to treat the wounded. At this moment, the quest window appeared. The number had risen to 109.25 out of 20,000. Davy thought that Lewin was currently impersonating him and controlling the situation in the command center's emergency room. Fortunately, Lewin's efforts, along with those of the people acting under his orders, all counted toward the quest. Davy observed the current situation. There were about 14 Death Knights, not a small number. All of them were riding undead dragons. Berserk said worriedly, there are also many undead of the giant beast type, Davy. Your army may be wiped out. Davy replied calmly, then I should balance things out a little. He drew his sword and quickly took a stance, ready to attack. Before we begin, I will tell you why I came here today. Davy said clearly, I do not know who you are, nor do I care why you staged this war. At the same time, the death god was sitting high above, watching every development. Davy narrowed his eyes, his voice turning cold. But if you are holding something I need, that is a different story. Immediately after, he thrust the sword in his hand straight into a beast, making it roar in pain. The death god shouted, intruder, what exactly do you mean? Davy answered firmly, from now on you will do as I say. He stepped on a beast and continued, stop playing at this meaningless war and obey me. I will soon find where you are. Hearing that, the death god hissed furiously, utter nonsense. At this moment, Davy opened his energy force, increasing the strength of the undead that had submitted to him. He said resolutely, and I will destroy you. As soon as he finished speaking, Davy's eyes blazed with a terrifying aura. A surge of light quickly covered the space, along with angel wings that flickered in and out of sight. This was the level 8 holy magic skill, Blessing of God. Davy spoke, our allies will become my will. and my remorse will become theirs as well. He added, our priceless strengthening magic will become the worst prayer for them. At the same time, the beasts raised their heads and roared. Without further hesitation, Davy immediately cast his ultimate move, the second form of level 9 holy magic, Repentance. The undead seemed to have their hearts pierced by the Sun of Truth. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, the death god immediately sprang to his feet. He asked in panic, what is this? Davy faintly curled his lips. Do not be so quick to be surprised. He continued, there is still more. A stream of light carrying lightning immediately flashed in the pitch-black sky. They contained immense energy force. It was level 8 offensive holy magic, Divine Staff. In just an instant, the attack transformed into a violent cluster of lightning, striking straight down across the entire forest. At the same time, the death god's face shook violently. He clung tightly to the chair, letting out a groan of pain. Directly, the death god shouted, Divine Staff, impossible. Davy asked disdainfully, what do you mean impossible? He swung his hand and continued, now you should come out of your hiding place yourself. Immediately after, an extremely powerful explosion erupted. Davy clasped his hands and spoke, what I need is not almighty power, but your blessing and your mercy. He said softly, please do not look this way for the next 300 seconds. I will handle everything here. At the same time, the strength, agility, toughness, and steel bone stats of the allied undead group continued to soar. Seeing that, Berserk silently judged, you are using that voice to speak to a god again. You really have gone mad. At this moment, the death god still could not believe the truth before his eyes. Intruder, why can a necromancer use this blasphemous holy magic? Davy asked with interest, are you curious? After that, he said coldly, then keep being curious, because you will never know. Hearing that, the death god was momentarily speechless. At this moment, the allied undead force had gradually gained the upper hand against the savage beasts. Tore the beasts apart as if grinding dry grass. Seeing that, the death god could not hold back and hissed, filthy thief, fine, let us see if you can find me. The entire forest suddenly sank into dense darkness, and the death god spoke. This is the maze created by this death god himself. He added, there are still a few places that can swallow you whole. Davy tightened his grip on his weapon and cut in, why should I bother going through a maze? Then he swung his sword powerfully, creating clean slashes like a chef cutting sashimi. Davy said coldly, I only need to bring it all down. Powerless, the death god cried out angrily, do you find this game that amusing? Davy faintly curled his lips in delight. Next, he continued swinging his sword, Davy's power creating violent explosions. In the blink of an eye, he had taken control of the situation, and was almost about to shatter the entire forest. Amid the thick cloud of dust and smoke, the death god staggered to his feet. He let out an angry groan. Seeing his opponent, Davy immediately spoke. So you belong to the giant race, the death god growled and asked. You know about the giant race, too? Intruder, Davy immediately replied. This is my first time seeing them with my own eyes. The death god clasped his hands behind his back and spoke. So the giant race has vanished from the world. That man continued, I never expected you would be able to set foot in this place. I will acknowledge your strength. Though you came here by cheating, the skill needed to do that can also be considered part of your power. The death god held out his hand and said softly, then intruder, tell me your name. Davy replied coldly, before asking someone else's name, you should introduce yourself first. The death god obediently nodded, fair enough. That man began to speak, my name is Claire. But before he could finish, Davy cut him off, never mind, I no longer want to know. Faced with the other's blatant contempt, the death god was now seething with rage. That man roared furiously, you bastard, black hole. At the same time, he unleashed an attack shrouded in mysterious purple toward Davy. However, with just a light wave of his hand, he was already able to suppress that black hole technique, as expected of someone carefully nurtured. The death god's attack was knocked into the ground in a completely meaningless way. Before Davy's surge of force, the death god hurriedly retreated a few steps and let out a low hiss. That man cried out in shock. You not only stole my army, you also use both magic and a sword of light. You can cast dark magic without chanting. The death god gnashed his teeth in fury, then shouted, that cannot be. Someone like you should not exist in this world. The death god continued, human, I have discovered your true identity. Hearing that, Davy merely curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. The giant lich elder Jofen once spent 3 years studying magic. In that era, he was considered a genius, never losing to anyone thanks to diligent training and his ability to seize opportunities. Jofen thought, but this time was different. As for curses, that man was never used to this type of magic. Cleophon was astonished to see that he could operate 8th circle necromancy within a human body. Not only that, throughout the entire battle, that man had not even recited an incantation. It was as if the whole world favored him. At that moment, Davy continued launching attacks toward Cleophon. Even so, Davy still did not let his guard down, because the other side was also using spells that were far from simple. The strike landed directly on Cleophon, making that man cry out in pain. Ah, Cleophon inwardly judged that Davy's swordsmanship was so sharp it could even cut down a lick. Cleophon let out a low hiss. Ah, the death god felt a faint chill before Davy's presence. Strong, that man was truly far too strong. Cleophon thought, even if he restored his strength, the result would not change. Thinking so, that man spoke. I acknowledge you, young man. Geoffrey said softly, I do not know how, but your power is already equal to mine, a death god. Judging by the scope of the magic you cast, you are certainly far beyond me. You are exactly like my master, King of Helldam Yen. Davy could not be bothered to care, only coldly threw out one line. Nonsense. Immediately after that, he continued unleashing fierce attacks, bringing a series of powerful explosions in their wake. Seeing this, Griofin said with interest, Kuhihi, you have made me curious. I am an 8th circle mage. His eyes blazed with killing intent. Then he continued, no matter what kind of circle mage you are, you cannot hide before me. Cleophon reached out, intending to seize Davy's head, his voice sinking. Let me see. That instant, Cleophon successfully bound the other party with chains. That man lowered his voice in threat. Your secret. Through his clouded eyes, Cleophon continued, I will confirm it myself. Unexpectedly, the death god suddenly could no longer move. Griofin cried out in horror, a wall, what exactly is this thing? Davy immediately grabbed his head and reminded him in a cold voice, do not get arrogant. After that, Davy slammed Cleophon hard into the water. His power created a shock as if shaking heaven and earth. Looking at the death god trembling on the ground, Davy continued, those who reach a transcendent level of magic usually know how to conceal themselves. As for you, a bastard who only knows how to command corpses, and you dare call yourself a death god, how laughable. He curled his lips disdainfully, try harder next time, though saying that now probably has no meaning anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Davy stomped heavily on the death god's body. He spoke mockingly, but either way, you should at least do your best. At the same time, in the Barren Empire, someone hurriedly reported, Your Holiness, there is a patient. A bold warrior reported in haste, the epidemic is spreading. Everyone has the same symptoms. Hearing that, Loon in Davy's form said softly, Loon, it is time to work. Suddenly he spoke, such terrible acting, I give it -1 point. The bold warrior asked blankly, huh? Davy immediately replied, nothing. Let us go treat the patients. He hurriedly trotted away. The people around could not help sighing in admiration. Who would have thought that even this place, no different from hell, could change? It is truly wonderful. They still found that miracle hard to believe. Is this the power of the saint blessed by God? One person said softly, now I understand why Baron Gornio was so excited when mentioning Prince Davy's achievements. He continued, though I still cannot understand His Highness's strange way of speaking and acting. At this moment, Loon in Davy's form was so dazed that he slammed his head into the wall. Everyone cried out in panic, Prince. They looked at that scene and inwardly thought, sure enough, no one is perfect. When they stepped outside, everyone called out loudly, Prince Davy, please take a look. The patient's symptoms are completely different from the cases we know. Loon in Davy's form calmly replied, let me examine him first. He began analyzing weak pulse, high body temperature. The body is in very poor condition. The victim groaned in pain. Ugh. Loon in Davy's form immediately said, search treatment method. Right after that, he suddenly shot off under everyone's stunned gazes. Loon in Davy's form muttered, chance to escape, substitute. The bold warrior asked in shock, huh? Where did His Highness go? They hurriedly reached out and called after him, Prince. At this moment, the real Davy had appeared. He spoke, everyone stop right now. Hearing his voice from behind, the bold warrior could not help being startled. Davy said sternly, we will change how we treat them. Divide the patients by body temperature and the condition of their eyes. Davy continued, I will announce a separate treatment method for each group of patients. Start moving. At this moment, the bold warrior was still dazed. Seeing that, Davy pointed at him and asked loudly, hey, I have never seen you before. Where did you come from? The bold warrior replied in confusion, were you not just with me, Your Highness? Davy asked again, which department do you belong to? The young man immediately replied, the medicinal materials department. Davy said sternly, good. Then bring the things written in this prescription to my tent. Though he felt something was not right, the bold warrior still obediently followed the order. Seeing the young man's sluggish manner, Davy barked in irritation. Are you trying to drag things out until the patients die? What are you standing there for? Facing that face full of killing intent, the bold warrior hurriedly rushed away. I am going right now. He thought in confusion, is this the true personality of His Holiness? That warrior became even more certain of one thing. Sure enough, no one in this world is perfect. At this moment, Davy fiercely shouted at everyone, move faster, you bastards. A moment later, he lightly turned his wrist and murmured, so it was easier than I thought. Standing on the wall, Davy spoke, always complaining about being tired, and she even makes up for it too. Then he softened his voice and said to the golem, I will reward you with ice cream later. Davy asked Han about the situation. How are things going? Paris always replied, Lady Paris always and her juniors have already taken care of him, sir. Luong continued, according to the report he keeps asking to go to the front line. Davy asked again, and then, Luan answered at once, I knocked him unconscious, sir. The weakness of humans is that they pass out very easily. Hearing that, Davy praised her. Well done. At that moment, Luan asked softly, Lord Davy, is everything still going smoothly, sir? Davy replied, yes, soon there will be very big news. A few days later, just as he had predicted, the command center received several pieces of extremely important information. The corpse army was trying to force the front line into launching an all-out assault. Because of that, they were the undead. Moreover, the death light grew stronger and made the plague worsen rapidly. The undead army also had an elite squad of death soldiers and a grotesque being calling himself the Lich Death God. Cleofen had begun to act. As a result, the allied forces suffered heavy losses, and the entire battlefield was steeped in the scent of mourning. While Davy was treating the wounded, someone quietly approached behind him. He called out Davy. Looking at the wounded girl before him, Davy asked softly, You do not look very well, Alana. At the same time, Prince Sullivan Zeppelin stood behind her with an exceedingly awkward expression, to the point that he did not dare look straight at him. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin took the initiative to speak. I need your help, Davy asked coldly, and then, Prince Sullivan Zeppelin hurriedly asked, Have you not heard anything? Davy replied softly, News really spreads fast. The command center is currently in a severe collapse. Hearing that, Sullivan hesitated slightly. That matter, out of patience, Davy went straight to the point. Then what exactly do you want to say? Prince Sullivan Zeppelin lowered his voice, Please help. Before he could finish, Davy answered coldly, I do not want to. He continued in irritation, You should have already guessed my answer, should you not? Davy looked at the chaotic battlefield, where armored skeletons and monsters were appearing everywhere. He realized that the Allied side's first battle had not been very difficult. It had even been strangely easy to win, because the undead seemed to give up halfway and charge straight ahead without bothering to notice the traps underfoot. Thinking of that, he suddenly understood the reason. Perhaps that was why the Allied side's momentum had become overwhelming. In his mind appeared the image of Sullivan standing on a rocky outcrop with his hand raised in encouragement, Alice beside him, while everyone praised Prince Sullivan and Saintess candidate Alice. After raising morale, that man and she smiled in satisfaction as they looked at the soldiers below, burning with fighting spirit. The fact that Prince Davy was the strongest no longer mattered, because they only remembered that they had survived, and that the person who had led them to victory was standing before their eyes. Seeing the soldiers abandon her to follow another direction, Alina was unwilling to accept it and tried to hold them back, but it was useless. She said they needed Davy's help, but everyone ignored her because of the influence of the prince and Alice. When the soldiers all abandoned Alina and turned back toward Alice, she stepped out from among them and looked at Alina with contempt. Stop acting like a child, Princess Elena. Every casualty stems from your shortcomings. She did not stop there, continuing to cast Elena a disdainful look, her tone sharp with ridicule. I admit you have talent, but you are still too immature to step onto a battlefield. Faced with those words of blame and mockery, Elena could only lower her head, silent and unable to argue back. Seeing her like that, Davy understood that Elena, who had tried to stop things from getting worse, had been treated like a useless princess. After mocking Elena to her heart's content, Alice smiled triumphantly and turned away in satisfaction. It was all because Saintess candidate Alice had manipulated the hearts of the people. After speaking, Alice walked toward the open ground, where soldiers in armor stood in neat rows with weapons in hand. Thanks to her quick judgment of the situation and the victory in the subjugation, she had built authority within the Allied army in only a few days, except for Grand Duchess Catherine, Elder Eurus, and Elena, who had been at odds with her from the beginning. People just mentioned were all separated completely by Sullivan. Before leaving, Elena still looked back at the army with regret, and from then on, no one spoke out in opposition anymore. Watching the three obstacles leave, Alice and Sullivan stood there smiling smugly as if they had reaped a great harvest. Everything seemed to be going exactly according to their wishes, but life does not go as one dreams. The peaceful scene did not last long before the fortresses began to fall, and everything was overturned before the subjugation force could act. In the end, apart from the three fortresses led by Elena, one fortress of Grand Duchess Catherine, and three fortresses belonging to the Allied headquarters, all of them collapsed. Alice stood in the middle of the battlefield, stunned as she looked around at fallen soldiers everywhere. There were too many wounded to count, and Alice could not treat all of them. After looking around for a while and finding no one beside her, Alice finally tasted fear. The morale of the Allied army was gradually falling apart. Elsewhere, Sullivan appeared before Davy at the head with Elena behind him, and made a request without the slightest goodwill. I will be direct, help us. But he immediately refused decisively, without even thinking. I do not want to. Faced with that refusal, Sullivan froze and tried to persuade him, Prince Davy. But Davy did not let him continue and said bluntly, Prince Sullivan, Everyone must stand in their proper place. That is very important. I am sure you understand what I mean. Right after that, Davy continued, I remember once asking you to send me to the front line, but you refused. Do I look like a tool that can be taken out and used whenever needed? Each of his words made Sullivan fall silent, unable to refute. Davy did not stop, continuously presenting reasons that left the other party no chance to interrupt. From the very beginning, I was never part of the Allied army. I only came to help for personal reasons. After speaking, he turned around, put both hands in his pockets, and leisurely walked away. As he walked, he said, now everything is useless anyway. I am only teaching how to treat patients according to High Priestess Freya's words. Seeing him about to leave, Sullivan hurriedly shouted, wait, please wait, Prince Davy. Without making him wait long, Sullivan pleaded loudly, I admit that I was foolish. Hearing that, Davy stopped. Seeing him turn his head and pay attention to him, Sullivan immediately humbled himself and begged, please help us. I cannot keep watching the soldiers leave the battlefield one after another. Hearing that, Davy thought for a moment, then nodded, fine, let us say I help you. Sullivan raised his head in delight, but life does not go as one dreams. Davy continued, but as you know, why do I not see the face of the person who should be taking responsibility for this? Faced with that question, Sullivan stiffened, choked speechless and unable to answer. Looking at his bewildered appearance, Davy coldly spoke a name, Saintess candidate Alice. It seemed as if things would stop there, but Davy still mocked her without mercy. Is she the Pope? I do not understand why she is so rigid. After mocking her, Davy crossed his arms and gave his final demand. Go back and tell candidate Alice. In his mind, Davy quietly judged that although it was an honorable position, in terms of authority, even in the Holy Kingdom, he was still above her. Then why did she not come to see Davy herself if she needed help? Escaping from his thoughts, he bluntly voiced all his dissatisfaction. There is a limit to looking down on others, because last time was the only time I would let it pass. Hearing that, Sullivan's face turned deathly pale with fear, making Davy slightly more satisfied. She had to be awakened by reality before she would come to her senses. After setting out his condition, Davy turned his head and ordered, Luan, see the commander out. Only then did Sullivan come back to his senses, shouting as if using all his strength. Wait, Prince Davy. Called back, Davy asked in suspicion, do you still have something to say? Sullivan pushed his fear aside and reported the situation seriously. Right now, the soldiers are gradually becoming exhausted. If you do not help, then... Knowing what he was about to say next, Davy immediately cut him off. The patients here are the same. Right after those words, painful groans rang out. Davy stated, I am doing my own work. With that, he turned his back and left, not forgetting to show a faint smile. But I suppose it is not like that at the front line. To make his words more convincing, he even let out a sigh. I wonder whose fault this is. Faced with that veiled reproach, Sullivan sank into silence. After Sullivan left, Elena sat down, removed the crown from her hair, and threw it aside. After throwing it away, she braced herself with her hands and sat there with a relieved sigh. Witnessing that scene, Davy could not help but remark, that really is unexpected. After that remark, Davy turned to another matter. Why did you not speak up, Elena? Hearing that question, she turned to look at him but still remained silent. A moment later, Elena reached up and tousled her hair, sighing as she complained. What would change if I said it? You want me to do that even though you know my personality so well? I am going to lose my mind. This is really irritating. After pausing briefly, Elena asked in confusion, I do not know anymore, Davy. Which side should I stand on in the end? He put both hands in his pockets and looked at her thoughtfully. Then he sat down, lifted her hand, and replied while treating her, asking for help is the proper thing to do, even for the interests of the Empire. But on the other hand, what would truly be good? Without waiting for him to answer, Elena continued on her own. You are not a subject of the Empire, only someone who came to support us. Yet they ignore your opinion and think they can treat you however they like. What will happen next? Davy remained silent, focused on treatment, while Elena continued speaking. This time it may be you, but next time it will be someone else. If so, everything will simply repeat itself. At the mention of it, Elena grew so angry that her cheeks puffed out. What annoyed her even more was that things had turned out this way because of Alice, the Saintess candidate. Whenever magic was mentioned, they had to obey the Holy Kingdom because the treaty said so. I endured her for that reason, but now I cannot take it anymore. Seeing her like that, Davy softened his voice to soothe her. You have been through a lot too. As soon as he finished speaking, a flame flared up, accompanied by Elena's furious voice. If we do not want this to happen again, we must seize the chance right now. Elena's face darkened as she enunciated every word. Looking at that sight, Davy felt both helpless and speechless. You are so angry you are practically on fire. At his agreement, Elena gradually calmed down. Please, Davy. Elena sat below, looking up at him with pitiful, pleading eyes. I do not know what you plan to do, but when everything is over, take me away from here. Davy rose to his feet, his face showing not the slightest emotion, even as Elena continued to plead earnestly. I will do anything, so please. Time flew by like a dog racing through a field, and a week had already passed. The situation worsened further when the 8 fortresses in the southern part of the Farron Empire, guarded by the Gunrory region, were destroyed by the enemy. During that time, Davy did not waste a single second and devoted himself to saving patients. He looked at the number displayed on the system screen, thinking quietly that last week it had only been just over 1,000. Davy crossed his arms and assessed the current situation with Purser. It finally passed 70%, so there should only be about 7 days left. Purser looked at the number on the screen as though doubting the meaning of life. Even though the war has grown more intense, casualties have clearly decreased. It is hard to believe. Davy lightly moved his hand and said something shocking. I brainwashed that bastard. Going back to before, he had once placed his hand on a strange helmet. I made her intensify her attacks, while also making her more submissive, so there would be no major trouble when the allied fortress retreated. Back in the present, he was standing atop the tower and looking into the distance. The command center must be furious over repeated failures, and all I have to do is observe the situation. In the Great Hall at that moment, 2 heavily wounded soldiers began to complain. Damn it, we are finished. Yes, damn it indeed. After lamenting, the 2 shifted to another topic. What is wrong with the Saintess candidate? She is too useless. Her holy power is no different from an ordinary monk's. Those words made Davy turn his head in interest, and before he realized it, public opinion had become very bad. Starting with those 2 criticizing her, the whole group quickly joined in. Because of the repeated failures, the reputations of Commander Sullivan and Alice, the Saintess candidate, had hit rock bottom. More precisely, Alice, who had once risen with astonishing speed, was now suffering a fierce backlash. They chatted for a while longer before the door burst open and a sparse army staggered inside. Alice came with that army, her head bowed low and not daring to say a word. The others were just as dispirited as she was. Seeing the group enter, those present immediately stirred up even more discussion. Good heavens, they retreated all the way back here. It really is unbelievable. Davy did not notice at all that a figure was approaching behind him, and simply stretched to ease his stiffness. Only after he finished stretching did his gaze slowly glance behind him. Just like that, the 2 faced each other in silence, neither saying a word. After a while, Alice was the first to speak. She looked at Davy with eyes full of mockery and contempt, then loudly reproached him. I truly cannot understand someone like you. Davy refused to back down either, turning his head, spreading his arms, closing his eyes, and answering with a faint smile. What a coincidence, I cannot understand someone like you either. Hearing that, Alice lost the argument, turned her face away, bit her lip in frustration and spoke. Do I look like I am joking? She did not stop there, even throwing out a deeply insulting line. Why can a demon like you receive divine grace? The more she spoke, the less she could restrain her anger, until she shouted, you only being stubborn before people standing on the line between life and death right in front of you. If you are not a demon, then what are you? Those words made everyone cover their faces to hide their shock, while Davy immediately retorted, I only wonder who is truly being stubborn when all I need is an apology. It seemed as if things would stop there, but Davy suddenly grew serious and looked straight at her with a cold, sharp gaze. Is it not deeply shameful choosing to ignore victory just to protect your petty, worthless ego? Not wanting to be cornered, Alice regained her composure, clenched her fists and spoke in a fierce stream. Your duty is only to support me with that enormous amount of holy power. Do not think having a holy mark gives you the right to be arrogant. As if gaining momentum, Alice spoke without stopping, giving him no chance to cut in. You have only learned how to use holy power for 1 year, while I have trained in it since I was 5. At this point, she raised her hand and pointed straight at his face, declaring, do you think that just because you have a holy mark, you can learn everything I do? At that question, Davy rubbed his head, weary to the point of helplessness. Good grief, do you not listen when others speak? As soon as he finished, veins were already throbbing on Alice's forehead. I am truly furious with the great goddess Freya. At those words, Davy frowned and asked back, then why could I not receive divine grace? At the mention of this, Alice could not hide her fury. She raised a hand to her chest, clenched it into a fist, and ground out each word, if I were the true saintess. At this point, her voice softened and grew quieter as she painted a distant vision. Then everyone would not have had to sacrifice themselves like this. Davy, with dead fish eyes, raised his hand to activate his power and spoke bluntly. Go ahead and say it all. Immediately after that, before Alice's pale face and wide eyes filled with fear, a sword flew straight toward her from afar. Davy summoned the sword, then pointed its tip directly at the center of Alice's chest under her terrified gaze. He declared in a cold voice, this is the reason you cannot become a saintess. Seeing Alice threatened, the soldiers present gritted their teeth, some placing their hands on their weapons, others drawing swords as if to charge. Davy ignored them and continued speaking. Listen carefully, the reason you did not receive a holy mark is not because I stole it. Thinking of something, Davy curled his lips into a sinister smile. There is no such thing as a limit on the number of people who can receive a holy mark. Escaping his train of thought, he smiled faintly and let out a cold sentence. It is simply because you are incompetent. Faced with that scornful assessment, Alice grimaced and looked at him as if she wanted to devour him alive, still stubbornly voicing her thoughts. For generations, there's only ever been one saintess. What would you know? Even after being told he knew nothing, Davy did not lower the sword, instead adding a few more provocative words. Then how much do you know about the great goddess Freyja? Not stopping there, Davy frowned, his face stern as he pressed her with questions, each one striking a weak point. What is the difference between divine and sacred? How do you know whether they were created by God or by humans? In his heart, he also sneered, her being a merciful goddess. Sure, keep dreaming. Thinking of that, his mind began searching through a flood of information. From the very beginning, Freyja had never directly taught humans anything. She only granted power and blessings so they could find their own path. Escaping his train of thought, Davy hoisted the sword onto his shoulder and looked down with contempt at Alice, who was stunned on the ground. You do not even know the basics, so what exactly is so wonderful about you? Having been struck where it hurt, Alice could not swallow her anger and shouted back, "Are you not the same?" This time, Davy did not deny it and even went along with her. "Well, it is true that I do not know what Freyja is thinking either." As soon as those words came out, Alice had a reason to scold him without missing a beat. "How blasphemous, you really are a heretic. A devout lamb would never compromise with a demon." In the end, unable to bear continuing the conversation with him, Alice dragged the two soldiers protecting her and stormed off, though she did not forget to declare, "Even if I die, I will never ask for your help." After that conversation, which had been anything but pleasant, the war escalated to the point where retreat was impossible. The Allied forces were pushed back by the undead assault, and their next target was this main base. As for him, the number on the system screen kept leaping, jumping straight from 15,000 to 19,000. Looking at those numbers, Davy crossed his arms and stared attentively at the screen, feeling extremely satisfied. "It looks like I only need about 1,000 more to reach my goal." Just then, a girl appeared, raising a hand to call him Prince Davy. The owner of that voice was Lena, a saintess candidate of the Holy Kingdom. She walked over with a still warm loaf of bread in her hands. "Please eat this." Faced with Lena's enthusiasm, Davy could only helplessly refuse. "It is all right, candidate Lena." Seeing that, Lena hurriedly offered the bread again and pleaded, "Please do not refuse." Afraid he would not accept, she quickly explained, "No matter how hard a person tries, they still need to eat to replenish their energy." At this point, Lena seemed to gain momentum and kept moving from one topic to another. Davy did not pay much attention to her words, only silently assessing her. Lena was another saintess candidate, trained by the Holy Kingdom alongside Alice. Because of Alice's fierce and childish personality, Lena had been pushed out of the race from the start. In the end, Davy still accepted the loaf of bread. The two sat leaning against the wall, he eating while Lena continued, talking nonstop about something. "You have no idea how reassured we are with you, Prince. I am truly glad that the patients have suffered less pain thanks to you." At the mention of that, she could not hide her joy, turning to Davy and smiling so brightly her eyes narrowed. As expected, a smile is still better than a gloomy face, is it not? Hearing that, Purser floated beside him and silently commented, "Honestly speaking, her insight is far more like a saintess than that other person." Davy chewed the bread while watching, then agreed completely. Agreed. After ending the conversation with Purser, Davy braced his hands on his thighs and voiced the question he had kept buried for a long time while chewing his bread. "A battle is raging out there. Are you not worried?" Lena touched her chin in thought, then replied, "We only need to do what we should do here." Pulling herself out of her thoughts, Lena clasped her hands together, a contented smile blooming on her lips. "If I could, I would also like to go out and treat the soldiers who are fighting, but I do not have the strength to stop the advance of the undead." Davy fumbled for ages and still had not finished eating the loaf of bread. Hearing her words, he lowered the hand holding the bread, pressed his lips together, and silently thought about it. Amid the peaceful atmosphere, a soldier holding a sword suddenly rushed in a panic. That man swung his sword and ran wildly all over the place, shouting as if he had just received the most shocking news of his life. "The western fortress has been attacked." Seeing that everyone still did not move at all, the soldier shouted even louder, "An order has been issued to evacuate everyone." Hearing the news, Lena shot to her feet in shock, while Davy remained seated, chewing his bread as if nothing had happened. Thinking of the strangeness of it, Lena looked at the soldier and reproached him. The western wall should have been guarded by candidate Alice. But before she could say more, the soldier shouted and cut her off. "There is no time, Saintess Lena. We must leave through the nearest gate." It seemed the matter would end there, but the soldier began making the people around him uneasy. "This place will not hold for long because the west has been breached." Lena grew even more flustered. "What should we do?" At that moment, Davy finished his bread, pushed himself up with a hand on his knee, and calmly said, "Keep treating the patients, candidate Lena." After saying that, he placed his hand on her head and gently pressed down, making Lena sit again, then reassured her in a soft voice, "The undead will not be able to set foot in here." The gesture made her blush in embarrassment, though her heart was still full of unease. After stopping her, in a corner no one noticed, Davy wore a meaningful smile. There is no way I am leaving this place before I reach 20,000 points. Seeing that expression, Lena let out a small scream in her heart. Prince Davy. Realizing he had gone a little too far, he hurriedly withdrew his hand. Ah, sorry. Lena also stood up, her face flushed, not daring to raise her head, yet still softly comforting him. It is all right. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she hesitantly asked, are you going to the front line? Without waiting for him to answer, Lena searched around and took out a small bracket with a stone embedded in the center, then handed it to him. Please take this with you. Davy did not refuse and accepted it, lifting it to examine before judging it. This is a good item. Purser also looked over curiously. Seeing that he had accepted it, Lena gave one final reminder. Please be careful. To make her warning more sincere, Lena clasped her hands before her chest and closed her eyes, praying with all her heart, may God protect you. Outside on the battlefront, explosions large and small rang out one after another, creating an extremely fierce scene. Mixed among the dazzling explosions were the terrified screams and groans of soldiers. I do not want to die, I really do not want to die. Before the sight of the soldiers being beaten into disorder, Alice stood on a rocky outcrop, raised her sword high, and stubbornly ordered everyone to advance. Do not retreat, we absolutely cannot compromise with the demons. The more she spoke, the more she lost control. This is a holy war. If we fall, the entire continent will fall into the hands of demons. However, Sullivan did not continue causing chaos and firmly demanded a retreat. We must withdraw, candidate Alice. Though the battlefield had already fallen apart, she still stubbornly objected. We cannot. If we retreat, what will become of everything? She continued, painting countless terrifying possibilities. Do you think this will stop here? It will not only spread to the capital Farin, it will swallow this entire continent. Refusing to let Alice say more, Sullivan darkened his face, pointed at himself and shouted, I am the captain here. Giving her no chance to cut in, Sullivan scolded her at length. Even if there is a treaty with the Holy Kingdom, do not overstep your authority. As the two were arguing fiercely, Davy appeared with a spear in his hand. Looking at the chaotic scene below, he sighed. What a mess. Setting that matter aside, Davy smiled at the spearhead and said, if the holy mark were given to someone like her, the result would be all too obvious. What Davy was holding was Holy Spear Longinus. He looked at the exquisitely carved spearhead and gave a soft sigh. That is why she absolutely should not be given such power. With those words, Davy activated its power, causing the spear to hover before him. From the shaft, a gentle yet dazzling golden light gradually spread through the entire space. That light quickly shifted to blue, enveloping the soldiers below and making them exclaim in surprise. That is, the other two also stopped arguing. Sullivan alone raised his head, stunned as he recognized the person who had appeared, Prince Davy. Witnessing everything before her, Alice turned red with anger, so jealous that she could not help grinding her teeth. Before that fixed gaze mixed with hatred, Davy paid it no mind. He smiled in satisfaction, then activated the 8th tier Holy Arc Canopy of Heaven, causing glittering stars to appear across the sky. After Davy appeared to provide aid, the chaos was quickly brought under control. Even so, the losses were still far from small, with dust, smoke, and the remnants of explosions still hanging everywhere. When the cleanup of the ruins had just finished, the soldiers present could not contain their emotions, raising their hands together and cheering in joy. Everyone's joy rose higher and higher, until they could not hold back and swung their swords in a chaotic celebration. Amid that lively, jubilant atmosphere, Alice quietly left alone, her figure gloomy and silent. Davy stood on the city wall, resting the holy spear on his shoulder, one hand on his waist, staring at the only room that still had a light on and wondering, what should I do now? Looking at the room and Alice's lonely figure for a while, Davy felt both helpless and indifferent. She does not even realize this is a situation meant to evaluate her ability. Hearing that, Purser immediately grew full of questions. Did she not have no chance of becoming the saintess from the very beginning? Davy thought for a moment, then denied it. Not necessarily. That answer left Purser even more confused. Seeing her expression, Davy thought a little longer and explained in detail. Every person is born with a different amount of holy power, and the candidates chosen by the holy nation are all people with abundant holy power. Those words made it seem as though a huge question mark had appeared over her head. Looking at her expression as if she were doubting life itself, Davy helplessly explained more clearly. In other words, they are people chosen by the gods, but even if they possess enormous holy power, receiving a blessing still depends on how they overcome the trial. Whether they can become the saintess or not is based on that. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Davy organized his words and added, meaning both Alice and Lena meet the first condition, while the second condition is what truly reveals the difference. Hearing that, Purser stroked her chin in thought and offered an opinion. Is it the ability to use holy power? Davy closed his eyes, smiled, and firmly denied it. Wrong, it is their hearts. Afraid she had not understood, he raised his hand and circulated his power, creating a small golden ball of light in his palm. Looking at it, Davy slowly said, holy power is an internal strength, And the kinder a person is, the more their nature and the holy power within them are strengthened. At the mention of this, Purser seemed to remember something. Now that you say it, among the two of them Lena's progress seems slower. Davy looked at her, smiled and asked a sharp question. Do you think anyone in this generation of candidates can truly become the Saintess? Davy did not answer right away, but lightly jumped down from the city wall to the ground. Before he'd even steadied himself, he replied as she vanished. Looking in that direction, you truly are different. People often say that a person's true nature is revealed when they hold power or face hardship. Hearing this, Purser gradually understood. Could it be? Thinking of that, images of Alice confidently commanding the soldiers and Lena frantically treating the wounded appeared in her mind. Recalling those scenes, Davy remarked, in this battle, the two candidates were placed in two positions with two different roles. I wonder how the gods will judge their actions. In the sky at that moment, the sphere of light created by his power still shone brilliantly, showing no sign of going out. Davy stared at it and thought to himself, a blessing from the divine can easily make up for a lack of talent. Davy continued thinking from one matter to another. That means, to become the Saintess, the amount of holy power one is born with actually does not matter much. Listening to each stream of his thoughts, Purser in her form as a beam of light sighed in admiration. It truly is an unpredictable contest. Davy shoved both hands into his trouser pockets and confirmed as he walked. Of course. Returning to the main hall, after a stretch of constant activity, Lena finally stopped, raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and let out a relieved breath. Seeing the familiar figure appear, she joyfully ran over in a hurry. Prince Davy. He put both hands into his trouser pockets, calmly walked over, and asked about the situation. How are things here? She did not answer right away, but raised her hand, clenched it into a fist, her face radiant and her eyes shining brightly as she spoke in one breath. Did you see it? A dazzling pillar of light fell straight onto the battlefield. Hearing Lena speak, Davy paused slightly. Oh, that. Lena paid no attention to his words, still immersed in excitement, pointing out the window and speaking as quickly as a volley of gunfire. So much holy power gathered that I got goosebumps. Even the Pope has never used such immense power. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. As if thinking of something, Lena looked at him with great interest and asked, do you think the goddess descended to earth? Faced with that question, Davy silently glanced in another direction, pressing his lips together without speaking. Seeing his hesitant, evasive manner and his silence, Lena froze, her excitement instantly vanishing. Thinking of another possibility, Lena raised her head and asked awkwardly, could it have been done by you? As soon as the question left her mouth, Davy stiffened, rubbed the back of his neck, and stammered in reply, I only thought it would be terrible if the situation kept going like that. Hearing him indirectly admit it, Lena covered her mouth with her hand, unable to hide her admiration. Oh my. Just when it seemed the matter was over, she asked a question that shook anyone who heard it. Could you actually be Goddess Freya? As soon as the question rang out, Davy said nothing and placed his hand on her head, causing Lena to go rigid like a statue. He kept his hand there, a vein on his forehead twitching faintly, his mouth wearing an extremely friendly smile, while his voice was full of pressure. Do I look that much like a girl, Saintess candidate Lena? Before that benevolent gaze, Lena covered her eyes and let out a small scream in her heart. Perhaps, except for your razor-sharp eyes. Hearing that, Davy could only sigh helplessly. After escaping his restraint, Lena was still full of questions and raised a hand to adjust her glasses. In the end, Davy decided to ignore the matter, turned to leave, and said, we still have a great many things to do. Let us go. Hearing those words, Lena took a moment to come back to her senses. Ah, yes. Right after answering, she hurriedly ran after him. Lena's shadow stretched long across the sunlit corridor. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, dusk had quietly settled over everything. At that moment, outside a tent, two soldiers stood strict guard. From inside, a sharp voice rang out. We will no longer follow your orders. Alice sat at the end of the table, her head bowed in silence, letting the reproaches pour endlessly into her ears. I cannot sacrifice my people for your stubbornness. That is right, this has never happened before. Did not stop there, as another person added that they would no longer obey that order either. Catherine stood nearby with her arms crossed, wearing a smile that was both mocking and smug. Is that not for the best? After saying that, Catherine turned her head, raised both hands behind her neck, and drawled in a carefree voice. The Lindis Empire agrees with them as well. Sullivan, who had been silent from the start, now spoke up. Saint Candidate Alice. He adjusted his glasses, his face twisted, his eyes plainly showing disgust as he declared, I will no longer defend your decisions. Sullivan did not stop there, seizing the chance to pour out all the dissatisfaction in his heart. Things turned out this way because your ego is too big. You should reflect on yourself and take a good look at who you are. Faced with those accusations, Alice only lowered her head, not daring to raise it and refute even a single word. Seeing no reaction from her, the group grew weary and turned to leave. After everyone had gone, the sound of Alice's nails digging tightly into her skin echoed through the room, mixed with her resentful groan. Level 8 is it. Recalling the scene with Davy just now, Alice's face darkened darkened, her lips went dry and her wide eyes filled with hatred. Light holy power. The more she thought about it, the more hatred piled up in her heart. It abandoned me. After collapsing for a while, Alice drifted alone through the dark corridor. Halfway along, she suddenly tripped over a raised brick. In an instant, Alice lost her balance, her whole body pitching forward out of control before she fell face first onto the ground. Instead of getting up right away, she simply lay there, curled in on herself and quietly groaning. At that very moment, a third figure appeared in the room. At some unknown point, the sky outside had been dyed a deep crimson. That dreadful voice still echoed through the empty space. A soul is slowly falling. The sound still did not vanish, lingering beside Alice's ears until she lifted her head. I have found it. You will be the perfect vessel for the Lord. From the air, a skull wearing armor slowly emerged. Looking at that bizarre creature, Alice asked in suspicion, "Who are you?" It did not answer, only continued to entice her. "Follow me, and I will let you feel power equal to the gods without needing their blessing." Afraid that Alice would not believe it, the creature immediately offered a series of tempting conditions. "I will deal with the brat you hate so much, and you will obtain the power you have always longed for." Hearing this, Alice let out a bitter laugh as if mocking herself. The goddess never answered my prayers, not even a little. Then Alice looked out at the blazing red sky beyond the window and continued, "I lost everything to that bastard. Why must I endure things like this?" She paused for a moment, raising a hand to cover her face, her despair impossible to hide. "I once believed in the light from the heavens and lived my entire life by that faith." When she finished speaking, Alice lowered her hand, her eyes wide yet empty as she stared ahead. "But now that light has betrayed me." The moment she finished, she immediately sprang to her feet and rushed straight into the creature's arms. The creature embraced Alice, who was sinking into despair, and stated its condition. "Now you must fulfill my wish. When I defeat that demon, thanks to your presence, my lord will be reborn." Outside, the moon in the sky had now turned blue. The creature stared high above and called out a name. Death King Damien worshipped that name. With those words, the creature turned back to stare up at the sky, raised its hand high, and roared as if pouring out every last grievance. He had existed longer than even I, and was also the great being who led to the death of the first saintess Daphne. But before he could say anything more, 2 slashes sharper and cleaner than blades came flying in. "You have quite the nerve." After that slash, his head parted from his body, and his uncontrolled body collapsed forward. Davy calmly walked over from afar, both hands in his trouser pockets, the familiar sword still at his back. "Just where do you think you are standing?" His head fell from his body with ease. He ground his teeth in bitter rage when he saw Davy merely glance at him with cold contempt. "You..." After his head was severed from his body, that man ground his teeth, inwardly cursing him countless times. Damn it. After cursing, countless strange red threads suddenly appeared from his hand. But when he still could not sense anything, that head roared loudly. "The link between me and my life core has been cut. The life core is where my source of life is stored." As if realizing something, he ground his teeth and looked at the blue and red swords floating behind him. "Those swords are definitely no ordinary swords." Davy ignored the gaze that seemed ready to devour him, propped a hand on his hip, and asked with a laugh, "If you already know that, then just die. Why cling on?" He did not stop there, looking at the armor wreathed in black smoke and striking straight at the heart of the matter. "Did you eat ginseng in that short amount of time? Your mana seems to have increased a little." Hearing that, the other man smiled sinisterly and declared, "You will regret not finishing me off back then." Seeing that he was not afraid at all, that man became even more emboldened and bragged about one thing after another. "After conquering 8 more fortresses and absorbing countless lives, I have fully restored the life cores that were once sealed." One might have thought it would end there, but he displayed arrogance to the extreme and shouted, "Tremble in fear, mortal. Before long, my immortal lord will set foot upon this land." Davy wearily rubbed his head and sighed. Even the goddess Freya was replaced, so what is an immortal worth? As if remembering something, Davy stared at him and asked, "It seems you intend to use the body of the saintess candidate as a vessel for your lord, right?" Faced with that question, he did not answer directly and instead began talking around it. "The weaker the light grows, the stronger the darkness becomes. A fallen saintess is a rare vessel I can make use of." That both of their attention turned to Alice, who was curled up on the other side, desperately hugging her knees. He spoke with satisfaction. I saw it, her emptiness, her rage, and even her despair. Hearing that, Davy replied coldly, "What is the point of looking at useless things like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, he drew the blue sword, pointed it straight at that man's fading head and warned him, "You had best shut your mouth and go to the afterlife." Ignoring the threat, he still laughed madly like someone who had struck it rich. "I will leave you a gift. He declared that it would be something immortal, like you could never bear. The moment that man finished speaking, a dazzling blue light burst out everywhere, forcing Davy to raise a hand to shield his eyes. When he vanished completely, Davy lowered his hand, frowned at the deep purple mist floating in midair, and clicked his tongue in displeasure. Berserk saw him disappear, then looked at Davy, whose gloomy face gave no hint of what he was thinking, and called out anxiously. Davy, he did not answer her, only urged, "Let us go." Outside at that moment, the blue sky blended beautifully with orange, and flocks of birds still spread their wings and circled everywhere. Amid that peaceful scene, a massive sheet of ice suddenly appeared, freezing scores of soldiers in place. Immediately after, countless dragon skeletons appeared, blue-white light gathering in their mouths. Those white skeletons were ice dragons. Just as it was about to attack, Catherine charged in from somewhere and slammed a flaming punch into it. Wearing iron gauntlets on both hands, Catherine glared darkly at the dragon as if she wanted to devour it. She kept throwing blows that made it roar in pain, yet she showed no intention of stopping. In another corner, Sullivan stood atop the wall, swung his sword, and loudly ordered everyone to prepare the catapults. Seeing that something was still not right, he immediately said, "Bring a thicker rope here." As the situation grew increasingly tense, Davy suddenly appeared, looked around, and asked, "How are things here?" Recognizing the newcomer, Sullivan was openly delighted. "You have arrived, Prince Davy." But before he could rejoice for long, a soldier ran over in panic and reported that there was a dragon. "A bone dragon has appeared." Hearing everyone say that, Davy was left speechless and turned to ask Purser beside him, "Does that thing really look like a dragon?" As soon as the question ended, Sullivan seemed to doubt his entire life and nearly shouted back, "If it is not a dragon, then what else could it be?" Immediately after, a powerful force descended from the sky and struck the ground. When the dust cleared, the ground had cracked apart and Catherine's figure appeared. She sat there rubbing her head and groaned once. Ugh. Once they clearly saw who had fallen, the soldiers were instantly stunned. Grand Duchess. Davy observed the situation for a while, then stood atop the wall, turned back, and ordered the people behind him. "Prince Sullivan, after we finish handling matters here, please gather the army's commanders at once." Hearing that, Sullivan stood stiffly and asked hesitantly, Are you—" Without letting him question any further, Davy gave a bright yet meaningful smile and declared, "We will begin a direct assault on the enemy's main base." After saying that, he took a step forward, controlling his power so the surrounding rocks and earth quickly rose into the air, while the space was also covered in blue light. At the same time, his calm voice rang out, "Note, accept my request and manifest." The sight made Catherine, who was sitting on the ground, freeze like a statue, while Sullivan fell into a daze. "Prince Davy." Immediately after his words, a gigantic stone arm appeared and punched straight into the air. A few minutes later, an enormous stone body rose from the earth. In a corner, no one knew of it, and he were silently communicating with each other. "I accept the request of the contractor." In the sky, Krias and Cyrus still shone brilliantly. Inside the walls, Note was still energetically dealing with the enemies one by one. Outside, the soldiers who saw that colossal creature nearly lost all understanding of life. Good heavens! Some were so frightened their faces turned deathly pale, taking off their helmets as they looked at the creature in panic. "What am I seeing?" After the problem outside was resolved in a familiar, spacious, and beautiful room of Davy's, a voice rang out. "The number of participants is quite a bit lower than initially expected." Davy stood on the raised platform, both hands in his trouser pockets, and spoke slowly. "Since we do not have much time left, I will keep this brief." After seeming distracted for a while, Davy suddenly grew completely serious, looked toward the crowd with dead fish eyes, and stated the situation. "The enemy commander is at least an 8th circle necromancer. Does everyone know that?" Hearing that, Iulus shot to his feet in shock. 8th circle? Even the most powerful elder of the magic tower is only at the 7th circle. Then that means... In response to that question, Davy gave a wry smile and shook his head in denial. "Yeah, you probably understand too. It is not as if 8th circle mages can be found everywhere. I only mentioned it so everyone would pay attention." After explaining one issue, Davy still kept his hands in his trouser pockets and asked lightly, "But that man did not attack the capital directly, instead taking a detour and occupying the 8 defensive fortresses here. Can you guess the reason?" As soon as he heard the question, a man wearing a hat stood up and voiced his thoughts. "If so, perhaps he enjoys this war and wants to strangle us rather than win quickly." Those words were immediately flatly denied by Davy. After rejecting that opinion, Davy straightened up and raised a hand to analyze clearly. If that were the case, he would not force his troops to attack regardless of casualties. He is only fighting while probing us, while also planting hope in us that he will not advance on the capital. Hearing this, the man was left speechless. Ahem. Without keeping everyone waiting any longer, he stated the purpose outright. "It is all because of the life cores he wants to seize." Mentioning this, Davy smiled and turned to Sullivan beside him. "Prince Sullivan must know something about this, right?" Called out by name, Sullivan answered hesitantly, "Ha, you are right. Each fortress has an enormous magic stone protecting it." After saying that, he lowered his head, drooping like a wilted noodle, and spoke in a low voice. Who would have thought it was actually a life core? Just then, Elena raised her hand and gave her opinion. Then what do you intend to do? Faced with that question, Davy once again acted like an obedient student and began explaining the information. That means however many life cores he has, we have to kill him that many times to end this war. Hearing that, Elena rested her chin on her hand and thought, 8 times, but he cut in. 7, that number made her doubtful. Davy raised a hand to his face, his expression dark and full of implication. Because I already killed him once. Faced with that answer, everyone present fell silent, unsure how to react. Davy did not mind either and immediately moved on to another issue. How far have preparations for the next attack progressed? Realizing this was the part he was responsible for, Sullivan quickly answered, our supplies are fairly abundant and our equipment is also relatively good. However, the soldiers' morale is lower than ever right now. Hearing that news, Davy maintained his confident expression. It is fine, please gather them together. After making the request, Davy put both hands into his trouser pockets and turned to leave without looking back. We will march as soon as we raise morale. Please prepare immediately. That sudden decision made Sullivan call after him in panic and futility. Wait, why so suddenly? As he passed by someone, Davy stopped and called out, Aina. Without making her wait long, he immediately gave an order. Find a few of our subordinates and have them blend into the soldiers' ranks, cheering them on and encouraging them to go to battle. Being called that, she sighed in annoyance but still accepted. Please call me Jack. In the courtyard, Davy stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at the ranks of soldiers below. Seeing everyone lowering their heads in silence, Davy quietly assessed the situation. Why had the leaders and nobles, the people who should have been preparing for battle, gathered the soldiers here to give speeches? Because the thing that affects soldiers most is nothing other than morale. Davy folded his arms with confidence, since Note was backing him from behind. Moreover, he was always the type to use every advantage to inspire soldiers before battle. The stronger the faith of the recipient, the more powerfully the effect of that holy incantation would be amplified. Therefore, preparation was absolutely necessary. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Davy spoke up, beginning to exercise his talent for psychological manipulation on Scientist candidate Alice, who had fought them before. Amid the murmurs, Davy skillfully turned black into white. He said the enemy general had broken through the front line. Alice had stepped forward to stop that man, but failed and was captured by him. Thinking of that, Davy raised his hand high and shouted, Even so, are you planning to accept defeat? If you are afraid, then leave, I do not need you. If you want to fight, listen carefully. Burning with momentum, Davy pointed at himself and asked in a loud voice, Who is the man standing before you? Soldiers immediately answered in unison, The Saint Prince Davy. Hurrah! Once one person shouted, the others quickly joined in. Hurrah for the saint. Seeing this, Davy smiled and praised them. Well done, Aina. I am Jack. Before the blazing eyes of the soldiers, Davy continued in a resounding voice. Good, I can feel your will. Those who remain are the ones ready to return. At this point, Davy took out the holy spear Longinus and declared firmly, I have always believed in every one of you. Then Davy raised the holy spear high, his voice resolute as he declared that he would enter a glorious battle with them, one completely different from the battles before. Below, everyone raised their hands in response as one. After Davy lifted their spirits, time passed unbelievably quickly. Before long, the next day had arrived. The soldiers lowered their heads, their eyes vacant and dull as they advanced. They did not look like an army on the march, but only like long rows of aimless people. The creature looked down at the sight from above, satisfied as he remarked that they were throwing themselves into death. But his joy did not last long, as the armored man noticed something strange. The flicker of worry lasted only a few seconds. He quickly returned to his calm expression, looked at the people below, and coldly pronounced that their lives were already in the Lord's hands. No matter what schemes you lay, the outcome will not change. The soldiers below seemed not to hear him and continued trudging forward. As the crowd continued advancing, countless white skeletons in armor rose from the ground. Seeing this, he laughed loudly and declared that only death awaited ahead. He did not stop there, but fiercely declared that he would offer their blood upon this land to resurrect the Lord. Immediately after those words, countless white dragon skeletons appeared from nowhere and charged straight toward the soldiers. In only a short while, the initially orderly formation had fallen apart. Some soldiers were so terrified that they threw away their weapons, collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads, and kept crying for help in panic. The screams not only failed to stop, they rang out even more. Some of the soldiers had now been trapped inside a massive block of ice. The remaining people were still risking their lives in a fierce battle against the white bones. That man stood on the cliff holding the skull-topped staff, coldly watching the soldiers fall below while piercing screams echoed in his ears. Even though his side clearly held the advantage, he felt no joy. On the contrary, a strange unease began to rise in his heart. Watching the army of white bones chase the human soldiers into scattering flight, he still felt that something was wrong. Victory was clearly in his hands, so why was this happening? He kept feeling that this was vaguely suspicious. Too focused on observing the battle below, he had no idea when Davy had appeared behind him. Instead of quietly attacking from behind, Davy spoke and asked whether he liked this opening act. The creature jolted in shock and hurriedly turned around in utter confusion. Immediately afterward, before he could prepare or defend himself, a familiar red sword came flying in. The blade swiftly pinned him down, making him sprawl on the ground and scream miserably. Hearing the scream ring beside his ear, Davy folded his arms and laughed mockingly, then offered a jeering compliment. "That answer is truly excellent." As soon as he finished speaking, Davy kept the smile on his lips and raised his hand to give a light snap. Immediately, the ground below began to shake violently. A few minutes later, Note's enormous body rose from the earth, towering into view right there. After pinning him with the sword to his heart's content, Davy withdrew the blade. As soon as he stood up, he saw Note's huge figure sweeping through the skeleton soldiers. He murmured in astonishment, "Have those bone soldiers all returned to Mother Earth?" After looking at Note for a while longer, he turned to Davy with eyes filled with extreme disbelief. "Impossible. How could a human have enough power to use a spell like that?" Faced with that shock, Davy smiled confidently, extended his hand to the side, and replied, "I thought so too. But what if it is only a simple spell?" If afraid he would worry too much about his power, Davy calmly comforted him. "Do not be tense, this spell consumed quite a lot of my mana as well." Every word made him grind his teeth in fury. Unwilling to fall into a passive position, he immediately gathered his strength and launched a ball of darkness toward Davy. Faced with the attack imbued with death energy, Davy stood still, neither dodging nor counterattacking. When the sphere drew close enough, Davy swung his hand and cast the 7th tier holy art, Purification. In an instant, brilliant golden light spread everywhere. Beneath that light, the ball of darkness had vanished at some point, leaving only black smoke behind. Davy put a hand on his hip and sighed, saying that he had done rather well this time, making his opponent tremble with rage. Even so, he did not remain angry for long. Looking toward Note as he swept across the battlefield, he gradually understood and said, "So your trump card is the Spirit King." Hearing this, Purser perched on Davy's shoulder and stared at him, both helpless and seemingly reproachful. She said he really knew how to make things difficult for himself, leaving Davy with no choice but to sigh. Right after those words, the rocky outcrop where Davy and he were standing suddenly exploded, making even Note, who was sweeping through the battlefield below, take notice. In another corner, a figure shot forward at incredible speed, constantly changing direction from one place to another. After being flung back and forth for a while, Davy finally stopped, bracing one hand against the ground to steady himself, while that man's skull staff remained pointed straight at him. A moment later, Davy noticed something strange. He raised his hand but could not see anything, only the purple power surrounding him. Purser realized in alarm that it was a curse that blurred the senses. Seeing that Davy was not afraid at all and was even smiling calmly, Purser hurriedly urged him to purify it. But Davy flatly refused, saying no, forget it. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 swords, one blue and one red, shot in from behind. Davy stood on the rocky outcrop, while the 2 swords chased the skull-headed man everywhere, sticking close to him from place to place without missing a beat. After running for so long and still failing to escape, that man turned his head to look at the 2 swords following him, furious to the point of madness. He growled, "These damned swords." Just as he finished speaking, a great explosion erupted. Davy stood nearby, one hand on his hip, and calmly declared, "Just wait and see." With that, he took out the familiar holy spear Longinus, assumed his stance, and set the condition that if he could dodge it this time. Before he could finish the sentence, Davy hurled the spear straight ahead, forming a dazzling stream of light like a star. That man was engulfed by the light and turned back in terror. Immediately, a violent explosion burst open in the middle of the cliff. Before the smoke and dust could even disperse, Davy suddenly appeared from somewhere. After taking the full blow from the holy spear, that man slumped limply against the cliff, but his mouth still stubbornly retorted that he understood. When Davy grew stronger, the attack grew weaker. After lying there for a while, he stood up and confidently looked at Davy, who was leisurely walking toward him with his hands in his pockets. He said Davy had reached his limit and could no longer kill him. Faced with those words, Davy only pursed his lips and breathed out, pondering without answering at once. After steadying his breathing and arranging his thoughts, Davy gave a sly smile and took out a familiar red sphere. It was the life core, leaving him stunned in disbelief. Recognizing the thing in Davy's hand, that man was so shocked he almost fell backward, then immediately shouted as if trying to stop him, "How can this be?" Davy ignored it all and crushed the orb without the slightest hesitation. The moment it shattered, that man's body quickly turned to ash and vanished amid screams of agony. Davy looked down, opened his hand to let the dust fall, and coldly declared that only 6 remained now. Watching that man crumble bit by bit, Davy did not mind revealing a few more things. "You are not the only necromancer who knows how to use necromancy. Tricks like that are child's play to me." Hearing this, that man ground his teeth, almost hissing each word. "Damn it, I truly cannot understand this." He thought everything was over, but that man asked again how a human blessed by a god could use necromancy, and even spirit magic. Davy only laughed inwardly, thinking that man would probably be even more horrified if he knew he could also use elemental magic. Pulling free from his thoughts, Davy turned to Purser and asked how she felt about what he had just done. Was that not good, Purser? She crossed her arms, looking as if she were angry that iron could not become steel, then replied that whether the war continued or not, after this, you had to rest. Though he understood she meant well, Davy still stepped forward, crushed the helmet underfoot and spoke. Do you think the enemy will let me rest at ease? It is because of these elves that I never have a moment of peace. Each word made Purser erupt in anger. Davy. Seeing how furious she looked, Davy dropped a sentence that froze Purser on the spot. You only understand after going through it. I have no noble goal like saving the world, but I have to make them know the price of daring to provoke me. After saying that, Davy shoved both hands into his pockets, turned and left. After Purser came back to her senses, she could only sigh as she watched his back. Heis, he really is stubborn. The battle continued like that, until the bone dragons could no longer hold out and were forced to flee with all their strength. Davy watched the dragon's receding figure and let out a soft sigh of emotion. They have begun to retreat. Once the army had moved far away, Purser returned from a stream of light to her true form and asked what had been troubling her. What do you plan to do next? He will avoid you, you know. Davy immediately answered with confidence. Then I will go find him myself. Hearing that, Purser understood his meaning and turned into a stream of light. Davy still had both hands in his pockets as light gradually appeared around him. Standing amid that radiance, Davy wore a meaningful smile and asked, "Ready?" Without waiting for her answer, a dazzling halo of light burst out everywhere, shining straight into the sky. At the same time, somewhere else Davy appeared in midair with a face no different from a villain's, startling that man. I am here. Seeing him suddenly appear before him, that man panicked and stepped back. Instant teleportation magic. How can you? Davy did not bother answering his question, only drew the familiar blue sword and charged straight into attack. You never expected me to come find you, did you, bastard? As soon as the words fell, Davy delivered a clean slash, causing that man to collapse at once. After dealing with him, Davy lowered his sword, revealing his handsome face, and calmly declared, "Then now, there are only 5 more times left." At that exact moment, a blinding beam of light suddenly descended from afar. Right after that streak of light appeared, the creature's shrill cry of agony echoed throughout the forest. The moment that thing emerged from the ground, only a few seconds later, Davy unexpectedly appeared like a god. Seeing him appear, that man screamed like he had never screamed before. Stay away from me. Not only did Davy ignore him, he even criticized him in return. Hey, why are you so nasty? After saying that, Davy put his hands on his hips, bent over, and smiled wickedly like a madman who had just escaped. I told you I would come find you every time you revived. Hearing this, that man immediately wailed in misery. After screaming for a while, that man used all his strength and 7 mouths to curse Davy. Treacherous bastard, you are more terrifying than a demon. Davy did not care, only placed a foot on that man's head and asked back, if you are a butcher, stop talking about demons, will you? Giving that man no more time to curse, Davy bluntly set his terms. You have 10 seconds left. Realizing the slim chance, that man hurriedly shouted an offer. Let us negotiate a little. Afraid Davy would refuse, that man immediately struggled up and shouted, laying out a string of seemingly tempting conditions. I acknowledge your strength, so end this prolonged, meaningless, and death-filled war. As if that were still not convincing enough, that man kept shouting, trying to appear weak. I surrender, yes, I surrender. Hearing this, Davy looked at him with emotionless eyes and coldly judged. What the hell are you talking about? Davy stared at the one bowing his head before him and said something that left that man speechless. The people you slaughtered, did they never try to surrender to you? Before that question, that man lowered his head in silence, unable to refute even half a word. Seeing that man give no answer, Davy calmly declared, 10 seconds are up. Hearing this, that man had no reaction left. Amid the deathly silence, Davy drew the familiar blue sword, rested it on his shoulder, and tapped it a few times as if giving a reminder. It seems you only have 2 revivals left now. After saying that, Davy swung his hand in a smooth slash, causing that man to collapse once more, then even gave a friendly farewell. See you later. More time passed after he ended that man's 6th life. Davy swung his sword again, forcing that man to meet the same fate once more. After that slash, Davy held his sword and chatted with Purser, who was now beside him in the form of a stream of light. He only has 1 final left. After saying that, he sheathed both swords, turned his head toward the forest, and wondered to himself, let me see where his final location is. Around him now floated countless streams of golden power. Before he could track that man's whereabouts, Davy clicked his tongue in irritation. That reaction left Purser unable to help wondering. After a brief moment moment of displeasure, Davy folded his arms, returned to his usual manner, and smiled as if nothing had happened while revealing shocking news. The information has been cut off. Manhwa really does act erratically from time to time. Hearing his analysis, Purser hovered beside him in thought for a while before offering a guess. He will continue reviving in this area. If it were him, I believe the safest place would be the old location, where he was once sealed. Davy did not object, only snapped his fingers. Exactly. Hearing him answer, Purser turned into a stream of light again. Davy shoved both hands into his pockets and smiled as he controlled his power, letting light wrap around his body. I am wondering why the route there was cut off so strangely. Purser agreed as well. It is indeed very suspicious. A moment later, he vanished from that spot. In another corner of the forest, that stream of light appeared once more. A few more minutes passed, and Davy's body slowly landed on the ground. It took a few minutes to steady herself, and only then did Purser ask what she was wondering. Is this the place? He did not answer, only looked at the cave before him and sighed softly. This place has changed. Standing at the edge of the forest for a while, Davy circled behind a nearby boulder to observe. Before him were countless black skeletons in full armor. This place was full of undead stronger than those on the battlefield, but the most troublesome problem was the mana flow. Davy raised a hand to feel the air, now blue, now purple, drifting in the surroundings, then commented, "This place is truly extremely chaotic." Purser was not too surprised and added more. It would not be strange if mana explosions could happen here at any moment either. Mentioning that, Purser could not help worrying and looked at him hesitantly. "Will you be all right?" Faced with that question, Davy raised a hand to his face and answered seriously, "If I act alone, it will probably be harder." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned Ready. The little girl had just appeared when she hugged Davy tightly around the waist and looked at him with eyes shining bright like car headlights. "Father called me." Davy did not answer, only gently stroked her head. A moment later, a great explosion rang out from deep within the cave, and blue dust and smoke drifted everywhere. That man inside realized who had just arrived and furiously raised his staff, shouting with utter disbelief, "You bastard, you even chased me all the way here." One would have thought that was enough, but that man still failed to learn his lesson, and continued shouting, "You will never defeat me." Davy showed no fear at all and only answered calmly, "If you wanted to stop me, you should not have let me find you in the first place." Right after those words, a dazzling radiance appeared in midair, bringing countless small fragments of light raining down. Standing opposite that man, Davy swung his hand, causing a flame to blaze up from nowhere and engulf everything. Not only in front of him, a gigantic firestorm also appeared behind his back. That flame was the 8th tier fire art Prometheus. Yet that imposing display did not last long. Davy quickly weakened, his face gaunt, and had to brace a hand on his knee while panting for breath. The sight made Purser beside him so worried she nearly panicked. "Are you still all right?" Davy bent over and answered softly, "Now I am certain I am in trouble." Through the flames, he looked at that man pinned tightly through the chest by his sword, unable to rise, and sighed. "Without Honki and Lanki, I probably could not have done it." A moment later, the flames finally went out. Davy slowly walked to where that man was kneeling, pierced straight through by Lanki. Though he was wounded and at a disadvantage, that man still used his dry, cracked lips to form a smile for some reason. That man tilted his head to one side and mustered the last bit of strength to speak while Lanki was still pinned in his shoulder. "I curse your life." Already far too used to words like that, Davy stepped forward and yanked the sword out, making that man cry out in pain, then answered bluntly, "Go ahead and curse me. I will break that curse anyway." Before sending that man to the underworld, Davy held the sword in his hand and asked one final question. "You caused so many things. In the end, what did you leave behind for this world?" Before that question, that man still lowered his head in contemplation. "What did I leave behind?" After thinking for a while, that man answered in utter despair, "Right, in the end I have nothing left at all." As if noticing something abnormal, Davy narrowed his eyes and stared closely at that man, observing him with great care. He was as weak as a limp strand of spoiled noodles, yet that man still sprang up, ignoring the wound pierced through his shoulder, gathering the last of his strength to shout a shocking declaration, "But I swear my loyalty to you will last forever. Bow your head, human." As he spoke, his purple eyes began to whirl deeply, as if trying to drag him inside. Though every word that man spoke was full of menace, Davy was not afraid at all. He even threw him a contemptuous look and asked, "What was that? Have you lost your mind?" The moment Davy finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock as he sensed something abnormal happening inside his body. Davy froze and lowered his head, staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the beam of light shining straight into the center of his chest. A moment later, Davy clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Witnessing that scene, that man burst into delighted laughter, as crazed as a rich man after a bountiful harvest. Before long, the pain spread from his stomach through his whole body, making Davy grimace and grit his teeth to hold back his groans. Purser stood beside him, watching with restless worry. That man grew even more pleased and called his name in a gentle voice, Davy. Seeing him writhe in pain, unable to utter a word, an unexpected voice rang out in praise. Perfect. The instant the voice sounded, that man turned his head toward the pitch-black corridor behind Davy. He was more satisfied than ever, because that being had finally been awakened. Everything will fall beneath the feet of God. Those ugly humans will surely be erased. After his body steadied again, Davy lifted his head, the corner of his blood-stained mouth still raised in a smile as he replied, and everything will return to its original course. Around him, Hong Ki and Lan Ki were still worried, while Purser had long since run out of words. As soon as Davy finished speaking, countless streams of light appeared from nowhere, piercing through his body and making him falter for an instant. It did not stop there as they transformed into spikes that stabbed through him. Davy weakly looked at those spikes and cursed inwardly, "What nonsense. This really is." Immediately afterward, a massive explosion suddenly rang out, sending dirt and stone flying everywhere. Davy, who had been standing opposite that man, had somehow been blasted away. Seeing that, Purser grew even more alarmed. From the end of the dark corridor, a figure slowly emerged. That person stepped forward on sticky black legs. Wherever she passed, she left behind a pool of black mire. After being knocked away, Davy still hung his head, completely ignoring the girl appearing before him. Only when that person came close enough did Davy raise his eyes, the corners of his lips curving into a meaningful smile, though he remained silent. Before him stood a familiar figure, only her eyes had turned black and were shedding tears. Davy looked at her and could still joke, "I never expected us to meet like this." Saintess candidate Alice. After the chilling reunion with his old acquaintance Alice, Davy lowered his head in shock when he discovered that the center of his chest had become a pitch-black hole. Seeing that man laughed harder than he ever had before. Looking at the purple light appearing in Davy's stomach while he stood there dazed and unsure what to do, he was pleased beyond measure. "The Lord's power has escaped from your body. Even with the holy mark, you cannot endure the Lord's power at the final stage of the 8th magic circle." Hearing that, Purser anxiously flew over and called Davy. He did not answer, only forced a smile, placed his hand on Liar's chest, and said, "I never expected him to be hiding in that manifest lair." Seeing that he had clearly weakened, Death King Damien inside Alice's body slowly walked over. When she passed the armored man, he mustered his strength, raised his skeletal hands, and called out, "Oh my lord, Damien, king of the undead." To draw her attention, he racked his brain and used every ornate phrase he could think of. "I have waited for this moment since the plan to resurrect you began." Hearing this, Damien finally turned her head. Seeing her glance toward him, he was as satisfied as though he had no regrets left in life. "I never imagined I would witness your power with my own eyes. Now I truly have nothing left to regret." As soon as he finished speaking, Damien raised her hand. In an instant, a blue-purple power appeared around the armored man's body, enveloping him and lifting him into the air. Sensing the power surrounding him, that man ignored his failing body and tried to speak his final words, "My lord." But before he could finish, Damien cut him off in a cold voice, "Serving my divinity? How revolting." She used her power to lift his body high, then offered a hollow word of praise, "I will remember your devotion." As soon as she finished speaking, the blue smoke surrounding his body grew denser and denser. Even then, he spent the last of his strength to say, "All for the greater cause." Before he vanished completely, he still managed to gather his dying breath and shout loudly of the Lord. Immediately afterward, the armored man's body exploded and was swallowed by the blue smoke. After that man disappeared, Damien closed her eyes and felt her body being lifted, while a stream of light blazed beneath her feet. Davy's pain had now faded, and he sat on the other side, watching everything from beginning to end before commenting, "What a fanatic." After dealing with her subordinate, Damien turned toward the large window, raised her hand high, and cried out, "My subordinates in the underworld, awaken and deliver my message to this world." She raised her hand to the sky. She spread both arms again, her smile stretching to her ears, her voice growing more and more crazed, that the sovereign who inspires both terror and reverence in all, the king of the undead, has finally returned to the world of the living. With that, outside the ruined castle, a surge of green power took that place as its center and shot out in every direction. Inside the castle, the ceiling was also illuminated by green light. Davy stood behind her with a hand on his hip, looking at everything before making an unrelated remark. "He definitely looks better than Cleon Fan." Hearing Davy's voice by her ear, she seemed to suddenly remember, then smiled and turned back, "Right, you are still here." Seeing her notice him, Davy immediately threw himself into the act, one hand clutching his stomach, head lowered, the other hand braced against the wall. Damien looked at that appearance and asked, "Did you come to stop my resurrection, Pawn of God?" Davy held the same posture and replied, I do not care whether you resurrect or not. Afraid she had not understood, Davy made it clear, your subordinate, the one you just absorbed to increase your power, destroyed this place and interfered with my rule. Hearing that, Damien was so dumbfounded she began to doubt reality. You stopped me for only that reason. He said nothing more, but his attitude was firm enough. Receiving that unspoken answer, Damien turned and left, while coldly announcing, very well, I am in quite a good mood right now, so I will not kill you this time. As if trying to appear more magnanimous, she bluntly drove him away. Be grateful for my mercy and vanish from my sight. Davy merely smiled meaningfully at that and sighed. Your arrogance truly reaches the heavens. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked what had been bothering him. Do not tell me you are also a death god. Hearing that strange phrase, Damien, who had been walking away, had to stop and turn back to confirm, a death god. From her half-turned posture, she turned fully to face Davy, raised a hand to her chest, and declared in a reserved yet arrogant voice, how could I be something so weak? From the moment I set foot in this world I became God. Hearing that, Davy sighed with a hand on his hip as though he had no lingering regrets. Looks like this one is even crazier than the last. As soon as he finished speaking, countless streams of power transformed into tentacles and suddenly appeared in front of him, wrapping tightly around Davy and making his eyes widen in surprise. In an instant that power lifted Davy high, causing his feet to leave the ground. Damien, the master of the attack, raised her hand and warned coldly, watch your words, pawn of a contemptible god. After restraining Davy and ensuring he had no chance to resist, she let out a mocking, sarcastic laugh. How disappointing that you do not realize who is truly worthy of fear here. As if to make her words more convincing, she began recounting countless glorious achievements from the past, even mentioning the saintess of old. Even the great apostle of God died by my hand. Hearing that, Davy went pale, his eyes widening in terror, unable to believe what he had just heard. A moment later, after calming down, he asked in disbelief, what? Unable to believe his ears, Davy seemed to want to ask 1,000 whys. Who killed whom? Seeing his shocked, stunned expression, Damien rested a hand on her hip in satisfaction and asked mockingly, has the passage of time made the world forget her so thoroughly? The first saintess, Davy. Damien raised her head and looked at Davy, who was hanging his head, his limbs bound tightly by her power and suspended in the air, unable to resist. She added with satisfaction, that is the name of the apostle of God whom I killed. After being struck by one shock after another, Davy finally regained his composure and slowly said, I do not care that she was once an apostle of God. Davy asked again in astonishment, you killed that old woman, Daphne. Faced with those repeated questions, she showed no impatience at all, and instead looked extremely satisfied. Seeing her satisfied and somewhat smug expression, Davy returned to his familiar joking manner. Though he was as weak as a limp strand of spoiled noodles, he still said, you managed that with such feeble power. The moment she heard those words, Damien flew into a rage and swept her hand, sending Davy's body flying backward. He slammed hard into the stone and earth, causing a violent explosion. It seemed everything would end there, but she kept attacking without pause. With every explosion that rang out, Damien's furious voice echoed through the space. That tongue of yours truly is troublesome, apostle of God. I could take your life with a single snap of my fingers. After being thrown around for a while, Davy finally collapsed. He lowered his head, both arms hanging limp, looking as if he were about to die. Seeing that, Damien smiled in satisfaction and declared, very well, if death is what you desire, then I shall grant your wish. After saying that, she raised her hand with its sharp fingers and coldly affirmed that she would not let him die easily. Davy leaned against the wall, his head lowered, the black hole in the center of his chest still plainly visible. Damien Salah's voice rang beside his ear, saying that he would wander for millennia in endless hell, suffering until his soul ran dry and vanished. When she had just finished speaking, Davy finally spoke. I only asked out of courtesy, but at that point Davy raised his head and looked straight into her eyes, then asked what he had always wondered. After being revived through such a difficult ritual, what do you intend to do? Though she did not understand why he asked, she answered frankly, the destruction of humanity. At the mention of this, Damien raised her head, her face full of interest, and spoke at length. This place has long been occupied by those detestable humans, but that is about to end, because my loyal subordinates are sleeping deep beneath these ruins. As she said that, the image of countless, pitch-black undead trudging forward appeared. Understanding Damien's goal, Davy closed his eyes and bluntly criticized her. How dull and predictable. Those words left the other party frozen in place. Seeing her speechless, Davy bent one knee, rested his arm on it as if mocking her, and continued, you do not even have a body. Without stopping there, he added coldly, die here. Mocked like that, Damien looked at him with empty eyes and declared in a cold voice, you mortal, I am an immortal existence. Not wanting to argue further, she immediately threw out a difficult question. Do you think you can kill me just because I have no body? Hearing that, Davy lowered his face and laughed mockingly, immortal this, immortal that. The moment he finished speaking, the black hole in the center of his chest became even deeper, as if boring straight into Damien. Looking at it, she declared, those who do not know their place must receive punishment. Without keeping Davy waiting long, she pointed one finger straight at him. Behind her appeared a skull and countless terrifying snakes. Then she spoke, "I sentence you to the eternal spring." After that sentence, the black hole on Davy's chest suddenly vanished. This strange change made him unable to resist lowering his head to look again in curiosity. Watching his reaction, she spoke, "I have cast a death curse upon you. You surely cannot understand the honor of being cursed by me personally." As soon as she finished speaking, Davy let out a breath and said, "It is true that I would die if I had not prepared." That sentence made Damien tilt her head, as if 1,000 question marks had appeared in her mind. Seeing that expression, Davy smiled faintly, brushed off his clothes, and stood up. "What? Curious because I am still fine." Seeing him unharmed, Damien fell into confusion. "I clearly cursed your body. Why are you unaffected?" Faced with that question, Davy closed his eyes and smiled faintly. "If I hide everything, there will be nothing interesting left. Therefore, I will tell the two of you two things. Look closely." After saying that, he grabbed her wrist and placed it on his chest. Damien was bewildered, while Davy's voice continued to ring beside her ear. "See who you are facing. To be precise, you are..." "Facing whom?" The moment he finished speaking, Damien felt herself turn into a skeleton and sink deep below. Outside, her body began to tremble violently at that moment. Seeing sweat pouring down her face, Davy asked again, "Did you see clearly?" She still could not recover from what she had just witnessed. What is this thing?" Davy did not answer, only thinking to himself that the reason the curse had no effect was very simple. If someone already bears a high-level curse, then lower curses will be nullified by it. In other words, when she finally came back to her senses, Sakota swung her hand out and cried out in disbelief, "This is impossible. Power like that cannot exist within you unless you are a god." Davy still replied calmly, "That could be true." While she was panicking, he slipped his hands into his trouser pockets and slowly explained, "You saw it just now. My soul was already cursed by a mage far beyond your imagination. The name of that curse is transcending the cycle of cause and effect. It makes the cursed one escape the fate that originally belonged to them." After adding that knowledge, afraid Damien still did not understand what he meant. Davy continued with a brief explanation. "It is a reversal of the cycle. Going against the wheel of destiny means being abandoned, no longer protected by God. That is why I have been completely removed from the cycle of reincarnation." Thinking of that, the image of a beautiful white citadel appeared in his mind. That is the main effect of the curse. If I do not accumulate enough merit to enter reincarnation, I will either vanish, or my soul will drift forever in the void. After tracing through all the information, Davy folded his arms across his chest, smiled meaningfully, and sighed. "Did you think that little curse could touch me, when my soul has already been cursed to that extent?" Escaping his thoughts, he smiled brightly and dropped a shocking piece of news. At the same time, he flicked Damien hard on the forehead, making her fall backward. "I also have the ability to resist most curses." After that forehead flick, the purple set in the middle of her forehead quickly cracked and shattered. At that moment, Damien groaned in agony. Hearing the strange sound beside his ear, Davy reached out and grabbed Damien by the collar of her dress, clenched his other hand into a fist, and spoke curiously. "Now let us see how long you can endure." Before he could even make a move, she hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, stop." Faced with that plea, he did not stop, but tightened his grip even more, making Damien scream miserably. "I told you to stop." Davy still ignored her and replied irritably, "Ah, you had better stop screaming." After that sentence, Damien finally fell silent. Davy satisfactorily gripped her throat, leaving her only able to grimace and grit her teeth. "Letting outsiders see you would only cause more chaos. It would be better for you to disappear quietly, and not interfere with my future battle against the World Tree." As soon as he finished speaking, not giving Damien any chance to refute, Davy revealed a wicked smile and activated 9th tier holy magic. Descent. Immediately, a dazzling golden beam of light shone down from above, binding Damien tightly and making her scream in terror. The light was so radiant that it spread everywhere, allowing Lun, who had just finished cleaning up the mess, to see it as well. The little girl stood atop the giant golem, looking at the pillar of light brazenly appearing in the sky. That beam of light was the result of the great holy cannon technique. It seemed everything had ended, but life was not that kind. A colossal force descended from the sky again. It was the index finger of God. A while later, the aftershocks faded, leaving only Davy standing amid the ruins with countless thoughts. As someone who worshipped God yet bore a curse that reversed reincarnation, he understood that he might draw God's attention, but would not receive God's protection. Davy watched from afar as Alice's body convulsed again and again, emitting strange sounds, while his mind drifted beyond the 9th heaven. "Perhaps God granted me blessings not to turn me into a saint, but so I could protect the people they cherished." A few more minutes passed, and Purser suddenly appeared, arms folded as he stared at Alice and voiced his doubt. "Her aura has disappeared. Did she escape?" Davy still held his belief. She once said she was immortal. She would not die that easily. After thinking for a moment, Davy stared at Alice's convulsing body, then offered his judgment whether she is hiding very deep inside this body, or has already fled to find another host. Immediately afterward, he suddenly saw something that made his eyes widen, both shocked and doubtful. Before Davy at that moment, the system screen appeared with a prominent notification, the final salvation for the lost lamb. After reading every word over and over nearly 1,000 times to confirm it, he fell straight into a speechless state of helplessness. Purser also secretly read it, then raised a hand to stroke his chin and thought, "Is this how God treats his child?" When he came back to his senses, Davy complained in irritation, how troublesome. His hand still did not forget to grip Alice's throat, lifting her up and pressing her against the wall. Looking at Alice grimacing, her complexion gradually turning purple from lack of air, both hands trying to push his hand away, he gritted his teeth and spoke each word clearly. "You said God abandoned you." Without keeping her waiting long, Davy said the shocking truth in a cold voice. "And yet that person still made a deal with me to save you." Hearing that, Alice was so bewildered that she could not believe her ears. What? Life was never that kind. Before she could recover from the shock, she saw him fall into a self-questioning and declare, "What should I do? God wants you to live, but I have no intention of allowing that." Faced with those words, Alice sank into silence. After thinking for a while, she glanced at him with a look that seemed half like a request, then spoke, "Kill me." Seeing that he had not agreed yet, Alice immediately put on her most despairing expression to plead, "There is no meaning left in my life." That plea left Davy quite satisfied, his hand already raised, blue flames flickering from some unknown moment. "I think so too." Agreeing to her plea, Davy lowered his hand and let Alice stand on the ground, then declared coldly, "Keeping alive someone like you, who has no hope left of living, is pointless. I will send Goza off gently." Before that joy could last, a hazy white current appeared before Davy in an utterly incomprehensible way. He reached out and received that white current. From within it, a line of words flickered in and out, while a pleading voice rang by his ear, "Do not send the child to the underworld, let her live." It did not stop there, the current continued pleading, and this time Bonner even added a sparkling effect. "Save the child." The sight made Davy click his tongue in annoyance. What a nuisance. No matter how irritated he was, Davy still had to grit his teeth and do as asked. Under Alice's stunned gaze, the power beneath her feet had vanished at some unknown point. Alice looked again and again to confirm it, but still could not see that power anywhere. She raised her head and asked in suspicion, "Why? Why did you spare me?" Davy turned his face away and brusquely refused to explain. "Do not ask me. I have been irritated enough already." As if suddenly remembering something, Alice reached out and tightly clutched the hem of her dress, her voice full of disappointment. "Until now, the gods have always ignored my prayers, even though I did everything I could to answer their expectations." The more she spoke, the less she could suppress her fury. In the end, Alice shouted in full resentment, "Why, when I have struggled so much, does the god still refuse to look my way? Why make me endure that much suffering?" After saying that, Alice was so furious she gnashed her teeth, her face fierce, her breathing heavy with every beat. Looking at that expression and hearing that voice, Davy was both helpless and indifferent. "Ha, looks like you still do not understand." He stared at her and dropped a shocking statement in an even voice. "From the day you were born, there has never been a moment when the gods stopped blessing you." Alice's eyes widened in astonishment, as though a dazzling light had shone down over her head. After speaking, Davy fell silent and sank into thought. "On every step of your path, the god protected you, perhaps because the god wanted you to find your own way through those hardships." Davy continued speaking, leaving Alice shocked again and again. She raised her hand and looked at it in astonishment. "Even after you accepted becoming a subordinate of Death King Damien, your soul never vanished precisely because of the god's blessing." Looking at her stunned expression, as if she were doubting her entire life, Davy pointed in one direction and smiled meaningfully. "If you truly want to, you can also give up that privilege." Davy paused, then made an extremely tempting proposal, a way to flee far from the hand of the god. Hearing this, Alice looked at him with anticipation. "What is it?" But Davy did not say it aloud, only thinking silently to himself, "Reverse the cross." Escaping his thoughts, he spread his arms and put on a friendly smile to persuade her. "If you do that, every privilege and blessing you have ever received from the god will disappear." Even so, Alice no longer had the slightest faith or hope. What use is doing that now? That statement successfully drove Davy mad again. He crossed his arms, tossed her a dead fish stare, and spoke in an even voice. "If even privileges and blessings mean nothing to you, it seems you still have not come to your senses." In the end, Alice still could not accept the truth. She covered her ears, held her head, then sank down and shouted loudly. Witnessing that scene, Davy was officially at a loss for words. "Then was the fact that you were just saved also something I imagined myself." After slapping himself until he was sick of it, the truth still did not change at all, and Davy spoke up in irritation to stop her. "Do not provoke me anymore." Only then did she finally give up in despair. Looking at Alice, who had lost all vitality, Davy put his hands on his hips and gave a cold verdict. "The reason everything did not go the way you wanted is actually very simple." He looked at her and smiled meaningfully. because this is a trial you must overcome without the god's blessing. Though he thought that, Davy still seriously pointed out that everything she had done until now revolved around the power and title of Saintess. After saying that under Alice's stunned, wide-eyed gaze, he placed his hand on her forehead. You should think about this. Immediately after that, Davy said nothing more and gave a light push. Her body instantly fell into a deep pit that had appeared at some unknown moment. You should truly focus on what you need to aim for. Hearing those words, Alice gradually sank into that black pit, still not forgetting to throw him a gaze mixed with shock and astonishment. A moment later, Alice completely vanished from that place. After she left, Vuaso looked around and asked whether it was fine to leave this place as it was. Davy thought for a while, then replied, "Not exactly, I just do not want to touch it." Davy took back his words, sent a signal outside. "Luan, you are still listening, right?" Called by name, the girl immediately answered. After receiving the response, he gave an order. "Get ready, there is a high chance we will have to fight." Seeing that the girl had agreed, Davy's face darkened as he gave an irritated order. "Burn down the polluted forest. I am tired of using holy power to purify it." Purser seemed displeased when she heard that. "You still have to deal with the aftermath." But he ignored her and flatly refused. "Who cares?" Davy lowered his head, shoved both hands into his pockets, and slowly walked outside. As he walked, he spoke irritably. "It is best to be alone when angry. Does she think she cannot do anything without holy power?" The more he spoke, the less he could swallow his anger, so he raised a finger toward the sky. "Fine, let us see what you will do without me, you damned goddess." Witnessing that scene, Purser was speechless and did not know what to say. Speak of Cao Cao and Cao Cao arrives, the system screen immediately appeared along with a notification. Davy looked at that screen and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Meanwhile, Purser grew even more puzzled. What is this? On the screen, the words "Purify the defiled land" were clearly displayed. Reading that notification, Davy said wearily, "Looks like I guessed right." Without needing to think much, he immediately refused. "I will not do it." But the system persistently appeared over and over, while Davy rejected it every time it appeared, even cheering it on. "Keep trying. No, not interested." In the end, the system changed the request, but he did not even bother to look closely before waving it away. "I already said I will not do it. I am going home and doing nothing else. Handle it yourself." However, the system screen still stubbornly appeared, making Davy's expression grow darker and darker with irritation. Suddenly seeing something, he instantly whipped around and shouted in agitation. To persuade him to accept the mission, the system added a reward condition. When purification is complete, the power to summon death beasts will be unlocked. Reading each word on the screen, Davy could not help sighing in admiration. This is exactly why one should not get involved with those people. After that, he put on an expression that was both addicted and embarrassed, raised his hand, and reluctantly agreed. Fine, knowing when to give up is also a kind of victory. From now on, I will not accept any missions unless I want to." That face turned faster than flipping rice paper left Purser speechless. "Look how quickly you changed your mind." Ignoring the comments from within the forest, a stream of light began spreading everywhere, accompanied by his cheerful voice. "Let us go. Time to deal with the remaining mess and that polluted forest." After growing excited at the sight of the reward, Davy quickly got to work. A while later, the system appeared again. After purification, the seal on summoning the 4 sacred beasts will be lifted. Reading that line, Davy could not help feeling proud. "Oh my, just looking at it makes me feel smug." The more he read, the brighter his eyes shone like stars, his smile stretching all the way to his ears. Davy at this moment looked no different from a weirdo. To think she changed the laws of the world, just to set up a deal like this. Mentioning this, he could not help digging back through his thoughts, searching for the reason behind his excitement. Neither Taoist magic nor the existence of divine beasts existed on the continent of Theonis. The moment divine beasts were mentioned, countless pieces of information about those creatures immediately surfaced in Davy's mind. Divine beasts were originally entities born from human wishes in a world without gods or magic. Therefore, allowing those divine beasts to appear here was no different from superheroes existing on Earth in his previous life. Thinking of that issue, his mind dragged along a series of other matters. This was not a simple arrangement, nor was it something a few principles could be changed at will for, because even for gods, this was not an easy choice. Looking at Davy's dazed appearance, Purser could not help wondering, what is wrong? After hearing no answer from him for a long time, Purser called out again. "Davy." Just that one sound alone made him flinch, his heart nearly leaping out. Knowing he had just embarrassed himself, Davy blushed, turned his head aside, and stammered. "It is nothing, she suddenly got that big." That reaction left Purser with her head full of question marks. Seeing that she was still staring at him, he pretended to cough a few times to break the atmosphere, then shifted to the next direction direction. Ehem about the reward for purifying the remaining things. I am actually not that interested, but it is not bad either. The thing is, speaking to this point, Davy suddenly hesitated, making Purser even more curious. Not making her wait long, he turned his head back, his eyes shining like car headlights as he voiced his thoughts. Would it not be better if we discussed it a little more? This sight left Purser more helpless than ever. You look like a corrupted human. Faced with that misunderstanding, Davy hurriedly refuted. What I mean is, But after speaking only a few words, his vision blurred and his body swayed. That abnormal state made Purser immediately realize something. Davy. His ears gradually rang, and he could no longer hear anything clearly, while his body also began to sway. Yet Davy did not panic. On the contrary, he was very calm. I remember going through this once before. Unlike his calmness, Purser was frightened into panic. Davy. Amid her shrill calls, he suddenly remembered something else. Come to think of it, I remember there was a mission I completed. On the system screen, a notification was now displayed. The title Savior of those afflicted by the plague has reached a full 20,000. Mission complete. After fainting, Davy's mind drifted to another space. There was a golden sky there, a strange structure with staircases of every shape, long and coiling. Observing his surroundings, he gave his assessment. An endless, vast twilight sky, along with pale creatures wearing white robes. Davy sat below, knees drawn up with his hands braced on them, laughing helplessly as he watched the angels spread their wings and glide through the sky. So this was that place. With those words, he gazed intently at the chick-down yellow sky, dotted with white clouds and tiny glittering stars. He quietly judged that this was the world that had once made his heart skip a beat. Standing out in that space was a fortress wall, where an angel unlike all the others possessed enormous wings that left Davy below with no choice but to look up. The will of a god did exist, but it was terribly fragile. Thinking of that, he suddenly remembered another issue. When it connected with someone, it would appear in the form most familiar to that person. Just then, something fell from the sky. Davy hurriedly reached out with both hands to catch it, and the sight left him unable to hide his surprise. Lying in his hands now was a small round jade green gem, lovely and glossy. Davy studied it for a while, only growing more puzzled. What was this thing? Back in reality, on a clear and sunny day, two maidservants were hanging laundry while whispering with the girls around them. Have you heard the rumor about Prince Davy? I know. They say he has still been unconscious these past few days. At the mention of this, everyone immediately grew interested and asked in confusion why things had suddenly turned out that way. The other person only shook her head, saying she did not know. Just then, one girl voiced her guess, saying there were rumors that the conquest campaigns he had carried out himself had perhaps exceeded what he could endure. They thought the matter would end there, but their thirst for gossip made the girls chatter endlessly from one topic to another. They said he had quietly hidden his hardships all this time, so he would not burden everyone. Good heavens, he truly was a saint. Meanwhile, the person being discussed was lying perfectly calmly in bed. When the entire story about him had been told, one girl could not help praising him as truly remarkable. As if hearing those words, Davy slowly woke from his stupor. As soon as he sat up, the first thing that entered his eyes was Perserk's deeply worried face. Seeing that he was awake, she hurried over to ask after him. Davy, you are awake. Honky and Lanky also rushed over the moment they saw him wake, throwing themselves into Davy's arms in overwhelming emotion. Ignoring the two little girls rubbing against him, he focused on asking about the current situation. How long have I been asleep? Perserk thought for a moment, then answered, about 4 days. Hearing that number, Davy felt both helpless and speechless, then took out a familiar blue gem. Looks like I really did overwork myself. Seeing it appear, Lanky, Hunky, and Perserk all leaned in close, observing the gem with curiosity and excitement. Good heavens, that is a spirit stone, but it seems to look a little different. As soon as she finished speaking, a system screen appeared, displaying full information about it. Spirit stone, a modified achievement, able to recreate the user once when both body and mind collapse. Number of uses 1. Special conditions activate automatically. After reading the information on the panel, Perserk exclaimed in admiration like a fan. It is not that different either. The moment she said that, Davy immediately denied it. No, it is actually much better. Afraid she had not understood what he meant, he explained carefully from beginning to end. The previous one had the condition that it could only be used when fighting an enemy at the transcendent entity level or above. The spirit stone, however, is not bound by that condition. Moreover, it affects the mind as well, not just the body. Without giving her time to finish being surprised, Davy continued pulling Perserk from one shock to another. He pointed to the line saying it could recreate the user once when body and mind collapsed, then said, not only that, look at this word recreate. Does it feel familiar? As soon as she heard the question, Perserk immediately understood. Transformation after death. Before she could say more, Davy had already hugged the gem to his chest, smiling in satisfaction as he added, though it definitely will not go that far. At that explanation, Berserk voiced her thoughts. If there are no conditions for use, would it not be best to use it right now? But Davy immediately pointed it out clearly. Incomplete transformation and complete transformation are worlds apart. After saying that, he placed a hand on his chest. Every blood vessel in his body now felt as if countless explosions were rumbling inside. Knowing that condition well, Davy only smiled bitterly. Because my body right now is no different from a tightly compressed bomb, and if I force a transformation, it will definitely cause a whole pile of trouble. After thinking for a moment, he turned to look at her and offered an explanation. Let us consider that slowly for now. Elsewhere in the Alliance conference room, Davy suddenly appeared with a radiant smile, raising his hand to greet everyone. Excellent, everyone has done very well. His appearance made everyone present in the conference room fall into such confusion that they began doubting reality. Davy, Prince Davy. That reaction made him freeze, awkwardly lowering his hand before asking Berserk beside him in a low voice. What is this? Why are they so surprised? She calmly analyzed the situation. Because you slept like the dead for 4 whole days. Berserk did not stop there and added more. It seems they all think you faced some danger, even though you yourself do not know what that danger was. Hearing that, he could only nod, unable to refute it. Anyway, it is true that I overcame it. This misunderstanding is useful too. Understanding the reason behind everyone's reaction, Davy rubbed his head and slowly walked down the steps. Sorry I am late. Sullivan stepped forward from behind and replied politely. Not at all, how are you feeling now? Davy did not answer and shifted to another matter. There is no time to worry about that now. We still have work to do we not? Before anyone could speak, he laid out a very long list of things that needed to be done. There are still many places that must be purified. I have to finish everything because I said I would take responsibility. With every word Davy spoke, the admiration of the people below rose another level. When he finished speaking, Sullivan hesitantly refused. But you still have not fully recovered. Those words made him smile wryly. Well, I was only summoned to receive the Spirit Stone. In truth, my body is already healthy enough to fly around several times. Seeing the hesitation on his face, Sullivan resolved to refuse to the end. You do not need to do that, Prince Davy. The priests are purifying the land. It will take several years to complete. But he refused to back down as well and immediately asked a decisive question. Then what if death energy leaks out during that time? Without giving Sullivan a chance to argue, he spoke in one breath, saying their goal was to prevent all sacrifice. Sullivan still stubbornly advised against it, using every reason to urge him to take care of his body, because even if he did not belong to the Holy Kingdom, he was still the only saint. Sensing an opportunity, Davy immediately declared, "That is exactly why I must act." To make his words more believable, Davy raised his hand, putting on a look of full determination. One loved by the divine cannot be lazy, but inside, he cursed himself. Loved my ass. In truth, I love being lazy more than anything. Only Elena and Iolus, who knew his true nature well, were looking on with contempt as Davy declared, I will purify the forest right now. After saying that, Davy covered his mouth with his hand, his face reddening as if he were terribly reluctant. Cough, cough, do not worry. As long as I am here, everything will be fine. The people below, unaware of the truth, looked at him with bright eyes full of admiration. A moment later, the crowd began cheering in joy. Our great saint. Meanwhile, Davy had successfully won over everyone in the Alliance. In a desert filled with sand and wind, a foot wrapped in white bandages was slowly walking forward. At the same time, in the western region of the Fakran Empire, unfamiliar figures were heading toward another land of the Empire. At this moment, in the west of the kingdom of Balan, 2 figures cloaked in white and blue quietly walked through the desert, where a fierce sandstorm was raging. Halfway through the journey, one of them spoke up and asked, Lord Yugen, are we truly doing the right thing? The person in blue lowered his hood, revealing a familiar face. His eyes looked at the other with contempt before he spoke in a cold voice. Do not doubt yourself. Afraid the other would not heed his advice, the man turned his head completely and asked another question in return. What will happen if you doubt the words of the Divine Mother Tree? Remember that the fundamental principles will be affected if you waver. At that reminder, the other person immediately stiffened, able only to falter. But, after finishing his counsel, Yugen turned his head to look up at the sky and let out a relieved breath. He looked up at the blazing sun high above, pondered for a moment, then said, In any case, elves are a social race. They cannot keep living in isolation forever. Then, as if thinking of something, the image of Davy smiling profoundly, while extending his hand and launching power toward him surfaced again in his mind. Besides, if a battle with that human Davy cannot be avoided, it would be best for us to find a direction favorable to the 7 elves. By this point, the person in the white cloak finally relented and asked, You said that among the human kingdoms, the kingdom of Balan is the largest, correct? But that person's voice was still hesitant. Then will they be willing to help us bring down Prince Davy? Davy. Eugen immediately cut in. We will negotiate. Afraid the other still did not believe him, he turned back and offered a series of persuasive arguments. Humans are famous for their greed. They will not refuse if we offer something valuable enough. The deity. At this point, the one in white also softened, even persuading himself. That is right, they will surely want to strengthen ties with the 7 elves more than with the prince of a small kingdom. But life did not go as dreamed, and there was one thing they had miscalculated. It was the political effort that the small kingdom of that prince had prepared for this special occasion. At that time, Davy was leading a group that included Lull, Sullivan, Elena, and Euless. Wherever he went, the soldiers there cheered. After the entire war came to an end, the scenery gradually returned to its familiar peace, with green meadows, white clouds, and golden sunlight. After Cleophan's death, the undead that had lost their master also returned one after another to the earth. However, things were not as simple or peaceful as they appeared. If there was still something to worry about, it was that the Nightfield Death King was still alive, and a large number of undead still remained in the ruins of the underground world. If they attacked all at once, it would certainly become a major problem. Yet for some reason, not a single undead appeared before their eyes. Time passed quickly, and before long dusk had fallen, Davy sat atop a tree, carefully observing his surroundings. It is as if they are preparing to gather somewhere else. In another corner, Lena anxiously walked over to take Alice's hand and kept asking after her, while she still lowered her head in silence. As for the Saintess candidate Alice, the conclusion was that she had been kidnapped and then returned safely. It would have been better if she had died while bravely fighting the enemy, and I returned to report everything. But, thinking of that, Davy could not help feeling weary. She is still alive and well, and I cannot deny that she has the Lord by her side protecting her. In the end, Davy could only accept reality. Escaping from his thoughts, he raised the holy spear so its light spread everywhere. So I decided to simply follow heaven's will. As long as the holy spear was placed there for a while, everything would return to normal. Thanks to that, I now have to be here doing this troublesome cleanup work. While he carried the spear and yawned repeatedly, the people around him had fully entered worship mode. Oh, he dealt with them in the blink of an eye, even though he could have left the remaining undead to the soldiers. The more they spoke, the deeper everyone sank into obsession, as if even his yawns were covered in a halo. He is still working even though his body is in that state. He truly is a real saint, a sacred existence. Hearing that, Davy smiled so broadly it reached his ears. Just like this, my stock today has already skyrocketed. After resolving the problem in the forest, Sullivan returned to the meeting hall and began announcing other matters. Once the source of power that made the undead move disappeared, and the aftermath of the war was settled, the Allied forces disbanded after a simple gathering. Time passed quickly, and another day went by. Across the meadow, flattery and praise rang out everywhere. Prince Davy, please visit our kingdom soon. Outside the fortress walls, countless camps had been set up, and the soldiers seemed to have finally relaxed after the fierce battle. The flattery not only did not end, it grew even thicker. We will ensure that you receive the finest treatment. Please visit our kingdom as well. On the meadow, Davy stood there, helplessly rubbing his head, while surrounded by countless soldiers and officials swarming around him like flies. Everyone spoke into his ear, "You deserve every word of praise, and if you visit our kingdom, it will be a great honor." That scene had not lasted long before Catherine appeared from somewhere, angrily shouting straight at the people there. Hey, do not rush at my nephew-in-law like that." Witnessing that scene, Davy felt both helpless and speechless, inwardly thinking that the one rushing at someone else was clearly her. Just then, someone called to him from behind Prince Davy. Hearing his name, he immediately turned to look back. The one who had spoken was a purple-haired man in armor. Recognizing Davy, he smiled and shook his hand. Davy asked after him Director Kulin, "Are you returning now?" He answered with some regret that he wanted to stay and help more as well, but he could not leave the kingdom without its ruler for too long. Thinking it was only a polite greeting, Davy then saw a girl with similar purple hair approaching from afar, her face flushed. Kulin urged her, "Come now, hurry over and greet him." The more the girl heard, the more embarrassed she became. In the end, she lowered her head to hide her embarrassment and stammered an introduction. "I am Hula Mendicin, thank you." In contrast to that shyness, Kulin beside her was cheerful like a matchmaker, saying she was his niece and that Davy had once saved her from the undead attack. Seeing that Davy did not react much, the man had no choice but to stop. He looked at the girl beside him with affectionate eyes, reached out to pat her head, and said sincerely, "I truly am grateful. This child is the only family I have left." The more he spoke, the redder the girl became, but he still seemed not to notice and solemnly declared, "I will never forget this kindness." Faced with such formal thanks, Davy felt a little awkward and hurriedly waved his hand, saying there was no need for him to take it to heart. Saving a comrade in danger on the battlefield was only natural. Hearing that, the man burst into laughter and said he now understood why Davy was praised so highly. In the end, the man had no choice but to say farewell, and did not forget to invite Davy to visit his kingdom someday. He hoped Davy would still be in good health then. After saying that, he left with the girl while Davy smiled and waved goodbye. When their figures had completely disappeared, Purser appeared from the air with his arms crossed, looking displeased as he called him a swindler. Davy remained calm, raised his hand, lightly shook a finger, and said that responding to a goodwill invitation was not perfectly reasonable. Before Purser could finish speaking, Davy opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction with a meaningful expression. Then he said softly, "Now then." As soon as he finished speaking, Davy appeared in a hidden corner, poked his head out, and asked what she was doing here. That sudden voice startled Elena, who had been hiding nearby, so badly that she nearly jumped out. Being discovered by the very person involved, Elena's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She stammered, wanting to explain, but only managed to utter a few broken sounds. After thinking for a long time, she still could not find anything proper to say, and only awkwardly repeated a few meaningless phrases. Seeing that, Davy smiled helplessly, but his gaze was gentle and full of indulgence. Not wanting to make things harder for her, Davy spoke first and broke the awkward atmosphere. He said he needed to find an item, making Elena's eyes immediately widen in surprise. Right after that, she cast all her embarrassment aside, stood up straight, and declared confidently, "Something you need. Tell me, I will help you find it." Looking at the sparkling light in the air and Elena blazing with enthusiasm, Davy once again fell into the same speechless state as before. He thought to himself, why is she so excited? Though helpless, Davy still coughed lightly to regain his composure, then said he needed a few talismans, or even window paper would do. That request made Elena go from excited to frozen. Seeing that she did not understand, Davy had no choice but to say it more simply, "How about a blank roll of paper?" Only after a while did Elena come back to herself. She raised a hand to stroke her chin in thought and said that would be a little troublesome. She would ask the supply unit commander if any were left, but she also warned him in advance that there might not be. Not long after, Elena returned with a wooden crate piled full of paper. She pointed at it and explained that the other person had given her this pile after hearing that Davy would need to use it. After explaining where the crate came from, Elena leaned back, relaxed her face, then looked up at the sky and sighed that Davy looked even more like royalty of this kingdom than she did. Hearing that, Davy continued to rummage through the pile of paper attentively and calmly thanked her. He said it was good that the person had a favorable impression of him. After leaning back and forth for a while to ease her stiffness, Elena stood up straight, placed her hands on her hips, and looked at Davy in complete confusion. She asked whether he knew what people called him at the command center. Davy could not be bothered to care, only continuing to unroll each paper roll and look through it before coldly telling her she could go back if she intended to say pointless things. Hearing that, Elena chose silence and did not mention the matter again. She instead asked what Davy intended to do with that many rolls of paper. He remained bent over his work, writing on the paper with a brush, only answered briefly, "A good deed." Few minutes later, a yellow talisman with red writing appeared. Looking at the strange patterns on the paper, Elena was full of questions and said it seemed different from ordinary paper. Davy smiled, not denying it, and only said that was right, but it was not magic. Hearing that answer, Elena gloomily crossed her arms as though she had understood the problem. She asked if he was planning to do something strange again, and just how many things in the world he knew. Davy finished a stack of papers and answered indifferently that he wondered that himself. After checking them again and again, Davy gripped the stack of papers tightly in his hand. He said softly, "Now then." The moment he clenched them, the stack of papers seemed to gain a will of its own, freeing itself from Davy's hand and shooting into the sky. Looking in the direction they flew, he smiled and said they would react if the goddess kept her promise. That stack of papers flew high, then by some strange means, they hovered in midair. Looking at the papers hanging in the air and glowing, Elena cried out in astonishment that the sheets of paper were flying. Dave remained calm with his hands on his hips, explaining that this was a form of summoning. As if suddenly remembering something, Davy asked Elena which she liked best among birds, lizards, turtles, and cats. That unexpected question left her completely bewildered. Only after a while did Elena come back to herself and ask in return, birds, lizards, and what else? Davy only smiled meaningfully and repeated that she should choose one. Though she did not understand why she was being asked that, Elena still thought for a moment, then honestly answered that if she had to choose, she would choose a bird. Having given her answer, she could not help imagining all sorts of scenes. She said a bird flying through the sky looked very free, unbound by anything. That made Davy even more puzzled. The little girl tilted her head, waiting for an explanation, but Elena only saw Davy answer with a bright smile. "Alright, so it is a spicy chicken then." The moment she heard the name of that creature, Elena froze on the spot. She asked in surprise, "A chicken? How can a chicken possibly fly?" Davy did not answer her question. He had already begun the ritual, raising his voice to declare, "I summon you in my name." Little sparrow. Right after those words, the ground began to shake violently. Princess Elena felt uncomfortable under the surrounding black aura, then quietly murmured to herself that it was so stifling. She asked Davy what exactly he was doing. Davy calmly answered that this was an arcane art. Princess Elena repeated in alarm, an arcane art. Davy simply explained that it was a power born from the user's hopes and desires. Elves had spirit arts, while humans had arcane arts. However, on a continent like Theonis, where gods existed and mana was abundant, humans had no need to rely on arcane arts in the first place. In places lacking mana, when humans had to face countless dangers without the protection of gods, they were forced to imitate the powers of other species in order to survive. Davy DeRahl thought to himself that, after all, humans had always possessed the instinct to imitate, adapt, and then develop from there. The four divine beasts were, in essence, a form of artificial spiritual power. Davy wondered to himself how Noah would react if she saw this scene. At that moment, Davy immediately ordered Luan to fetch more oil and pour it into the vessel. Luan quickly answered and followed the order. Princess Elena was utterly astonished, saying she had never heard of a kind of power that only humans could use. Davy explained that in a very distant land, where gods were absent, humans could only rely on mana. Princess Elena asked whether such a place truly existed. Davy answered that it did, but because mana was so scarce there, even after training for many years, they would only be around level 1 in this region. Davy recalled that the hero who taught him arcane arts had come from the same world as the heavenly demon John Gojun. The only difference was that the man's land had once been occupied by demons. In order to keep fighting, humanity at the time, standing on the brink of extinction, gathered the materials and records their ancestors had left behind. Arcane arts were born from that very process. Princess Elena remained stubborn, saying there could not be any place in Theonis lacking mana, and even this place was considered low in mana. Davy only answered briefly that that land did not belong to Theonis. Princess Elena asked what he was talking about, and whether that thing was artificial. Seen from the outside, it truly resembled a flower wrapped in flames. Flower fire slowly unfolded its petals before the admiring eyes of Princess Elena Geffelin. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful, as a phoenix spread its wings and flew out from within the flames. Suddenly, the phoenix burst into flames of its own. Princess Elena was so stunned that she nearly fell backward, hurriedly raising her hands to cover her ears. Davy, however, had anticipated this. Just as he had expected, the phoenix began to let out piercing cries. Davy DeRahl took out a piece of yellow paper, complaining as he worked that it was truly far too noisy. Just one sweep of his hand, he immediately cast a third-tier talisman art. The magic had now reached its limit. Chains immediately wrapped around the phoenix, tightening so fiercely that it cried out in pain. Princess Elena asked in panic, Davy, what in the world is going on? Davy DeRahl replied that he had to be strict with it from the very start, or its wild nature and habit of setting fires would spiral out of control. Princess Elena still did not understand. A pyromaniac, Davy patiently explained that the phoenix was born from human anger. Since it was born from wrath, its innate nature was as quick to flare up as a lit fuse, and the moment he finished speaking, living proof appeared right before their eyes. It was the sight of the phoenix thrashing wildly in midair. Though it looked like a newly hatched chick, it was still a spirit beast. If it were allowed to grow freely with that temperament, no one knew what the consequences would be. Princess Elena began to feel a chill down her spine. Davy, is this really all right? Davy DeRahl answered as calmly as a chief executive, saying that was precisely why he had to teach it a lesson. After dispelling the third-tier spell, he immediately sealed the phoenix. In the end, Davy managed to bring the phoenix under control. He said with smug satisfaction, "You are sealed now, idiot." Loon spoke up, Master Davy, I have brought the oil in the jar. Davy raised a finger in praise. Well done. Davy turned and provoked it. You spicy chicken. The phoenix immediately reacted, as if telling him not to call it that. Davy continued, saying he needed its help. Though I know you are quick-tempered and far too proud. Davy's voice gradually turned threatening. But if you insist on defying me, I will have no choice but to punish you. Someone had once told Davy that spirit beasts were truly all creatures with extremely difficult temperaments. Every one of them was ready to bite and tear when provoked. The green dragon was fierce, while the white tiger was so arrogant it looked down on everyone. Among them, the phoenix was the most troublesome because of its impulsive temperament, flaring up easily with its emotions. The strange man said that therefore, the most important thing when dealing with them was to educate them from the moment they were summoned. Think about it, if it does whatever it wants, would everything not fall into chaos? Davy asked. Like back then, the man could only shout back, come here. Thinking back on it, Davy realized that having a good memory was useful after all. The best way to deal with the phoenix was to break its pride. Without its flames, it was no different from an ordinary chicken. Davy called out, Spacey chicken, if you do not obey. The sight of the pot of oil boiling before its eyes looked truly terrifying. The smile so gentle it was chilling, Davy asked whether he should butcher it and pluck all its feathers, then turn you into fried chicken. Hearing that, the phoenix went pale with fear. Davy asked again, what do you think? Do you want to try swimming in oil? I can fry you very deliciously. But no sauce. Do not worry, I am not a picky eater either. The devil Fei deviant Rawl darkened his and said, there is no other way, is there? Since you refuse to listen to me, I will have to fill my stomach first. Relax, I will cook you deliciously, fragrant and spicy. At this point, the phoenix could only burst into tears. The phoenix's pitiful cries rang out, tearing through the night. After the successful taming, Princess Aniclimax could not help sighing. That really is cruel. Davy stood beside it and smiled with utter satisfaction. Even if you bury your head in the ground, you cannot escape. As long as you obediently listen, you will not have to bathe in oil, so rest easy. Now try flying. Before this white-robed mage, the phoenix suddenly became strangely obedient. Davy said, since there is a stick, there must also be a carrot. Fly as much as you like, you must be hungry too. The phoenix's eyes sparkled, wanting only to call the person before it master. The phoenix once again shone brilliantly in the sky, while Davy muttered complaints. It is a little hot. Just play until the sun sets. Davy still did not forget to threaten it further. You know the consequences if you harm innocent people, right? You had better think carefully. Several hours later, Davy Rawl asked helplessly, what exactly did you pick up and bring back? The phoenix was eating with great relish, but it was also a creature that tended to overthink. Whether divine beast or spirit, this body was still formed from human longing. For a divine beast, more precisely, it was an entity born from fire. Even though I was saddled with the humiliating nickname Spicy Chicken, I am still a true divine beast. Thinking that, Vian Rawl faltered. My master is truly strange. He created me with his own hands, yet instead of worshipping me as a divine beast, he tried to throw me into a cauldron of boiling oil. I am actually afraid of the very heat that should be familiar to me. That is right, I am afraid of the human who created me. Phoenix enjoyed that time. Its first meal in this world was delicious. According to the memories inherited from its master, they seemed to be called monsters. They received what they deserved. I only punished them because they did not know their place and still dared to attack me, but I never expected them to taste so good. Innocent yet full of guilt, the phoenix thought that a single flap of its wings had set the entire forest ablaze, but it did not care because fire was originally the symbol of wrath. Nothing could soothe my anger as long as the matter did not involve humans. Suddenly, a spear shot toward it. That man shouted, you dare burn down the entire forest. Yugen warned from below, I do not know how a mystical creature of fire came here, but I will not let you do whatever you want. Hearing the words mystical creature, the phoenix immediately froze. You dare call me a divine beast of fire, a lowly mystical creature. The phoenix was completely enraged. The words Davy had once spoken made the phoenix calm down. It could do whatever it wanted, but it must not harm innocent people. It understood so deeply it made its stomach ache, trying to tell itself to stay calm. Yugen, however, had no idea what was going on. The phoenix told itself, I am a noble divine beast, I need not care about such meaningless provocation. Everyone urged, hurry up, Eugene, we have to run, it is too dangerous. But the phoenix still murmured, calm down. Eugen stubbornly refused to let it go. We cannot forget our mission. As for the phoenix, it continued chanting to itself like a spell. I must stay calm. Yet Eugen still went on. We must go to the human kingdom of Poland to capture the one who cursed our mother. But by this point, the phoenix's emotions officially erupted. Calm down, my foot. Even if it costs me my life, I will burn these bastards to ashes. When Davy Rawl discovered what had happened, he immediately flew into a rage. What? I let you go outside for a walk to cool your anger. Yet this is how it ends, Phoenix, Yang said with tears in her eyes. I truly know nothing. Davy was helpless, while Purser von Palanthe was utterly thrilled, looking almost unbearably adorable. At that moment, Davy spoke up and asked, but what is that pitch-black thing over there? I told you not to touch humans. Phoenix answered aggrievedly, I am sorry, master, I was wrong, but I am innocent. Princess Elena laughed and said, what has our spicy chicken dragged back this time? Suddenly she cried out, Freya heavens, why would a fairy appear here? Davy hoisted the fairy onto his shoulder and said they would return to Heist for a while, leaving Princess Elena completely unable to understand what was happening. After that, Davy said, Lewin, I leave spicy chicken to you. Lewin immediately replied, understood. Princess Elena Geffelin hurriedly stopped him. Wait, Davy, are you planning to return to Heist from here? Davy answered briefly, yes. It will not take long. Lewin only said, all right, travel safely. In any case, no one can stop you. As soon as he arrived, Yahello came out to greet him and said, oh, my benefactor, have you finished handling everything? Davy replied, everything is settled. Sorry for dropping by so suddenly, but I have something to tell you. Yahello suddenly exclaimed, oh my, when she saw Amelia's face. Yahello hesitated. Could this person be? Davy asked, do you know her? Yahello replied, is this not Amelia? How could this be? Davy froze. Amelia. Yahello quickly explained, she is the former saintess of the divine tree. I thought she had fallen into slumber slumber with the divine tree. I have never seen her awaken. In her current state, how could she get outside? Davy answered helplessly, I have no idea. Spicy chicken made her end up like this. Yahello looked puzzled. Spicy chicken. Davy skipped over it and said, anyway, in short, this girl is the fairy of the divine tree. Yahello replied, you could see it that way. At that moment, Davy said, good, then she will be a hostage. Yahello answered with concern, you are handling this rather carelessly, but I will follow my benefactor. If possible, please let me look after her at the school. Davy waved his hand, do whatever you want, and tell me as soon as she wakes up. The scene shifted to the southern part of the Poland kingdom, at the main castle where the command center was located. At that time, Davy wondered, what on earth is causing such a commotion? Did Spicy Chicken cause trouble again? It seemed they had found the corpse of the crown prince of the Poland kingdom. How unfair for that little girl. They informed the saintess candidate Lena. What is that staff? And the holy stone too. Lena replied, I have been put in charge of the memorial rite. How do I look? Do I seem more like a saintess candidate now? Davy sighed inwardly, not the saintess, but only a saintess candidate. To add a little, a holy stone is a stone containing holy power, similar to a mana stone. Davy also admitted that she truly suited the role of saintess. The second prince praised her as rather splendid, but Lena immediately criticized him for being so clumsy when speaking to women. The prince replied, it is hard for me to be serious with someone who will remain single for life. Suddenly, Princess Elena shouted loudly, I cannot accept this. This makes absolutely no sense at all. The second prince then said, Elena, just do exactly as you were told. This is my decision as the succeeding crown prince. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin declared, the funeral will be held here, not in the capital. Hearing that, Elena immediately froze. She shouted loudly, do not say such absurd things. Elena was so agitated that she could no longer keep calm. How can you say that? What reason could possibly make you decide such a thing? At that moment, Prince Sullivan Zeppelin called softly, Elena. But Elena immediately brushed him off. I do not want to hear it. He turned and grabbed Davy's clothes, gently wiping away the tear spilling down sob. Davy silently looked at the girl before him as she choked on sob. Then Elena burst into loud tears. Davy thought to himself, several days have passed since the prince's body was brought back to the castle. During that time, Sullivan used his authority to restore the stalled trade, while also selling off a few surplus items in Hansel territory. He was very good at handling urgent problems. Yet Elena still blamed him for being too cold. She said sorrowfully that her brother had been far too optimistic. Elena continued, he believed there would come a day when the world no longer had war, when people could shake hands and solve problems through agreements. Elena lowered her head and admitted, that is why I loved my brother so much. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin continued, my brother understood that to create such a world, many sacrifices would be needed. Pushed up his glasses and added, and he also knew he could not accomplish that alone. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin believed that the only person who could make that a reality was. Hearing this, Elena shouted in agitation, do you understand what sacrifice means? Prince Sullivan Zeppelin called Elena in a low voice. But before he could finish speaking, Elena coldly cut him off. Stop it, I hate you, Sullivan. She shouted angrily, when my brother was still alive, if only you had helped even a little, this would not have happened. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin merely lowered his head and admitted, yes, I knew nothing at all. Then he continued, but politics is not as simple as you think. Listen, Elena, no matter how angry you are, his funeral will still be held here. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin said gently, suppose we hold it in the capital as you wish. Could you handle the troubles that arise? Hearing that, Elena forced down her anger. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin turned and left, but he did not forget to leave a reminder behind. My patience also has its limits. Having watched everything from the beginning, Davy said softly, it is no different from a play. Purser, do you have popcorn? Surely he intended to sit back and leisurely watch the drama. Purser immediately remarked, you truly are strange. Purser asked in confusion, are you just going to stand there and watch? Is Elena not the child you care about? At that moment, Davy stared intently at the quest window. The information appeared, eliminate the defilement, purify the stained soul through the cycle of reincarnation. There was also a warning that if he did not obey the rules, his future path of reincarnation could be affected. Davy clicked his tongue softly, TSK, threatening me while interfering in this matter unnecessarily. Purser looked puzzled, interfering. Once outside, Prince Sullivan Zeppelin let out a troubled sigh. Standing beside him, Davy suddenly spoke, impressive. Your Highness is rather skilled in swordsmanship. He crossed his arms and continued, normally I would deceive myself. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin lightly pushed up his glasses and replied coldly, I do not understand what you are saying. Sullivan Zeppelin immediately turned and left, saying coldly that he had no interest in talking, so the matter would end there. Seeing that, Davy could only accept it, considering it good enough. At that moment, the warriors began arriving one after another. Lena gracefully performed dances that were light and elegant. She cast a faintly sorrowful gaze ahead, then continued carrying out her duty. The sound of iron armor clashing rang out again and again. Manhwa kept dancing calmly, raising the white cloth high in her hands. At the same time, Prince Sullivan Zeppelin simply stood in silence, not saying a word. In the central area, Dihai had been placed inside the wooden cage, with a warrior holding a blazing torch beside it. Just as the warrior was about to set the funeral pyre alight, a sudden shout rang out. No. The guards hurried over to dissuade her, begging the princess not to do this. But Elena paid no attention at all, only crying out in panic, "Brother." Tears streamed down her face as Elena choked out, "Brother, please open your eyes, I know I was wrong." The scene made Davy recall a painful memory, when he had once knelt beside his mother's body, helplessly calling for her in despair. Davy's lips moved slightly, but he did not know what to say. The person beside him softly reminded him that he did not look well. Davy replied in a low voice, "Just a few memories best forgotten coming back." Just then, Lena gently advised her, "Your Highness, please do not be like this. If you keep crying, the prince will find it hard to rest in peace." But Elena could no longer control her emotions. She shouted, "Do not touch me, I still have so much I want to say to my brother." A warrior had no choice but to forcefully lead Elena away, saying, "Please forgive this discourtesy, Your Highness." Elena shouted angrily, "Let me go." She cried out in fury that she could have all of them beheaded. Suddenly, Prince Sullivan Zeppelin stepped forward and struck Elena's small face with a hard slap. What she had just done had reached the limit of his endurance. Sullivan Zeppelin scolded coldly, "Fool." By now, one side of Elena's face had turned red. Looking at the flames blazing up, Prince Sullivan Zeppelin ordered sternly for Elena to be taken outside and not allowed to leave her room until the funeral ended. He bowed to the warriors and apologized for making them witness such an unseemly scene. Sullivan Zeppelin raised his head slightly, his eyes veiled in quiet sorrow. He looked up at the high sky, where the seven-circle spell, rain summoning, was being cast. Dense dark clouds gathered, then tiny droplets of water began to fall. A warrior murmured, "Rain." At that moment, Davy casually threw a talisman toward the flames. After that, he activated the ancient art sigil skill, Fire Spirit. After finishing, Davy turned and left. Seeing this, Lena called after him in confusion, I. As he passed Prince Sullivan Zeppelin, Davy lowered his voice and said, "This is a small gesture of sincerity from me. I must make sure this fire is not extinguished." Davy continued, "May the soul of the departed rest in the arms of the gods." Sullivan Zeppelin lowered his head and replied briefly, "Thank you." Hearing those words, Davy paused for a moment, not knowing how to respond. He watched Sullivan Zeppelin's back and silently thought to himself, "I am sorry." Rain grew heavier by the moment, and a gloomy atmosphere covered the entire castle. The princess's room no longer held the slightest trace of vitality, only a cold silence remained. Looking at Elena curled up in the corner of the room with sorrowful eyes, Davy said softly, "You look terrible." He walked closer and told her the ceremony had ended without incident. Elena raised her head and softly called, "Davy." Elena hesitantly mentioned him. Davy tilted his head and said gently, "Death is an ordinary part of life." He meant to say that, then apologize for what had happened. Elena forced a smile, thanked him, and apologized, while Davy only said that grieving a relative's death was natural. Elena looked outside and softly asked, since it was raining, whether he might be crying. Davy answered frankly, "Do not be stupid. Rain is only warmth condensing into droplets of water." Elena looked as if cold water had been poured over her, saying that if it was a joke, it only deserved 2 out of 10 points. Davy replied, "I did not come to joke, nor did I come just to watch you sulk, so come here." Suddenly, Davy turned back with a strange object, making Elena startle and blurt out, "What is that?" He said gently, "Did you not say there was still something you wanted to say?" Hearing that, Elena immediately widened her eyes. Davy crossed his arms, looked at the point of light beside him, and said, "I am sure your highness also has much to say to her. You have at most 5 minutes. Begin." Right after that, Crown Prince Amadeus Zeppelin appeared with a faint smile on his lips, then nodded lightly. At that moment, Elena could hardly believe her eyes, and she called softly in shock, "Big brother." Davy snapped his fingers and cast 8th circle dark magic, voice of salvation. He turned away, silently praying that the soul burdened by the curse would soon let go of the past and look toward the future. In the blink of an eye, Davy had skillfully left the 2 Palin siblings with a private space. Outside, Prince Sullivan Zeppelin spoke, "I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Sullivan Zeppelin said somewhat awkwardly that the Imperial Palace should have received him more grandly. Davy replied, "It is fine, we are all busy. Doing that would only waste time." Sullivan Zeppelin smiled faintly and said that in truth, he would be safer here, because the palace hid many dangers, and no one could be trusted lightly. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin asked, "I heard you went to see Elena, how is the girl now?" Davy said bluntly, asking that does not make your highness look any better, because you are the cause of everything. Sullivan Zeppelin burst out laughing, "Ha, you are right." He lightly pushed up his glasses, then said, "Then I will speak plainly." Sullivan Zeppelin went straight to the point. "You requested an alliance with the Palin Empire as compensation." Davy answered, "Correct, but the Rhone Kingdom has already allied with the Lindus Empire, and according to my information, it is because you are close to Emperor Zeus." He handed Davy a sheet of paper and said, "Therefore, this is the answer from the Palin Empire." The contents inside were summed up in a single sentence. "We respectfully decline." Sullivan Zeppelin added, "The Palin Empire wishes to continue maintaining its neutral stance." After that, he took back the letter, and added that the official reason was that they did not wish to form an alliance, nor did they wish to oppose any nation. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin casually tore the paper apart and said, "But that is only what fools who spend all year lying around in the palace would think." He answered in a stern voice, "But I am different. The Palan Empire I know will surely repay every debt in full." Sullivan Zeppelin continued, "But first I need to know why you are asking my nation to do something so important." Meanwhile, Davy calmly enjoyed his tea. Davy set the teacup down on the table and slowly spoke, "I am sure you also know what I am currently harvesting in my territory." Sullivan Zeppelin stroked his chin and said softly, "You are trading me a large amount of food and defensive supplies." In his heart, he knew full well that he was also selling weapons to another organization. Sullivan Zeppelin asked suspiciously, "Are you preparing for war?" Davy immediately answered, "That is right, but I am on the defensive side." Sullivan Zeppelin looked pensive. It seems the opponent is not human." Davy quickly confirmed, "Exactly." Prince Sullivan Zeppelin continued, "Every nation has many problems at present, but as far as I know, there are no disputes involving Heist territory. If we have not heard the news, this must involve the dwarves or the forest dwellers." He offered his guess, "I cannot be certain yet, but I would boldly guess it is the fairy race." As if his thoughts had been read through, Davy could only smile reluctantly. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin added, "Judging from your previous achievements, this battle is not impossible to win, but I am still wondering what the Zeppelin Empire can do to help you. Terrain advantage is always the most important factor." Prince Sullivan Zeppelin lowered his head and said, "If the fairy race wants to reach you, they must cross the territory of the Palan Empire." Seeing that, Davy shivered slightly. This guy really is frightening. Purser widened his eyes in admiration. What incredible reasoning. Davy thought to himself, though I have lived long enough to know many things, Sullivan truly is a genius in this field. He blurted out in praise impressive, then wondered whether this guy had also regressed. Saying any more would only put me at a greater disadvantage. Davy thought silently, but if he stands on my side, he will be an extremely reliable ally. At that moment, Prince Sullivan Zeppelin gently pushed up his glasses and spoke as the representative of the Palan Empire. He pushed a piece of paper toward Davy and said, "I will let you know my future plans once I become crown prince." Prince Sullivan Zeppelin added, "This is a proposal for an alliance between the Palan Empire and the entirety of Heist territory." Davy curled his lips and asked, "You want to join in as well? That will change many things." Prince Sullivan Zeppelin believed this would benefit both sides. The drafter of the contract was the Palan Empire, while the signing party was the Lone Empire. Both sides agreed to form an alliance for defense, making use of every resource to support each other. After skimming through it, Davy said softly, "There are a few lines here that trouble me a little." Prince Sullivan Zeppelin tilted his head and asked, "Is it the part about the contract drafter and the signing party?" Davy replied coldly, "Why bother with such a trivial matter?" Right after that, he casually tore the paper apart, as if answering Sullivan Zeppelin's earlier action. Davy said in a low voice, "But I refuse to sign this contract." The two fell into an awkward silence, unable to say anything for a moment. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin had not expected that reaction at all. Most nations would still have to bow their heads and beg for an alliance with the Palan Empire. Davy answered frankly, "Unfortunately, I did not come here because I fear the Empire." He thought to himself, "I only want to reduce casualties to the lowest possible level, especially in the event that the Palan Empire decides to join hands with the World Tree and launch an attack." At this point, Davy asked, "Do you understand what I am trying to say?" And Sullivan Zeppelin stared intently at the other party as if trying to read him. Davy then said, "There is no need to guess at each other's thoughts like that." He continued, "Of course we are willing to provide support if the Palan Empire needs it, but we do not want to do so merely because we are bound by a contract." Hearing that, Sullivan Zeppelin unconsciously sighed. How Lena once said this before. Lena had once sternly warned him that no matter what he did, he must never oppose Prince Davy, because that concerned the survival of the Palan Empire. Sullivan Zeppelin clasped his hands and said, "At the time I did not think too deeply about it." Then Sullivan Zeppelin asked softly, "Are you truly human?" Prince Davy calmly answered, "As you can see, I am 100% human." He continued, "I also have no intention whatsoever of becoming an enemy of the Palan Empire." Sullivan Zeppelin replied helplessly, "Fine then, I will regard this as the trump card." Then the prince spoke, "But I hope you will not abandon us for some absurd reason." Suddenly Davy said, "There is another issue." He pointed to the contents on the paper, specifically the part related to Princess Elena Zeppelin. Davy said frankly, "I dislike political marriages without love. Moreover, it seems you are protecting your younger sister a little too much." Davy thought to himself that he had no intention of becoming a babysitter, then crossed his arms and said, "Let me ask you one thing." Davy raised his doubt. "Why did you lie to Elena?" Prince Sullivan Zeppalin had said this was his decision as the Crown Prince successor, but Davy knew clearly that it was only a lie. He was not an idiot. What Crown Prince successor would use his authority only to hold such a small funeral? He understood etiquette, so that was absolutely unreasonable. Davy believed that action would only make him a target of criticism from the other princes. He continued asking, surely you understand that too, Lord Sullivan. At this moment, the prince could only clench both hands tightly. Sullivan Zeppelin said irritably, ha, nothing truly escapes your eyes. He began to explain, I cannot let the nobles in the empire know how close Elena and I are. If that is exposed, the safety and life that child has always wished for will no longer be guaranteed. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin continued, my elder brother sent me a letter before his final journey. Though he called it a letter, we all understood that it was his last will. He said his body had been gradually breaking down, and that he would likely not survive. Sullivan Zeppelin said that being cremated here was only his childish wish. In the letter, he said he wanted to be buried in this place with his people, a reason not even worth glorifying. After a while, Davy said softly, well, at least at that time he could still be considered someone worthy of respect. Sullivan Zeppelin added irritably, if that were all, I would not have told you. The prince continued, but his request did not stop there. There was also a sentence in the letter, the only person left who can protect our little sister is you. Sullivan Zeppelin asked softly, in this situation, do you know whose command the corpse in this region falls under? He added, they are white brocade. Hearing that, Davy finally realized that force reported directly to Elena. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin continued, Elena is very intelligent, but that child lacks the ability to fight in politics. She needs a reliable shield beside her. Believed the nobles and the other princes would continuously blame Elena for the recent incidents. They would try to seize control of white brocade, the only force protecting that child. Hearing that, Davy stroked his chin and thought, Sullivan Zeppelin said, that is why I had no choice but to step forward. Davy asked back suspiciously, step forward. Sullivan Zeppelin immediately explained, I declared myself the Crown Prince successor, and held the funeral for my elder brother. Now they will think I am stepping into the struggle for power and shift their attention to me. That was how the prince protected his younger sister. I will become a larger target for them to aim at, and thanks to that they will leave Elena alone. After that, Sullivan Zeppelin gently lifted his teacup. Davy understood inwardly that declaring himself the future king would cause the blades pointed at Elena to turn toward him. It was only a simple diversion, but the price he had to bear was enormous. Honor, pride, and his younger sister's smile were the things he wanted to protect. As long as the truth remained buried forever, his feelings would remain the same. Prince Sullivan Zeppelin said softly, Elena must not know about this. That child should not see the dark side of politics. Davy spoke, how ironic that Elena asked what you knew about sacrifice. How long has this been going on? Sullivan Zeppelin replied softly, my method may differ from his, but my stance has never changed. The prince lowered his voice and said, everyone has their own way of doing things, I simply prefer this choice. Sullivan Zeppelin smiled meaningfully and said, there is nothing I wish for more than to witness my younger sister get married. Only then did Davy suddenly remember, right. If she were married off to a completely new nation, one strong and trustworthy enough, she could avoid the political strife in her homeland. That would be the best way to protect Elena. Davy spoke frankly, unfortunately that is how it is. Next day, Elena's voice rang out in the garden, you have already left. Davy replied softly, only for now, I still have work here, so I will drop by from time to time. Elena said shyly, what you told me about focusing on training, I will do it. Her face flushed red like a ripe tomato. Elena said firmly, I will not give up until I achieve results. Berserk wondered, did she decide that while speaking with the Crown Prince? Davy silently placed a hand on Elena's shoulder and encouraged her in a gentle voice, you will be able to do it soon. Hearing that, Elena immediately smiled to herself. She said softly, thank you, Davy. Before long, Davy had returned to the castle. The maid cried out joyfully, the lord has returned. Ami Lantan hurried out to greet him. Welcome back, my lord. Ami's radiant expression reminded Davy of the young Lena, who had once eagerly called him Davy as well. Davy stroked her head. Ami spoke in confusion. Davy thought to himself, how strange they are so alike. He said gently, thank you for always working hard, Ami. Suddenly, William ran over and threw herself into Davy's arms. The little girl called out, brother. Davy asked happily, oh, how have you been lately, William? The little girl pouted and said, come on, haven't you been a bit indifferent to me? Davy replied awkwardly, haha, I am sorry. After a quick check, Davy was a little surprised. Oh, you really have been training hard, your mana has grown stronger. William proudly boasted, hee, I am a 4th circle mage now. Euliz helped me a lot. Davy stroked the little girl's head and praised her. Well done, William. I am very proud of you. William smiled to herself, hee. Just then, someone spoke softly, you two are very close. The dwarf Yellowstone village elder Golgotha walked over cheerfully, with the high elf Moonforest village chief Uria following behind him. Davy immediately cried out, "Elder Golgotha, how have you been lately?" "Welcome, Uria." The elder replied, "Ha ha ha, I have been well." Golgotha continued, "I want to inform you of the plan's progress. I had quite a hard time stopping my younger brother from doing it on his own." After hearing that, Davy was slightly puzzled. A plan. He leaned close to the elder's ear and whispered, "Huh, that plan." Golgotha immediately replied, "Exactly." Two burst into delighted laughter with meaningful expressions. Seeing their suspicious behavior, Uria called out, "Davy." She said gently, "Forgive me, Golgotha, but I also need to speak with Davy." Hearing that, he immediately asked, "This is about that hostage, right?" Uria replied, "Yes, she is clear-headed enough to answer questions now." Davy said softly, "Good." Hearing this, Lewin wondered in surprise, "A hostage?" Davy turned to the elder and said, "Sorry, Golgotha, I have to prioritize this first." Golgotha replied generously, "Do not worry about it, I am fine. I understand that your matter is more urgent right now." Davy continued, "You too, right, William?" The little girl answered obediently, "Of course." In the fairy village within Heist territory, Moonforest village, a child cried out excitedly, "Uncle." Davy lifted the boy into his arms. "Oh, you have grown quite a bit, Mew." Because he got to ride the airplane, the boy was extremely excited. Suddenly, Iria's stern reminder startled Mew. "You must not behave that way toward the Lord, Mew. Come here." Mew fearfully clung tightly to Davy and shouted, "No." Iria said helplessly, "Good grief, this child is always like this." Just then, Vadit approached quietly and spoke, "Welcome." Davy turned around happily. "Ah, it has been a long time, Vadit." Davy asked softly, "Anyway, how is Mew now?" Hearing that, he was briefly flustered. Iria immediately remarked, "You really are a failure." Verdict immediately replied, "I only wanted Mew to understand how harsh this world is." Only then did Davy realize the problem. Mew was still clinging tightly to him. Davy asked gently, "I understand, Mew. Do you want to live with me?" The little girl answered happily, "Yes, I do, I really do." Hearing that, Uria quietly felt a pang in her heart. The two continued walking forward. Emilia said she was connecting with the spirits, so she should still be somewhere around here. Crossing the grass field, the two arrived where the blue-haired elf was. Uria said softly, "We finally found you, former saintess of the divine tree." The girl standing before Davy and Uria now was the high elf, Saintess Emilia. Uria called out, "Miss Emilia." The Saintess immediately turned back with a radiant expression, "Ah, Uria." When she saw Davy behind her, Emilia could not hide her shock. "Huh, a human." The Saintess immediately shifted into a wary state, taking a stance as if she could strike at any moment. Emilia growled with full caution, yet there was no weapon at her waist, leaving her bewildered as she wondered where her sword had gone. The Saintess shouted loudly, "Uria, what exactly is going on? Why is a human appearing here?" Davy whispered softly, "It seems she does not know this is human territory." Uria said in a low voice, "Sorry, for now I have lied to them and said this place is only a small elf village." Davy looked puzzled. Why, Uria only answered with an awkward smile. That made Davy understand even less what was going on. Uria bashfully covered her flushed face and said, "If they run away, it will be troublesome." She looked like she would be easy to bully. Davy was speechless, inwardly thinking, so this is how elves treat the benefactor of their ancestors. He turned to the Saintess and said, "First, calm down." Emilia immediately shouted, "Shut up, human, how dare you." Davy grabbed the Saintess by the hair and lowered his voice, "I am the one who wants to know who should be silent." Emilia still tried to shout, "Let me go, you human." She screamed, "Why are you so rude?" Being scolded out of nowhere, Davy replied irritably, "Rude, what did you say?" His gaze suddenly turned icy. What a ridiculous thing to say. Immediately after that, Davy activated the authority of Bis transcending eye. At the same time, Emilia cried out in pain, Let me go." After analyzing her, Davy thought to himself, she is an elf, but she seems to be mixed with something else. From the first time I met her, I felt something very strange. I had clearly met her somewhere before, but this feeling was incomprehensibly unfamiliar. It was that very curiosity that made me use the power of hell to probe deep inside her. At this moment, Emilia let out an annoyed sound of discomfort. The Saintess reached toward Uria as if asking for help. "Miss Uria, this rude man." Who would have thought Uria was still clutching her stomach and giggling, hey, even drooling. Seeing that scene, Emilia grew even angrier. A moment later, Davy let go, causing Emilia to fall sprawled onto the ground. He said, "Done, phew." Emilia immediately poured out a stream of scolding. "You really are rude. I knew your race was rude by nature, but I never expected you to change this much after 300 years. Davy calmly replied, "Fine, girl." Emilia snapped, "Do not call me girl." Davy answered helplessly, "Then should I call you a shameless old hag?" Hearing that, Emilia was so furious she growled, "Grr." Faced with this awkward situation, Davy could only hold his head and sigh helplessly. He said softly, "Uria, I want to talk privately for a moment." Uria immediately replied, "All right, I will have the soldiers around here withdraw." Davy urged her, "Yes, hurry." After everyone left, Davy let a long, heavy breath. He quietly sat down beside the tree. I never expected this to happen. Seeing that he did not seem well, Purser called out worriedly, Davy. Davy tried to regulate his breathing. Huff. Suddenly, he snapped his head up as if he had just realized something. Boom. Purser was startled and cried out in shock. Davy Hector immediately began defusing the bomb. Right after that, Amelia was restrained, and the Saintess let out a pained sound. Lewin used her power to force Amelia down onto the ground. The Saintess screamed, ah. The golem paid no mind, only calmly giving an order in an even voice. Lin, hurry and proceed at once. Lewin carefully instructed, you must do it accurately and carefully. At that moment, a weapon was brought before the Saintess, making Amelia scream in fear. Amelia struggled constantly. What are you planning to do? Lewin asked her master softly. Lord Davy, what kind of bomb is this? Davy sighed wearily. This is maddening. He muttered inwardly, this is exactly why I am always cautious about everything. When we gaze deep into hell, hell also gazes back at us. Davy pondered. I looked into Amelia's inner self with Persephone's authority. What exactly is hiding behind the eyes that are looking at me? Purser called out worriedly, Davy. He reported detecting a sudden increase in Lord Davy's heart rate. It is charm. Purser asked in confusion. Charm, Davy said coldly, requesting more detailed information. He grabbed Amelia and interrogated her. What is wrong with you? Do you have no conscience? The Saintess shouted irritably. What are you talking about? Amelia kept crying out. It hurts, let me go. Purser beside him called softly, Davy. He said with a dark expression, she is hiding succubus charm magic inside her, so when I looked into her, I was affected. Davy continued interrogating her. Do you have a conscience or not? Using that body to charm others, are you trying to ruin them? Amelia still screamed. What nonsense are you talking about? Furious, Amelia retorted again. Do you think I do not want to grow up? Because I like being this way, I want to grow up too, but I cannot. The Saintess shouted loudly. And what do you mean by charm? At this moment, Lewin asked softly, Lord Davy. What charmed you? Davy answered at once, the eyes. Hearing that, Lewin asked innocently. Then shall I gouge them out? Davy said irritably. Damn it, gouge them out. After hearing that, Amelia screamed in fear. Facing Lewin's icy face and the sharp weapon in her hand, Amelia hurriedly begged, no, do not do that. Lewin still answered calmly, understood. Amelia screamed loudly, hey, what did I do wrong? At this moment, the Saintess was so frightened that tears welled in her eyes. No, please hurry and stop her. Seeing that, Davy immediately spoke up. Stop. He gently coaxed Amelia. Facing this whining girl, Davy felt extremely irritated. This is really going to drive me insane, he thought to himself. This kind of charm through tears is the hardest thing to deal with. Davy gritted his teeth, panting huff, then activated the 8th circle of Clear Mind Awakening. Davy ordered coldly, Lin, knock her unconscious. Lewin obediently replied, yes. Hearing that, Amelia cried out in panic, what? Before she could speak, the Saintess fainted, losing consciousness completely. Davy went on speaking, while Lewin simply raised her weapon, her face full of confusion. Tongues. Davy lowered his voice and said, give it to me, hurry. A moment later, Davy emerged looking utterly battered. Yuria asked in shock, heavens, where did those wounds come from? Davy snapped back irritably, do not mind it, I was just a little careless. Yuria could not hide her worry. What on earth happened? Lewin immediately replied, good heavens, it was an elf named Amelia. She has an extremely powerful charm ability. Yuria could hardly believe her ears. Charm impossible. Davy asked quietly, do you know something? Yuria brushed back her hair and replied, Tiesk, I have heard that she can use charm magic. Yuria guessed, perhaps she possesses a similar ability. Davy asked in return, a similar ability. Yuria promptly replied, yes, animals adore Amelia. Davy murmured softly, oh. He asked further, is that all? Yuria thought for a moment, then continued, no, if she truly had the power to charm humans, the elders would certainly have known long ago. Davy Dalmsio stroked his chin and thought, making animals like her is it pheromones? Even so, this influence is still far too strong. He thought to himself, even when looking directly at the source of the power, it still exceeds normal limits. It closely resembles the ability of the dream demons, commonly known as succubi. At the very least, that power must be on par with a succubus queen. Davy wondered to himself, could she have evolved? He sank into a tangle of thoughts just like that. Yuria called anxiously, Davy, what is wrong with you? He panicked at a sudden thought, could it be that you have fallen for Amelia? Yuria immediately jumped in alarm. No, even if Amelia is one of the oldest elders, her appearance was restored to how it was before she matured. Davy could not understand it. Why are you so worked up? Then he softened his voice and said, I am tired, stop joking around. Just then Purser suddenly cut in, TSTSK, Yuria is not wrong. Purser said quietly, even though she is old, her outward form is still that of a child. You should not have such thoughts about a girl like that. Davy asked irritably, what nonsense are you talking about? Purser cried out in astonishment, what do you mean? Are you saying you are not attracted to that girl? Davy replied calmly, me interested in that tiny elf. Purser still could not believe it. Is that really not true? Then why did you do that? Why were you injured? Davy immediately cut her off. Shut up. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward, while Purser still asked again in confusion. Yes, Davy admitted loudly. loudly. Ah, it was because of you, damn it. He said irritably, so if you do not want things to get out of control, stop talking. After hearing that, Purser seemed to freeze, only stammering, huh. Davy said in annoyance, I am leaving. After understanding what Davy had just said, Purser hurriedly covered her face, which had gone as red as a tomato. Purser's scream of embarrassment echoed throughout the entire forest. A moment later, Loon said softly, Davy, I have transmitted the order to all of Loon's subordinates. He continued, the operation network has been activated. I have also cut off communication with the surrounding areas. Davy sank down onto the ground and said wearily, one mistake, and it turns into such trouble. I will leave the rest for you to handle. Loon replied at once, Loon guard capability is very high, evaluated favorably. He gathered energy into his body and let out a sigh. Phew. Davy opened his eyes and looked at Amelia, who was still unconscious before him. He asked quietly, the World Tree definitely knows that girl is holding that thing. What do you think it is trying to do? Purser fell briefly silent. Davy continued, making her flinch endlessly. The two of them continued almost in unison, malice, malice. Davy then said, right, you are not wrong. Amelia's destination is the Palin Empire, the largest and most powerful nation. So that damned World Tree wants to use Amelia's power to control Palin. Purser remarked, even if she were not an elf, it would still send Amelia there. It truly is willing to do anything. Davy asked quietly, what is the probability? Purser answered fearfully and hesitantly, 100%. Hearing that, Davy could not help but sigh, I understand. He continued, but there is no way that ticking time bomb would be traveling alone, right? How can someone control a power they do not possess? Davy thought to himself, with her current ability, she could bring disaster in the blink of an eye. That ability affects both humans and animals, so monsters clearly cannot escape its influence either. Purser said softly, a companion like Davy is such a nuisance. Davy shouted loudly, come out, I heard you. However, the only thing that answered him was silence. Davy irritably hurled magic toward the tree trunk. In the blink of an eye, Purser's position was exposed. Ah, Davy said softly, I cannot dodge, I cannot move while meditating. Purser said awkwardly, let us talk about this later. Hearing that, Davy had no idea how to respond. At that moment, Amelia woke up. The Saintess clutched her head and muttered, what is this? Amelia wondered to herself, this place is... Seeing Davy sitting in front of her, the Saintess jolted in shock. Amelia hurriedly cried out, you. Then the Saintess raised her head and shouted, ah. Davy was already far too used to this scene, and could only let out a long, helpless breath. In the end, Amelia was tied up. Davy spoke, it really is duff, isn't it? I never expected this to be the beauty praised across the lands. He asked quietly, you wander around with even knowing what state your own body is in. Amelia frowned and asked back, yes, what do you mean? Davy went straight to the point. When the World Tree sent you to Palin, what did it say? Hearing that, Amelia could not help but flinch. Davy continued, right now, you probably still do not know where this is or who I am. Amelia murmured softly, could it be? Davy flicked the Saintess on the forehead and said, that is right. I am your enemy, Davy, which means you are now my hostage. He continued, and I intend to get information about Jureso from you. Amelia replied coldly, you think I will talk? Davy immediately replied, of course. A moment later, Loon had stepped forward and untied Amelia. Davy laid out a banquet table and said cheerfully, in that case, let us drink tea and talk. Amelia frowned and asked, what are you? Davy immediately cut her off. Ah, the young lady who governs this forest is simply a little too enthusiastic. He introduced it, this is tea made from cricket wings. Hearing that, Amelia cried out in panic, what, crickets? Davy spoke threateningly, you will be forced to drink this if you insist on refusing to talk. If you bring the second item, I will give her tea brewed from mantis eye medicine. Amelia panicked so badly she shouted, you are here. Davy immediately ordered them to hold her down. In the blink of an eye, Amelia was restrained and let out an annoyed cry. Lewin said softly that she was being forced to lower her assessment of Davy's morality. This thing can destroy a person's intestines. The more Amelia heard, the dizzier she became. Davy cheerfully reassured her, do not worry, it tastes wonderful, at least to me. Amelia finally could not take it anymore and shouted, fine, I will talk. Facing those two strange people, Amelia immediately lost all her momentum and could only beg. She cried out loudly, no. Amelia's scream rang through the entire forest. Davy glanced over teasingly. It is just green tea and black tea. Remember that it was this placebo effect that helped us succeed. Davy looked at Amelia, who lay trembling on the ground, and spoke. Lewin immediately replied, Master is truly too cruel. Lewin asked in confusion, Saint Amelia told you that information herself, but you were not listening just now. Davy calmly replied, what was there worth hearing? Looking at the exquisitely prepared tea table, Davy added, the tea I gave her was no ordinary kind. Amelia lay motionless as tears rolled down her face. Davy explained softly, Lewin, what do you think when you see those tears? Lewin observed the saint and replied, Lewin detects no abnormalities in the visual spatial information. He looked at Lewin and explained carefully. Lewin still could not understand what the question meant. You can cast a spell on the sense of smells or other senses. Fundamentally, it is like a kind of seal. Lewin asked in surprise. If the ceiling effect is calculated, will the result be uncertain? Davy knelt down and looked at Amelia lying motionless on the ground, then confirmed, that is right, so we must keep watch over her for now. Juraiso offered her up as a sacrifice, so there must still be something unclear. Unfortunately, she has been caught in a seal. I really want to see Juraiso's face when that happens. Davy called out to Aina. She nodded and replied, you called me. He pointed toward Amelia and said, take her away and look after her. Aina still frowned and asked back, do I really have to do that? Aina gripped her sword tightly and said coldly that dealing with her, while she was motionless like this, would be easier. Davy hurriedly stopped her in a stern voice. No, absolutely not. He sighed inwardly. These sisters really have no respect for their ancestors at all. Davy thought, I have already used harsh measures on her, so now it is time to be gentler. He softly told Aina to take Amelia away and care for her, because she would be safer beside Aina than with me or the villagers. Aina sighed, tightened her grip on her sword, and reluctantly replied, understood. Davy smiled and added, while you are at it, spread a few rumors about her, saying that Saint Amelia is in this forest. Juraiso will think he can no longer wait and begin to act. Davy continued as Aina lifted Saint Amelia into her arms. When that time comes, we will see that rotten tree meet its end. Looking at the lush green mountain ranges stretching one after another, he said that afterward there would be intruders. You have not forgotten what I brought here, have you? The corner of Davy's mouth lifted as he said to Lewin, now let us go see how far Miss Lem's counterbody has been completed. Looking at the tea table once more, he ordered, let us go, lame purser. I do not see any reaction from her at all. She has probably stopped breathing. Hearing herself mentioned, Purser blinked fearfully and said in a hurt, quiet voice, I am not dead yet. Davy glanced over and asked, is Lewin that eager to recruit someone new? Lewin was so happy she nearly jumped up, eagerly replying that she was very much looking forward to it. He also laughed along, ah yes, you have been waiting for this for a long time. Let us go. Before them stood a magnificent, massive castle set amid breathtaking mountain scenery. Beneath the Hanger family mansion was the manufacturing workshop of Deception Arrow Hanger. William clung to the wall, limping down the pitch-black staircase as she wondered, another manufacturing workshop. Davy replied, that is right. He used Note's power to expand the underground space. Elder Gongoda came out excitedly to welcome the siblings, chattering nonstop, welcome sponsor, we have waited a long time for this day. I came to see the plans we discussed. Lewin and William looked around the workshop curiously. Just then, a prosthetic hand was held out amid a shrill scream. Ah, an arm. William's face went pale as she trembled and stammered, why is there a human arm here? Have you started experimenting on humans? Hearing his little sister's ridiculous question, Davy smacked her on the head without mercy and snapped, what kind of person do you think your brother is? William cried out from the pain. While the little girl was still full of questions, he pointed ahead and said irritably, look carefully. William looked at the prosthetic hand on the table and asked in surprise, it is made of metal. William touched the prosthetic hand and said doubtfully, what is this? The inside is so soft. Those words made Lewin's eyes shine with curiosity. Lewin curled her lips into a smile and cried out excitedly, it is so much like Lewin, how interesting. William was startled, then gently reminded her, Lewin, it uses organic materials similar to the components that make up you, to create a sensation like human flesh. Davy smiled and explained this is a part of the new golem, inspired by Lewin. William tipped her head back and let out a loud ah, as if she had finally understood. Elder Gongoda stroked his long, neatly braided beard and asked anxiously, is this really all right, my lord? It looks better, but its power will decrease. In terms of durability, it cannot compare to Deception Arrowhead at all. William asked, you said before that the technology of this era could not replicate Lewin's techniques. In her heart she thought, we do not have those materials either. Davy nodded and replied, I did say that, not to mention simulating Lewin's performance. Avenger Arrowhead specializes in non-physical abilities rather than muscular strength. Because of that, this was created with mana stones, ancient extraterrestrial alchemy, and mana technology. If we are talking price, it is not the most expensive, only even more expensive. He explained in greater detail, this was made with the support of researchers in Moon Forest using soul fusion technology. They used souls and magic to compensate for every part that remained incomplete. William propped up her chin and thought, an electronic body fused with mana. This golem can use magic too, right? Davy replied, that is only the beginning. Elder Gongoda pointed to the box containing a girl and said proudly, this is my first daughter. The child will help us fight that mad tree, but I still do not know what to call it. Davy nodded in praise, very good. He asked, have you thought of any name yet? Elder Gongoda propped up his chin and replied, since the child is a girl, I want to give her a truly beautiful name. Davy smiled and said, actually I already have a name prepared. A soft voice asked, oh, what is it? He placed his hand on the box and replied, that will be her name. The rocking chair swayed gently in a steady rhythm. The girl lay leisurely on the chair, her long pink hair flowing down, her hands resting lightly on the armrests. A voice cried out, oh, Lewin's little sister, how satisfying. terrifying. The golem of Avenger Arrowhead Annabelle had a beautiful face as if she were asleep. A joyful voice rang out, "Wow, I did not expect her to be this beautiful." Lewin sat gazing at the girl, then turned and asked, "Why make Lewin's little sister look like an elf?" Davy replied, "Because I created her to deal with elves." He concluded, "Alright, let us see her move." The girl slowly opened her eyes. Writing on the paper appeared firm and neat. Annabelle raised the paper in front of her and reported stiffly that activation had succeeded, with no errors occurring. A voice answered, "I will improve your speech function, so wait a little." The paper in her hand said that she was very satisfied with her current method of communication. Davy thought, "I feel like I've heard this way of talking somewhere before." No matter how much technology was packed into her, a golem was ultimately still a golem. Annabelle was not like Loon, who had achieved complete automation, so her intelligence remained limited. In essence, we could only exchange a few simple sentences, and the solution was to borrow Loon's computational ability. "Alright, Annabelle, let us try talking for a bit." Questions like how tall she was and how much she weighed immediately rang through the room. Words that a woman's weight was a secret appeared on the paper, and Annabelle seemed displeased. A faint hiss and a repeated answer came as though to protect her pride. Davy helplessly ran a hand through his hair and replied, "Yes, whatever, move on to the next question. What do you like?" The pen quickly glided across the page. Davy's eyes widened, and he thought in shock, did she just freeze for a moment? A hand suddenly spread open right in front of Davy. Annabelle lowered her eyes, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Before his astonished gaze, Annabelle kept writing continuously without stopping her hand. When he received Annabelle's notebook back, Davy thought to himself, she likes that many things. His gaze suddenly darkened when he saw Annabelle's writing. Loon saw his strange expression as the notebook fell and called out, "Davy." Looking at the notebook packed with words, things like rocking a chair, playing tag, then Davy, nothing but Davy in a piercing scream, he blurted out, "What is this?" The name Davy had been written exactly 761 times, not one more and not one less. Davy skimmed it and called Loon. Loon immediately denied it in a panic. Loon wants to explain that this is not Loon's fault. Loon is innocent. She tried to explain that this incident was completely beyond Loon's expectations. Davy looked back and forth at the notebook with a headache, inwardly baffled as to why she would think of answering like that. The Lady Demon King beside him offered a hypothesis. Davy was part of Annabelle's material, not the black magic stones you created from dark mana. He could not believe it and replied, "Impossible." Davy teased, "Oh, your gag order is gone." She coughed softly, trying to hide her embarrassment, while he nodded and admitted, "But it does sound reasonable." 7 magic stones were used to create Annabelle, 2 of which were crystals containing spirit energy, while the ones used as the sources of power and intelligence were all black magic stones. Purser looked at the notebook and said, "From what I see, perhaps part of your dark mana's characteristics slipped into it." Davy propped up his chin and thought, this really is unexpected. He had not expected that something like this could happen too. A mana characteristic awakened by a mage who had reached the realm of assimilation, and his own dark mana was also extremely pure and unusual. Davy folded his arms and glanced at Purser and Loon to probe them. She will not go insane in battle, will she? Both fell silent, unsure how to answer and simply at a loss for words. Annabelle still wore a radiant smile on her beautiful face. "Hey!" A shout echoed from inside the house, breaking the surrounding silence. Davy stepped in, smiling as he waved in greeting like a friendly male god. "How have you been lately?" Saintess Amelia stepped back and shouted warily, "What are you trying to do?" Davy ignored Amelia's guarded gaze and spoke in one breath, "I am ready. Whatever the result may be, I think it is time to fight and settle this matter." Davy looked straight at the other party, who was gritting her teeth, and said clearly, "Tell me the location of the divine tree. Aina and Yuria can both lead me there, but what I need to find is the divine tree's existing consciousness. That consciousness is an extremely secret place known only to the goddess and the divine tree's child of God. In short, only the former saintess and the current saintess possess information about the divine tree. Therefore, Amelia was the key factor in this battle." Amelia lowered her head, her back bent in sorrow as she asked, "Does my body truly possess allure?" Davy answered plainly yes. She lowered herself even more and asked again, "Then is it true that the divine tree sent me to the Pala Empire to make humans fall into conflict, submit to you, and bring Yuria back to the Holy Land?" The answer is, exactly. Davy said clearly, even if that plan failed, as long as humans could not unite because conflict had arisen, the world tree would still have a pretext to act against me. Amelia immediately retorted, "Impossible." Amelia straightened up, struck her chest, and said loudly, "The divine tree may hate humans like you, but it would never create a meaningless war. That is why it sent a highest-ranking elf like me." She asserted clearly, It only saw me as the most suitable choice to communicate with humans because I bear no hostility toward them. Davy replied, all of it is nothing but deception. Emilia refused to believe it and argued loudly. I was sent to the Empire in its place, because the divine tree failed to persuade you, so it only wanted to ask the Empire for support. Emilia shouted, I left the forest for that reason too. Davy then raised his hand before the saintess. Emilia was bewitched and unconsciously let out a loud cry. He sat leisurely in the chair, propping up his chin as he said, see, that thing is rather interesting if used on you. Astonishment showed clearly in Emilia's eyes. He slowly enunciated each word, what you just did. Inside you there still exists a power 100 times greater, even 1,000 times greater than that. Davy looked at the stubborn Emilia, who was still trying to argue, and laid his cards on the table. Do you think the world divine tree does not know that? Why would that woman go through the trouble of awakening you instead of using the current saintess? Emilia tried to find a reason to answer back. Impossible. Lord Eugen definitely said I was the only one who could do this, and the divine tree also told me I was the only one who could save the elf race. Davy hurled the truth straight at Emilia, leaving her gritting her teeth and unable to speak. Only when the divine tree has gone mad could it utter words like that. Emilia angrily shouted in his face, stop, how dare you insult the divine tree before a member of the forest. That made him slam his hand hard onto the table in anger. Looking at the saintess's face turn pale from fright, he said coldly, you still do not understand, do you? Then, setting his hand on the table, he carefully explained the problem clearly. The world tree sacrificed an entire elf village that had been living peacefully simply because it feared a vague future in a prophecy. Is that normal? A pregnant woman had to end herself because of the divine tree's order. Is that not far too insane? Emilia stammered. He did not stop there and continued. Because of that, elves came to resent humans more and more, exactly as the divine tree wanted. The one who had once been the tree's saintess, the pillar of the elf races, left Emilia stunned and unable to respond. The world tree intends to hand you over to humans, yet you still think that is normal. You have let hatred cover your eyes. The current world tree hates every other species for some vague reason, so it has lost its clarity. Perhaps the future it saw was only a dark illusion, one where humans became corrupted and caused harm. Davy raised an eyebrow, pointing straight at the truth. Do you think I should obediently let that mad tree trample me, while she threatens my family and my territory? Stop being naive. He continued, what you consider wrong is not necessarily the same for everyone. Emilia remained silent, standing motionless without moving. Emilia let both arms hang down, stunned by Davy's words, then asked, then what do you want to do? He answered softly, I want to stop everything from slipping into something worse. The saintess then asked, even if that means killing the world tree? He frankly admitted yes. So tell me where the root, the place with divine races consciousness. Emilia pressed her lips tightly together, her shimmering eyes full of confusion. Emilia began to yield. Give me a little time. He replied, I cannot give you too much. If I am ready, that means they've also prepared thoroughly. Davy folded his arms and looked out the window in contemplation. The world tree now knew that her plan had all but collapsed, so she would use the most extreme final solution. Knowing guerrilla tactics would not work, she would confront him directly. The sky today was clear and beautifully blue, and just as he had predicted, rumors had spread throughout the land in less than 4 days. The world tree Jeriso had begun mobilizing its elf army and formally declared war. Since she had declared war, the entire kingdom was now extremely anxious. A shout rang out in the middle of the castle. This is absurd. Everyone buzzed with discussion, their words carrying many implications. One hot-tempered person objected, you have gone too far. Prince Davy, did you decide everything on your own? The person standing beside him quietly reminded him that His Majesty should summon Prince Davy back and have him explain himself before everyone. Cries of agreement rang out fiercely. That was right, he had to take responsibility for his actions. The king sat on the throne, holding his head in deep thought. Paris rose and replied that everything had happened because my elder brother regarded the elves as his subjects. They had willingly become citizens of Heis. The real problem lay with the world tree. Paris raised his voice and said the reason was that he'd not acknowledged the world tree's authority, while she behaved as though she owned all the elves. A blond man in the crowd spoke up to question him. Should they not look at the entire forest rather than a single tree? The relationship between the elves and the world tree, which was considered their homeland, was more important than a territory with fewer than 100 elves. Marcus Palatus asked, so you mean we should call the prince back and negotiate with them? Before the crowd, he showed no restraint and rebuked him directly. Just what are you trying to do? Do you wish to weaken the prince with the greatest influence in the kingdom, or do you intend to hand this entire nation over to the elves? Hearing that, the other man lowered his voice and explained, Ahem, Marcus Palatus, that is not what I meant. But the hot-tempered Marcus immediately snapped, if that is not it, then what do you mean? Amid the fierce argument between the two sides, someone said coldly, "Is that not exactly what you want?" The scepter struck the floor, followed by a shout, "Enough." The king tightened his grip on the scepter in his hand and ordered, "I will let Davy handle this matter." Protests immediately rang out, "Your Majesty." He turned and asked, "Did you just say Moon Forest?" Paris flinched and stammered in reply, "Yes, yes." He lowered his head sadly and murmured that Davy must still be angry with me. He no longer sends me letters. He asked again, "Then what do you think is happening right now?" Paris replied, "I believe my elder brother will get involved in this, and he must have prepared very thoroughly." Hearing his son's answer, he immediately spoke in a stern voice, "Listen carefully." He decreed that the elves had lived in Vaughn long enough to be considered our subjects. Davy had only just accepted them as citizens of his territory. Allowing an outside force to interfere in this matter would be utterly absurd. Marcus Pallidus lowered his head and listened in silence. "Convey these words to Davy." The king immediately issued an order. "As long as he continues to protect the people of this kingdom, the royal family will support him with all its strength." The answering cries of everyone echoed throughout the splendid castle. "Yes, Your Majesty." Before them lay an exceptionally realistic map. Whoever created it must have known this region very well. If the Divine Tree Army from the west of the continent wanted to reach the Heist territory, they had to pass through the Balan Empire, which supported the elf race. In their eyes, Davy was merely a boy from the east, simply someone obstructing their business interests. The image of Davy standing proudly with his arms crossed beside the radiant world tree appeared, making them believe that forming ties with the elf race would be more profitable. Faced with that situation, the Balan Empire, acting as a bridge between the two sides, proposed holding talks in the name of protecting continental peace. The venue appeared luxurious, with noble classical architecture. Four-Pillar Officer Juzun introduced himself before everyone with a calm expression. "I am Four-Pillar Officer Juzun, appointed by Mother Divine Tree to assume the position of commander." Davy looked at Juzun with suspicion and thought to himself, "Juzun. He must be the elf who escorted Emilia and was beaten miserably by Budak." Then he introduced himself, "I am the first prince of the Long Kingdom," making Juzun look back at him with a stern face. As soon as he heard Davy introduce himself, Juzun's expression darkened at once. That man thought furiously, "The Lord of Heist territory, Davy." Eugene said unpleasantly, "What a brief introduction. Humans truly are rude." Davy did not hold back either and replied in a provocative voice, "Those who start wars and make threats like you still dare speak of history." Neither side was willing to yield. Hearing that, the two guards standing beside Juzun immediately flew into a rage and tried to draw their swords and charge at Davy. The two growled, "This bastard." Seeing those two trying to attack Davy, Lin immediately jumped onto the table, ready to counterattack. She shouted, "Lin warns you. If you do not lower your weapons, Lin will use the weapon Lin has always been proud of." At that moment she looked no different from a beauty saving the hero. Juzun's two subordinates spoke in mocking voices. Second Prince froze at the scene before him, could only scratch his head with an awkward smile, then let out a sound. "Ah." Juzun's two subordinates said mockingly, "The ones who started the war, how laughable." Juzun raised his hand to stop them, then continued, "The residents of our forest are a race that loves peace above all." How exceedingly peace-loving that sounded. Davy curled his lips provocatively. "It would have been different if you had not picked a fight with us." His words might have been harsh, but the truth was still the truth. The one who arbitrarily interfered with and restricted people living peacefully on my land must not be bitter at all. It is that mad tree you are worshipping. Hearing Davy say that, Julian sprang up in fury, his eyes bulging as he roared, "You human." Just as Juzun finished speaking, an unexpected explosion rang out. Light flared violently, shaking the entire room. Smoke from the explosion spread throughout the room, making the second prince cover his nose in discomfort. He looked pitiful, no different from someone caught in the crossfire between the two sides. Juzun's two subordinates rushed in to attack Davy, but one was knocked unconscious on the spot, while the other was wounded. The wounded one growled angrily, "You bastard, you dare lay a hand on the Lion clan." Davy at that moment seemed not to care about his words at all. That subordinate continued cursing. "This man truly has no conscience left." Lin looked at him with mocking eyes and said, "Once you draw a weapon, you have to be prepared to pay the price." Seeing the situation, Juzun shouted in anger, "This is the final ultimatum, Prince Davy. If you release the residents of the forest, I will spare your life. There will be no further casualties." Man thought those words would be enough to frighten Davy, but he only laughed coldly and said, "It seems you still do not understand the current situation." Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight toward Juzun's neck, leaving that man no time to react. Davy had used his power to attack him. "You may be able to start this war, but the ones to end it will certainly not be you." At this moment, Juzun was completely unable to resist. When Davy let go, Juzun collapsed while clutching his throat. He then walked over to the second prince and said, "This conversation is truly meaningless. It can end end here? The second prince calmly replied, I suppose it must. The meaningless talks ended just like that while Zhuzhen remained sitting there, clutching his throat in pain. Night fell, and the scene became quiet and beautiful. An old house stood among rows of trees with a star-filled sky and a bright moon above. Inside the house, lit only by candlelight, a voice suddenly rang out, Are you really going? Aina sat on the bed, turned to look at the high elf saintess Emilia and replied, Yes, I have received orders from Lord Davy. Emilia asked uneasily, Are you not afraid of fighting your own kin? Hearing that, Aina asked Emilia in return, Is there anything else you want to say? Emilia replied in confusion, I do not know either. No matter the reason, confronting one's own kin is still too difficult to imagine. Aina turned away with a weary expression and said to Emilia, Being of the same elf race does not mean everyone is the same, Lady Emilia. Emilia looked at Aina with a blank, bewildered gaze. Aina placed her hand on the knife at her waist and said, The elf race will curse me. They will call Yulia and the residents of Moon Forest traitors. Even after the war ends, there will probably still be people who think that way. Emilia asked again, But so what? Are we unable to protect our family simply because we fear the criticism of others? The one in the wrong is that divine tree, not us. Aina replied to Emilia, It is true that Lord Davy is a wicked human, but unlike the current divine tree saint, he has never broken a promise. Moreover, he always protects his own to the end, even if he has to face an entire race. At this moment, Davy's image appeared. He was smiling, holding the hand of a blue-haired girl as they walked, while a black-haired man watched from beside them. Aina continued, By contrast, is the current divine tree truly protecting those who follow it in that way? Think it over carefully for yourself. Hearing those words, Emilia lowered her face sadly and said nothing more. From far away, an army on horseback was advancing with a thunderous rumble. Because their numbers were so vast and their momentum so powerful, clouds of dust were swept up into the air. The elf army was marching faster than expected, with numbers estimated in the tens of thousands. The fierce cavalry continued charging straight ahead. For an entire race, this force could not yet be called too large, but if this was only the first wave of attack, their numbers could multiply many times over later. At the foot of the hill, the long army advanced and split into 3 attack routes. Prince Davy. The second prince stood on high ground, observing through a telescope, then said, It seems the reconnaissance unit I sent to prepare for guerrilla warfare has failed. They appear to possess wide area detection capabilities. Hearing the report, Davy asked everyone, How far have our preparations to advance gone? Everyone answered confidently, We are ready. Davy took hold of the staff. The soldiers reported that they were prepared to attack as soon as the enemy formation fell into disorder. Hearing that, he said to everyone with satisfaction, Well done. Davy stood proudly, staff in hand, looking toward the army as he declared, I will personally command this guerrilla battle. In his eyes then shone a clear hunger for victory. Davy swiftly deployed everyone and ordered the Deception Squadron to attack at once. The moment Lu heard the mission, he solemnly raised a hand to his head and answered loudly, Understood. Davy continued issuing orders. Elderbrain will receive instructions and deploy overwhelming firepower tactics. All remaining forces provide support at once. At the same time, Megadron's Heavenly Punishment mode was activated. Heavenly Punishment bombardment ready. The image of the fortress appeared magnificently grand. Everyone reminded him that using that would require time to recover mana, but Davy only replied calmly, It is fine, just fire. As soon as they received his order, everyone immediately opened fire with 6th-tier artillery, chain detonation. Volley after volley of cannon fire exploded in succession, dyeing the entire sky a dazzling crimson. Shattered stone scattered through the air, the destructive force of those barrages so great it seemed ready to flatten the entire area. Cannon fire continued to rain straight down on the enemy, nearly drowning them in a sea of flames. He turned to the second prince and said, Prince Sullivan, now is the moment. The second prince looked worried, stared wide-eyed at him, then hurriedly replied, Ah, yes. The second prince had barely finished speaking when a sword was raised high like a signal to launch the attack. Davy shouted, ordering the whole army to charge. His forces drew their swords in unison and rushed straight toward the enemy. Seeing Davy's forces advance with overwhelming momentum, Yugen's troops began to panic. That man immediately raised his sword and roared, Do not fall into disorder, hold formation, rear guard, fire arrows now, do not stop attacking. The defensive line quickly raised the Mother Goddess's shield. It seemed the pressure from Davy's army was too great, forcing Eugen to commit fully to defense. Seeing Eugen bring out even a sacred treasure, Davy curled his lips and said, So it has come to the point of using treasures. Eugen's forces were wrapped in a protective circle, while the power of the divine tree countered every other kind of mana. Jerizel likely cherished his elf race greatly, so he must have prepared countermeasures in advance. Then I cannot just stand still either. Davy had his troops continuously bombard the protective circle. Seeing this, Davy spoke with confidence. If we are talking about treasures, I have something far more formidable. Divine Staff Longinus, first form, Cross Diviner. As he spoke, he raised the staff, his expression full of confidence, as though victory was already in his grasp. He lifted the staff high and began to chant, "Revered Lord Freya's, sovereign who encompasses all things, you who decided not to shelter the divine tree, then please bestow your divine miracle once more. Though you do not exist in flesh, you still pervade the world, your hand reaches every corner." Davy chanted with a smile on his lips. Seeing the situation grow dire, the soldiers hurriedly reported, "Prince Davy, the enemy is attacking fiercely. Please act quickly." Davy still calmly watched the battlefield and replied, "Hey, why are you in such a rush?" Davy continued chanting, "Your index finger, please grant mercy." Seeing this, Purser asked in confusion, "Why are you suddenly chanting so seriously?" He said again, "Your middle finger, please deliver a cruel prayer." The moment Purser heard the words middle finger, she froze, her face darkening until she looked terrifying. Davy continued chanting, "Please pass judgment yourself and bestow blessing," and proclaimed. When Davy chanted to this point, a dazzling beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Eugen's army stood within the protective layer and raised their heads to look into the air. Davy shouted, "Sweep them all away, you bastards." The moment he finished, Eugen's expression changed at once. That man's eyes bulged and his mouth opened as if he wanted to scream something. Ninth tier ultimate holy magic divine middle finger made the scene erupt violently, shattered stone spraying everywhere through the air. At that moment, only the red of fire remained before their eyes. The power of the staff was terrifying beyond measure, as though it could sweep everything away. The scene before them was devastated, dust and smoke blanketing the air. Everything collapsed into heaps of ruin. Someone could hardly believe their eyes and cried out in a trembling voice, "Heavens!" Second Prince Sullivan Zeppelin broke into a sweat from shock and stammered, "Is this truly the divine holy magic of a saint?" He cried out in fear, "Too strong, so strong it is dangerous." Sullivan Zeppelin looked toward the robot ahead, unable to hide his admiration. "That thing is a golem created through cooperation with the dwarves. This technology truly surpasses every ordinary explanation." He looked toward the male lead and wondered to himself, "Prince Davy, just who are you?" Meanwhile, Davy scratched his head and calculated, "The spirits will probably need time to regroup now." He turned his back to Sullivan Zeppelin and instructed, "Exchange words with them as you please, while I will head straight for the western continent. By the time they prepare their next attack, everything will already be over." Hearing this, Sullivan Zeppelin said with some concern, "The distance will be quite far." Davy's expression did not change. He stepped over and gently stroked the Fire Phoenix's beak, then turned back with confidence and replied, "I will ride the Fire Phoenix there." The moment he finished speaking, he immediately mounted the Fire Phoenix's back and shot into the sky, creating an incomparably magnificent sight. Someone standing beside Sullivan Zeppelin watched Davy and softly reminded him, "Your Highness, you must not make an enemy of Prince Davy." He also nodded in agreement, understood. The scene shifted to heist territory at Moon Forest near the Great Bamboo Forest. The elf race was gathering and discussing their plan. One person ordered, "You will change the route and bring Yuria here. This is a battle of speed. The faster you complete it, the more chance our kin have to survive." The commander emphasized, "Bring her back intact, absolutely." At that moment, an explosion suddenly rang out before them, and everyone immediately received the order and answered yes. While Janice was still lost in thought, someone walked up from behind and urged her, "Let us go, Janice." She sighed, her sorrowful gaze turned into the distance, then reluctantly replied, "All right." This blue-haired girl was Janice, the elf race's Isengard. The group had only taken a few steps when they suddenly stopped, as though they had seen something extremely unusual. Someone cried out in shock, "Janice, it is a barrier." Janice turned back in alarm, her voice stammering, "It really is." Looking at the thick fog before her, she murmured in wonder, "This forest, even I find it unbelievably unfamiliar." A companion turned to remind Janice, "This is enemy land. No one knows what may happen. We must stay alert at all times." Someone else calmly judged, "If we look at reality, the enemy army is not that frightening." That person continued, "They even set up a barrier to protect Yuria Halasana, but we can easily break any barrier." Janice gradually brightened again, as though she had just realized something, and said, "That is indeed true." Everyone stood together on a high rocky outcrop, looking down below. Before them lay a majestic scene, mountains stretching one after another, with a barrier covering the outside. Suddenly, Janice looked toward Corpus and ordered, "Corpus, give me the bow." After receiving the bow, Janice's gaze grew resolute and she drew it, aiming straight ahead. Following the direction of the arrowhead, she thought to herself, "A branch of the world tree. It seemed Janice had discovered someone on the opposite side. She told her companions that the other side had also noticed our infiltration. I will send the signal. Hearing this, the others immediately took their positions, preparing everything. Janice drew the bow while curling her lips in a smug smile at her own plan. Sorry, but no matter what you do now, it is already too late. No one can stop a branch of the mother tree. The barrier is about to break, she thought. A dazzling arrow tore across the dark sky, and Janice shouted, "Spirit arrow." A tremendous explosion rang out violently, while Janice's face immediately darkened. She turned and urged her companions, "Get ready to leave." Janice thought everything had gone perfectly, but then her eyes suddenly widened in shock, as though she had just sensed a threat bearing down on them. The arrow had truly struck the barrier above, creating dazzling rays that lit up an entire stretch of sky. But that power was still not enough to break the sturdy barrier. The whole group looked up in bewilderment at the streak of water on the barrier in midair, every face filled with questions. Seeing that, Janice broke out in a cold sweat, and only one thought flashed through her mind: what was happening? While she was still stunned and thinking, an extremely powerful beam of light suddenly turned back to attack. Fortunately, Samara noticed in time and rushed over to shove Janice away. A violent explosion rang out, shaking the entire area and shattering the surrounding earth and stone. Thanks to Samara saving her in time, Janice escaped death by a hair. Behind the thick smoke, she groaned in pain. But the most heartbreaking thing now was that Samara's body was no longer intact. Her upper body had been blasted apart beyond recognition, making Janice choke out a cry. Samara, even the lower half of her body that remained, could not stand, and immediately collapsed in a wretched scene. Janice looked at the arrow she had just fired embedded not far away, then looked at the teammate who had been torn apart because of her. She muttered in panic, "Samara's body. What the hell was going on?" Janice collapsed onto the ground, her heart numb as if dead. Corpus hurried over and roared, "Damn it, this is a trap, Janice. Retreat now." Janice trembled all over, her eyes filled with terror. She asked herself why the arrow she fired turned out like this. At that moment, the surrounding space began turning pitch black, accompanied by faint tremors. The others were so frightened they hardly dared to breathe. The ground shook more and more violently, and everyone asked one another in panic, why had the sky become like that? The ground is shaking. Is it an earthquake? While Janice was still drowning in pain, Corpus was suddenly sucked away. His scream rang out, "Janice, I am being pulled away." She turned back in shock, her face deathly pale, helplessly watching her teammate disappear. A while later, the surrounding scene returned to its original stillness. Janice looked at the sight before her, as if a maze had just been built right there. She called out anxiously, "Where did everyone go?" Unease showed clearly on Janice's face. She frowned and guessed, could everyone have been separated? This place really is a complete maze. She swept her gaze over the hazy scene before her and silently assessed it. Did this barrier affect the entire forest? She had never heard of such a thing, and found it even harder to believe it could be maintained for long. Janice raised her face to the sky, let out a heavy sigh, and lamented inwardly. How could a barrier like this exist? While she was still dazed and unable to understand what was happening, a familiar voice rang out in explanation. "The maze you are seeing is only an illusion, a grand illusion that recreates every sense." That voice continued evenly. "You cannot imagine it, a small barrier expanding to cover an entire forest." Janice clutched the wound in her abdomen and listened intently. As if she could no longer endure it, she helplessly sank to the ground. Janice looked up at the blue-haired person before her and asked with difficulty, "Is that Aina?" In a feeble breath, Janice questioned why she had appeared here. Aina replied coldly, "What is wrong with an older sister protecting her younger sister?" Pain was plain on Janice's face, and blood still clung to the corner of her mouth. She frowned and whispered, "So it was here." Aina kept her cold expression and continued, saying that she had searched everywhere all this time. She looked at her gravely wounded younger sister and said, "You will not hurt anymore. If not for the saint of the divine tree and the world tree, perhaps we would never have had to draw our swords against each other." Images of their childhood appeared. Back then, Aina had once said, "What a pity, Janice, goodbye." The air sank into silence, leaving only dark green, desolate mountain ranges lying still beneath the pitch-black night. The elves had been ambushed without warning, their bodies scattered across the ground. Aina stood silently watching them, so lost in thought that she could not utter a word. Through the communication orb, Davy also grasped part of the situation. He propped his chin on his hand and casually mocked that assassins did not know how to cry. The person on the other side replied irritably, "Do not provoke me, I am not in the mood." Aina held Janice in her arms and explained to Davy that not every fairy of the world tree was the same, and that there were still good people among them. She snapped, "My report ends here. All members of the ancient guard who infiltrated to capture Yuria have been eliminated." Davy leisurely praised her for doing well. Then Aina sincerely asked if she could ask him for a favor. He immediately agreed. Aina tightened her arms, clearly suppressing her anger. She made her request to Davy. "It is the world tree. Please destroy that damned tree and its saintess." Aina gritted her teeth, her tear-filled eyes burning with resentment, then forced herself to calm down and said she did not understand why they had to suffer all of this because of that accursed tree. Davy's image appeared in the communication orb. He listened closely to every word Aina said, then looked satisfied, as if leaving her behind had truly been the right decision. Purser, flying beside him, hurriedly reminded him, "Davy, we are almost there." Davy's face grew excited, and he answered yes in a taunting voice. "Now it is your turn, spicy chicken. I will let you vent all your anger." The fire phoenix thought its master was speaking to it, and immediately looked at him with teary, questioning eyes. Suddenly, Davy ordered it to burn this forest down for Anna. The fire phoenix immediately moved, its whole body blazing as it charged back toward the forest. The scene shifted to the Empire, at the entrance to the sacred tree forest in the restricted area. After riding the fire phoenix for a long distance, Lewin stepped down looking exhausted, collapsing face first to the ground in an extremely miserable state. She vomited repeatedly, then reported to everyone that Lewin had encountered a major error in orientation ability, and was diagnosing wave interference as the cause. Davy stood behind her and asked curiously, "Can robots suffer wave interference too?" Casually told her to rest and preserve her strength until she was called again, then turned to stroke the fire phoenix. Lewin angrily clenched her fist and said that her emotional circuit was overloading. She diagnosed the cause as rage towards Sir Davy. He still smiled brightly without a care and gently soothed the girl. "Calm down." Everyone turned their eyes forward with serious expressions. Purser asked worriedly, "Are you planning to charge straight into enemy territory like this? You have avoided the World Tree's detection until now, so why expose yourself?" Davy already had his own calculations in mind. The sacred tree forest was the domain of the World Tree. He observed the surroundings and assessed, in that place, no one can escape Juraiso's gaze. Moreover, because Juraiso's magic power is superior, divinity, darkness, and immortal arts cannot be used to hide. As he spoke, he took out a piece of yellow paper, then cheerfully declared that there was still one way. Davy paused, then tossed the paper pieces into the air, creating a series of small explosions. Thick dust and smoke rose. Within the hazy smoke, several men with appearances very similar to Davy gradually emerged. Those men appeared with bulging muscles, but ironically they were completely naked. Looking at the naked thing standing spread-legged before her, Purser asked in fear and horror what he was doing. Davy scratched his head awkwardly, and said it had been a long time since he had made defective clones. Lewin stood beside him covering her face, yet still peeked through her fingers, her voice scornful as she said she had just witnessed a total disaster with an extremely low score. Davy sighed awkwardly, then reluctantly patted her head and reminded her to cover her eyes properly. He ordered the clones to raise their right hands, and they did so very skillfully, almost no different from real people. Davy continued testing them, ordering them to raise their left hands. The clones also immediately obeyed with great speed. Satisfied, he ordered, "All right, begin scatter." As soon as the clones heard the command, they immediately flew off to carry out their mission. They moved with extreme agility, shooting through the air like arrows. Davy slowly said they would wait here until the clones found the World Tree, then move. According to the information from Yuria, that would take about half a day. Lewin asked curiously, "Sir Davy, when we find the World Tree, should Lewin advance or should Lewin's subordinate do it?" He turned back and replied, "You have the perfect subordinate for this, Lewin." After saying that, he immediately took out a cube and proposed a promising name, Annabelle. Without wasting words, Davy quickly summoned Annabelle. His eyes were full of expectation as he mentioned the performance of her subordinate. "That is what she said. What do you think?" He looked at the beautiful Annabelle before him and asked, "Can you do it?" Annabelle nodded slightly, indicating that she was ready and awaiting orders. In the dark forest, Davy's satisfied voice rang out, "Good, I will explain your mission clearly." In another scene, at the place where the World Tree stood, leaves kept falling, and a faint light covered the surroundings. A fresh green leaf drifted softly onto the still lake. From afar, Juraiso watched in silence. Beside that woman was another person. She leisurely poured tea, curled her lips in a smug smile, and asked, "Is something troubling you?" The mother of the sacred tree. It turned out that the blue-haired girl was the saintess of the sacred tree. Juraiso pulled her hood tight and replied coldly, "Nothing worth worrying about." After hearing this, the saintess of the sacred tree fell silent, brooding without saying another word. Beneath the hood, Juraiso's face was filled with rage. That woman gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "That damned human's prayer has finally threatened my authority." A prayer like that, in a world where dark magic has almost vanished, has made me begin to doubt. That woman sank into thought with a deeply worried expression. This war has gradually turned into a battle of attrition. Juraiso thought of something even more serious. Perhaps because he was too greedy while my son Yugen, with his cautious nature, has delayed our actions. Even so, that was exactly what I wanted from the beginning. They will never set foot in Heist territory. No matter how things unfold, it is still the irreversible fate I have seen. That is why I turned the main forces into personal guards and ancient guards. Some stayed behind to protect the homeland, while some secretly infiltrated heist territory. Before long, news of Uria's capture will arrive. Juraiso sighed inwardly, because to that woman, everything was already destined. That woman still firmly believed that she could lose one battle, but win the entire war. Just as that woman predicted, Davy would lead his troops to the sacred tree forest to save Uria. As she thought, Juraiso raised her hand before her eyes and gazed at it. That woman declared smugly, "Davy will die by my hand." As if sinking into madness and delusions of power, that woman stared fixedly at her blood-stained hands. That is the new future I have seen. Fate is born and governed by the will of the gods. When everything seemed perfect, Juraiso suddenly froze and wondered, but why is it like this? An indescribable unease rose in that woman's heart. Why am I so anxious? Davy's clones are racing at a terrifying speed, moving throughout the forest. Suddenly, something brushed past Juraiso, making that woman widen her eyes in shock. That woman could not believe her eyes, her mouth hanging open in astonishment as she turned to look at the saintess of the sacred tree. With a dazed expression, Juraiso asked, "Did I just see wrong?" The saintess of the sacred tree merely thought that woman had been under too much stress lately. The saintess continued confidently, "He cannot get in. Davy has the barrier raised by our mother, and even if he slips inside, we still have ways to deal with him. So be patient." Reassured by her companion, Juraiso gradually calmed down as well, but still answered warily, "It seems I am worrying, am I not?" The saintess of the sacred tree nodded, "That is right." Suddenly, Juraiso curled her lips in a mad smile. "Ha, how ridiculous. Someone who can see the future is actually worrying." Looking at Juraiso's back, the saintess of the sacred tree did not hesitate to mock her. Surprises can always happen. Juraiso only gave a cold snort. That woman's face hardened, shining with fierce resolve. That woman thought to herself, "Just wait. Once this curse is lifted, that terrifying human will be erased from the world." The woman was extremely confident, believing there was nothing in this world powerful enough to defeat her. Because that was fate. Juraiso thought so, but that woman still had not realized her true situation. That woman could not see the scentless creatures that had been sent out to scour the entire forest. On this side, Annabelle stood alone on a high rock, silently observing her surroundings in the fading sunlight. The scene at that moment was magnificent. Suddenly, Davy's voice called out, "Annabelle," making her start and turn back to look. He braced both hands on his thighs and asked impatiently, "You still clearly remember what I assigned you yesterday, right?" Annabelle nodded, making him praise her with satisfaction. "Very good, let us move out." Golden light suddenly appeared, standing out amid the lush green forest. On Juraiso's side, that woman also sensed the danger drawing near and immediately frowned in surprise. Juraiso's long, slender, pale legs lightly rested on a green leaf floating in midair. That woman murmured softly at last, "You have reached this place as well, child of humanity." Juraiso hovered in midair, her long hair flying, looking extremely eerie. That woman angrily clenched her teeth and glared straight at him. Davy stood there calmly. He was not afraid at all, and even curled his lips into a sneer. Juraiso asked curiously, "I wonder how you evaded my gaze and made it all the way here. But do you think I am easy to deal with?" Faced with that confidence, Davy remained composed and praised with a smirk. "Well said." Suddenly, Davy cut her off impatiently enough. "You had better worry about protecting the elves you treasure." A flickering flame had already gathered in his hand. Davy threatened Juraiso smugly, "If you do not defend carefully, every elf here will be swept away." The flame in his hand blazed fiercely. Juraiso sneered, her voice full of contempt. Is that all your power amounts to?" That woman burst into loud laughter and eagerly provoked him. "Go ahead and make a mess. I will leisurely enjoy your farce." Davy calmly emphasized so Juraiso would understand. "Can you not even tell the difference between a farce and a catastrophe?" Hearing this, that woman frowned in confusion. "What are you saying?" Davy's face glowed brightly in the firelight. He frowned and slowly repeated, "I already warned you." The Demon King lady beside him urged impatiently, "It is time to use the extra form, Davy." He sincerely advised his opponent, "If you do not want to lose your life, then remember my words well." By reversing part of the magic circle to create recoil, a dazzling light instantly appeared. Whether a Tsengdi rank mage or a 9th rank mage, in theory, anyone could perform it. It did not depend on magic rank, but this method demanded extremely high proficiency. Even the detestable demon god Odin had to use it with utmost caution. As he spoke, he poured all his power into his arm. The originally red flame was now mixed with a mysterious shade of purple. Seeing this, Purser became extremely worried and shouted to stop him. "Davy is suddenly pouring too much mana into the fireball like that. It will..." Ignoring her words, he calmly unfolded his spiritual power, activating Flame Storm, Fireball, Teleportation, and Snowstorm. Before his chest, a strange source of power gradually appeared. Even Jake Rachel had never seen such a sight. That woman asked in horror, "What is that thing?" Davy calmly replied, "Do you think it is just an ordinary fireball?" He put his hands on his hips, bared his teeth in a wicked grin, and continued, "I poured almost all of my elemental mana into it, leaving only the bare minimum behind." He cheerfully warned Juraiso in advance, "It looks like this will hurt quite a lot." The moment his words fell, Juraiso acted first. That woman fired a surge of power straight toward him. Juraiso shot high into the air, looking down at the dense cloud of dust below, anxiously awaiting the result of her attack. Yet contrary to her expectations, she cried out in shock, "This man!" At that moment, Loon appeared with imposing momentum, both hands gripping a pair of cold blue swords, while terrifying bolts of lightning flashed around her. As the dust gradually settled, Davy appeared behind Loon, his entire body still intact, without a single wound. Juraiso still refused to give up. She continued charging in to attack him, finally unleashing a strike from her magic staff. Immediately after, a violent shockwave erupted, dragging everything around it into its influence. A dazzling light appeared again. Juraiso raised her head to look up high and shouted, "Enlarge." At that moment, only sharp, chilling sounds rang out, all aimed straight at the world tree. That light formed a radiant rainbow hue, illuminating the entire space. Tiny rays of light slowly fell over that area. The elves who witnessed that scene all gaped in utter astonishment. Light plunged downward at tremendous speed, almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. Suddenly, strange black chains appeared from below. Those chains surged forward one after another, attacking Juraiso in a relentless rush. They wrapped tightly around Juraiso's body, making it difficult for her to move. She ground her teeth in fury, while Davy spoke in praise, "Not bad. You actually managed to withstand it." As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed harshly. The person beside him cried out anxiously, "Davy." Looking at the mouthfuls of blood he had just spat out, he sighed in lament, "Good grief, my blood has been wasted too much." Davy no longer wanted to drag things out with Juraiso. He reached out and grasped red flag and blue flag, making her cry out in shock. "How dare you?" He still said calmly, "Perhaps I will not be able to use them again for a while." Seeing that Davy could still use his weapons, Juraiso asked in disbelief, "Swords, you still have enough mana to use both blue flag and red flag." He answered with confidence, "There is no reason not to use necromantic mana." He leisurely rested the sword on his shoulder, his gaze seeming to threaten the opponent before him. "These two swords will cause you no small amount of trouble." After saying that, he immediately shouted, "Black heavy sword." A surge of purple power shot straight toward her, leaving Juraiso unable to react in time, so panicked that she clenched her teeth. Davy unleashed techniques in succession. Mount Tai splits the peak, each powerful wave of sword force slashing straight toward Juraiso. He bared his teeth and chuckled, his arrogant voice ringing out, "You think I will let you shatter my magic? Dream on." Being mocked by him like that, Juraiso hated him even more to the extreme, grinding out the words, "This man." She charged straight at him without regard for life or death, determined to fight until her strength was exhausted. "How dare you? You think my barrier can be destroyed so easily?" Davy replied in a provoking voice, "Just wait and see." Those words made Juraiso freeze, her face turning deathly pale with fear. She turned her head to look behind her, as if she had fully understood the current situation, then spoke sadly, "I have done all I could. I do not know how much longer it can hold out." All around, everything was gradually being swallowed by a sea of fire. The barrier truly cracked apart. Davy said arrogantly, "The first round is finished, you rotten tree." Before that sight, Juraiso stood frozen in a daze, her eyes filled with confusion and shock. Davy's voice rang out without pause, as if forcing her to look clearly. Juraiso turned her head back and saw the things she had created shattering piece by piece, her eyes filled with bitterness and incomprehension. The powerful light tore the barrier in two. Davy asked smugly, "Looks like it really worked." While Juraiso was still immersed in pain, he had rushed in from behind and stabbed straight into her. This vicious move of Davy's was truly something no one could have foreseen. Juraiso had no time to react. She turned back and looked at him with eyes full of hatred. Then she cursed furiously, "Bastard." Davy tightened his grip on the sword and twisted it deep into her body, the corner of his mouth lifting in satisfaction. "The first step is complete, you damned great tree." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately slashed down with a fatal blow toward Juraiso, and she could only endure it in despair. Then her entire body gradually distorted, looking like a withered tree trunk. After that, her body collapsed to the ground and shattered into countless pieces, an immensely tragic scene. After finishing off Juraiso, he immediately ordered the next step, Loon. Prepare the deception formation, bombard with full firepower. Davy looked behind him and instructed, "The target is the main trunk of the world tree." At that moment, the world tree was surrounded by flickering flames. He ordered coldly, "Destroy it without mercy." Loon quickly accepted the order and immediately carried out the mission. He shouted, "Order received from Elder Brain. All unit commanders immediately concentrate maximum firepower." The deceptions appeared like giant entities, raising their gun barrels in unison, ready to pour down destruction. Loon's gaze turned icy, and she seriously pointed her hand straight ahead. Then she decisively ordered the deceptions to open fire, bring down the ancient tree. As soon as the words left her mouth, a dazzling beam of light swept across the space, slammed straight into the towering ancient tree before them, creating a terrifyingly violent explosion. Dust and smoke blanketed everything, while Davy still walked calmly through the dense fog. His footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Foolish and arrogant elves were still raising their bows and aiming straight at him, shouting, "Eliminate the intruder. Do not let them take even one more step into the temple." Davy looked at the figures flickering behind the smoke, tightened his grip on the two swords in his hands, and said mockingly, "What a warm welcome." The sword tip skimmed skillfully along the ground, as if signaling that a brutal battle was about to erupt. He swung powerful sword strikes toward those people, bringing a series of violent explosions in their wake. That destructive force shook the entire city and everything around it. The elves were quickly defeated, lying scattered across the ground in pain, groans ringing out everywhere. "My hand, it hurts so much." Someone tried to stay calm and ordered, "Run quickly, save the children first." Davy made the situation even more chaotic, watching the scene with great interest. It felt as if he had just become a demon king destroying peace. Purser also agreed, "You are the purest demon king there is." Suddenly a curse rang out, "You devil." That person even threw a stone at him. A child was glaring at him angrily, showing no fear at all. The boy clenched his teeth, hating him so much that he regretted not being able to swallow him alive. Seeing that, Davy sighed, "How troublesome." His mood suddenly changed, as if he had just found something interesting. "Since I have decided to be a devil, then let me sow true terror." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his voice, "Eighth circle black magic." A surge of black power immediately appeared beneath his feet, bewitching and terrifying. Fear, darkness, and the feeling of death covered every inch of the surrounding space. The elves suddenly panicked, collapsing to the ground in agony. Some cried that they could not see anything, while others burst into sobs. Davy said smugly, "Just lie there obediently and endure it." At the same time, at the main trunk of the world tree, True Jeriso finally appeared, wearing a tightly wrapped cloak that covered her entire body. Davy showed no surprise at all, as if he had already anticipated everything. He even calmly raised a hand in greeting, "Glad to see you again." He studied the person before him closely, then said, "This is the first time I have seen you with my own eyes." Jeriso remained silent, lowering her head to hide her furious face beneath the hood. Davy frankly voiced his suspicion. "This is beyond my expectations. I thought you would gather all the trial elves and use them as shields." Hearing that, Jeriso put on a noble air, but her voice was still filled with rage. "Do not insult them, even I take no pleasure in witnessing sacrifice." Davy was slightly surprised, then spoke as though praising her, "You really are the true incarnation. Your bearing is completely different from those clones." Amid the tense atmosphere, Davy suddenly smiled and asked, "Ah, it seems the wish has truly taken effect." Looking at the cloak that covered the other party from head to toe, he scratched his head and asked again, "Then where did the remaining elves disappear to?" Jeriso still kept an icy expression and answered in a hollow voice, "The one attacking this place was ordained by fate. I can only save as many children as possible." Hearing that hypocritical tone, Davy said with contempt, "Save as many children as possible. If so, you should have hidden them all away from the beginning." Jeriso pretended to avoid the question. She raised both hands, murmuring that your eyes that see through fate have grown dim. Not wanting to waste more words, Davy tightened his grip on Red Flag and pointed it straight at Jeriso. He said provocatively, "In any case, you have nowhere left to run now." Davy gathered his strength and said clearly to Jeriso, "I came here to cut you down. Whether I fall or you perish, one of us will definitely end today." Jeriso did not intend to sit and wait for death either. She quickly took out an orange flower, cradled it in her palm, then spoke in an eerie voice, "Fate has shown your death. In accordance with the wish, I will pour all of my power into the flow of fate to punish you." As soon as she finished speaking, Jeriso raised her face to the sky and called out loudly, "Domain opening." The orange rose immediately bloomed more brilliantly than ever, at the same time releasing a terrifying power. But Davy did not flinch at all. He gritted his teeth in a smile and said, "Domain opening. The price to pay for it is not small." He stepped forward and pulled away Jeriso's outer cloak. She still declared with confidence, "I will destroy you right here." She murmured, "That is fate, and it is also an unchangeable truth." Davy stepped forward and seized her hand. Jeriso's true appearance began to show. Beneath the cloak was black armor, both jagged and strangely unusual. Davy irritably slung his sword over his shoulder, looked straight at Jeriso, and said, "That ridiculous fate. The prophetic knowledge of the wood god, the special power of the great tree that has protected the world for so many years, will never be wrong. Even if the flow is distorted, the result will still converge in one direction. Even if there is a variable, it will correct itself and return to the beginning. But against my flow-resisting curse, that law is completely useless." A violent explosion erupted, shaking the surrounding earth and stone until they shattered. As he had no time to defend himself, Davy was hurled far away, groaning in pain. Jeriso continued in a resonant voice, "Third tier holy magic." She lowered her face, her lips moving slowly, "I command. In this place, all power born from divine will is absolutely forbidden." Hearing that, Davy froze in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. He stared at his arm, then realized it was the absolute stillness of divine mana. A hint of interest appeared on Davy's face again. His hands began to change, and he frowned as he thought to himself, divine magic has been sealed, unbelievable. While Davy was still lost in tangled thoughts, a huge explosion suddenly rang out beneath the ancient tree, as if trying to destroy everything around it. Davy immediately understood the situation before him. Domain opening was an ability only high-ranking entities possessed, allowing them to bend the laws of the world according to their will, a power far beyond even the divine stream. Juraiso's power had completely surpassed everything he could imagine, to the point that it blocked all the divine arts he possessed. On the opposite side, Juraiso was preparing to pour all her power into feeding Davy. She attacked relentlessly, giving the other party no chance to resist, making the atmosphere so heavy it was suffocating. Yet Davy was not afraid at all, instead revealing clear interest. That sword may be made of wood, but it really is quite special. Of course, compared to my Scarlet, it still amounts to nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed only a single strike and cleanly cut off the tip of Juraiso's sword. As his body fell, a deep call echoed through the space. Noah, stop that tree's insane power. The solid body bearing the boulder mark of the Spirit King immediately moved, utterly fearless. Lowly human dares oppose the world tree, you truly have gone mad. Juraiso cried out in shock, Noah. Meanwhile, Davy was still falling freely after the attack aimed at Juraiso. Afterward, thanks to his comrade's support, he was finally able to steady himself and say softly, thank you. Davy joined forces with his comrades while unleashing Demon King's path of knowledge combined with Shadow Arrow. At this moment, all hatred was compressed into an arrow about to be released. That arrow would pierce the sky. Davy tightened his grip on his twin swords and used Flash to charge straight at Juraiso. Just then, a cold voice rang out like a verdict. First, I will shatter your sword. The weapon in her hand immediately flashed, radiating a dazzling golden light. The instant Davy closed in, a powerful beam of light burst from Juraiso's body. Those rays of light instantly wrapped around him, making Davy's face stiffen, his eyes widening as if he could not believe it. Immediately afterward, the bands of light turned into vines and tightened around Davy's arms. They quickly bound his entire body tightly in midair. Davy struggled desperately, but it was useless, while Juraiso was charging toward him with dense killing intent. Yet he could not move and had no choice but to take her attack head-on. Seeing this, Purser shouted in panic, Davy. Immediately afterward, a dull sound rang out, I command. Juraiso stared at him and spoke coldly, remove dark mana. From this moment on, no one can use it anymore. Another source of power was sealed instantly, and Noah's ancient voice rang out again with full authority. Fake summoner. Juraiso's voice rang out coldly, without the slightest emotion. Attribute magic, divine arts, and darkness had all vanished. Noah is holding your mental power, so right now you have lost all sources of power. I do not know how you gained so many kinds of power, but the moment you stepped into my domain, your end was already set. Hearing that, Davy quietly repeated. Then she coldly pointed the tip of her sword at him. You will die here, and your blood will soak into the fields for the generations to come. As Juraiso prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Davy murmured as if reminding himself. I said I had nearly exhausted my attribute magic when I deployed White Nova. Because of that, Juraiso thought there was no need to seal his attribute magic. If that was the case, then, in the very next instant, she immediately realized something was wrong. Before Juraiso could understand what had happened, her face was already clenched in Davy's hand. Seeing him regain his power, Juraiso stammered in shock. How is this possible? Davy merely answered calmly. I only borrowed a little attribute magic from Scarlet. He curled his lips in smug satisfaction, then poured in a bit more energy like this. In that moment, even if Jill Dressel wanted to resist, she was utterly powerless. She was hurled down by Davy, her entire body driven deep into the ground as dust billowed everywhere. He looked down at that spot and burst into laughter. I tried my best to hide it. I just did not know whether it would work. Davy's laughter rang out arrogantly and full of confidence. Of course it did. Yet the fight was not over. Juraiso shot out of the deep pit, her body almost completely unharmed. Standing opposite Davy, G. Rachel lowered her voice slightly and said, I command. Her sharp, cold eyes remained calm and unshakable. Seal every flow of the world. Even so, he did not waver at all and replied in a contemptuous voice. You really are not holding back at all. At the same time, Lewin charged in from another direction and attacked Gigresso to support her comrades. She merely raised an eyebrow slightly, then said coldly, I have not permitted you to appear here. With a single strike, she sent Lewin flying far away. Get lost. Juraiso landed lightly on the ground and stood before Davy. How does it feel to know that everything you were once proud of is useless? He was not afraid at all and still answered calmly, not much of anything. But she ignored those words and continued, that is your fate, one who does not exist in any future I have ever seen. Juraiso stepped forward and gripped Davy tightly. You are very strong, but still beneath me. What a pity that you were born a lowly human rather than a spirit. He was not afraid and even provoked her. As strong as you are, you still attack humanity because you fear the Demon King. Hearing that, her voice carried a trace of wariness. You do not know what power that man possesses. No living creature can escape his gaze, and no one dares lift their head before that presence. Hearing those words, Davy faintly curled his lips. Ridiculous, the Demon King will not return. At that moment, Juraiso affirmed it while casting her spell. A future that has already been decided cannot be shaken by a mere light breeze. The situation before him was extremely dangerous. If that sphere of light touched him, Davy would certainly lose his life. He still had a bit of blessing left from the savior of the weak quest, but using it here would not be worth it. As Juraiso poured in all her strength, she still had not noticed the anomaly unfolding. Even if I must use nearly all my power, I will have no regrets. Everything before him seemed to remain within Davy's calculations. That's right, well done. Then he called to his comrade in a grave voice. Lewin, begin. Receiving the order, she immediately took action. The final takedown plan officially began. Rickard leader, Avenger Annabelle, deploying the mission. Lun's voice resounded throughout the space. Captain of the Annabelle Vengeance Squad begins carrying out the mission. That sound made Juraiso freeze for a moment. Whoa, what? The will of the world tree was sustained by two supporting factors. One was the primordial wood origin stone, the root of that will, and the other was the saintess chosen by the world tree. The origin stone had not been found, and even if it were, it would be hard to destroy. But Juraiso's saintess was different. Among the crowd, Davy's gaze stopped on a particular figure, one who dared hide among the fairy race without the slightest fear. The precious saintess. Those words made Juraiso panic, release Davy, and hurriedly fly away. Saintess. Suddenly, he curled his lips, his face clearly showing smug satisfaction. Not missing the chance, Davy immediately seized the opening to attack her. Go ahead and be happy. You deserve it. Seeing that, Juraiso widened her eyes in shock and cried out, how can you still use magic? In his hand now appeared the divine beast sword spell, blazing breath, burning fiercely and shrouded in crimson flame. Welcome to your first encounter with spellcraft. Then Davy raised the weapon high, his cold voice ringing out, have a taste of this. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down without mercy. The stream of fire energy instantly charged straight toward Juraiso. At that moment, his face clearly showed triumph mixed with a touch of arrogance. Your death has already been decided. From that technique, a gigantic vermilion bird was summoned, blazing across the sky before piercing straight through the opponent. Without stopping, Davy continued swinging his sword, following up with an extremely powerful slash that made the fire energy even more ferocious. Juraiso's scream of pain echoed out, her body trembling amid the sea of flames surrounding her. Looking at that scene, he burst into hearty laughter. That really hits the spot. The sight of Juraiso being burned by the flames looked utterly wretched. Haha, firebird that did not belong to this world. So that is it, you were the one who took Emilia away. Davy stepped closer, his voice filled with arrogance he could hardly conceal. How about it? Amazing, right? Just then, the vermilion bird's cries rang out again and again, making him snap in irritation. Too noisy. Do not ruin my mood. After that, Davy Lee looked at Juraiso with contempt in his eyes. Good thing I managed to reverse it. Yet, unexpectedly, she burst into laughter. Haha. Juraiso raised her face, her hoarse voice full of defiance. Come on then, let us see what you can do. Do you really think you can bring me down that easily? Before the words had even fallen, the ground suddenly shook, and countless wooden stakes rose up, surrounding her. Those trunks linked together, forming a level 2 binding barrier. Juraiso panicked as she felt an invisible pressure slowly tightening around her body. Immediately after, she shouted in fury, telling him to let her go. Davy remained calm, like someone controlling a game, and coldly ordered her to stay still. From his palm, a strange flame gradually appeared, blazing brilliantly, completely different from any demonic fire ever known. Then Davy continued channeling his energy to cast level 2 Demon God Ignition. In incantations, the lower the talisman level, the greater the power, completely unlike the magic system. Though it was a low-level incantation, when used with a powerful talisman, its effect would be amplified. Therefore, Davy also combined it with the level 2 instant talisman, Soul Annihilation command. In an instant, his hand reached out and seized Juraiso tightly. Davy showed no mercy and immediately slammed her down against the ground, with not the slightest strength left to resist. Juraiso could only let out a helpless cry of pain. Body went limp and she collapsed to the ground, coughing violently without end. Cough, 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 hack, hack, hack. You think such a petty attack can take my life? To Davy, all of it was merely entertainment. I never intended to kill you. Where is the fun if you die? Hearing that, Juraiso was both stunned and afraid, blurting out, what? At that moment, the fury in her heart had been pushed to its limit. You bastard. But immediately after, her scream suddenly caught in her throat. Bewilderment showed clearly on Juraiso's face as she realized her body was changing abnormally. In essence, Soul Annihilation command was an incantation meant to destroy the soul, not directly ruin the flesh. Then, he took out the talismans and cast another level 2 instant talisman incantation, Divine Beast Limit Break. Immediately after, Iron Punishment Burning Fire was activated. Divine flames spread outward, enveloping the space around Juraiso. Fire fire surged violently, its crimson light brilliant as though it meant to devour everything in sight. Yet even in that situation, she could still form a smile. Juraiso's laughter rang out, filled with contempt and mockery. Ha ha ha, truly astonishing. Yes, you knew my authority from the very beginning. But what now if the trunk, my true body, collapses? This world will also perish. Do you have the courage to make such a choice? That threat did not shake Davy at all. In truth, I never needed to know where your origin stone was. He paused for a moment, then added calmly, because it will shatter on its own. Those words left Juraiso unable to believe it, and she blurted out unconsciously, what? When the will body of the world tree completes its mission, according to the laws of the universe, a new will is born to replace it. Davy's voice sounded slowly, as though he were explaining a supreme law. In other words, the body of the world tree may be eternal, but a will body like you is not. When we gaze into the abyss is also silently gazing back at us. That saying also warns that one who faces monsters must be careful not to become a monster. But to me, if you want to see through others, you must also let yourself be exposed. Juraiso's memories spanned 300 years, while his memories had passed through 1,000 years, including the time from both his previous life and this life. Davy bent down and lightly touched Juraiso's forehead. Your mind and my mind, let us see which side collapses first. In the blink of an eye, a mournful scream echoed throughout the space, filled with pain, despair, and a trace of unwillingness. When the mental confrontation between Davy and Juraiso began, she immediately howled in agony, the sound stretching on endlessly. In theory, Juraiso's memory capacity could hold an enormous amount of information. Even if all of Davy's memories were forced into her mind would hardly suffer major damage, because a human life usually lasted less than 100 years. Even so, he still chose to do it, because Davy understood very clearly that her mind would certainly collapse completely. The probability was almost absolute. Juraiso's prolonged scream rang out, shaking this entire space. An icy surge of energy wormed into her head, making her writhe, her pupils widening, filled with pain. Amid the suffocating weight of that oppressive pressure, she curled her lips with confidence. Fine, come in. Juraiso even spread both arms, maintaining an arrogant, triumphant air as though challenging fate. Let us see how a human who has lived less than 100 years can endure my memories. Then she laughed in delight. Your mind will surely shatter first, ha ha ha. However, an unexpected shock struck, causing Juraiso's expression to change completely at once. Within her mind, a strange current of time surged up, slowly seeping deep inside, and then tearing through layer after layer of consciousness. Everything happened too quickly, leaving her only enough time to stammer. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, Davy still explained leisurely. The average human brain can store around 140 years of memories. Humans even erase unnecessary things themselves and keep only what matters. Because of that, very few people ever use up their full storage capacity. Therefore, even with 1,000 years, the memories in his head were not necessarily too many. That was normal. But Davy curved his lips into a sly smile. Unfortunately, I strengthened my mind to make it stronger. As Juraiso continued screaming in pain, he went on speaking in an infuriatingly calm voice. So right now, you are receiving a volume of memories equivalent to tens, even hundreds of millions of years by human standards. Even beings like Purser, who had existed for more than 3,000 years, were no exception. The two fat divine lizards who had lived sluggishly through millennia were also forced to forget countless things. That was extremely important. The first time he exchanged memories with Purser, because she was the true master of the authority, most of the overloaded memories had been filtered out. But Juraiso did not have that protective mechanism. Even as the will of the world tree that had existed for thousands of years, she still could not withstand that immense flood of memories pouring in within a blink. Gilisu clutched her head and screamed in despair, no. Before that chaotic scene, Davy merely stepped back a few paces in silence. Then he slowly sat down and watched his opponent writhe amid the storm of the mind. But only a moment later, a violent wave of nausea rose to his throat, making him hurriedly cover his mouth with his hand. Unable to hold it back for even a single breath longer, Davy bent over and vomited liquid, because he himself was no less dizzy. Wiping away the moisture still clinging to his lips, he sighed with feeling. Juraiso's 300 years of memories are indeed not pleasant at all. Seeing him fall into such a severe state that he could barely move, Purser immediately appeared like a support amid the chaos. It is all right, Davy, I am here. Her hands quickly operated the system, every touch carrying the force of protection. Do not resist, I will shield you. At that moment, his entire body was exhausted, likely reformatting the memories received from Juraiso. He wanted to retort about something, but even piecing together each word had become difficult. In that dangerous moment, there was always someone who appeared to stand in front of him and help, enough to make Davy sigh inwardly, truly reliable. Several hours passed amid the devastated scene, while the smell of smoke and lingering heat still smoldered. The heart-rending screams and the sounds of vomiting finally fell completely silent. Amid the ruins, Davy and Juraiso collapsed together in silence, their breathing heavy as though they had been wrung dry. When everything finally settled down, Luan timidly flew out from behind the rock. But at that very moment, a calm, deep voice rang out and cut in. Wait, Contractor's Golem. Noah slowly turned his gaze toward the two figures collapsed amid the ashes, then said calmly that before long, the outcome would decide itself. At that moment, Davy and Jerizo were still sitting motionless on the ground. Around them, only the crackle of dying embers remained amid the thick, hazy smoke. Suddenly, Jerizo's lips trembled, her teeth clenched as if she were desperately holding back something about to burst out. But when she finally managed to open her mouth, what escaped her was a long scream, echoing out and tearing through the silent air. As soon as the sound faded, her figure was swept away by the wind, leaving behind a feeling of parting with no way back. Only then did Noah sigh. In the end, she could not endure it and vanished. As for Davy, though Lewin helped him up, he still staggered as if he could not hold out much longer. Purser had erased almost all of Jerizo's memories, preserving only the truly important parts. For that reason, he paused briefly, then said firmly, I will be gone for a while. The thought had barely ended when surging energy instantly spread through his entire body, pouring down into his legs and aiming straight for the place where Jerizo had fled. A powerful current of air erupted. He kicked off the wind and shot through the murky sky with an immortal skill, following the traces she had left behind. In the still expanse surrounding the world tree, a deep, muffled voice rang out, O merciful chief god. Jerizo, her body scorched black, knelt on the ground and pleaded in a hoarse whisper, Please save the body sinking in your pain. At that very moment, familiar footsteps rang out, cutting off the unfinished plea. How is it going? With a faint smile on his lips, Davy leisurely crouched beside her and mocked her. Your chief god is not answering right. Faced with that attitude, Jerizo only remained silent, her eyes brimming with hatred. Davy continued calmly, as though there were no other choice left. Looking toward the world tree, Davy sneered that the so-called chief god turned out to be even more cruel than he had imagined. He understood inwardly that this was the law of nature. If anyone obstructed the future they desired, even a transcendent being they had created themselves, they would still readily discard it. Perhaps this time the one abandoned was the world tree, but one day it might be himself. Seeing that Jerizo remained silent, he said bluntly, if you want, then jump into the lake and sink. At this point, she could no longer suppress her emotions. How can a human being be like this? It was unbelievable. How could a human being contain such a colossal mass of memories within himself? And that corridor as well was a space that went against the laws of the world before the outbreak. Davy only replied indifferently, I went through it myself and still found it confusing. How could you possibly understand? Jerizo's hand clenched tight. What had just happened made it impossible for her to accept that a human being, no matter how exceptional, could withstand thousands, or even far more than that, of such an enormous volume of information. She gritted her teeth, choked so badly that she could not speak. As if understanding what she wanted to ask, Davy answered at once, I did not keep your memories. My personal assistant erased almost all of them, leaving only a few important parts. Victory and defeat were already clear, and Jerizo no longer had the strength to resist. Now she could only grind her teeth in stifled rage. I cannot end here. As she dragged her ruined body toward the place that bestowed life, she muttered like someone who had lost her mind, I do not want to disappear. I do not want to disappear. Her dried-out skin touched the cold water, sending a strange tremor through her. Just like the will of the previous generation. Standing in the heart of the lake, her body was washed clean, as though freed from the ashes and shackles of time. But that beautiful thing did not last. Jerizo's body suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Her fingers gradually turned into cracked gray fragments, then fell and merged into the water. Why? She lifted her head to the sky, her resentful howl tearing through the silence. It cannot be like this. Absolutely cannot. Tears streamed down her cheeks while her body continued to transform. I do not want to die, I do not want to die. In the end, before she dissolved into nothingness, no miracle came to Jerizo. Only a whisper sank to the bottom of the water, I only wanted. The unfinished sentence vanished among the closing ripples. She merged into the transparent water, silent as the breath of heaven and earth, and when Davy stepped down, only a glittering green pearl remained there. The green pearl Davy picked up was the remnant left behind by the world tree. Purser stood on his shoulder and asked softly, Davy, do you know what the first flow of fate Jerizo saw when she was born was? He kept looking at the gem and asked back, what was it? Her answer shook him slightly. It was the future of being destroyed by humans, but not under circumstances like the present. Though there were a few differences, the final result was still correct, was it not? Jerizo was extremely afraid of death, so it had always been wary of external forces that might threaten it. Even so, it still had great faith in its own life. When its connection with humanity was severed for 200 years, perhaps fate had already begun to change course. From then on, everything gradually twisted, including the eye that saw through fate. That information made Davy curl his lips in contempt. How ridiculous. Mojagresso, who believed in fate more than anyone else, turned out to be the one who struggled hardest to escape fate. The will of the World Tree had been erased completely, but the Great Tree still remained. The power that supported the world still soaked through every grain of wood and soul, so sooner or later, a new will would be born. No one knew how the will of the next generation would appear. And what exactly was she, the one who had witnessed this battle until now, thinking? The final decision would lie in Amelia's hands, as she quietly watched through the crystal sphere with calm yet anxious eyes. At the same time, at the World Tree submerged in a sea of flames, black smoke billowed up alongside agonized screams. Ah, no. The elves knelt flat on the ground, their sobs ringing urgently throughout the forest. Aha, Mother Tree. As he moved, Luan looked back at the sight of them sobbing in despair. Impossible, Mother Tree. Unable to accept the truth, they immediately tightened their encirclement around Davy and shouted in unison, "Stop, stop." The Highland elf soldiers raised their weapons, killing intent clear on their faces. Your crimes will end here. We will absolutely never forgive you. Facing that, Davy was not afraid at all. You were the ones who started trouble first, and now you see me as the villain. Hearing this, Purser called his name softly with some concern. Right after that, he spoke calmly as if leaving them a way out. I warn you, lower your swords. But the leader still stubbornly roared, do not act high and mighty with me. He continued helplessly, right, talking to you people has never worked. So there was nothing left to hesitate over with those people. Davy calmly gave the summoning order, Noah. When he shouted the command to eliminate them, Noah immediately acted, quickly suppressing them and coldly commenting, a pack of fools. However, just as the strike descended, its power suddenly weakened drastically, causing Noah to freeze in midair. Looking at the blow that was only enough to crack the ground, that man called out in a low voice, contractor. Then that man turned to Davy, his voice both puzzled and reproachful. Why did you withdraw the power? Why did you stop me? He answered with a meaningful smile. You are the Spirit King, so how can you destroy the elves without the slightest hesitation? At this moment, that man's subjects knelt, their faces filled with confusion and anger. Lord Spirit King, why are you stopping us? You govern the laws of nature, so why do you stand on the side of that brutal path? Noah answered frankly, the one that goes against and violates the laws is the World Tree. The elves still refused to believe it. Impossible, how could the World Tree violate and reject the laws? Davy exhaled contemptuously, it violated plenty. Luan sighed inwardly, the rule was that it must not leave the sacred tree, yet it defied that. A World Tree possessing immense power was, by its very nature, not allowed to send an incarnation outside. That was also a violation. It sounded pitiful, but being unable to leave its main body for its entire life was precisely the fate of the World Tree. Even at this point, those blind ones remained obstinate and unreasonable, refusing to back down. We elves will never let that cruel human off. Give them an inch and they took a mile, but Davy's patience had its limits. Mercy only came once, especially in a war against the World Tree. That was why I spared you this time. Yet they still craned their necks and shouted, do not look down on us, human. No matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat every resident of this forest alone. We have steeled ourselves, yes. If we must die, then we would rather die fighting that human here. Amid the fierce cries, Davy merely smiled faintly, calculations stirring in his mind. Good, keep going. Make this even worse. Till she made her decision, because Amelia was still watching everything unfold before her eyes. Seeing the situation grow more tense by the moment, she clasped her hands tightly together, as if lost in thought. After a while in contemplation, she decided to send her voice down to them. Stop, please, everyone, stop. That plea brought the atmosphere to a halt. Please, everyone. The elves froze, then whispers spread quickly. This voice is Lady Amelia, the tri-race officer still alive. She stressed each word. This war no longer has any meaning. To let the other side see every word clearly, Davy took the communication device from his coat. Blue light immediately raised a projection of Amelia, with a resolute expression. Please lower your swords. At that moment, her heart was just as tangled. I know in truth, I am no different from them. I was once a coward who clung to faith, avoiding the truth even though I knew I was wrong. Even after hearing everything from Aisha, I still could not cooperate, and in the end, we failed. The one exploited by the Divine Lord was the mother of our green tree. We cannot deny that the World Tree took the wrong path. To realize that, we paid far too great a price. Thinking of this, Amelia continued pleading desperately. I admit my defeat. Please do not hurt anyone else. Please stop. Yet those words still did not make the elves back down. They brushed everything aside, then questioned her boldly. Defeat impossible. Tri-race officer Amelia, do you mean to trample the traditions and pride of the elves just to save your life? Unable to bear the stubbornness before her, Amelia gritted her teeth and rebuked them. Why is everyone borrowing an empty cause to harm your own kin? How much more blood must we shed? Blades cannot solve everything. Purser, standing beside him, murmured softly, Amelia was their ancestor. not merely an ordinary official. Understanding the implication, Davy immediately sneered. And yet there are not many elves who truly respect Amelia, are there? She poured out all her strength to stop them. We can absolutely resolve this with words, so please everyone. But the only answer she received was a wave of opposing arms. Impossible. That man violated our territory, harmed countless kin, and finally even destroyed the mother of the green tree. That blindness left Amelia speechless, almost pushed back by those cries. If you have eyes, look around and see what that human has done. Yes, the trees are charred black, the flowers and grass have withered, and the spirit water has all fled. And the world tree, the source of us all, what has it become now? Can you still see the green of the old days? Amelia hesitated, but that is our fault. She fell into utter confusion and helplessness. Was there truly no other way? Could someone who was now only a tri-race officer of the past no longer save them, or persuade them? Those thoughts left Amelia without the strength to endure, able only to gasp in despair. Please? Her tears fell without end, mingling with the heavy pain in her chest. Please listen to me. Each tear dropped to the ground, silently melting into the chaotic scene around her. At that same moment, Davy's chest suddenly began to shine, releasing a rush of energy that startled him. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out the remnants of the world tree and examined them. This is... Before he could finish speaking, the object in his hand blazed with intense light, a dazzling radiance that seemed to swallow the entire space. That pure current was so powerful that all the elves instinctively hurried to raise their hands and cover their faces. While everyone was still stunned, a silent transformation began to spread. What is happening? At that moment, an elf in the crowd seemed to notice something unusual at the corner of his eye, then lowered his hand and stared intently. The world tree, once withered and scorched, had now been reborn. The sanctuary, the great tree, is gradually reviving. In that instant, a hazy figure gradually appeared, her snow-white feet lightly touching a leaf in midair. A dignified figure appeared, along with a voice that rang out clearly. Lower your swords. The will of the world tree Juraiso had just been born, carrying both gentleness and firm resolve as she gave her command. End this meaningless war. The gentle voice of the mother goddess Juraiso echoed. I will not allow this battle to continue. The elves below could only fall silent in shock. Heavens above. They immediately stopped everything they were doing. Both bewildered and awed, they shouted in unison, "A world tree!" Seeing even his own comrade standing dazed, Purser softly called to Davy. As for him, he only muttered, "This feeling is strange." Although the world tree was a great spirit, the aura it gave off the moment it was born was clearly anything but normal. Those words were heard by Juraiso. She immediately stepped closer and slowly judged. Yes, you're the one behind this. That blunt statement left Davy somewhat flustered. It seems your wording may be a little off. Even so, she still kept her mysterious smile, showing no sign of guilt. Right, what you said is also true. Meanwhile, streams of power belonging to Gigreso seemed to wrap around Amelia, who was still sunk in despair. Her tightly shut eyes opened slightly, her voice carrying a joy she could hardly hide. The connection still has not been severed. That means that child is still alive. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand, her voice echoing with affection. Come here. The moment that call went out, she was immediately summoned over. My child Amelia. Seeing the beloved face before her, she froze, 2 streams of tears pouring down in astonishment. My God, mother goddess of the wood god, could it be? Reunited with the one she had always longed for, Amelia could not restrain herself, and immediately rushed over to embrace her. Juraiso gently stroked her head, her eyes brimming with love. So that is how it is. I had always been tormented because I had to leave and let you remain alone. I never imagined things would turn out like this. Amelia continued sobbing without end. That mother goddess, Before she knew it, she burst into laughter at the little child. Aha, you truly are a child who cannot hide your feelings. That is right, after all, there is only one person in this world who can call Amelia out. Someone who surpassed the ordinary limits of the elves to commune with the world tree. The world tree spirit link to the previous saintess of the wood god could only be one. Looking at that scene, Davy could not help wondering, can world tree spirits be reused too? Juraiso immediately laughed heartily, then explained, well, I suppose spirits like us are not so easily created. This is a rare phenomenon everywhere, but there are exceptions, such as when a world tree is destroyed by humans. Therefore, transcendental level spirits cannot be mass-produced. That is why our former goddess Juraiso was dragged out of retirement. Purser was just as astonished as Davy. Can something like that really happen? He also did not know what to say. If one looked at the heroes in the Hall of Heroes, those who did not participate in reincarnation, then it was not so different. After savoring the joy of reunion, Juraiso turned to the group of her children and ordered them, lower all your weapons. And you as well, Spirit King. Please restrain your anger. After that, she gently extended her hand toward Davy and made a proposal in a tone that was hard to refuse. Would you like to come with me? I invite you into my space. I want to discuss how to handle this matter. With a flicker of suspicion, he spoke to probe her. Even though it was not directly caused by you, right? Juraiso kept her calm expression as she replied. Protecting the children of the forest is my responsibility. Then how do you intend to handle this? The one holding the knife hilt is you. Suddenly, he stopped as if remembering something, then said, wait, there is still one important thing I must give you. Hearing that, Davy muttered, one thing, what could a newly reborn world tree possibly give me? At that moment, within the space of the world tree, the scenery unfolded so beautifully that it was no different from paradise. Right beside the crystal clear lake, a teleportation gate silently opened. In the blink of an eye, Davy's group and Grasso had stepped through that gate. At last, he had reached the place he needed to be. Grasso reached out, picked a golden apple, and asked, may I take one? Davy accepted it and was surprised to learn that this was the fruit of the world tree. He nodded in confirmation, that's right, but since I have lost half my power, I am not sure whether it can still exert its full effect. He frowned slightly, are you mocking me? Though he said that aloud, he still eagerly put the item he had just obtained into his spatial pouch. Juraiso also reminded him in a stern voice, all right, first deal with the urgent matters. Davy spoke up to probe, do you understand the current situation? He calmly sat down and said, I had already vanished after my soul declined, and now that I have appeared again, you can probably guess the reason. Then he reached a hand toward him and asked frankly, speak, what do you want? As if he had been waiting only for those words, Davy cast aside all ceremony and said directly, I want autonomy over this place. If I demand the power of life and death over the elves here, will you give it to me? At that proposal, Juraiso lightly waved his hand, smiled, and answered firmly, of course not. Ask for something else. What I hope for is to preserve the lives of the children of the forest, along with their autonomy and culture. Davy gave a cold smile, his voice mocking. Quite bold, who do you think you are? Seeing that he still refused to yield, Juraiso decided to prepare something. If you promise me those things, I will give you this. A few seconds later, a jewel radiating soft light appeared in his hand. Davy widened his eyes and asked, what is this thing? His answer surprised him instead. Truthfully, even I do not know. Faced with the unfamiliar item filled with energy, he immediately showed desire for it. Then can I take it? Naturally, he did not rush to agree. Do not say words that go against your own thoughts. From the beginning, you never intended to oppose the elves either, did you? I beg for your mercy, please protect their lives. But Davy only answered coldly, this proposal brings no significant benefit. Immediately afterward, he walked straight up to the other party without the slightest hesitation. He placed his hand on his chair, his voice gradually growing agitated. Before this, the previous world tree oppressed and threatened the lives of the elves living in my territory. That woman was the one who led troops to attack first, and on the way here, she caused countless troubles as well. After provoking all kinds of trouble, now you tell me to let them off. Do you think one mysterious jewel can be exchanged for the lives of those who fought for me and this territory? Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, Emilia hurriedly stepped between them. Please, please stop. At that very moment, Juraiso spoke again. Yes, perhaps that is indeed true. Only then did Juraiso reveal the true purpose of the conversation and hand the jewel to Davy. If you were to forget the sacrifices of those who once risked their lives for you, I would be even more disappointed. Take it, in any case, this is something that must be given to you. Davy raised the jewel to eye level and said, I will cut off a small piece to analyze later. He spoke in a voice full of implication. I do not recommend it, but in the future it will bring you great benefit, and it is not a bad thing either. From everything that has happened and Purser's words, it seems the will of God has given this item to you. Davy gave a quiet hum as if he understood. Is that so? At that moment he sensed a powerful driving force, but the chill in his heart still could not be shaken off. Juraiso sighed softly, his expression heavy with thought. The grudge between you and the residents of this place cannot be mended overnight, but if you pretend nothing ever happened, a storm of blood will come. What should be done? Davy unexpectedly cut off that worry with a brief proposal. Provide us with world tree fruits regularly. He crossed his arms before his chest, his attitude both casual and arrogant, of course not half-baked ones like now. They must be the real standard goods. Those words left him temporarily speechless. Do you know how much effort it took me to bear even this one fruit? Davy only shrugged, not particularly concerned. It has nothing to do with me. Just think of it as karma. Juraiso helplessly shook his head, his voice full of bitterness. There is truly no helping it. Fine, I will hand them over, but what do you intend to use them for? Davy only spoke vaguely, for something important. And one more thing, I will guarantee the lives and autonomy of the elves. However, you must give me full authority to decide the relationship between the forest and the outside world. After that, he added another argument that left them with little room to refute. The elves have stepped into the outside world, and many nations will certainly try to make contact. Emilia also looked displeased and was about to speak up in protest. Davy continued, we need someone to guarantee that diplomatic authority belongs to us. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. Just wait and see, I will drain every last bit of benefit from it. After hearing all of that, Juraiso sighed that it was indeed a dangerous demand. Davy calmly provoked him in return. If you do not like it, then forget it. There will be no compromise at all. Seeing that, he posed a hypothesis. What if we choose to oppose you? He merely shrugged, looking utterly unconcerned. I have no intention of stopping you either. Davy lifted his chin so arrogantly that the other party was left speechless. I have never been very fond of elves to begin with. Deeply unwilling, Juraiso was still forced to yield, for he had no other choice. Very well, I accept the condition. Hearing that, Davy rejoiced inwardly. Excellent. After that, he gave a warning about the danger drawing near. The prophecy of the previous world tree was vague, but not entirely wrong. Davy said with certainty that Demon King Purser would not be reborn, and even if he were, that terrifying future would not happen. He shook his head. No, the problem does not lie with Demon King Purser. Juraiso's next words aimed directly at Davy's very existence. You should ask yourself why the presiding goddess Freya accepted you, and even continues to offer such transactions. Seeing the other party fall silent, Davy urged him to speak more clearly. Yet Juraiso refused. This is not something that can be spoken of carelessly. But you, surely you have also seen things that originally belonged to other worlds appearing in this place. Can all of it truly be mere coincidence? At that very moment, even Davy was briefly stunned. He slowly explained according to what he knew. I have not witnessed much, but it seems great upheavals beyond the presiding goddess' control have begun. And among them, you must shoulder the task of handling every separate problem that arises. After hearing that, he could only lament inwardly that it was truly an unlucky mission. Juraiso then added a suggestion. I am different from the world tree you destroyed. If it is necessary for the future, I am willing to cooperate with you. Davy frowned and retorted, the elves will not submit. Juraiso no longer had his initial gentle air, and instead bore the firm bearing of a leader. That must be accepted. Think carefully about why the one reborn was not a new world tree, but me, someone who had a measure of goodwill toward humans. The atmosphere instantly grew suffocating as he emphasized the final three words, think carefully. In the ancient forest, ragged breathing mingled with the urgent rhythm of footsteps passing through the dense canopy. Though his body was already exhausted, that person did not dare stop even for a moment. As he ran, an object suddenly cut through the wind and shot toward him, nearly striking him by a hair's breadth. The elf tumbled onto the hard ground, his chest heaving violently beyond his control. Then a chilling line of words suddenly appeared on that sheet of paper. Let us play. At that very moment, the elf's entire body turned ashen, his face white as if not a trace of blood remained. He screamed, then struggled to prop himself up and flee as though wagering his very life. As soon as the elf left, a figure silently appeared, quietly watching his every step. While pouring all his strength into his legs, he cursed inwardly, damn it, damn it, damn it. This was completely beyond expectations. At first, the elf had planned to hide until everything settled down. Who would have thought that, lured by something he did not understand, he would wander into the forest alone in the dead of night? Remembering the piece of paper describing the game of tag, he placed all the blame on the sender. This is all because of that fairy woman. No. The elf became even more certain after rejecting that term. Right, that was a monstrous thing disguised as one of the fairy race. He fled through the dark forest with all his might. A twisted smile suddenly bloomed behind him. His mind was so disordered that he could not recognize who was following him. Just what kind of monster is she? Every time he ran until he was exhausted and stopped, another scrap of paper flew toward the elf. He did not know how long this chase would continue. Absorbed in his chaotic thoughts, the elf failed to notice that his foot had caught on a tree root. At that very instant, he lost his balance and pitched forward. The heavy impact left his whole body numb, his breath broken, and he could not get up at once. Before he could even recover his senses, another small piece of paper fell beside his hand. The elf's pupils contracted, for in an instant, those scraps of paper appeared in ever greater numbers. Before his eyes were countless sheets of paper, all bearing the words, so fun, circling through the air in a terrifying sight. That scene made him scream in panic, tearing through the night. His whole body pressed tightly against the trunk of the ancient tree as he trembled and begged, do not touch me. His horrified gaze swept across the dense forest, and he kept howling in despair, do not come near me, please do not. The elf's face gradually turned deathly pale, his teeth chattering between each ragged breath. Suddenly, thin threads appeared before his eyes, woven through the air, making his pupils shrink. Even more terrifying was the familiar piece of paper attached to them, bearing the note, caught you. The elf followed the direction of the swaying strand of hair, then little by little raised his head, his breath caught stiffly in his chest. Above him, Annabelle appeared with a twisted smile and a ringing voice, let us play the game of tag. That horrific sight was enough to make the elf scream in terror. The scream instantly tore through the silent night covering the old forest. The battle against the World Tree did not last long before the armistice agreement was announced. The elf soldiers and their leader Eugen all objected. However, the will of the World Tree and the order from the envoy Emilia, who had just been reinstated among the fairy race, forced him to comply. If it had only been a newly born world tree, the agreements between the two sides would likely have been much simpler. Unfortunately, the current Jirizo was a world tree that had lived through 2 generations, so he had his own calculations as well. The only issue left was that the former sacred body of the previous world tree had been entrusted to Annabelle. Just as Annabelle was close to catching the elf, a report came in saying his body was being covered by something strange. As a result, the elf escaped. But since he abandoned the fairy race in the sacred land to save himself, it could be said that he no longer had any authority left. Therefore, the number of fallen soldiers on both sides was not too high at present. Fortunately, casualties were insignificant before the war between Holy Land Chengdu and the Henzhou region truly came to an end. And just as expected, Davy's group quickly received a flood of complaints and protests. The fiercest reaction came from the Contax Empire, the opposition faction, and the Ming Kingdom near the forest of the World Tree. The Contax Empire temporarily held still out of wariness toward the Bao Lan Empire and the Lindus Empire, but the Ming Kingdom was entirely different. That place was ruled by the Heavenly Emperor, a man who claimed to be the son of a god. Thus, the old man flew into a rage, as if his own territory had been stolen, then demanded the return of territorial diplomatic authority, and the right to decide all matters. The imperial edict immediately pressured the sacred land of the sacred tree, while also demanding a share of the post-war territory. This made the person reading the information furious. So while the others risked their lives fighting, they merely stood aside and watched, and now they returned to demand a share of the benefits. Davy was so angry that he tore the thing in his hand in two and cursed loudly. What a shameless bunch. After crumpling it up and tearing it apart, he suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, Tanya is near the Ming Kingdom, right? Hearing that, Winry corrected him. It is Haiyan, actually. He nodded in understanding yes. Her face was already filled with sorrow. That is right, Tanya went there to marry. Haiyan is a small country south of us. A princess forced to marry before she even fully matured, the eldest daughter of the concubine Anissa, and the elder sister of the twins, sent to another country through Vesperieta's scheme. Her name was Tanya Iral, the first princess of the Ral Kingdom. Winry lowered her head and asked softly, as if trying to cling to a little hope, will she be all right, since that is a very distant and closed country? Right now, I only know that she is still alive. Davy asked in puzzlement, who was Tanya arranged to marry? Winry answered quickly, the king of Haiyan. The wedding has not taken place yet, but I heard she will officially become his 14th concubine. I also heard that the age gap between the two of them is extremely large. After hearing those words, the veins on his forehead stood out at once. That king was truly far too perverse. Some time passed. At that moment, beside the fountain, a bewildered voice rang out. Do you mean Jian Kingdom? The moment he heard that name, Benin could not hide his curiosity. He asked why His Highness had suddenly mentioned that place, while Davy only asked in return whether he knew anything about it. Seeing the other party grow impatient, Benin raised a hand and rubbed his chin in thought. He remembered it was the place Princess Tanya had been sent for a marriage alliance, but it seemed the other side had yet to issue any specific notice. Jian Kingdom was a country that placed great importance on marriage alliances, was deeply influenced by its motherland, and rarely interacted with other nations. In the past, Jian Kingdom had been formed from many tribes. At first, each tribe established its own territory, but in the end, they chose to merge into one nation. Hearing this, Davy cut in hotly. He asked whether marriage alliances there were considered legal, and Burnin immediately confirmed that they were. That made him clench his fists in fury, muttering that the man thought himself some tyrant king. Burnin still did not understand what was going on, but Davy had already changed the subject and asked why Latanya was connected to Rawl. Faced with his string of questions, Burnin promptly suggested, if your highness wishes, you may discuss this matter directly with his majesty. After a long silence, he looked displeased and warned Sigurd Burnin not to test him. The man still tried to advise him that, in any case, his majesty was his father, and was hoping to speak with him. Seeing that Davy still did not respond, he continued to emphasize their bond, saying that his father had always been worried about him. The battle with the World Tree this time was no small matter, and it absolutely had to be reported to the king, the head of the kingdom. Thinking of that, he only felt a headache coming on. Davy had delayed this matter for far too long, but the problem before him was not easy to resolve at all. Since there were many matters he could not handle on his own, in the end he had no choice but to inform the royal family that he would pay them a visit. Berlin immediately replied, as you command, your highness. After accepting Stuart Burnin's proposal, Davy stepped into the royal palace once more. A guard announced that the prince had arrived, and Patrick immediately ordered him to be brought in. Though they were father and son, royal status still forced him to observe etiquette. Davy gave his name and paid his respects, while his majesty quickly told him to dispense with formality, and asked whether he had been injured. Patrick smiled and remarked that he had been far too hasty this time, unable to understand why someone as clever as him would choose such a risky approach. Davy answered politely that the situation had been too grave, which was why his report had been delayed. Those words, the king could only sigh with emotion. Fortunately, the power of the divine tree had changed hands, and everything had been settled properly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been very difficult to salvage. Then, as if giving him no chance to refuse, Patrick slowly signaled for an attendant to bring something over and told him to accept it. It was a notice from Xian Kingdom, stating that Grand Princess Tanya Oiral of the Kingdom of Ral had come of age and was about to undergo the archery trial and hold her wedding ceremony. Immediately afterward, Patrick frankly that he knew he was dissatisfied, but this was likely his last chance to see his younger sister again. In the end, he looked at him and asked decisively, "Do you want to go?" At the same time, in the royal palace of Xian Kingdom, Grand Princess Tanya Oiral of the Kingdom of Ral was letting out a weary sigh. Seeing her sadness, the maid beside her hurriedly asked with concern whether her highness felt unwell. Tanya gently shook her head, then asked whether there was still no letter this time. Unfortunately, the answer was still not what she had hoped for. The maid reported that she had gone to the mail room but found no reply, causing Tanya's gaze to dim faintly. Though her heart was in turmoil, Tanya still tried to think of others. She said the distance was too great, and besides, she had already married out. Ina was indignant on her behalf, but Tanya only told her gently not to be angry. She even found reasons to defend her family, as though reminding herself that perhaps they feared she still longed for her homeland. That understanding nature made Ina and the palace attendants ache for her. Tanya's hand unconsciously tightened when she heard the woman ask in a choked voice whether no one would come even for this wedding. Only then did Tanya slowly voice her true thoughts. Once she was married, perhaps she would no longer have a chance to see them again. Even if it was only one last time, she still hoped to see her family once more. Ina immediately realized in panic that she had misspoken. Beneath the pale moonlight blending into the quiet night, the woman's voice caught with pity for her master's bleak fate as a princess sent away for marriage. The next morning, on the road connecting Ral and Xian Kingdom, a voice rang out inside the carriage, "Royal brother, do you need me to drive that wild boar away?" Their sibling bond was truly unusual, because the wild boar sleeping in Paris's mouth was Winry. Davy immediately defended her, saying she was adorable and had not rested properly these past few days. Recently, Winry had buried herself in magical research day and night. To Davy, watching her grow was also a source of joy. The atmosphere was so relaxed that Paris blurted out that he had to work like a dog day and night. Davy's gaze instantly sharpened, and he asked where he had learned to speak like that. Unable to withstand the pressure, Paris could only confess honestly, startling the person outside when her name was called out. She trembled and changed the subject, saying that one always had to think of peaceful solutions. Even through a layer of wood, Davy still ground his teeth and told her to just wait, while Paris hurriedly shifted to the matter of their last trip to the Philistine Duchy. He said that back then, he had worried so much about his royal brother. Davy also answered casually that this was only natural, making Paris lament that if he had known his brother was that strong, he would have worried less. After that, Paris suddenly asked whether Davy still remembered Sister Tanya's face. To him, that biological younger sister was clearly very important, so he answered at once, "Of course I remember. When she was young, Tanya had short blue hair and always wore a pure smile. She was also a faithful believer of the Freya order, so her nature was very selfless." Because he had been sunk in a long sleep, Davy could not witness his younger sister's growth, and could only hear about it from Paris. He said Tanya loved archery very much, which could not help but surprise him. Paris said that passion had been so obvious that he once thought Tanya would live happily in Xian Kingdom, the nation known for the art of archery. Elsewhere, a brilliant porcelain plate suddenly shattered, accompanied by a panicked cry. This servant apologizes. It turned out that the incident had taken place in the royal palace of Xian Kingdom. Ina angrily scolded the maid, afraid she might injure the princess who was about to be married, while Tanya hurriedly stopped her and told her not to make a fuss. The palace maid apologized through her tears, but Ina could not accept the way Tanya handled it. She advised her to be stricter, otherwise the other consorts would look down on her even more and test her limits. Even so, her gentle nature had taken root too deeply, making it difficult for Tanya to become stern. She only said softly that she truly was fine and told the palace maid to get up quickly. The palace maid was still trembling as she said she had been so frightened that goosebumps rose all over her, and fortunately her highness had not been hurt. Tanya smiled gently, told her to go rest, then thought to herself that sometimes there were days like this. There were days when, even though nothing special had happened, tears still fell on their own. Ina saw that quiet look on her face. The woman immediately stepped forward to ask after her, wondering whether her highness still had no energy today, then brought out some cookies imported from the eastern continent. At times like this, Tanya would remember the twins Paris and Winry, who had once clung to her, as well as her eldest brother Davy, who had always patted her head with a broad smile. Because of the great distance and letters that seemed blocked by an invisible wall, Tanya often wondered how everyone was doing now, whether her eldest brother was still in a coma, and could only pray for their safety. While Tanya's mind was still drifting with the wind, a shrill, dissatisfied voice rang out. "Who is so ill-mannered in the garden of the consorts, where an assessment is taking place?" The other side immediately retorted with no less force, "How are we supposed to know?" No matter how much time had passed, Tanya still recognized that voice. She suddenly dashed away, making Ina cry out in alarm after her, "Your Highness." In that instant, only one thought remained in Tanya's mind. This voice was. Ina hurriedly chased after her and accidentally called out loudly, "Young lady," immediately drawing the attention of the twins Paris and Winry, whom Tanya had always missed so dearly. Before they could react, Tanya cast aside all etiquette and rushed forward to embrace the family she had not seen in so long. Both of them cried out in shock, "Sister, elder sister." Completely different from the way she had forced herself to appear calm before Ina. At this moment she was no longer a princess, but only a happy older sister calling Paris and Winry's names through her tears. After they held one another in emotion for a while, Tanya finally calmed down a little and asked why everyone had come here. Winry immediately asked in a rush whether she knew who they had come with. After that she stirred an even greater curiosity in Tanya. "I have always sent letters to you." Those words were enough to leave her stunned once more. Tanya had not even had time to absorb all the sudden information rushing at her. Davy stood beside her and cheerfully stroked his younger sister's head, just as in the memories she had always longed for. "You have finally become a young lady, Tanya." Feeling the warm hand rest on her soft hair, she was so flustered that she could only let out a hesitant sound. The small figure from those years had now grown tall, but his carefree air had not changed at all. "No way, big brother Davy." His familiar smile immediately brightened, as though lighting up the whole sky. Yes, Tanya still could not believe her eyes. Was it truly big brother? "Winry Paris, could I be seeing wrong?" Winry answered briskly, "One look and I knew it was big brother Davy, sister Tanya." Then the girl tilted her head and asked as if it were only natural, "Could you have forgotten big brother's face?" Tanya immediately answered with certainty, "No." Right after that, shock mixed with choking emotion suddenly surged into her voice. "I never received a single letter." Unable to hold back any longer, finally reunited with the person closest to her from home, she rushed forward and threw her arms around Davy. "Big brother, as the pillar of the younger ones, you have always given us all your love. It is me, Tanya." After so many lonely days in a foreign land, the elder brother and two younger siblings she had missed so dearly had finally truly appeared before her eyes. Without the slightest warning, the unease in Davy's heart suddenly rose sharply. "I do not like this at all." He still kept his smile, but inwardly wondered, what is going on? Though the joy of the Grand Princess of Ral spread even to the palace attendants, Purser still hesitantly remarked, "This smell is exactly like the scent of trouble about to happen. To be blunt, Davy, you should prepare yourself." He had already made his own choice. That will depend on how the situation changes. Purser could only sigh at the uncertainties ahead. Amid the emotional reunion between Davy's group and Tanya, someone suddenly stepped forward and interrupted, "Your Highness." It was Capital Commissioner Dangong, a fourth-rank military official of the court. "Forgive my rudeness, but Her Highness is currently in the 100-day purification period." From his gestures to his voice, he exuded stern professionalism. "If this matter reaches the ears of the other consorts, then I fear." As for Purser, while no one was paying attention, she freely enjoyed her own private delight. A face truly determines the class of fashion. That intoxication even went beyond control, making her seem to glow brighter than a flashlight. As expected, this was a feast for the eyes. Unable to stand it any longer, Davy grew so irritated that he took action himself and immediately grabbed the other party. That made Purser unable to hold back and she instantly shouted, "What are you doing?" All of a sudden, Davy let go at once. Because of the situation before him, he could only transmit his voice, "Do not make noise, my head is aching." She was furious enough to snap, "Do you think this young lady is an object?" In the end, Paris stepped forward and broke the strange atmosphere. The person who had just drawn Purser's gaze respectfully bowed and introduced himself. "Forgive the delay, I am Gong, currently serving as a fourth-rank capital commissioner of the court, though I am still lacking in many ways." Tanya, standing beside Davy, added, "Is the one who has always stayed by my side to protect me." After what had just happened, he only nodded lightly and replied, "Is that so?" The greeting had only just ended when Gong lowered his voice and carried out his duty. "Forgive my rudeness." but Her Highness is currently in the 100-day purification period. If she comes into contact with outsiders at this time, the consequences may be unpredictable. Paris asked in astonishment, outsiders? If even family is considered outsiders, then who is allowed to stay by her side? Gong was clearly a rigid man in every situation. During the 100-day purification period, the only ones who may meet Her Highness are His Majesty and the consorts. As soon as those words ended, Winry's anger immediately erupted with resentment. How ridiculous. She is not even married yet, but this already matters more than family. Matters grew more and more tense, as if the two sides could clash at any moment. Tanya had no choice but to step forward. Gong, enough. He froze when he saw her intervene. Your Highness. Tears of pain kept falling, and she clearly revealed the attachment of someone long away from home. It has been so many years since I last met my family. Please close your eyes to it this once. As expected of someone who had known her for many years, he could only sigh and give way. I will check whether anyone saw and buy time for you, Your Highness. Tanya cried out happily. Thank you, Dan Gong. After making that proposal, he turned and left, not forgetting to leave one sentence before going. I hope you have a time without regrets, Your Highness. At this moment, the siblings Paris and Winry were still sunk in anger that was hard to quell, and he was almost about to speak out in challenge. Then Tanya smiled and deftly changed the subject, bringing the atmosphere back to warmth. Come now, do not stand there anymore. Hurry inside. Kaka, Winry, Paris, I have so much I want to say to everyone. Beneath the sky that had nearly turned pitch black, her sweet voice rang through the palace. Come inside, hurry. Before long, the whole group had gone inside, while Tanya shone as if carrying the energy of the sun. This is such a relief, brother. If only you could have woken up before I left. But being able to face you and talk like this now feels like a dream. Purser asked doubtfully. She does not know. Davy turned to Winry and asked, did you not write about me in your letters? She answered at once. How could I not? Everything that happened, including Big Brother waking up in the kingdom of Rawl, I wrote it all. Paris hurriedly cut in. Sister, could it be that you never received the letters we sent? Tanya froze and stammered when she heard this. Letters, impossible. Her face was pale now, as if she had just realized a terrifying truth from all this time. I have regularly sent letters to the kingdom of Rawl. They immediately understood what had happened to Tanya. Davy remarked coldly. They were intercepted along the way. Before he could finish, Paris sprang up in fury and cursed, those bastards. Seeing her younger brother about to leave to demand justice, Tanya hurriedly stopped him. You cannot. But Paris could not swallow his indignation. Let me go, sister. Did those bastards not imprison you here? They even forbade you from contacting the outside, yet they dare call it a 100-day purification. They are truly bastards. Even Winry agreed with Paris' sister. This absolutely cannot be let go. However, as a princess consort sent for a marriage alliance, Tanya knew clearly that making a scene would lead nowhere, so she tried even harder to stop them. You cannot, Winry. Paris, if your emotions show because of this, they replied angrily. But sister. Tanya's whole body trembled from suppressing everything in her heart, yet she still tried to keep the atmosphere calm. The royal family must always preserve its dignity, even if it means walking into death. She held on to them, sister. Just as the situation was stretched taut like a string about to snap, Gong's gentle reminder rang out. Your Highness, please hide those three immediately. Unfortunately, he had entered precisely when the whole group was burning with anger, so his collar instantly fell into Paris' hand. What, hide us? Tanya called out in alarm. Paris. But he no longer cared about anything else. First I must hear those bastards explain. By what right do they dare confine my sister here, and even block the letters? Gong's sharp eyes still calmly looked up at the other man, as if the one being insulted were not himself. After a moment of silence, he finally slowly emphasized each word. There is a saying, when you come to the Polish Empire, follow Polish law. This is Xi'an Kingdom, Your Highness. Blue veins stood out on Paris's face. Insolence. Every word Paris uttered carried clear weight and pressure. Do you people think Xi'an Kingdom is so capable that you can openly look down on the kingdom of Rawl and still remain safe? Having watched their exchange from beginning to end, Purser could not help muttering in puzzlement. After doing something like this, why did they still call people here? Even a closed nation cannot act so blindly. Hearing Purser's comment, Davy also sank into thought and confirmed, exactly, even a country with sealed borders must have an intelligence agency watching foreign nations. The war with the elf race and the collapse of the world tree, could they truly not know that the one behind it was the first prince of the small eastern nation, the kingdom of Rawl? That is certainly impossible. On the western continent, the common rule is to acknowledge the strong, so they have no reason to provoke me. As if understanding what Davy was wondering, Purser spoke. Perhaps because they do not believe in your strength. He slowly replied, they look down on me, so they want to test me. Returning to the tense conversation between the two, Gong asked, then what do you intend to do? Do you wish to draw your sword here, or immediately take Her Highness back to your country? Paris raised his voice. What? Gong's even yet steady voice rang everywhere. I do not know who intercepted Her Highness' letters along the way, but it was certainly not His Majesty's order. According to the laws of this country, the women of the king must live in a world separated from the outside, but His Majesty pities them and wishes to abolish that. But the current situation was no different from that very thing, making Paris grit his teeth. Is the result not still the same? Gong did not panic, only slowly went straight to the point. Deeply rooted traditions cannot disappear at once. That is why His Majesty promoted the sending of letters. At least Her Highness could still communicate with the outside by letter, but now even that has been obstructed. Try thinking about it from the opposite direction. With astonishing calm, Gong offered a reasonable conjecture. Someone is deliberately trying to split the kingdom of Rawl and Xiang Kingdom apart. Then what is the most effective way to do that? Paris emphasized coldly. Investigating this matter is the responsibility of Xiang Kingdom, is it not? He even questioned him in return. Do not tell me you people had no idea the letters never reached the kingdom of Rawl. Unexpectedly, Dan Gong truly confirmed with seriousness. We did not know, we only thought the kingdom of Rawl had not sent letters in reply. He presented his reasoning clearly and thoroughly. As far as I know, Rawl's queen, Rice Barrieta, has always been that kind of person. Moreover, I personally witnessed Her Highness's letters being sent out. The more Paris listened to Gong, the deeper the creases on his face became, until the final sentence. All the other letters arrived normally. Knowing full well that his own side was also involved in this matter, Paris could only let out a loud sound of frustration before turning and walking away. Right after that, Gong turned toward Tanya and spoke solemnly, Your Highness, please forgive me. I will discreetly take these three to a safe place. A smile returned to her lips. I thought it was simply that they did not reply to me. Very well, Gong, I leave it all to you. After carefully completing all the proper formalities, he turned his gaze toward Paris and Winry. I am truly sorry. Your Highness, Princess, please follow me. Suddenly, a sharp voice of obstruction rang out from outside. You cannot, Your Highness, if you suddenly go inside like that. Unfortunately, the other party was no ordinary person. Her shrill voice rang out, shattering the peace that had only just returned. You wretched slut. Do you know who this is that you dare? The shrill voice immediately drew all the attention of Davy's group inside. Do you know who this person is? Meanwhile, he sank back into thought about the letters. Everything felt too forced. Even Purser had to agree. The culprit was so obvious it was suspicious, and Davy understood that someone was using the situation. That means the one who benefits if I cause trouble here is the person who arranged everything. If so, Hien Kingdom is also only a victim. Just then, Dangong urged him sternly to hurry. He understood the matters involved very well. Once emotions took over, people were easily swept away. After thinking it through, Davy suddenly acted, leaving Winnie unable to hide her shock. He did not hesitate in the slightest, because he had realized the most important thing. That was precisely why he had to remain calm right now. Without a word of warning, he immediately pushed his twin siblings into the spatial gate, ignoring their startled cry, Elder brother. Kaka, what on earth is going on? Davy gave no explanation, only curled his lips faintly. Think calmly and wait, do not act rashly. At this moment, the power around him seemed ready to erupt, yet he still assessed the situation rationally. That presence sent a chill down Purser's spine, especially when the smile on his lips widened into something terrifying. First, let us turn this place upside down. Right after that, Davy did not forget to instruct his subordinate Luen, take good care of my younger siblings. She immediately bowed and replied, Luen accepts the task. Only after the spatial vortex vanished did Tanya snap back to her senses and speak, Kaka, how could... But before they could finish speaking, Ionbei, who had been outside, decisively shoved the door open and barged in. Princess Tanya, are you inside? The fact that her brother had merged into the void and disappeared left her looking around in confusion, while that woman could not understand her reaction. What is this? Why is everyone so surprised? Tanya was still searching anxiously, so much so that she did not notice that woman. Onasama, he disappeared. No matter what, she had never expected that figure, who had seemed so distant, to have just been right before her eyes. Where exactly had he gone? Then what had to happen happened. Ionbei began with a few polite words. Princess, you have grown much thinner lately. Tanya was still dazed, thinking to herself when Kaka had cleaned everything up, but fortunately she managed to answer in time. Thank you for your concern. I am well. Ionbei's arrogance was not without reason, because she was a consort of Hien Kingdom. It must have been somewhat difficult. Because of that, the other consorts do not like me. Tanya stammered her thanks while that woman lifted her chin. Of course, you should be grateful. Joy did not last long before Ionbei's expression slowly darkened like a demon's. But still, guests have come, yet you do not bring out tea. Tanya cried out in panic. After that, she hurriedly ordered Ina go brew tea. Meanwhile, that woman spoke in a shifting tone, as naturally as if she were in her own palace. No need, I did not come to drink that ordinary tea. The 100-day purification ceremony was also nearly over, with only a few days left. before the archery test. Princess, you passed the previous 4 trials splendidly. After bringing up those matters, Yeonbi finally lowered her voice and concluded, I only hope you do not forget who helped you achieve that. Tanya regained her composure and replied, how could I forget? That woman asked back, is that so? Right after that, she made a strange request. Then can you repay Yeonbi, the one who granted you grace? Tanya grew suspicious and stammered again, how should I repay you? Her fingers tapped against her leg, the sound striking straight at Tanya's heart. Consort He does not want you to return to your homeland. In the same way, though for different reasons, I also want you to stay. There is only one thing that bothers me. This time, the delegation from Ming Kingdom will arrive. Have you heard? Tanya was completely different now from when she faced her family, every gesture respectful and cautious. Yes, I heard the great general and prime minister Tepijong of Ming Kingdom will come. Yeonbi cut her off, therefore Princess Tanya. Our Heian Kingdom enjoys peace thanks to the grace of Ming Kingdom, does it not? When great affairs were mentioned, Tanya immediately became more serious. That matter, that woman shrugged, deliberately emphasizing, in reality that is true, is it not? After circling around and leading her on for a while, Yeonbi finally revealed her true purpose. Therefore, Princess Tanya, please step forward. I hear Prime Minister Tepi Yon is very fond of the dances of the eastern countries. This was clearly a scheme to humiliate Tanya before everyone, as Yeonbi calmly made an unreasonable demand. Unfortunately, neither I nor the other consorts know how to dance, so you should do it. If you do so, Prime Minister Tepi Jayong will surely offer great help. He has always liked Eastern women. Perhaps something good may come of it. The proposal was too unimaginable for a woman of that era, and Dang Gong could no longer stand still. Your Highness, forgive me for speaking frankly. To order someone who is about to take the archery test to become Empress to do something only courtesans in brothels would do you truly mean that? Of course, those words earned him a slap and insults from Yeonbi. Do you know where this is, to dare be so insolent, you lowly maid? Seeing that unbearable scene, even Tanya could no longer endure it. Yeonbi, stop at once. What are you doing? Clearly, that woman had borne the title of consort for too long, to the point that she no longer feared anything, and did not even bother pretending to be kind. Just as things were unfolding, Gong, as the guard always by Tanya's side, had stepped forward and borne it all. She cried out in panic, Dang Gong. As for Yeonbi, after venting her anger, she arched her thin brows and judged coldly, you truly could not be more ordinary, Princess Tanya. To marry a princess like you, who has nothing in her hands, this country sent so much wealth to the Royal Kingdom. Surely you are not unaware of that. Tanya's face turned paler with every word, pitifully, because she had been sent to another country for a political marriage. She knew nothing of the situation back home. At present, she had no idea that the Royal Kingdom had stabilized and changed for the better. Its position was no longer as lowly as before, so she was still easily manipulated by Yeonbi, a tiny princess with no real authority, coming here from some distant place. And you still dare. As long as I say one word to His Majesty, who favors me, never mind the test, you will be expelled back to your country immediately. Do you understand? Tanya started in panic and hurriedly shook her head. No, the Royal Kingdom is still struggling with governance. Under those circumstances, if you want them to return all the wealth they received through me, that woman's rude finger seemed to pierce straight into her mind. So know your place. With her hot temper and arrogance from being indulged for too long, Yeonbi even meant to swing her hand again, cursing as she did. You look pretty and young, but you do not know your place and dare to... Unfortunately, this strike could hardly happen, because someone had rushed over and seized her tightly. That person was none other than Davy. Seeing his younger sister being oppressed with his own eyes made his blood instantly. I knew you were mad, but I did not expect you to be this mad. Her roar of pain shook the attendants, who staggered and cried out, Your Highness. Looking at Yeonbi's pale-faced palace attendants, he hissed each word through his teeth, Stay still. Be grateful that I have not cut off her hand yet. That woman's proud face was now smeared with tears and snot enough to show that his grip on her hand was anything but light. Yeonbi was both furious and afraid, asking in a trembling voice, Who are you? He answered without hesitation, The first prince of the Ral Kingdom, Davy O'Ral. At this moment he was no different from the incarnation of a demon. You had best not ask why I am here. There has always been a saying, spouting nonsense only shortens one's lifespan. Tanya could not help being startled when she saw her older brother's furious appearance. Oh, Onisama. As for Davy, he cared about only one thing while escorting the troublemaker away. Have you been living like this, Tanya? His sharp and resolute gaze looked straight at her. Answer me. But just then, someone interrupted. You cannot do that, Your Highness. It turned out that the one who came to stop him was Dang Gong, because he did not want the matter to be pushed too far. Please release Yeonbi immediately. That threat was still not enough to make Davy back down. He even calmly saw through the other person's thoughts. Even if you do not want to, protecting the royal family is still your duty. How devoted. As a powerhouse, he did not let the other man block his way for long. With just one strike through the air, Davy easily sent Dangong flying far away. Then let me give you a hand. That alone was enough to make outsiders believe he would have a hard time avoiding unconsciousness for several days. Davy did not forget to remind him, try fainting for a bit. Tanya looked as if her soul had left her body when she saw her guard slam hard into the solid wall. Dangong. As for Davy, he only shrugged calmly. This should be enough of an excuse. After dealing with the man bound by duty, he slowly turned his gaze toward the one in his hand. You are Consort Eon B, are you not? Come with me. Beneath the soft, gentle light of the two moons hanging high above, Davy did not bother preserving her dignity, and dragged her straight toward the place he had in mind. The guards had barely seen clearly who was being dragged away before they cried out in panic, Lady Onby. As for him, he remained as relaxed as if strolling through his own courtyard. Is this the royal audience hall? The commotion Davy caused finally drew the attention of the people inside the royal audience hall. What exactly is happening? It was unclear who that voice belonged to, but the tremor in every word showed that the situation was anything but fine. Your Majesty, Consort High. The other party was almost completely suppressed by Davy, to the point that besmirching his master with his mouth, he could do nothing else. Please, run. The scene before them was a line of guards who could only remain frozen and endure under his exquisite sword control technique. His Majesty of High Kingdom could not believe his eyes. What the hell is going on? At this moment, Davy still wore a radiant smile on his face, while inwardly he understood that his actions this time were completely different from when he faced the fairy race. Because this was a human empire, the image and trust he had worked so hard to build, no matter how good they were, could vanish after today's decision. But I cannot just stand and watch my family be treated like slaves and struck right before my eyes. They must know just how that can drive a person mad with rage. No, they are going to know. At this moment, the most important thing to me in this world is not territory, nor the Raw Kingdom, but the person who has always stayed by my side, even when I was sunk in a coma. The person who had appeared was clearly no stranger, but Tanya, his younger sister, who had rushed after Davy in a panic. Brother. After a heavy silence, someone finally found their voice again. Prince Davy. Naturally, the ruler of the Hyon Kingdom had no choice but to step forward, though cold sweat kept breaking out over him. I tried not to summon you at once, fearing you would still be tired from the journey, but now you must explain this action clearly. Anger gradually overwhelmed his initial panic. Do you not understand diplomatic courtesy between nations? Faced with that demand, he only replied calmly. If you truly wanted diplomatic peace, you would never have done such a thing. That ambiguous remark made him furious. What do you mean by such a thing? Davy had no interest in showing tenderness to someone who deserved blame. He hurled what was in his hand down hard, his voice turning cold. You had best explain clearly everything I just witnessed right now. Only did His Majesty of the Hyon Kingdom recognize his favored consort Ione. As for that woman, the moment she escaped her terror, she hurriedly cried for help. Your Majesty, please save me from this wicked man. Unfortunately, to someone who had come to demand justice, those words held no value at all. Davy did not hesitate to release a terrifying aura, making everyone around him cry out in alarm. The Joy Consort was fortunate that she was still in the arms of someone who could withstand Davy to some extent. Your Majesty. He immediately roared with all his strength. Release her at once, Prince Davy. That consort carries the royal bloodline. The one standing before him was no ordinary weakling. His gloomy mood alone was enough to make everyone feel a crushing pressure. That is not what I want to hear. I need a proper explanation. Davy's icy gaze gradually turned blood-red, like a demon awakened to claim lives. Do you think I am joking? The dread emanating from him made His Majesty of the Hyon Kingdom stammer. We need to hear the whole story before deciding. The moment his final word fell, silence immediately covered the entire place. He did not continue making things difficult for him, but shifted his gaze straight to the trembling Ambi and enunciated each word. You had best recount exactly what happened, without omitting a single detail. Though fear had choked her to the throat, she clearly understood the consequences awaiting her, so she immediately made a forceful accusation, even with her face deathly pale. Your Majesty, this man threatened me and even broke my arm. That was entirely within Davy's expectations, so he cut her off in an even voice, cold as a narration. If you truly understood the situation you were caught in, you would never have done something so stupid from the start. Without the slightest restraint left, he drew his sharp sword outright and drove it hard into the ground before the deceitful woman. That earth-shaking threat did not only make the solid ground tremble, it also struck straight into her arrogant heart. The Joy Consort was utterly panicked. Your Majesty. Meanwhile, the King of the Hyon Kingdom saw the situation clearly and hurriedly urged her. Ionbi, explain it to him clearly. Tell me why the Prince of the Raw Kingdom is so agitated. Though this place was nearly about to be smashed apart by Davy, she still tried to act stubborn. Your Majesty, how can you look at me like that? I am entirely the victim here. This rude man not only hid in Princess Tanya's palace, he also threatened me. Ambi still had not learned her lesson, and the more she spoke, the closer she pushed Davy to the brink of eruption. Then I will act. Once I go, there will be no turning back. Unable to expect anything from her mouth, which was as hard as concrete, His Majesty of the Hyeon Kingdom turned to the second person involved. Princess, say something. What is happening? Tanya stammered awkwardly. Well, but before she could explain, he cut her off. Prince, please calm yourself first. I do not know what has made you this agitated, but I have heard many fine praises about you. The king of the Hyeon Kingdom nearly poured out everything he knew about Davy to persuade him. In a situation like this, you should keep calm. Before he could finish speaking, he had already escaped his rage and returned to his usual appearance. Your Majesty, perhaps you have misunderstood something. The change was so fast that it left him bewildered. Misunderstood. He nodded calmly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. I have passed a very calm and fair judgment. Before coming here, I considered the entire matter. Purser, who had always been beside him, understood better than anyone. If you were truly agitated, this place would have been blown away long ago. After that, not wanting to waste any more time, Davy returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. Yombi, was it? I will give you 10 seconds. I think you had best tell the truth. Clearly, she had no gratitude at all and even stubbornly clung to her position. Your Majesty, this man. Davy's steady counting voice rang out. 7. At that moment, Yombi hurriedly changed her tone, but only to twist black and white about the cause. I was wrong. I only did it because I pitied Princess Tanya. She has had to endure loneliness all this time. His patience was nearly burned away by the flames blazing in his hand. 6. Meanwhile, Purser called out an alarm. Davy. Davy coldly ordered at that moment, do not stop me, Vozik. But she only urged him on excitedly. Who said I was going to stop you? Do it again. At last, a sincere smile appeared on his lips because of the words she had just spoken. A fight, then let us fight. When Davy officially counted to the halfway point, 5, Ombi still only knew how to scream meaningless words. Your Majesty, please believe me. That scorching aura was still enough to make chills run down her spine as the count rang out. 4-3. Iombi trembled and begged in terror. Your Majesty. The number that nearly reached the boundary of destruction was finally lowered by him. 2. Even His Majesty of the Hyeon Kingdom roared in panic. Iombi. In the end, the mental pressure and the hopeless situation where no one could save her pushed her to the brink of despair. I did it. The sound that burst from her trembling throat was no less shaken than her petty heart. I threatened and coerced Princess Tanya. Tears of regret and resentment kept falling as Iombi officially confessed everything to preserve her life. I went to Princess Tanya, cursed at her, and slapped her. I also ordered her to seduce the great elder of the Ming Kingdom when he arrived. The moment the final confession ended, the Joy Consort, who had been dragged into it by accident, could no longer endure it and immediately swung her hand to slap her hard. Her brows were tightly furrowed as question after question was hurled straight into Consort Hui's face. How could you do that? This is the greatest humiliation to the Hyeon Kingdom. You should feel ashamed of yourself. Naturally, the ruler of this nation could not simply stand by and watch. Guards, take this wench away. Clearly, that was the appearance of someone who wanted to shield his own person and turn a major matter into a minor one. Lock this wench up and await my judgment. Davy pondered. Lock her in her own mansion. At that moment, he also had no choice but to lower his voice and reply. Prince, in any form. Unless it is intentional rebellion, I cannot imprison a consort of a nation. Davy slowly laid out each practical argument, his presence like a future monarch. Ah, she shook the nation and damaged the king. If that is not rebellion, then what should it be called? Your Majesty. What Iombi had done was not only defiance of His Majesty, but also a crime that could drag an entire nation to the brink of collapse. As someone accustomed to speaking little and doing much, a light carrying fierce energy flashed in accordance with his words. I am wondering whether I should simply erase this nation from the map. In the very next instant, just a light wave of his hand was enough to make one area of the palace explode. Clearly, the source of the incident had been prepared in advance with companion beside him. That was only a warning shot, ready to receive orders at any moment. His Majesty of the Hyeon Kingdom still could not believe Davy's decisiveness. Are you planning to destroy innocent civilians as well? He merely shrugged. No one has died yet, but who knows who the next one will be. In the end, he had no choice but to take a step back and wearily order that wench Iombi imprisoned. She was truly so stunned that she screamed, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you cannot do this. Please do not abandon this concubine. As for the ruler of the Hyeon Kingdom, he no longer had the mind to worry about his favored consort, and only concerned himself with dames. Is this enough to satisfy you? What answered him was Davy's calm face as he decisively shook his head. Not yet, Your Majesty. How could it be that easy? He nearly lost the last of his remaining composure. With no intention of letting the matter pass quickly, the spiritual power in his hand gathered again along with his next question. You also need to explain to me why you allowed this to happen. No matter how he looked on the outside, the surging anger within Davy continued to rise in waves and showed clearly through the most violent energy. Now, Give me a satisfactory explanation. The sphere of energy carrying a destructive force in his hand was enough to shock His Majesty of the Hyang Kingdom into terror. According to the doctrine of the merciful goddess of the Freya order, those who err will be forgiven if they know remorse. Every life that sincerely repents can touch the god's compassion. But Davy's master, who was also the first saintess Daphne, had once taught him something completely different. It all began when Davy asked a question, as he doubted whether she was truly a saintess. The answer to that question was a resounding laugh in the night. Ha ha ha, mercy, that is so funny I could die laughing. Daphne kept laughing until tears gathered at the corners of her eyes, then did not forget to teach him. Davy, do you think you are a devout follower of the goddess? Someone worthy of bearing that mercy? Cough, cough, do not tell me you really think so. Listen clearly, Davy, you do not have the qualities to become a saint. Priest, where did you throw away your conscience? What I teach you is not that you must always be merciful, but that you should not use violence meaninglessly. In the end, magnanimity is also a kind of talent. The moment that train of thought ended, Tanya, standing beside him, could no longer keep watching and hurriedly spoke to stop him. Brother, stop. She was nearly drowning in confusion. If you are doing this because of me, it is not worth it. If discord arises between the Ral Kingdom and the Hyang Kingdom just because of me, Davy decisively shook his head. It is fine. Her attitude toward her younger sister was completely different from the people before her. Worried and hesitant, Tanya answered that, as for that matter, yes, after going in circles for so long it ended up angering His Majesty of Jan after all. Very well, I understand, I admit that I lacked virtue. I failed to realize Princess Tanya's circumstances. That was my fault. But should this not be resolved between me and the prince? His meaningless words made Davy knit his brows tightly. One sentence saying you were wrong wipes away all the humiliation my sister suffered for so many years. The king of Xi'an was still stammering when he cut him off. Do you look down on the Ral Kingdom that much, your majesty? At this moment, Davy's patience had nearly burned away. Do you want me to regard this as a declaration of war because Xi'an violated the treaty? Do you need me to answer here on your majesty's behalf? Swallowing hard, His Majesty of Xi'an tried to lower his voice as gently as possible. I am deeply sorry about this matter. Davy paid no mind, coldly letting each threatening word fall. Does mere regret mean the treaty between our two nations is over? This time he was visibly panicked. No, absolutely not. The more he tried to act like a monarch, the worse he made the situation before Davy's overwhelming power. Is no the only word you know? His Majesty of Xi'an went pale and stammered. That, I was wrong, your highness. Please calm your anger. Naturally, he did not let it pass so easily. Is the war over with just one apology? If you want to apologize, the one who needs to hear it is Tanya, not me. As expected of someone who had survived a war for the throne to become king, the instinct to bend and yield was still deeply rooted in him. Princess, I was wrong. I lacked virtue and failed to care for you. Please forgive me. Though Tanya was still confused with her naturally kind heart, she hurriedly answered, It is all right, your majesty. Without warning, Davy silently appeared right behind the flustered Tanya. It seemed his younger sister had suffered too great a shock. She had no idea what her long-lost elder brother was ultimately trying to do by saying such an unbelievable thing. She even fainted on the spot. Even His Majesty of Xi'an and noble consort she had yet to understand what was happening. He silently watched, as asking whether they did not believe it. Immediately after, Davy curled his lips and proved it through action. Just a light touch was enough to make Tanya, after so many ordeals, faint before everyone. Then Davy, clearly not intending to stop yet, revealed an eerie smile that stretched almost to his ears. The two representatives of Xi'an witnessed it from beginning to end, their mouths hanging open as if they could swallow a whole chicken egg. After a heavy silence, while smoke from Luan's shot still rose, the clamor finally surged in. Turned out the guards waited until the meal had gone cold before frantically putting all their strength into their legs. Hurry, His Majesty is in danger. The first to arrive at the scene was Gohu, the man who held the post of Great General of Xi'an. Your Majesty. The king of Xi'an froze as soon as he clearly saw the person who appeared. Great General. That man hurriedly shouted. Quickly escort His Majesty away from here. Sharp blades all pointed at Prince Davy at once with fierce momentum. Subdue him. But after witnessing his power with his own eyes, His Majesty of Xi'an did not dare take the risk. Stop at once. Inwardly lamented in pain that heaven was not helping him. How had everything become such a mess? Immediately after, he ground out each word. This is my command, all troops lower your weapons. Gohu was utterly bewildered. Your Majesty, how can this be? That man even wanted to refute the order of his superior. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Too anxious, that man even intended to overstep his authority. Turning to demand from the person radiating terrifying pressure. Prince Davy, please withdraw your magic. Where do you think this is? Daring to release killing intent like that? The guards, who had already been restrained by Davy from the start, hurriedly spoke up. You must not, Great General, do not provoke the prince. Gohu's stubbornness and inability to rid the situation destroyed a warrior's most basic judgment. All of you shut up. How can you stand still while His Majesty is in danger? Once this matter is over, I will punish you severely. Only then did Davy burst into laughter. In truth, they could not move even if they wanted to. He assessed the man who tried to appear so bold that he scolded his subordinates while practically turning his back to his opponent, the great general of Xi'an. A memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. I have heard of him, an outstanding war commander praised as the strongest martial god of Xi'an. The energy around Davy instantly erupted, bringing with it a series of cold, sharp weapons that appeared in the air. Is that so? Then let us see how strong he really is. Without giving Gohu the slightest chance to react, the fierce assault unfolded in an instant, and it ended with a shock that rang throughout the royal audience hall. Because of his careless arrogance, at this moment that man could only spit out a broken, unpleasant sound, and to unleash that move, he did not even need to shed a drop of sweat or move half a step. After that, he looked at the king of Xi'an who stood frozen in terror and spoke, "Your Majesty." The authority radiating from him was absolutely no joke. "Is this your answer?" The man hurriedly replied, "It is not." In the very next moment, he immediately issued a decisive order. "The remaining soldiers, lower your swords at once. Quickly take the great general and the wounded to the royal physician." Then, as if lowering his pride to the very end, he said, "Prince, please stop. I will not allow any more casualties." Davy answered calmly, "Your Majesty, do you think you still have the right to make demands?" He was so disordered that he was nearly in despair. That matter, yes, I admit your anger is justified. As a well-bred member of the royal family, you should be a little magnanimous." Since that was the case, he did not show any further anger. He made his next man so blunt and concise that the other party was stunned. "Then Xi'an must compensate the royal kingdom." The reply took too long, causing him to lose patience. Spiritual power instantly erupted beneath his feet. His eyes blazed red like a demon's, sharp enough to pierce through the hearts of anyone in his sight. "You do not want to." The mere motion of Davy drawing back his foot, preparing for his next action, was enough to make His Majesty of Xi'an tense like a bowstring about to snap. In the end, reality still defeated everything. He gritted his teeth, bowed, and said, "No, say it, I will listen." Davy went straight to the point. First, about the engagement between Tanya and Jean. In a firm voice, so decisive that it gave no one a chance to refute, Davy declared, "Cancel this engagement." His Majesty of Xi'an clenched his white teeth, as if a fierce battle was taking place in his heart. When he was finally forced to open his mouth and give an answer, he could only say helplessly, "That is absolutely impossible." From beginning to end, the scene had dragged on for nearly the entire evening, yet the result was no different from wasted effort, making him feel as irritated as if a fishbone were stuck in his throat. Night covered the royal capital, leaving one palace still brightly lit in the darkness. A calm, low voice rang out, "This is not a situation where you can refuse. You also do not have the right to say that." It sounded like advice, but in truth, it was a command in disguise. In the reception room of the monarch's palace, His Majesty of Xi'an sat across from Davy and reminded him in a stern voice, "In any case, the treaty between the royal kingdom and Xi'an remains in effect. Even if the crown prince is angry, this is still an act that violates a treaty between nations." What made this scene worth pondering was Davy's reaction. He did not understand why that man was so stubborn about Tanya's political marriage, nor was it as if he had some perverse interest in children. From the very beginning, Xi'an had promoted an alliance marriage to strengthen unity within the tribal alliance. In that situation, why did they have to choose the princess of another country as the target of a political marriage? Davy had originally thought they would be delighted if they could send Tanya, this ticking time bomb, away at once. He deliberately provoked His Majesty to draw out the answer. "Could it be that you regret the wealth you invested in this political marriage?" That sentence was like a knife stabbing straight into the man's pride. He clenched his fists, blue veins bulging clearly at his temples from anger. "Stop insulting me. It is not because of that bit of property that I refuse to give up the princess." Davy remained indifferent, wanting to force him to compromise. "Then there is nothing to be done. If you insist on your position, I will also use forceful measures. No matter what, the result would still be the cancellation of the engagement, even if the wedding was to be held tomorrow. At present, they still had not officially married." Driven into a corner, he avoided his gaze, sweat soaking his forehead from guilt, still trying to salvage the matter. "It cannot be. Is there truly no room for leniency? I did not expect noble consortling's extreme actions to go this far. From now on, I will ensure the princess suffers no inconvenience while living here. I will personally ensure no one dares lay a hand on her." Davy cut him off impatiently, his cold expression carrying a hidden threat. "I can issue the same warning. If they are not afraid, I will blow this place away." His finger tapped lightly against the rim of the porcelain cup. The cold sound rang through the deathly silent room. "But I do not intend to leave Tanya here just because I would have to do those troublesome things. Your Majesty, in a place I once knew, there was a saying like this: Before anyone could react, the cup in his hand suddenly burst into flames, and at the same time his voice sank. "How dare you? A nameless nobody of unclear origin dares to marry my daughter." The blazing red flames illuminated every line of Davy's face, which was filled with killing intent. Immediately after, he returned to his calm expression, his lips curving faintly as if in a friendly smile. Yet the words that left his mouth were cold in contrast. "Do you need me to pour boiling water on you?" His Majesty and consort, she stiffened at the same time, not even daring to breathe too loudly. That man forced down the unease rising in his chest, then spoke hesitantly, "Your Highness." Davy gave a slight wave of his hand, cutting him off midway. "Let me say this first, do not confuse negotiation with a demand." His Majesty froze for a moment, as if unable to believe what he had just heard. A demand. He emphasized it once more, leaving that man no room to bargain. His Majesty only needs to choose one of two things: the future of this country, or the political marriage. The entire room grew heavy, as if frozen solid. His Majesty remained silent, his hands clasped tightly before his chin as he wrestled inwardly with his thoughts. Davy said nothing more, merely letting that man weigh the gains and losses for himself. A few seconds passed, but His Majesty still could not make a decision. Wuxi stood with folded arms on his shoulder, staring fixedly at that man. He still refuses to let go even now. A thought flashed through Davy's mind. Could Tanya have something special about her? Before His Majesty could think it through properly, the person beside him could no longer keep calm. Consort, she gently placed her hand over his, intending to advise him, "Your Majesty." That man shook his head slightly, signaling her to stop. "Say no more, Consort, she." Those seemingly calm words left her stunned, her voice rising before she realized it. "No, I care about Your Majesty's safety more than some meaningless prophecy." As if a forbidden point had been touched, that man immediately snapped. "Do not call that prophecy meaningless." His emotions spun out of control, and he sprang to his feet, loudly declaring, "For the past 30 years, the divine official's prophecies have never once been wrong." Consort, she still did not believe it, and even looked resentful. Could it be that very prophecy that drove everything to this point? His Majesty ignored Consort she's concern and tried to calm himself as he persuaded Davy. "Your Highness, are you truly not intending to proceed with this marriage?" He was not moved in the slightest. "I will not repeat myself a second time." That man immediately turned to sentiment, tugging at the only thread that might shake his opponent. What if the princess sincerely wants this marriage? His gaze turned several degrees colder. "If that is the case, the story will be different. If we set aside the kingdom's position, as long as my younger sister remains here before I leave, I will make sure none of you dare lay a hand on her." His Majesty finally yielded, though his heart remained full of resentment. "Fine, after formal discussion, we will annul the engagement. Is that enough?" But Davy was not so easy to let it pass. "It is not over yet." That man jolted in anger. "What else is there?" Amid the other party's fury, he remained perfectly composed. "I have not even started yet." His Majesty ground his teeth so hard the veins along his jaw stood out, both hands clutching his head as if trying to suppress utter despair. "Damn it, you truly are too ruthless." Davy stated his demand coldly. "First, I want Consort Lion dealt with properly. A person guilty of treason must receive punishment befitting the crime." Those words forced that man to lower his head and plead, his voice weak as he begged, "Please be merciful. This matter does not involve Consort Lion alone. Moreover, she is the daughter of a noble family from Ming Kingdom." That sentence made Davy pause. Ming Kingdom. His Majesty saw an opening and hurriedly seized the chance to warn him, hoping to make him change his mind. "If you truly wish to destroy Consort Lion, naturally Ming Kingdom will." But his reaction was nothing like that man had expected. Davy smiled with cheerful delight. "Ming Kingdom, how excellent. Just in time, I also have something I want to say to them." Silence instantly covered the room. His Majesty and Consort she both felt chills run down their spines and did not dare let their guard down. He sighed inwardly. "In truth, I never intended to confront Xian Kingdom. What a pity." Looking at the reality of the situation, Davy slowly made his guess. It seems the nobles over there still do not understand the situation. His Majesty still refused to give up, trying to find a flaw in that indifferent attitude. Does the prince think war is a simple matter? He frowned mockingly. "War? Did I ever say I would kill her?" That man deliberately emphasized each word. "Prince, the crime of treason must certainly be punished by execution." Davy merely waved his hand and corrected him indifferently. "Do not kill her, just do exactly as I require." Even Purser felt pity for those who dared stand on the opposite side from him. What a ruthless human. First the hair, and now. He smiled with strange pride, his cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. "I placed something very interesting on her. Consort Lion looks a bit thin. I hope she will like it." Although Purser did not defend that person, she still could not hide her curiosity. "What do you mean?" There was one thing no one knew except Davy. More precisely, this time it was not a curse, but a blessing. She can think whatever she wants. The corridor of the royal hall blurred under the flickering firelight of the torches. From time to time, a sound that made one's hair stand on end rang out, as if heralding an ominous sign. In the bedroom decorated in a girlish style, thin gauze curtains hung softly. Tanya was resting against a pillow, and as soon as she saw the person enter, she sat up straight and called out happily, "Older brother." The other person approached and asked with concern, "How are you feeling, Tanya?" She reassured him, "I am fine." The imperial physician said it was only exhaustion. Paris sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze filled with resentment. Damn it, they dared torment elder sister to this extent. Winry was so worried her voice nearly choked. "Sister, forget all of this. Can we go home? Father misses you very much too." Tanya smiled faintly, a smile filled with many emotions, both sympathy and acceptance. "But I have already been bound by this political marriage. Especially Xian Kingdom. They have a reason not to let me go. You two do not understand at all. A reason? What are you talking about?" The root lies in an ancient tale. Celestial metal, green earth, and the prince born from the eastern girl who carries a bowstring will help Xian Kingdom prosper for the next 400 years. Davy recounted to them what he had heard. It is only a prophecy. But the priest who gave that prophecy had never been wrong in 30 years. He has already passed away now. Cursor rubbed her chin, all the doubts seeming to unravel. So that is why, no matter how much opposition there was, they still insisted on keeping this marriage. At present, this kingdom has 2 princes, but the king has yet to appoint either as crown prince. One has fallen into wine and women, the other into gambling. Just then, the door to the room opened softly. All 3 turned their heads to look back. Before them stood Prince Arya of Xian Kingdom. She bowed slightly in noble etiquette. "It is a great honor to meet the 3 of you." Arya raised her hand to touch the thin silk covering her eyes, then gave an awkward smile. "Please forgive me, my eyes are not very good." Tanya joyfully took her hand. "Princess Arya," she responded politely, though a hint of hesitation still lingered. "Are you all right, Princess Tanya? I heard the news you intend to annul the engagement." Tanya's voice held both guilt and confusion. "I am sorry, Princess Arya." Arya shook her head, self-reproach in her voice. "It is all right, I understand your circumstances. I knew that, yet could not help at all. The fault is mine. Before you leave, I want to give you this." Arya received a small, exquisitely carved wooden box from the servant behind her. Light shone down, reflecting off the small object inside, a slender thread gleaming silver. Tanya immediately recognized what it was, and her heart skipped a beat. "This is Bigo." A gigantic yet gentle monster, had whiskers that could be used as bowstrings. It was a treasure in the world of archery, to the point that the enormous creature was even called the friend of the elf race. Tanya bowed slightly, holding the wooden box with both hands as if it were a treasure, and whispered, "Princess Arya." A low male voice rang out, "Tanya." Ivy respectfully asked for her opinion. "What have you decided? Do you want to stay?" She remained calm, her gaze briefly distant. "Has the king agreed to annul the engagement?" He nodded, giving Tanya firm support. "Yes, you do not need to worry about that." Paris could not help bursting into delighted laughter. Sister, Rowan Kingdom is no longer as small as it used to be. Winry also clenched her hands excitedly. "That is right, thanks to older brother, the kingdom has finally begun to rise." Tanya gently stroked the old box in her arms, her fingertips gliding over each carved line. "I am sorry, brother, but before leaving this place, I want to complete the trial with the bow. I want to keep my promise to the end." Hearing that choice, Arya drew in a deep, emotional breath. "Princess Tanya." The atmosphere suddenly sank into stillness. Tanya and Davy looked into each other's eyes. It seemed he had clearly sensed her resolve. He pressed his lips together slightly and sighed, his smile mixed with helplessness and warmth. "This is the first time." Tanya blinked, tilting her head in slight confusion. "What do you mean?" Davy did not answer, merely stood quietly and looked at her. This younger sister who always smiled as if yielding to others, this was the first time she had asked for something to do what she truly wanted. Davy sat down beside Tanya and gently rubbed her head. His voice was gentle yet certain. "If you want to, then do everything you like. Older brother will help you make it all happen, even if I have to conquer the entire continent." Tanya burst into a mischievous laugh. Older brother is joking again. Contrary to the tender atmosphere between the siblings, Purser nearly stopped breathing. A flashing red warning seemed to appear in her mind. What the hell did that man just say? I absolutely have to cover his mouth in the future. Outside the palace, a light breeze swept past, and branches and leaves brushed together with a rustling sound. After that brief moment of peace, a great wave was still waiting ahead of them. As dawn drew near, the last remaining moon was gradually swallowed by gray clouds. The prison area in Xian Kingdom's capital was completely separate from the palace, silent to a chilling degree. Guards stood solemnly on both sides of the gate. Footsteps rang out evenly, echoing through the narrow corridor paved with cold wood. Mixed with that sound was a voice full of regret. "I should have dug out a little more," Purser remarked indifferently. "Senzata really does not suit the people of the West." Davy walked beside her in a leisurely manner, both hands clasped behind his head. "That is only natural after making such a mess. Aside from Tanya's trusted aides, there is no one left." Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the quiet air. "Do you people know who I am?" daring to treat me like this? The woman in the cell, Aon-B, gripped the iron bars tightly. Her ferocious face twisted with madness, her hair disheveled, her eyes bulging with hatred. Release me at once. Davy paused slightly at the turn, his lazy gaze glancing toward the source of the noise. Purser curled her lips in contempt. This Ademba probably still does not know what state she has pushed the country into. He tilted his head calmly. If she had been a little more sensible, it would not have come to this. Aon-B sat collapsed on the icy prison floor, her whole body trembling from exhaustion. Her breathing was hoarse and broken. Damn it, why am I so hungry? Why has more food still not been brought? Bring more in at once, the more the better. Looking at the other party's wretched state, Purser shuddered faintly. That thing you hid was a curse, was it not? Davy remained composed, his deep eyes without the slightest ripple as he gently corrected her. That is not a curse, Purser. Her voice suddenly sharpened. It is a curse. You do not understand how terrifying it is for a woman to face something like that. If all her hair is pulled out, she can still wear a wig, but this... Just then, several palace maids entered carrying trays of sumptuous food. Even while imprisoned, Aon-B was still being served carefully. In truth, what Davy used on her was only a simple hypnosis spell meant to increase her calorie needs. When calorie needs increase sharply, the body will constantly demand large amounts of food, while the excess that is not consumed will gradually accumulate. Watching her pounce on the food and stuff it wildly into her mouth, without the slightest trace of noble etiquette left, Purser felt a chill down her spine. Even without a cursed mark, this is already a curse. Davy laughed darkly. Kaha. Purser helplessly raised a hand to hold her head. Then how long will it take? He answered calmly, 1 week. In 1 more week, the change will be obvious. She could not hold back a sarcastic remark. How vicious. By the cell, Aon-B was still eating ravenously with her head lowered, no different from a deranged puppet. Davy leaned lightly against the wall, silently looking over the result he had created. As one sowed, so would one reap, that was all there was to it. In the end, Davy turned and left the prison. When his figure vanished, the heavy iron door shut, and the torchlight in the corridor was gradually cut off, plunging the room into thick darkness. The next morning, a thin mist still clung to the young leaves. A few small sparrows chirped as they hopped from branch to branch, their clear song ringing through the silence, carrying a rare trace of peace after the long, gloomy night. The old palace where Tanya stayed was not carefully maintained, but it still had all the necessary comforts. Davy wanted to move her to a better room until the trial ended, but Tanya refused because this place felt the most familiar and comfortable to her. On the archery range, Tanya wore neat training clothes, her slender hands gripping the taut bowstring firmly. She aimed with precision and released. The bowstring snapped. The arrow tore through the wind and struck straight into the bullseye, startling the sparrows on a nearby branch into scattering in panic. Purser looked at Tanya's performance and could not help feeling displeased. After what happened last night, her mind must have been in turmoil, yet she still shot so calmly. Davy crouched down, resting his chin on his hand as he watched, thinking that skilled archers often focused even harder to keep their minds steady. If it was called an archery trial, then what exactly was it? Gong stood upright beside him, her face expressionless, and asked what archery trial he meant. His younger sister's serious attitude made him even more curious. That was right, what kind of trial was it that made Tanya work so hard? Gong calmly began to explain. Behind the walls of Xi'an Kingdom was a place called the Forest of Trials. According to an agreement with the first king, the guardian deity of that forest was worshipped and received offerings every year. That deity would set the trial of wind for those who participated. Anyone who overcame that trial would reach a remarkable breakthrough. That was the archery trial. Those who could pass it were always rare, but this was also the broadest path to rise higher. Although the tribes in Xi'an Kingdom were allied with one another, competition had always existed. For that reason, it was extremely difficult for a princess of another tribe like Tanya to become queen. Even though this was the prophecy of the late priest, many people were still dissatisfied. Since they could not oppose it directly, they set a condition for Princess Tanya. That condition was that if she could pass 3 trials, everyone would accept her without the slightest doubt. The one said to bring prosperity to Xi'an Kingdom in the future had to at least overcome these 3 trials. That demand was not unreasonable, so King Raul agreed. Tanya had completed 2 of the 3 trials, the trial of filial piety and the trial of loyalty. That was how things had stood before. After hearing the whole story, Davy understood the reason. He propped his chin in boredom and thought, because I intervened, the wedding was cancelled, so that really is how it is. Right now, there was no longer any reason to force Tanya to take part in the trial. Even so, she still wanted to continue. It was because of her promise to the people who had helped her in this country, and also because of the dream she wanted to fulfill by herself just once. Tanya took another arrow, her movements both decisive and gentle. She drew the bowstring tight, her slow breath merging with the rhythm of her heartbeat, then released and sent the second arrow flying straight toward the target. The arrow lodged firmly in the bullseye. Even so, there was still a small gap between it and the first arrow, enough to reveal the subtle difference. Davy observed the result and commented calmly. Her technique was quite good, but because she lacked experience and had not received systematic training, there was still a slight awkwardness. Davy leisurely walked closer, then directly took Tanya by the wrist. She was startled, her eyes widening as she looked up at him, stammering that she did not understand what was going on. Orabuni. Davy calmly adjusted her elbow. Keep the proper posture. The warmth from his hand made Tanya go rigid, her lips parting as she had no idea how to react. Davy paid no attention to that confusion, his voice remaining even. Aim and shoot, I will watch. Her cheeks flushed unconsciously, but she still forced herself to focus and obediently answered, yes. While holding Tanya's arm to correct her posture, he asked exactly when the trial would take place. Because they were too close, she was still somewhat flustered and hesitantly answered, in 4 days or a boony. Davy immediately calculated that was enough time. Just then Gong, who had still been standing upright beside them, suddenly spoke. His voice carried a trace of hesitation mixed with worry. Forgive me, but no matter how strong Prince Davy may be, we are not certain your highness can teach archery. Without even looking, Davy still understood the hidden meaning in those words. Are you afraid I will teach her incorrectly and make her fail? Gong was embarrassed that his thoughts had been seen through and stammered that it was. Davy was not angry, because he understood that it was reasonable. There were not many swordsmen who knew how to use a bow. He decisively pushed Gong's presence aside, his gaze returning to Tanya. Tanya, focus. She immediately obeyed, yes. He lowered his voice and whispered, just loud enough for the two of them to hear, count to 3 in your head. Tanya took a deep breath, the embarrassment from earlier fading away, leaving only absolute focus. Davy's hand rested lightly on Tanya's back, and a faint light spread from his palm as he counted softly 1. That light gradually became clearer, gentle yet hiding a wondrous power, making the air around them tremble faintly. At that very instant, Davy gave the signal. Now, Tanya released, and the arrow left the bowstring, covered in a thin layer of light yet filled with energy. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding air seemed to explode. The violent recoil made Tanya dizzy, and her slender body was thrown backward. As for the arrow, it had turned into a brilliant blue streak of light, piercing through the air and shooting straight into the high sky with almost no resistance. When the light faded, the target in front of her had been blasted apart by a large corner. The edges were still billowing smoke, accompanied by the scorched smell of magic power, while Tanya sat stunned on the ground. Tanya widened her eyes, her gaze panicked with shock. Orabuni, what is going on? Davy only smiled, the corners of his lips curving in satisfaction at the result. This is illusory sight technique. Can you do it? Sweat dotted Tanya's forehead and her whole body was drenched, yet she still had not recovered. He took her hand and pulled her to her feet. Try again, I will teach you 5 techniques. Beside them, Gong was nearly frozen in place. After witnessing the unbelievable scene with his own eyes, all of his earlier doubts had completely vanished. He swallowed tensely. Davy laughed at Tanya's dazed expression, then teased softly. What an interesting reaction, little archer. She could not hide the confusion rising inside her and hurriedly asked, how can that be? Davy maintained his usual calm expression. This is the country of archery, right? How long is the history of this kingdom? Around 200 years. And what I am teaching is the technique of wandering elves, called divine archery, developed over more than 1,000 years. How could they be compared? Davy still regretted not shooting through that man's forehead. Thinking of it, he clenched his teeth. An unnatural heat spread out, making the air stifling. In his anger, he unconsciously tightened his grip on Tanya's shoulder, making her flinch and turn pale, while Gong had no idea what was happening. After that, although Gong was unwilling, he still offered praise, along with a bit of his own impression. The prince is truly extraordinary, but also exceedingly strange. Elsewhere, a black carriage inlaid with gold rolled silently across the vast grassland. The sound of hooves mingled with the wheels grinding over the dry grass. A childish voice rang out, Chancellor, how much longer until we reach Xian Kingdom? The older voice laughed kindly. Haha, are you bored, your highness? Inside the carriage, the young son of heaven of Ming Kingdom was sprawled on a velvet cushion, his eyes housed in boredom. He yawned widely and muttered, if I said no, that would be a lie. The chancellor bowed and suggested, shall we pause the journey for a while and find some amusement? He sighed listlessly and shook his head in refusal. What use would that be? Just get there as quickly as possible. Empress Dowager sat beside him, gently waving a fan as she advised in a soft voice. Your highness, please be patient a little longer. Once we arrive, you will be able to meet the prince you have been waiting for. Hearing this, the son of heaven immediately became excited and hurriedly asked, truly? She gently reached out and stroked his soft hair. Of course, Chancellor Taping and I have already arranged everything properly, so you only need to wait. That kindly gesture made him a little embarrassed. Suddenly, a strange red gleam flashed in Empress Dowager's eyes, as if reflected from a dark abyss. Her originally gentle face also twisted under the light inside the carriage, filled with the coldness of power and schemes. You are the Son of Heaven, the one who stands above all. You need only rule the world. The icy atmosphere made the Son of Heaven shiver slightly. Then he obediently answered, "Yes, Mother." The carriage continued rolling along the road leading to Xian Kingdom, where magnificent palaces could already be seen faintly in the distance. All this time, Tanya had devoted all her strength to learning the techniques Davy had taught her. The flow, structure, and method of using magic power, he had passed them all on. But fully recreating that first shot was not easy, because the one ultimately performing it was still Tanya. If Davy directly assisted her, she could shoot as many times as she wanted. But cheating was not what he wanted. Like that, time quietly passed, until only one day remained before the archery examination. Davy was sitting and reading when he received the report. A trace of surprise mixed with thought flashed in his eyes. "They want me to attend." The palace attendant stood still with hands clasped in salute and answered respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness, the Son of Heaven of Ming Kingdom wishes to meet you." That made Davy suspicious. The Son of Heaven came personally. He did not understand their purpose, because Ming Kingdom had always sent official documents regarding the sacred land of the divine tree, yet now he had even come here himself. The air in the study suddenly grew heavy. The palace attendant lowered his head and reported timidly. At first, only Chancellor Taping and the great general of Ming Kingdom came as envoys. Davy knew asking more would be useless, so he slowly stood up, the chair scraping softly against the stone floor. "Very well, lead the way." The palace attendant seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly bowed, taking out a small brocade box and respectfully presenting it with both hands. "Also, the Son of Heaven sent a gift for Your Highness." Davy frowned slightly and glanced over curiously. A gift? The box had just opened when a golden gleam immediately shone beneath the lamps. Inside was an exquisite ornament crafted from pure gold, its patterns curving in soft, graceful lines. The palace attendant respectfully said that the person was deeply concerned with His Highness's achievements in battle, and hoped he would accept it. The palace attendant bowed and led Davy to a private area, where rows of pillars were carved with meticulous artistry. A faint floral fragrance mingled with the refined scent of sandalwood. That person asked, "This is the hall reserved for envoys of Ming Kingdom. What does Your Highness think of it?" Davy swept his gaze around, his eyes cold and sharp as if piercing through the outer splendor. It was truly form overwhelming substance. He paused briefly, then gave a strained smile. Inwardly, he thought that Ming Kingdom had long claimed itself as Haiyan Kingdom's mother nation and interfered deeply in its internal affairs. From the way this place was built, Purser could partly guess the situation, enough to show just how great their influence in Haiyan Kingdom was. Davy nodded quietly. He mocked inwardly. A prince from another country barging into talks between two nations was truly absurd, yet the current situation allowed it. A few minutes later, they entered a meeting room arranged with refined elegance. At the center of the long table was the Son of Heaven of Ming Kingdom. To the right were His Majesty of Haiyan Kingdom and Consort Qi, and to the left was Empress Dowager Du Huaji. The seating arrangement already made each person's status clear. The moment Davy crossed the doorway, a clear voice full of excitement rang out, "At last, I have the honor of meeting Prince Davy. I am truly delighted to meet Your Highness." He was deeply shaken when he first learned the Son of Heaven's true identity. It was actually a child. Oxy X on his shoulder nearly fell off, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. The Son of Heaven of Ming Kingdom turned out to be only a child who was not yet capable of bearing the burden of state affairs. Davy fell silent for a moment. It was indeed so. Davy's composure amid that atmosphere of power instead grated on others. Gohu roared in fury, "Insolent prince, how dare you look directly at the Son of Heaven?" The Son of Heaven stopped him in displeasure. "Enough, great general." That man hesitated. "But, Your Majesty." He ignored it and continued speaking to him in a friendly tone. "Over the past 10 days, the prince must have suffered many obstacles for unclear reasons. Is the gift to Your Highness's liking?" Davy had quickly regained his calm expression. He lightly touched the golden emblem pinned to his chest. "I am very grateful that the Son of Heaven has bestowed such a precious treasure upon me. It seems to contain an unusual power. May I keep it?" Dowager looked at him with approval. "You noticed it? Truly astonishing." "That is right, Prince. This is a treasure of Ming Kingdom, able to help the wearer feel at ease." Hearing that, the corner of Davy's mouth lifted slightly. Inwardly, he let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Feel at ease, is it?" She still smiled calmly, gently fanning herself before her face. "The Son of Heaven has wished to meet Your Highness for some time." He was slightly surprised, mixed with suspicion. She nodded in confirmation and praised him. "Yes, Your Highness's fame has spread across the eastern continent. The Son of Heaven greatly wishes to hear of your achievements in battle." Davy appeared relaxed and willing to oblige. If that is all, it is not difficult, nor is it anything worth mentioning. The Son of Heaven exclaimed joyfully, his eyes shining like a child receiving a gift. Then that is wonderful. Immediately afterward, he naturally changed the subject, but first I have something to handle. He withdrew his delight and repeated curiously, something to handle. Davy lightly raised his hand, and a silver glowing scroll appeared in midair. Ming Kingdom sent something rather interesting to the Royal Kingdom, related to the sacred land of the divine tree. May I ask what it means? He immediately took the scroll and opened it to read, his gaze swiftly scanning each line of text. It stated that the Son of Heaven had ordered the immediate withdrawal of pressure against the sacred land of the divine tree, and the restoration of diplomatic rights. A few seconds later, his lips moved in utter confusion. What is this? That reaction made Davy briefly freeze. You do not know. He confirmed once more, do you truly not know about this matter? The Son of Heaven looked toward Dowager in panic. What is that, Mother? She immediately took the scroll, frowning as she examined it. It is indeed correspondence from Ming Kingdom, but sprang to his feet in agitation and stated firmly, I have never sent any letter like this to the Royal Kingdom. Davy's expression grew heavy as he considered another possibility. Is the seal forged? The Son of Heaven hesitated, then shook his head. No, but he pressed his lips together, his hand trembling unconsciously. This is a false accusation. I swear I have never sent this letter. In the end, he was only a child, completely flustered by the situation. The Son of Heaven's emotions gradually sank, and he lowered his head, his whole body limp as if drained of life. Seeing this, His Majesty of Haiyan Kingdom called out worriedly, Son of Heaven. While everyone was still bewildered, Davy had already connected the events. Someone was deliberately driving a wedge between Haiyan Kingdom and the Royal Kingdom, even using correspondence in Ming Kingdom's name to scheme from the middle. Then what is their goal? He realized that behind it was a mysterious force laying a scheme, waiting for him to step into the trap. They lured me here. He clenched his fist, blue veins standing out as he restrained the anger surging within him. That is not the most important thing. What displeases me is that they dared think they could control me as they wished. The Son of Heaven truly does not know. But what about the other person? Unwilling to overlook any flaw, Davy looked suspiciously toward Du Huaji. Does Your Majesty the Empress Dowager know anything about this matter? A flash of confusion crossed her keen eyes. I do not know. The seal is indeed real, but I have never seen this thing. The air sank once more into dreadful silence. Is that so? Then there is no other way. He lightly placed one foot on the chair. Forgive me, but it seems I must be discourteous. Everyone froze for a moment, not yet understanding what he meant. Discourteous. In the blink of an eye, Davy vanished from where he stood. By the time everyone realized it, he had already rushed in front of the Son of Heaven. With only half an arm's length between them, he drew his sword, its cold gleam reflecting beneath the lamps. I have no choice but to ask this one directly. Witnessing that scene, Gohu shouted in terror, Son of Heaven. But the moment the words ended, every reaction was already too late. Davy's blade slashed down through the air. The sword strike tore straight through the wall behind the Son of Heaven, creating a tremendous explosion that sent bricks and stone flying in every direction. Thick dust and smoke filled the great hall, while he still stood upright with an icy expression. Gohu roared in fury, you bastard. The man closed in with all his strength, gripping his blade tightly and cutting down to take Davy's life. You dare touch the Son of Heaven. The slash collided with his sword, letting out a piercing sound as sparks scattered everywhere. Davy blocked the blow calmly, his movement as fluid as flowing water, almost without effort. He ordered coldly, move aside. Gohu grew even more frenzied, I will kill you. In less than a breath, the two had exchanged blows in rapid succession. The light of the blade mingled with sword shadows flashing through the cramped space. Though that man used all his strength, he still could not gain the upper hand. Davy used only one hand, yet still struck with swift precision, his gaze briefly sweeping over that man with contempt, as if mocking him. What are you doing? With skill only at this level, you still dare speak so loudly. Gohu's breathing gradually grew ragged, choking in his chest, but his eyes remained fixed on his opponent, not daring to relax for even an instant. Then with only a tiny opening, Davy's cold, sharp sword tip was already pointed straight at that man's pupil. Gohu's heart seemed to stop, his entire body going rigid as he sensed danger close at hand. Just as the situation hung by a thread, the Son of Heaven shouted through the hall. Stop, do not. Davy had calculated this from the start. He had never intended to take Gohu's life, only to teach that man a lesson. Gohu collapsed to the floor in fear, the sword tip sweeping past the top of his head. The Son of Heaven was still safe, only a little dust clinging to his face, and hurriedly gave an order. Great General, withdraw your weapon at once. Gohu forgot the danger he had just gone through and anxiously turned to ask, Son of Heaven, are you hurt? He hurriedly looked toward the collapsed wall behind him, where a figure braced one hand on the ground and panted heavily. That man was also startled by the sight. An intruder. Purser frowned as he observed. Davy, could that be? He nodded slightly in confirmation. That is right. One just struck by him had a mouthful of blood, revealing 2 sharp fangs. That man's growl, like a wild beast, sent chills down the spines of those facing him. Those signs were enough to confirm that he was a vampire. Blue veins bulged across his face, the muscles throughout his body were taut, and he clutched his right arm tightly, because it had nearly been severed by the sword. The vampire stood up in a grotesque posture, his crimson eyes filled with bloodlust, and a hair-raising growl rose from his throat. Even the wound on his arm healed in the blink of an eye, flesh and skin closing as if he had never been injured. Panicked cries rang throughout the room. An intruder. Dowager trembled as she held the Son of Heaven tightly in her arms. Guards, come here quickly. Before her terror, Davy still walked forward calmly. Do not react so slowly. A faint smile appeared on his lips, his eyes flashing with interest. A vampire, it has been a long time. The vampire let out a contemptuous sneer. For a lowly human, you're not bad. Davy only smiled mockingly. Quite the mouth on you. He rested his sword on his shoulder, looking down at that man from above as if probing him. Then why has the noble aristocrat come all the way here? The vampire snorted coldly in disdain. Do you think I will answer? That man abruptly raised his head and cursed, his long tongue slipping from his mouth. A mere human dares be insolent. Before he could finish speaking, several sharp sword arcs had swept around his body, accompanied by Davy's indifferent voice. Is that so? If you do not want to talk, then fine. Before that man could understand what had happened, his body had already been cut apart, blood spraying into the air and violently disturbing the dust and smoke around him. After dealing with the obstacle, he calmly flicked the blood from his blade. You all always rely on that damned immortality, and in the end you still all get sent off. Gohu stared blankly at the vampire's body as it gradually dissolved into a mist of blood. What the hell is going on? Davy turned toward the Son of Heaven, his voice full of suspicion. Do you know him? He jolted in fright and hurriedly denied it. No, I know absolutely nothing. Dowager timidly raised her fan to cover her face, her gaze avoiding his. I never imagined such a monster could exist here in this world. He carefully observed her every reaction. So you do not know. Seeing nothing abnormal for the time being, he sheathed his sword and offered his conjecture. It seems they are the ones secretly sowing discord from behind the scenes. The Son of Heaven asked curiously, does the prince know what kind of monster that was? Davy curled his lips and answered ambiguously, more or less. After that, he stepped before the Son of Heaven and bowed slightly in salute. Please forgive my rudeness just now. That monster was targeting the Son of Heaven, so I was forced to draw my sword. He was still trembling but understood the reasoning. I understand. Thank you. Davy suddenly saw him twist his body, his cheeks flushed, a shy smile blooming on his lips. A strange sensation ran his spine. Goosebumps. And why is this guy wriggling around like a girl? He is cute, sure, but this is a bit too much. This fanboy was a little too enthusiastic. He pressed his lips tightly together, afraid he would fail to restrain himself and blurt out something rude. Purser crossed his arms and suggested coldly, Davy, use your power. For some reason in his eyes, the Son of Heaven looked more and more like a woman, even seeming to have a rosy glow surrounding him. This is insane. This result was indeed more unexpected than he had thought. Darkness gradually descended over the palace of the Son of Heaven of Ming Kingdom. A childish voice sounded softly. Mother. Dowager leaned back on the soft chair and asked gently, what is the matter? The Son of Heaven stood obediently straight, his hand lightly gripping the edge of his robe, and spoke hesitantly. Mother truly has nothing to do with this matter. She waved her hand in affirmation. Of course, do you think I would do such a thing? Come here, Son of Heaven. Let Mother hold you for a moment. He nestled into Duhuaji's arms, and a sense of safety immediately spread through his body. She gently stroked his head. The Grand Tutor, the Great General, and Mother as well. All of us stand on your side. Everyone wishes you well. A trace of sadness still lingered on the Son of Heaven's face. Is that so? She whispered soothingly, trust Mother. All right. The Son of Heaven knew his mother's temperament well, so he lowered his voice and advised her, Mother Empress, if possible, please do not go too far. She gently reassured him, as long as you trust Mother Empress, that is enough. After coaxing him into a deep sleep, the Empress Dowager turned off the lamp and quietly left the room. The door had just closed when she called her subordinate in a cold voice, Minion Rayong. He had been waiting in the dark corner, and upon hearing the order, he knelt respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager. No one left to hide from, she immediately asked directly, how is that item? Minion Rayong raised the hairpin wrapped in a silk cloth with both hands. It was easier to obtain than I expected. The Empress Dowager calmly took the hairpin and smiled faintly. Something so precious, yet she does not know how to cherish it. Minion Rayong carefully asked for instructions. Should I eliminate him? She immediately rejected it. Do not ruin the greater matter over something trivial. In that case, all the necessary items had been gathered, including the divine object of Hyong Kingdom, the hairpin carrying Prince Davy's power, and the guardian deity of the holy god. Is that so, Prime Minister? The other person nodded silently. That is indeed so. Du Hoji stood on the stone steps before the entrance to the sleeping palace, using the cover of night to speak with him. Everything is still proceeding according to plan. His voice was firm, as if he already held the entire situation in his grasp. Do not worry. Before long, all the blessings of the mountain god will gather upon the Son of Heaven. She was still not truly at ease, so she asked again with great care, all you want is Prince Davy. That man clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming in the night along with a smile full of sinister intent. That is right, he is the great enemy of our clan, but his power is very much worth seizing. Recognizing the danger of the plan, the Empress Dowager frowned and warned him in advance. He is no ordinary man. If this matter goes off course, I will abandon all of you. That was what I said from the very beginning. He snorted coldly with contempt. What needless worry. The Son of Heaven's incurable illness will be healed with the power of the mountain guardian god, while I will bring down that prince and seize his ability. This is merely an exchange. No one owes anyone anything. His eyes narrowed, full of calculation. The world tree prophesied that the demon king would be reborn to fulfill this wish. That prince must disappear, because he is the most dangerous variable on the continent. After they had finished discussing every necessary detail, that man silently vanished like a shadow. Du Hoji gently rested her forehead against the door to her son's room, closed her eyes, and murmured, Son of Heaven, you only need to trust Mother Empress. Even if I am condemned as a heretic, even if I must be burned to ashes in a sea of fire, Mother Empress will save you no matter what, no matter what. In the vast night sky, the blue and yellow moons hung side by side as if witnessing that vow, engraving her unshakable resolve deep into the heavens. Dawn had come. Though last night had been somewhat chaotic, this was still the greatest event in Hyong Kingdom, the land of archers, so the examination proceeded on schedule. Cursor flapped her wings and hovered in midair, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Hey Davy, where did the hairpin go? Davy smiled calmly and answered as if it were nothing worth mentioning, I gave it away. She asked back in surprise, gave it away to whom? He still replied indifferently, to the person who gave me a gift, who else? Countless question marks seemed to appear above Purser's head, enough to show how bewildered she was. Just then, the three sisters Tanya walked over and called out cheerfully, Big brother. Purser immediately vanished, leaving behind only empty air. Davy turned calmly and asked, Tanya, how are your preparations for the examination going? Her face dimmed slightly, her eyes filled with guilt. I am sorry, big brother. I still cannot perform the spell you taught me. He encouraged her gently. It is fine for you. Preserving your strength is what matters most. Do not be too tense. I am always behind you. Tanya looked at him, warmth rising in her heart from emotion. Winnie quickly cut in to liven the mood. Sister, we are here too. Suddenly, Davy placed a hand on Tanya's shoulder and sensed for a moment. Wait, it seems your muscles are all stiff. Paris turned pale at the familiar gesture, while Tanya was still blankly confused and had not yet understood. He smiled mischievously. Let me loosen them up for you, then moved before she could refuse. A shrill scream shot up into the sky. Davy secretly laughed with delight at another person's pain. Sometimes a change marked by a cry of agony is necessary too. The rapid beat of drums rang across the square, the powerful rhythm announcing that the examination had officially begun. Immediately afterward, the majestic sound of horns also stretched through the air. A voice rang out loudly so that everyone could hear. Contestants, take your positions. Tanya and Arya quickly slung their bows and quivers over their shoulders, ready to set out. Before leaving, they turned back and waved to their relatives in the stands. From the opposite side, someone immediately called out excitedly, Sister Tanya. While Winry kept waving nonstop, Davy calmly observed and assessed the situation. Fuang Sich also silently watched every movement around them. It seems there are only 5 people in this round. He gave a slight nod. She looked curiously in another direction. That Princess Iria seems to be blind, yet she can still participate. Clearly, just now she was still walking exactly like a normal person. Davy slowly explained, it is similar to the mind's eye, but a little different. She can probably perceive everything even more clearly than ordinary sight. Purser was momentarily stunned. That sort of thing is real too. He gave an example. Remember Saint Griffith, the mage who summons divine beasts. This world has special abilities like that, similar to a Zen Fox Alpha type. In the center of the altar, a pure beam of light flared from the heart of the lotus platform, spreading outward before leaving glittering afterglows like 1,000 diamond grains, falling to the ground. A dreamlike scene made Tanya, who was seeing it for the first time, widen her eyes in amazement. Using wind spirits to open the ceremony, how beautiful. Arya lowered her voice to tease her. I thought Princess Tanya was nervous, but who knew you would be so strong when it came to fighting? She shivered slightly as she recalled the painful experience from earlier. Maybe it is thanks to Big Brother loosening me up. Those words left Arya baffled. What is loosening up? Tanya broke into a radiant smile, turned to Arya and sincerely wished her well. I hope all of us pass this examination, Princess Iria. You have always said you wanted to see the wider world. Iria tightened her grip on her bow and took a deep breath to encourage herself. Then I have to give it my all now. They and the other contestants all stepped forward together. Come on, let us go in. The moment their figures disappeared, the sky suddenly darkened, and black clouds surged in as if foretelling an upheaval. When every retreating back had completely vanished beyond the spatial gate, the magical light gradually dimmed and dissolved into the void. Purser crossed her arms and looked in that direction. All the contestants have entered the trial forest. Davy was pensive, contemplation clear on his face. Now is when it truly begins. I hope nothing happens. That rarely worried voice made her unable to help feeling suspicious. A while later, at the altar, a priest in traditional attire circled the lotus platform, muttering words of blessing. Guardian god of the forest, according to the covenant, we offer this tribute. The Son of Heaven watched closely, while also explaining to Davy, afraid he would not understand. The test begins by offering tribute to that divine object, then reciting an incantation. What do you think, Prince Davy? I think the test for archers excellent. He smiled gently, his tone calm and refined. I agree, Your Majesty. This is truly an interesting challenge. Davy replied politely, I am deeply honored that you show me such concern. The Son of Heaven suddenly noticed those words and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Is the prince not very cool? He froze in astonishment, almost unable to believe his ears. Pardon. The boy spoke his true feelings without the slightest pretense. Since childhood I have been ill, my body weak, so I have always admired those who can roam freely outside, swing swords, ride horses, and command the entire continent. Davy looked at the Son of Heaven, and compassion for the child's fate suddenly rose in his heart. He encouraged him softly, one day it will happen. I believe you will also be able to roam freely. Just that one sentence made the Son of Heaven burst into a happy laugh. In any case, thank you for comforting me, Prince. At that exact moment, a blazing red light erupted from the altar, so dazzling that everyone nearby had to take notice. That beam of light shot straight into the sky, scattering the clear clouds. Yet at the same time, it cast a gloomy darkness over the ground. Because of that, the scene became both mystical and chilling. The priest collapsed to the ground in terror, his horrified eyes fixed on the place where the anomaly had occurred. What in the world is this? An item hovered above the lotus platform, shaped like a brilliant crystal, mass filled with bewitching energy. The ruler of Haiyan Kingdom immediately sprang to his feet and questioned in alarm. Priest, what is going on? Report clearly at once. The priest trembled all over and stammered in denial. Your Majesty, I do not know either. Before things could remain calm for long, the ground suddenly shook violently, forcing His Majesty to struggle to keep his balance. Both sides of the altar suddenly exploded, the hard tiles shattered, dust and earth flew everywhere, turning the entire scene chaotic and suffocating. From the rubble, a bizarre statue rose up, shaped like an eagle's head with a razor-sharp beak. A sinister chill lingered around it, leaving the Emperor frozen, unable to move. What on earth was this thing? While he was still dazed, a hand suddenly clamped around his wrist and gave a firm command, Your Majesty, hurry and follow me. Looking at the familiar figure pulling him along, the Emperor suddenly felt an incomprehensible fear welling up. Mother, where are you going? Dowager's voice was gentle yet full of authority. Hush, Your Majesty, trust your mother. I will protect you no matter what. He was practically dragged along against his will, without the courage to resist his mother, left only with eyes full of confusion and worry. Winry quickly noticed Dowager's furtive actions as well. Kaka, what is going on? Davy swept his gaze over and clicked his tongue softly in irritation. He was not surprised at all, because he had already anticipated this situation. A small patch of sky above the altar began to warp. Lightning mingled with blazing red blood energy, shaking space itself. Several people screamed in terror. Davy still calmly looked that way. Amid the dense black clouds, a blazing red eye with a vertical pupil suddenly opened, making every living being nearby shudder in terror. A monster. Enormous hands and razor-sharp claws forcefully tore the spatial rift wider. Immediately after, smaller dragons surged out in droves, their piercing roars nearly tearing eardrums apart. They dove down ferociously, opening their mouths to tear their prey apart, making the soldiers instantly react in panic. Everyone held their breath, trying to restrain their pounding hearts before shouting, Monsters, protect His Majesty, protect His Majesty at once. Davy could no longer stand still. He set one foot on the stone railing and instructed the other two, Winry Brez, you two stay back for now. They understood they would be of little help, and might even become burdens, so they hurriedly answered. He slowly raised his hand and drew a sword from the void. The cold gleam on the blade cut across the horizon, while he remained composed, as if mocking the monster's recklessness. You still dare to charge in when things are this fun? The corner of Davy's mouth lifted slightly, his eyes shining with excitement. He swung the sword sideways and asked, right in the fold. The blade trembled as if answering his summons. Magic light covered the blade more and more thickly, concealing an extremely powerful energy. As if sensing that the target had appeared, the bird-headed crystal statues suddenly opened their mouths, and magic from them quickly gathered into a dense mass. Instant Davy jumped down, countless iron chains rose from the ground. The clinking of chains colliding echoed throughout the altar. They shot in from all sides at once, aiming straight at Davy to restrain his every movement. Winry and Paris saw the scene and screamed in horror. Brother. Because he was suspended in midair, he had no time to dodge. The iron chains wrapped tightly around his limbs, locking his body in place and stopping every attempt to escape. Seeing that Davy had lost the ability to resist, a figure appeared with a bizarre laugh. At last I have caught you, human. Your blue sword has also been restrained. An entire line of chains held him fast amid the swarm, while that man looked smug, as if savoring victory. Now you are no longer a threat to us. Purser recognized their identities, and his whole body instantly tensed in vigilance. Vampires. Though in danger, he still smiled mockingly with composure. That is right, even without showing your faces, you have always been everywhere. He lifted the chain with force and asked, what do you plan to do with this thing? A familiar voice rang out, making no attempt to hide its intentions. Borrow your power. The vampires immediately parted to both sides, respectfully making way for the one who had just appeared. Davy paused, cautiously guessing. You are... Once he clearly saw her face, he was certain it was Mill Filler. She spoke coldly like a perfunctory greeting, long time no see. Mai did not want to waste time on meaningless pleasantries. She raised her scepter high, and the crystal on its tip flared brightly, spreading magic power all around. Under her control, the iron chains suddenly trembled, tightened further, then lifted Davy a little higher. He immediately felt his body fall into a critical state. His entire body gradually went limp, and the power within him was being drained dry. While waiting, Mai calmly revealed the reason for his failure. You have fallen into the trap. This trap is very strong. The stronger the opponent, the tighter it binds. In just a few seconds, Davy's face had turned pale, but when he raised his head, the corner of his mouth curved into a confident smile. So that is how it normally works. He murmured calmly, always. As soon as the words left his mouth, always closed in on Mai like lightning, the blade sweeping past her chest. But Mai managed to retreat one step in time, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Seeing the attack fail, Always looked dissatisfied and clicked her tongue as if blaming herself. Always failed the assassination, let it pass too much. Mai's face suddenly flushed, her eyes flashing with twisted excitement when she saw her. Her smile stretched terrifyingly wide. You are the white-winged angel from last time. You have grown stronger. I want to study you. Yet she still stood coldly in front of Davy, calmly answering back. Always chose a line she had once learned from Davy. Highly rated line, go eat shit. As soon as the words fell, she stomped hard on the ground for momentum and charged straight toward her opponent, the terrifying pressure making the ground explode. Even the surrounding area could not escape the impact, collapsing one after another beneath that frightening power. The scene was devastated, with shattered stones, dust, and debris flying everywhere. Even now, Davy was still in the mood to stand by and watch the spectacle. Your cute little sister's testing ground has been wrecked, huh? Purser clenched his fists, his face furious as he shouted a warning Davy. He immediately backed down. Yes. After that, he silently calculated the timing, his hand gripping the iron chain that contained Mai's magic power. This should be enough time dragged out, time to act. Just 1 second later, Davy was pulled into a space completely separated from the outside world, his body floating in the void. Normally, he always assimilated his power so others could not sense it. Unless the other party reached an extremely high realm, they would never be able to see through the source of power inside him. At that moment, Davy's mana had reached the 8th tier, while his physical strength stood at level 9. What would happen if he released all of it outward? The corner of his lips lifted, his hand resting before his chest, as he felt his heartbeat pounding with excitement. A mighty current of mana wrapped around his body, trembling with each breath. The surrounding space suddenly fell strangely silent, as though only he existed within an endless void. In his mind, Davy murmured, "Release assimilation." In that instant, the power inside him erupted violently, sweeping away the darkness that blanketed this place. Brilliant bands of light hovered in the air, creating a scene both magnificent and fierce. Once the assimilation state had been undone, Davy's escape was only a matter of time. The statue holding the chains began to crack, as if heralding a collapse that could no longer be stopped. Finally, when the sustaining mana ran out, everything collapsed before the vampire's astonished gaze. Even the enormous dragon was blown far away by the terrifying force of the explosion. He was so dazed that his mouth fell open, stammering for a long while. What exactly had just happened? Merely draining mana was enough to bring him down. Before he could regain his composure, the vampire's eyes widened as he saw something that made him tremble in fear. It was Davy's blade, wielded by the one who had just broken free of the chains and was charging in at astonishing speed. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing the heavy blade decisive slice with unbelievable speed. Strengthening, one sword contains heaven and earth. Davy and his sword swept straight through the vampire and his subordinates. The moment he completed the finishing blow, Mai fell from the air and slammed heavily into the ground. Stepping through the ruined scene toward her, Davy spoke in an arrogant voice. "How is it? Did you get what you wanted?" Sprawled flat on the ground, Mai could only silently admit defeat. He really was a monster. Now she could not move, especially with his sword tip aimed straight at her face. This time, you have nowhere left to run. What a pity your elaborate plan still failed in the end. Though restrained, Mai calmly answered Davy, not necessarily. Our objective has been completed. We isolated your younger sister and stirred up trouble with Sing Kingdom to lure you here. Hearing this, Davy merely said calmly, the smell of blood on the sacred relic came from you. To Mai, there was no longer any point in hiding it now. Watching the conversation from afar, His Majesty of Hyang Kingdom hurriedly spoke up to explain. But the sacred relic alone cannot control the guardian spirit. It is only a medium that helps us connect with the spirits. Mai ignored his words, curled her lips, then turned to Davy. Why not ask this man yourself? Did you not recently lose an item? Her words immediately drew his attention to the accessory the Emperor had once given him. It seemed she had struck his weak point, so she continued without hesitation. It is true that we cannot personally bring down the guardian spirit, but what if we have the hairpin containing your power? Coincidentally, just as Mai finished speaking, a powerful tremor suddenly rang out near them. His Majesty of Hyang Kingdom and his entourage immediately panicked. It seemed something had happened in the forest. In contrast to them, Mai remained calm and said, we have driven the hairpin into the heart of the guardian spirit. We will use the ability hidden within your hairpin to draw out the spirit's power. At this point, Davy finally understood. So that was your true scheme. Perhaps that was exactly what had driven the guardian spirit into a frenzied state. Then she continued to reveal more. Emperor Mine's mother cooperated with us to save her child. She was the one who provided the information and the necessary items for the plan. Davy stepped closer to Mai lying on the ground and enunciated each word. Speak, confess everything. You deceived her with the matter of saving her child, then plotted to steal the guardian spirit and my power. After that, he grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, saying coldly, listen carefully, half-blood vampire. You did not steal the hairpin. I was the one who let you take it. Hearing this, Mai froze, not understanding what he meant. Realizing Mai no longer had any value to exploit, Davy immediately threw her to the ground. Immediately afterward, he drew out his weapon and directly activated the second form of Holy Spear Longinus, Long Axis. Sitting on a high stone step, he began determining the wind direction. Let us see, it seems to be this way. From behind, Mai struggled up and tried to stop him. It is useless, you do not know where the guardian spirit is. Not wanting to explain at length to her, Davy only repeated calmly, why do you think I let you take the hairpin? The Forest of Trials was originally filled with guardian energy, so even Davy would have difficulty pinpointing its exact location without searching directly. But with the spirit carrying the hairpin that contained his power, following the resonance was enough. A moment later, His Majesty of Hyang Kingdom realized Davy was preparing his weapon. He asked in surprise, Prince Davy, what are you planning to do? It turned out he had prepared a self-made bow. I will shoot it down. As soon as the words left his mouth, Davy drew the bowstring taut, ready to release the first shot. Before he acted, Purser seemed to hear him murmur something softly. Someday, I hope my younger sister. The final words sank into a whisper almost impossible to make out, yet they still carried all the way here. Davy tightened his grip on the ranged weapon in his hand and poured all his energy into it. Calidum Metal Enhancement. The instant he let go, the piercing arrow immediately tore through the wind and shot away. The arrow flew straight toward the direction he had aimed at beforehand. The area once peaceful suddenly erupted with a light that sent down one's spine. And in the next instant, the falling sun technique descended. The entire land instantly exploded under that terrifying energy. Having witnessed everything from start to finish, Mai gaped in astonishment. How is that possible? Davy paid little attention to her. Think whatever you want. Do you think I had never handled matters like this before? It could be said that all of it was thanks to his combat experience in the Hall of Heroes, where matter could be freely controlled. The heroes there had recreated every enemy they had faced while alive, then forced him to learn from their experience for hundreds of years. Human imagination always has limits. The more intelligent people are, the more easily their ways of thinking become alike. Sitting on Davy's shoulder, Purser asked curiously, but how did you guess what she would do? He only smiled in response. Well, I only guessed half of it correctly. What about Annabelle? Always quickly reported she has completed all her assignments. She is currently guiding the candidates. Davy nodded in satisfaction. Good. Tell her to keep supervising and not let them leave their positions. Always immediately replied, the order has been sent. Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct Always, make sure you hold her tight. I still have matters to handle. Do not let her escape. Understood. From behind, His Majesty of Hyang Kingdom called after him. Where are you going, Prince Davy? He calmly explained to him, I will handle this myself. Sorry about your forest. I will try not to cause any more damage. Of course, if that is still possible. After stepping through the gate, each of his footsteps glided lightly over waves of sound. Turned out Davy had teleported to the forest. You blocked that attack. Interesting. Let me see, it seems you are the guardian spirit of this forest. Standing before the ancient megalithic monster, he was ready to enter another battle. You look very familiar. The Geld's Beast Summoner, an illusory spirit beast originating from the Lux continent, where Sanskrit once lived. Though called an illusory spirit beast, the monolith giant was in truth the incarnation of nature on the Lux continent. In other words, that creature should never have appeared in Theonis. Facing the forest's guardian spirit, he still did not flinch. He turned to Purser and asked if she did not find this scene familiar. She had a vague feeling but had not yet managed to remember. Do not tell me it is Pandora. Immediately afterward, a memory surfaced in both their minds at the same time, exactly like Sandra Minier's incarnation when she lost her mind and flew into a rage. At the same time, Monolith still showed no sign of moving. It only let out broken growls. Just as Davy thought Monolith had completely lost its mind, he suddenly heard a faint voice ring out. Unexpectedly, the first thing it said was, "Kill me." Davy froze and thought to himself, so it can speak. Lowering his weapon, he began trying to talk to Monolith. "So you still have your consciousness." It struggled to convey its meaning in an exhausted state, each word emerging very slowly. I am the guardian of this forest. This forest is my home, and also the only sacred land that keeps me here. But I was defeated by strange creatures. I fought back, yet they would not let me go. They knew my weakness and exploited it. In the end, I lost, and my reason was seized and taken away by the power of the forest. I returned to my original form. Although Monolith tried to explain as clearly as possible, Davy still found the story too vague and asked if there was anything more specific. Without hesitation, it continued. A human woman said she was saving a child. That child carried a very strange source of power. Those words immediately caught Davy's attention, along with Empress Dowager and the Emperor. While Davy was still thinking, Monolith continued. But that was not the one who took my power. He immediately made a judgment. Then it was a vampire. After that, he recalled an important conversation. I heard, "My Yongguk's army is coming, you know that." Yes, the great general and chancellor Tepi Jayong are on their way from my Yongguk. The more Davy learned, the more questions he had. Only now did he remember that Tepi Jayong still had not appeared. There was no way the second strongest figure after Empress Dowager would ignore this. Was that man deliberately avoiding them? After thinking for a while, Purser offered her assessment. Perhaps he is behind everything. Davy neither confirmed nor denied it. That may be true, but we have to meet him first to be sure. A pale blue stream of energy enveloped Monolith. It struggled just to say, "My power is gradually running out. Once that source of power completely vanishes, I will become a monster driven only by instinct." Powerful human, the golden arrow used soothed my fury, if only for a moment. "Human, do you know me?" Davy replied curtly, "For a lump of rock, you are quite smart." Monolith explained its condition. "But if this continues, I will lose my reason again." Before it could finish speaking, Davy understood what it wanted. "You want me to kill you before that happens." It did not deny it, only continued to groan. "I will destroy the forest, I will harm humanity. That destruction absolutely must not happen." The giant monolith was an extremely long-lived creature, an intelligent phantom monster. Its intelligence matched its age, its instincts were sharp, and it also possessed a gentle nature. From what he had witnessed, Davy judged that the current situation was as if Monolith had been abandoned here. It asked him whether he knew about its lineage. Davy answered quickly, "I know some of it. But before that, I want to ask a few things." Monolith struggled to remain lucid. "I do not have much time left." Davy asked the first question, "Are there any other creatures like you?" It replied briefly, "I do not know." Seeing that he could not extract anything, Davy changed direction. "Fine, then I will ask something else. Who sent you here?" Monolith remained silent and gave no answer. If it was like Sandra Minier's incarnation, it would be almost impossible to defeat, but the guardian of this place, meaning the giant monolith, was a different case. Clearly, it had a reason for existing and had lived in harmony with humanity for a long time. In other words, this was the only creature from another world that he had found, while it still retained its own will. A moment later, Monolith spoke in a trembling voice. "Memories. I do not remember. I have no memories left at all. When I woke up, I was already in this forest. By instinct, I absorbed the forest's power and gradually regained my will." Davy nodded, confirming what it had said. "So you remember nothing from before you came here?" Monolith did not deny it. "That is right, human, I remember nothing at all." He continued asking, "Then do you remember who you fought?" The answer Monolith gave Davy was only a brief denial. No. So the clue had reached a dead end. But it continued, however. "I cannot be certain, but I think I saw a stream of light." Those words made Davy curious. Light. Monolith tried to dig through its memories and recounted vaguely, a kind of pure white light, but it also carried a shade of blue. Naturally, Davy could not understand at all. Is this guy trying to riddle me? It kept muttering, a pure white light, yet dark, not warm at all, but cold. Then it suddenly fell silent, standing motionless in place. Faced with Monolith's sudden silence, Davy could only look at it in complete confusion. Hey! The moment Davy finished speaking, Monolith's eyes widened, and a blazing red light erupted from within. Immediately afterward, a fierce attack came crashing straight down at his position. Purser shouted Davy's name in alarm. Davy. Fortunately, he had dodged in time. It has lost its reason, but it held on for quite a long time. At any rate, we are not going back empty-handed. Purser wondered if he had figured anything out yet. Davy reluctantly replied, of course not. Enough riddles already. What exactly are we supposed to do now? But at least one thing had been confirmed. The being he mentioned, Toiko, was high enough in rank to cross dimensions and wanted to send these creatures to the continent where Davy was. This was not a natural phenomenon. There was definitely someone behind it. It was just that he still did not know their true reason or purpose. And no matter what that entity was, there was still no guarantee that it would not continue sending more creatures in the future. At this moment, Monolith had completely gone berserk and begun to rampage. Davy threw something toward Monolith. Thanks for the information. Now you can rest. It groaned, struggling against the talisman stuck to its body. No, Davy answered softly. No. I will not run away, and you will not have to die either. All preparations were complete, and Davy immediately unleashed his technique. Vermilion Bird Talisman, third form. From the talisman's chains shot out, forming a thunder spirit seal. In the blink of an eye, Monolith's entire body was bound tight. The spirit was sealed more easily than expected. Just keep it that way for a little longer. In the end, everything was temporarily settled. Good thing I have spiritual power, otherwise the situation would have been much more troublesome. At the same time, inside the capital of Heian, bolts of lightning tore the sky into fragments. The scene before her immediately drew Dowager's attention. She looked at the heavenly child on the plane of energy and murmured, young Master Davy and the Guardian's power. The heavenly child's body seemed completely motionless, without the slightest reaction. Suddenly, Dowager cried out in surprise when she sensed someone behind her. Your Majesty, he reassured her. Wait, the girl will awaken after successfully absorbing the power of the young master and the guardian. Dowager sighed, I understand. After that, she said to herself inwardly, good. It took a while before she spoke again. All of this is for the safety of the Empire. Then she fell silent and said nothing more. Light footsteps landed on the flat stone slab, which did not even have enough space for an adult. The Guardian's fury must be extinguished immediately. On the towering cliff, Davy gazed into the distance, his voice sinking low. Let us see. If those vampires are cautious enough, they must have crystallized the portion of power stolen from me. Yet they do not even know what is contained inside that thing. Annabelle appeared with a radiant face, her sparkling eyes shining with happiness. She cheerfully waved an excited greeting. At the sight, Davy's expression changed at once, and only a miserable groan echoed in his mind. Purser stood beside him with a strained smile. He should at least wave back, yet he ignored her. She coughed softly to hide her embarrassment, then cleared her throat and said she could sense power in 2 places within this forest. How about we stop by their hideout first? Second magical formula tracking from within the barrier veiled in blue light. Davy gripped his sword tightly and calmly stepped outside. His footsteps gradually entered the circle of power radiating energy. He stood upright before the massive stones, then spoke in a mocking voice. In other words, this really is theft, you bastard. Purser also stepped forward to observe, her tone perfectly casual. An entire clan is hiding in a place like this. Davy looked around with sarcasm, then remarked that digging up an anthill sounded rather amusing. It is time to make them pay back double. If they took 1, we will take back 10. Let us go. Inside the ancient fortress, flames roared violently, sending everyone fleeing in panic as they screamed that there were monsters and they had to hide quickly. Terrified cries rang out one after another. Hurry and stop him, do not let him go any deeper. Amid that chaos, Davy burst into delighted laughter. 8th tier holy magic divine fire. A terrifying surge of energy was released, sweeping people and everything around them into a sea of flames. Standing before the blazing fire, Davy cast his gaze into the distance and said cheerfully that he had found the right place. No wonder plundering is so easy to get addicted to. His eyes flashed as he calculated inwardly. The ingredients and materials to revive the Demon King, along with information on vampires and their relics, he would take them all. He merely waved his hand lightly and replied calmly that compared to the times they had attacked, this retaliation was nothing much. Purser said coldly, take 1 and repay 10, and he added that it was not just the vampires. Realizing the implication in those words, she spoke in hesitation, do not tell me. Davy wore a cunning look. Exactly, I am talking about this country. What if Mr. Guck takes half the forest for experiments? While we are at it, one of the 4 divine beasts happens to be perfectly suited to protecting that land. She suddenly cut him off, told him to wait, then asked if that was why he sealed the stone giant instead of healing that man. Davy's gaze turned icy. If he wants to live, then of course he has to pay a fitting price. Once I stop, everything will fall into chaos. Purser said calmly, it seems you truly hate them. A fiery explosion erupted violently, sending countless things flying outward. Gold, silver, and jewels piled up beneath his feet. Seeing that sight, he smiled in satisfaction and laughed that he knew there would be things like this. The vampire's treasure appeared before his eyes. Davy looked at the immense wealth and marveled that they really were no different from dragons. Vampires also liked hoarding treasure, and this time they had struck it rich. Meanwhile, Purser looked doubtful and asked Davy if he did not find it strange, since not a single high-ranking vampire had appeared. He calmly replied that he had already guessed part of the reason. Judging from the architecture, this enormous fortune was probably not built by vampires. Thinking about it carefully, like the ruins with a climate control system on the Henzer estate, or the Pandora ruins where they found Lin, this place had likely existed for at least 10,000 years. The vampires had only lived here for around 100 years or more. Therefore, the fact that no high-ranking vampires appeared might mean this place was just a ruin with no value left. Oziclin immediately refuted him, leaving Davy slightly surprised. Not necessarily, Davy. Look over there. Does that symbol look familiar? He widened his eyes, stared closely at the mark, then said in surprise that it was just a mess of random scribbles. She lowered her voice and told him to look more carefully. Those are the very symbols we saw at Pandora. It is very possible they overlooked a secret space. Davy unconsciously repeated, a secret space. He inwardly thought about a hidden space within the ruins of the Pandora region. Super protection had ended there and then fallen underground. To be honest, his detection ability had never been enough to find it. While he was still deep in thought, Purser coldly gave an order that surprised Davy, telling him to bring Lin out. Lin could access the system here, and thanks to her special ability, he suddenly understood interference and reconstruction. Futong, Dieback, Sabeng, and the other things Lin created were all personally analyzed, reinterpreted, and manifested by her. With that ability, Lin could definitely find any hidden space within these ruins. Davy grew much more confident and said easily, fine, we will come back after we finish checking. In a dark corridor, a mysterious atmosphere hung over everything with an eerie silence. Amid the fierce howl of the wind, a group of people were working together to create a dazzling sphere of energy. Light emitted obscured Dowager's vision. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Tepijayong wore a sinister look and murmured that the time had come. Blue energy surrounded the Son of Heaven, as if trying to seep into every cell in his body. After that, he slowly collapsed to the ground before everyone's eyes. Dowager rushed over in panic, loudly calling, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Urgent calls rang out one after another, but he still lay motionless. Seeing this, she stared at him and asked the Prime Minister with worry and suspicion whether this would truly work. That man replied coldly, Then she turned back and asked in surprise about His Majesty's illness. Prime Minister Tepijayong's flat voice rang out. The disease has been cured. That is right, he has completely recovered. Looking at that man's treacherous expression, she immediately shouted, What do you mean by that? If he has recovered, why does His Majesty still refuse to open his eyes? A faint groan rang out, making Dowager cry out in alarm and heartfelt urgency, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please open your eyes. I am your mother. Before those desperate calls, he still kept his eyes tightly shut, his pale face clearly showing pain. Prime Minister Tepijayong cut in coldly. I kept my promise, we truly cured the disease inside his body. With a face full of anxiety, she asked blankly, Then why? That man smiled with delight, narrowing his eyes in contempt. With such a weak human body, did you truly think he could survive after absorbing the Guardian's power? Those words struck like a bolt from the blue, making Dowager grit her teeth in fury. What the hell are you saying? His Majesty will still live. Prime Minister Tepijayong spoke in a hoarse, sinister voice. Of course he will exist as a corpse used to awaken the revived demon king, Purser. The priest of Hyunguk had once given a prophecy that the disease rooted deep in the emperor's body was unlike any ordinary illness. Even the Central Disease Control Bureau could not cure him. Faced with that situation, the Empress Dowager was left with only despair. Her son could not survive by ordinary methods, as if he had been sentenced to the fact that the emperor did not have much time left. Therefore, she broke the law and did everything she could to save him. She hired countless mercenaries to search for the rumored elixir of immortality, while secretly seeking anyone who could cure him. And the one who came to her at that time was none other than the current Prime Minister Tepijayong. That was the only path, so the Empress Dowager was willing to negotiate with Hai, even though that man was a demon. The decision back then truly helped extend the Emperor's lifespan. Day and night, that man poured doctrine into her ears, saying the power of the Guardian of the Seed could purify and completely heal the Emperor's illness. Manipulated with cunning by Chancellor Tepijayong and the vampires, the Empress Dowager finally chose the cruel path that would decide Mayold Root's fate. Then, the story returned to the present. On Chancellor Tepijiang's face was clear arrogance mixed with satisfaction, because the emperor would survive. Of course, that was only an empty shell waiting for the Demon King, soon to be revived, to awaken. Absurd. Hearing the words that man spoke, Dowager finally understood that she had been used from the very beginning. He continued in a cold and arrogant voice, saying that two things were needed for the Demon King's resurrection: a pure body and holy power. They were the Emperor's body and the Guardian's power, and to fuse the two, they had borrowed power from Prince Davy. Thanks to this, the desire we have cherished for so long will finally become reality today. Dowager trembled, her hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. In despair, she grabbed him by the collar and cried out hoarsely in anguish, "Save the boy! I am telling you to save the boy. Save my son, Chancellor. Please save my son right now." Amid that heavy atmosphere, terror flashed unmistakably in Dowager's eyes. Blood stained the front of her robe red, her breathing came in ragged gasps, as if even she could not believe what was happening before her eyes. Dowager gritted her teeth, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Chancellor Tepijiang still wore a cold, arrogant smile. "Lowly human, let me ask you, have I ever lied to you?" Her voice turned hoarse, tears mingling with blood at the corner of her mouth as she choked out that he was a traitor. He answered calmly, "How heartbreaking. But from the very beginning, I never intended to help." Sensing unusual killing intent, he immediately turned his head, a trace of shock flashing through his eyes. Before he could understand what was happening, Davy had driven the tip of his sword into his chest, making him cry out in pain. Those pupils glowed crimson as if dyed in blood, and the cold voice that rang out was enough to shatter a small heart. In that moment he did not waver at all, only feeling a cold excitement as he watched that man collapse to the ground. Then he spoke with a harmless expression, "Hello, so you are the one called Chancellor Tepijiang." That slash was terrifyingly fast, so fast the naked eye could barely keep up. The attack shot straight forward, crushing massive rocks and hurling fragments in every direction. At the same time, a warning suddenly rang through his mind. "Gellis, never underestimate Prince Davy's power." Chancellor Tepijiang gave a faint laugh. "I understand now, for a weakling like you, humans are enough to defeat you." Mai spoke up, but he cut him off coldly. "Shut up. You dare open your mouth without permission, lowly thing." He silently regretted it, so this was the price for not listening to that person. At that instant, Davy rushed forward at an astonishing speed, leaving Chancellor Tepijiang stunned as he thought that this speed had surpassed his own ability. He curled his lips and teased slyly, "You still have the leisure to think about something else." The attack shot straight ahead, and the violent impact sent everything around it flying in chaos. He lay motionless on the ground in agony, while Davy simply stood there and watched with an icy gaze. He rasped weakly in pain, "You filthy human." In response, Davy only curled his lips in mockery. He said in a disdainful voice, "Your house is nice. Thanks, I made very good use of your treasure." Chancellor Tepijiang froze, panic playing on his face as he trembled and said, "Impossible. Our hideout was protected by His Majesty." Davy sneered contemptuously, "What His Majesty? You are so stupid you stole my power, without even knowing its value." "Serves you right." Then he continued, saying that he had understood that power and could trace it with magic. He continued calmly, "In any case, in this world, I am the only one who possesses true spirit." Clutching his chest in pain, he asked back, "What?" Davy answered in a low voice, "What irritates me most is someone using my power for filthy tricks. You should have known where your limit was." Chancellor Tepijiang's face paled with fear. He muttered, "What?" A thought suddenly flashed through his mind that Davy was trying to say, "You saw through our plan from the very beginning, then twisted it exactly as you wanted." From channeling power into the needle, suppressing the guardian of the green forest, setting an ambush on the day of the test, to turning his power into a weapon against demonic beings. You knew all of that, and even used it to wait for us to reveal ourselves in the end. Just to dig us out by the roots. You calculated that far. He gritted his teeth in fury and burst out, "You bastard. I will make you regret this." A surge of energy erupted, and he growled that among his kind, only he had mastered every level of blood arts. "Prepare yourself, you will not be able to dodge this attack." Chancellor Tepijiang gathered his power, his eyes flashing with chilling, killing intent. He gritted his teeth in rage as the light around his body began to blaze violently. Then he released the entirety of that immense energy, letting the light envelop his body. Faced with that scene, Davy still stepped forward calmly and said coldly, "I remember mentioning this before." With an indifferent, faintly harmless expression, he closed in within the blink of an eye, leaving Chancellor Tepijiang aghast, then asked coldly, "Why do you people like transforming in front of your enemies?" He used only one hand to grip that man's face tightly, making him freeze before he could react. Without the slightest hesitation, Davy coldly slammed his entire body into the ground. The impact exploded with a roar, earth and stone flying everywhere, while he remarked coldly that it was all just intimidation and showing off. Chancellor Tepijiang was grabbed by the collar by Davy and hurled hard into the rock wall, screaming in pain amid scattering leaves and debris. Purser stood opposite him and asked suspiciously, "You are not going to kill him?" Davy answered at once, "He is still important. He cannot die yet." Purser smiled faintly and asked whether he had finally understood the value of an enemy's life. She smiled mischievously and teased, "Well, it is good to see you change like this." Davy asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Davy turned his dead fish eyes towards someone and emphasized, "Tanya still has to take the trial, right? Since the guardian of the forest has been sealed, we will make use of this guy. Even though everything has turned into a mess, a promise must still be kept. She will definitely take part in the test." Amid the terrifying pressure and resounding screams, Davy still walked calmly. "Begin. Have Annabelle use the weakening effect I mentioned. Tanya relies heavily on vision, so first take it away from her." Purser replied sarcastically that he truly was a sinister big brother. Davy appeared with an air of confidence mixed with slyness, then said that passing the test was not the only important thing. That thought flashed through his mind. "On this point I will not go easy, even on my dear little sister." Davy's voice echoed to where Annabelle was waiting for orders, like an affirmation that there would certainly be no major problem. A faint groan rose from the cold ground, the dark bloodstain spreading deeper, while the darkness swallowed the final breath. Yu Hoji struggled to prop herself up, her eyes clouded and her brows tightly furrowed. The sight was enough to make Davy remark coldly. He had not expected Ada to still be alive. She trembled and called softly, "Prince Davy." Contrary to that frail appearance, the corner of his lips curled with contempt. "Your malice truly is admirable, Empress Dowager." He still stood there, coldly watching his shadow falling over that dying body. The Dowager trembled and reached out, trying to cling to Davy's leg. She collapsed before him, her voice like a final plea, "My son, please save my son." In that fragile instant on the boundary between life and death, the Dowager's last thought was to beg for help and for her son's life to be spared. She lay prone on the ground, her body pressed helplessly against the cold grass. Davy answered in a frigid voice laced with mockery, "It is fine if you die, but I must spare your son." He let out a quiet sneer, "Why should I do that? Have you not looked back at what you have done?" In that moment, the Dowager almost fell completely into despair, and the light in her eyes slowly went out. Countless tangled emotions churned inside her. Everything had been exposed, and that child could not live much longer either. Her hand still clutched his leg tightly, refusing to let go of her last hope, so she could only plead desperately. Davy remained so calm it chilled the heart, his dark red eyes sharp as blades. On his shoulder, Purser's voice was light as a passing breeze. "A mother's love truly is sacred." Spoke with a trace of teasing, "Are you jealous?" She smiled faintly, a rare softness flashing through her eyes, then spoke as if confiding in him, "Even though I am only a soul now, I once always dreamed of becoming a kind mother." The Dowager lay on the ground, her body covered in wounds. In the end, the one sending her away was the enemy before her eyes. Purser slowly called Davy. He did not even bother to raise his head, his hair falling to cover half his face. "Then what do you plan to do for me?" The space remained silent, with no answer. She spoke calmly, but her voice was full of resolve. "Let us make an exchange. What do you want?" He still had his back turned, letting her words dissolve into the empty air. "Do you need to go that far? There is no proper reason for it." Purser looked into the deep void. True, this is the fitting end for the one who caused everything. Perhaps death is an even better fate for Ada. But within the fantastical light that enveloped her, she placed a hand on her chest. A whisper echoed in her mind like a question, "Are descendants different then?" The Empress Dowager was the only one protecting that descendant. Once she died, the future of the Son of Heaven would be as good as decided. Davy curved his lips and narrowed his eyes teasingly. "But hey, do you not always lose bets? Have you forgotten?" Purser's face instantly flushed red, and she gritted her teeth as she replied, "Just do it. It is not as if I lose every time." Davy put on a mocking smile and raised his hand as if provoking her. "I have done so many things for you. Can you really not help me with one thing in return?" For a moment, old memories returned with perfect clarity, along with the words ringing in his head, "Even if the patient is about to die, you must save them before destroying them." Purser froze slightly, suspicion flashing in her eyes. "What do you mean?" His voice was low and hoarse, as if mocking himself. "It is just a promise an idiot could not keep. Move aside. Do not get involved in this." A vague thought suddenly rose in Davy's mind. The yin energy was being suppressed and distorted by yang energy from outside, while the Son of Heaven trembled, a cry of pain escaping his lips. His eyes flashed, and an unexpected thought shot through him. "Wait, if I teach the art of yin-yang tai chi to a body like this, it could become a very bizarre power." A halo of light covered the surroundings. He spread both hands as though cradling a fragile life. Of course, everything would only have meaning if he actually survived. Gold and violet light intertwined in his palms like two opposing poles colliding between holy power and necromantic demonic energy. He had not formally studied the yin-yang art that controlled black and white, but if he replaced them with these two sources of power, perhaps he could still create a similar effect. Davy stepped beside the unconscious Son of Heaven. A green light surged up, enveloping the body lying there as if pouring in a new source of vitality. Dense streams of energy spun spun around, covering the motionless body completely. His hair flew upward as though an invisible power was breathing life into every vein. Davy stood at an angle, the corner of his lips lifting into a half smile. Maybe I just created a monster. Purser crossed her arms and replied, "No way." He said softly, "You do not know that yet." The Son of Heaven in yellow and green robes lay motionless on the table, crystal fragments hovering around him like seals. Davy's voice sounded low and cold. "Anyway, you owe me a favor now." She replied angrily, "You really are stingy." From the dazzling light, the dowager's dignified figure gradually emerged, a satisfied smile on her lips. At the same time, the Son of Heaven's eyes slowly opened, as if life had been returned to him. He whispered softly, "Mother." Elsewhere, someone appeared, each step falling with an echo through the silent space. That person was Tanya. Her long hair flew up, her hand gripped her bow tightly, and her entire body radiated vigilance. She realized something was wrong, unease faintly showing in her voice. "Something is not right. I keep circling around the same place." Tanya reached out to test it as if probing, worry flickering across her face. Looking at the red wall before her, she murmured, "It is blocking the way. I cannot go any farther." Sensing the strange energy blocking her, she thought to herself, there was nothing like this in the report. Is there a problem with the trial? Without the slightest warning, the scenery around her was swallowed by darkness. She froze, cold sweat rolling down her cheek, her trembling lips releasing a question, "What is going on?" Unable to endure any longer, Tanya immediately tore the veil before her eyes down onto the green grass. Tanya's astonishment was plain, as she almost could not believe what was happening before her eyes. This cannot be real. Drops of dew fell onto the leaves, mingling with her shock. Tanya cried out inwardly, "My eyes." In the deep forest with interwoven canopies, Tanya's figure silently passed through, leaving a mystical resonance in the place where fireflies guarded the trial forest. Green light flared up, making Tanya stop and stare in silence at the scene unfolding before her eyes. Emerald light fell through the stillness, as if the entire forest were holding its breath while waiting for something. Tanya thought to herself, "Strange, this place is far too quiet." The sound of branches stirring softly rang over the lush green grass. Far away under the dim violet light, a figure stood there, casting an indescribable mystery over the scene. She wiped away her sweat, her voice mixed with exhaustion. "How much longer do I have to keep walking?" Tanya looked ahead. Amid the dense trees was a stone cave, and from its mouth shimmered a pale green light, making her tighten her grip on the bow in curiosity. From inside the cave, blue-violet light spilled out, spreading along the damp, cold stone walls, as if something enormous were slowly awakening. She was afraid, sweat beading on her forehead, her eyes wide as she watched the darkness gradually spread before her. A gigantic bear burst out of the cave, its eyes blazing red like fire, its roar shaking the entire forest. Its red eyes bored deep with menace, hot breath billowing out. A low, heavy roar resounded through the air, carrying terrifying killing intent. Tanya jolted, her panic gaze fixed on the enormous black shadow taking shape under the faint light. She said softly, "A bear." A violent explosion rang out, the ground shook, and dust and shattered stones scattered everywhere in an instant. Her body was hurled away hard, crashing straight into a large tree trunk. Sharp pain shot along her spine, making her breath catch. Tanya collapsed, her breathing ragged. She braced a hand against the ground, trying to keep herself from falling completely, then whispered helplessly, "Impossible." From within the smoke, a gigantic foot covered in thick fur emerged, its sharp claws making it seem as though the prey had no way out. Hazy dust and smoke surrounded everything, mingling with the deep roar that echoed everywhere. A thought flashed through her mind: the trial should not have anything that threatens lives. The bear bared its mouth, revealing white, sharp, cold teeth. Dark saliva dripped down, creating a damp, sticky sensation that was deeply horrifying. The monstrous beast charged fiercely toward the girl, sweeping up clouds of dust around it, leaving Tanya no time to defend herself. She panicked to the extreme, her eyes wide with shock and fear. Her hand gripped the bow tightly, while her body seemed frozen in place. Tanya immediately reached out, emerald energy rising from her palm. Her voice rang with authority, "Wind, answer my call." Her body spun through the air, her robe fluttering wildly. Below, the bear that had just charged forward swiped at empty air, leaving only its shadow sweeping across the grass. Without another second of delay, Tanya swiftly drew the bow from her back, her movements both practiced and decisive. The arrow flared with dazzling light and shot out like a meteor, tearing through the violently trembling air before striking the ferocious bear head-on. Her expression changed slightly, her eyes widening, her gaze filled with tension and fear. Tanya immediately lowered herself and dodged to the side at tremendous speed, her agile movement and sharp reflexes helping her avoid the bear. She slid across the ground, leaves thrown into the air and swept along by the powerful path of her body. In that instant, she thought of her next move. If a frontal attack was ineffective, then she had to switch direction and strike from the opposite side. The giant bear let out a deep roar, the sound echoing through the forest. Streams of dark purple smoke coiled around its body like ghostly flames. The roar boomed like thunder, forcing Tanya to raise a hand to shield her face. Her legs buckled as she resisted the violent shockwave surging toward her. She stood as if struck dumb, eyes wide, each heavy breath caught in her chest. Amid several seconds of silence, she said nothing and only hurriedly calculated in her mind. Suddenly, Tanya tremblingly raised a hand to touch her eyes. Her vision instantly flickered, panic surging as she realized something was wrong. My eyes, I cannot see anymore. The giant bear before her growled savagely, each deep sound like a blade slicing through the air. Facing it, her trembling hands hung limply at her sides, the bow falling to the ground. Before the enveloping dark purple aura, she was almost paralyzed, with only one thought. What should I do? The wind shrieked violently as her body shot forward. The thought that it was over flashed through her mind, but Tanya still tried to find a way out. It is too dark, I cannot see anything. Because she could no longer see anything, her steps lost balance, her body swayed, then she fell hard to the ground. Her trembling hands tried to clutch the ice-cold ground, but her body no longer had the strength to answer her will. In that situation, she could only think silently, I am sorry, brother. The raging flames swallowed the space like a giant beast. Before that blazing red light, the small figure stood still, no longer strong enough to dodge, with only one thought left, this is the end. Right at that dangerous moment, a radiant golden arrow shot upward, tearing through space like lightning cutting across the night. The arrow drove straight into the giant bear, making its massive body halt. She sat there, the light reflected in her eyes like a ray of hope just flickering amid despair. Suddenly, a voice rang out as if pulling Tanya back to herself. Calm down, princess. Her eyes widened in shock, her trembling voice rising. This voice, it is Princess Arya. Arya brought Tanya to safety in time, then quickly offered advice for the situation before them. Run. In the silent space, several sparkling motes of light drifted in the air, making the scenery seem briefly tinged with peace. Arya hid behind a large tree and carefully poked her head out to observe the surroundings, her gaze still full of vigilance. She said softly, thank goodness, perhaps we shook it off. She asked Tanya gently, are you still all right? Tanya's face still bore clear traces of lingering fear as she hesitantly replied, Princess Arya, what should I do? Tanya explained the situation. My eyes, I cannot see anymore. Arya knelt down and gently comforted her as she burst into tears from fear. I know this is not an ordinary trial. Something must have happened. Tanya called softly in a trembling voice, Princess Arya. She answered gently, Princess Tanya, I can see again now. To be honest, moving normally is still very difficult. Arya's face clearly showed confusion and worry, but she still tried to remain calm. Strange, too strange. Normally, candidates are not allowed to meet before the trial ends, to avoid threatening or influencing one another. The sky shifted to a hazy purple, vertical bands of light rising like a colossal barrier curtain covering the forest. She thought to herself, there has never been a test that imprisoned its participants like this. Anyone who steps beyond the barrier will be eliminated immediately. A thought surfaced in Tanya's mind. You mean? Arya said softly, there is definitely something wrong. This is no longer a test, it is real. She thought silently about that strange bear. Was the monster that attacked her not proof enough? That monster was a bear, an abnormal bear, truly a sign that something was wrong. A drop of sweat rolled down her temple, mingling with her hurried breathing. Her voice sounded softly. A bear carrying master-level mana is absolutely not an ordinary bear, princess. She placed a hand on Tanya's shoulder, her words gentle as if dissolving into the wind. What about you, princess? Did you lose your sight because of its howl? Tanya burst into helpless tears. What should I do now? What should I do? I am sorry, princess, I am so scared. Arya immediately reassured her. I understand, Princess Tanya. This is very hard to understand, but trust me. She paused for a moment, smiling at the person before her with a gentle yet resolute gaze. Princess, we are friends, are we not? Even if we are rivals and you will soon return to your kingdom. Because we are friends, I will protect you. In her heart, Arya still held optimistic faith in Tanya's eyes. You are only temporarily unable to see, so we only need to avoid its attacks and try to hold out. She helped Tanya stand and comfort her softly. Let us get through this together. Tanya was moved by Arya's actions and said softly, thank you, Princess Arya. Elsewhere, Devi also happened to witness what happened to the two princesses. Tanya sensed that something had been raised to cover her eyes. Her voice carried a trace of confusion. Princess Arya. Arya gently reassured her, do not worry, I am only covering your eyes. Tanya still felt this was far too difficult. But Princess Arya, she answered gently yet clearly, I know doing this will not change anything, but we cannot helplessly give up like this. At this moment, Tanya could only rely on her voice to stay calm. Even if her vision was closed off, as long as she focused, an opportunity would still appear. Therefore, she closed her eyes and accepted it. All right, I will try. Purser felt uneasy. Are you sure this will be fine? Davy, however, had great faith in the two of them. Just keep watching. He hid behind a tree and observed. At this moment, Tanya and Princess Arya had fallen into an illusion. I feel sorry for them, but until the test ends, they are not allowed to use their sight. His smile stretched all the way to his ears. Humans grow when they are pushed to their limits. Purser was exasperated, understanding this person's vicious nature all too well. So the mastermind was right here all along. Davy stretched comfortably. The two of them have rested enough. I should continue pushing them. He was excited, seemingly amused by the panicked state of the two girls' hurry-up move. At the same time, he urged the enemy to continue attacking. If they stopped here, he would use the bear illusion to drive both of them into a corner. At this moment, Davy's smile was even more wicked than a demon king's. Once again, Arya did her utmost to hold Tanya and push her aside, but constantly fleeing had left her almost exhausted. Princess Arya. It was rare for her to be forced so far that she caught up blood like today. So this was what human blood was like. Her vision began to blur, no different from sinking into an illusion. The bear pouncing toward her became indistinct, and her sense of distance was completely thrown into chaos. I cannot focus in such an unfamiliar world. Tanya's worried voice sounded beside her ear. Are you all right, Princess Arya? Arya wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. I am fine. It is a little inconvenient, but I can still dodge its attacks. She still analyzed calmly. Surprisingly, its head has many openings, but ordinary attacks do not work. Therefore, Princess Tanya. Then she pressed the bow into Tanya's hand. Take the bow. You are the one who has to do this. Tanya's voice trembled in confusion. Princess Arya. Arya stepped forward resolutely. I will draw its attention. Shoot straight at its head. After saying that, she did not wait for Tanya to answer before darting away. Arya shouted until her voice was hoarse. I am here, you monster. The giant bear instantly whipped around, ferociously chasing its new prey. Tanya panicked, not knowing what to do. Just then, Princess Arya heard that person shout a reminder, feel the wind, Princess Tanya. While struggling to dodge the attacks, Arya loudly guided her. Listen to the sound and feel every vibration. Her voice urgently pressed Tanya on. You can do it, right? With no other choice, she was forced to raise her bow. The wind, feel the wind. Nervousness and tension tightened in her heart. Please let this shot hit it. She released her hand by instinct and by feel. Please, it has to hit. But of course, the bear would not be struck so easily by such a predictable shot. Not yet. Hearing that, Tanya went pale with fear. Arya hurried to reassure her. It is all right. I will lure it one more time. Just try again. She was forced to spring high into the air to widen the distance, yet she still kept her eyes tightly shut as she moved. Davy's eyes also widened with curiosity. Oh, she can still move that fast with her eyes closed. Purser covered his mouth in shock. Heavens, this speed no longer seems human. Even so, he was rather satisfied with both of them. They were holding out very well. A question that had once brushed past his ears returned to him. What do you think is the most important factor when using a bow? Back then, Davy could only answer that it had to be the eyes, did it not? The elf lifted his hat, clicked his tongue, and laughed at his naivety. That is true too, but only half true. He pointed to his own eyes. Vision is indeed important, but if all you do is look, even a fool can shoot. Davy asked back, then what is it? Measuring, he retorted. Then how do you intend to use mana? Before him was a level 1 master archer passing down the secret. Wind and vibrations are very important, but if you want to become a master hunter, you must see the flow and texture of mana. Jason's rough, training-worn hand clenched tight, just like the way a swordsman wielded mana. If a swordsman creates the flow of mana through will, then an archer must find the opponent's flow. The elf archer began his training. Now we'll shoot arrows at you. Blindfold yourself and dodge by sensing the flow. Davy was slightly hesitant. What if I cannot dodge? That was the last comfort he gave. You will not die, but it will definitely hurt a lot. Even now, he was still bitter about it. That damned elf. Sensing the flow of mana was the first condition for becoming a master hunter. Davy continued watching the two below. Do not forget Tanya. The foundation is composure. Arya's words echoed in her ears. She still remembered what her eldest brother had once said, did she not? Tanya, steady your breathing. Unconsciously, she followed it as if by habit. Her hands drew the bow that had been familiar to her for many years. At the arrowhead, blue light began to gather. The moment he saw it, Purser cried out in shock. Good heavens, a child loved by spirits. The Mage of Hun Kingdom truly is an admirable elder brother. If Princess Arya had been born with an extremely rare innate talent, then Tanya was favored by the wind. If the girl had become a spirit mage, by now she would surely be an outstanding wind attribute mage. Tanya tried to keep her mind perfectly steady. Calm down. I have to feel the mana swirling inside my body. Slower, even slower. Let it flow to the arrowhead. She silently reminded herself. This is also my body. If I can grasp the flow that my eldest brother once taught me. The entire forest stirred in the wind led by the spirits. Arya stared blankly at the rare sight before her. Princess Tanya. Davy smiled in satisfaction. You did well, Tanya. He waited for the moment of success to appear. Now count from 1 to 3 in your head. Tanya reached behind her to take more arrows. I think I can do this. She set the arrows on the bowstring while channeling the mana inside her body. It made him cry out in excitement. 3 arrows at once. Tanya used the guide's ability and released her hand. The arrow shot forward, forcing the bear to falter and defend itself. A sudden pain struck it, making it freeze for an instant. The arm that had seemed able to smash the bow was now pierced deep by an arrow. It roared unconsciously in agony. It had no idea that a figure had already nimbly swept around it. At some point, Tanya had closed in and drawn her bow with clear killing intent. The arrow seemed to blaze as it shot straight into the mouth of the bear lunging toward her. Bearing at that moment was strangely calm, showing not the slightest trace of fear. The instant the arrow left the string, a fierce flame erupted in one corner of the forest. Before long, the bear was burned to ashes. Iria stepped over and held Tanya's arm, still looking wary. The two hurriedly urged each other to leave this terrifying place. Let us go right now. Only then did Davy poke his head down from the bushes. He called with a grin, "Hey bird." Flames instantly flared up right beside him. Uncle Fire tilted his head as if listening. "Do you like your new servant?" He meant the vampire engulfed in flames. "Looks like there are side effects too, huh?" The man growled a curse, "You devil." Davy, however, looked amused. "A devil?" He reached out as if adding oil to the fire. "I am sure you have done far worse things than I have." That man screamed in pain. Only then did he put out the fire. "Alright, take a short rest." Davy arrogantly took out several talismans. "Your work is done." He chanted the incantation, "Born in my name, obey my command." The sky suddenly turned gloomy. "The power I grant you is wind and thunder." Davy walked around behind the vampire, thinking as he went, "I wonder what I should name you." Suddenly, something strange on that man's back caught his attention. "What is this?" "A needle." Then an idea flashed through his mind. "That's right, doing that should work." Davy casually gave that man a name. "From now on, I will call you Nat." Immediately after, a dazzling bolt of lightning struck straight down from above. Burnt smell rose and spread. While he was quite satisfied with the result, justice had been served. He nodded in approval. Good, everything went exactly as desired. That lightning bolt had summoned one of the 4 sacred beasts, a dragon. He gave a faint smile, showing no fear at all. "Bird, I already have that worm in my sights." Davy immediately summoned the vermilion bird, then ordered, "Bite it." The 2 sacred beasts instantly charged at each other. After a bout of fighting, the outcome became clear when one of them fell straight down. The dragon suffered a crushing defeat, sprawling on the ground with not a shred of spirit left. Davy pretended to speak. "I heard eating eel is very good for your health." He wondered aloud, "Or should we stew it?" The 2 girls behind him immediately busied themselves preparing the cooking tools. Shorty stirred the pot of water while declaring, "Shorty thinks roasting it would taste better." Annabelle raised her sign, her eyes full of mockery. "Idiot, that is not an eel, it is a dragon." Annabelle rates this very poorly. The 2 of them broke into another argument. Shorty brandished her club aggressively and demanded a duel, declaring she would take her down at once, while Annabelle only giggled. "Oh dear." Davy ignored the 2 chasing each other around, then wondered, what should we do with it now? Once the water was boiling hot, he hummed as he asked the dragon, "This temperature should be enough, right?" "I do not like chewy eel. Turn up the fire." Its pride was immediately dealt a heavy blow. "I am the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts, an immortal being born from humanity's wishes." It understood its own status very well. "Ever since I was born, I knew I was the sacred beast that governs wind and thunder." It stubbornly insisted that it was not something for a lowly person to call Nat. But Davy only patted its head and ordered Shorty, "Go find side dishes once the water boils, got it?" At this moment, the dragon turned rigid in disbelief. "Is that man really going to throw me into that pot? Then how am I supposed to serve him?" It growled, a fear of death beginning to stir. "Why does it have to be a weakling like him?" The person before it was excitedly calling out, "Annabelle, lend me that knife." His eyes gleamed coldly like a blade. Why does he have the eyes of a predator? It seems our little Nat is in a bit of trouble. Davy took the knife, then set it down. "Hey, do not be so easy to bait." In its fluster, the dragon happened to meet the vermilion bird's gaze. Its eyes instantly shimmered as it begged for help. "Please save me." It relied on their shared status to plead. "After all, we are both sacred beasts." Vermilion bird rubbed against his face to show its stance. "What is it? Stop acting spoiled and move aside." Davy had no idea what the dragon was doing. He still raised the knife and muttered, "I wonder if this knife is sharp enough." Without another word, he swung the knife down, skimming past its whisker. It was cut off. He picked up its whisker and grinned. "But you are not bleeding, so it is probably fine." His face was bright with excitement as he raised the knife, looking no different from a dangerous man. "I will not cut any more." Only then did he realize the dragon was lying stiff, no longer reacting at all. Did it faint? What kind of sacred beast is this weak? Shorty criticized Davy's intimidation skill as terrible, and even suggested letting her do it next time. It was already that frightened. Going any further would make it timid. Even so, Davy still looked at it greedily. "It does look pretty tasty." Purser was stunned, thinking it had all been a joke until now. "Good heavens, eating it is real?" He cheerfully replied, "I cannot miss this opportunity." What is wrong with trying a little? The tail should grow back right away. The moment the dragon hesitated, he immediately noticed. Then he ordered the vermilion bird, "Bird, when Nat wakes up, head to the target at once and provide support so the guards do not fail." Watching the 2 sacred beasts fly away together through the air, Davy returned to the main matter. "Now then," he contacted someone through the communication sphere, "it is time to discuss my compensation after I finish dealing with this mess." The person he sought was none other than the Emperor of Haiyan Kingdom, to demand his reward. "You must have reviewed all the records and evidence I sent back. I trust the reward will not be small." Davy went all the way to Haiyan Kingdom to negotiate. "As you can see, we protected the guardian deity and safely completed the palace trial." Before the gloomy expression of Haiyan Kingdom's emperor, Prince Davy continued speaking. Moreover, every risk that could have led to conflict with Mayang has been reconciled. Of course, I have no intention of destabilizing this nation, nor do I intend to start a war over it. He kept a bright expression, his reasoning entirely sound. I only want the two nations to live in harmony. His words were so righteous that even Purser beside him had to exclaim, "Well said." In truth, if not for Vitania, things might have been different. Unfortunately, this issue would still continue to hinder Hun, making His Majesty sigh helplessly. In the end, he had no choice but to admit that the benefits he brought were worthy. "What do you want?" Davy had already thought it through. "I want two things." Davy confidently stated his conditions: 1/3 of the territory used for the trial, and the target he had in mind was Iria. "I demand a hostage." Right at that moment, the two sacred beasts had arrived at the designated location. Their appearance threw everyone into panic. The divine relics truly exist. They witnessed with their own eyes two mystical creatures rarely seen in 1,000 years. Everyone realized, are those not a dragon and a phoenix? Davy could not help wondering, do they look like that? The technician explained that both creatures only existed in ancient texts, so such speculation was reasonable. The boulder bound tightly in chains let out a low growl. The Emperor of Hyon Kingdom panicked. "Guardian deity, what exactly is going on?" At that moment, Davy stepped forward to explain. The guardian deity had its power stripped away by the vampire's scheme. To recover enough strength to maintain reason would take at least 100 years. He used their devout faith to construct a reasonable explanation. "For now, we must rely on the two divine beasts. When they leave, the guardian deity will go mad because it does not belong to this world and cannot remain lucid here." His voice trembled. "Impossible." Because he was too confused, he asked the stone statue, "Guardian deity, are the words that boy said true?" A voice rang out in reply, "I am deeply ashamed, Your Majesty. Because I was too weak, I allowed that wicked one to steal my power." The guardian deity spoke in anguish, "What has been taken cannot return. Therefore, Your Majesty, please end me so there will be no future calamity." The Emperor of Hyon Kingdom immediately objected, "I cannot do that. You are the guardian deity of our Hun." The guardian deity severed that connection at once. "I am merely repaying a debt from the past. History recorded it clearly, and this creature is proof as well. The founding king of Hun once forgave me, allowing me to remain in this forest to nurture my strength." Hearing that, he lowered his head in remorse. "The fault does not lie with you. It is because I failed to recognize this situation in time." He immediately made his decision. Hun can no longer remain divided. "From now on, I will save everyone." The courtiers behind him were still hesitating, not daring to step forward. "Your Majesty." His Majesty of the present kingdom hurriedly called out, "Guardian deity, please take care of your body. This time, we of Hun will save you." The guardian deity did not answer, only silently stared in one direction. He spoke with anguish, "Prince Davy, I will accept your request. There is one more matter, but may I ask out that other issue?" Davy immediately understood. "You mean the matter of hostages?" His Majesty of the present kingdom still could not understand. "I understand the matter of the forest, but Hun has not formally surrendered to the Rawl Kingdom. You are calmly asking for my opinion. Then shall I make that happen?" The atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy. He still laughed lightly and shrugged. "I was joking." His attitude was rather relaxed. "If you wish, after some time we will return them. In truth, our side has no need for hostages either." Davy added his opinion as well. "My proposal will play a considerable role in this matter. That way, our side will not run into any trouble either." He hinted at it, then withdrew his words. "Fundamentally, it is only temporary protection. If the behind-the-scenes circumstances are too awkward, I will withdraw the proposal." He immediately agreed, "No, it is fine for the future. I think both sides should stop here. Even so, I still want to ask clearly who that person is and what the conditions are." Davy kept an indifferent expression. "If there is no problem." He had already chosen that person. "May I take Princess Iria, daughter of Empress Hebe?" A light breeze brushed through her hair, then a joyful cry rang out, "Princess Iria." The reason Davy needed a hostage was actually very simple, because Tanya needed a friend. A few days later in the Trial Forest, inside the vampire fortress within the ancient ruins, a gloomy voice rang out, "I did not expect you to truly accept my proposal." Mai was being taken away in restraints, her voice full of bitterness. "You trust me. I have no better choice than trusting a vampire either." Davy continued stating information about her. The alchemist Paracelsus, a hybrid who possesses power far beyond vampire nobles, an eccentric genius at the same time. He drew the line frankly and clearly. "What I need is the knowledge in your head, at least academically. I think you are trustworthy." She chuckled, "I am glad you expect that." Mai's expression turned ambiguous. "But what if I set a trap here?" Immediately, she received a blow from Loon behind her. Even after being struck, she still laughed with delight. "Wonderful, this research data shows performance has improved compared to before." She looked at Loon with greedy, excited eyes. This is a golem with Deus Ex Machina. Wonderful. She immediately analyzed detected desire to dissect, calming emotional flow, identified as discomfort. Mai knelt as if begging. Just a little, let me look just a little, only the heart, I promise I will sketch it again. Loon answered coldly, declaring refusal. He spoke up in warning, do not provoke her for no reason. After going to one place, they stopped. We are here, it is this spacious yet empty room. At the end of the wall there were only a few lines. Is this mural all there is? Davy tried knocking across it. At a glance he could not sense mana or anything special. I remarked, from the outside it looks like an ordinary mural, but there is the scent of blood inside. There must be another space within. She curled her lips in an amused smile. Our race cannot open it, and moreover a strange aura drove them mad. She added, it truly is a fascinating place. I want to study the inside. He glanced lightly at her. Are you using me? Mai calmly replied, interesting research is always welcome, even if I must hand my life to you. Davy could not understand that way of thinking. You really are insane. He ignored those words and glanced at the other person. If this mural is part of the ruins, it can certainly be decoded. She asserted that it could definitely be decoded. Alright, Loon, do you want to try? She stepped forward and touched the painting. There seemed to be a reaction, and it began to glow. Her lifeless eyes began reading the data, proceeding with decoding. Loon displays compatibility with this object. Mai's choked voice sounded beside them, as expected. Truly wonderful. Davy smiled proudly at the little girl. Loon's abilities are intervention, interpretation, and restructuring. The wall gradually revealed a change. If everything went smoothly, perhaps they would uncover what was hidden inside. Right after the decoding process was complete, an unexpected explosion erupted before them. Stones and earth flew everywhere, dust and smoke billowed thickly. Davy coughed softly after inhaling dust. Ouch. Only then did Loon realize in shock that he had somehow blocked the attack for her, Sir Davy. Because of that, he was injured as well. He did not expect the protective aura layer to be pierced. He still kept a smile as he looked toward the wall. Looks like I truly have to stay more alert now. But what appeared before his eyes made him freeze. Blue hair fluttered amid the thick cement dust. Everything in these ruins was already abnormal, but this was far more unbelievable. The one who stepped out from within the wall was Heracles. This was completely abnormal. Wait, why did he appear here? Immediately, Davy was struck in the chest by an extremely powerful blow from Heracles. Seeing him sent flying far away, a panicked cry rang out, Sir Davy. Davy's body slammed hard into the ground, the right side of his chest torn open into a large cavity. Loon stood beside him, her eyes widening in terror, her throat choking up. Davy, your wound. At that moment, Heracles looked as if he had lost control, terrifying growls constantly coming from his mouth. Mai, who had witnessed the scene, was also momentarily no less frightened. Realizing the situation was bad, she warned loudly, watch out, those things are about to explode. As soon as the words fell, the scene before them shook violently, firelight flashing. The powerful explosion formed a shockwave, sending fragments flying in all directions. Space and time here suddenly fell strangely still. Amid the silent night, a faint ray of light pierced through the darkness. Davy raised a hand to the wound on his chest, trying to use energy to heal himself. He tried hard to get up, but it seemed to have little effect. I cannot concentrate my magical energy. The seal has not completely nullified my magic, but I cannot maintain my mana, so the healing spell is too weak. Davy cursed helplessly inwardly, damn it. His legs groped through the darkness, slowly stepping forward. Before it had gone far, both his knees buckled. In Davy's mind, everything around him became empty and uncertain. He frowned faintly and thought to himself, even the demon eye was useless in this place. He could hear nothing, smell nothing, and only dense darkness remained before his eyes. Yet because of that, his other senses became sharper instead. In this darkness, mankind's primal fear seemed magnified. Unlike the black lake that swallowed light and sowed despair, this had to be the hell Purser had once mentioned, a place where even divine light vanished. Davy fell silent for a long while, then wondered to himself, could this be the abyss? Falling into a place where direction could not be discerned, and day and night were unclear, was no different from an invisible prison. Amid the darkness, a pair of small hands reached out softly, as if casting magic. At that very moment, a familiar voice rang beside his ear. Davy. That sound left him stunned. Davy tried to look around, but still saw nothing, and the thought flashed through his mind, is it Purser? He asked softly, are you here too? She immediately warned him, listen carefully, Davy. In this abyss, do not trust your senses. While struggling to maintain the connection with him, Purser said everything in that place was false. But I will protect you and lead you out of this darkness. Compared to what you have done for me, this is nothing at all. As soon as she finished speaking, the guiding light she created was immediately transmitted over. That light quickly spread out, illuminating the space around where Davy stood. Seeing the hands before him gradually become clear, he could not help but be astonished. His senses had returned. Just then, strange sounds suddenly rang out from high above. Davy lifted his head slightly and looked up. Before his eyes was a wall with a long streak of water trailing down it. So this was what lay behind the wall. Davy quietly moved closer, intently observing the scene on the other side. There, Elena was facing Heracles, while Mai had collapsed to the ground. Seeing the tense situation, he could not help worrying about what had happened while he was gone. Light from the ring above her head shone as clear as morning mist. She recited ancient incantations. Elena, the limit has been broken. As she fought with all her strength, the energy before her condensed into a blazing sphere, with lightning coiling around it. Quick as lightning, Davy seized Heracles by the belt of his garment and shouted, "Stop right now." While restraining him, he turned his head to look at Elena and warned in a stern voice, "No matter what, Elena, stop. I have never allowed you to destroy yourself." Seeing Davy, she was so shocked she could not speak. His voice rang out, "Stay there quietly and wait." Immediately afterward came a violent impact. The surrounding space remained pitch black, and that sound gradually subsided as well. Heracles was sent flying far away and lay motionless on the ground for a moment. When Davy stepped closer, he heard a growl coming from the other party. His expression darkened. "It seems I cannot reason with him anymore." Casting aside his small hope of resolving things peacefully, Davy asked in a low voice, "Why did you appear here?" Yet he gave no reply and only grew angrier. Heracles, one of the strongest warriors in heaven. He was the hero who had once taught him survival skills and trained his body. He was a high-ranking monster who could fight barehanded in contests, and also the strongest hero in heaven. In truth, that person's origins had always been a mystery. Davy only knew that he was one of the oldest beings in heaven, and that his combat ability far exceeded all of his estimates. Why that person came to heaven, or why his survival skills had been honed to such a terrifying degree, Davy had never known clearly. While immersed in his memories, Davy abruptly snapped awake, because Purser's voice rang out. "Wake up, Davy, that is not the person you once knew." In a brief moment of distraction, he had given Heracles the chance to rush in and attack. He instantly slammed Davy hard into the ground, the force of the impact so great that it created cracks across the surface. Purser called out to him in panic. At the same time, Heracles' massive hand clamped around Davy's head and pinned him down. In that life-or-death instant, Davy realized his vision was gradually blurring, while a ringing whistle echoed beside his ear. It felt as if one more wrong move would cost him his life. The things that existed from ancient ruins had already been irrational, but this time was far worse. Why had the abyss appeared here, and why was Heracles here as well? Davy had too many questions, but at least he was certain of one thing. That man before him was not the Heracles Davy had known. The face was familiar, but the eyes were completely strange. After struggling free from the restraint, Davy became even more certain. The disheveled hair seemed similar, but the beard was different. He was not the Heracles in his memories, but more like a copy. A possibility suddenly occurred to him, an artificial human. Purser's voice was nearly screaming, "Davy, hurry and wake up." She was terrified to the extreme, constantly trying to wake him. "Davy." When Davy regained clarity, he immediately saw Purser right in front of him, leaving them both stunned. Then he burst into laughter. "This place really is full of troublesome things." She immediately scolded him, "Idiot, what are you saying? Why are you not focusing?" Davy hurriedly explained, Sorry, I lost my composure a little because he caught me off guard. This person looks exactly like the madman I know, but he is definitely not the true body. If he were the real entity, even if he recovered all the strength he had before, it would still be hard for him to survive. Yet right now, he still could not kill Davy when he had only recovered a quarter of his strength. If he was only an entity from another world and not the original, then Davy no longer needed to hesitate. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He pointed straight at his opponent. "I do not know how a thing like you managed to imitate my master, but if you use that technique, I will answer in the same way." Davy raised his hand and began circulating his power, his physical strength so terrifying that it warped space. Not everyone could do that. At that very moment, the neurons in his body instantly reconnected with one another. In the blink of an eye, Davy's body transformed violently. Bulging muscles swelled up, tearing even his clothes apart. Standing beside him, Purser called his name in fear. "Davy, this process is forcibly transforming the body with Kai. It is commonly called Heracles-style body transformation." He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold himself back. Even the monstrous heroes in the corridor had once warned him not to use it, calling it an act of madness. But to face an opponent no different from a monster, he had no better choice. Heracles watched while growling, then abruptly stomped hard against the ground to gain momentum. He charged wildly toward Davy like a savage beast, his arm as hard as iron swinging with overwhelming force. And as if he had been waiting for precisely that moment, the corner of his mouth lifted into a dangerous smile. In an instant, Davy's fist shot out, colliding head-on with Heracles' fist. It was the same technique, but his attacking power overwhelmed him, completely driving back his strike. Now then, Davy swung his arm and followed up with another punch, immediately sending Heracles reeling backward. He tore off his outer coat, revealing a body lined with firm, sculpted muscles. Clenching his fists into a guard stance, Davy provoked him. Let us see who is superior when using the same technique. The scene shifted, and a flock of birds perched on the branches suddenly panicked, crying out one after another. At the sacred land of the divine tree, beneath its roots, Mother Goddess Jeriso quietly watched every small change taking place. In that very instant, a clear voice suddenly rang out, breaking the still silence. Mother of the divine tree. Emilia appeared with worry written across her face. What is happening? The spirit tree is trembling. The goddess turned back and softly called, Emilia. Mother Goddess Jeriso reached a hand toward her and spoke gently. Come here, Emilia, rest in your mother's arms. Nestling into her embrace, Emilia asked in confusion, Please tell me, Mother, what has made you so uneasy? The Mother Goddess reassured her, It is all right, Emilia, do not worry. She still insisted on knowing, I am your priestess, Mother, can you truly not tell me? Troubled look briefly crossed the goddess's face, and she only gazed at her in silence for a long while before letting out a gentle sigh. After that, Mother Goddess Jeriso slowly said that it seemed the rift had begun to open. Emilia was startled. The rift. Her voice sank lower. Yes, it is the Black Origin, something that can overturn the laws of the abyss in this world. Hearing this, Emilia grew even more puzzled. What is the Black Origin? The goddess did not answer at once, only asked, Do you know what exists in the primordial world? She hesitantly repeated the unfamiliar name, the primordial world. Mother Goddess Jeriso explained calmly, The world always moves in cycles, though I have never witnessed it with my own eyes. But before the Theonis continent had humans, elves, or wild wolves, another world must have existed. It was a world older even than ancient times, and the traces that have slept for hundreds of millions of years are awakening. Emilia murmured in wonder, I see. I had never thought of that. The goddess closed her eyes and calmly gave a soft yes. This is like the sun rising and the moon waning. When the moon rises, the day recedes. When the abyss rises, the present world will inevitably collapse. She asked curiously, Does that mean life on this land was built upon a mechanism that could end at any time? Mother Goddess Jeriso smiled faintly. No, not entirely. Think of it as two sides of a human coin. You can toss it into the air, but the front and back will never blend together. Light and the abyss understand that well, so they always maintain a balance. In another space, while Davy and Heracles were locked in a fierce battle, that law was also gradually being twisted. The abyss must never be allowed to rise in this world. Emilia offered a hypothesis. Then what if they mingle together? The Mother Goddess hesitated briefly. Even I do not know. She gently stroked Emilia's head and continued, But one thing is certain, when two things that cannot be mixed are forced together, this world will never return to how it was before. Mother Goddess Jeriso held Emilia in her arms, raised her head to look at the divine tree, then let out a soft sigh. She gazed at the lush green canopy spreading wide enough to cover the sunlit sky, only hoping that this prophecy of the divine tree would also remain far away. The scenery of the Holy Land remained utterly peaceful, white clouds drifting lazily, golden sunlight soft and gentle, the high sky a deep, boundless blue. The gate leading into the abyss appeared before their eyes, while outside there was only a desolate, silent scene. Inside, a life and death battle was unfolding with extreme ferocity, heavy and terrifying sounds ringing out again and again. Davy's fist, heavy as a blow from the heavens, slammed straight into Heracles' face, and the fathomless darkness left that man disoriented for an instant. That man refused to fall behind either, and immediately counterattacked with a blow to the stomach. At that moment, Davy could only clearly feel the pain and the sensation of his body being torn apart. It seemed Davy could not maintain his strength for too long in the abyss. But behind him was Purser. She was not merely a small fragment of the abyss, but the embodiment of the abyss itself. He surged up violently, pouring all his strength into a punch that drove straight into the center of Heracles' face. At the same time, the wind shrieked. An object shot forward like lightning, aimed directly at Davy's eye. When he froze after sensing the danger, Heracles' index finger had already managed to touch his eye. Blood instantly spurted out, while that man bared his teeth in a smile so terrifying it sent chills down the spine. Davy ignored his ruined right eye, charged forward like a madman, seized Heracles by the head, and drove his elbow across that man's neck. Bones cracked sharply, and in the realm of the ancients, forced recovery allowed them to keep fighting without pause. The fight now was no different from wild beasts tearing at each other, all technique and reason cast aside. The previous blow had been powerful, but it still was not enough to bring that man down. Not giving that man time to recover, while Heracles was still dazed, Davy brought another heavy punch down on his head. Of course, in terms of skill, Davy still held the advantage. He seized the opening and unleashed a storm of relentless blows, leaving that man completely unable to defend himself. He realized this thing might possess Heracles' appearance and fighting style, but it was still immature, like that man's own past. Meanwhile, Davy's body enhancement technique was something Heracles had perfected after arriving at the corridor. Moreover, it was also the first thing he had learned at the corridor, as well as the skill Davy had spent the most time training. It truly was that difficult. After taking blow after blow without being able to fight back, Heracles' entire body crashed heavily to the ground. Davy stepped forward and stomped hard on that man's left arm, pinning it firmly down. He attacked Heracles' chest with his bare hands again and again, each punch ringing out in rapid succession. Before long, that man no longer had the strength to resist. His face darkened and he spat out blood. Davy drew his hands back and took a defensive stance. His appearance at that moment became strangely different, and a smug smile even appeared at the corner of his lips. His two solid arms rose together above his head, then held there in a posture like a sledgehammer. Heracles lay motionless on the ground, his breathing now only faint and intermittent. Without the slightest hesitation, Davy gathered his strength and unleashed the final blow, the fatal strike that ended his opponent. Blood slowly seeped from the wound into a puddle, then continued spreading across the ground. He dropped down beside his opponent's unmoving body, gasping with difficult breaths. Purser's voice rang out in panic. Davy. Seeing that Davy did not answer, and only kept panting with his mouth open, she grew even more distraught. Davy. He sat upright, wiped a hand across his mouth, and flashed a mischievous smile. Do not overreact, Purser, I am not dead yet. She said angrily, idiot, that is not the problem. Hearing that, Davy burst into loud laughter. The battle had come to an end, and in the abyss's dark space now, only he and Purser remained. A heavy cough broke from his throat, then a mouthful of fresh blood was spat onto the ground. Purser called anxiously, Davy. He dropped to one knee and coughed a few more times to clear his airway. At the same time, his body gradually returned to its original form. In truth, the Heracles-style body reconstruction method always came with random punishments. Sometimes it only made an arm temporarily numb, but with bad luck, the user could lose control of his senses for a long time. That was the price paid for the overwhelming power gained from this reconstruction, an extremely dangerous gamble. Davy stood up, wiped the corner of his mouth, and told himself, I managed to take that man down. But this place is still far too dangerous. This place must be completely sealed off. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze as he felt as though an invisible eye were staring at him. Davy's expression immediately darkened, and he turned his head slightly, carefully scanning his surroundings. Yet the space remained strangely silent. Noticing his unusual attitude, Purser spoke hesitantly, Davy. Davy hurriedly cut her off. Wait. She was momentarily bewildered, unable to understand what had happened. He looked into the darkness ahead and thought inwardly, it feels as if someone is watching us from within. Without another word, Davy quickly put his shirt back on and strode decisively toward it, until he stopped before an enormous skeleton. What is this? Davy studied the shape of the skeleton's skull very carefully, then thought of a dragon with suspicion. But that was not right. Dragonkin could never be abnormally huge to this extent. He walked slowly while recalling bits of information he had once heard. It was rumored that there were no dragons left in the world today, but according to what Davy had heard in the corridor, even ancient dragons of old were only about 200 or 300 meters long. Yet this dragon's skull alone was hundreds of meters wide. If its body were included, it must have been several kilometers long. Seeing that Davy seemed about to touch a nearby bone, Purser grew worried. He quietly reassured her, Don't worry, there is something I need to check. Davy placed his hand on the surface of the bone, and immediately noticed traces of slashes, claw marks, and even torn gouges. He hesitated and wondered, could the one who brought down this colossal dragon have been Heracles Chang? Purser tried offering a hypothesis. Perhaps the copy you once faced was only meant to stop this colossal dragon from escaping. Davy immediately rejected it. Impossible. Just then, a beam of light suddenly flashed, shining straight into his eyes. Following the ray of light, Davy saw a strange object. He quickly realized it was a tooth far too small compared with that giant head, and something was clearly very abnormal. He reached out to take it, when Purser's voice rang out, full of confusion. Davy, what are you doing? In the blink of an eye, the space around the two of them suddenly distorted in an extremely bizarre way. Countless tentacles appeared and rushed toward Davy as fast as the wind. Purser cried out in panic, Davy. Seeing his arm easily wrapped by them, he froze slightly in surprise, unable to react in time. Immediately afterward, those tentacles tightened around Davy's arm and pulled hard, forcing him to his knees. The world around him suddenly grew hazy, and everything seemed to sway and turn upside down in an instant. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late, and he exclaimed in shock, What is this? Why so suddenly? As Davy tried to resist that pulling force, he thought in panic, Damn it, I'm being sucked inside. Darkness once again covered everything, his body seeming to drift through a silent abyssal world. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the scene where Davy had been drawn in gradually appeared before his eyes. He was standing in an unfamiliar altar. His mind went blank for a moment, and only after calming down did he wonder suspiciously, has it stopped? Davy stood up, calmly and silently observing the entire scene around him. Purser asked curiously, Is this the original form of this place? He spoke, It looks like a place used for some kind of ritual. Looking at the dark bluish-purple stone in his hand, Davy wondered, could this mineral be the origin of the abyss? The more he studied it, the deeper he sank into thought, completely failing to notice that changes were gradually appearing around him. A cold voice rang out, making Davy flinch slightly. Ah, this power, the seal of the abyss, so it was you. I have wandered for countless decades only to search for you. As soon as those words were heard, Purser suddenly froze in place. When that voice continued to call my queen, her expression changed from bewilderment to outright terror, to the point that she could not utter a word. After all this time, I have come to grant you freedom. The one once exiled by nameless beings, I swear to you. By now, Davy realized it was speaking to Purser. Seeing her face turn pale and that she had no intention of responding to that mysterious being, he called softly, "Purser." What was that voice? Boundless one. She remained silent, but her eyes were filled with helplessness and pitiful distress. After a while, Purser began hesitantly, "Davy, I..." Not wanting to hear more, Davy gritted his teeth and cut her off. "Don't tell me. Just to help me stay conscious in the abyss, what exactly did you sacrifice?" he demanded loudly. "Answer me, Purser." Loon, who had still been following the two of them, was hiding nearby, and was utterly shocked to see Davy enraged. She jumped down and quickly ran over. "Lord Davy has been located. Verification signal transmitted." He did not see Purser. In response, Davy grew even more anxious. "What did you use? Are you insane?" She still tried to maintain a calm expression, choosing to pretend she did not understand. "I don't know what you're talking about." Davy spoke helplessly. "Sorry, but you are clearly not normal. Answer while I am still speaking gently." Purser unconsciously gripped her arm and tried to evade the subject. "I don't know what it is either." He could not hold back any longer and immediately exposed her. "A lie. That voice just now called you, didn't it?" At this point, she only admitted softly, "Yes." But the matter stopped there, and Purser still refused to say more. Davy fell silent, trying to keep a little patience as he waited for an answer. He raised a hand and rubbed between his brows. "I heard that voice already." She lowered her head and pressed her lips tightly together, seeming to be locked in a fierce struggle inside. Then Purser spoke softly, "Davy, I am the Demon King of the Abyss." He answered gently, "I know," and then her voice sounded slowly. "As you know, the original Demon Kings possessed 6 authorities: wrath, lies, hatred, envy, contempt, and mercy, while the Abyss is not among them. The Abyss exists only behind the veil of this world. The Demon Kings are merely key pieces in the game of the main god Freja. The entities behind the veil are not allowed to interfere, but on the other hand..." Davy comforted her softly. "Right now you are only a former Demon King, no longer the current one." The Boundless One fell silent for a moment. Then she continued, "This was bound to happen sooner or later. Even if not today, if you are blaming yourself, stop." She added slowly, "That is simply how I was created." Hearing those heartfelt words, both Davy and Loon unconsciously fell into deep thought. Purser's words kept echoing in his ears, that this would happen sooner or later, even if not today. Davy felt powerless, but now was not the time to discuss it. He irritably swung his foot and sent a stone flying, then cursed loudly in anger. "Damn it. Don't say one thing and then disappear like that." Loon stood beside him, her eyes round and blank, because she had no idea what was happening. She gently shook Davy's arm, calling anxiously again and again, "Davy, Davy." Then Loon took out a piece of candy and comforted him in a small voice. "Davy, getting too angry is not good for you," he asked in surprise. "Where'd you get that from?" Looking at that adorable appearance, Davy reached out and stroked her head, then signaled to Andy. Holding up the stone he had just obtained and examining it, he thought in disappointment, after going through such a long process, all for this. Davy frowned, remained silent for a long while, then unconsciously let out a sigh. He lamented, "What rotten luck." Immediately afterward, that stone was decisively thrown straight into the spatial gate. "Take it along too." Davy stuffed both hands into his pockets, then leisurely left this place. Time slowly passed and the scene in the abyss appeared before his eyes. Mei's body line collapsed in a pool of blood. A voice rang out, "Hey, still alive?" Her lashes trembled slightly, then her eyes slowly opened. Realizing she was being enveloped by a powerful stream of spiritual energy, Mei could not help but be astonished. When she realized that power came from Davy, she blurted out, "Demonic death mana, how unexpected." He warned coldly, "Leave as soon as you recover. Since you once saved Lun, I will spare you this time." Mei laughed, "I could hardly let my experimental specimen die. Besides, that living golem is fascinating. I cannot let it die before I finish studying it." Davy could hardly believe it and snapped in anger, "Madwoman." He and Lun said nothing more and turned to leave together. Mei hurriedly called after them, "Wait." She stared intently for a long while at the ancient characters carved on the stone in her hand. Then Mei said, "This is an ancient script connected to the other symbols on the wall. I have studied it for quite some time, but I have only deciphered a small part." Davy replied indifferently, "Is that so? Did you discover anything about that damned ritual chamber?" To be honest, not much. It was a place built to imprison darkness, something from which even light could not escape. The abyss was once the greatest threat to the humans of that era." Hearing that, his expression suddenly darkened. Miller suggested, "We still have many artifacts like this at the base. I want to continue studying them. Can you help me?" Davy refused at once. "No. Right now, I only want to destroy every artifact before my eyes." He pressed his lips tightly together, as if trying to suppress something. A sense of revulsion rose in Davy's heart. He should have prevented a greater disaster by defeating Heracles' copy, yet in the end Davy had inadvertently released the abyss when he entered these ruins. Even so, deep down, he still could not stop suspecting that Freja was the one one behind everything. A mouthful of spit was hurled onto the ground, decisive as a period marking the end of their exchange. Davy's voice rang out, "Let's go back, Lun." Beyond the entrance to the abyssal space was a clear blue sky, drifting white clouds and a peace so strange it felt unreal. After that, everything became rather chaotic. Though his methods were somewhat forceful, he still achieved his goal. The pressure around the divine tree forest from Mayang disappeared, and Davy gained part of the trial forest from the Xian kingdom. The marriage between the emperor and Tanya had been annulled, but the Xian kingdom also had no choice left but to temporarily lean toward Ron. As for the troubles between the Ming kingdom and the Xian kingdom, they could handle them themselves. He had no reason to interfere anymore. Yet at that moment the image of a solemn palace surfaced in Davy's mind. In the main hall, the Sun Emperor of Mayang, who had just lost his mother, could only stand there in silence. That child had borne the imperial throne from the moment he was born, while his constitution was extremely weak. The guardian spirit's power helped the emperor remain stable, but his innate talent had been completely lost ever since he used that energy source to save him. Even if the emperor studied the sword, he would have to work dozens, even hundreds of times harder than others. That was his current condition. A few days passed, and it was time for Davy to return to Ron. The luggage chests had already been neatly loaded onto the carriage. While stroking his horse, he suddenly froze because he saw something. Then a voice filled with surprise rang out. Before Davy stood the Son of Heaven with a sorrowful expression. He frowned and asked, "Prince Davy, do you know the ones who killed my mother?" He hesitated briefly, "Your Majesty." The Son of Heaven clenched his trembling hand. "Please tell me where I should find them." Seeing his pained yet restrained appearance, Davy fell silent for a moment. After a while he advised softly, "Live and do as you wish." The Son of Heaven was slightly stunned, not understanding the meaning behind those words. He asked, "What do you mean?" Davy explained, "Do you know why the emperors before you often died young? Because of exhaustion and pressure, one burden after another." He stroked the Son of Heaven's head like an older brother comforting a younger child. "If you want to live long, you must at least let go of one of those two things." After saying that, Davy suddenly realized he had been discourteous, hurriedly withdrew his hand, and covered his embarrassment. "Are you feverish?" The guard beside him shouted angrily, "How dare you touch His Highness's head?" The Son of Heaven faltered. He smiled faintly, his gaze toward him full of sincerity. He lowered his face and said, "I may hate you for everything that happened." The Son of Heaven's voice choked amid his sobs. I should hate you very much." Seeing him begin to reveal his true feelings, Davy playfully snapped his fingers. "I will not force you to stop being a child." The Son of Heaven's body trembled slightly. That emperor was, in the end, only a child who had just lost his mother, while the prime minister who ran the country had turned out to be a traitor. The little emperor said he no longer respected him. Davy no longer kept his distance, simply drew him gently into his arms and said, "Go ahead and cry. In the future, if you need my help, I will help you." That was all Davy wanted to tell him. The Son of Heaven's small hand clutched the hem of his clothes tightly, and he said through sobs, "I will not forget. I absolutely will not forget." He burst into tears, and they kept flowing without end. Only now did that figure truly look like a child full of hurt and grievance. The crying grew louder and louder, gradually turning into a wail filled with pain. Davy only quietly let the Son of Heaven lean against him until that child had cried himself dry. The deep, cold voice that had once echoed in the abyssal space appeared again. "Yes, me." That sound made Purser cover her ears. "No, I do not want to hear any more." She struggled to endure it and pleaded, "Please stop, right there in those ancient ruins." Having used the power at the edge of the abyss even after escaping it, Purser understood very clearly how foolish that act was. The monsters hidden behind this world, no matter how much time passed, would never stop searching for their queen. Long ago, the sword god Harris had once tried to save his daughter Purser, but he could only watch helplessly as she became the Demon King. Because that was the only path, Purser rejected the 6 existing Demon King bloodlines and ascended the throne with an entirely new lineage, named the Abyss. To survive, she defeated the other Demon King candidates. Of course, Purser understood that all of it was merely a game arranged by the goddess Freya. Because she became the enemy of her heroic father, she had once escaped the call of the Abyss. But before an opposing fate, Purser ultimately still fell beneath his sword, becoming a spirit and being sealed away. That was her story. Purser reached out to touch her reflection in the mirror, thinking to herself, "I cannot hold on much longer." She gently touched the small horn on her head. "If sacrificing myself can resolve everything. If the King of the Abyss merges with the Abyss, the entire world will be overturned." That was why, Purser told herself, "For everyone Davy wants to protect, I absolutely must not hesitate." She pressed her lips tightly together, not letting her tears spill out. She told herself, "I must become the Demon King once more." Purser clenched her hand with determination. Not the old king, but a true Demon King reborn. Looking at Davy sleeping soundly, she whispered softly, "I am sorry, Davy." Purser's heart was tangled in knots. "Even I understand this choice is foolish, but what if it is fate? What if it was never something that could be avoided? I am truly sorry." As soon as those words fell, her small figure flickered faintly, then vanished without a trace. The next morning, the great city gate stood wide open, as though waiting to welcome something special that was about to appear. Before long, the rapid pounding of carriage wheels rang out against the road, and the entire procession swiftly entered the city. The group returning to the Dronzer estate was far larger than when it had set out, because more than a dozen people had joined them on the very first day. Among them were Davy and Tanya, who no longer had any reason to remain in the Hin kingdom after her engagement was annulled. Lastly, there was Gong, Tanya's bodyguard, along with several attendants accompanying the two princesses. Under normal circumstances, he could have leisurely ridden in a carriage, but at this moment Davy had no choice but to use large-scale teleportation magic. Countless townspeople packed both sides of the road, all joyfully awaiting the group's return. Sitting in the carriage, Davy smiled and waved back to everyone. No matter what, coming home was still the best thing of all. He stood in the castle courtyard and stretched comfortably, full of relief. The moment she saw Davy, Arya asked curiously whether he was heading out. Davy replied that he was only taking a walk and would look over the territory while he was at it. She tilted her head and probed alone. Understanding what she meant, Davy merely gave a faint laugh and said, "I can take care of myself." All of a sudden, Arya sprang onto a nearby wall and said eagerly, "All right, I will go with you. That sounds fun." Davy's eyes widened. "You really are troublesome. There is no need to climb over the wall like that." The two maids following behind hurriedly covered their mouths and giggled. When the towering classical-style buildings beyond the palace came into view, her voice immediately rang out with delight. Arya exclaimed that only after looking closely did she realize how different this place was from the West. Davy nodded and said calling it Eastern culture was not entirely right either. It was even somewhat more modern. The two were conversing when their expressions suddenly changed at the sound of an extremely urgent cry for help. In a small alley nearby, a group of people was surrounding and capturing someone. They threatened her, telling her to shut her mouth and obediently do as she was told, if she did not want to get hurt. The panicked eyes of the person tied up looked somewhat familiar to Arya. "That girl," Davy asked in surprise, "do you know her?" Before the Dronzer estate developed, that girl had been a commoner in the territory whom Arya once saved from the goblins. Her name was Rena. She had a kind nature, and sometimes even brought Arya delicious steamed potatoes. Looking at the wicked behavior of those people, Davy silently wondered why things had turned out this way. A familiar voice rang beside his ear. "The more a territory develops, the more darkness seeps in as well, Davy. Every living creature has parasites. In the end, that is how it is." When he realized who that voice belonged to, his eyes widened in astonishment. Davy pretended to be angry as he questioned her, "Have you had enough of playing hide-and-seek?" Purser felt guilty and awkwardly cleared her throat. He scratched his head, thinking back on what he had just heard. Parasites? Could it be that because I have been spending all my time outside, I have neglected internal affairs too much? A burly man among the kidnappers saw Davy and spoke up. "Who are you, trying to save her?" He asked coldly, "Do you not recognize me?" The leader put on a slippery air, his belly protruding, and said with a smirk, "Oh, so you are a colleague too." He glanced over Mara standing behind Davy, then remarked that she had a pretty face, but was blind. The tastes of strangers were truly hard to understand. The leader planted his hands on his hips and declared, "Sorry, but we had our eye on this girl first. If you know what is good for you, get lost and do not drag trouble onto yourself." He let out a mocking laugh. "Oh, is that so?" Davy placed his hand on the wall beside him, blocking the path, then said coldly, "Stop right there." That attitude left him stunned. He gave a curt order, "Let Rena go." The leader asked in both surprise and suspicion, "What? You know this girl?" He threatened that there were rules in their line of work too, and if he did not want to be beaten, he should get lost. Receiving no answer, the leader flew into a rage. The two subordinates behind him immediately stepped forward, one of them speaking up to intervene, while the burly man realized Davy knew the girl and had no intention of letting it pass. The leader adjusted his hat and sighed with a bored air. The burly man grinned at his accomplice and told him to handle this matter. Two fearless fools surrounded him, wearing gleeful smiles. Davy lowered his head in silence, like someone who ought to have understood the harshness of this place better than anyone. "I really was wrong." Davy angrily clenched his teeth, his expression turning terrifyingly dark. He blamed himself for failing to realize that something like this was happening right in his own territory. There were no more excuses. And without needing to wait long, the invisible pressure emitted by Davy instantly crashed down, suppressing the two kidnappers. Burly man was now like a fish on the chopping block, unable to move even a little. Davy's voice rang out, "Listen clearly. There are 3 reasons you are about to be beaten." Davy drove his elbow into the man's neck. First, on the land of Dronzer, human trafficking can never be tolerated. Immediately after, he twisted his arm and struck another blow, heavy as a thunderbolt, into the other man's chest. "Even if the nation permits it in my territory, it does not." The man's body was instantly sent flying backward at terrifying speed. Only then did the leader realize the danger and hurriedly shout, "Wait, wait." Davy said coldly, "Second, In the very next instant, the remaining subordinate was blasted into the air by the force of the attack. Seeing this, he stammered in terror, "You just said your territory." Davy replied, "Because the person you just insulted is royalty. This is not something I like bringing up, but to deal with trash like you, I will say it plainly." Davy continued in a cold voice, and third, the leader's face turned deathly pale, not a trace of blood left in it, as he cried out in panic, "Wait." He drew his hand across his neck in a finishing gesture. "I am in an extremely foul mood right now. You chose the wrong person to cause trouble with." Quick as lightning, Davy's two fingers shot straight toward his eyes, without the slightest mercy. A scream of agony from the leader suddenly rang through the space. "My eyes." From outside the castle, someone's pleading voice could be heard. "I apologize. This is all my fault." Davy's anger still had not subsided as he questioned how a place that had always been so peaceful could have a commoner kidnapped in broad daylight. "I do not think that happened by coincidence. What do you think, Miter?" Mr. Miter bowed his head and replied yes. Without waiting for the other party to explain further, he immediately assigned duties. "I entrusted internal affairs to Amy and the responsibility of ensuring security to you. As the territory develops, similar incidents are bound to appear. I am not placing all the blame on you." Even though Davy said that, Miter still could not hide his remorse. However, there was still something he did not understand. "Why did you not report it?" The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, "The thing is..." At this moment, Miter knelt on the ground, head lowered, and explained that he had not wanted to trouble him. Davy asked in return, "Is there anything more important than the safety of my people?" That reason did not satisfy him. Of course, family was the top priority, but immediately after that were surely the people of Dronzer. "And yet you did not report this matter." He immediately issued an ultimatum. "Do you want 3 months of your salary deducted?" Unexpectedly, the old man accepted at once. "I accept this punishment." That attitude made Davy click his tongue. How ridiculous. After that, he gave a decisive order, causing Miter to raise his head in surprise. "Stand up. Summon all the royal guards at once. Go door to door and investigate whether there are any other victims. Your punishment will depend on how you handle this matter." Hearing that, he immediately perked up and hurriedly replied that he understood and would not disappoint him again. The neat lines written on that sheet of paper were the marriage contract with the king of the kingdom of Zing. After finishing it, Davy picked it up and looked it over, thinking this should be fine. Just then, someone spoke up and asked if he was writing reports non-stop without resting. He remained seated where he was, looked at the person standing before him, and greeted Aina. She immediately corrected him, saying he had to call her Jack. But Davy did not bother arguing. He only said there were still nobles of the Ron imperial family keeping an eye on him, so he needed to send a letter in case something unexpected happened. "It will surely be displeased to see me handle this so quickly. Breaking off the engagement with my younger sister, how immature." Aina also agreed that this was not merely a marriage, but something tied to the imperial family as well. Remembering the important matter, he immediately asked how the investigation he had entrusted to her was going. Aina quickly reported that 2 new groups had currently formed within the territory. Blackbird and Forest Hound were both long-standing organizations in the Central Lands, and in recent years they had extended their reach to the west. Davy took the scroll and asked if they had come to Dronzer, and Aina began revealing a string of shocking truths. Their main activities included kidnapping, slave trafficking, and assassination. They also ran bands of thieves and robbers, doing anything as long as there was money, specializing in threats, fraud, and destroying the lives of ordinary people. What he could not understand was how they had managed to kidnap Rena. Aina insisted it had been a scam, and with Rena, the method they used was extortion. They rushed out in front of the carriage carrying Rena, pretended to be injured, and demanded compensation. Davy was even more astonished, not expecting her to fall for it too. Aina immediately defended her, saying that unless he saw it with his own eyes, he would not understand how weak people were before money. Moreover, the doctor there had also been bribed, and the judge in the capital had always been notorious for his greed. He could not hide his anger and asked why a man like that had suddenly come to his land. Aina explained that he had been recommended by the chief justice in the capital, and that he truly did have ability. Two continued digging into the problem, concluding that they had bribed him to obtain a favorable ruling. Davy laughed coldly, saying this was more rotten than he had imagined, then asked about the other victims. Aina replied that they still needed to investigate further. Even so, Aina said it was fortunate that the number was not large, but that did not make Davy feel any more relieved, because as long as there were still victims, he could not let it pass. Perhaps it was time to cleanse everything. Not long afterward, a voice full of grievance rang through the gloomy corridor, crying that everything was far too unfair. It turned out the kidnapper was shouting behind the bars. He said they had only followed proper procedure, and the judge had already declared them innocent. So why had things ended up like this? This is. Davy sat calmly across from him and finished the 2 words for him, a tyrant. The kidnapper immediately nodded, firmly saying that was exactly it. He paid it no mind, only placing down 2 pieces of evidence, including the judge's ruling, the doctor's records, and the contract between his group and Rena's uncle. Someone who cannot read will not be able to understand these things, you know that, don't you? He hurriedly cut in, saying it was a misunderstanding and that he would explain every word, but Davy interrupted him at once, telling him that was enough. Forget the ruling, first let us talk about the doctor's records. You staged a scam by rushing in front of Rena's carriage and extorting money from her, did you not? He stubbornly continued to deny it, insisting that it truly had been an accident. Therefore, he had no choice but to present evidence convincing enough and have someone bring him in. The accomplice in clean clothes had only just stepped inside when the kidnapper was left speechless. His voice began to tremble as he asked how this was possible. Davy was quite pleased inwardly, since he had asked Aina to drag him out of his hiding place. Then he returned to the main issue, saying that according to the records, it should have taken a full year to recover. After that, he gave a bright smile, but his words were sharp as a blade. It seems you have forgotten who I am. Inwardly, he answered himself that he was a saint, you fool. The kidnapper's expression grew worse and worse as Davy exposed the truth. If the victim died from his injuries, how could he still go to a tavern to look for women? From now on, I will give you and your accomplices a chance to defend yourselves. He immediately turned to threaten him, saying that even if he was a prince, he could not do this. Do you know who is backing us? Those words made him furious at once. He said in an icy voice that if that person stood below the emperor of the empire, then he had best shut his mouth. The kidnapper was so intimidated by that aura that his whole body went limp. Davy did not want to waste any more words either, and immediately ordered them to be taken away. Hearing a sound behind him, he turned his head back in panic. The moment he saw 2 skeletal soldiers appear, the kidnapper screamed in terror. They were the skeletal soldiers of the necromancer that Davy had found in the Balan Empire. They were a source of manpower very well suited to Hanzer, and as long as he gave the order, they would obey absolutely and take him to the energy facility. Do not treat him like a human being. The 2 skeletal soldiers immediately saluted according to regulation. He himself was quite satisfied with this plan. Are we going to reuse those people? These men will become materials serving the development of the territory. Not bad at all. A few days later at a tavern in town, after disguising themselves, Davy and Aina leisurely stepped inside, blending into the noisy, lively atmosphere there. Even so, the scene still made her feel uncomfortable, and she blurted out that it was filthy. Hearing that, Davy teased her, asking if an assassin cared about cleanliness too. Assassins sometimes have to crawl through sewers to carry out missions. You are still too green, Aina. Those words clearly made her pout. She immediately asked in return, did I not tell you to call me Jack Ma? As Davy sat down at the table, he questioned her, asking whether she thought the name Jack suited that face. Besides, whether it was Jack or Aina, she was still the same person. Aina only clicked her tongue softly, just as the server approached the table and politely asked what the 2 of them needed. He immediately put on a mysterious air, saying he had come here to sell a quantity of beer from Comatose, and asked whether the other party was interested. The server tactfully refused, saying this was only a cheap tavern, not a place that bought such things, and besides, he did not even know where Comatose was. Davy added another condition, saying that if they bought it, he would include Mackenzie honey as a bonus. The server no longer bothered paying attention, only giving a faint smile and saying that if he did not intend to order anything, he should please leave. He suddenly raised his head when he heard someone's voice ring out. Hey, brother, that thing you just mentioned was Kintaso's beer, right? That sounds interesting. The appearance of the gray-haired man left Davy rather surprised. He immediately probed, asking whether the other party also ran a liquor stall. The man showed interest and said that was right. If paired with Mackenzie honey, the flavor would be excellent, and it sounded worth trying. After all, this was business. With that, the man pointed behind him and said that if he understood, he should follow him. He said he would introduce a buyer to Davy, but the gray-haired man did not notice the secret satisfaction on his face. Perfect. The fish has taken the bait. After that, the 3 of them went to a house and exchanged words with the person inside. First, we must verify it. Say the password. The sword that tears apart the moon will one day tear apart the sun. Correct. Come in. Jacko, who was sitting on a chair, turned his head and asked what was going on. His subordinate excitedly reported that there was a business deal, leaving him surprised that there was still business at a time like this. Davy answered very naturally, so there is no deal then. Jacko irritably rubbed his bald head, saying they had come at the wrong time because the Lord had discovered their secret. Davy pretended to be surprised and asked who the Lord was. Meanwhile, Aina's boredom was plainly visible as she listened to him explain that the eldest prince of this nation shoved all state affairs onto his confidence, then wandered around no different from a beggar. If those stupid underlings had not been caught back then, things would not have come to this. Being insulted right to his face, Davy had to hold back despite his irritation, while Purser standing beside him laughed teasingly. As soon as Jacko finished speaking, a group of subordinates surrounded them. Therefore, caution was still the best approach. Seeing Aina being stared at, Davy was displeased with this conduct. He asked whether the man had called everyone here, and if that was not a little too hostile. Jacko immediately reassured him, saying they'd not harm customers. After that, the man gestured toward him and asked what exactly the goods were. After a brief silence, Davy suddenly shoved Aina forward hard. The man also slowly stepped closer, saying in surprise that he had thought she was his accomplice. Davy pretended to answer coldly that she was the merchandise, and he should come take her. That man squatted in front of her and bluntly examined her face. Well, she was certainly pretty, but only at an ordinary level. Davy looked displeased. Are you sure you can still keep thinking that way? When the elven ears were revealed beneath the cloth covering, Jacko immediately froze on the spot. Aina also obediently cooperated, letting that man look closely before he blurted out in astonishment. Whoa, is this a fairy? It all began a few hours earlier, when they had yet to enter the tavern and had already been quietly preparing a countermeasure. What kind of ridiculous code is this? She slowly explained that they had their own way of operating, but after Davy listened, he only grew even more irritated. Ridiculous. After that, the pockmarked bandit called Aina by name, but she immediately corrected him, saying he had to call her Jack. He did not beat around the bush any further and directly made a proposal that left Aina stunned. I intend to sell you. I will say it again, I'm about to sell you as a slave. Even hearing it a second time, Aina still showed no reaction. That calmness surprised Davy. No objections, only then did she speak. There is something I want to ask. They have multiple layers of protection and codes, and they always prepare escape routes in advance. If we charge in blindly, they will move the survivors out and erase all the evidence. So you mean you will sell me? Then I will sneak into their base and rescue everyone. That guess matched his plan perfectly. Exactly. But Aina still did not understand. Are you not worried about me? They could force me into submission. Davy calmly shrugged. You can transmit sword energy through your fingernails, so what am I supposed to worry about? Besides, you also have the dark elemental spirit that will appear when the situation worsens. She lowered her eyes, letting her blue hair hide her expression. So I let them capture me on purpose, yes. And yet, right after that, she put on such a coquettish, bashful appearance that it left the person facing her speechless. In his heart, he truly only wanted to curse one sentence. What an insane fairy. Back in the present, Davy and Aina were cooperating with remarkable harmony. And yes, Goza was no ordinary fairy, but a dark fairy who had blackened herself. Put it most naturally, she was even harder to handle than the emotionless fairy type. Her shy appearance made that group shout even more wildly. In the middle of his excitement, Jacko looked at him expectantly and asked, Fine, I will buy her. How much do you want? Davy immediately named the price. 1,000 gold coins. The figure was too large and made that man lose interest. That truly is a ridiculous price. But he did not yield at all. What is wrong? You could resell her to someone else and still make a fortune. Seeing the other party remain silent, Davy pulled Aina by the hand and stood up. Forget it then. Food is offered right to your mouth and you still do not know how to eat, then there is no deal. I heard there are others in this district who want to buy. Only then did Jacko open his mouth. You plan to do business with those mongrels? You had best not trade with them. They are not gentlemen like us. Unexpectedly, he answered straight to his face. Since when did trash like you people become gentlemen? Because he'd not want to miss out on the precious merchandise, that man pretended to back down. Tish, fine then, a deal is a deal. Davy immediately looked smug. A wise choice. After Aina was led away, Jacko probed. That merchandise is legal, right? He asserted firmly. You said many people wanted to buy her, so I have not touched her at all. At this moment, that man quietly signaled to the subordinate standing beside him. Good! Immediately afterward, Davy was surrounded by them, while Jacko also revealed his true face in the transaction. But we still have to bargain a little. No matter how you put it, 1,000 gold coins is too expensive. 300. Being outmaneuvered so easily made him furious. Are you threatening me? Has your business ethics been thrown to the dogs to chew on? That man stood outside with his arms folded, utterly at ease. Even if someone died here, no one would ever know. In this place I am both the law and the king. Not even that beggar prince from the backwater can stop me. Hearing that, Davy only remained silent. Just then, Aina sent a message to his ear. My lord, I have reached the base area. Though she was under house arrest in a cage, she still forced herself to stay calm and await orders. It is not far, what should I do now? Davy immediately replied, when I give the signal, act. Back at the trading point, Zico was still trying to force the price down. Alright, let us be civilized here, our organization is very trustworthy. But 1,000 gold coins is far too much. Unexpectedly, Davy raised it to 2,000 instead, leaving him speechless. That man forced out a smile that seemed friendly. 500. Davy calmly raised the price to 4,000. Immediately after that, he was pinned to the floor by two subordinates at once. "Hey, brat," they warned him viciously, "do you think this is a place to fool around?" But he answered in a stern voice, "Do I look like someone who names prices for fun?" Though his head was held down tightly, Davy still forced himself to look up and gave a sly smile. "Then let me ask again properly. You sitting at the table on the right, how much do you plan to pay?" The curly-haired man suddenly trembled when he was called out. Taking advantage of the moment, he deliberately sowed discord among them. "We should settle the deal. You are the real boss here, are you not?" His face twisted with rage. "Looks like you will have to die here. So be it." That very instant, Davy suddenly seized the wrist of the person pinning him to the ground. Oh, how frightening! With one swift, clean movement, he completely reversed the situation. The curly-haired man stared at him with a pale face, while Davy spoke leisurely. "Do not tell me you are angry, because I guessed right." Then he snapped his fingers with practiced flair. "Aina." A corner of their base immediately exploded. The curly-haired man pressed his face to the glass and looked outside. "Boss, the slave warehouse." But his words were immediately cut off by Davy. "I will give you one chance. Give up your own life, and I will let your weapons live." After hearing that, all of them were bewildered. The next words left both Jacko and the curly-haired man frozen. "The price for causing chaos in my territory. You will pay it until your final breath." Only then did they realize a chilling truth. He was the Lord of Heinzer. Davy declared calmly, "That is right. I am the one you call a beggar. I am sure you have heard of me." Before long, Davy swung his weapon with dazzling speed, carving decisive sword lines through the air. The crooked merchant stared in shock at the stones that glowed while firing bolts of lightning, created from the moon's shadow-type transformation technique. Thanks to all things resonant sympathy, all the stones poured down onto their heads without the slightest mercy. The scene afterward became miserable, with anguish groans ringing out without end. Amid the drifting white dust covering the ruins, Davy still walked forward at ease. One surviving subordinate recklessly ambushed him from behind. "Die!" But a single one-yang finger from Davy made that scheme fail completely. After dealing with him, he continued forward. "Looks like that man was the last lackey." A hurried voice immediately cut in. "Wait." Davy looked magnanimous. "Do you have anything else to say?" The curly-haired man hastily suggested, "I want to negotiate." Hearing that, he burst out laughing. "Do you think you are qualified to bargain?" He lowered his voice and tried to make peace. "There are currently 8 civilians being held here, along with your subordinate, who was just imprisoned. If you kill me, you will never find them. I do not understand why you use the half-fairy race as bait. But my people must have acted the moment they discovered anything unusual." Unexpectedly, Davy was not worried at all. Instead, he smiled brightly. "Suit yourself, do whatever you want." The curly-haired man panicked. "What is this?" "Fine, then I will tell the guard dogs everything about you." He rubbed his chin while pretending to ponder. You would even throw away the underworld rules of your world." He answered loudly, "That is right." But in the blink of an eye, the curly-haired man took Davy's knee strike head-on. "There is no need anymore." Calmly looked at the opponent lying motionless on the ground. "I have sent someone else to deal with the vicious dogs. They will clean it up." On another battlefield, Gong went pale when he witnessed a terrifying sight. What? Because the one standing opposite him was flying into a rage, smashing everything that blocked the way. Some voice screamed in panic. "It is huge, not small at all." In the end, Jacko's base was also destroyed. Time slowly passed, as the full moon was about to hang high above the castle. That was also when Davy returned. The soldiers immediately shouted, "By His Highness's order, draw swords." He waved his hand as a signal. "Enough, skip the introduction." Report. Obeying the order, the subordinate immediately gave a clear account. "Yes, Your Highness, we are investigating the 2 organizations as instructed, but there are too many cases, so we need more time." Davy nodded. "Good. Anything else?" After that, 2 people were brought before him. "We have captured the doctor and the judge as you requested. One was High Judge Madden. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" The other was Dr. Howlin. "Yes, Holy One, why summon us at this late hour?" Davy ordered coldly. "I want you to understand for yourselves why you were called here." But both of them still looked innocent. "What do you mean?" "Do I have to determine your crimes myself?" "Then let me ask plainly, can you guess why I dragged the 2 of you here?" They immediately cried innocence. "No, Your Highness. Being dragged out of our homes was already excessive, and now you demand that we explain ourselves. This is clearly coercion." Davy did deny it either. "Yes, this is coercion. First I ask you, Helen, can someone with every bone broken and their muscles torn apart move?" Madden and Helen both froze. "Your Highness, this lowly official does not understand what you are saying." Even so, he still obediently answered. "Impossible, that person would have to lie still, completely immobile." Davy lightly rubbed his hands together. "It seems you understand very well." "High Judge Madden, read Article 4 of the Kingdom's Law." He immediately answered clearly, "According to the law, it must be strictly obeyed, and violators will suffer severe punishment." The answer satisfied Davy. "Correct." But immediately after that, he kicked Madden straight to the ground. "And yet you still dared to play tricks right on my territory. If I beat you to death with that very law book, it would also be completely lawful." His hand glowing with spiritual power terrified him. The strange book fell with a thud into Davy's hand. "Grit your teeth and endure it, you bastards." Hallen knelt and begged, "Please spare my life, your highness." He suddenly changed his tone very quickly. "Do not be afraid, this will not kill you." The man was momentarily speechless. Madden knew he was being mocked, so he grew even more furious. "This is disrespectful. You dare use the very law code I spent my life studying to strike me. I cannot endure this humiliation. Report this to the imperial family at once, your highness. I will personally file a complaint over this matter." Those words made Davy sneer. "You want to complain to the imperial family?" He began spilling out a long tirade again. "I was appointed to this territory through Count Olsen's recommendation. You cannot treat someone who brings order as I do like this. I would rather have someone kill me." But what Madden never expected was that Davy truly dared to do it. With pleasure, the air around him suddenly fell silent. "What?" Not wanting to drag things out any longer, Davy raised the law book above Madden's head to see how long that man could keep being stubborn. He began to tremble and hurriedly cried out that he had not meant it that way. A terrified scream rang out, as if shaking the very space around them. Before long, Madden collapsed to the ground, his breathing growing heavy and ragged. Just when it seemed he had no way to survive, the magic began taking effect on his body. Soon after, Madden woke from the nightmare, while Davy coldly read out his crimes. The hand that killed would be severed, and a murderer must die. That was the law of another world, and I had never wanted to impose such a cruel law here. That punishment terrified him even more, and he hurriedly begged your highness to spare his life, saying he knew his mistake. He held the law book before him again and said that since he had committed a crime, he had to be punished. Madden was scared out of his wits and cried out in panic that there was more. The scene that followed drained the color from the faces of his subordinates. The beating continued until that filthy face no longer dared to lift itself. From outside the city gate, the strange light of Davy's curse could be seen spreading out. Right after that, the atmosphere sank back to its initial heaviness. Then everything suddenly brightened, as if nothing frightening had ever happened. Next, the piercing sounds continued to ring out with end. A long while passed, and Madden panicked so badly that he bit down hard on his own hand. As for him, he remained calm, saying that the one who upheld etiquette should have been the most upright, yet greed had blinded him. He asked butler Vernon whether there had been any precedent before. Vernon honestly replied that there had been many similar cases, but no judge had ever been punished. Davy answered only briefly, "Good." A sly smile appeared on his lips. "Since there had never been a precedent, then I will create the first one myself." Vernon seemed to want to stop him and softly called, "Your Highness." Standing beside him, Amy flinched slightly when she heard him call her name. "Amy, go inside. I will not make you handle matters like this." Unexpectedly, the young girl was determined to stay. She bowed her head and said, "No, your highness, please continue to use me. No matter how difficult the task may be, I will do everything I can to answer your trust." That zeal and sincerity left both Davy and Purser somewhat surprised. His answer to Amy was a gentle pat on the head, along with a soft word of thanks. "Burn that law book. As for those two, announce their crimes at dawn. In 4 days, they will be executed outside the estate gate. Make sure this matter is announced widely and publicly according to proper ceremony." All the soldiers dropped to one knee at once and answered respectfully, "Yes, your highness." Above the withered grass, free birds wheeled through the air, while the criminals were bound tightly in shackles. Arya stepped forward with a puzzled look and asked, "So these are the ones who backed the human trafficker?" Davy put one hand on his hip and answered firmly, "That is right. Lately, I have only been letting you see the worst sides of things." Arya immediately shook her head and said that was not true. Those who were guilty had to be punished, and that was justice. Paris, standing behind Arya, only then spoke up, "But I still do not really understand. Brother, why not execute them publicly? They deserve to be disgraced in the square, beneath the contemptuous gazes of the people of Briss." Before he could finish speaking, he failed to react in time and received a painful flick to the forehead from Davy. He reminded him gently, "You will become the king of this country. You are not the same as me. I will give you homework. Think carefully about why I chose to execute them outside the square and publicly announce it. Take your time and consider it thoroughly. If you find the answer, you will gain a deeper perspective." After saying that, Davy reached out and pulled Paris to his feet. The sky overhead was clear, washed in a refreshing blue. Davy, Tanya, and Winry rode their horses leisurely through the forest. After a while, someone could not hold back and asked, "Brother, where are we going?" Davy turned back with a smile and answered, "I will show you something you do not often see." Hearing that, Tanya shyly admitted that it would be more fun if Paris were with them. At that moment, William, walking beside her, eagerly cut in, "Homework. Can you not tell us the answer?" Davy teased her on purpose, smiling as he pressed lightly on her head and replied, "No." After removing his hand from that soft green hair, Davy secretly revealed that there was actually no fancer to begin with. What mattered was what Paris learned throughout the process of thinking for himself. Thinking that, Davy turned to ask someone else's opinion. "What do you think, Purser? Do you understand?" She raised a hand to her mouth, her expression contemplative, then replied that she understood his intention as well. Every choice had its own disadvantages, and no answer was absolutely perfect. Davy said confidently that in his view, the greatest difference lay in whether one had the right to choose or no choice at all. After going a little farther, Davy stopped his horse and immediately announced, "We have arrived." Spread out before their eyes was a shimmering lake, reflecting a gentle silver light. A person came out warmly with his companions to greet them, saying that the master had arrived, all materials had been transported, and the preparations were complete. Davy answered only with a brief word of praise. Well done. The other person continued reporting that new technology was always fascinating, but with his design, the construction process would not be easy. Davy emphasized that this was true for now. The construction could take 10 years, even 30 years, making Winry ask curiously what exactly he was building here. Davy's answer made both her and Tanya freeze at once. A dam and a power plant too. Davy began explaining with passionate enthusiasm. We will raise and redirect the entire lake, so the water always flows through a canal and generates energy. The hangar already has a complete water supply system, and what it lacks is only the energy source to light the roads. Constantly replacing mana stones and paying maintenance costs is too wasteful. Therefore, we will produce our own energy, then reinvest any surplus if there is any. That is right, for example. It could be the first amusement park on the continent according to Nis. According to the plan, construction will be completed within 1 month. I looked at the specifications in that blueprint. Do you truly think this is feasible? Draining the water alone would take half a year. Davy answered, that would be true if we used ordinary methods. But have I ever done anything in the ordinary way until now? Davy snapped his fingers, and dry skeletons known as scotons immediately appeared on the ground. Davy crossed his arms and looked at his labor army, then said, "These are things I obtained in the war against the Polish Empire Alliance. Their numbers are not especially large, but they are still enough to take on heavy labor. Sir Skeleton, after being enhanced, possesses strength far beyond humans. They do not need rest or food and drink, truly ideal workers." He continued glancing toward the others. "We also have a few thugs in the fief causing trouble, so let them handle all the dangerous work." After hearing him speak at length, the other party still hesitated. "With this scale, we have thousands of workers, but even so, in only 1 month. Davy turned slightly to look at the 2 girls accompanying him and spoke about that. "William, Tanya, did I not say I would show you something rare?" Tanya asked blankly in return. "Is this construction site not that thing, brother?" Davy smiled faintly, and spiritual power had already begun radiating from his outstretched hand. The moment the 2 girls saw the newly formed stones, they cried out in delight. Davy willingly explained that he had kept pushing Fnoa's until it was complete. Right after that, he decisively compressed them and dropped them into the lake. The stones sank quietly beneath the water, each one giving off a strange light. From the shore, Davy looked down and remarked that this would surely make for quite an impressive sight. How long had it been since she last witnessed a human forming a pact with a spirit king? Tanya was still stunned, softly repeating the word spirit king. The man who managed the dam said calmly, "Of course, our master has never done things by common sense." William asked loudly in admiration, "How can you do everything so well?" Davy immediately asked back, "Did you ever think I would fail? Even a little?" Standing before the rippling lake, Davy thought this project could not be completed with Noach alone. Therefore, he needed to summon one more. The chain girl now looked fed up and passed judgment. "You are comparing a spirit king to the words only one again. That is just like you." Davy focused intensely, every word ringing out clearly. "O one who shaped the world from the dawn of creation, you flow cold beneath the ancient pact, clear, invisible, a part of freedom. Your chill is also a sign of warmth." Tanya watched with unease in her heart as well, only hoping he would hurry and call out. Zevi deliberately turned his back to hide his foolish expression. What was the summoning incantation for a spirit king again? Purser immediately shouted in regret. "Are you really forgetting it, Davy?" "Wait, there is no way you can forget the incantation." Davy warily made a decision. Forget it, I will use a shortcut." Then he stood up straight and seriously began his greeting. "My name is Davy Anzun. Your name is Water Origin. As the one who holds your pact, I summon you, appear at once." The atmosphere suddenly became strangely tense. He said that, Davy smiled brightly, opening his mouth to show all his teeth. He spread his arms wide, his excited voice soaring, "Come on already." Just as expected, nothing was easier for attracting attention than bait tempting enough. The spirit king of water appeared in the form of a woman bearing a deep blue hue. Looking closely, she brought to mind a seductively undulating slime from the red-labeled books in his previous life. Even the spirit queen Yuria thought the same as me about this. Although this was only a fake spirit, the reason she had been given that nickname truly lay here. That name was a blend of the water spirit king, Ilem, and slime. Naturally, the one called that hated the nickname to the bone. Mulam appeared with an extremely sour face. "Who dares call me by a vulgar name like Mulam?" Davy chuckled with delight, showing no fear at all. "Welcome." The corner of his mouth curled up, forming a wickedly suspicious smile. Nursery tears number 2. As soon as the words left his mouth, the lake's surface suddenly churned violently, water surging upward as if to swallow the entire forest. Blending into that scene was Mulan's shrill scream. As the water rose high and surged from Elam's pent-up anger, Winry's group all froze. The moment he realized the situation, Nose immediately raised a white stone wall in front of Davy. As for him, he stood behind that protection and casually teased that the girl seemed very angry. The prey she thought was already in her grasp had now been pulled off course, making her so furious that she screamed. Right after the scream, the water churned fiercely and wrapped around her body like a gigantic waterspout. Her old form dissolved into the breaking waves, and from them emerged a more splendid and majestic version of the supreme water spirit King Ilem. She looked at Davy with furious eyes and demanded, "Was it you, the one who dared summon me by that ridiculous name Mulam?" He did not flinch at all and calmly answered, "That is right. A spirit king was not a single complete entity. Fragments of Ilem existed throughout nature and most worlds, aside from a few rare exceptions. Elam, dragged here under the name Mulam, was basically 1 and 2. As Davy's spirit arts master and the wife of Demon King Eug, Elam was the spirit king who had once contracted with Juliana. Elam could not hide her irritation, pointing straight at Davy as she said, "You have not yet met the conditions to summon a spirit king." He shrugged as if it was nothing to worry about. "I know." That indifferent attitude only made the flames of anger in her blaze even more fiercely. How foolish, growing so arrogant just because you have a little talent. Unable to endure that contempt, Elam immediately flung a stream of icy water straight at her opponent. Noah, in his role of shielding his master, stepped forward and slowly spoke to restrain the anger that was slipping beyond control. "Calm down, Elam." But that advice only agitated her further. "Whose side are you on? That man is mocking and looking down on spirits." The wandering ghost and that man decided to explain. "I am the one who assisted in summoning you." She cried out in shock. "What?" Noah looked toward Davy and stated clearly, "My contractor is the only remaining trace of Madam." When the final word fell, the entire area instantly sank into silence. Purser, standing beside them, could not help commenting on the heart of the matter. "The atmosphere is really tense." Davy nodded in agreement. "It does look serious." He glanced toward his spirit and revealed, "But actually, Nose is still hiding a move here." As if he had heard his transmitted voice quietly cut in. "Do not even think of making me take responsibility alone." Davy laughed softly. "You really are a crafty lump of mud." To keep the silence from stretching into an abyss of deadlock, Noah spoke and repeated, "My contractor is the only remaining trace of that woman Elam. And now that you have been summoned, you are finished." She frowned, not yet understanding his implication. "What do you mean?" Noah continued. "You still have not realized it." Seeing that she remained silent, Noah shifted his gaze to the chain submerged beneath the water. "Look beneath your feet." The flow of energy gradually became clear with the pulse of the glowing stone, leaving her briefly confused. "This is..." Before she could finish, realization crashed over her and left her stunned. "Impossible, this magic circle, impossible." Davy only poured more oil on the fire. "Perfect, I was worried another spirit king might appear. Who knew you would fall into the trap yourself?" Before that mockery, Elam, though she represented water, had a temper as hot as fire. "As a king of noble order, I cannot forgive this deception." She was immediately countered. "Have you forgotten how you once deceived your comrades when the Spirit Queen made a pact with a chaos spirit?" Hearing her secret exposed, she asked in astonishment, "How do you know that?" An entity at the level of a spirit king did not necessarily have to contract with the summoner. Therefore Elam, the one Davy called Mulam, had nearly planned to drench him and brazenly return to the spirit realm. This had been within his calculations from the start. Entering may be free, but leaving is not necessarily so. That moment made Davy unconsciously burst into hearty laughter. "How exciting. I have always wanted to say this line." When his excitement eased, he sat up straight again and returned to the main issue. "Let us be serious." Davy did not let a single moment pass in vain. His unconcealed confidence appeared clearly just as the negotiation began. "I demand a pact, Elam. No matter the circumstances, you have been summoned by my fitting desire, and I have the right to propose forming a pact with you." Davy's voice suddenly drew out as he mentioned the next part. "If you refuse." From behind, a cry immediately rang out, "Agent Luan, savior of humanity." Seeing the person who had suddenly appeared, Winry asked in shock, "Luan, you are here since when?" She turned and answered honestly, "Luan always follows Davy wherever he goes." After saying that, she even pulled a crowbar from her side, its steel blade reflecting a polished gleam. Timely persuasion and just enough intimidation were always effective tools. Davy smiled in deep satisfaction. "Spirit Queen Juliana entrusted you to me. A human like me cannot set foot in the spirit realm, so I had no choice but to call you here. You ignored my intent and caused trouble for me. In that case," glancing at Lun, who was still enthusiastically swinging the crowbar, Davy let out a meaningful remark. I suppose I have to use the fishing rod of love, right? Even if that method might hurt a lot. Even after hearing that, a vague doubt still rose in Elim's heart. A lie, Her Majesty passed away long ago. A young human like could never have met her. Before he could defend himself, Noah spoke up to confirm it. Elim, what he said is true. The fact that he was also a spirit yet protected humans only made her angrier. Which side are you on? Davy silently watched for a while, then slowly stood up. If you dislike it, you can still keep refusing. He reached out and pulled Lun toward himself, but had no intention of saying more. The savior of humanity will take action. She excitedly raised the crowbar and shouted, Lun, savior of humanity. Elim roared in fury, you wicked human. No longer teasing her, Davy slowly stepped closer while Noah supported her attentively. Elim, I need your power badly enough to do something like this. She gritted her teeth in anger and was about to speak, but Davy cut her off, placing a hand over his chest to show his sincerity. Summoning you through normal means would take many years, I know that well. But right now, I am truly desperate for your power. I beg you, noble spirit king, please help me. Lend me a portion of your strength. While she was still hesitating, Noah also spoke in support. Elim, the purpose of the wish will be judged by our spirit king. Though the method was improper, he summoned you and has the qualifications. You know better than anyone that you have no reason to refuse. Moreover, because Davy is the only remaining trace of the spirit queen. After hearing the entire explanation and thinking through countless things, Elim let out a soft sigh. Then she placed her hand on Davy's forehead, her lips moving faintly as if reciting an ancient tongue. The origin of water. The primordial current, the name of water, a part of nature. I acknowledge your summons. I, Elim, Spirit King of Water, ask you, do you wish to become my contractor? He immediately answered yes. As soon as the words fell, sacred energy surged within Davy's mind, accompanied by her gentle voice. From the moment the mark of the contract is engraved deep, I will be your only spirit. I will not allow you to form any other contract with a water spirit besides me. Then that is just as you wished. The contract between us is complete. Now tell me what matter is so important and urgent. After that, she even lifted her chin and added, I am a busy spirit, so I will deal with it quickly and return. Before she could finish, Davy raised his hand and pointed straight ahead. It is that. Elim immediately followed his gaze, but apart from the lake's surface, the tranquil forest, and the cloud-covered sky, she saw nothing unusual. She tried to recall, then asked hesitantly, what do you mean by that? Davy eagerly probed, can you drain all the water in this lake in an instant? His words made her turn as still as stone. We need to build a structure. Next, regardless of whether Elim agreed or not, he turned to his earth spirit with excitement. Noah, are you ready? That man nodded. Yes, my contractor. To Davy, this was urgent, extremely urgent. Of course, that degree was only relative. As for Elim, after realizing she had been used like this, she was furious enough to boil over. That bastard Noah. Having witnessed everything from beginning to end, Purser could only hug herself in bewilderment. Where did you learn to use a spirit king as a construction tool? Davy paid it no mind and merely urged her on. Come on, start. Since you are a spirit king, do it properly. Though he bore the status of noble royalty, he clearly revealed his capitalist nature. If you do not do it properly, I will spread rumors about you in the spirit realm. At that moment, she fell completely into a state of chaos and despair. As for Noah, he had long since grown used to this, so he calmly offered advice. Give up, and everything will become easier.